In the year 2109 of the Earth calendar, the Earth Federation declared that humanity had entered the era of interstellar colonization. 50 years later, the Mars colony was born. 30 years after that, the Sagittarius M3 colony was completed. In the same year, the first cosmic life exploration ship named after the life goddess Iris completed its maiden voyage test. In 2320, the Earth Federation Space Exploration Association received a repeating electronic pulse signal from 1.8 million light-years away. In June of the same year, the Earth Federation government approved a response to that signal. Just 3 years later, the alien race Chia, with technology far beyond human comprehension, destroyed the Sagittarius M3 colony in less than a year. The 20 billion inhabitants of M3 turned into cosmic dust. The Earth Federation government launched a counterattack from the Mars colony but held out for less than 5 years. The Earth Federation military was nearly wiped out. The Chia invaded the Mars colony and used it as a forward base ready to occupy Earth. In 2328 of the Earth calendar, the Chia and the remnants of the Earth Federation military fought their final battle. Humanity had finally reached its end because of its own ignorance. Before the Great Battle, the last evacuation signal from the Earth Federation military was sent to the Iris, which was 1,000,000 light-years away from Earth. Captain, are we just going to watch Earth be destroyed? Lieutenant Yan Hao stared at Captain Zhang Fan, whom he admired most, and questioned, Lieutenant, please answer. What is our mission? Zhang Fan did not get angry at Yan Hao's question. He calmly waited for an answer. Protect Dr. Selena, Eva, and the millions of human embryos and gene sequences. And what else? Find a new planet, rebuild human civilization. Zhang Fan did not say another word. He turned around and gazed at the vast starry sky. They were humanity's last hope. Zhang Fan had only one goal: humanity must not go extinct. Everything else was beyond his consideration. A shout came from the command console, Captain, 3 Chia assault ships are less than 200 light-years away. Shut down all engines and energy transmission. The entire ship enters dead silence mode. The Chia hunt by electronic pulse signals. Dead silence is the only way to avoid them in space. But in the universe, the entire ship can only remain in dead silence for at most 5 minutes, because that is the limit of oxygen consumption for the ship and the limit of storage time for human embryos under dead silence. Without energy, the Iris could not detect the Chia's movements. Zhang Fan relied on his years of experience fighting the Chia to judge the situation. After 4 minutes and 20 seconds, Zhang Fan ordered, start all engines full speed ahead, enter superluminal mode at the limit. With the help of AI, the pilot completed a series of actions in less than 2 seconds. The navigator did not detect any Chia assault ships on radar. The navigator wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. We lost them. Zhang Fan frowned, something's not right. A loud bang and the command room instantly flashed with red alert lights. Left aft engine hit. Propulsion lost, 30 repair robots dispatched. Zhang Fan smiled bitterly, these damned bastards, they've gotten smarter. Full speed, lose them. 3 Chia assault ships were in hot pursuit. Since the Iris was only a life exploration ship, it had no large weapons, only 2 small caliber laser cannons and 2 rapid-fire energy guns. Such firepower couldn't even penetrate the energy shield of a Chia assault ship. Humanity's last hope was like a wounded rabbit being hunted by 3 hungry wolves. Zhang Fan suddenly noticed that the water surface in the dispenser was tilted. He suddenly realized. Gravity vortex. A gravity vortex, the invisible force at the edge of a black hole, pulls everything nearby into the black hole like a whirlpool, including light. Full speed towards the black hole. Captain, Zhang Fan said firmly, rather than be captured by the Chia, we might as well gamble. Only by risking everything can we survive. If we don't gamble, we will surely die and humanity will be extinct. If we gamble, there might be a glimmer of hope. Zhang Fan shouted, for humanity. The pilot and navigator exchanged glances and the command cabin echoed, for humanity. The Iris life exploration ship plunged into the endless darkness. On the Chia assault ship, the pilot with a black mirrored helmet shook his head regretfully, a spirited race. Another pilot mocked, just a lowly race, they only deserve to be our slaves. Zhang Fan woke up in biting cold. His entire body ached from the gravity distortion. But he was alive. The people around him were not so lucky. A metallic grinding sound came. The command cabin door opened automatically. Lieutenant Yan Hao dragged his blood-covered body into the command cabin with difficulty. He smiled bitterly, Captain Dr. Selena is still alive. Zhang Fan breathed a long sigh of relief and gave him a thumbs up. The two supported each other into the medical bay. The blonde blue-eyed Selena quickly came forward to send the seriously injured Yan Hao into the medical pod. 2 hours later, Zhang Fan walked out of the medical bay, glanced at Yan Hao, who was greedily absorbing liquid food, and asked, where are we? Yan Hao immediately replied, an unknown planet. Detectors indicate primitive life forms, but it is not suitable for human survival. Selena with blonde hair, blue eyes and gold-rimmed glasses said, this planet is a paradise for silicon-based life, but for us it is hell. Zhang Fan looked around and didn't see anyone else. Besides us, are there any others? Yan Hao shook his head. Of the 127 crew, only the 3 of us are lucky survivors. Lucky? Maybe not. They died in an instant crossing the black hole. We will face oxygen depletion, waiting for death and despair. Who is truly lucky? Selena screamed hysterically at Yan Hao. Yan Hao glared at her. If not for protecting her, he would rather have died in battle defending Earth than die so miserably. Yan Hao, go check how many repair robots are available. Maybe we can still leave here. Yan Hao took the hint and left the medical bay. He didn't want to see that arrogant woman either. Captain, if you want to survive on this planet, solve the energy supply problem. I've placed the embryos in special equipment. Barring accidents, they can be preserved for 1,000 years. After placing the last batch of embryos into the device, Selena gently stroked the cold metal surface and said enviously, you are the truly lucky ones. Doctor, is there any way for us or the human embryos to survive on this planet? Selena scoffed, ignorance is truly terrifying. Do you know what silicon-based life is? Do you know what we are? Trying to make carbon-based life survive on this planet is a pipe dream. Do you even know what we are? Trying to make carbon-based life survive on this planet, you are simply dreaming. Zhang Fan did not mind Selena's mockery. He said calmly, the hope of humanity now depends on whether you can dream. Yan Hao and Zhang Fan cleared out 2 living areas and they were ordered not to disturb her work without being summoned. They had no choice but to rely on the biological genius of the millennium. The 2 men who only knew how to fight were useless in saving embryos. Zhang Fan, having nothing better to do, began reading biological materials. The iris stored all the data on Earth's biological evolution, enough to pass the time. Yan Hao transformed from a soldier into an engineer, navigator, operator and porter. Everything on the iris became the purpose of his life. One day the door to the command cabin opened. Selena rushed in, excitedly hugged Zhang Fan and kissed him passionately. Zhang Fan and Yan Hao, who were playing chess, looked bewildered. Is this woman unable to control her hormones? Yan Hao joked. Selena didn't care at all. She shouted excitedly, I found a way. I found a way for humans to survive on this planet. Yan Hao asked excitedly, what is it? I can modify the human embryo structure, extract a part from the human gene chain, combine it with local life. If there is no rejection, I can reimplant the gene chain into human embryos. Silicon-based humans can survive on this planet. Yan Hao was confused. Zhang Fan, who had studied biology for months, could roughly understand. He was silent for a moment, then asked doubtfully, if that's the case, can the creature still be called human? Selena was silent. In a sense, the creatures created by changing human gene structure and sequence could only be called new humans. That depends on how you look at it. Under the current circumstances, this is the only way to continue humanity. If you have another way, please tell me. Selena sat on the command chair staring at the 2 men. Zhang Fan and Yan Hao exchanged glances and fell into silence. The iris was confirmed unable to start and there was no support. Blindly sending out distress signals might directly attract the Chia. Regarding the purity of the human gene, there was no anthropologist to tell them what to do. After 5 minutes of serious thought, Yan Hao proposed to decide humanity's fate by roulette. Are you too childish? You're going to entrust the future of humanity to a ridiculous wheel. Yan Hao responded with her tone, if you have another way, please tell me. Zhang Fan asked calmly, Dr. Selena, do you have any other way? I still hope to preserve human purity. One day we will return to Earth. Selena hesitated for a long time, took out her only cigarette and put it in her mouth. Return to Earth. Even tens of thousands of years later, it's unlikely unless we have a powerful army. Yan Hao sneered, those bugs outside could be your soldiers if you can control them. A strange smile appeared on Selena's intellectually beautiful face. I can. But it requires one of you to sacrifice. Life forms composed of silicon and silicon compounds, this is humanity's relative definition of silicon-based life, Selena continued after adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses that had slipped down her nose. But what I'm doing now is different. I intend to combine carbon-based life with silicon-based life. In fact, after months of research, I've already succeeded. However, there exists one extremely serious flaw. Yan Hao looked at Selena in confusion, wanting only to know which of the 2 men she intended to sacrifice. Research has revealed that silicon-based life forms possess a very powerful commonality, hereditary resonance. But when fused with carbon-based life, they become erratic, exhibiting self-mutilation and even self-termination behaviors. Selena looked at the two stunned men and shook her head. Simply put, our artificial intelligence memory storage units are made of silicon. You understand, right? Yan Hao nodded. Doctor. Selena immediately cut him off. The original silicon-based life forms lack intelligence, but they have already begun storing it, much like nature's engineers inputting computer code into artificial intelligence. Zhang Fan nodded with partial understanding. Doctor, just tell us what you need us to do. This field is certainly not our strength. Selena could only admit defeat. Dealing with unteachable men, the outcome was predictable. Very well, I'll just tell you directly. I will fuse one of you with a silicon-based life form, doing my utmost to preserve your thoughts, memories and emotions. Can you make it any simpler? Selena glared at Yan Hao and shouted, I'll cut out your brain and fuse it with a silicon-based life form and you will become an entirely new life. You should have said so earlier, I would have understood. All that talk before was nonsense. Selena was nearly spitting blood from anger. Zhang Fan immediately stepped between Selena and Yan Hao. Doctor, let's discuss this. Yan Hao dodged past him to stand before Selena. There's nothing to discuss. Use me directly. Only the captain can protect you in a place this dangerous. Shut up. This is something we'll decide together. Now come with me. Seeing Zhang Fan turn his back, Yan Hao immediately hooked his elbow and struck toward Zhang Fan's neck with a chop. Zhang Fan had anticipated his move. In one fluid motion he twisted Yan Hao to the ground and delivered a single punch to the carotid artery, rendering him unconscious before he could speak another word. Selena was startled by the sudden violence and exclaimed, What are you two doing? Zhang Fan patted Yan Hao's shoulder and spoke gently, Brother Ilias needs you. Selena watched Zhang Fan rise slowly and asked softly, Are you sure? If this fails you will die. And even if it succeeds you will become a primitive worm. For the sake of humanity I would willingly become a worm. Do you trust me that much? Selena seemed hesitant and indescribable confusion on her face. I trust you. You are humanity's only hope. Aside from you, is there anyone else we could possibly trust? Selena kissed Zhang Fan's cheek and smiled. You are a gambler. Unfortunately for you, so am I. 7 days and 7 sleepless nights of fusion experiments passed. Selena had injected herself with stimulants at twice the normal human dose, already reaching a lethal level. Yan Hao watched Zhang Fan's brain floating alone in the culture dish. For 7 days he hadn't spoken a single word because there were so many things he wanted to say to Zhang Fan. Suddenly the artificial intelligence sounded an alarm. Zhang Fan's vital signs were plummeting, rapidly approaching the point of no return. Vital signs absent. Acting Captain of Ilias, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Earth Federation Imperial Guard, Zhang Fan, declared dead. Yan Hao gripped Selena's shoulders so tightly he roared, What did you do to him? How could he die? Selena smiled weakly. Fool. If he doesn't die, how does he rebirth? The carbon-based Zhang Fan is dead, but the new Zhang Fan has been born. What do you mean? Yan Hao shouted. Can you be quiet for a moment? I'm exhausted. He is still alive. Before finishing her sentence, Selena collapsed to the ground. 3 days later, Selena held a portable screen reviewing data as she asked Captain Zhang Fan, How are you feeling now? It's very disorienting. No body, no 5 senses, yet I can see and hear. The sensation is strange. Selena carefully recorded Zhang Fan's description on her screen. This is consciousness-level communication. What you call seeing and hearing are merely bioelectric signals. To put it plainly, you are already a god. A god. Yes, a god of silicon-based life. The ruler of this planet. I don't understand. Never mind now. You've just awakened. I'll transmit all the knowledge you need through the AI as files. Files. Have I become a biomechanical organism? Ha ha, you are far more advanced than that. Ha ha, you're a god, do you understand? On this planet you are omnipotent. A creator. Selena's laughter was filled with madness and excitement. Yan Hao stared at the culture dish. What remained was nothing but a brain. If that purple crystalline mass wriggling like a worm could even be called a brain, then yes, it was Zhang Fan's brain. Captain, this should have been me who came. You. Weren't you thinking the same thing as me? Ha ha, trying to ambush me. You still have a lot to learn, kid. Tears slid down Yan Hao's face as he roared, Was it worth it? Zhang Fan countered, What do you think? Should we just cling to this wretched existence? But even if you. It doesn't matter. What matters is that humanity can return to Earth, that our souls have a home. That is enough. Over the next 2 months, Zhang Fan began receiving massive streams of file data. Earth's 4.6 billion years of evolution and vast biological datasets were implanted into his consciousness in just 2 months. One day 2 months later Selena wore a stunning evening gown. Her intellectual elegance paired with the starry shimmering dress made her the most beautiful sight in the universe. Yan Hao stood before Zhang Fan in an immaculately pressed uniform. What's going on with the two of you today? Are you here to tell me you're getting married? Captain, you always joke. I've tried with this woman. Alas, we failed. What do you mean? Selena spoke openly. Even if we are the last man and woman on Earth, neither of us has any interest in each other. At least I don't. We're at a time like this and you're talking about interest. Yan Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Let's not spoil the next generation. But you are contributing to the continuation of humanity. Selena shot Yan Hao a look. Enough. Just tell him. I'm still waiting for my last meal. Zhang Fan suddenly sensed the atmosphere shift. Depression, sorrow and helplessness converged into an inexplicable irritability. Zhang Fan roared, what exactly do you two mean? Yan Hao whispered, the energy is depleted. We've come to say goodbye. Impossible. Ilias was built for cosmic exploration. Even with engine damage and this planet's sunlight, how could the energy run out? Before Yan Hao could respond, Selena interrupted. Why not? Don't forget, this is paradise for silicon-based life. The air is filled with sulfuric acid and other corrosive compounds. Ilias holding out this long is already remarkable. Zhang Fan suddenly sensed Yan Hao's emotional fluctuations. He was clearly hiding something. Yan Hao, tell me. What are you two concealing? I order you to speak. Selena once again spoke first. You can now perceive our emotions, which means you've begun to evolve. I have no intention of hiding anything else. Yan Hao and I were originally husband and wife. What? Impossible, you both. Yes, we lied to you. People are selfish. I didn't want Yan Hao to become a monster, so I had him act out the ambush on you. You. Impossible. Yan Hao, you tell me. Yan Hao hesitated, then met Selena's gaze and calmly replied, yes, Captain. She isn't lying to you. Time is short. We must leave. Stay here, we'll take the only life pod and get out. Where can you even go? Anywhere is better than waiting to die here. Take care of yourself. But remember, Earth humans will one day return to Earth. That was your promise. It's your responsibility now, not ours. After Selena finished speaking, she pulled Yan Hao and left the biology lab. Though they had moved far away, Zhang Fan could still perceive their movements through his consciousness. The two ran all the way and burst into the life pod. They exchanged a glance, both wearing indescribable smiles. The life pod launched. As Selena had predicted, Ilias's energy lasted barely 3 hours before being completely exhausted. Darkness fell over the biology lab. After sensing Selena and Yan Hao depart, despair and rage filled his entire consciousness, but he had no power to act. Even death became a luxury he could not attain. Time held no meaning for Zhang Fan. He did not know how long had passed until one day he perceived the beating of a heart. That faint pulse, as delicate as a spider's thread, reverberated through Zhang Fan's consciousness like thunder, awakening the entire world. A worm, a thumb-sized legless creature with a hard carapace studded with crystalline spines, crawled across the outer hull of Ilias. Zhang Fan felt its movement, saw its brilliant crystalline spines, and observed quietly, afraid he might scare it away. He willed it closer, drawn toward it, wanting it nearer. The worm seemed to sense Zhang Fan's call. It slowly dragged its body forward, inching toward where he resided. Zhang Fan watched quietly as the worm crawled slowly toward him. Observing its every movement was now his only pleasure. Who are you? Where have you come from? The worm wriggled its body, offering no answer to Zhang Fan's words, nor could it ever. Worm, a generic term for multicellular invertebrates, primarily including flatworms, annelids, nemertians, acanthocephalans, and sackworms. Such information suddenly materialized in Zhang Fan's consciousness, yet it was completely inapplicable to the little monster before him, a creature wrapped in hard armor and studded with crystalline spikes. Zhang Fan discovered something even more bizarre and incomprehensible. He seemed able to sense the outside world through the worm. The sky was deep red like blood, and pale yellow sulfur clouds floating in the lower atmosphere made one feel utterly oppressed. Mountains stood in the distance, black as ink, smooth and glossy. The ground near at hand resembled cooled lava, deep black with faint veins of reddish glow. The iris lay decayed and battered like a rotting corpse, and the worm was the decomposer of that corpse. The decomposers were not just one, they numbered in the tens of thousands, gathering not far away. The one before him was no more than a scout. As a general, Zhang Fan immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. They fed on metal. The ruined iris was of little concern, but the human embryos stored within it must never be touched. But what could he do? Without hands, without a body, he could only float motionless in the nutrient solution. What meaning was there in living like this? Zhang Fan cursed Selena, cursed Yan Hao. Their leaving was understandable enough, but they should have at least told him why they did it. Fear. Helplessness. Zhang Fan watched the worm army drawing closer. He had to stop them. Tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, of worms climbed onto the bow of the iris. They had already occupied her defensive armor and were gnawing through reinforced plating 20 centimeters thick. Armor that could withstand the pulse cannons of the Chia aliens was disappearing before his eyes beneath their jaws. The worm swarm blanketed the entire surface of the iris. In his helplessness, Zhang Fan began to writhe. He began to command his purple crystal-like body to twist. Better to fight than wait to die. Even with a body like this, by pressing, by rolling, he would not let them get within half a step of the human embryo storage chamber. High-strength bulletproof glass became the barrier between Zhang Fan and the worm swarm. Crash. He would shatter it with his own body. In Zhang Fan's mind, nothing was impossible. It was only a matter of willingness. Now he was the sole hope for humanity's continuation. If these embryos were destroyed, what meaning was there in his existence? Under his relentless impacts, the high-strength bulletproof glass finally cracked. Hope was before him. Bang! With a sharp sound, the purple crystal Zhang Fan was flushed out of the culture vessel by the nutrient solution. He crashed heavily onto the steel floor. He had no time to feel pain because he was already surrounded by worms, so dense they formed a seething mass. These worms seemed to scrutinize the strange creature that had fallen from above. They did not attack, instead they chose to watch in silence. 3 worms broke from the formation and came before Zhang Fan. They probed him with their spines. Zhang Fan recoiled instinctively, but that only awakened their urge to attack. The worm swarm began to tighten its encirclement. One worm actually clamped its blender-like mouthparts onto the crystal pillar on Zhang Fan's body. A searing pain tore through him. Zhang Fan realized he had to fight back. His only weapon was the body that could shatter even high-strength bulletproof glass. With a single blow, Zhang Fan crushed one worm into pulp-splattering pale yellow fluid. Even when he had been unable to fight, he had still fought. Now there was no reason to hesitate. One smash killed one worm, one roll flattened a whole stretch. This one-sided battle made Zhang Fan laugh. He had never imagined he would fight in such an absurd way, headbutting, body slamming, no technique whatsoever, relying purely on the strength of his body. After a frenzy of crushing, the worms began to retreat. The floor of the biology lab was already covered with a layer of pale yellow worm blood. Suddenly Zhang Fan's consciousness grew hazy. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and in an instant he sank into deep sleep. When he woke again, he was still where he had been, but the floor of the biology lab looked as if someone had cleaned it, smooth, even faintly reflective. Did Selena and the others come back? That was the only explanation Zhang Fan could think of. He wanted to go find them, so he began to crawling across the smooth floor. This is... Then Zhang Fan suddenly realized the change in his body. He could secrete some kind of lubricating fluid. By relying on that fluid, he could reduce friction and move like a snail. His body was also more than twice its former size, and his purple crystal frame was now covered in short, hard spikes. The worms had not completely retreated. They still lingered nearby, ceaselessly devouring the entire iris. Zhang Fan guarded the human embryo storage unit, not daring to attack on his own while those worms did not come within a single step of the biology lab. Zhang Fan watched the worms devouring the iris. The worms, as they ate, kept an eye on Zhang Fan's every move. The two sides entered a standoff. Zhang Fan wanted to go to Selena for help, but after searching the entire iris with his consciousness, he found no trace of her or Yan Hao. While searching for Selena with his consciousness, Zhang Fan suddenly sensed another conscious presence, an immense stream of consciousness. It was formed of millions upon millions of consciousnesses converging, and it covered the whole iris. If he hadn't been searching for Selena, he would never have noticed it, because he himself was submerged in that powerful stream. A fish in the sea can never know it lives in water unless it leaps above the surface. Immersed in that ocean of consciousness, Zhang Fan realized again that he too was a component of the stream. Unbridled imagination is the wellspring of creation. A wild thought struck him: could he control these consciousnesses? The result was, yes, he could. He could merge those tiny consciousnesses into his own. And that vast consciousness came from the millions of worms. How did they reproduce so quickly? Amitosis, the method of reproduction of unicellular organisms. But worms are multicellular organisms, aren't they? Silicon-based life, unicellular primordial worm-like creatures akin to the amoeba among carbon-based life forms. Zhang Fan, who possessed 4.6 billion years of biological knowledge, seemed to be consulting a database, asking and answering himself. So that means they are actually different individuals split from one entity. That is one way to understand it. Their gene chains and genetic factors are exactly identical by human standards. They are different individuals of the same organism. If only I could undergo amitosis too, how wonderful that would be. The instant the thought crossed his mind, his body began to change rapidly. It rolled and twisted endlessly, splitting from bottom to top, cracking, breaking apart, dividing. Two identical spiked purple crystal bodies appeared on the floor of the biology lab. A carbon-silicon amalgam life form could actually undergo amitosis too. Zhang Fan's excitement was beyond words, and he began to divide himself frantically. 2 became 4, 4 became 8. In an instant the entire biology lab was filled with Zhang Fan's forms. A carbon-silicon worm legion had been born. Revenge began. Countless Zhang Fans surged toward the silicon-based primordial worms. Slaughter. Merciless slaughter. After the purge, the carbon-silicon worms had massacred every last silicon-based primordial worm. His body then began to absorb the pale yellow fluid of the silicon-based primordial worms, and the individuals that absorbed the fluid grew larger in size. A demonstration of individual variation. What if a powerful individual absorbed the others and then divided? Zhang Fan was a man of action. Half of the carbon-silicon primordial worms began to slaughter one another. The survivors absorbed the fluid of the dead, growing vaster still. In this cycle, a carbon-silicon primordial worm the size of a puppy was born. Division. But after it divided into 2, it could not divide again. Hunger. Any division requires energy, and the energy required depends on the size of the individual. The 2 puppy-sized carbon-silicon primordial worms now needed energy, but the surrounding silicon-based worms had already been wiped out by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan turned his gaze to the iris. Eat. Eat until there was enough to divide, then divide and eat again. The million-ton class cosmic life exploration vessel was eaten down to nothing but the biology lab by Zhang Fan's carbon-silicon worms. When the worms approached the biology lab, Zhang Fan realized that his old reserves had been exhausted. Develop new food sources. An army of tens of millions of carbon-silicon primordial worms began to spread outward from the biology lab in all directions. Death Star, the name Zhang Fan gave to this hellish planet. After the Death Star's sun had undergone 600 dawns and dusks, all primordial life on the planet had been replaced by Zhang Fan's worms. They began to evolve into utterly different individuals, and quite a few species even evolved intelligence. A mad dog with a dog-like body, 6 legs, double claws and sharp fangs. A mother worm that retained a worm form but possessed venom and extraordinary reproductive ability. A sword mantis that walked on 4 legs with blade-like arms and incredible speed. A war elephant with an elephantine body, 6 legs, huge ears, a long trunk, massive tusks and clumsy movements. A night monkey with a small delicate body walking upright on 2 legs with 4 arms and a body encased in black hard armor bearing intelligence. A demon ape evolved from the night monkey, having abandoned intelligence in exchange for a stronger body, greater speed and more ferocity. Zhang Fan had brought forth an entirely new carbon-silicon ecosystem fully adapted to this planet on the Death Star. These carbon-silicon lifeforms were all independent individuals, each with its own evolution and behavioral patterns, yet embedded in their genes was Zhang Fan's consciousness. Obedience, absolute obedience. A planet utterly obedient to Zhang Fan waited quietly for prey to appear. Because he was prepared, he had sent a distress signal into the universe. For the Death Star to evolve creatures capable of building starships would require at least 1,000,000 years. Zhang Fan could wait, but the human embryos, which could only be stored for 1,000 years, could not. He had to leave the Death Star and find a way back to Earth. Since Earth's signal had lured the Chia aliens, perhaps the Death Star signal would lure them as well. Let the Chia aliens carry the primordial worms back to their home world and then revenge. The Rebecans, a star-colonizing race that had recently risen in the Western universe, possessed C-class fold engines. Having begun interstellar colonization less than a century ago, they were fervently devoted to exploring the stars. Captain, we have received a repeated unknown signal, possibly a distress signal. After hearing the sensor officer's report, Captain Liliwat asked eagerly intelligent beings. The signal is being transmitted as electronic pulses with a maximum range of 5000 light-years. It should be from low-level intelligent life. Liliwa exchanged a smile with First Mate Xialisi. We've struck it rich. Change course at once and make for the signal's origin. I will name that planet after my wife. Day and night he had gazed at the starry sky, hoping the Chia people would receive the signal and come here. In his mind, Zhang Fan had already lived out countless scenarios of boarding a Chia warship. An all-out assault by every carbon-silicon lifeform. If the first strike failed, they would certainly flee. Given their technology and temperament, once they escaped, the Dead Star would face the same fate as Earth, or perhaps something worse. Ambush and infiltration. If he could not plunder their genes, whether a Chia warship could even sustain carbon-based life would remain a huge problem, and once discovered it would mean death just the same. Even if he did manage to board a Chia warship, how could human embryos be preserved? If millions of human embryos were found, it would still be a dead end. Zhang Fan chose to devour 2 human embryos to see whether he could recombine and fuse a complete human genetic sequence within his own body. After several rounds of testing, he finally discovered a way to preserve human genes intact inside himself. On his silicon-based body, he isolated a region for storing pure human genes, with each embryo's individual differences preserved beneath its foundational factors. In this way, he safeguarded both the common basis and the individual variability of human genes. As a result, Zhang Fan devoured 1 million physical human embryos and converted them into biological data stored within his true body. All he had to do now was wait for the Chia people to arrive. After countless cycles of day and night, Zhang Fan finally sensed a disturbance in the sky. A strange alien vessel descended upon the dead star. This alien starship, with a flattened prow and an elongated stern radiating a pale blue glow, did not belong to the Chia. Zhang Fan began to watch the strange alien ship's movements with great caution. Humanity's failure had been to make reckless contact with a power it could not contend with, and Zhang Fan had absolutely no intention of repeating that mistake. The Rebecca interstellar exploration ship landed smoothly on the dead star, and 3 Rebeccans in biological exo-armor stepped slowly down from the vessel. Captain, the life structure on this planet is bizarre. These life forms have overturned our understanding of cosmic biology. They are carbon-silicon life. You mean multi-elemental life forms actually exist in the universe? Yes, Captain. Their existence will rewrite history. Your name will be carved forever in the most prominent place in the exploration hall. Captain Liliwa smiled modestly. No, all our names will be carved in the exploration hall. After a round of mutual compliments and flattery, Liliwa looked over the desolate dead star and said to the sensor officer, "Samples. We need samples now." 730 meters to the northwest, a creature is moving slowly. Its energy reading is between 5 and 10 bells. Seeing that Liliwa intended to go personally, first mate Xialisi quickly tried to stop him. "Captain, leave this to me and 2 catchers. You'd better hold command aboard the Star Moon. Xialisi, you're too cautious. A creature with an energy reading of only 5 bells can't possibly pose any danger. You hold the Star Moon down." Without giving Xialisi a chance to object, Liliwa led 2 catchers off the exploration ship. Several kilometers away, Zhang Fan watched them heading toward a juvenile mad dog and roughly guessed their intentions. Zhang Fan smiled at a night monkey beside him. "I've prepared a gift for them, but they shouldn't get to take it away so easily. They must leave something behind in return." The night monkey let out a series of clattering howls, and hundreds of sword mantises bolted toward the Rebeccans. Have 2 mother worms hatch a few larvae near them. 2 enormous mother worms crawled out from beneath the ground, and less than 100 meters from the Rebecca exploration ship began their hatching process in full view. "Captain, 2 creatures with energy readings above 60 bells have suddenly appeared near the Star Moon." Liliwa asked tensely, "Are they doing anything?" "Order the guard unit to protect the Star Moon. We've got the sample and we're heading back. They have no offensive intent. They seem to be reproducing." Liliwa burst into laughter. "Low-intelligence creatures, they breed without even picking a proper spot. Still, a 60-bell creature is better left unprovoked." After a brief silence, the communicator abruptly sounded with a tense, panicked warning, "Captain, come back at once. A large number of 30-bell creatures are surging toward you. They are showing obvious hostile intent. Hurry back." Hearing the sensor officers cry, Liliwa and the 2 catchers immediately quickened their pace, but they were no match for the sword mantises in speed. Within seconds, hundreds of sword mantises had surrounded the 3 Rebeccans. Zhang Fan's purpose, however, was not to slaughter them but to test their abilities. The Rebeccans attacked with energy, and astonishingly, that energy came from within their own bodies. This stirred Zhang Fan's interest immensely. 30 sword mantises separated one catcher from the others, while the rest made feigned attacks to drive off Liliwa and the other catcher carrying the young mad dog. Zhang Fan needed to break down only one of them. He intended to keep the genes for generating energy attacks from within the body here on the dead star. After all, this was his lair. "Xialisi, get ready. We've broken out. The moment we're aboard, take off immediately." The reply from the communicator finally put Liliwa somewhat at ease. "We're ready for takeoff." After a life-and-death struggle, Liliwa finally broke out of the encirclement. He was less than 100 meters from the Star Moon, and just when he thought victory was within reach, dozens of night monkeys suddenly appeared before the ship. "Dispatch the guard unit. More unidentified creatures have appeared." Xialisi asked in confusion, but the detector shows nothing at all. "Enough talk, these cursed creatures are right in front of us. Quick!" Dozens of fully armed soldiers rushed out of the Star Moon. The energy weapons they held were immensely powerful. A single energy wave could pierce a night monkey's defenses. Zhang Fan smiled. Impressive. I'll gladly accept that weapon. The night monkeys attacked the Star Moon furiously, but their target was only the Rebecca people. They did not board the starship. After losing 3 guard members and 2 catchers, Liliwa finally stepped aboard the Star Moon, shaken but safe. The Star Moon lifted off at once and left that staggeringly dangerous planet behind. Zhang Fan watched the alien starship vanish into the starlight and smiled. Finally I can leave. He glanced at the mother worm beside him. The dead star will be left in your care. When I return I expect you to be ready. The mother worm prostrated itself before Zhang Fan's true body. Then Zhang Fan's consciousness slipped into a protozoan that had been quietly lurking in the Star Moon amid the chaos. Aboard the Star Moon, Captain Liliwa removed his outer bioarmor, revealing his true form, less than a meter tall with long emerald ears, a pointed snout and short limbs. Zhang Fan, lying still beside the duct, had no interest in him. It was the bioarmor just peeled off that seized Zhang Fan's gaze. This armor is incredible, 6 tentacles for close combat and ranged energy blasts. Who would have thought that a creature the size of a sesame seed could have such advanced biotech? Zhang Fan did not care where he would be taken. All he needed to do now was analyze the genes he had plundered, lie in wait on the Star Moon, and evolve further once they reached the Rebecca homeworld. Captain, that was incredibly dangerous just now. I never expected the creatures on this planet to have such primitive aggression. Liliwa paid no heed to Zhang. Gazing at the mad dog he had captured through such hardship, he laughed loudly. How much do you think the Explorers Committee would pay for this? After a quick estimate, Zhang said, if we can make that battle sound even more thrilling, I believe 2 million Star Moon credits should be no problem. Liliwa was plainly not satisfied with that number. And if we sell it on the black market? They absolutely love creatures that have never been discovered before. Zhang shook his head. According to the Interstellar Exploration Act, half of this planet's development rights belong to its discoverer. Captain, don't lose a fortune over a small gain. Liliwa slapped his little green forehead and exclaimed, how could I forget something so important? The losses in that battle were too heavy. All I could think of was selling it for enough to compensate our fallen brothers. Thank the stars you reminded me. It was only right. After 3 short distance fold jumps, the Star Moon returned to its homeworld Rebecca. Liliwa had brought back not only carbon-silicon biological samples for his planet but also dozens of carbon-silicon protozoans that had been lurking in the ship's conduits. The Star Moon had barely stopped when Liliwa hurried off with the mad dog to the Interstellar Exploration Association for appraisal while the crew went to their victory banquet. Dozens of protozoans silently latched onto those crew members and slipped into the blue planet. Zhang Fan had decided to plunder the finest genes from lower lifeforms first. The Rebecca people he would save for last. This time Zhang Fan was not in a hurry to evolve at once. What he needed now was patience, to wait calmly until his worm legion had reached a certain size. Because now he would not be facing primitive species, he would be facing intelligent alien humanoids with technology far more advanced than Earth's. Until he could crush them with absolute power, the only right choice was to lie low and grow strong. Rebecca was a beautiful planet, its sky as azure as Earth as its iridescent clouds, making Zhang Fan feel as though he had wandered into a fairy tale. Rebecca's civilization was built primarily on biological technology supplemented by arcane energy. For Zhang Fan this place was paradise, but not for humanity. Zhang Fan released several proto-organisms into the river far from the city while he lurked within the metropolis, observing the daily lives of the Rebecca people to learn their habits and weaknesses. Zhang Fan was cautious and patient. In the sewers he slowly devoured creatures akin to Earth's cockroaches and rats, analyzing their genes and splicing the finest traits into his own genetic chain. Mother, lately I've noticed something very strange. A young Rebecca girl pointed toward the kitchen, her face alight with excitement as if she had discovered a new continent. What have you found? A planet spinning in the kitchen. Ha ha. The Rebecca girl pointed at a cute little creature with fluttering sparkling eyes. I found it in the sewer. What kind of creature is this? It looks adorable, but you can't keep sewer creatures as pets. Know what I mean is the disgusting chocho bugs haven't appeared in the kitchen ever since. Well, it certainly solves quite a few problems. Are you planning to keep it? The Rebecca girl turned and ran off. Zhang Fan was taken aback. He had done everything perfectly. He had devoured 2 pet dogs, absorbed all their best traits, and evolved into this appearance. Did the little girl dislike it? Just as the Rebecca girl was about to release her arcane energy at it, she ran back carrying a transparent box. Zhang Fan knew he had succeeded. This goblin-like Rebecca girl had taken a liking to him and he had officially become her pet. My name's Lisa. What about you? Purple scales, little spines on your back, I'll name you Purple Thorn. Zhang Fan couldn't understand a word she said, nor did he want to. He simply intended to use this naive girl to provide him with food, meat the kind he could never access in the sewers. The Rebecca people had a custom Zhang Fan found utterly incomprehensible. They burned their leftover meat while only vegetable scraps were dumped into the sewers. Even more exasperating to Zhang Fan was that the Rebecca people were the only carnivores on this entire planet. And Zhang Fan was the second. After enduring 3 days of hunger, the Rebecca girl finally placed a slice of meat into his cage. An entirely new gene. This genetic sequence was unlike anything the proto-organisms sent beyond the city had ever encountered, an animal possessing an arcane reservoir capable of spraying a stream of plasma fluid. As for its destructive power, Zhang Fan dared not test it, yet he needed far more data and Lisa could no longer provide it. That day a friend of Lisa's arrived, a Rebecca boy, and they seemed quite close. But this boy named Huading caught sight of Zhang Fan. "What is this thing?" "Purple thorn. I found him." Lisa whispered to Huading, "He eats meat." Huading exclaimed, "I eat meat too. I even drink blood." "Does he drink it?" Lisa examined the creature for a moment, then shook her head. "None of us drink blood. Why would you want to?" "Because I'm the strongest. These humble creatures are nothing but my slaves. Eating their flesh and drinking their blood is their fortune." Lisa clearly didn't wish to continue the topic, but Zhang Fan had grown interested in the boy. It seemed he could gain far more from him. Lisa would certainly never give him away, so everything depended on whether these two good friends would choose to share. Zhang Fan performed an amatotic division right before their eyes. When 2 purple thorns appeared inside the glass tank, Huading immediately gasped. It split into 2. "Can you give me one? If not, I'll pay for it." Lisa hesitated. If there had been only one, she would never have parted with it, but the creature had split into 2. After all, true friends should learn to share. Huading carried Zhang Fan's duplicate home. A mansion several times larger than Lisa's, where he lived all alone. This suited Zhang Fan well enough. No sooner had Huading settled him in than he brought several slices of meat, sitting quietly nearby and watching Zhang Fan eat like one might gaze upon a mountain of gold, his eyes brimming with greed. "Little thing, you copied yourself earlier, didn't you? I saw it. Can you make another one?" Zhang Fan understood nothing he said. For now nothing mattered more than devouring the genes of this meat. Huading did treat him well, supplying large quantities of meat, though he spent every day chattering nonsense Zhang Fan couldn't comprehend. Still, the boy was clever enough to use body language to communicate with Zhang Fan, who quickly realized the boy wanted him to divide. As it happened, Zhang Fan's energy reserves were sufficient and the creature actually initiated the division on its own. How could Zhang Fan refuse to oblige? Huading scooped up the freshly divided offspring and kissed it in sheer ecstasy. He actually sold the divided individual to a neighbor for 500 star moon coins. When he returned, he rewarded Zhang Fan with meat worth 5 star moon coins and said, "From today onward you're mine. I am your only master." The boy was exceptionally shrewd. He sought out Lisa's parents and purchased the original body in Lisa's home for 100 star moon coins. And so he began his frenzied path to wealth, with Zhang Fan entering the public eye of the Rebecca people under the guise of a pet. Within less than a decade, thanks to Huading's efforts, Zhang Fan's divided bodies had found their way into countless households. Moreover, Zhang Fan's minor evolutions drove the Rebecca people into rapture. Mutant purple thorns had become a global sensation. Zhang Fan's original body remained obedient and silent by Huading's side, for with the boy's wealth no one could lay a finger on him, not even the Interstellar Exploration Council. Liliwa, bearing classified documents concerning the Mad Dog, led a delegation of Exploration Council officials to Huading's top-floor office in Tianyue Tower, the tallest commercial building on Rebecca. He furiously hurled the Mad Dog files onto Huading's desk. This carbon-silicon organism was brought back from planet Lena, and it was already approved by the Interstellar Exploration Council. Lena was named after my wife. You dare steal our biological samples? Facing Liliwa's fury, Huading merely shrugged. You've been suing me before the Interstellar Exploration Council for 10 years. Any results? Of course. Liliwa stepped aside with confidence and several council officials stepped forward. Hand over purple thorn and cease all sales of it immediately. This species was first discovered by Mr. Liliwa and his team, and all rights belong to him. Huading smiled. There's something you've all misunderstood. Liliwa is merely an employee of mine. The Star Moon exploration expeditions were funded and authorized by me. The crowd stared blankly at Liliwa, who looked just as bewildered. Since when did the Star Moon become your employee? We are an exploration vessel registered with the Interstellar Exploration Council. The Star Moon belongs solely to me. To Liliwa's rebuttal, Huading only smiled. Just now before you walked in, I bought the Interstellar Exploration Council. So any exploration ship registered there, are they not my employees? The moment Huading finished speaking, several officials received notifications from the Interstellar Exploration Council. Mr. Liliwa, we're sorry but we can no longer assist you. We hope you can reach an amicable negotiation with the chairman. Liliwa stood frozen in place as the officials saluted Huading and departed from the office hall. Zhang Fan watched the despairing Liliwa, a helpless discoverer crushed beneath the wheels of capital. Liliwa silently left the hall. Yet a war between the explorers and Huading was brewing. As the discoverer of the carbon-silicon lifeform, Liliwa commanded great prestige among the exploration fleet. He began uniting other exploration ships in defiance. War was on the verge of erupting, which was exactly what Zhang Fan hoped for. Peace. Once exposed, he would become a target for every Rebecca being. On a planet with but a single carnivorous species, his Zerg genetic pool had hardly evolved. War, however, brings chaos, and when Huading was at his most desperate, he would crave greater power. When that time came, the entire planet would become his stage. And never would the Rebecca people realize that the mastermind behind it all was an unremarkable worm. The war on Rebecca erupted within 2 months, just as Zhang Fan had foreseen. Huading's mercenaries and Liliwa's exploration fleet waged a 3-year war. Several cities were reduced to rubble and tens of millions were left homeless. Even Huading, the wealthiest man on Rebecca, was beginning to buckle under the relentless attrition. After all, he was not the only wealthy man. Many coveted his position, and those secretly funding the exploration fleet were numerous beyond count. The major consortiums had yet to act simply because they were watching and waiting. They too were silent hunters. Whoever fell first between Huading and the exploration fleet would become their prey. Seeing Huading downcast over the string of defeats, Zhang Fan decided to give him a helping hand. A female secretary burst into the office in terror. Sir, Chitian City has fallen. We have only this place left. If we don't find a way soon, Purple Thorn, shedding its usual docile demeanor, lunged at her and savagely tore open her throat, greedily devouring her flesh. Huading stared at Purple Thorn in horror. Purple Thorn, what are you doing? Having absorbed the genes of the Rebecca people, Zhang Fan could finally understand him. In fluent Rebecca language he replied, someone is challenging your authority. I only wanted to help. You can speak. Ha ha ha, is that so surprising? What in the world are you? Just your money-making tool, isn't that right? What do you want? What are you planning? I've served you for 10 years. It's time you repaid me. Zhang Fan gave him no chance to speak further. After devouring Huading, he began his final evolution on Rebecca. But before that, he issued his army an order to fight to the death. Upon receiving the order to fight to the death, Aganstilla's exploration fleetaneries attacked Lawana, the fleet's main city. As the mercenaries pressed, all of Zhang Fan's subordinates began frenziedly turning on their master, the one who devours them. The purple spikes are indeed monsters forged by Hua Xing. He intends to rule Labika Star with creatures like these. For the mercenaries, the arrival of mutated purple thorns made the fighting noticeably easier, and Lawana City fell in less than a day. Liliwa could only lead the remaining exploration fleet to retreat from Lawana City, but as soon as they landed near the nearby Kaib City, they were surrounded by innumerable mutated purple thorns. Liliwa looked on in despair as the purple thorns surged toward him like a tide, and the few hundred remaining soldiers were swept away in a matter of seconds. Having abandoned resistance, Liliwa closed his eyes and awaited the arrival of death. The rumbling of the purple thorn tide rushing past his feet, the earth trembling beneath him, yet the scythe of death never fell. Liliwa opened his eyes blankly, regarding his more bewildered deputy Cialis. Why aren't they attacking us? Captain, I don't quite understand either. Is he trying to toy with us? A night monkey suddenly appeared before them. Liliwa, terrified by the night monkey, whispered, "These are monsters from Rena Star." Cialis shouted at the smiling night monkey, "How did you get here?" Zhang Fan bowed to them and said, "I am here to thank you for bringing me away from the Death Star." The two Liliwas were too shaken to find words. For 10 years they had nourished a Quanchuan, not knowing that the night monkey had long lain in wait by their side. After the shock, Liliwa grew calm and said, "You did bring me here on purpose, didn't you?" "Yes. I am a grateful person. A human." "You actually call yourself a human? You're just a monster. If you could call me a demon, I would thank you." "Demon, what is your purpose?" "Destroy Labika." "Then you have already succeeded. There is no need to flaunt it before us." Zhang Fan, using the night monkey's body, waved and smiled, "Thank you. Although my methods may not be acceptable to you, I have indeed come with the aim of building peace and friendship." "Peace? Is this what you call peace?" Zhang Fan wasn't bothered by Liliwa's roar. He calmly said, "Peace is often bought with blood. When you are stronger than my Quanchuan, would you talk peace with it?" Liliwa was speechless, for he had never regarded the Quanchuan as a being capable of equal dialogue. Zhang Fan continued, "Now we have swapped roles from 10 years ago, and I offer you peace. Cialis asked, then 10 years ago why didn't you appear to speak with us? I told you I am grateful for you taking me off the Death Star because I am a grateful person. You now have the right to stand here. Moreover, 10 years ago's peace is worth little to you. Your terms. I will claim half of this planet, surrender the Libika people's biological armor technology and the exploration fleet technology. I allow you to continue developing your civilization here as long as you do not study space technology. I am just a greedy little man. I cannot represent the entire planet. Zhang Fan stepped closer to Lawana, lifting Lawana's head with the night monkey's claws. Small fry. You so-called great men and the mercenaries you lead have already become my slaves, and you, the little man who brought me back, must learn to live peacefully with me and my clan on this planet. After all, my clan has lived with you in peace for 10 years as pets. Cialis asked, you could have wiped us out, so why show mercy and pity now? I reiterate, I am a grateful person and I will not allow you to study space exploration technology because there is an immensely powerful alien race hidden in the shadows. I do not want my planet's tragedy to be repeated on you. The trend is clear for Libika to have a place in the universe. I am willing to negotiate, Liliwa said, patting Cialis on the shoulder. I did not misjudge you. From today the Libika people and my clan will welcome a brand new peace. Zhang Fan kept his word. His insect tide ceased the slaughter of Libika, and all remaining Libika surrendered their biological armor and exploration ships and were allowed to reside in the harshest part of Libika, Goblin Gorge. At the Goblin Gorge entrance, Zhang Fan's true form, the Motherworm, met with the Libika chairman Liliwa for a final talk. The more you hate me now, the more you will thank me in the end. Overlord, I have thought for a long time. If we did not have space exploration technology, we would not have come to Rena. To the Death Star, and you would not have been brought back here, and this would not be the ending. My original clan and yours made the same mistake, but alas, the ending leaves only me. You are the lucky ones. Deputy Chairman Cialis suddenly asked, Overlord, you intend to take revenge? Aren't you afraid we will seek revenge? You are welcome to challenge me at any time. I will give Libika about 30 years to develop. We have plenty of time. Facing Zhang Fan's confidence, Cialis fell silent. Without the bioarmor they stood no chance before the might of the insect tide. Libika Star was pacified and Zhang Fan deployed a large number of mutated purple thorns in Goblin Gorge. He had long decided that after humans returned to Earth he would restore freedom to the Libika people. But before that, if the Libika rebel, he would mercilessly erase them in the grand mission of human vengeance. Other things pale in significance. Zhang Fan began the colossal project of merging Libika Star's genes with the Death Star's biogenomes. The divergence of populations took longer than Zhang Fan had planned, taking 40 years before he could fuse a biologically armed warship capable of navigating the cosmos. The Libika Star's genes, being mostly gentle herbivores, had little effect on his insectide army. Yet the Libika genes fused with the motherworm gave birth to a highly intelligent being, the main brain. The main brain, a green motherworm, retains a primitive worm-like form. Fused with Libika bioarmor, its defenses are stronger and its 6 tubular tentacles augment its attack. The main brain possessed self-awareness, could command the purple thorns, but could not control the original carbon-based insect race. After 3 modifications, Zhang Fan removed its rebellious genes, and only then did he hand Libika Star to the main brain. And he himself, bearing a portion of the purple thorns and the Libika gene primitive worms, along with a vast new Libika mercenary army, set out into the stars seeking Earth's whereabouts. Libika, by assembling the finest genes from half of the Libi's biosphere based on an interstellar exploration vessel, the organism's armor as its blueprint, a carbonicon insectoid lifeform warship was born in the cosmos. Length 60 kilometers to 0 kilometers, a crocodile-headed frog-bellied form, dragon bone fins, 6-clawed appendages propelled by the fin claws as the primary drive, accelerated by magical energy, and the C-class biological engine serving as the jump drive. A force of 700 Libika units forms the vast legion under Zhang Fan's expedition, roaming the cosmos in search of a passage back to Earth. In the Tiger Shark star system, 300,000 light-years from Libika, the humanoid Yasha and the energy being Lila wage war to seize the primitive planet Camel. Thousands of warships from each side confront in the M56 planetary belt. The outcome will decide the final ownership of the Camel star and the Yasha's dominance. On the Yasha Gelros-class tactical command ship, Supreme Commander Leah Gelros glowered at the vast Lila fleet. For Yasha, we must hold this last line of defense and endure until Imperial reinforcements arrive. The command ship's radar operator suddenly reported an unknown fleet has appeared on radar. Leah looked at General Mora beside her. Could Imperial aid arrive so quickly? Mora frowned, shook her head and said, it seems it's not our aid. As the Supreme Commander, Leah felt a cold chill run down her spine. Lila's fleet had already held a 3-to-1 advantage, and now the situation grew even direr. The radar operator reported again, this unknown fleet signaled biologically, but we cannot translate it. The pilot exclaimed, Commander, Lila's fleet is turning. Mora, lost in thought, said, could it be that it's not Lila's reinforcements either? The sudden appearance of a third-party fleet put both sides on high alert, and all eyes fixed on the colossal life form slowly emerging through the star fog. What is this thing? Are they alive? My goodness, there are beings surviving in space and their size is larger than our attack ships. They look so strange. Is it a creature or a warship? Everyone was full of questions. Lila's fleet began to retreat slowly, but Leah could not. Regardless of what the mysterious fleet's purpose, she must guard this last line of defense. Try to contact them, be as friendly as possible. This is the Yasha Empire fleet requesting contact with the unknown fleet. The comms officer turned to Leah and said, Lila's signal is detected. It seems they are also talking with the unknown fleet. After 10 anxious minutes, a motionless strange fleet gradually withdrew, leaving a single vessel lingering in the middle between the Yasha and Lila fleets. Are they making a gesture? Leah thought for a moment, then said, dispatch the emissary ship. If this strange fleet does not belong to Lila, try to win them over as much as possible. The comms officer immediately reported, Lila's a small exploration vessel is approaching the mysterious fleet. Damn it. We must not let them beat us to it. Yasha's emissary ship flashed regular red signal lamps and gradually approached the mysterious fleet. It almost arrived at the same moment as Lila's exploration vessel. Everyone watched the developments. Suddenly the strange lifeform opened its massive maw, prompting a chorus of gasps from the Yasha, and everyone broke into a cold sweat for the emissary ship. There are beings. The emissary pilot's cry crackled over the comms. There is a worm-like creature standing inside the monster's mouth. What should I do? Leah nodded. It seems this creature is indeed a warship. The being should be the crew. Since they have shown no hostility, I think we can attempt further contact. The emissary pilot suddenly reported, Lila's people have teleported to the worm creature's side. The worm seems frightened. Don't move. Mora looked at Leah and said, if the worm monster engages Lila, I recommend we retreat immediately to show our friendliness. If the worm and Lila do not act, our people will go up. The pilot's terrified voice crackled behind the worm monster. A four-legged two-clawed creature appeared. It seems to be waving at me. Mora said to Leah, let me go. I hope to win us an ally, at least not another enemy. If the situation isn't right, teleport back immediately. Yasha needs you. Mora smiled faintly and turned toward the teleport chamber. Moments later, the emissary pilot's voice returned, Mora, the general has entered. The monster's huge maw closed in Mora and the command ship lost contact. The emissary could no longer receive Mora's life signal. Hours of waiting. Finally the comms crackled again with the emissary pilot's voice, Lila's small vessel has withdrawn. Leah asked in alarm, where is General Mora? Have you received General Mora's signal? Not yet. Report, the unknown bioship is turning toward us. Leah asked in confusion, what are they planning? The radar operator cried, Lila's fleet has retreated. They have all retreated. Leah breathed a sigh of relief, at last some good news. Then Mora's excited voice crackled over the comms commander. Prepare a feast to welcome our new friends, the insect race from the Libaika Alliance. Leah's worries settled at last. Mora's diplomatic prowess was astonishing. She managed to drive Lila away and bring back an ally. Moon City, the third colonial star, Moon City Commander's Hall Banquet Hall. Nobles from the third colonial star gathered in the splendid hall where peace emblems with four arms decorated the space to honor their insect friends from Libaika. All emblems were changed to purple. The third colonial star's supreme ruler Leah in full dress led the nobles to stand at the banquet hall's threshold to show respect. Mora led the slow-moving mother insect and two armored night monkeys toward the banquet hall. Leah saw the tall bull-sized mother insect over 3 meters high feel a twinge of unease but still stepped forward to greet them. I, as the supreme leader of the third colonial star, on behalf of the Yasha Empire, welcome our friends from Libaika. The mother insect answered in fluent Yasha, thank you, leader Leah. I, Zhang Fan, come with peace and hope to become friends with the Yasha. All the Yasha present burst into exclamations. They never expected this worm-like creature to speak Yasha with such fluency. Under Leah's lead, the mother insect walked into the banquet hall surrounded by Yasha nobles while 2 night monkeys stood at the hall's doorway like soldiers. Leah glanced at the 2 sturdy night monkeys and said nothing more, simply signaling the captain of the guards with a discreet glance. The mother insect suddenly said, Leader Leah, you need not mind me. If you dislike them, I can have my guards leave. Leah replied with a hint of awkwardness, Captain Zhang Fan. Please do not misunderstand, I merely do not want to neglect 2 worthy warriors. If that is the case, then please Leah assign someone to provide them with some food. I wonder what your insect friends eat. Raw meat. The Yasha Empire was the most powerful sovereign of the Western universe, holding dominion over 37 galaxies and an imperial fleet that had never known defeat. Zhang Fan, however, was indifferent to all that. He had chosen to appear only because the Yasha were humanoids, hoping through them to find a temporary refuge for Earth's humans. The Yasha's physical features were not vastly different from Earth humans, save for an extra pair of arms. 4-armed and 2-legged, they displayed no obvious facial divergence, with pale complexions and predominantly golden hair. Zhang Fan carefully studied Leah, who stood before him in ceremonial dress styled after golden-scaled battle armor, and opened the conversation. My people and I are searching for the road home. Commander Leah, have you ever heard of a galaxy called the Milky Way or of a race called Chia? Leah reflected for a moment, exchanged a few whispers with an attendant, then smiled and replied, Lord Zhang Fan, regarding the location of that galaxy I have already sent for the High Priest. I hope he can be of help to you. Zhang Fan bowed his head in salute to express his thanks. Before long, an elder wearing a magnificent long robe and a ceremonial hat decorated with a four-armed pattern supported by two scantily dressed Yaxia women walked slowly to Zhang Fan. The elder looked him over from head to toe. Zhang Fan, who belonged to the insectoid race as a brood mother. Leah led him before Zhang Fan and introduced him. This is the High Priest, one of the most learned men in the Yaxia Empire. After Zhang Fan and the High Priest had exchanged courtesies, a star map of the Milky Way galaxy suddenly materialized in the High Priest's mind. The High Priest exclaimed in surprise, Lord Zhang Fan actually possesses such miraculous power to make a star map take form inside my thoughts. Zhang Fan did not answer directly. After scrutinizing the star map carefully, the High Priest shook his head. Within 6 million light-years there is no such galaxy. The High Priest spoke with unequivocal certainty. Zhang Fan could not help but look slightly disappointed. Lord Zhang Fan, there is no need for excessive disappointment, Leah said at once. Within the vast sea of stars someone is bound to know. The Yaxia Empire is willing to devote its full strength to helping our friends of the Labika insectoid race find the road home. Filled with gratitude for Leah's warmth, Zhang Fan presented a great purple thorn to her. This is the rarest purple thorn of my race, only one is born every 3 million years. I present it to Her Highness Leah as a token of the friendship between our two peoples. Leah looked at the wriggling bug and, forcing back her nausea, accepted it with reluctance. After all, it was a divine treasure of the Labika insectoids, born only once every 3 million years. After Leah assigned a special attendant to care for the purple thorn, 6 Yaxia warriors in resplendent golden armor carried a huge crystal block into the hall. The ice blue crystal block was roughly 5 meters in size and semi-transparent. Inside it, a creature in the process of incubation could be seen curled up. Leah introduced it to Zhang Fan. This is the dragon egg of our Yaxia divine beast, the ice blue dragon. Zhang Fan bowed his head in salute and said, the Labika insectoids thank the Yaxia for their generosity. Labika and Yaxia shall forever be friends. News that Yaxia and the Labika insectoids had established diplomatic relations and formed an alliance spread throughout every galaxy in the Western universe before 6 cosmic time units had passed. Inside the blue crystal temple on Duor Star, the Lila homeworld, Lila Commander Mir Duo, his body flickering with crackling electric currents, spoke in a deep ethereal voice to the Cyclone Emperor hovering above the throne. This enormous fleet that has suddenly appeared and formed an alliance with the Yaxia is extremely disadvantageous to the future of the Empire. The Cyclone Emperor laughed heartily. An alliance. They are marching to their own annihilation. Those strange insectoids are extremely cunning, and I have already reached an agreement with them. Those lowly beings of Yaxia think they have gained a mighty ally. All they will gain is destruction. Mir Duo was lost in thought. After a moment he said, Your Majesty, these insectoids are so cunning that we cannot afford to be unprepared. The Cyclone Emperor nodded. As cunning as these insectoids are, what they want is something we do not possess. That is why they have agreed to help us defeat Yaxia. When the time comes, each side will take what it needs. Mir Duo asked curiously, We have made contact with the insectoids only once, and yet our army withdrew on our own initiative. Was that Your Majesty's intention? How could lowly beings like the Yaxia ever understand that higher beings communicate through consciousness? I took the initiative to make our development and intentions clear to the insectoids, and they gave their response. The Cyclone Emperor smiled faintly. Consciousness is far more honest than language. Then what are our next steps? Do we continue attacking Yaxia? The Cyclone Emperor nodded. Attack we certainly will, a full-scale offensive. But we are only permitted to fail, never to succeed. Your Majesty means to build prestige for our ally among the Yaxia and then leave the Yaxia to them. Having received the Cyclone Emperor's confirmation, Mir Duo said with concern, Once they replace the Yaxia, we will be facing an even more powerful enemy. As I said earlier, their needs are different from ours. Therefore they will become our best allies. Seeing how firmly the Cyclone Emperor believed in the insectoids, Mir Duo did not press the issue further. In his heart, however, he could not accept this strange race that had appeared so suddenly. Yaxia and Zhang Fan signed a series of peace treaties for mutual development. Yaxia would provide Camir Star for the Labika star insectoids to inhabit. The Labika star insectoids would hold temporary sovereignty over Camir Star, and Yaxia would hold mining rights to Mu Crystal. The Labika insectoids and the Yaxia would exchange technology, biological science, and other technical knowledge in every field. The Labika would provide bioarmor, and in exchange Yaxia would install sacred defense armor on 700 Labika insectoids. The Yaxia Empire would supply the Labika insectoids with all the food they needed and help in the search for the Milky Way galaxy Earth and the Chia race. The Labika would be responsible for the security of all Yaxia territories within 50,000 light-years surrounding Camir Star and the third colony star. The contract was to run for 999 years. Before Zhang Fan pressed his handprint onto the contract, he suddenly brought up the Lila race. Commander Leah, regarding the Lila, when we first arrived, while still unaware of the full situation, we promised the Lila that we would not take part in your war. Therefore, unless the Lila take the initiative to attack you, our Libika insectoids will not send troops merely because you ask. I hope you can understand. Leah nodded. Mola told me of this matter earlier, and we already have the Emperor's permission. Rest assured on this point. Our Yaxia are also a peace-loving race. Zhang Fan and Leah pressed their handprints onto the contract at the same moment. The formal alliance between Libika and Yaxia was thus established. At the same time, the Lila warships had already crossed the border star region. While Leah and Zhang Fan were discussing the defense deployment of Khmer Star, a messenger rushed into the banquet hall and shouted anxiously, "Lila! 3,000 Lila warships have crossed the border and are coming straight for us." The banquet hall erupted in an uproar, and nearly every noble's gaze fixed on Leah. She steadied herself. 3,000. Have the Lila dispatched their entire force? Mola glanced at Zhang Fan and said to Leah, "It seems the Lila have come because of our alliance with the Libika insectoids. They do not want us to have powerful allies." Zhang Fan understood the implication and said, "Very well, since it is the Lila who attack, let this first battle be our Libika insectoids' gift to the alliance." This. Leah started to speak but stopped. Zhang Fan swallowed a slice of Gijduo beast meat and chuckled. "My fleet has already set out. Commander Leah, Mr. Mola, please come along and watch the battle." In the Nualad star system just beyond the Yaxia frontier, the Lila fleet launched a direct assault on the planet Nualad without any declaration, while Yaxia's guardian fleet fought back with all its might. Before an elephant and ant cannot even graze its hide. Aboard the Lila command ship, Near Dwedwa, wrapped in converging currents of electricity, gazed at the pale blue planet Nualad in the distance and said coldly, "Take it. Leave not a single Yaxia warrior alive." Within half a cosmic hour, the planet Nualad had been dyed red with Yaxia blood. The despairing cries of the Yaxia were drowned out by cannon fire. Kailuan, the garrison commander of Nualad, fought desperately with her 3 Royal Guard legions before the gates of Mingyue City. Before them, a sky-darkening mechanical legion surged forward like a tidal wave. The ice-blue cannons atop the city walls poured out Yaxia's fury upon the Lila, yet they were powerless to hold the tide. "Commander Kailuan, the ice-blue cannons have grown too cold to be fired again." This news was salt in the wound. The Royal Guard Legion had already crossed blades with the Lila mechanical army. Without the ice-blue cannon fire to sever the mechanical legion's reinforcements, the Yaxia warriors' barriers alone could not hold for half an hour before Mingyue City fell. The giant scarabs of the mechanical legion rained devastating cluster fire into the Royal Guard formations. With every explosion, hundreds of warriors were reduced to ash. "Release the ice-blue dragons. Destroy their scarabs." Hundreds of ice-blue dragons were unchained and under the command of their dragon knights soared into the sky from Mingyue City. Every dragon roar vented the fury of Yaxia. Ice projectiles slammed into the scarab machines, and at last the tide of battle began to turn. But Kailuan knew the reversal was only temporary. The ice-blue dragons were Nualad's final bastion, and the ice-blue dragon legion could not endure much longer. The Lila Air Force's Dragon Slayer machines, crafted specifically to counter the ice-blue dragons, had already risen into the sky, a sky-darkening host bearing down on the ice-blue dragon legion. "Commander, the Dragon Slayer machines. Perhaps we should pull the ice-blue dragon legion back." Kailuan laughed bitterly. "Where is there left to retreat to? The battlefield is our only destination." In the sky, the ice-blue dragon legion was forced into a desperate melee against the Dragon Slayer machines made to destroy them, while on the ground the Royal Guard legions were nearly swallowed whole by the mechanical army. Of the 3 legions, hundreds of thousands of Yaxia warriors, fewer than 2 in 10, remained. The Yaxia warriors pressed before the city gate, war despair on their faces. "Warriors, your names will be remembered forever by Yaxia. For Yaxia." Kailuan dismissed her shield, drew her twin swords, and plunged into the mechanical legion, weaving among the machine soldiers and cutting down foes in every direction. Kailuan broke through the dense barrage, vaulted onto a scarab, and drove her sword through its command core. As the scarab toppled, she raised her long sword and roared, "Defend Mingyue City unto death." The radiance of heroism swept away the shadow of despair. The remaining Yaxia warriors raised their swords and charged the mechanical legion for a final desperate stand. Standing atop the fallen scarab, Kailuan suddenly heard a deep magnetic masculine voice in her mind. "Need some help?" Startled, Kailuan looked around in panic but saw no one. Sword in hand, she roared, "Who? Who is speaking?" "An ally of Yaxia. Zhang Fan, overlord of the Libika swarm." "Where is your swarm?" "Right above your head." With a heaven-shaking shriek, the sky split apart and a colossal Libika emerged, revealing its terrifying crocodilian head. All of Mingyue City was cast into shadow, yet this shadow from an ally warmed hearts far more than sunlight ever could. The surviving warriors outside Manhwa City burst into frenzied cheers. Libika! Libika! In Kailawan's mind, Zhang Fan's voice sounded once more. General Kailawan, take your people and rest. Leave the rest to me. I will not let an ally fight alone, especially not for our Yasha. Hahaha, General Kailawan, rest is so that you may fight better. Withdraw your soldiers. When the swarm fights, it is hard to tell friend from foe, hahaha. At Zhang Fan's mildly warning words, Kailawan saluted the Libika and said, then I entrust this to you. Zhang Fan did not answer. Tens of thousands of sword mantises teleported down from the Libika to the ground and with lightning speed charged into the Lila Mechanical Legion. Before the Mechanical Legion could open fire, countless machines had already fallen. In speed, the Mechanical Legion was almost helpless to even track the sword mantises. Countless twin-winged purple stingers flew toward the Lila Dragon Slayer machines like a swarm of locusts. Small and unbelievably fast, they were utterly beyond the reach of machines that had been designed to counter the ice blue dragons. Aboard his command ship in outer space, Mir Duo witnessed it all. The Libika swarm was even more powerful than he had imagined. On the ground they were nearly invincible, the only way to destroy them would be in the void of space. Gazing at the several hundred Libikas before him, a bold idea suddenly rose in Mirdwood's mind. I advise you not to do that. After all, I have an agreement with His Majesty the Whirlwind Emperor. If you dare break that agreement, do not blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly resounded in Mirdwood's consciousness. He stammered in fright. After composing himself for a moment, he asked, what exactly is your purpose? With your power, are you truly here to seek peace? My people and I want only to go home and to take revenge. I care nothing about your war or your peace. I only want what I need. But if you dare violate the agreement, I won't hesitate to plunder it from you instead. At that moment, the Whirlwind Emperor's voice also burst into Mirdwood's mind. You damned fool, what are you thinking? How dare you defy my orders? Just as Mir Duo tried to explain, a violent storm erupted from his energy-clustered body. After agonized howls, his form shrank by more than half. The Whirlwind Emperor said to Zhang Fan, my people, I will discipline them myself. But your next threat I will regard as a declaration of war. Hahaha, great Emperor, each of us takes what we need. There is no need for anger. The agreement remains unchanged, order your army to withdraw. The Whirlwind Emperor bellowed at Mirdwood, did you hear that? Pull the legions back at once. If there is a next time, I will tear you apart with my own hands. Dragging his weakened body, Mir Duo issued the retreat order to the Lila warships. The Lila fleet of 3,000 ships slowly withdrew from the Nualad star system, while the Mechanical Legion on the planet Nualad was heartlessly abandoned by the Lila. After all, they were only tools. Yet no one had imagined that these tools were precisely the weapons Zhang Fan wanted most. After the Libika swarm repelled the Mechanical Legion, the swarm began to clear the battlefield, gathering up the wreckage of the mechanical army and planting radiant crystal flowers across the ground. In just a few days, the blood-soaked battlefield became a crystal garden. Atop the castle of Manhwa City on Nualad, Kailawan looked out over the endless multicolored field of crystal blossoms and asked curiously, what kind of flowers are these? They are flowers from my homeland, replied Zhang Fan, the broodmother, though beautiful in appearance only. Sensing the sorrow in Zhang Fan's voice, Leah, standing nearby, said, Sovereign Zhang Fan, do not be too sad. The Empire has issued its highest decree and placed bounties in the surrounding star systems to help Libika's friends find their way home. Kamir Star was a planet in the midst of vigorous growth with rich veins of Mujing, or the wellspring of the Yasha people's sacred power and the Lila race's energy forms. For Zhang Fan, this planet was nothing short of paradise, for the evolution of life here had approached perfection. The genetic structures of millions of species left him overwhelmed with wonder. Zhang Fan decided to change his strategy. There was no need to slaughter, as he had on Rebecca Star. His legions were already numerous enough. What he needed now were assassins, more efficient, more powerful, and more perfect. Evolution. Evolution without cease. Starting from the purple thorn, Zhang Fan spliced in genes from Kamir Star's more ferocious carnivores to create the fierce tiger, 4 claws, sharp fangs, a body like a tiger, and armor of spiked scales. Using the Overmind as a base and adding the genes of more aggressive spiders, he birthed the broodmother with 8 legs, a drum-like abdomen, 4 tentacles, a single horn, the power to unleash energy attacks, and a retained capacity for rapid reproduction and high intelligence. But Zhang Fan also noticed a problem. The life forms evolved from the purple thorn, a strain based on Rebecca Star, were severely constrained. Rejection reactions frequently produced malformed beings incapable of survival. Using the primordial Death Star worm as a base caused no such problems. After repeated evolutionary experiments, Zhang Fan deduced a rule: when gene strands were added to Zerg based on the Death Star worm, the success rate decreased by 5% for each gene. For Zerg based on the purple thorn, adding a gene strand reduced the success rate by 15% for each gene. The Death Star worm could optimally select about 12 genes, while the purple thorn could manage only about 5. Zhang Fan named this principle the law of genetic diminution. Within the limits of that law, Zhang Fan still created roughly 100,000 entirely new Zerg. Then with those 100,000 Khmer Zerg as a foundation, he produced about 3,000 aggressive Zerg breeds. Finally, from the 10 optimized Khmer Zerg, he further selected genes compatible with the purple thorn and the primordial worm. After centuries of evolution, an even more powerful Zerg legion came to rule the whole of Khmer Star. One day above Chosun City, the mercenary city of Rebecca, there suddenly appeared a small command fleet of the Yasha Empire. A middle-aged man in the formal regalia of the Yasha Empire descended slowly from the command ship. Raphael, the lord of Chosun City, hurried forward and saluted respectfully. "May I ask what brings the Yasha Imperial Ambassador such a great distance?" The man in formal attire took out a handkerchief, pressed it lightly over his nose, cast a sidelong glance at Raphael, and walked toward the city lord's mansion with his head held high. What is the meaning of this? 300 years had passed, yet Raphael had never beheld such an arrogant Yasha noble. Still, Zhang Fan had said that unless the Yasha struck first, they must be treated courteously. With no other choice, Raphael swallowed the rage in his heart. Raphael himself led the way into the estate, where the imperial noble went straight to the city lord's seat and sat down, acting as though he belonged there. Struggling to contain his fury, Raphael smiled and saluted. "May I ask what brings an imperial noble here?" "On behalf of the empire's new emperor, His Majesty Emperor Nu, I declare that from this day forward the Rebecca Zerg shall obey the command of the 6th Imperial Fleet." Raphael smiled. "My lord, you must be mistaken. The Rebecca Zerg are only allies of Yasha, they are not part of the empire." "Allies? What have you done for Yasha in these 300 years? We Yasha do not support freeloaders." Raphael demanded hotly. "What do you think you are? Even Commander Leah would not dare speak to us that way." The noble waved his hand and a laser beam pierced Raphael's shoulder. Looking at Raphael collapse in agony, he smiled. "Remember my name, Ka." Before the noble could finish, a violet demon ape slammed into him and sent him flying. The Yasha Imperial Guards immediately drew their swords. But beside the violet demon ape stood several sword mantises. The cold gleam of their blades carried the breath of death and struck fear into every heart. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, the noble roared, "You dare to rebel!" The violet demon ape let out a thunderous roar, sprang into the air and smashed down with the force of 1,000 gene, turning the noble into pulp in an instant. By the time Broodmother Likafir arrived, the Yasha Imperial soldiers had already been devoured by the Zerg, leaving only a single man still drawing breath. "Stop! All of you!" Likafir thundered, and the soldier finally escaped with his life. "Where are Commander Leah and General Karen? Who exactly are you people?" Pressed by Likafir's interrogation, the surviving soldier immediately confessed Leah and Karen had been arrested for treason. The 3rd Colony Star and the NORAD star system now belonged to our 6th Fleet. Likafir pondered for a moment, then asked, "Treason? What has actually happened in the Yasha Empire?" The soldier quickly answered, "Emperor Nu, no Asalas, staged a coup and killed the Empire's emperor. All troops loyal to the Emperor have been branded rebels, and we were sent to take over the Rebecca Zerg legions." Likafir turned and walked away, and behind him came the soldier's final scream. "Sovereign, do we need to conquer Yasha?" Zhang Fan was silent for a moment before saying to Likafir, "Notify the Lila race. This has little to do with us. Still, do what you can to rescue Leah, Karen, Mora, and the others. They may prove useful later." "As you command." Meanwhile, on Doorstar, the Lila homeworld, Emperor Whirlwind burst into wild laughter at the Blue Crystal Temple. "The Yasha have finally set foot on the road to ruin. My trust in these cunning Zerg was not misplaced." Mir Duo asked in astonishment, "What does this have to do with the Zerg?" "During the Yasha civil war, the Zerg not only refused to send troops but passed this news to us. It is obvious they want us to be the vanguard." Emperor Whirlwind laughed and scolded him, "Ignorant. What do you think that creature of theirs, which appears only once in 3 million years, was meant for?" Seeing that Mir Duo still did not understand, Emperor Whirlwind laughed heartily. "Consciousness is not something you can comprehend. Imperceptibly altering a person's mind requires time. But 300 years is far too long." Zhang Fan suddenly spoke up, "Ha, I think so too. If your Majesty had not held something back from me, perhaps I could have finished sooner." "Sovereign, you do me an injustice. Consciousness does not lie. I have imparted all the power of consciousness to you, holding back nothing." "Is that so?" At Zhang Fan's doubt, Emperor Whirlwind said with slight indignation, "After 300 years of cooperation, do you still question the sincerity of the Lila race, Sovereign? Merely each side taking what it needs. All the Mujing belongs to the Lila race, but Yasha must not be exterminated. Since when has the Sovereign grown so merciful? As in our previous agreement, I need the strength of the Yasha race as well. I have only one ultimate goal: to annihilate the Chia race and avenge my people. Until that day, I need every power available to me." The Lila race honors its agreements and respects its allies. But do not forget the greater power you promised. Zhang Fan smiled. I, Zhang Fan, will likewise honor the agreement. The Scarab Mechanical Legion, bioarmor fused with the Yaxia Sacred Bulwark, has already been delivered to Manhwa Star by 3 Rebecca ships. Send someone to accept the delivery, Great Emperor. Ha ha ha. I do enjoy cooperating with trustworthy friends. The Western universe is about to usher in a new era of peace. After the painful experience 300 years ago, Mir Duo did not dare say a word. Only after Emperor Whirlwind told him that contact with Zhang Fan had been cut off did he ask, are we truly to coexist peacefully with the Yaxia race? Peace. There is no peace in this universe. Only unification can bring true peace. On Liyue Star in the Yaxia Empire, inside a Class A detention center, a faint purple crawler no larger than a thumb was creeping noiselessly across the ceiling of the holding facility. Beneath it, sentries were posted at every 3 steps and guards at every 5, while a fully armed squad of the Yaxia 6th Fleet patrolled back and forth. The faint purple crawler slid with ease into the heavily guarded cell where Leah Jalusi, the former supreme commander of the 3rd Colony Star, was bound to an interrogation pillar by several energy chains. A Yaxian wearing the white mask of an enforcer was lashing her relentlessly with an energy whip. Each time the whip connected with her body, a crisp crack of colliding energy resounded and another livid red welt emerged on Leah's skin. She only glared at the judge sitting behind the enforcer, refusing to let out a single sound despite the pain. Commander Leah, we have gathered ample evidence of your treasonable collusion with the Lila race. I urge you to confess honestly. Facing the judge's accusation, Leah sneered, absurd. A fabricated charge. That villain Asalasi, His Imperial Majesty, trusted him so deeply, yet he dared to commit regicide. The judge bellowed, you even dare to utter Emperor Nu's name? Do you have a death wish? Beat her within an inch of her life. The enforcer did not hesitate in the slightest, even though she was the supreme commander of the 3rd Colony Star, even though she had once been the Empire's greatest hero. The energy whip continued to lash her until Leah fell unconscious. Only then did the judge have the enforcer stop. He walked over to Leah, gently lifted her chin and sneered, Commander Leah, you never expected this day to come, did you? Duo Mor, you are nothing but a worthless piece of trash. You don't even have the courage to kill me. Leah spat a mouthful of blood into Judge Duo Mor's face. Enraged, Duo Mor drew out a dagger and pressed it against Leah's neck. One slight pull would end her life forever. But just as Duo Mor began to pull the dagger, he suddenly stopped. A sly grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha. You tried to kill yourself, and when that failed you provoked my anger so that I would put an end to your suffering. Nice plan. The faint purple crawler remained perfectly still on the ceiling, making not the slightest move until 6 hours later Duo Mor left with the enforcer. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly echoed in Leah's mind. Supreme Commander Leah, why are you in such a sorry state? Sovereign Zhang Fan. How could you? 300 years. I came to see an old friend, but I never expected. How has your Labika insect race been? The Empire hasn't been making trouble for you, has it? Haha, Commander Leah is truly benevolent and righteous. Even at a time like this, your first thought is for the safety of our race. The Labika insect race brought 300 years of peace to Yaxia. Since you came, the Lila race has never invaded Yaxia. Zhang Fan took over her words. Who would have thought that Yaxia itself would suffer a civil war? Yet I can bring Yaxia permanent peace. What does Commander Leah think? Leah fell silent. Zhang Fan did not disturb her thoughts. What roused her from her reverie was a thunderous crash. Kailuan kicked open the cell door. With her besides Mola was also Mir Duo of the Lila race. Leah cried out, why is he here? Obviously Leah was referring to Mir Duo. Kailuan glanced at Mir Duo. He merely pointed a finger and the energy binding Leah was instantly absorbed by him. Mola and Kailuan helped Leah rush out of the cell. The force that had come to rescue her was surprisingly the mechanical army of the Lila Star. After everyone boarded the Lila rescue vessel and full jumped to a safe region, Leah pushed Mola and Kailuan away, glaring at the two of them. You actually sided with the Lila race. You really have committed treason. Mir Duo stepped forward and said amiably, I have come carrying the sincere goodwill of Emperor Xuanfeng for the eternal peace of our two races. Peace? The Lila race dares to talk about peace with me. Kar Duo countered, what deep-seated enmity is there between our two races after all? Those words. Leah was left speechless. Deep-seated enmity. The hatred between the two races originated from mutual slaughter, and the slaughter came from war, and the source of the war was only the Mujing Or. Seeing Leah silent, Kar Duo demanded, my Lila race is composed of energy beings who depend on the Mujing Or to survive, while your Yaxia only cares about energy. So who in the end is the invader? Kailawan then added, the Lila race has decided to help us retake Yaxia. From now on we will form an alliance and jointly develop the Mujing Ore. You actually trust the Lila race? Tell me, when exactly did the two of you betray the Empire? In response to Leah's accusation, Mola said coldly, we have never betrayed Yaxia. Asalasi is the one who betrayed Yaxia. We simply want to reclaim our own home. Leah calmed down a little and said in a gentler tone, we can rely on ourselves. Why should we cooperate with the Lila race? Matriarch Lika Fair walked slowly into the command cabin. Commander Leah, after you reclaim Yaxia by yourselves, what then? Will you keep fighting the Lila race over the Mujing Ore? Or perhaps the Lila race will take advantage of your civil war and seize the whole Yaxia Empire in one stroke. If that is your wish, I believe General Kar Duoduo would be only too happy to enjoy the result. Leah looked at the insectoid before her, who bore some Yaxian female features, and asked in astonishment, who are you? I am Lika Fair, first matriarch under Sovereign Zhang Fan and currently his governor on Khmer Star. Leah questioned Lika Fair's purpose, and Lika Fair explained, our insect race has come only for peace. 300 years ago Supreme Commander Leah sheltered us Labika insectoids. Out of gratitude, Sovereign Zhang Fan has resolved to bring lasting peace to Yaxia. Lika Fair looked around, pointed at Kar Duodua and said, the Lila race and the insect race have reached a peace agreement. The sovereign simply wants to broker peace between Yaxia and Lila. Leah suddenly accused, so it has been your insect race pulling strings behind the scenes all this time? Lika Fair laughed heartily. He, Supreme Commander Leah, what do you mean by that? Our insect race brought Yaxia 300 years of peace. This war is a civil war caused by internal power struggles within Yaxia. The sovereign only hopes that a benevolent and righteous person like Commander Leah will lead Yaxia. And the Lila race has promised that as long as Supreme Commander Leah governs Yaxia, they are willing to coexist with Yaxia in peace. Leah looked at Kar Duoduo. In a deep ethereal voice, Kar Duoduo said, the 1,000-year resentment between our two races all stemmed from the Mujing Ore. With the combined strength of our two races and the insect race, we can develop the ore together. War is not the only solution. Kailawan and Mola walked over to Leah. Supreme Commander, only with you leading Yaxia can there be peace. Lika Fair waved her hand, revealing the hundreds of Labika outside the rescue vessel, fully armed and ready to depart. The insect race is one that knows gratitude. These fleets are left in Commander Leah's hands. Kar Duoduo also said, to express the Lila race's sincerity, 2,000 Lila warships are already standing by at the border, all under Commander Leah's command. Leah felt somewhat lost. Had she truly been wrong? The enemy she had fought for centuries was now willing to be led by her. Could the insect race and the Lila race really be trusted? These doubts remained, but in front of her she had no reason to refuse, because she could not bear to watch the Yaxia Empire decline under Asalasi's rule. For Yaxia, I am willing to become a traitor. Under Leah's command, 400 Rebecca units proceeded toward the Rebecca star system, with Likafire providing assistance from the sidelines. Lila's warships remained stationed at the border. Though Leah had not outright rejected Cardudo's proposal, she had no intention of deploying the Lila forces. Likafire saw through Leah's hesitation. Commander Leah, 400 Rebecca units are enough to help you reclaim the third colonial star system. With your prestige, I am certain their forces there will willingly join us. However, the Yaxia Empire is simply too vast. Without the Lila clan's assistance. I thank the Zerg friends for their help. As for the Lila clan, I must admit I do not trust them. I only hope the people of Yaxia will stand alongside me to overthrow Asalaz's rule. Likafire nodded. Very well. The Zerg will unconditionally support you. However, war brings casualties. I hope Commander Leah will not be too merciful. The Zerg have never shown quarter. Battlefield of Rivaka Star, the third star system. The Zerg army launched a surprise assault on Rivaka Star, and within less than a day all 6 major cities fell under their control. Capital city Dua. Hundreds of thousands of Yaxia warriors were reinforcing the city defenses and charging the ice blue cannons. To ensure sufficient firepower, even juvenile ice blue dragons were dragged to the battle preparation zone. As the soldiers gazed toward the horizon where the insect tide surged forward, only despair filled their hearts. They could not fathom it. Were the Rebecca Zerg not allies? Why launch a surprise attack on Rivaka? Only when these soldiers spotted the figure of Grand Commander Leah beneath the city walls did the truth dawn on them. Is that woman in golden armor Commander Leah? She looks just like her, but wasn't Commander Leah arrested for treason? Could she truly have betrayed the Empire? Impossible. Rumor has it Commander Leah defected to the Lila clan. She led us in wars against the Lila for hundreds of years. I refuse to believe she would side with them. What's impossible about it? Isn't she leading the Zerg to besiege the city right now? The Zerg are one thing, but the Lila clan, how can they be the same? How are they different? As the two soldiers argued and drew closer to violence, a handsome man clad in silver armor and wielding a massive two-handed greatsword roared, "Stand down. With the enemy at our gates, will you turn on each other? General Luke, are we truly to fight against the Grand Commander? She is no longer Grand Commander. She is merely a traitor. Regardless of her identity, she shall not cross the threshold of Dua by half a step." Luke scanned the assembled warriors who had once belonged to Commander Leah's third star system command. Seeing them lower their heads in silence, he bellowed, "Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir." The warriors shouted in unison. After all, they were soldiers of the Empire, not Commander Leah's private army. Leah led the Zerg army to the foot of the city walls. Yet she did not order an immediate assault. Instead, she approached alone. As she prepared to speak, an energy cannon from the Dua walls fired upon her. Had Liquefier not raised his divine barrier to shield her, Leah would already have departed this world. "Grand Commander, are you still hesitating?" Leah glanced at Liquefier's right arm scorched by the energy cannon and glared at Luke atop the Dua walls. No longer wavering, she resolved that sacrifice was unavoidable for the sake of Yasha's peace. With a single command, the insectide surged wildly toward Dua's 50-meter steel fortifications. Artillery fire rained endlessly, blood splattered in every direction, and the ground beneath Dua became a sea of corpses. The Zerg feared neither death nor injury, and the Dua defenders met them with the same resolve. A wild ox thundered forth, hooves pounding the earth as it charged toward Dua's main gate. Braving the dense barrage of cannon fire, the colossal beast, over 10 meters tall and weighing 100 tons, hammered the iron gate until it buckled and warped. Yet the wild ox failed to breach the gate, and it would not be granted a second attempt. At Liquefier's command, 2 more wild oxen charged from the ranks. Panicked Luke roared from the ramparts' focus fire. "We must stop those siege beasts." Nearly half the wall's firepower rained down upon the 2 wild oxen, felling them before they reached the gate. But their fall bought precious time for the night monkeys scaling the walls. Several night monkeys managed to climb over the parapets, only to be thrust back down by bayonets before they could strike. Yet the Zerg numbers were simply overwhelming. For every one fell, 10 more took its place. In an instant, the Zerg on the ramparts were locked in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the defenders. Just as Luke was about to issue new orders, a deafening explosion shook the walls. Looking down, he saw a wild ox had smashed through the city gate. "Shield bearers, hold the breach. Do not let them inside." The order was spoken in a breath, but the soldiers paid for it with their lives. To stand against a wild ox capable of shattering city gates with bare flesh was like throwing eggs against a cliff. The wild ox charged through the streets, and behind it poured forth a tide of sword mantises. Within Dua, explosions erupted from all directions and wails of agony filled the air. The Zerg slaughtered the Yasha warriors without mercy, driving them back step by step. Liquefier observed Leah's pained expression and shook his head. Stepping beside her, he projected a single thought through his immense mental power to every soldier present. "Surrender. Or die." Those who dropped their weapons were swept past unharmed by the Zerg tide. Those who chose to resist were torn apart without pity. Leah gazed at Liquefier's back and whispered, "Thank you. Can you convey my message to everyone as well?" Liquefier nodded. "Place your hand upon me and I shall carry your words to every corner of Dua." Leah placed her hand on Liquefier and roared, "All of you, stop. Soldiers of Yasha, cease this slaughter. Aesolas is a regicide. He shattered the Empire and plunged it into abyss. I, Leah Gross, daughter of Jerry Gross and commander of the third star system, implore you to hear me out. There is no need for us to slaughter each other. The true culprit is Aesolas." An ice blue cannon blast hurtled straight toward Liquefier. Forced to abandon the transmission, Liquefier barely absorbed the devastating strike with the aid of 2 motherworms. As Liquefier prepared to unleash his fury, he saw Luke raise his greatsword high and pointed at Leah, bellowing, "Leah Gross, I, Luke Ayland, issue you a sacred challenge. The loser shall face the judgment of justice." Sacred challenge, the most sacred form of dueling among Yasha warriors. The duel ends only in death, one side or both. The defeated not only lose their lives but are denied entry into the halls of the sacred, into the afterlife. It is a duel wagering one's very soul. Despicable. Issuing a sacred challenge in a battle you are certain to lose, there is no honor in this. Grand Commander, do not deign to fight him. Kalen glared up at Luke on the ramparts with undisguised contempt. "I accept the challenge." Kalen gasped in shock. "A battle devoid of honor? Grand Commander, have you lost your mind? He initiates a sacred challenge knowing full well he will lose. This is sheer cowardice." Liquefier also interceded. "I will not interfere with your decision, Grand Commander, but I ask that your mercy not cost the Zerg their lives in vain." Mora added Luke Ayland. A man of no honor. He climbed to his position through underhanded means. To grant him the dignity of a sacred challenge, Grand Commander. Enough. I accept any challenge. Only through victory will they understand that we stand for justice. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly resonated in everyone's minds. This is a warrior's honor. All of you stand down. Let the Grand Commander decide for herself. Beneath the walls of Dua City, Luke Ayland with silver lion-headed pauldrons, dragon-scale armor and a two-handed greatsword resting on his shoulder let his slightly tattered cloak flutter in the wind. He crossed the insectoid step by step, making his way out through the steel gate that had been smashed open by the raging bull. The insectoids on both sides bared their fangs and claws at him, yet he showed not the slightest fear. Lakafire sneered, with all this grandstanding, does he think he's some hero? Meanwhile Leah, clad in golden battle armor, drew her sword and advanced to meet him. The two stood their ground. Following the ritual of the sacred duel, each summoned a small Mujing tower. The power of the Mujing towers was soon absorbed by the two of them. The towers lost their luster and in an instant crumbled into powder scattered by the wind. Leah saluted Luke. In her eyes, any opponent who dared to wager his soul deserved respect. Luke was not so bound by such chivalry. As Leah saluted, he swept his sword in a horizontal slash. Fortunately Leah's reflexes were sharp. She leaned back and narrowly escaped, yet a scorching electric mark was left upon the golden armor over her chest. The Yaxia warriors on the city walls erupted in cheers, shouting Luke's name. Kailoan looked at Mola in astonishment and asked, since when are sneak attacks worth cheering for? Lakafire said coldly, the glory of warriors has already been replaced by something else. In terms of raw combat power, Leah was superior to Luke, but Luke's endless repertoire of sneak attacks barely made the match even. Seizing the opportunity, Leah sliced off one of Luke's auxiliary arms with a single stroke and the insectoids let out a hair-raising shriek. Leah gave Luke no chance to catch his breath. She thrust once more toward his chest. Luke dodged aside, but a dagger slipped silently into Leah's left ribs. Leah, jealousy today is your doom. Absurd. Leah raised her sword with both hands to withstand the pressure of Luke's blade, while her auxiliary arm ripped the dagger from her own body and plunged it into Luke's heart. Seeing the dazed look in Luke's eyes, Leah cut off his head with one swing. Lifting his head high, she roared toward Dua City's surrender. After the Battle of Dua City, the news of Leah's return spread throughout the Third Colonial Star System. However, the accusation of treason against her also made its way across the entire Yaxia Empire. Kamir, where the insectoids dwelled, was also placed on the Yaxia Empire's strike list. Yet 300 years of peace had caused many Yaxians to forget how to fight. Before the Imperial fleet, said to be invincible, could even enter Kamir's domain, it was devoured in the void of space by the insectoids Libaika. The insectoids led by Leah and the Lila fleet advanced with unstoppable momentum. In less than a year, Leah had occupied two-thirds of the Empire's former star systems. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan's insectoids could finally openly slaughter and devour the cells of creatures throughout these star systems. Millions of genetic sequences kept Zhang Fan busy to his heart's content. Aboard the Lila command ship Kar Duo asked Leah, all of our forces are now concentrated in the Yaxia star sector. What plans does High Commander Leah have? Plans? I only want Asalasi. Kar Duo laughed heartily. Asalasi is no longer a concern. What I meant is the peace agreement between our two races. Rest assured, General. From now on we shall form an alliance and jointly peacefully mine the Mujing ore. Kar Duo shook his head. Since it is an alliance, there must be a hierarchy. Our position is quite clear this time. We devoted all our strength to helping Yaxia. There should be no problem with us being the leader, right? Kailoan sneered from the side, so soon you show your true colors. Lakafire stood nearby in silence, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. General, do you mean that after we form an alliance your Lila clan will have the final say? Do you think that is appropriate? Kar Duo countered. What do you think, High Commander Leah? Mola suddenly suggested, since this is an alliance, I propose that the dominator of the insectoids be the head of the alliance. Leah immediately agreed. Kar Duo laughed loudly. The insectoids. The insectoids may be allies, yet every star system of the Lila and Yaxia is the fruit of our 1,000 years of development. You would actually let an alien race lead the alliance? Lakafire kept silent throughout. Leah glanced at her, then said to Kar Duo, after the war we will have plenty of time to discuss this. I hope when that time comes the High Commander truly has time. Kar Duo left those words and turned away. Leah then looked at Lakafire, who had remained aloof, and asked, what does the Dominator think of our proposal? Lakafire smiled. The insectoids have no need for Mujing, or nor do we intend to involve ourselves in the dispute between your two sides. The Dominator's intention is that once Yaxia is unified, we insectoids will leave and once again set foot on the road home. Kailoan cried out, you're leaving? You have lived on Kamir for 300 years. This is your home. Where else do you have to return to? Lakafire smiled. Among us insectoids the Dominator's will is paramount. Wherever he says home is, that is home for us. Kailuan smiled. In certain ways I do envy you. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly rang out in everyone's minds. I have just received a message from the Whirlwind Emperor. He agrees to help Yaxia complete its unification and proposes that if Yaxia does not agree to an alliance led by the Lila clan, it must cede 6 star systems as compensation for their expedition, with both sides returning to their previous state. If Yaxia agrees, he is willing to open all Lila star systems to Yaxia for sharing. All star systems? Mola exclaimed in surprise, then fell into deep thought. Kailuan and Leah exchanged incredulous looks. It seemed the Whirlwind Emperor's sincerity was beyond doubt, but if the Lila clan were to be the leader, wouldn't that be tantamount to Yaxia becoming subordinate to the Lila in disguise? Zhang Fan smiled. I have a better proposal, a tripartite parliamentary system. Tripartite parliamentary system. Everyone said in unison. Yes. Our insectoids hold 2 star systems and thus 2 votes in the parliament. Votes are allocated at 1 per star system. Yaxia has 37 systems, so 37 votes, and the Lila clan has 75 votes in total. For major decisions, the side with more votes decides. Mola immediately said, then we might as well let the insectoids take charge, because the decisive votes rest in your hands. Likafire glared at Mola, believing he had been disrespectful to Zhang Fan. But Zhang Fan laughed loudly. Mr. Mola is as direct as ever. Our insectoids do not need mujing or, and we can restrain both sides from making erroneous decisions. If our insectoids propose anything, you two would hold more votes than we could ever influence. Isn't that for the best? Zhang Fan went on. The Whirlwind Emperor has already agreed. Commander Leah, what about you? Leah glanced at Likafire and nodded. The insectoids have always been our staunchest allies. I trust them. Carduo returned to the command cabin and said to Leah with a smile, the Whirlwind Emperor has informed me of the agreement between the 2 empires. I will do everything in my power to help Commander Leah reclaim the Yaxia Empire. 2,000 Lila warships, 600 Libaika creatures, and over 1300 Yaxia Imperial warships surrounded the entire planet Yaxia. On the planet Yaxia, no matter when they looked up at the sky, people could no longer see the stars or the moon. In the sky, only a colossal fleet hung overhead like the sword of Damocles. The massive allied fleet surrounded the entire Yaxia star system. Asarla, seated upon the Yaxia throne, could never have imagined that his imperial dream would come to an end in less than 2 years. He tightly cradled the purple thorn that Zhang Fan had bestowed upon Yaxia, a creature that hatched but once every 3 million years. Didn't you tell me that I alone am the chosen one? Am I the hope of the Yaxia Empire? Why has everything come to this? The corners of the purple thorn's mouth curled slightly as if wearing a cunning smile. You truly are the hope of Yaxia. Without you, Yaxia would never have reached an accord with Lila, and peace would never have come. Yet our insectoid race went from mere wanderers to rulers in only 300 years. Rulers? The agreement you made with Lila, you are but their vassals. Is that what you call ruling? Ha ha ha. With your limited understanding, you would never grasp it. Accept your fate calmly. Let me offer you one piece of advice while you still have the chance to decide your own life and death. Make the right choice. The mocking gaze of the purple thorn sent a chill down Asarla's spine. He hurled the creature to the ground and roared, demon. You are a demon who toys with human hearts. Why did you make us destroy each other? You clearly had the power. Have the power to what? To wipe you all out. To fight you directly. 300 years ago we lacked such strength. But now this is exquisite. With only your sacrifice, the Yaxia and Lila, 2 races bound by a millennium of hatred, can sit down to negotiate while our insectoid race controls everything. Asarlas chuckled bitterly. I never expected that I would be played like a fool by a lowly insect. I personally killed my own brother and I destroyed all of Yaxia. When Leah led her troops charging into the imperial palace, Asarlas had already taken his own life. The purple thorn, a symbol of peace, lay trampled into pulp beneath his feet. Likafil stepped forward and clawed through Asarlas' skull, roaring, a purple thorn that takes 3 million years to hatch and only 100 years away from reaching its juvenile form, and you. No one dared to stop Likafil in her wrath. They could only watch in helplessness as she tore Asarlas apart and devoured him. Mola gazed at the corpse of the purple thorn, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Why had Asarlas killed this pet that symbolized peace before taking his own life? Mola watched Likafil devouring Asarlas. As the mother, she had no need to lay a hand herself. Was she trying to conceal something? Mola's suspicions about the insectoid race grew ever deeper, planting a seed of doubt firmly in his heart. Asarlas was dead. Yaxia was reunited once more, and Leah became the first female emperor in Yaxia's millions of years of history. The state of war between the Lila race and the Yaxia race also came to an end. The Lila and Yaxia races opened all their star systems, jointly mined Mu crystal ore, and exchanged technology and knowledge. Under Zhang Fan's guidance, the first great galactic integration finally progressed along its ideal trajectory. The Lila race became the leaders of the alliance while the insectoid race held only 2 votes. Yet those 2 votes secured a position of crucial significance for the entire insectoid race across the Western Universe sector. After the alliance banquet, Lycophil approached Leah and bowed respectfully. "Your Imperial Majesty, the Lord sent me to inform you that he has already departed." "Departed?" Leah's startled exclamation drew everyone's attention. Calduo asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" "The Lord has left." "What? Impossible. So many of our insectoid kin remain outside, he could not have abandoned them." Addressing Calduo's bewilderment, Lycophil replied, "We are merely a waypoint along his evolutionary journey. Nothing can deter the Lord's unwavering determination to return to Earth. The Lord truly does not follow the conventional path." While we were celebrating peace, he slipped away in silence. Mola suddenly asked Lord Lycophil, "Surely you aren't departing as well?" A flicker of confusion crossed Lycophil's eyes before vanishing. "No, I shall remain on Camel and await the Lord's summons. He has spoken of a formidable enemy ahead and our strength will be needed when that time comes." Karen extended 4 hands toward Lycophil, saying, "Count me in when that time arrives." Leah also declared, "Yaxia will forever remain an ally of the insectoid race." Electricity crackled across Calduo's body. "Our Lila race and Yaxia owe the end of our war and the formation of the Western Universe Alliance entirely to the Lord. We too shall stand as eternal allies of the insectoid race." A Rebecca drifted aimlessly through the cosmos, continuously broadcasting biological signals into the void of space. Aboard the Rebecca, Zhang Fan had synthesized and modified the genetic material of the Yaxia people to gestate a being embodying his consciousness, one with the dual legs and 4 arms of the Yaxia race, handsome features, yet a body armored in chitinous plates and bristling with spines. Zhang Fan had originally envisioned hatching a human form modeled after a human embryo for himself, but unfortunately, the human body was far too fragile to survive in the cosmos, and the internal environment of the Rebecca could never be adapted to sustain human life, for the Rebecca itself was also a carbon-silicon lifeform. Zhang Fan navigated the vast emptiness of the cosmos for 100 years. He had reasoned that since the universe contained massive races like the Yaxia and Lila who controlled over 100 star systems, encountering other civilizations should have been an easy matter. Alas, he had been mistaken. Centuries of voyages revealed nothing but endless desolation, though he did locate 2 planets harboring signs of life. Yet the organisms on those worlds were primitive single-celled life forms utterly useless to him. Furthermore, he discovered a crucial issue: planets capable of sustaining carbon-based life were extraordinarily rare. Despite the Yaxia and Lila controlling over 100 star systems and thousands of planets, not a single one proved hospitable to carbon-based organisms. The Yaxia people were silicon-based lifeforms, while the Lila race consisted of helium-based entities. Zhang Fan's insectoid kin could barely incorporate traces of the Yaxia silicon-based genetic chains. Zhang Fan harbored a strong desire to acquire the energy-based structure of the Lila, yet could only sigh in frustration. He wasn't even certain where their genes resided. Suddenly the Rebecca emitted a thunderous roar. 3 colossal metallic automatons blocked the Rebecca's path forward. Mechanical beings. Though Zhang Fan could not consume the Lila genes, he had conducted extensive research into their mechanical technology. The sacred scarab, a masterpiece blending biological and mechanical engineering, stood as his greatest pride. The Rebecca received a cascade of electronic signals, but Zhang Fan found himself unable to decipher them. Without a universal language, communication in the cosmos proved exceedingly inconvenient. Zhang Fan had just relayed the signals to the sacred scarab, also a mechanical construct, hoping for translation. To his astonishment, the 3 giant automatons opened fire upon the Rebecca. Facing the automatons' devastating firepower, the Rebecca proved fortunate to have been reinforced with the Yaxia race's sacred barrier. Even with the barrier's protection, Zhang Fan could feel the severe structural stress coursing through the Rebecca. "Lucky I anticipated this. Deploy the poison stingers, wipe them out." Dusi, the Dusi evolution with a metallic skeleton, wings propelled by demonic energy and the ability to corrosive venom. To avoid the awkwardness of their with Yaxia and Lila Zhu, Zhang Fan specially engineered a Dusi capable of fighting in the vacuum of space. As the mothership, Li Baika's Dusi acts as the vessel's small fighter jet. 3 colossal robots launched hundreds of energy missiles at Li Baika, and thousands of Dusi immediately retaliated. In an instant, the entire cosmic void lit up with bursts of brilliant fireworks, dreamlike and mesmerizing, leaving one slightly dizzy. This deadly beauty could only be described by Zhang Fan as something to admire from afar, not to trifle with. The most perilous thing about the Dusi is that even when detonated, its highly corrosive venom cannot be neutralized. It floats in space, forming a green corrosive shield before Li Baika. Zhang Fan had spent over 300 years on Mikair, mastering the art of space warfare. Not only is Li Baika equipped with Yxia's sacred barrier for defense, but she also draws on the attack power of ice blue dragon cannons. Dozens of colossal ice spheres extend from Li Baika's back, their ice blue dragon heads spewing forth. The power of the ice blue dragon cannons exceeded Zhang Fan's expectations against the three robots, which attacked indiscriminately. Wherever the ice blue dragon cannons struck, the robots were frozen in an instant. Even a glancing touch left frost. In the vacuum of space, ice would not melt on its own. This could wound their armor, brittle it, and slow their pace. Just as Zhang Fan was about to bid a final farewell to the three machines, several missiles skimmed past Li Baika and headed straight for the robots. Boom! Boom! 3 successive shockwaves rattled Zhang Fan, leaving him dizzy. At that moment he suddenly received a rhythmic repeating signal through Li Baika. He saw 3 small fighters behind him not far away, blinking with recurring green beacon lights. The 3 small fighters moved rapidly on the same plane as if weaving some symbol. Can't the universe use a single language? Can't the universe use a single language? However, seeing the giant robots in front of them already dealt with by the 3 small fighters, Zhang Fan believed they bore no malice. Zhang Fan retracted the Dusi and ordered Li Baika to turn slowly toward the 3 fighters. Guided by the 3 small fighters, they traveled about 200 light-years. A pale blue planet appeared before Zhang Fan. Earth! Zhang Fan exclaimed in astonishment, but upon closer inspection this is not Earth. Although the planet resembles Earth, most of its surface is covered by blue seas. Its size was hundreds of times larger than Earth, and it had 3 moons orbiting it. Li Baika still wished to advance, but the 3 small fighters blocked its path. Language difference is the greatest barrier to communication. The insect race would be able to learn their language by devouring them, but in this situation one cannot risk unnecessary conflict just to communicate. Just as Zhang Fan was pondering how to communicate, a colossal warship nearly the same size as Li Baika slowly drew nearer. A small landing craft was launched, slowly approaching Zhang Fan. With Yxia's experience, Zhang Fan knew they wanted to talk. Zhang Fan had Li Baika open its crocodile maw, and he decided to greet them personally. After all, he believed he still had a bit of humanity. The landing craft entered Li Baika's enormous maw, a beautiful woman with a humanoid torso and a serpentine tail swaying toward Zhang Fan. The first impression that flashed through Zhang Fan's mind was new. Earth's myths were not written in vain. At least a creature resembling that myth truly exists and stands before him. Zhang Fan extended his right hand toward the serpentine beauty, cut his finger, and let blood drip onto her left hand, signaling that they were alike. Gestures could barely be considered a universal language, but at least the serpentine beauty understood. Zhang Fan saw her mimicking him and breathed a sigh of relief. He offered his blood to the serpentine beauty, signaling in exchange. Hello, I am Zhang Fan from the Western Cosmic Alliance, pleased to meet you. The serpentine beauty exclaimed, you can actually speak Liarwala language. I just learned it. May I ask, fair lady, why did you guide me to this beautiful planet? The serpentine beauty smiled. We are the Liarwala guardians of all beast-shaped beings. We observed you being attacked by the Nagon clan, so we brought you to Wanyaoxing. This place is very safe, you can rest assured. May I ask what this beautiful lady is called? Oh, apologies, I am Chiwei-la, commander of the Viper Fleet. Beautiful Miss Chiwei-la, have you heard of Earth or know the position of this star map? Zhang Fan transmitted Earth's star map information telepathically into Chiwei-la's mind. Chiwei-la looked at Zhang Fan in terror. This is... You are... Zhang Fan saw her expression of fear and hurried to comfort. This is only telepathy among our insect race. If Miss Chiwei-la has any difficulty adjusting, please forgive me. You possess such powerful mental strength that not even the Premier King could achieve it. Could you be the legendary person spoken of by the priest? Zhang Fan, upon hearing this, wondered how he had become the legendary person, yet since this planet is called Wanyaoxing, its biodiversity should be even more diverse. Moreover, their spacecraft technology was at least 1,000 years ahead of Earth. Perhaps some among them had visited Earth, giving rise to certain myths. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He was likely not far from Earth and had inadvertently found the source of the myths. Chiwei-la, seeing no reaction from Zhang Fan, promptly saluted. Friend Zhang Fan, would you like to accompany me to Wanyaodian? I believe our Premier King would be very welcoming to you. Zhang Fan agreed, ordering Zhu Muyata to stay on Li Baika. He himself took 2 enhanced Jiho, hiding several dozen primitive worms, following Chiwei-la down to Wanyaoxing. Wanyaoxing, the imperial capital. Within Wanyaodian, Zhang Fan stepped into Wanyaodian. The bizarre beings inside were to him a genetic chain paradise, every creature seeming an indispensable link to his augmented swarm. Under Chiwei-la's guidance, Zhang Fan slowly entered the Great Hall amid the gaze of many monsters. Zhang Fan pondered, if this planet has any connection to Earth and could reveal Earth's location, he would seek their aid. If they have no relation to Earth, he would seize it, for the planet's biodiversity is so rich that missing it might mean thousands of years before such an opportunity arises again. Chiwei-la introduced. Upon the throne our Premier King sits. Zhang Fan, without glancing, bowed. Hail to the Premier King, your highness. In truth, he was calculating how long it would take to hatch a force. A faint smile curved across his lips. From the throne came a voice that was delicate yet imposing. Overlord, why do you laugh? Zhang Fan's heart jolted at the title Dominator. He had never mentioned it himself. How could anyone here know it? Looking up he saw a silver-haired maiden seated upon a dragon-shaped throne. She wore a blood-red cheepo and a living 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around her waist. She was glaring at him. Zhang Fan exclaimed, "Earthling! Earthling! What does that mean?" The silver-haired maiden's anger turned to astonishment. She stared blankly at the agitated Zhang Fan. "Isn't that right? Have you ever seen anyone who looks like you? Or do you know where Earth is? Someone who looks like me?" "Yes, there is." Zhang Fan's heart surged with excitement. This place must indeed be close to Earth. But he never expected the next words to douse him in cold water. "The previous Pamir Queen, my mother." The Pamir Queen went on. "The Dominator harbors ill intentions. We do not welcome you. Please leave Wanyao Star with your army." "How am I ill-intentioned? Is your Majesty under some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? In your mind you regarded us as food." Those words threw the hall into an uproar. Cries to drive him out and shouts to kill rose one after another. Only after the clamor had died down did Zhang Fan say slowly, "So the Pamir Queen can probe minds as well. But peering into my consciousness without my permission is highly impolite." Zhang Fan's menace was fully exposed. His blood-red eyes bored into the Pamir Queen as a powerful torrent of mental force struck straight into her mind. The Pamir Queen's gaze went vacant. Clearly she had fallen under his control. The monsters in the hall drew their blades and charged at Zhang Fan. "Stop!" An aged but sonorous roar came from outside the hall. Everyone turned to see an elder with a hunched back, a fox-like face, a leopard's tail and a dragon-headed staff in his hand. That single shout actually severed Zhang Fan's mental control, something that had never happened before. Zhang Fan asked in bewilderment, "Who are you?" "Ubeli, High Priest of Wanyao. You are the first person able to sever my mental power. Let's be friends." "Dominator, we were destined to be friends. Our only enemy is the Nagong race." "The Nagong race? Are they the robots that attack me in outer space?" "Yes. The Nagong turn all life into steel to forge their bodies. Their technology is advanced. Those who attacked you earlier were merely 3 scouts." Zhang Fan's heart sank. 3 scouts had forced Rebecca to unleash the ice-blue dragon cannon fire meant for warships. If they ran into a real fleet, he might well be sent back to Yaxia. "Let's talk. You had me brought here because you want to use my army. The Dominator is indeed forthright." "Yes. We can provide everything you need. Including food." Ubeli communicated those final words to Zhang Fan with his mind, a sign of how tremendous his resolve was. "I want him." Everyone's gaze followed Zhang Fan's finger to the bull-headed spider-bodied man with huge pincers, a scorpion tail and ultra-modern combat armor. Without a trace of hesitation, Ubeli said, calm yet laced with regret, "General Bullspider, you will go with the Dominator." The Bullspider froze for a moment. Filled with the conviction that he was going to die, he walked over to Zhang Fan, bowed respectfully and then said nothing. Sorrow and helplessness were written across everyone's faces. From the throne the Pamir Queen fumed, "High Priest, he is going to eat General Bullspider. Are you unaware of that?" "Silence." Ubeli's sharp rebuke made Zhang Fan wonder who truly ruled this planet. Ubeli paced slowly to the center of the hall, knelt and paid homage. "Your Majesty, we Liarwala have been oppressed by the Nagong for 1,000 years. Once we ruled 3 galaxies, but now we can only cower here." The Pamir Queen's tone softened. "Must we also learn from the Nagong and stop at nothing to win? Sacrifice our own people in exchange for a demon's help?" Zhang Fan suddenly burst into laughter. "Demon? Ha ha ha. Why does everyone like to call me a demon? Then let me show you the power of a demon." Zhang Fan tossed 2 primordial worms onto the bullspider. Instinctively the bullspider moved to crush them, but the moment he touched them he stopped. He stood still, letting the 2 worms crawl across his shoulders. The 2 worms greedily drank the blood from the bullspider's neck until their bodies turned the deep crimson of blood. Seeing everyone's worried expressions, Zhang Fan smiled. "All right. General Bullspider may return. It's over." The bullspider did not understand. He touched the bean-sized wound on his neck. It neither hurt nor itched. "A little blood like this is nothing to General Bullspider, is it?" The bullspider had thought Zhang Fan intended to eat him. Who would have thought he would merely let 2 tiny bugs drink a little blood? He hurriedly waved his huge pincers. "No harm done. No harm done." Zhang Fan turned to the astonished Pamir Queen and Ubeli with a smile. "This is the food I need. Give me food and I will give you an army." Zhang Fan emphasized a mighty army. The Pamir Queen exclaimed, "That's all you need?" Seeing the expression on her face that plainly said, "I don't believe it," Zhang Fan continued, "There is one more thing, energy. To build an army I need vast amounts of energy. My insectoids need to eat. So you still mean to eat people? Why do you keep imagining I want to eat people? Because that's what is in your mind. The mind does not lie.
Those words made Zhang Fan think of the wily whirlwind emperor.
Did the mind really never lie?
The mind can change with circumstances. I control my mind does not control me. Zhang Fan had no desire to continue this subject with the Pamir Queen, whom he regarded as a naive little girl.
High Priest, give me a piece of land and I will build an army for you. When it is done, I only ask that you promise if I ever need your help you will help me without hesitation. Hu Bailey nodded. Rest assured, Dominator.
The Leerwala place honor above all else.
When Rebecca descended upon Wanyao Star, it caused quite a stir. In the eyes of the Leerwala, Rebecca was not a warship but a divine beast.
The moment Zhang Fan's insectoids landed, they began turning the area designated by Hu Bailey into a carpet of living matter.
The insectoids were establishing a domain for their own evolution.
Per the agreement, the Leerwala provided Zhang Fan with blood samples from every race and supplied the energy the insectoids required.
Zhang Fan once again witnessed the diversity of energy.
The Leerwala used a form of energy called Qi, efficient and pure. Through his research, Zhang Fan found that Qi carried more energy than demonic power in demon crystals.
It also enhanced cellular activity. It seemed to be energy tailor-made for the insectoids.
The only problem was that Qi could not be mined naturally, it could only be supplied by the Leerwala, which made efficiency considerably lower. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan's primordial worms were fully capable of coupling with the genes of the Leerwala, who could gather and use Qi. A brand new insectoid devoted to collecting and producing Qi, the Qi spider, was born. Qi spiders could attach to the outside of insectoid warriors and feed them energy like replaceable batteries. Zhang Fan conducted a great many experiments. The more Qi spiders attached, the stronger the insectoid became. But everything has its limit. Too many Qi spiders would make an insectoid explode and die. With the new energy, an entirely new insectoid legion was fully equipped in just 10 years. The Pamir Queen and Hu Bailey stared at the endless sea of insectoids before them, too stunned to utter a single word for a long while. Ox-armored scorpion, a heavy unit hatched from the genes of General Ox Spider and the siege wild ox, designed specifically to deal with mechanical soldiers. Venom Hornet, an evolved form of the Venom Stinger carrying 2 Qi spiders. Genetically modified from Vice General Echidna, it can fire dozens of electrified venomous needles with extraordinary penetrating power in a single burst.
Fox Monkey, an evolution of the Night Monkey capable of using Qi as an offensive method.
It is swifter and more intelligent as a ranged attacker. Its released Qi is immensely powerful, but its numbers are scarce.
Qi Mantis, an evolved version of the Sword Mantis.
It can use Qi to coat its blade claws with a layer of Qi, easily cutting through a 3 cm steel plate.
Giant Scarab, a multi-energy version of the Scarab.
It is a ranged attack organism integrating mechanical electric energy, magical energy, Qi energy, and the Ice Blue Dragon Cannon. Its power is worthy of the title King of the Land, but its drawbacks are its enormous size, slow movement, and need for protection by a large number of soldiers. Dragon-type Rebecca, this was created at Zhang Fan's strong request by drawing upon the genes of the 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around King Pamir.
A small warship, it carries 2 Ice Blue Dragon cannons and is even more agile in outer space.
After introducing the brand new insect race he had designed specifically against the Nagan, Zhang Fan could not help adding, "I call them the Leerwala insect race." Hu Bailey was so astonished that for a long time he could not utter a single word. King Pamir, by contrast, remained fairly calm. Overlord, the numbers are truly astonishing, but how capable is the insect race in combat?
Zhang Fan smiled. All you have provided me with are remnants of the Nagan. How about this? Let's go stir up a little trouble and improve as we fight.
King Pamir was speechless that Zhang Fan should treat war as a child's game. Take the initiative and attack the Nagan. It is only because of the Qi veins on Wanyao Star that we can barely defend this place.
Going into outer space to fight them would be no different from courting death. Sigh. Then why did you come to me? You might as well just cower here. Wouldn't you say so, High Priest?
Hu Bailey looked at those insect armies and seemed to see the future of the Leerwala race, a return to its peak and era of ruling 3-star systems.
No.
Now they could rule far more than just 3-star systems.
His face bright with excitement, he said, King Pamir, I think the Overlord is right. If we continue to cower here, the Nagan will keep advancing and one day we will be destroyed by them.
After a pause, Hu Bailey continued, an ancient legend says that when the alien dragon descends, Leerwala will usher in a brand new era. King Pamir pointed at Zhang Fan and said, High Priest, don't tell me you mean to say that he is the alien dragon. Zhang Fan smiled slightly, waved his hand, and a dragon-type Rebecca slowly emerged from the formation.
Doesn't it look like one?
King Pamir had no reply, so he could only change the subject. Then where do we attack first? Who will command the army? Hu Bailey looked toward Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan smiled. It's up to you.
I can hand over the command, but after the war ends my insect race must have an independent planet to live on.
Ah. Don't forget what you promised me. Hubei nodded at once.
Of course. Since the Overlord has treated us with unreserved sincerity, we will repay kindness with kindness.
Ha ha ha, good.
I still trust the High Priest. As he said this, Zhang Fan gave a deliberate but casual glance at the young King Pamir.
Before King Pamir could speak, Zhang Fan called out, "Yada, come down." Matriarch Yada suddenly appeared before the three of them.
Like Lycophil, Yada was hatched by Zhang Fan to better manage the insect race.
Through genetic modification on Wanyao star, Yada was far more powerful and could use chi as an offensive means.
However, in order to possess air sacs, she had to give up some of the hard shell armor on her body. Therefore Yada's body was not as tough as Lycophil's.
Hubei looked up at Yada,
3 meters tall with sharp claws and teeth, 6 legs and a scorpion tail, and said to Zhang Fan, "How is she connected to General Ox Spider?"
Ha ha ha, just think of her as General Ox Spider's younger sister. Zhang Fan smiled. You cannot directly control the insect race, but Yada will assist you from the side.
She has family ties to General Ox Spider.
Does that put your minds at ease?
The insect armies in coordination with the Leerwala warships departed from Wanyao star.
Their first battle was to subjugate the nearest star system, Yanlei.
Zhang Fan and Hubei sat in the Wanyao garden looking up at the sky and enjoying the magnificent sight of the vast army setting out.
High Priest, I still want to ask you more about Earth. Have your people truly never been to Earth?
To be honest, as far as I know, none of our people have ever reached the place on the star map the Overlord indicated. Hubei seemed lost in thought, then suddenly exclaimed, "Perhaps there were." Hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately stared at Hubei with tension.
Hubei coughed dryly twice. Actually, I'm not certain either.
Around 8,000 years ago, a Leerwala expedition lost contact with Wanyao star. Whether they lived or died, no one knows. If what the Overlord said is true, that your homeland has legends of beings resembling us, then perhaps they could be the source. Then where did they finally disappear?
Hubei sank into thought once more, then shook his head.
The records from before 5,000 years ago are all on Huosheng. Huosheng is now occupied by the Nagan and serves as their fortress stronghold. Only by recapturing Huosheng might we have a chance to find the relevant information.
Then order the fleet to change course and seize Huosheng. If we can find your lost expedition, perhaps I can find the way home.
Hubei shook his head and pointed to the screen on the table. Huosheng lies at the center of 6 star systems controlled by the Nagan, and all 6 can support one another. Only by defeating those 6 star systems can we hope to capture Huosheng. After carefully studying the star chart, Zhang Fan suddenly said, "Can we infiltrate Huosheng?"
Hubei exclaimed in astonishment, "Overlord, you really dare to think?
Our ships cannot even approach any one of those 6 star systems, so how could we infiltrate Huosheng, the planet lying at the very core?
Warships cannot, but I think the insect race should have a way.
I will make preparations for this, but I will still need the High Priest's assistance."
Naturally. If it can help the Overlord, we Leerwala will do our utmost.
Zhang Fan watched the distant fleet and realized to his surprise that he had truly found a clue leading back to Earth. Infiltrating was the best option at hand. It could keep the records from being destroyed by war and was far easier than conquering 6 star systems. The only problem Zhang Fan now faced was how to enter a planet surrounded by 6 star systems. At a complete loss, Zhang Fan paced the streets of the imperial capital. Over the past 10 years, whenever he had nothing to do, he often wandered these streets in search of better genes, so the Leerwala commoners had long grown used to this strange-looking but friendly alien.
Thoughts and inspiration are not things that come simply because you summon them.
The more you crave them, the more they play hide and seek. Sometimes they are right beside you, yet you search everywhere and still fail to find them. Zhang Fan happened to see a few Leerwala children playing a war game by the roadside. Deciding to change his approach, he simply stopped and watched. Seeing them play with such enthusiasm, he felt as though he had returned to his own childhood. At the border of the Thunderflame Galaxy, millions of insectoid fleet vessels and 100,000 Leerwara warships bore down on the system. Commander Blaze of the Nagan Thunderflame Garrison smashed his fist through the reinforced magic crystal command table before him. "Those lowly creatures of Leerwara dare to challenge me when we haven't even bothered to seek them out." A tall skinny machine man dressed in what looked like a metal suit stood nearby, weeping as he stared at the shattered reinforced magic crystal table.
"General, this table was very expensive." Blaze shot him a glare. "Tietjian, do you really think this is the time?
You're worried about that table when there are millions of Leerwara warships outside."
"I saw them. Just a rabble.
Without their chi channels, they're nothing."
He then went back to mourning his table.
At that moment, a spherical communication robot floated in. It froze for a second at the sight of the deputy commander wailing over the table fragments, then immediately pretended not to notice.
"Report.
The Lirwara fleet has breached 3 of our defense lines.
Kazjedsuya, all 3 planets are sending distress signals. Blaze slammed his fist into the command table again.
What the hell are the commanders on those 3 planets doing?
Charging up. They can't even beat those low-tier Lirwara.
Taichen glanced at the fragments scattered around the command room, then at the piece in his own hand. He paused briefly, then smashed that one too.
Lirwara, you owe me a command table.
With that, Taichen charged madly out of the command room. The communication robot looked at Blaze, turned around and left, leaving him alone in the room utterly bewildered.
Aboard the Lirwara fleet's Dragon Emperor-class command ship.
A monkey-faced 8-armed controller rapidly operated the warship while reporting tens of thousands of Nagan warships have taken off from the main planet Thunderflame.
They're heading toward our left flank.
King Pamir said to Yada that must be Blaze's Thunderflame guard. Their offensive power is formidable, they're incredibly fast in space and they can switch between warship and mech forms.
They won't be easy to deal with. Yada let out an ethereal slender laugh.
Haha, the left flank they're heading for just happens to be where the Dragon-type Rebecca are. I wonder how long a machine man's memory lasts for a bitter lesson. The moment Yadas will reached out, tens of thousands of Dragon-type Rebecca surged into action, and in the first direct clash between the 2 forces they seized complete dominance. Blaze watched his Thunderflame guard lose nearly a third of its numbers in the very first wave of contact. He stomped in rage, leaving a deep crater in the steel floor of the command room.
Tietjian's expression turned grim. What are those things? They don't look like Lirwara. Even their sacred beasts aren't that massive. An analysis robot reported this is an entirely new species.
Our only record is from 10 years ago when 3 scouts encountered one 200 light-years outside the Wanyao star. Its combat value was estimated at 100 at the time, so it drew no attention.
100.
A combat value of 100 can cost us that many guards. The analysis robot quickly corrected itself, it was 100 back then. These creatures are the same species as the one a decade ago, but their combat value now exceeds our guard's maximum of 400.
Taichen said in a low voice, this is a terrifying species.
Their combat value has risen more than 4-fold in just 10 years.
Blaze was seething. I don't care how many times that is. It's only 400.
I'll go destroy them myself. The launch jets beneath his feet had just ignited when Taichen bellowed, "Boss, take the door." But before the words even faded, Blaze had already blasted through the command room's upper steel armor and soared toward his personal warship.
Taichen and every other machine in the command room shook their heads in unison. No wonder the Thunderflame galaxy is the poorest one around. As Blaze entered his personal warship, the Thunderflame, the entire vessel began transforming into its beast form.
King Pamir pointed at the Thunderflame, which was shifting into a 2-winged fierce tiger.
That is the commander of the Thunderflame galaxy, Blaze.
Frightening combat power, but not exactly high on intelligence. After completing its transformation, the Thunderflame launched a volley of 116 missiles. Every Dragon-type Rebecca within 10,000 meters of it was blown to pieces.
Yada nodded with a faint smile. Interesting.
Have 400 Dragon-type Rebecca hold it in check, use the poison wasps as the main striking force, and send in landing troops to attack Thunderflame directly. King Pamir, watching Yada command with such ease, asked in puzzlement, your overlord Zhang Fan told me you're only 5 years old.
Is that true? Yes. I was reborn on the Wanyao star. Reborn. Your insect race can actually be reborn. Only the legendary flame soul bird is said to possess that ability.
From your tone it sounds like all your kind can do it.
Our definitions differ.
What I call rebirth is reshaping the body while the original body is still alive.
If the physical body dies first, then we die as well.
Pamir inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the high priest Hubeli had been there back then.
If the insect race had ever become their enemy, the consequences would have been unthinkable.
But then another thought struck him, even if they were friends, were they truly safe? Hubeli's voice echoed in King Pamir's mind, my king, steady yourself. If we treat our friends with sincerity, the insect race will respond in kind. But from what I've learned of the Overlord over the years, if we ever betray the insect race, he will retaliate tenfold. High Priest, isn't this just jumping out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den? A wolf can be tamed into a dog, but a tiger can never become a cat.
Very well. I hope you've been right all along. The Thunderflame was pinned down by 400 Dragon-type Rebecca. The hundreds of ice blue dragon cannons couldn't deal heavy damage to it, but they slowed its movement and attack speed, and several gun turrets were sealed in ice. Though there were plenty of engineering mechs, a terrifying number of poison wasps focused on attacking the repair machines and the weak points in the joints. Single fighter craft were no match for those agile poison wasps.
Even though these monsters died by the thousands, their poisonous needles could corrode most energy armor. From his command ship, Taichen watched it all with perfect clarity. His analysis modules whirred nonstop and he already foresaw that the Thunderflame wouldn't hold out much longer.
Order the entire army to retreat. Notify Thunderflame to prepare the star-destroying cannon.
The machines were stunned.
The analysis robot asked Deputy Commander, "Are you certain? The commander is still fighting at the front. Sacrifice him to annihilate the Lirwara army."
My calculations put the success rate at 75.
Do you have better data? The analysis robot immediately replied no.
After repeated simulations, the Deputy Commander's plan is optimal.
Execute the retreat order.
Yada watched in bewilderment as the Nagan fleet withdrew from the battlefield, then glanced at the Thunderflame still embroiled in its desperate struggle.
Curious, she asked, "They're just abandoning him. Walking away like that." King Pamir shook his head.
The Nagan race operate entirely on data.
They have no emotions.
If a companion holds no rescue value or if sacrificing one can buy victory in battle, they won't hesitate for even a moment. Yada pondered for a moment, seeming both to talk to herself and to ask King Pamir, then in this case which category does their retreat fall into?
A strange unreadable smile crept across Yada's face. Interesting. It looks like they chose to abandon him completely.
A commander's life for a chance at victory.
How cold and efficient. I almost admire them.
She turned her gaze back toward the distant Thunderflame, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of her throne.
But let's see if they can really afford that trade.
On the ground battlefield of Lei Yan, the bull armor scorpions and chi mantises led the vanguard, with lemurs providing ranged support and giant scarabs unleashing devastating ultra-long-range strikes against the enemy's defensive installations.
Stingers served as the aerial force and were responsible for guarding the giant scarabs.
The Lirwala swarm had few unit types but enormous numbers, having optimized chi, a brand new energy. Its combat power was in no way inferior to the Nagong. Bull armor scorpions collided with the Nagang's heavy steel shields and the impact produced a shockwave visible to the naked eye.
Relying on their speed advantage, the chi mantises surged into the Nagang's ranks right after the bull armor scorpions rammed the heavy steel shields. The Nagang sentry mechs immediately joined the battle.
Although the chi mantises were not as powerful as the sentry mechs, the swarm had never relied on strength, it relied on numbers. A single sentry mech often had to face several, sometimes dozens of chi mantises that could easily tear through its armor, and at any moment it also had to defend against chi burst bombs falling from the sky. With the support of the chi spiders, the lemurs could unleash chi burst bombs almost without limit. As several thousand of those bombs detonated at once, the entire earth trembled.
The giant scarab's firepower hammered the Nagang's defensive fortifications without mercy.
In less than an hour, the defensive installations on Lei Yan were almost completely shattered.
Aboard the Dragon Emperor-class command ship, Yada suddenly felt short of breath and a tightness in her chest, an indescribable oppressive sensation.
She looked at Queen Pamir and saw that her expression was also pained. "What is this? It fills me with instinctive fear. I sense the threat of death." Queen Pamir shook her head. Then inside both their minds the voices of Zhang Fan and Hu Bailey suddenly rang out.
The two shouted in unison, "Get away from there!" For Yada, whose devotion to the Dominators will outweigh all else, there was no hesitation.
She immediately ordered all swarm creatures within the danger range to retreat at full speed. Queen Pamir, still at a loss, asked back, "What exactly is happening?" Zhang Fan roared, "If you don't want your fleet destroyed, retreat immediately. Why all this nonsense?" Suddenly a thin beam of light shot out from the planet Lei Yan. Every swarm creature in Lirwala worship the beam passed through was vaporized in an instant. Not a single scream was heard. When the beam reached the limit of its range, it began to expand outward at terrifying speed.
Everything touched by the endlessly expanding column of light vanished in an instant. Yada cried out, "All Rebecca units, full jump! Full jump!"
The individual swarm organisms reacted far faster than the Lirwala warships, countless times faster. A large number of swarm creatures escaped and only a few that were too close disappeared. The Lirwala, by contrast, suffered catastrophic losses. Fewer than 6 out of 10 warships survived. Tens of thousands of vessels and millions of Lirwala were erased without leaving even a speck of dust.
Queen Pamir fell to one knee. They actually have such a powerful weapon.
Zhang Fan shook his head and said, "Have all your people withdraw."
"Dominator, there are still a huge number of swarm warriors on Lei Yan. Do you intend to abandon them?"
In response to Hu Bailey's question, Zhang Fan said calmly, "They will die, but they will not die in vain. I have ordered every swarm on Lei Yan to destroy the terrifying weapon at any cost."
"How can you be so cold-blooded? Aren't they your own kind?"
Queen Pamir roared at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan merely found it laughable. "Are you willing to sacrifice even more people just to save them? Since there is no hope of retreat, it is better to fight to the death."
"You can have them surrender. The Nagong need slaves, they won't kill prisoners."
Zhang Fan said only one thing icily: "The swarm never surrenders." Then he severed his mental link with Queen Pamir. Hu Beili immediately said to Zhang Fan, please forgive her dominator.
My sovereign is young and has not yet understood the cruelty of war. You should choose another sovereign. A cowardly sovereign will only lead you to extinction.
For Ian's Pamir has been the one true sovereign, this is beyond question.
I don't want to interfere in your internal affairs. This time you have suffered heavy losses and it is clear that we underestimated the Nagong. Have the Lerwalla return, the swarm will continue to harass them on the outer perimeter. The first battle against the Nagong ended in defeat.
Queen Pamir returned to the palace, shut herself in her bedchamber and gave orders that she would see no one.
Millions of Lerwalla never returned. The entire planet Wanyao was engulfed in grief.
Laughter was heard no more in the streets and the whole royal capital fell into a deathly stillness. Meanwhile in the swarm's territory, Yada was helping Zhang Fan hatch a smaller, easier-to-hide organism.
Hu Beili arrived with a worried frown.
He had no sooner set foot on the living carpet than Zhang Fan appeared beside him.
You're looking rather grim, High Priest.
For days now Queen Pamir has shut herself up in her bedchamber.
Morale across Wanyao has hit rock bottom, how could I possibly look well?
Zhang Fan smiled slightly. What we urgently need now is a victory, and the one commanding it must be Queen Pamir.
Hu Beili shook his head.
My sovereign refuses to leave her chambers.
Can none of you persuade her?
If worst comes to worst, drag her out.
How can that be? She is the sovereign.
Zhang Fan said with a hint of anger.
We are fighting a war.
High Priest, you're not asking me to cater to her personal feelings, are you?
It was only one defeat. If she cannot withstand defeat, then perhaps you should take command, High Priest.
Seeing Hu Beili hesitate, Zhang Fan immediately added that devastating cannon has already been destroyed by the swarm.
Then we can attack again.
Hu Beili had at last heard some good news.
Attack! Right now I'm afraid of them counterattacking us.
Since Queen Pamir dares not or will not step forward, the heavy responsibility of defending Wanyao falls to you, High Priest. Hu Beili was just about to refuse when Zhang Fan whispered, I have found a way to infiltrate Huashing.
Stunned, Hu Beili stared at Zhang Fan and asked eagerly, what way? The method is actually quite simple.
I've heard the Nagang's artillery is not very bright, so the two exchanged a few whispered words and smiled knowingly at each other. After a moment of thought, Hu Beili said, all right. I will obtain command of the army. 7 days later the swarm and the Lerwalla fleet set out once again. Queen Pamir stood at the window watching the fleet leave, her heart a welter of conflicting emotions. Several times she wanted to rush out of the room, leap into a fighter and chase after them, but every time after only 2 steps she stopped and turned back. Are you that afraid of failing? Zhang Fan's voice suddenly entered her mind, and he was right there in the garden below her bedchamber, strolling leisurely as though the warriors speeding through the sky toward the battlefield had nothing to do with him at all. Zhang Fan beckoned her down to the garden. The moment Queen Pamir reached it, Zhang Fan asked with a smile, Your Majesty, would you like to take a walk with me on Huashing?
Go to Huashing? Are you mad? Going into danger unprepared is madness, going prepared is courage.
What do you say? Does Queen Pamir intend to cower in the royal capital, or will she be a brave one? Queen Pamir shot Zhang Fan a glance.
I'll go with you. You won't leave me behind, will you? Zhang Fan laughed heartily. That's not necessarily the case.
On the outskirts of the Leiyan star system, the Zerg and Nazhang races had been engaged in constant skirmishes.
Without the Star Annihilator cannon, the Nazhang were powerless to pose any real threat to the Zerg.
Strangely, the Zerg only harassed the outer regions.
They attacked several peripheral planets but never occupied them. As soon as the Zerg withdrew, the Nazhang would quickly repair their defensive installations.
Just as the defenses were on the verge of completion, the Zerg armada struck again with ruthless devastation.
By the time Nazhang reinforcements arrived, the Zerg had already moved to another planet.
Exhausted from days of frantic running about, Hua Bao was on the verge of losing his temper. Everything he could smash had been reduced to scrap. Standing beside him, Tai Qian thought that if he weren't a non-combat mechanical unit, he would have long since severed Hua Bao's wiring. No matter how much you smash these things, it won't change anything.
If you want a vent, go fight the Zerg. Idle talk. It would be easy if I could actually catch them.
Tai Qian pondered for a moment and said, breaking this kind of guerrilla tactic is actually quite simple.
But you never wait for me to finish my words before running off. How can I not complain? This time you talk and I'll listen. Hua Bao glared at Tai Qian.
Well, say it already.
Why was I assigned to a commander like you?
We could pre-calculate which planets the enemy would attack, deploy heavy forces for ambushes and wait for them to come. Before Tai Qian could finish, Hua Bao sprang to his feet and roared, excellent. A superb tactic. Someone notify the entire army to prepare for battle.
We're heading to.
Hua Bao paused, then asked, where exactly are we setting the ambush?
Tai Qian's internal circuits crackled with electric sparks. Forced to restrain his anger, he said wearily to Jude Star. Right. We'll ambush at Jude and completely eradicate those damn bugs. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Emperor-class command vessel, Hua Bailey and Yada leisurely sipped their morning tea. Yada smiled and asked, High Priest, based on your years of experience, how long will it take the Nazhang to respond? About time. The Nashan's primary combat strength consists of their generals, but overall command is directed by their adjutants, what we call tactical machines. Hua Bailey took a sip of his fragrant tea and continued. Tactical machines analyze battlefield conditions and formulate optimal tactical plans. Tactical machines analyze battlefield situations and produce the optimal tactical plan. Tactical machines analyze battlefield conditions and devise optimal strategies. Seeing Yada listening attentively, Hua Bailey adopted the air of a teacher questioning a student. How would you deal with such tactically optimized machines? What would you do? Yada thought for a moment before replying. Machine intelligence relies on vast computations to predict our next possible moves. If we could disrupt their calculations or feed them misleading information. Hua Bailey laughed heartily. Well taught. Madam Yada, your analysis is excellent. Right now we are giving them exactly that, false information. Yada suddenly exclaimed, no wonder every time we retreated you had me leave a portion of troops in ambush on Jude Star. When attacking other planets you only sent half our forces. Are you trying to? Hahaha, by feeding them wrong information they will make decisions they believe are correct. The outcome speaks for itself. Yada bowed respectfully to Hua Bailey. Thank you, teacher, for your instruction. Excellent, excellent. To have a student like you, I, Hua Bailey, can consider myself fortunate in my later years. To meet a teacher like you is my good fortune, teacher. Following their instructional discussion, the Nazhang indeed laid heavy forces in ambush on Jude, and the Zerg army arrived precisely as the Nazhang had predicted. Tai Qian was feeling smug over the Zerg falling into his trap when he suddenly received a report from scouts. The Zerg army has changed course and is heading toward Kaz. Tai Qian was utterly confused and roared, impossible. His computing chip spun frantically, constantly recalculating the Zerg's movement trajectory. He gasped, are the Lirwala insane? With their current strength they cannot possibly breach Kaz's defenses. Are they going to their deaths? The scout reported, the Lirwala forces are 3 times their previous size and they are advancing at full speed. Tai Qian cried out in realization, we've been played. It was that old fox Hua Bailey commanding them. I was careless, I never calculated that he would be the one in command. Quick, we must immediately reinforce Kaz. Hua Bao blinked, still processing. Not ambush anymore. What ambush? Kaz is about to fall. That was their original target all along. Hua Bao gave the order and all forces ambushing at Jude launched into the sky, preparing to head for Kaz. But the moment they were fully exposed, the Zerg troops that had been lying in wait suddenly surged forth, attacking the Jude command center. Why are there Zerg here? Before Tai Qian could react, the scout's report nearly fried his circuits. The Lirwala have turned around again. As soon as our fleet jumped away, the Zerg came back. What? White smoke billowed from Tai Qian's circuits. Maintenance robots scrambled onto his head in haste. That old fox. That old fox. The encircled Nazhang forces were almost entirely annihilated within 30 minutes. Hua Bao had no choice but to flee Jude in disarray, taking Tai Qian with him. Send word to other star systems for reinforcements. If we wait any longer, the Leiyan star system will be lost. Hua Bao blared furiously at the weary Tai Qian. His fist swung toward Tai Qian's face, and only the intervention of several guards prevented Tai Qian from truly becoming nothing but scrap metal. It's all your damn fault, you useless adjutant. How could you not see through their scheme? Tai Qian no longer wished to speak. The miscalculation was indeed his responsibility. Now he needed to figure out how to salvage this failure. Losing an entire star system meant he would certainly be nailed to the wall of shame and hung there permanently. Just then a scout reported, a Lirwala command vessel has been spotted approximately 10 light-years ahead. Tai Qian instantly perked up. Identify immediately. Biological identification complete. It is King Pymir and an unidentified creature. Based on various indices, they appear to be lost. Tai Qian was overjoyed. Seize them immediately, I want them alive. Hua Bao paused to think. Could this be another trap? Tai Qian ran another set of calculations, but this time he was far more cautious. He dispatched hundreds of probes to scan the 10 light-year radius around the Lirwala command vessel. Only after confirming no Lirwala traces were present did he sigh in relief. Capture them. When Hua Bao and Tai Qian boarded the Lirwala command vessel, King Pymir looked at Zhang Fan with terror. You betrayed me. Ha ha ha, what are you thinking? We're heading to Huixing for tourism. Can you communicate with them? Tell them we surrender. You. Didn't you say the Zerd never surrender?
Looking at King Paimir's disdainful expression, Zhang Fan chuckled.
My other half is not Zerg. Ha ha ha. King Paimir.
Who would have thought I could find such a treasure in a place like this? Tai Chen knew that as long as he could bring back King Paimir he would be fine even if he lost the Lei Yin star system. He could fabricate a tactical justification, worst-case scenario. Hua Bao glared at King Paimir and threw a punch straight at her. Zhang Fan effortlessly blocked his full-strength strike and smiled at Tai Chen. It seems General Hua Bao intends to cut off your only way out. Through King Paimir's translation, Tai Chen pondered for a moment and said, General Hua Bao, please calm down.
We need to bring them back alive to meet the great emperor. Calm down. How many of our soldiers did she kill?
Now the Lei Yin star system is in their hands and you expect me to stay calm. Before the words had barely left his mouth, a sharp short sword extended from his fist and he swung it toward Zhang Fan's throat. To Zhang Fan, this clumsy mechanical being was hardly worth worrying about. He was only interested in seeing how Tai Chen would respond.
Zhang Fan gave Tai Chen a cryptic glance. Tai Chen immediately unleashed a powerful electric current.
Hua Bao's body convulsed and he collapsed to the ground. Pointing at Tai Chen, he stammered, You.
What are you doing? Stopping your recklessness.
I intend to take them alive to Huaxing and seek forgiveness for our mistakes. Hu Bailey strode into the Jeddah command center, surveying the chamber littered with scraps of wrecked steel, and laughed. We have finally returned. Watched the maniacally smiling Hu Bailey and Master. Why are you so excited?
Home. This place used to be my home.
After being occupied by the Nagong tribe for hundreds of years, my soul has longed for it.
Though it is now utterly unrecognizable, I am home.
Yata suddenly grew melancholy. A tear slid from the corner of her eye. She wiped the crystal tear, looking at it curiously, and asked, What is this?
Hu Bailey smiled and said, Tears, it seems you miss home as well.
Yata fell silent, lowering her head. I think this tear is not mine, it flows for the master. Hu Bailey nodded. Zhang Fan, the master will surely find a way home. To shift the topic, Hu Bailey suddenly laughed. Yata, Master, Mother, your ability to extrapolate tactics is most admirable.
Master, you're joking.
It was the master who laid the trap, I was only executing it.
Humble as ever.
I only envisioned a raid on Jeddah, but you can extrapolate and bait the enemy, drawing their forces away so they are scattered and unable to coordinate. You're better at it than I am, better than I am.
Yata bowed to Hu Bailey in humility, and Hu Bailey looked rather pleased with this alien student.
The Lei Yin star system had been reclaimed and the Nagong tribe's relief forces arrived to find the entire system filled with insect tribe troops. The fall of the Lei Yin star system was already decided. 2 fleets sent to aid had withdrawn. The Frost star system's commander Han Bing sneered that fool Hua Bao is as good as dead this time. Ha ha ha, Lei Yin star system will be mine in no time. Han Bing, clad in water blue armor, spoke to the pilot. Return to the planet and let us witness the grand scene of Hua Bao being disassembled. As the ice blue flagship cleared to land on the planet, he found that the commanders of 4 other star systems had arrived at the same time. Nu Feng Chi Yin Zi Dian Lang Bai Bai, you came to see Hua Bao's end as well. Han Bing glanced at the werewolf-headed centaur, a half-machine being who sneered, other people come to see Hua Bao's end, fine, but he is your good brother. If it weren't for him saving you, how could a Lier Walla become a commander? Lang Bai Bai coldly said, mind your own business. He strode toward the command center. Nu Feng looked at Han Bing and shook his head. This time you'll probably be disappointed again.
Han Bing asked, what do you mean by that?
A red-armored Chi Yan patted Han Bing's shoulder and smiled, you'll know soon enough.
We didn't come today to laugh at you. Han Bing, full of questions, stepped into the command center. His electronic components were overloaded. Hua Bao sat exalted on the throne wearing a new set of high-strength titanium armor. The armor in color and texture was superb. The full suit made Hua Bao seem holy and inviolable, exuding a dominating aura as if he ruled over all. What is going on? Han Bing shouted and several commanders turned toward him. A deep monotone voice came from the command center. Hua Bao has captured the Pamir King as a reward and has been promoted to Grand Commander, responsible for governing everything in my Western universe. Han Bing asked in astonishment, Great Emperor, he threw away the entire Lei Yin star system and you promoted him to Grand Commander. Han Bing, it seems your program needs a purge. You actually question my decision. 2 guards bearing golden war axes and clad in heavy armor lifted Han Bing and dragged him away. Han Bing pleaded, Great Emperor, I swear obedience. I was merely exhibiting a fault, a small glitch. Please forgive me, Great Emperor. The 2 guards released Han Bing and departed. The deep monotone voice spoke again, I still have important matters in the North Universe. This side is entrusted to Hua Bao. Make sure to swiftly seize the Lier Walla tribe. We shall faithfully follow the Emperor's order. After the Emperor left, Hua Bao approached Han Bing with a triumphant smile. Sorry I didn't let you become a laughingstock. You?
Han Bing pointed at Huobao, but seeing his glare, though displeased, he was now the Grand Commander with the Emperor backing him. If he didn't swallow his pride, he might very well be disassembled first.
Huobao laughed as Han Bing lowered his head in submission. Haha, our proud Han Bing would bow his head too, how satisfying. Huobao patted Han Bing's shoulder and said with a smile, you know the Lei Yen star system is now occupied by the Li'erwala.
Go take it back until you do. Your Frost Star system will be managed by Commander Lang Baibai to handle things.
This is vendetta.
What right does Lang Baibai, a Li'erwala lowly creature, have to manage my Frost Star system?
Huobao slapped Han Bing across the face. Even his steel mask bore 4 grooves. Qualified.
Lang Baibai is a commander recognized by the Emperor. Now I, the Grand Commander, have him take over your Frost Star system.
Do you agree?
Han Bing touched the grooves on his face, about to retort when new foam cleared his throat. Han Bing lowered his head and said, fine, I will obey the Grand Commander's orders. I surrender the Frost Star system's control and I will lead the troops to reclaim Lei Yen. Leaving the command center, Han Bing rubbed his bruised face and cursed Huobao. He was about to board his own flagship when he saw a strange creature roaming around the warship. Han Bing studied the creature carefully. 2 legs, 4 arms, all over with a prickly carapace. It did not resemble a Li'erwala. How could such a creature move freely on a ship's deck? Han Bing summoned a guard and asked, what is that thing? The Supreme Commander brought it back along with the Premier King. The Deputy Commander said he may roam freely on the planet, we must not hinder him. Han Bing thought for a moment and strode toward the strange creature with resolve. Before he could speak, he heard a covert electronic pulse signal, an ancient signal from tens of thousands of years ago. Now almost no one uses it.
Save me, I'll help you get rid of Huobao.
Han Bing stared at the creature in astonishment. The look in his eyes clearly said that the signal had just been sent by the creature. Han Bing glanced around and using the same signal replied, follow me, I'll take you outside. He boarded his own ship while the strange creature did not make any direct contact with him. The strange creature appeared remarkably clever, avoiding the guard's gaze. When they were not paying attention, it flashed aboard the departing Han Bing's flagship.
Who are you? Li'erwala insectoid overlord Zhang Fan.
Han Bing scanned Zhang Fan. Are you the one who betrayed the Premier King? Zhang Fan roared with a loud laugh. No, I am here to save you.
Save me.
You really are a strange creature. Has your brain short-circuited? Zhang Fan asked. In return, do you think with your current loss of the Frost Star system and only your own fleet you can defeat millions of my warships? If you head to the Lei Yen star system now, you'll be courting death. Han Bing sneered. You, this master, are aboard my ship, so am I not to let the insect race bow to me? As he spoke, Han Bing reached to strike, but his body refused to move. Looking down, he found his feet crawling with unknown little black insects. No idea when they had crawled onto him. Han Bing asked in terror, what are these?
Don't worry. They're just some sharp-toothed little playmates. What exactly are you trying to do? It's simple, take me to Huoxing's data room. Once I find what I need, I'll help you kill Huobao.
Han Bing sneered. You cunning creature. It was you who helped Huobao become Supreme Commander, and now you come to tell me you'll help me kill him.
Are you trying to drive a wedge between us?
Zhang Fan countered. Does the relationship between you two really need anyone to drive a wedge? He deliberately touched his own face, hinting at the 4 grooves on Han Bing's. Tell me your true purpose, or even if you kill me, I won't help you.
To go home. Zhang Fan sincerely told Han Bing his entire purpose. Han Bing gave a cold laugh.
To think you infiltrated Huoxing for the tedious sentiments of a lowly lifeform, I do admire you for that.
He looked down at his feet. How am I supposed to take you to the data room like this? The little black insects did not leave, instead they burrowed into Han Bing's body. Han Bing roared, what is the meaning of this? Didn't we strike a deal?
As a lowly creature, I don't trust a higher lifeform like you.
Keeping your life in my hands is safer. Cunning beast.
Han Bing's personal warship slowly sailed toward the data hub where records were stored.
Standing on the warship, Zhang Fan looked down.
Beyond, the Steel City craters dotted the ground everywhere. Every patch of land looked as if it had been struck by meteorites. Are those creatures down there Li'erwala people?
Han Bing glanced over.
Not just Li'erwala, there are also Yachi Dua Duomia Kaitila and creatures from several nameless planets.
They are all slaves. Do you mechanical lifeforms actually need slaves? Isn't that obvious?
After we steelify a planet, do you expect us to mine it ourselves?
With that effort, how many more combatants could we produce?
Why waste minerals on mining robots? Han Bing said smugly, you don't understand.
With more combatants we can invade more planets. Steelify half, enslave the other half, and use those resources to build even more combatants. Repeat the cycle and ruling the universe is only a matter of time.
Zhang Fan nodded with great approval.
Not a bad plan. Too bad the efficiency is a little low.
You dare call it inefficient?
This is the optimal plan. Zhang Fan merely smiled and did not answer.
Han Bing assumed Zhang Fan had been rendered speechless.
Commander, we have arrived at the data hub.
Han Bing led Zhang Fan unimpeded through the data hub until they stopped before a colossal sphere of light.
What data are you looking for?
Zhang Fan was not foolish enough to let him know about Earth or any clue to Earth.
I'll do it myself.
You.
Ha ha ha, impossible.
The core only accepts mechanical life forms.
The moment you touch it, an alarm will be triggered.
Zhang Fan stood before the sphere of light. An ultra-miniature sacred scarab crawled out from his body. Han Bing watched curiously as the mechanical insect crawled onto the console.
About 2 minutes later it crept back inside Zhang Fan's carapace. You can actually control machines. What model is that? I've never seen it before. Zhang Fan smiled. It's not a machine. It's an insectoid modified with machinery. Han Bing fell into thought.
After a moment he suddenly said, "Can you turn me into something like that?" This time Zhang Fan was surprised.
What do you mean by that? I want to possess life. But you are already a mechanical life form.
Did your circuit boards fry?
No. I have grown weary of this cold, unfeeling body. I want to feel.
I don't want the reactions produced by data, I want real emotions that come from myself. For a moment Zhang Fan truly did not know how to respond. You are very special.
All right. Help me rescue King Pamir and I'll rebuild your body. Deal. Han Bing exclaimed, "Rescue King Pamir. Are you insane?
Where she's imprisoned now is surely heavily guarded."
Never mind you, even I probably couldn't get in.
Zhang Fan spread his hands.
Then that's none of my business. But once this is done I'll have betrayed the Nagong race.
Han Bing was clearly hesitant.
Zhang Fan said coldly, "Do you think what you've already done isn't betrayal? I promise to rebuild your body. My insectoid race keeps its word. And if you're willing to follow me I can give you a mighty legion to command as well. Deal."
Han Bing took Zhang Fan to the central holding chamber where they happened to run into Tai Qian, who had already been promoted to deputy commander escorting King Pamir. He was about to take her to the Bailang star system to be imprisoned by Lang Babai. Seeing Zhang Fan and Han Bing together, Tai Qian immediately became wary. "Sovereign Zhang Fan, why are you with him?" Zhang Fan spread his hands helplessly. "I was escorted here under guard by this general." Tai Qian glared at Han Bing and roared, "General Han Bing, you've been getting more and more out of line. You would even detain the Supreme Commander's guest." Before Han Bing could speak, Tai Qian sneered with contempt, "You don't actually think capturing any random creature will earn you a promotion, do you? Unfortunately, this random creature you caught happens to be the Supreme Commander's friend."
Han Bing flew into a towering rage. It was bad enough having to put up with Hua Bao, but now even his deputy dared to make cutting remarks to him. "Ha ha ha, seems the people around here don't think much of you. No wonder you're a little special."
Zhang Fan's words struck a nerve in Han Bing. After another look at Tai Qian's smug face, Han Bing punched straight through Tai Qian's chest, tore off his mechanical head, threw it to the ground and stomped it flat. Han Bing glared at the surrounding guards. A flash of cold light swept past and in an instant the guards were sliced in two. King Pamir stared at the sudden turn of events in astonishment, then turned to glare at Zhang Fan.
"You bastard, you really did collude with the Nagong race." Zhang Fan did not answer her.
He snapped off her shackles and introduced, "This is Han Bing. From now on he is a friend of ours."
"Friend? You dare call a Nagong a friend? Then you will be my enemy. Why are you so naive?
He just killed Tai Qian, so he's already a traitor to the Nagong race.
Haven't you heard that the enemy of my enemy is my friend?"
King Pamir roared, "Isn't this friend of yours also the one who sold me out?"
Sigh.
With that level of intelligence, how did you ever become king?
Let's go. Get out of here first.
Hu Bailey and the others should already be ready to rendezvous with us.
What?
Even the Grand Priest knows. You all. Han Bing led King Pamir and Zhang Fan aboard his personal warship. They had just left the Wishing Star domain when dozens of wolf-headed warships gave chase.
Lang Babai's escort fleet. Zhang Fan asked curiously, "Aren't these Leerwala warships?"
King Pamir said angrily, "Traitors. They betrayed their own kind just to survive." King Pamir stared at Han Bing meaningfully. Zhang Fan immediately blocked her line of sight. "He is one of my insectoid race now. Bug race. I'll settle the score for your betrayal once I return to the Lei Yin star system." Han Bing walked slowly toward King Pamir and said coldly, "Sovereign, it would be best to eliminate certain unstable factors right now." King Pamir was now unarmed, facing a fully armed Han Bing brimming with killing intent.
The outcome required no deliberation.
She roared at Zhang Fan, "Are you just going to watch him murder your friend? Zhang Fan smirked, didn't you say we weren't friends?
You betrayed me. And now you even let the Nagong threaten me. As she spoke, King Pamir actually burst into tears, weeping loudly like a little girl.
This sudden outburst left Han Bing and Zhang Fan dumbfounded. A planetary ruler, a sovereign of an entire race, there she sat on the freezing floor sobbing uncontrollably.
With a thunderous boom, Han Bing's private warship was struck on its engine by Lang Babai's escort fleet.
The pilot robot reported left engine destroyed, energy shield at 65.
Zhang Fan looked at Han Bing with a puzzled expression.
Your warship's defenses are a bit too weak, aren't they?
It only took one shot. Han Bing said awkwardly, my latest warship is still under maintenance.
I was in a hurry to go out today, so I took the older model.
Han Bing's adjutant forced a wry smile.
General, you were anxious to see Hua Bao's joke, and now.
Shut up.
Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly and said, fortunately our fleet is already here. As Zhang Fan's words faded, hundreds of Rebecca ships and 3 Learwala cruisers emerged in front of Han Bing's private warship. The instant King Pamir spotted the Learwala fleet, she stopped crying and shouted excitedly, it's the Viper fleet, Kuwaila's Viper fleet. Zhang Fan and Han Bing both rolled their eyes at her and said in unison, we can see it. The moment Lang Babai's escort fleet saw the Learwala fleet, it turned and fled without a hint of hesitation. Zhang Fan watched them with curiosity.
Though the strength disparity was immense, this was after all Nagong territory, could they abandon the field so readily?
Meanwhile, Kuwaila glared at the retreating Lang Babai escort fleet from the cruiser, her voice dripping with murderous intent.
One day I will cut down all you traitors with my own hands. Lei Yin Star System Jeddah Command Center.
King Pamir sat imperially upon the command seat, glaring at Hu Bailey and the others, and bellowed, High Priest, are you plotting rebellion? You even conspired with the insectoids to trick me into going to Huosheng and instilled me with some nonsense about bravery.
You simply intended to use me as bait.
King Pamir stabbed a furious finger at Zhang Fan.
He actually sold me to the Nagong people and to this Nagong man. He colluded with the Nagong.
Zhang Fan smiled dismissively.
Aren't you still alive and well?
Besides, without this Nagong man, could you have escaped with your life? Hu Bailey also pointed at Zhang Fan in anger.
Sovereign, you never told me you'd use my king as bait. Originally I didn't plan to, but didn't King Pamir crave bravery?
She agreed of her own will to go with me.
You can't blame me for that. King Pamir seethed with fury.
Hu Bailey hurriedly consoled her, my king, I believe the sovereign didn't mean it deliberately. He wanted to lift your spirits, show you the battlefield, and let you chance upon Hua Bao's remnants.
So, you two. The two of you are hand in glove.
Zhang Fan gave her a courteous salute, deliberately winked at Hu Bailey, then left with Han Bing and Yada. After they had gone, King Pamir jabbed an angry finger at Hu Bailey and demanded, What did that look he just gave you mean? Do you take me for a blind fool? Hu Bailey looked utterly bewildered. Did the sovereign just exchange a glance with me? No, we communicate through consciousness. High Priest, don't forget my mother's dying wish.
Is this how you assist me?
Hu Bailey looked at King Pamir with a grave expression and said sternly, in the face of a crisis that could annihilate our race, do you show even a shred of kingly bearing?
Don't you understand that a king must not court danger? Who allowed you to go with him?
Before King Pamir could retort, Hu Bailey went on, as king of our race, it's one thing that you went to Huosheng with him, but after that journey what did you see?
Was it you being imprisoned? You being humiliated?
Did you see the tens of millions of Learwala slaves? Did you see the suffering they endured? Traitors, without those traitors could you have returned alive? Without your so-called traitors how could we have known where to meet you? Who do you think made it so easy for you to escape from Huosheng? Stunned by Hu Bailey's outburst, King Pamir seemed to understand something.
You mean on Huosheng that was? Some matters are not as simple as they seem. As a king you must lead all your people.
Failure isn't terrifying, what's terrifying is to sink into despair and never rise again. After coughing a few times, Hu Bailey said meaningfully to Pamir, the insectoids are a fearsome race, yet they are the sharpest sword we possess against the Nagong. As king, don't doubt the sword in your hand, don't fear it, learn to wield it.
Inside the insectoid territory on Wanyao Star, Zhang Fan brought Han Bing to the incubation pool and asked, have you thought it through?
I will create a body for you, but this body will feel pain, grow old and die. Han Bing said resolutely, I want to truly live. Zhang Fan nodded without another word.
He began meticulously adjusting the genetic chain and an embryo quickly took shape. After 3 sunrises,
Han Bing watched an insectoid body take shape gradually in the incubation pool, a tiger's head, a human-like torso, icy scales, an insect armor, 8 legs, 4 arms, twin pincers, and a scorpion tail. Only after completing the final gene configuration did Zhang Fan speak to him, alright, I will now convert your data into consciousness through the scarab, then inject your consciousness into this body. But this is irreversible.
Han Bing nodded. As long as you grant me a living body, I will obey the sovereign.
Han Bing's mechanical body crashed to the ground. An invisible data stream passed through the scarab's body and transformed into an imperceptible stream of consciousness which slowly merged into the incubation pool. Zhang Fan kept vigil at the incubation pool for 3 days. A thunderous tiger roar resounded, and as he watched the reborn Han Bing break free from the egg, a gratified smile spread across Zhang Fan's face.
How do you feel? Ha ha ha, this feels incredible.
Han Bing gently pinched his own arm with his massive pincer. The stinging pain made him suck in a sharp breath.
So this is pain. This is breathing. Fantastic, I'm alive. Yada approached Zhang Fan and watched Han Bing maniacally inspecting his new body.
She asked curiously, Sovereign, why does a metallic lifeform with a relatively eternal existence harbor such strange thoughts?
Zhang Fan smiled faintly.
You can never comprehend the torment of having no sensations.
He merely wants to prove that he is alive. Isn't eternal life good?
Our insectoid bodies age and die, whereas he only needs to swap into a new body.
Isn't he more advanced than us? Do you want an eternal body?
Zhang Fan countered.
Yada fell silent, unsure how to answer that question.
Zhang Fan smiled slightly.
Eternal life is undoubtedly fine, but what meaning does living hold if it has no purpose? The meaning of my life is the sovereign, Yada answered with unwavering conviction.
Zhang Fan walked slowly out of the incubation chamber, murmuring to himself, this
is only temporary.
Zhang Fan had just stepped out of chamber, not yet able to bite a fresh meat. Hu Bailey, propped on his crutch, glared at him.
Overseer, you're too much. Weren't we supposed not me? Ha ha ha, are you talking about the Premier King matter?
That young girl really isn't fit to be king. She has no kingly bearing at all, and she even cries.
I think Lang Bai Bai would be quite suitable.
When Zhang Fan mentioned Lang Bai Bai, Hu Bailey's body trembled slightly. Seeing Yata and a creature he hadn't seen before nearby, he telepathically spoke to Zhang Fan. Overseer, have you learned about it?
A bit suspicious. But now we know.
Lang Bai Bai has lurked for a long time. Without him the Leerwala might have been wiped out long ago.
He's a man.
Zhang Fan glanced at Han Bing and smiled. General Han Bing, what is your assessment of Lang Bai Bai? Lang Bai Bai fights bravely, but he is from the Na Gang clan and he drifts too close to Huobao. I hate him.
This is Han Bing. The Han Bing of the Na Gang clan.
Zhang Fan smiled with pride. How about it? Now I have the first general of my insect race. Does it look alright?
First general. Isn't Yata a general?
Zhang Fan smiled knowingly. Looks like the teacher still loves his students. Yata is my marshal. All generals must listen to her. Overseer, I feel that my new body and my name don't quite fit. Please, Overseer, grant me a name.
Me.
Better not. The Grand Priest is the most learned among the 10,000 races.
You should go ask him for a name.
Han Bing immediately bowed to Hu Bailey and said, please, Grand Priest, grant me a name. Hu Bailey sent a courteous bow. Zhang Fan nearby blasted compliments. Hu Bailey pondered for a moment and said, the Leerwala don't have anyone who looks like you. Tiger head, scorpion tail. The Tiger clan usually bears the Bai surname. The brow is the face's foremost feature, guarding the sea of awareness, and the title of the first general fits.
I think Bai Yi would be fitting. What do you think? Zhang Fan's mind suddenly flooded with Earth's biological knowledge. He exclaimed in astonishment, is this a coincidence or?
I increasingly feel that the Leerwala share a profound connection with my homeland.
Overseer, what are you talking about?
Zhang Fan hurried to explain. Sea of consciousness in my homeland's ancient times was used to refer to the brain. It's rarely used now, and Bai Yi is a ferocious tiger, the king of beasts in my homeland.
If the Grand Priest says there's no relation between us, I simply don't believe it. Beast King. Ha ha ha, that's a good name.
I'll call you Bai Yi from today.
Han Bing was very pleased with his new name.
Hu Bailey communicated with Zhang Fan telepathically. Have you got what the Overseer needs?
I've checked, it only records their departure with no record of anyone missing.
Then this Overseer's trip was a wasted one.
Not wasted entirely. First, I found there are many slaves of various races on the planet we can use. Second, the absence of missing records raises questions. What problem is there with no records? Grand Priest, you remember they were missing. Why would there be no records? I've checked all the records on the planet regarding this expedition. There is no record of where they disappeared. I guess there is only one possibility: they were deleted. Deleted? Why would the Na Gang do that? Zhang Fan shook his head. Not necessarily the Na Gang did it. Overseer, you mean? Impossible.
Besides me, only the previous Premier King had those records.
Hu Bailey paused.
The previous Premier King died on the planet. Could it be her? I don't know, perhaps she was trying to protect something. Of course, these are all guesses. Zhang Fan looked somewhat disappointed. Without the expedition's last known position, the hope of finding Earth grew dim again. Bai suddenly ran up to Zhang Fan and said, "Overseer, I just remembered something."
You say. Since I took on this new body, I think I've gained a soul. Get to the point. I suddenly realized that I don't actually hate Huobao. Get to the point.
Zhang Fan intensified his tone. I suddenly feel that my hatred for Huobao is just a program. This program makes me clash with Huobao.
I'm wondering. Do Nu Feng Qi Yan Zi Jian and Lang Bai Bai also have such a program running? Yata immediately said, "This is the Emperor designed to divide you all to prevent you from uniting against him."
Zhang Fan laughed. The universe is truly wondrous. Mechanical races wield imperial arts.
What a pity, the program is just the program.
He could never have foreseen a General Bai like this. Zhang Fan and Hu Bailey looked at each other and smiled. Yata suddenly smiled as well while Bai stood to the side staring blankly at the three of them.
He asked curiously, "Overseer, what are you three laughing about?" The border between the Lei Yen star system and the Ziyu star system.
On border patrol, Chi Weila suddenly discovered a small asteroid nearby around which Nu Feng commanded the Purple Moon Fleet had appeared. They weren't many ships, only 10, but what was unusual was that among the small fleet there appeared a Nu Feng exclusive warship.
Kiwi La did not dare to attack rashly, for Nu Feng's exclusive warships could stand against 100 and more.
She could only watch from afar. What she saw shocked her. Nu Feng's exclusive warship was escorting a very strange object at least 5000 meters long and 200 meters wide, looking like Hu Bailey's staff in her hand, but entirely metal from its form. It was clear this was a weapon.
Kiwi La had seen the power of the star-destroying cannon, and this device looked even larger.
If it moved through space, the Lei Yen star system would be in danger. Kiwi La immediately informed the command center on Jedstar. Hu Bailey looked at the transmitted image and exclaimed, "Moro's staff."
They actually forged Moro's staff.
Zhang Fan saw Hu Bailey's terrified expression and hurriedly asked, "What is Moro's staff and why is the Grand Priest so nervous?" Hu Bailey explained Moro's staff is an ancient weapon from legends possessing the power to destroy a star system. Although it can be used only once, this time it would be enough to destroy the Lei Yen star system.
It seems the Na Gang clan is determined to wipe us out.
I've never dealt with a weapon capable of destroying a star system, but such a weapon would require enormous energy. Its charging time must be long, right?
We have time to reach it before it charges and destroy it.
Moro's staff may require a long charging time, but the Na Gang clan will surely guard it with heavy force. With our current strength we have no chance. Approximately how long would it take to charge?
In the best case, 6 days. Yata, how many troops do we have now?
Yata answered immediately, Rebecca 1200 Dragon Type, Rebecca 60000 Poison Bees 100000000, All Ground Forces 10000000000.
No, that's not enough. To fight 5 star systems, this many troops is far too few. Bai suddenly spoke, "There are only 4 star systems. I'm not in the Frost star system and the Vice Commander is here too.
Without my orders or the Vice Commanders, the Frost star system's troops cannot be mobilized."
Yata said, "That's still not enough.
Even if you can control Frost, we'd only have forces for 2 star systems. Against 4 star systems the strength gap is too great."
Zhang Fan's lips curled into a sly smile. Hu Bailey and Yata also smiled while Bai stood to the side watching the three with a goofy look. He asked curiously, "Overseer, what are you three laughing at?"
Upon hearing that Zhang Fan still commanded a substantial force, Hu Bailey immediately thought of the clansmen enslaved by the Nagong race across the star systems.
Without weapons they stand no chance in battle. Engaging them would only get them killed. We could deliver weapons to them, Bai interjected suddenly.
I know of a secret passage reserved exclusively for commanders.
Hu Bailey sighed deeply.
After a millennium of bondage they have likely lost all capacity for warfare. On my world I could still feel their simmering hatred toward the Nagong race. Zhang Fan replied firmly.
Proceed with Bai's plan and arm them. If they lack the will to fight, I shall turn them into living weapons myself. Hu Bailey blinked in astonishment. Lord Sovereign, you intend to? Yada placed a set of bio-armor before him. Zhang Fan continued, "This is our bio-armor."
Suddenly several black insects scurried across Zhang Fan's arm, attaching themselves to the armor, which then began to move on its own. These creatures I call zombie insects, Zhang Fan explained.
They possess no inherent offensive capability, but they can control their hosts. They were originally designed to combat the Nagong race, but I have made some modifications. Hu Bailey gazed between the bio-armor and Zhang Fan, realization dawning. Lord Sovereign intends to equip the slaves with this bio-armor and have the zombie insects control them into battle.
Precisely, Zhang Fan affirmed.
Bio-armor alone is but metal and circuitry. Its true power can only be unleashed through a pilot. Those slaves who retain their will shall fight of their own accord, while those without shall be driven by the zombie insects.
At this King Palmyr object vehemently. What you propose bears no difference from the Nagong race.
These slaves have already suffered enough, yet you would force them into battle.
Zhang Fan shrugged indifferently.
Suit yourself. We have 6 days remaining before doom claims us all. I give you 1 day to decide. I have obtained what I came for. Within 24 hours deliver your answer or my swarm shall depart of its own accord. Having said this, Zhang Fan turned and strode away. Only when he was far enough gone did Yada address King Palmyr.
King Palmyr, this is war, not an occasion for mercy. I sensed my sovereign's intention to leave quite clearly.
Without the swarm's aid you face nothing but annihilation.
Within the hall of 10,000 demons, King Palmyr summoned all her ministers and announced her decision.
Surrender. Your Majesty. You cannot be serious.
I shall never surrender, the silver-haired queen declared.
Rather die in battle than yield. But surrender. Perhaps we can preserve the lineage of Liurwa.
The continuation of our race transcends all else.
Have you lost your senses? At the very least mining keeps us alive.
The great hall erupted into chaos save for Hubei, who stood silent and motionless at its center.
Thump. 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 The resounding echoes of 3 staff strikes reverberated throughout the hall.
The ministers instantly returned to their positions and bowed their heads in silence. Hubei scanned the assembly and roared, "Look at yourselves. Do you possess even a shred of the bloodline of Liurwa? Have you grown weary of cowering in one corner, lingering on like ghosts?" He strode slowly toward the throne, fixing his gaze upon the silver-haired King Palmyr, and shook his head.
Your Majesty. You have disappointed me greatly.
The 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the king seemed to sense the threat radiating from Hubei.
It bared its fangs and emitted a low menacing growl. You. What are you about?
Gritting his teeth, Hubei bowed deeply before the throne, then proclaimed in a clear resonant voice, "For the sake of Liurwa, I implore your Majesty to abdicate."
The words sent shockwaves through the entire hall. Kiwila led a fully armed contingent of the Imperial Guard marching into the hall.
Upon seeing him, King Palmyr exclaimed with agitation, "Seize this traitor Hubei immediately.
He dares to plot a coup."
Kiwila glided across the hall like a serpent and saluted Hubei respectfully. "High Priest, the Imperial Guard stands under my command.
The entire royal city has been sealed off.
You have turned traitor as well." King Palmyr could scarcely believe it. Both her most trusted confidants Hubei and Kiwila had betrayed her. Kiwila bowed courteously to the king. "In extraordinary times extraordinary measures are required. You fall far short of your predecessor's wisdom."
Hubei paid no mind to the bewildered king and announced loudly, "King Palmyr is deposed. The throne remains vacant and I shall wield sovereign authority in her stead."
Witnessing the circumstances unfolding before them, none of the courtiers dared utter another word.
Half kneeling, they cried out in unison, "We obey the High Priest's decree."
King Palmyr slumped limply upon her throne, muttering repeatedly, "Was I wrong?" Deep within the swarm territory of Wanyao Star, Zhang Fan observed the countless zombie insect eggs stretching beyond counting. Hubei entered with a somewhat despondent tread. Before Zhang Fan could speak, he volunteered, "I have seized the throne.
It was overdue.
How shall I address our new ruler?" Hubei quickly waved his hands. "No, I shall not take the title of king. After defeating the Nagong race.
Please continue calling me High Priest." Understanding his disposition, Zhang Fan did not press the matter.
Smiling, he said, "Very well, High Priest.
Shall we discuss the campaign against the 4-star systems?"
After half a day of deliberation, Zhang Fan and Hubei reached a decision. Kiwila would lead the main fleet as the primary assault force, launching a full-scale attack on the Ziyu star system where Nufeng held command. Meanwhile, Bai Yi would lead a small team through the secret passage, infiltrating the other star systems to distribute weapons and armor, deploy the zombie insects, and incite the slave populations of each world into chaos. Hubei, assisted by Yata and Langba Bai, would assault Huaxing. Life and death hung in the balance of this single engagement. Zhang Fan stepped into the command center of Lei Yin star system and asked calmly, "What is the current situation?" A rabbit-faced adjutant clad in pristine white energy armor immediately reported, "Lord Sovereign, everything proceeds according to plan." Glancing at the screen in her hands, she continued, "The slave armies on the 4 planets of Bailan, Huang Xiaoqiu and Lu Ran have already seized the Nagong command centers.
Combat on the remaining 16 planets is ongoing.
The battles on Yunxia, Shufeng and Weijia are drawing to a close. The sole exception is Lu Yan and Xiling star system, where the slave uprising has been suppressed. General Bai Yi has already departed to reinforce them." Zhang Fan swept his gaze across the hundreds of screens displaying the battle status of each world.
"How fares the Ziyu star system?"
The rabbit-faced adjutant answered promptly, "The battle in Ziyu star system has entered a heated phase.
By current estimates, we cannot destroy it before the Morrow staff is activated."
She added, "There is an unforeseen development. The defending forces in Ziyu star system appear to be disregarding losses across all systems.
It seems they intend to stake everything on destroying both Lei Yin star system and Wanya star. Ha ha ha, that brute Huafu indeed lacks strategic acumen. Placing him as overall commander, Hu Bailey's move was masterful.
Zhang Fan issued his order.
Command all Lierwa people on Wanyao star to board the Rebecca immediately.
The rabbit-faced adjutant gasped in shock. Lord Sovereign, do you intend to abandon Wanyao star and the Lei Yin star system?
Zhang Fan countered, is something the matter? No, it's just Wanyao star. That is our home. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Fear not. I promise Wanyao star shall remain untouched.
Turning to his communicator, Zhang Fan instructed transmit the evacuation footage of Wanyao star to the Nagong race at the fastest possible speed. And send them 2 words, goodbye. In the ZUS star system, the Nagong commanders Nufeng Qian and Zidian were locked in a heated argument.
Qian, clad in heavy armor emblazoned with flame insignias, roared, what kind of order is this?
I have only one planet left, Luyen. Are we to lose everything just to annihilate a single star system?
Zidian spoke helplessly, you still have Luyen.
All my star systems have already fallen.
Where did those slaves get so many weapons? The adjutant beside Zidian reported it was Han Bing's exclusive vessel that led them.
They traveled through the commander's channel, so we failed to detect them in time.
Nufeng asked in confusion, Han Bing. Isn't Han Bing dead? Could his adjutant have betrayed him?
Qian shook his head and said, do we have time to worry about that now? Even that bastard Lang Babai could betray us. Why would a mere adjutant of Han Bing be surprising? I'm beginning to suspect you might be a traitor too, deliberately letting our star systems fall into the hands of the Lierwala.
Enraged, Nufeng hurled a punch at Qian, leaving a fist-shaped dent in his chest armor. The two immediately brawled inside the command center, trading blow after blow.
Zidian watched them in disbelief, then discharged 2 bolts of electric current, knocking both to the ground.
He said calmly, why don't you two save your energy to deal with the Lierwala?
Just then an analytical robot reported, we have received a video transmission from the command center of the Lei Yin star system.
Zidian quickly ordered, play it.
In the video, all the Lierwala were boarding the colossal crocodile-headed monster in orderly fashion.
Several young Lierwala even faced the camera holding up a banner. The banner read with white characters bore 2 words written in Nagong script, farewell. The Lierwala children, each wearing radiant smiles, cheerfully hopped and skipped as they boarded the crocodile-headed monster. They showed not the slightest trace of tension, as if they cared nothing for the imminent destruction of their star system. Startled, Zidian asked, where are they heading?
The analytical robot immediately reported, based on their course calculations indicate a 68 probability they are heading to Huixing and 32 to Mumu star in the Han Bing star system. Zidian's adjutant suddenly said, Commander Lang Babai has betrayed us and is attacking Huixing alongside the Lierwala.
I know.
Based on the current situation, since the Lierwala have already left, using the Staff of Maros to destroy the Lei Yin star system serves no purpose. We should aim the Staff of Maros at Huixing instead.
Nufeng immediately objected, no.
The Supreme Commander is still on Huixing.
Qian shot Nufeng a scornful glance. Can you even protect him now?
If not for that hothead trying to use the Staff of Maros to destroy the Lei Yin star system after King Pamir fled, would we be in such a passive position? As the two argued, a communication robot reported the defense forces in the Lu Yin star system are now surrounded by the Lierwala.
A ferocious Lierwala warrior is leading the slave army, along with Han Bing's exclusive vessel, attacking the Lu Yin fortress. Our people are on the verge of collapse. Qian turned and strode away, bellowing, attack wherever you want. I'm going back to defend Lu Yin. Before the Emperor returns, Lu Yin must not fall. Nufeng and Zidian stared at each other. Should they continue attacking the now deserted Lei Yin star system or sacrifice Huixing and the hothead to turn the tide? Faced with such a momentous decision, the chips in their analytical robots and adjutants were already glowing faintly red from the computational strain. Meanwhile, the Lierwala were evacuating the entire Lei Yin star system in an orderly manner. They did not head for Huixing but toward Mumu star in the Bingshuang star system. Although Huixing was the Lierwala homeland, it had long been mined into a barren wasteland by the Nagong. Sacrificing the shattered Huixing to preserve Wanyao star was more than worth it. Zhang Fan dispatched a large fleet of empty Rebecca vessels toward Huixing. The moment the Nagong staff of Maros turned, they would fold space and escape with all the Zerg and Lierwala forces. The relentless assault of the main Lierwala forces led by Kawila in the ZUS star system gave Nufeng no time to think. If he made the wrong decision and the staff of Maros was destroyed, they would lose even the last chance to fight to the bitter end. Zidian's adjutant suddenly spoke, after extensive analysis, destroying Huixing gives us a 51% chance of turning the tide. If we continue attacking the Lei Yin star system, the Lierwala have already withdrawn, making it utterly meaningless. We unanimously recommend redirecting the staff of Maros to destroy Huixing and the surrounding Lierwala forces. Turn the staff of Maros. Target whooshing.
At the same moment Kiwilla, who was attacking the ZUS star system, saw the staff of Moros beginning to turn and immediately notified Hubei. Gazing upon the doomed whooshing outside the viewport, Hubei ordered all forces to retreat immediately.
Fold space to Mumu Star.
The hot-tempered Huoba was stomping around in the command center when he suddenly noticed the Leerwala retreating like an ebbing tide.
Curiosity had barely taken hold when a devastating piece of news arrived.
The staff of Moros in the ZUS star system has locked onto whooshing. Energy has reached 98 and it is in a pre-launch state.
Huoba erupted in fury. Have Nufeng and the others lost their minds? Get me the ZUA command center right now.
The ZUA command center has cut off contact with us.
What? Those bastards are trying to kill me. I will not let them get away with this. Huoba sped toward his exclusive vessel.
The moment his ship folded out of the whooshing system, the entire planet and dozens of surrounding celestial bodies vanished in a blinding flash of white light. Over 2000 light-years away, the Rebecca fleet sailing toward Mumu Star in the Bingshuang star system was jolted by an energy storm, triggering the sacred barrier's defensive shield.
The power of the staff of Moros was truly beyond imagination.
Hubei asked Yada, only the ZUS star system and Luyan star in the Qilon star system remain.
What do you plan for our next move? Yada smiled knowingly and replied, Teacher, my consideration is to attack Luyan star first.
Hubei asked in surprise, a star system versus a single planet, why choose to attack Luyan star?
Bai Yi's capture of Luyan star was merely a matter of time.
Because, Commander, there are currently 2 Nagong commanders and their exclusive vessels in the ZUS star system.
Until now they haven't deployed them yet. They've already fought Kawilla's forces to a stalemate.
Thus we must save time and take Luyan star as quickly as possible. Bai Yi can still command his exclusive vessel, but his body can no longer merge with it.
And Lang Babai is Leerwala by blood. He only has his guard unit, no exclusive vessel. Those two are no match for Qi Yan.
Only by capturing Luyan star first can we concentrate all our forces to attack the ZUS star system.
Hubei burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. Truly well reasoned.
His laughter gradually faded and his voice turned low.
Yada, can I trust your Zerg?
Yada answered without the slightest hesitation, so far the Overlord has been wholeheartedly assisting the Leerwala and assisting you, teacher.
And after I leave?
Yata did not know how to answer Hubei's question, nor did she understand why he suddenly asked such a thing.
Master, are you leaving? No, not for now. After all, the battle has not yet ended, ha ha ha. As we grow older our minds wander. Let us proceed as you suggested and attack Luyan Star first.
100 kilometers beyond the Steel Fortress Command Center on Luyan Star, the Sentinel Barrier had been completely overrun by the insectoid horde. Billions of insectoid soldiers massed before the Sentinel Barrier, while the Steel Clan's heavy mechs formed a steel defense wall stretching approximately 100 miles, positioned 50 kilometers away. Behind these heavy mechs the Lujian garrison forces were continuously assembling, stretching for hundreds of miles. Suddenly a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as millions of dragon-type Rebeccas blotted out the sky like a solar eclipse. The Steel Clan's fierce bird fighter craft surged forward, filling the sky where spectacular fireworks bloomed across the heavens and the sound of explosions rang out like a tragic war song. Countless warriors vanished into the inferno, replaced by an endless tide of fighters rushing forward. Whether forged from steel like the Nagong or bound in flesh and blood like the Leerwala people, at this moment there was no distinction between them, they were all fearless warriors. With the head of a tiger and the body of a man equipped with twin pincers and a scorpion's tail, Bai Yi moved through the Nagong formation like a desert sovereign, where all who encountered it perished and all who came near met their doom. Its massive pincers swept across the field in devastating arcs capable of shearing heavy mechs in half at the waist. Behind it countless air mantises brandished their blades, tearing through the armor of heavy mechs through sheer ferocity and sacrifice. Fierce tigers with dog-like bodies and razor-sharp fangs poured into the breach with frenzied intensity, surging forward like a dam-breaking flood that could not be contained. Qi Yan arrived in haste and unleashed a barrage of fire on Bai Yi, but after the relentless bombardment Bai Yi merely shook its head and remained largely unharmed.
What manner of creature are you?
Ah, Qi Yan, your prized cluster bombs are useless against me.
Without another word Bai Yi charged toward Qi Yan with blistering speed.
Bai Yi moved with 8 insectoid limbs alternating in rapid succession, its speed so tremendous that by the time Qi Yan had barely finished reloading for his second volley, Bai Yi had already closed the distance. Its twin pincers struck from both sides simultaneously toward Qi Yan's midsection, forcing him to quickly retreat. Qi Yan unleashed a volley of 6 shots from his shoulder cannons, impacting against Bai Yi's sacred barrier. Black smoke billowed into the air as Qi Yan attempted to scan Bai Yi's position, but before he could track it, a scorpion stinger pierced through the smoky haze and impaled Qi Yan's left shoulder. Qi Yan immediately swung his energy blade to sever the scorpion tail, but he was too late. By the time his blade descended, Bai Yi had already retracted its stinger. I know your combat skills thoroughly, yet you know nothing about me. Qi Yan pressed his advantage, demanding to know his opponent's true identity. I'll reveal myself when you're about to perish.
Ha ha ha.
Qi Yan ran calculations and realized he stood no chance against the creature before him. His only hope of turning the tide was to board his personal warship. The moment Qi Yan looked up, he saw Hanbing's personal warship decimating the Steel Clan warriors in the sky.
How could you actually modify Hanbing's programming?
Ha ha, they didn't alter my programming at all. I grew weary of my emotionless body long ago, and this form suits me perfectly.
Hanbing. Are you Hanbing?
Bai Yi offered no response and launched another assault on Qi Yan, who immediately activated his energy defenses and fought his way backward, attempting to escape toward his personal vessel. Suddenly a devastating explosion tore through the sky as Qi Yan's personal warship erupted in flames and began its slow descent.
You. Did you really think I'd give you a chance? Hanbing, have you lost your mind?
To willingly degrade yourself, to abandon the body granted by the great emperor and sink into the form of a lower being.
Lower being. A flesh and blood lower being is far superior to a feelingless, thoughtless toy. What are you talking about? Never mind. There's no point explaining to a programmed puppet like you.
Bai Yi began attacking Qi Yan with relentless ferocity, each strike precisely targeting his vulnerabilities, leaving Qi Yan with nothing but defensive maneuvers and no counterattack capability. Suddenly a crimson light flickered across Qi Yan's chest and a mechanical, cold and stern voice echoed within his mind. Self-destruction sequence initiated. Qi Yan cried out to the heavens in terror. Great Emperor, Great Emperor.
I can still fight. I beg you, give me one more chance. I can still fight.
You worthless creatures, how long has it been since I departed? And already you've squandered so many of my star systems. Death 1,000 times over cannot atone for your crimes.
Reserve your final glory for the Leerwala people instead.
Noticing the terror on Qi Yan's face and seeing the red light pulsing from his chest, Bai Yi shouted urgently, retreat.
Everyone retreat. Boom.
Where the immense energy wave swept through all who stood in its path, the Negang, the Leerwala and the insectoids alike, were reduced to white ash. Fortunately, Bai Yi's swift reflexes allowed it to barely escape the devastation. A colossal and terrifying visage suddenly materialized before the Rebecca fleet that had come to reinforce Lu Yen's star.
Ignorant lower beings.
The low monotonous voice was accompanied by a cacophony that split heads with agony, bringing the battles across multiple star systems to an abrupt halt.
The Steel Clan began a full retreat while the Leerwala people and insectoids found themselves utterly immobilized.
The low monotonous voice intoned this time, I'll count it as your victory. For lower beings I show mercy, the star systems you've claimed are now yours.
Should you dare advance upon Purple Moon Star again, I will annihilate you. Zhang Fan suddenly called out, who are you?
Lord of the Negang, the great emperor of the Western realm. Does your appearance signify an intent for peaceful negotiations?
Negotiation.
You lesser beings, I merely reward your courage to resist me.
And if I refuse?
Zhang Fan's words made everyone hold their breath in dread. Even the great emperor of the Western realm was taken aback. What did you just say? I intend to reject your goodwill and obliterate Purple Moon Star. Unless you wish to appear now and destroy us yourselves.
You ignorant creature.
Another piercing screech ripped through the air, and while nearly everyone grimaced in excruciating pain, Zhang Fan remained completely unaffected.
Zhang Fan laughed loudly, your tricks won't work on me. Can we discuss this properly?
The colossal terrifying face regarded with bewilderment the figure of Zhang Fan standing on Mumu Star, gazing upward at the heavens.
You are an intriguing little creature. How do you propose we negotiate? We surrender and this realm shall remain under your dominion. The great emperor of the Western realm's expression shifted unmistakably from confusion to outright astonishment. What do you mean by that? It's quite simple. Your power is overwhelming, so you shall continue to rule this domain and we will worship you as our deity.
A long staff wreathed in flowing purple energy materialized beside Zhang Fan.
The Western Realm Emperor said to him, this is your reward.
It will strengthen your mental power and control and drive those little insects of yours into even greater frenzy. It also serves as your credential as the agent of the Western universe.
Thanks. Ha ha ha, you adorable little thing. I'll give you 3,000 years. I want a mighty army, one powerful enough to invade the northern universe. No problem. Leave it to me. Don't boast. If you fail to meet my requirements, even turning into cosmic dust will be a luxury for you.
Zhang Fan sat upon the throne of Wanyao Star. Yada and Bai Yi stood on either side of the throne, while Hu Bailey stood with Kawila and the Leervala tribe on the right side of the Great Hall. On the left side stood Huabao Zidian and Nufeng leading a host of mechanical warriors.
Both factions glared at each other, poised to come to blows at any moment.
Zhang Fan struck his royal scepter on the ground and said solemnly, everyone behave yourselves. As the representative of the Western Realm Emperor, I shall first announce a few matters.
Huabao and his people immediately dropped to one knee. We await your orders.
Hu Bailey and his people however merely stood there staring at Zhang Fan unsure whether they should bow or.
Finally unable to contain himself, Hu Bailey demanded, "Sovereign, isn't this surrender of yours a bit too hasty?"
Zhang Fan smiled faintly.
"Not hasty at all. If we can't win, we can't win.
The Western Realm Emperor's power is beyond imagination.
Isn't it good this way now? For now we have 3,000 years of peace." "What kind of peace is that?" "A slave's peace."
Zhang Fan ignored Kiwilla and pointed at Lang Babai, asking, "Why did you surrender back then?"
"Me? I had no choice.
Besides, it was the High Priest's strategy."
"Isn't it the same? When it's time to lay low, lay low."
"The Western Realm Emperor simply has no time to deal with us right now. If he weren't held back by certain matters, we would probably have already become cosmic dust." Hu Bailey looked at Huobao and the others, then at Zhang Fan.
"Sovereign saying this in front of them. Aren't you afraid?" "It's fine. He knows what I'm thinking. Do you think he doesn't want to wipe us out?"
"He has no time now, and he is convinced that even if he grants us 3,000 years of peace, we will never be able to match his power."
Zhang Fan continued, "For the Western Realm Emperor this is the best outcome.
If we obey, he gives us 3,000 years to build an army for him. If we don't, he has 3,000 years to resolve whatever is tying him down." Zhang Fan spread his hands helplessly and smiled. In his eyes we are nothing more than ants that disrupted his plans yet weren't worth his attention. Zidian suddenly said, "Commander-in-Chief, you put it quite bluntly, but you really understand the Emperor."
Zhang Fan sneered, "Unfortunately he doesn't understand me."
Zidian looked at him puzzled, but Zhang Fan changed the subject. "I announce that from today Hu Bailey will serve as my agent in the Western Universe, governing the entire Western Universe and commanding the Nagong tribe, the Liurvala tribe and all surrounding star domains." Everyone in the Great Hall was stunned. No one had expected Zhang Fan to make such a decision. Zhang Fan continued, "Yada will serve as deputy commander assisting Hu Bailey in governance. I hope that under your joint stewardship the Western Universe can forge a mighty army."
Hu Bailey immediately said, "Sovereign, from your words, are you planning to leave?" "Aha, the High Priest knows me well. I still have to go home."
"But,
are you really leaving just like that?" In response to Hu Bailey's doubt, Zhang Fan retorted, "Why not? I've left everything here to you. If I don't go, what am I supposed to do here?"
Zhang Fan then remembered the matter of the army he had promised the Western Realm Emperor.
"High Priest, don't worry.
If you can't think of a solution in 3,000 years, then there's nothing I can do either, ha ha ha." Watching Zhang Fan's indifferent, carefree demeanor, it seemed he had never taken the agreement with the Western Realm Emperor seriously at all.
Hu Bailey blocked Zhang Fan's path. "Sovereign, if you leave like this, even if you find Earth, do you think the Western Realm Emperor will let you and Earth off easily?" Zhang Fan nodded. "That's exactly why I must go.
With our current strength, let alone 3,000 years, even 30,000 years of evolution and technological advancement won't let us contend with the Western Realm Emperor. If I don't venture into the universe to seek greater power, are we all just supposed to wait here to die?" Zhang Fan walked out of the Great Hall, then suddenly turned back to Hu Bailey. "You should still have 1,000 or so years left to live. Don't even think about handing the throne to that little girl, King Pamir. Otherwise Yada will simply replace her."
But Hu Bailey had originally intended to take his own life after the war to atone for his usurpation, yet he never imagined the war would end in such a manner, nor that an even greater burden would be dumped onto his shoulders by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan once again entered the universe.
This time he brought 60 matriarchs and trillions upon trillions of insect eggs.
He needed power now more than ever. He had stirred up an enemy beyond his ability to contend with. Zhang Fan no longer planned to seek out Earth, because even if he found it, he would still have only 3,000 years. His primary mission now was to find other planets and begin amassing power for himself. Zhang Fan no longer wandered blindly through the universe, for he knew that approach was far too inefficient. After all, in the cosmos 3,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. He scattered trillions of insect eggs throughout the universe, letting them develop on their own. The Rebecca aboard which he traveled became the cosmic seeder of the insect swarm, releasing eggs wherever it went. About 100 years after leaving Wanya Star, Zhang Fan was awakened from his slumber by a violent jolt. The matriarch Nuya reported, "Sovereign, the tremor just now was caused by the explosion of a planet 300 light-years away." Suddenly a diamond-shaped spaceship flashed past the Rebecca's eyes. Compared to the colossal Rebecca, the ship was like a fly darting before an elephant's eyes. Not only did the ship fail to move away from the Rebecca, it actually landed directly on the Rebecca's back. This piqued Zhang Fan's interest. Never had he encountered a creature daring enough to approach the Rebecca of its own accord. Zhang Fan smiled at Nuya. "Is this creature blind? Shall I dispose of it? Let's see first. I'm rather curious. Send a few little bugs over to find out what it is."
The moment Zhang Fan finished speaking, several diamond-shaped ships appeared directly ahead of the Rebecca. They maintained a certain distance from the Rebecca but showed no sign of leaving.
Before long, one diamond-shaped ship slowly approached the Rebecca.
Zhang Fan smiled slightly.
The cosmic lingua franca, send a matriarch to try it.
The instant the Rebecca opened its enormous crocodilian maw, the diamond-shaped ships immediately turned around and fled. After they had gone, the ship on the Rebecca's back slowly took off. It circled once around the Rebecca, then flew away in another direction.
Catch it. After using us, it thinks it can run away. Not so easy.
In an instant, several venomous wasps blocked the ship's path and the Rebecca's massive tentacles dragged it directly into its enormous crocodilian maw. Once the ship had come to a stop, Zhang Fan walked over to it and studied it carefully. The vessel was roughly 200 meters long and about 100 meters across at its widest point. The ship's hatch suddenly opened and a creature about 3 meters tall, covered in long fur, ape-like in appearance and bearing 2 horns on its head, cautiously stepped out. As the long-haired ape stepped off the spacecraft, a tiny insect crept stealthily onto his body and bit him viciously. Zhang Fan, noting the terror on his face, quickly spoke in the moon ape tongue, "Fear not. My little ones quite fancy you and wish to befriend you." The long-haired ape scrutinized Zhang Fan, bipedal with 4 arms, his body sheathed in armor plating.
"Why you? How do you speak the moon ape tongue? Allow me to introduce myself.
I am Zhang Fan, the sovereign of the insect hive, traversing the cosmos in search of powerful forces." The long-haired ape glanced around cautiously and, sensing no ill intent, replied, "I am Yuan Jun, a wanderer.
I just encountered some bandits, so."
Zhang Fan suddenly asked, "What was that explosion about?"
Yuan Jun's words grew evasive on the matter. "Explosion? I know nothing of it."
Zhang Fan smiled faintly. The ape was clearly incapable of lying. Even Rebecca, a mere tiny insect, could sense a blast capable of shaking their vessel. How could his spacecraft, no larger than a housefly, fail to detect it?
Then who was chasing you?
They were merely space pirates.
Yuan Jun seemed eager to close the subject, his agitation palpable. "Thank you for rescuing me. May I depart now?" Zhang Fan did not attempt to detain him, offering instead a gentle smile.
"Of course.
Fair winds to you." As Yuan Jun's figure dimmed into a speck of light, Nwona asked, "Sovereign, why not simply control him with the zombie insects? He is clearly concealing much from us."
"Ha, can you expect a stranger to confess everything upon first meeting?"
"Fear not, we have the little insects on him. Let us observe for now."
"After all, he is a carbon-based lifeform I have searched for countless years."
After extracting Yuan Jun's genetic code through the insect, Zhang Fan confirmed he was indeed carbon-based.
For centuries he had wandered the vast cosmos, believing humans to be the only carbon-based beings.
Yuan Jun's existence proved that one or more habitable planets lay nearby.
Before locating Earth, Zhang Fan could begin his experiments to revive humanity on these worlds. Thus releasing Yuan Jun served only one purpose: to lead the way. And indeed he proved useful.
Following the pheromone trails emitted by the insects, Rebecca swiftly arrived at the planet where Yuan Jun had landed.
The planet was breathtaking, gleaming like emerald.
Its forests stretched across the surface much like Earth's oceans.
Rebecca paused silently behind the planet's far side as 3 poison wasps laden with copious quantities of insect eggs converged upon this emerald world. Through the poison wasps, Zhang Fan surveyed the planet. As he had suspected, nearly the entire surface was cloaked in dense forests. Only a handful of artificial structures existed, each modest in size, roughly tens of square kilometers, resembling small towns. The construction materials were unlike anything Zhang Fan had ever encountered. They possessed a metallic sheen yet bore the concentric rings of tree trunks. When the poison wasps tested their highly corrosive venom needles against the walls, not even the slightest penetration was achieved.
At best, the acid left shallow pits no deeper than a centimeter and no larger than a palm. Nwona gasped in wonder.
How can there exist anything in this universe capable of withstanding the poison wasp's highly corrosive venom?
Zhang Fan chuckled. "You little one, the cosmos holds infinite possibilities.
Beings far stronger and more advanced than ours abound everywhere.
There is truly nothing to marvel at. Then, Sovereign, shall we begin our plundering?"
Zhang Fan regarded Nwona up and down, her hands resembling sharp thorns, 6 appendages serving as legs and her abdomen bristling with fangs.
"You little creature, why are you so aggressive? I was born for conquest. Is that not your own design, Sovereign?"
Zhang Fan seemed to suddenly recall. 100 years had passed and he had nearly forgotten. In pursuit of greater power and more efficient gene collection, he had deliberately hatched Nwona and other queen mothers. These queens possessed fierce aggressiveness and far surpassed Lyclithii and Yada in overall combat ability.
After a moment of silence, Zhang Fan declared, "Let us first harvest the genes of other organisms on this planet and forge an army."
Within a single day Zhang Fan had collected genes from the millions of species inhabiting this emerald world. After eliminating the vast majority of genes that held little value or were already in his possession, he discovered a formidable parasitic gene. Extracted from the planet's flora, this gene enabled parasites to absorb their host's energy, fueling rapid growth and reproduction. Zhang Fan integrated the parasitic gene into the insect's genetic structure, directing those carrying the gene to infect a frog-like organism native to this world. Within a day, hundreds of hybrid creatures bearing both frog and insect traits emerged from their hosts' desiccated corpses. However, these frog insects had lost their parasitic capabilities entirely and displayed no aggressiveness whatsoever. To Zhang Fan, they were barely worth keeping as pets. Nevertheless, encouraged by the frog insect's success, Zhang Fan began furiously hatching countless insects infused with the parasitic gene.
Manhwa suddenly reported Sovereign Yuan-jun has made contact with his kind. They are evacuating the planet.
According to the insect's intelligence, their intention is to destroy this world.
What?
Zhang Fan roared in fury.
I have just discovered something valuable. Block them. Do not let them proceed.
Thousands of poison wasps materialized before Yuan-jun's spacecraft, barring their approach to the Emerald World's orbital trajectory.
Insect hive. How did they end up here? Yuan-jun exclaimed in terror.
Beside him, a white-haired ape asked, "You recognize these strange creatures?"
When the Freedom Alliance pursued me, they rescued me. I assumed they had already departed.
How recklessly careless of you.
Could they be here to stop us from destroying Natawa? I am unsure. Perhaps they do not yet comprehend the danger Natawa poses.
I believe I can attempt to negotiate with them. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly echoed within Yuan-jun's mind.
There is no need for lengthy negotiation. Speak your mind directly. Why you? You can. What exactly are you? Am I not the one who saved you? And this is how you address your benefactor?
Yuan-jun steadied his trembling composure before replying, "Sovereign Zhang Fan, what is the meaning of your insect hive blocking our path?"
Simply put, I intend to prevent you from destroying this magnificent planet. Yuan-jun urgently explained. Sovereign, you do not understand the peril this world conceals. Its flora spreads like a plague. Several of our planets have already been contaminated.
Zhang Fan laughed boisterously.
In that case, it suits me perfectly. I quite admire them.
You may still retreat in time, but linger any longer and my little ones may grow hungry, and you would not survive their appetite.
Yuan-jun's eyes sharpened, his expression clouding with anger.
If you, Sovereign, are determined to act thus, then do not blame us for being merciless.
What a peculiar creature you are, turning hostile in the blink of an eye. Then let me witness just how merciless you can be.
Turning to Nona beside him, Zhang Fan smiled.
This is yours to handle. Let me also observe your capabilities.
As soon as Noah heard Zhang Fan ask her to demonstrate her abilities, she grew extremely excited and immediately commanded the venom wasps to launch an attack.
Under their ferocious assault, the ape army's vessel was torn apart within moments.
Overlord, please stop.
We surrender.
Just as Zhang Fan was about to accept their surrender, the venom wasps under Noah's command spat deadly stingers at the ape army's spacecraft. Watching the ape army's vessel turn into a blazing fireball, Zhang Fan shook his head.
You little thing, don't you know any restraint? Why were they going to destroy this planet?
And who exactly was pursuing them?
I hadn't even learned anything, and you? Noah looked aggrieved. They just threatened you, Overlord. I only. Forget it, I never said anything.
Send several brood mothers down to establish a base on this planet.
I have important matters to attend to.
Seeing that Zhang Fan did not reproach her for her rashness, Noah immediately set about making the arrangements according to his orders.
Zhang Fan entered the building left behind by the ape army. It looked like a biological laboratory, though the instruments inside had all been deliberately destroyed. These apes left nothing behind.
For Zhang Fan, however, conducting biological experiments required no instruments at all. Every brood mother under his command was the finest instrument he could ask for. What struck Zhang Fan as strange was that the ape army had not performed animal experiments here. All the specimens in this laboratory were plants. Zhang Fan had accumulated a fair amount of plant genetic material before, but he had never paid it much attention.
After all, he needed an army.
Plant genes did contain some valuable traits, yet compared to animal genes their efficiency was far too low.
Noah and the other brood mothers began conducting gene fusion experiments on the planet's animals while also carrying out parasitization experiments. After a very long process of fusion, the insectoids bred through genetic fusion exhibited extremely low aggression and had an adorably silly appearance. They were practically pets. This infuriated Noah so much that she destroyed several batches of still incubating eggs. However, Noah discovered that among the insectoids hatched through parasitization, the genetic host took up most of the traits, yet these insects possessed fierce aggression.
Several brood mothers had even been bitten by the larvae.
After listening to Noah's report, Zhang Fan shook his head.
These creatures' awareness of their overlord has been diluted.
An army that doesn't obey orders will only cause unnecessary trouble in the future. Destroy them.
Noah glanced at a larva that had just hatched from an electric-charged rat and said reluctantly, these larvae have extremely strong aggression, but please overlord, let them live. I will control them myself, I guarantee there will be no problems. Zhang Fan did currently need a stronger and more aggressive strain of insectoids. Very well, but these creatures have very poor awareness of their overlord.
The moment you lose control of them, you must destroy them.
Zhang Fan left the incubation chamber and found a secluded spot where he began his plan to resurrect humanity.
The oxygen concentration and environment here bore a 99 similarity to Earth's.
If he could successfully revive humans on this planet, then once he returned to Earth he could simply relocate them here directly. But he had no idea what he was in for. The reality was far more shocking than he could have imagined. Though Zhang Fan possessed human embryonic tissue and gene sequences and assumed that creating humans would be as simple as creating insectoids, the moment he truly attempted it he realized humans were incredibly intricate, delicate, and extraordinarily fragile life forms.
Even in an environment with 99 similarity, newborn infants died instantly the moment they were removed from the cultivation pool. Although Zhang Fan could split off countless human embryos to him, every embryo represented a human life.
In the end he decided to wait until he returned to Earth before attempting to create humans.
Humans belong only to Earth. The organisms of Yasha, Lila and Lilvara could survive on other planets without any protective gear, yet only humans demanded an extremely stringent environment.
Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly. It seemed as though humanity had been restricted, so restricted that they could only survive on Earth. Just as he was about to find a place to rest, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. This pressure was so intense that even when he had faced the Western Emperor he had never felt this suffocated.
Moreover, the sensation did not come from an external force, it felt more as though it originated from the insectoids.
At that moment a piercing insectoid shriek rang out from outside. Zhang Fan immediately extended his consciousness to investigate and found two ferocious tigers tearing into each other at the doorway. Zhang Fan immediately ordered them to stop. One of the ferocious tigers halted, but the other was completely beyond Zhang Fan's control. The maddened one continued attacking the ferocious tiger that had stopped. Without Zhang Fan's command, the other ferocious tigers merely paced around them. Zhang Fan found it exceedingly strange. Every insectoid carried Zhang Fan's consciousness embedded in its genes, yet he discovered that his consciousness seemed to be blocked by something invisible and intangible, unable to merge with the deranged ferocious tiger's mind. In the end, the crazed ferocious tiger won and devoured the obedient one. Just as Zhang Fan was about to order its execution, another ferocious tiger in the ranks lost control and went berserk.
Kill them all, but do not eat them.
Hundreds of ferocious tigers swarmed forward. No matter how frenzied those two ferocious tigers were, their only fate was death. Zhang Fan carefully examined the two crazed ferocious tigers and discovered they shared one common feature: a small patch of green fungus on their foreheads.
Fungus.
You're quite impressive, actually being able to cut off my consciousness. Zhang Fan summoned two brood mothers. One was tasked with studying the strange fungus while the other was directly infected with it. He wanted to see whether the fungus could also control a brood mother endowed with independent awareness and intelligence.
On the first day after being infected with the fungus, the brood mother showed absolutely no abnormalities.
By the second day, however, she began to appear listless and dispirited. Zhang Fan also sensed that this brood mother's consciousness was beginning to grow hazy. Had he not been standing right in front of her observing carefully, he would never have noticed it. By the third day, the brood mother's consciousness had completely slipped beyond Zhang Fan's control. She became manic and extremely aggressive. Even Zhang Fan himself was on her list of targets. On the fourth day, the brood mother died without the slightest warning. Her corpse gradually turned green and countless fungal clusters burst forth from her body. Zhang Fan had no choice but to have the venom wasps dispose of the body with strong acid.
This thing is truly formidable.
At that moment, the brood mother assigned to study the fungus reported this is a fungus with extremely strong infectivity and it targets only our insectoids.
It feels as though someone deliberately created it. Targeting us. We've only been on this planet for a few days. Could it be the Western Emperor? No, biological warfare isn't his area of expertise. Zhang Fan was deeply puzzled.
Just then Noah rushed over in a hurry and said to him, I know who has been working against us.
Zhang Fan asked in astonishment, who? This planet itself, it is a living being.
Zhang Fan had never imagined that plants could possess a consciousness surpassing his own and could even rapidly evolve a fungus targeting only the insect race.
Order all insectoids to retreat to Libaika.
Before that they must be checked for fungal parasitism.
Nuaya assigned several matriarchs to research targeted insectoids. Since this plant planet has declared war on us, then we must satisfy it. After undergoing strict inspections, all insectoids withdrew from this planet.
After returning to Libaika, Zhang Fan also joined the research. Zhang Fan, armed with knowledge of Earth's biological evolutionary history, quickly found a targeted solution with the assistance of the matriarchs.
Pheromone disguise. By using the genes of the planet's native organisms, they disguised the insectoids so that this planet no longer rejected them.
After repeated experiments, the fungus no longer posed a threat. However, Zhang Fan was intensely interested in the fungus's parasitic frenzy ability, and the fact that this planet itself was a living organism intrigued him even more. A war without the smoke of gunpowder against the plants had begun. Just as Zhang Fan believed he had secured a phased victory, the fungus unexpectedly began to evolve as well. Within a short time it could recognize the disguised pheromones and further control the insectoids.
Moreover, this time the insectoids went berserk far more quickly.
Previously, matriarch-level individuals took 3 days to turn frenzied. Now it took only 1 day, and those infected died within 2 days, fully twice as fast as before. An adversary that could not communicate through language, a war between animal and plant, of eating and being eaten, without gunpowder smoke or cannon fire.
Everything was so tranquil. Behind this tranquility lay a contest of biotechnology. Zhang Fan could annihilate this planet to win victory, but what he needed now was improvement. An invisible arms race. This planet was the finest opponent.
But Zhang Fan had to remain vigilant every moment, for the plant's contagion was exceptionally potent.
Should Libaika become infected, he would fall into an irredeemably passive position.
Overlord, this is the parasitic wasp bred from the planet's native insects after being parasitized. We have implanted enhanced parasitic abilities, and since it is itself a native organism, it will not be recognized by Fatesue. Zhang Fan examined the little flying insect, 2 centimeters long with a 3 centimeter wingspan, spear-like forelegs, hooked middle legs, a parasitic sac at the tail, and a body modeled green and white.
What about its function? Nuaya smiled.
After our modification, creatures hatched from hosts parasitized by it will not dilute the Overlord's consciousness. And before the host dies, the host itself will also possess the Overlord's consciousness. This is a good thing, it directly controls the host for combat, and after the host dies, the eggs inside will still hatch.
Not bad, not bad.
But what use will it have against Fatesue in the future? Fatesue was the name Zhang Fan had given to this botanical planet, for it was verdant and translucent like jadeite.
Nuaya then showed Zhang Fan another crawling insect slightly larger than the parasitic wasp.
This crawler could change its body color according to the surrounding environment, rendering it almost invisible to sight-based organisms.
This little thing can indeed serve as a scout. Nuaya smiled. Overlord, this one is specially designed to deal with Fatesue.
This little thing doesn't eat meat. We engineered it based on the genes of a herbivore from Yasha Star, the sap-sucking beast.
Nuaya placed the little insect into a petri dish containing Fatesue's parasitic fungus.
The insect immediately crawled onto the fungus and inserted its needle-like mouthparts into the roots of the fungus. In but a moment the fungus began to wither, and the withered fungus resembled dry grass. Just as Zhang Fan thought it was over, the dry grass-like fungus twitched unexpectedly and 5 or 6 larvae crawled out from the withered fungi. Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction.
This little thing is impressive. What's its name? Nuaya said proudly. It was modified from the parasitic wasp, the parasitic tick.
Have the parasitic wasps attack this planet's animals and evolve an entirely new insect race for me. Have the parasitic ticks attack Fatesue. I want its genes and its terrifying contagious ability. The battle with the botanical planet Fatesue had begun. The parasitic wasps were deployed onto Fatesue, and as expected they were not recognized by Fatesue.
The parasitic wasps began frenziedly hunting herbivores. Driven mad, the herbivores consumed plants in enormous quantities until they ate themselves to death. After the hosts perished, numerous larvae bearing the host's traits hatched and continued gnawing on plants to grow. The most classic saying of the foolish old man who moved mountains: I cannot dig them all up, but I have sons and grandsons. My grandsons have grandsons, generation after generation without end. Standing on Libaika, Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Yet his descendants of the foolish old man, with their astonishing reproductive speed and overwhelming numbers, turned the once verdant planet Fatesue into a grayish-black world in less than 4 days.
Moreover, the variety of organisms mutated from hosts parasitized by the parasitic wasps reached tens of millions of species. Now only the insect race remained on Fatesue. Gazing upon the tens of millions of new insectoid species, Zhang Fan suddenly recalled his initial evolution on the Death Star. What made this time different was that the direction of evolution was no longer controlled by himself but by natural selection, survival of the fittest.
Under Zhang Fan's conscious control, the entire Fatesue insectoid ecosystem began evolution through elimination.
Fatesue's aerial overlord, the 6-eyed and eagle-like head with 6 eyes, wings like giant fans, a body as large as an ox, spear-like forelegs that could spray corrosive liquid, 2 pairs of hooked middle and hind legs, and 4 tails, red, white, blue and yellow, that could unleash 4 types of energy attacks: chi, electricity, demon energy and crystal energy. Zhang Fan combined the six-eyed with the poison wasp to hatch the super six-eyed, which not only possessed all the functions of the six-eyed but could also survive in outer space, move faster and carry chi spiders. The birth of the super six-eyed precisely filled the gap in Zhang Fan's forces, which had lacked combat units similar to small attack aircraft. As for Fatsui's ground overlord, the thunder elephant, its head was flat and pointed, bearing mountain-shattering strength. Its six tusks were like pincers crushing rocks as if they were cotton. Its six legs were like pillars, electric currents coiled around its body, making it impossible for ordinary creatures to approach. Zhang Fan fused the genes of the thunder elephant, the giant sacred beetle and the ox-armored scorpion, and after repeated modifications finally hatched the insect race's most powerful ground unit, the tyrant beast. The tyrant beast was 25 meters long, 10 meters tall and weighed 100 tons. It not only possessed the thunder elephant's characteristics, on its back it carried the giant sacred beetle's energy cannon, and at its tail were 3 venomous scorpion tails from the ox-armored scorpion, each single tail fully 6 meters long. The super six-eyed was manageable, but the tyrant beast was enormous. Once their numbers increased, Baika simply could not contain them. Moreover, the time required for a tyrant beast to grow from juvenile to adult made it impossible to deploy them promptly in combat. If Zhang Fan wanted the ultimate ground force, the tyrant beast, there was now only one choice: evolve Baika. This time Zhang Fan had an even bolder idea. He recombined the genes of the super six-eye and the tyrant beast, then added the parasite gene, thereby hatching a new six-eyed tyrant beast. Then instead of using incubation technology, he had the six-eyed tyrant beast parasitize Rebecca. The result of this idea was the birth of a brand new warship class, Zerg the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor was 200 kilometers long and 100 kilometers wide. It had a dove-shaped head with 6 eyes, 4 wings, 12 tentacles under its abdomen, 6 ice blue dragon cannons on its back and 24 scarab energy cannons on its flanks. To Zhang Fan's surprise, the dove-shaped head could also fire a colossal chi source cannon. One experimental blast leveled a quarter of Emerald's front. Stunned by the devastating power, Zhang Fan was dumbfounded for quite a while. One full power shot from this thing could destroy Emerald. Nuya analyzed. According to current energy calculations, if all our chi spiders supplied their full energy to the Thunder Emperor, it could directly make Emerald vanish from the universe. I finally have the power to destroy a planet. Nuya exclaimed, sovereign look. Following Nuya's stinger, Zhang Fan saw that the Emerald he had thought destroyed was still alive. Without the Thunder Emperor's experimental blast, it would never have been discovered. This Emerald's roots covered the entire planet. What the Zerg had destroyed was merely its surface. If given time, it would regrow before long. Then let's evacuate all the Zerg and have the Thunder Emperor destroy it. If this thing isn't destroyed, it can regenerate infinitely. Zhang Fan did not answer Nuya immediately but fell into deep thought. After a long while he suddenly said to Nuya, what a waste to destroy it. I want to assimilate its consciousness and turn this organism into a Zerg. Summon all the matriarchs. I need their power. All the matriarchs gathered. Zhang Fan stood atop the Thunder Emperor and began concentrating the psychic strength of all the matriarchs, then tentatively released a powerful psychic shockwave. Under the first psychic shockwave's sudden assault, Emerald's roots began to coil and churn endlessly like a nest of startled snakes. Zhang Fan seized the opportunity to strike with a second psychic shockwave. This time the sustained psychic assault drove the whole of Emerald into madness. The Zerg on the ground also joined Zhang Fan's assault, surging madly toward the roots Emerald had exposed on the surface. Caught in the dual agony of mind and body, Zhang Fan seemed to hear Emerald let out a silent wail. Zhang Fan would not give it a chance to catch its breath. Even though Zhang Fan was already visibly weakened, Nuya forcibly incubated several hundred nearly mature matriarchs and compelled them to join Zhang Fan's psychic stream. With the impact of the final psychic shockwave, Emerald went completely limp, and so did Zhang Fan. Lying in Nuya's arms, Zhang Fan said in a thread-like voice, let the parasite ticks plunder Emerald's body. Preserve. I want its infectious fungus. As soon as he said this, Zhang Fan passed out. After 3 days of recuperation, he finally came to completely. Shaking his still dizzy head, he looked at Nuya standing before the command room and asked, how is the situation? The instant Nuya saw Zhang Fan arrive, she was so excited she acted like a little girl and shouted, Sovereign, do you know what? You're amazing. Emerald is now completely Zergified. Zhang Fan knew exactly what this meant. He could now control a planet, and the strength of the entire Zerg had been raised by more than one level. Zhang Fan looked with satisfaction at the masterpiece before him, the pale purple planetary Zerg Titan. Titan had a volume of about 20 trillion cubic kilometers, roughly twice Earth's. It could photosynthesize, autonomously absorbing solar energy and internal fusion to generate life force. After being implanted by parasite ticks, Titan had fully acquired Zerg consciousness. Moreover, through careful study, Zhang Fan discovered that Titan itself possessed a parasitic nature while retaining Emerald's infectivity. In other words, if another living planet had a plant-controlled body similar to Emerald, Titan could parasitize it. For lifeless planets, Titan could autonomously spread Zerg genes and Zergify them. Titan was like a virus, except that the virus itself could not move. Now the Zerg led by Zhang Fan served as its vector of infection.
Nuya held out a pale purple fungus to Zhang Fan and said with a smile, "Sovereign, this is the Zerg fungus evolved from Titan.
It can control the consciousness of organic lifeforms and replicate itself. In this regard it is far more powerful than the zombie bug. Its only flaw is that it cannot survive harsh environments of extreme heat or extreme cold."
Zhang Fan nodded. "That's already quite remarkable.
For expanding our strength, this is simply a godsend. If there are any such planets, send the Zerg to attack them directly. How long will it take to hatch large numbers of Rebecca on Titan and then have them parasitized into Thunder Emperors?"
Nuya smiled.
"We don't need to go through so much trouble now.
I've already had Titans start directly hatching Thunder Emperors.
The first batch of 600 Thunder Emperors is expected to enter outer space in 3 days."
Zhang Fan looked at Nuya in surprise and laughed. "Little one, you're doing great. You've improved.
But the number of Thunder Emperors is still far from enough, and this speed is too slow.
We need more Titans. It's time for you to show your aggressive side."
Nuya said excitedly, "Sovereign, do you mean that I can lead the Zerg to attack the surrounding planets?"
"Of course.
Otherwise, why are we here?
Time is tight and the task is heavy. That old monster, the Western Realm Emperor, could be watching us at any moment.
If he finishes what he's doing ahead of schedule, then we really won't know how we'll die."
Nuya said gravely. "Rest assured, Sovereign.
3 days from now I will lead the new Zerg to overrun the surrounding planets and expand the entire Zerg Legion." Zhang Fan summoned a matriarch named Vera and told her, "Take a fleet of Thunder Emperors back to the Lei Yin star system and tell Yada to set aside a star system for the new Zerg to forge an army."
Vera suddenly asked, "Should I also make a trip to the Yaxia star system?" Zhang Fan laughed. "You little ones have thought things through better than I have. Go ahead. I'd nearly forgotten them.
By the way, return to the Dead Star and check how your primordial ancestors are revolving and fuse the current Zerg genes into them as well."
"Didn't you want the Zerg on the Dead Star to retain their gene deletion loci, Sovereign? They should be retained, but let them keep expanding as they should. We need every ounce of strength now.
After all, the Western Realm Emperor who can go to other universes to wage war is not something our current strength can match."
Following Zhang Fan's orders, Vera took the fungus and a fleet of Thunder Emperors and returned to the Lei Yin star system. Meanwhile, the preparations on Nuya's side were complete.
600 Thunder Emperors, a million Super 6 Eyes and hundreds of billions of ground troops stood ready to move out. This time Zhang Fan's objective was unmistakable: invasion. Zhang Fan's Zerg army readied itself to venture once more into the uncharted expanses of the cosmos.
"Nuya, do you recall which direction those ships pursuing the ape army took?"
"Where the Luling star system converges with the Sifon star system. Our star charts are incomplete, making it impossible to pinpoint their exact location. The star maps from the Lavera expedition appear to end here. There should be a star system nearby inhabited by sentient life.
Let us search for it."
Zhang Fan glanced back at the gradually diminishing Titan, a planet-level Zerg entity possessing virtually limitless potential. Could he spread Zerg fungi across the cosmos to cultivate more Titans, thereby forging a force capable of confronting the Great Emperor of the Western Realm? Zhang Fan had never directly encountered the Great Emperor of the Western Realm yet. That single psychic exchange had left an indescribable aura of oppression, as though he were merely an ant in the palm of a god liable to be crushed at any moment.
It was not enough. Possessing only Titans would not suffice.
He needed more Zerg, more Titans. Since the ape army had previously mentioned that the emerald possessed extraordinary infectivity, there should still be traces of the emerald lurking nearby.
True to Zhang Fan's expectations, Nuya detected biological signatures resembling the emerald just 100 light-years away.
The Zerg armada surged forward immediately. After traveling approximately 50 light-years, Nuya suddenly reported, "My lord, a massive fleet of unknown origin is engaged in battle ahead."
The cosmos knows no peace anywhere. Zhang Fan sighed. Earth's ancestors possessed such crude technology yet dared send signals into the void. How profoundly ignorant humanity once was.
While Zhang Fan reflected on humanity's past naivety, Nuya was entirely unmoved. Her face displayed only 2 words: excitement. "My lord, may I engage?"
"Go ahead.
I wish to witness the combat prowess of this new Zerg force in the cosmos." Nuya immediately brandished her barbed tentacles in eagerness and cried out, "Attack!" Zhang Fan stared at her in speechless exasperation, muttering to himself, "Have I truly hatched a war maniac?"
Millions of Hexa-Omnis swarmed forth.
The 2 opposing fleets, locked in their own battle, failed to register the sudden assault. The Zerg forces struck indiscriminately, unleashing devastation upon both sides without distinction. Caught completely off guard by the sudden attack, the warring parties scrambled to respond. After quickly assessing the dire situation, Commander Bai Yuan of the Moon Ape clan immediately ordered a full retreat. The Qingting clan, however, refused to yield. Their warships resembled colossal trees drifting through the cosmos, complete with branches and foliage revealing themselves as organic plant-based vessels. The Qingting warships proved formidable in offense. Their leaf-like blades could slice through the thick armor of the Hexa-Omni with ease.
Yet their wooden hulls stood no match against the corrosive stingers of the Hexa-Omni, proving devastatingly vulnerable.
After several exchanges of heavy fire, both sides suffered catastrophic losses.
The outcome now hinged entirely on tactical command and strategic acumen.
The left flank of the Qingting fleet began gradually withdrawing while the right wing executed a rapid flanking maneuver toward the Zerg rear. Meanwhile, massive squadrons of Qingting-type leaf fighters had been detected beneath the abdomen of the Thunder Emperor. For a moment it felt as though the entire Zerg legion was being encircled by some colossal emerald hand.
Inexperienced in actual combat, Nuya grew visibly nervous.
She glanced at Zhang Fan, but he offered no guidance, only a silent gesture urging her to continue. Nuya resembled a student facing a critical examination, her hands trembling slightly, her voice carrying an unmistakable tension. Deploy the Hexa-Omni on the left flank to contain the fighter squadrons beneath the Thunder Emperor's abdomen. All Thunder Emperors, unleash your Icefire Dragon cannons at full capacity, target those 3 strategic vessels at the center with Chi-Source shells. Zhang Fan smiled from behind her. Deploying Chi-Source shells on every Thunder Emperor.
Are you so unsure of their accuracy? But their numbers overwhelm us and they have already encircled us.
Only by destroying their command fleet can I hope to disrupt their formation.
Zhang Fan smiled gently.
You are the mother, the very soul of the Zerg in battle.
If you tremble in panic, how can your warriors possibly find their footing?
Zhang Fan placed his hand upon Nuya's head and spoke softly.
Calm yourself.
The Zerg warriors are your hands, your sharpest blade when you strike, your strongest shield when you defend.
Nuya finally stilled her racing thoughts.
Her tentacles ceased trembling as she observed the battlefield with cold clarity. Suddenly she perceived a critical flaw in attempting to encircle the vast Zerg force. The Qingtung fleet had formed a net, and that very net had become their weakest point. Nuya immediately shouted, all Zerg fleets bearing northwest coordinates 4213, breakthrough.
The Zerg armada pierced through the Qingting encirclement with remarkable ease. Just as Nuya's spirits lifted, she realized Zhang Fan had already ordered the deployment of Zerg fungi.
My little one, you must think 3 steps ahead to remain invincible. Come, let us move on, we need not concern ourselves here. Pursue the fleet that fled earlier.
Nuya quickly asked, are we leaving them behind? It seems I must find an opportunity to restructure your mind. You are hardly qualified as a mother. Has your aggression overtaken your wisdom? Gazing into Zhang Fan's stern expression, Nuya hastily stepped back. My lord, I may not be suited for the position of mother. At least you possess some self-awareness.
Very well, I shall preserve your consciousness and grant you a new body.
You will command localized engagements. I have built an army, but I need commanders.
I have given you this opportunity, fail to seize it, and do not blame me if I leave you to be devoured by my swarm.
Zhang Fan recalled Bai.
He needed hero-class warriors, powerful, exceptional Zerg fighters.
Nuya's fierce aggressiveness was precisely her strength.
As for overall command, Zhang Fan had no shortage.
The Mother Leviana would replace Nuya as the Zerg's new second-in-command. After the Zerg fleet departed, the Qingting navy dared not pursue recklessly.
In their estimation, the Zerg merely sought passage, and with the Moon 8 threat still looming, there was no reason to provoke such a colossal armada. The Qingting warriors remained unaware that the Zerg retreat was calculated to lower their guard, for the Zerg had already secretly seeded their devastating weapons aboard the Qingting vessels. The Zerg army pursued the Moon 8 forces relentlessly, yet somehow lost them. These rhomboid warships proved considerably swifter than Zhang Fan had anticipated.
Leviana, locate a nearby world to make landfall and replenish our ranks. I require a place to reforge Nuya.
As you command, my lord. After conducting a thorough scan, Leviana reported 200 light-years ahead lies a primitive planet.
We may land there. During your transformation of Nuya, I will closely monitor the plant-based fleet's movements.
Zhang Fan shot a sideways glance at Nuya, who trailed behind him, and chuckled.
Witness that. That is what a true mother should embody. I was hatched by you, my lord. You cannot blame me. Blame yourself. You dare speak back, little one. I shall make certain you are less handsome next time. Nuya retorted, what does a handsome Zerg even look like?
What does a beautiful Zerg look like?
This question stumped Zhang Fan.
Having lived among the swarm for centuries, he had nearly forgotten the very definition of beauty. As Zhang Fan was lost in thought, recalling his impression of beauty, Leviana reported, my lord, this planet harbors a small population of primitive carbon-based lifeforms. According to the data you left behind, the air quality meets the basic requirements for human survival. These words left Zhang Fan utterly astonished, unable to shake off his surprise for a long while. It was truly a case of searching in vain until one gave up and then finding exactly what one sought without effort. He had merely intended to replenish his forces, never expecting to stumble upon a planet suitable for human habitation. Leviana immediately deployed defensive forces around the neighboring planets and implant Titan's parasitic fungi on suitable worlds nearby.
This entire star system is now mine.
The swarm's forces began their comprehensive parasitization of the 7 neighboring planets, forming a protective perimeter around the world Zhang Fan had designated as Second Earth.
Zhang Fan descended to the surface alongside Noya and a small contingent of swarm troops. Gazing at the ancient temple before him, he asked in puzzlement, "There are no intelligent beings on this planet?"
After a moment of silence, Leviana replied, "According to intelligence relayed by Lady, there are no intelligent species on this planet. The only organism with potential to evolve into sentience remains in the tool-using stage."
This temple is far too magnificent.
It appears to be at least 1,000 years old.
It seems the intelligent beings here either went extinct or abandoned this place.
Zhang Fan slowly stepped into the Grand Hall, a towering structure 100 meters high and wide, flanked by 12 30-meter stone statues on either side.
After walking for a full 20 minutes, he still hadn't reached halfway through the hall.
From his measurements, Zhang Fan surmised that the former inhabitants were certainly giants, each standing no less than 10 meters tall.
Half an hour later, Zhang Fan finally arrived before the throne at the hall's end.
Though it had endured a millennium, it still retained a silvery metallic luster.
2 venom wasps scouted from above and reported back.
Through their observations, Zhang Fan discovered that what he had considered massive dominant beasts seemed little more than puppies within this grand hall.
Leviana, send troops to search and see if this giant civilization left behind anything usable.
Zhang Fan glanced once more at the throne, bright as new, carved with unknown beasts.
Dispatch 2 mothers to analyze that metal.
I also need a basic incubation pod, a cultivation chamber, and have the parasitic ticks clean this hall.
Station soldiers outside to guard it. Any creature that enters without my permission dies.
With everything arranged, Zhang Fan began in earnest the modification of Noya's body and the incubation of human embryos. Following his usual routine, Zhang Fan first divided an embryo, then initiated incubation.
He chose not to accelerate the process. He would not risk altering human genetics under any circumstances.
Thus the first human incubation cycle would take 10 months.
Zhang Fan approached Noya's modification chamber and asked, "How is the progress?"
Mother Radol reviewed the data and reported Noya's integration rate with her new body has reached 68% and her condition remains stable. Zhang Fan gazed at the creature before him, a monstrous being with enormous eyes, massive pincer-like jaws, sharp claws, a spear-like tail, an ant-like head, a bear-like body, and a spine covered in jagged armor plating. The longer he looked, the uglier it seemed.
"Where did you learn your aesthetics?"
Radol exchanged a glance with the other mother and asked, "My lord, is there something wrong?"
"Never mind. I'll handle it myself. Radol, keep a close watch on the human embryos and report to me immediately if anything goes wrong."
Zhang Fan took matters into his own hands, motivated by Noya's earlier question, "What kind of Zerg is attractive?"
Zhang Fan selected a female human embryo, but human physiology couldn't sustain such immense power.
Therefore he used the primordial carbon silicon Zerg genome as his foundation, incorporating only human facial features.
After 3 months of modifications, when Noya emerged from the incubation chamber, Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction.
Her visage carried both martial vigor and feminine grace. Her upper body bore the elegant curves of humanity, while the Zerg's spine carapace armored her form like living plate. The retractable wings folded against her back granted her the ability to fly at low altitudes.
Her hands resembled swords, her fingers like daggers, their pale blue energy aura rendering them devastatingly sharp.
Her Zerg legs ended in eagle-like talons, each barbed and curved, her entire being a weapon of war. Zhang Fan had specially cultivated an additional biosuit of living armor to cover her frame, complete with 6 contractile tentacles capable of spraying corrosive fluid. Noya stared at her new form with a dazed expression, then asked with mild displeasure, "My lord, why do I feel as though you've grown larger?"
Zhang Fan chuckled. "It is you who have shrunk.
I reduced your height to 2 meters for greater agility, and I specially cultivated an enhanced chi spider for you. It can generate chi energy independently and absorb other chi spiders for your use."
Zhang Fan continued, "Your hands can both release small chi energy spheres.
As for their power, we'll test them on a dominant beast shortly." Noya spread her wings and rose gracefully into the air, hovering before Zhang Fan. With a sweep of her sword-like arms, 2 blade winds of chi severed the spikes from his carapace.
Leviana, enraged, hurled a demonic energy sphere directly at Noya.
Reacting swiftly, Noya slashed backward with one stroke, splitting the sphere in 2. The 2 mothers behind her failed to dodge in time and were struck by the shattered spheres, collapsing to the ground and struggling to rise.
"How dare you harm the sovereign? It wasn't intentional."
Leviana moved to strike again, but Zhang Fan immediately intervened.
"She's still adjusting to her new body. Let her practice a bit more."
Zhang Fan examined the severed spike on his own carapace.
This body was becoming obsolete as well.
Though the swarm was formidable, his own form needed to evolve. Leviana suddenly reported, "My lord, a fleet is approaching Second Earth and has reached the outer perimeter of our defensive circle. If they dare breach the defensive perimeter, attack immediately without waiting for my command."
Noya said excitedly to Zhang Fan, "If war comes, let me lead the charge." Zhang Fan smiled. "Sorry, I haven't equipped you for space combat yet."
He could practically feel the dark lines rising above Noya's head as she pouted and glared at him.
"Where did you learn that expression?" Noya, confused by Zhang Fan's astonishment, asked, "What expression?"
Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Human genes are remarkably potent in this regard, born with a full repertoire of expressions.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Leviana suddenly spoke to Zhang Fan, "That fleet has already engaged our outer swarm forces. However, after just one clash they withdrew on their own accord, though they remain lingering at the periphery with no intention of departing.
Send a mother to make contact. As long as they do not enter our stellar domain, everything is negotiable. Before humanity stabilizes, I wish to avoid conflict." The Takevar nomadic merchants of the cosmos were fluent in virtually every universal lingua franca, having sailed the starways for over 100 million years. When their probes detected the Zerg territories, it was their first encounter with the insectoid race. They had come hoping to trade, never anticipating the Zerg's ferocious aggression. Yet as merchants, the Takevar were loath to abandon the chance to profit from such a rare species. So they lingered at the edge of Zerg space with no intention of leaving. They attempted to establish contact using every conceivable language, but despite exhausting all official tongues, the Zerg offered not the slightest response. "Boss, this is a barbaric race. Do we still want to do business with them?"
Takevar chieftain Boss Jean stroked the 3 fleshy tendrils beneath his chin. His eyes darted shrewdly as he smiled. Such savage races often possess remarkable treasures.
"Did you not see their warships?"
"Biological warships, how many have you seen in all our countless voyages?"
A frog-faced 8-bodied adjutant in a silver-white spacesuit pondered. "We've encountered them in the South Universe and the North Universe. But in the East Universe and the Vit Universe we've seen none."
Boss Jean nodded. "Imagine if we could haul one of those biowarships to the Vit Universe and sell it, we might trade it for an entire star system." Before the adjutant could speak, Boss Jean continued, "If we sell the Vit Universe's star system to the Delsa clan in the East Universe, we could acquire 4 Imperial warships. Exchange one with them and we net 3 warships, pure profit. A venture with 1,000-fold return. We must be patient. Dealing with these savages requires forbearance." Just as the adjutant was about to speak, the pilot reported, "Boss, a biological warship is heading our way." Boss Jean slapped his drum-like belly and burst into laughter. "See?
What did I tell you? Business has come knocking." Matriarch Doraner arrived aboard Boss Jean's trading vessel. Boss Jean personally greeted her and placed a universal translator on the floor.
Doraner merely glanced at the device, making no move to take it. Instead, she pointed at the frog-faced adjutant beside Boss Jean and crooked her finger at him.
The frog-faced adjutant was naturally reluctant. He had witnessed the Zerg's aggression firsthand.
He turned to flee, but Boss Jean seized him and kicked him to Doraner's feet, even making an elaborate please gesture. A small bug crawled out from Doraner's body and Boss Jean watched its every movement with keen curiosity. Seeing the bug crawling toward him, the frog-faced adjutant drew his laser pistol and fired wildly. His aim was evidently in need of practice, for the little bug never dodged, it simply crawled in a straight line onto his body. After taking a deep sip of his green blood, Doraner immediately spoke, "Don't worry, you won't die.
I'm merely learning your language."
The frog-faced adjutant scurried back to Boss Jean's feet, touching his neck. He felt nothing unusual. Boss Jean waddled over to Doraner with his drum-like belly beaming warmly. Welcome, new friend aboard the Golden Frog trading vessel."
Doraner replied icily, "This is Zerg territory. We do not wish to be disturbed." Boss Jean hastily said, "We've come to trade with the Zerg. We have many fine goods, treasures from every universe. I'm certain there will be something to your liking." Doraner was silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you have a star chart of Earth?" "Earth? What place is that?"
Boss Jean kicked the adjutant, who was still clinging to his leg, and asked, "Do we have a star chart of Earth?" The frog-faced adjutant's eyes darted around 3 times before he answered, "Never heard of the place. Perhaps it goes by a different name."
"Do you have a chart of the surrounding star systems? We can compare."
Doraner transmitted a star chart of the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy to the adjutant.
The frog-faced adjutant gasped, "This is so crude. Even if you gave me 1,000,000 years, I'd never find it." Doraner said coldly, "That is not my concern. If you can find that place, then anything is negotiable." Hearing that, Boss Jean bellowed, "Find it. Have every navigator search for it." After kicking the adjutant away, Boss Jean said enthusiastically, "I am the owner of this trading fleet. They call me Little Jean."
"And how might I address your esteemed self?"
"Doraner, matriarch of the Zerg."
Boss Jean had no idea what matriarch truly signified, but in his eyes anyone who could speak for the Zerg surely held a lofty position.
With a fawning smile he said, Lady Doraner, we have exquisite treasures from every universe. What might milady prefer? With a wave of Boss Jin's hand, thousands of frog-faced astronauts paraded before Doraner in an assembly line, each bearing an item.
There were all manner of armor, metallic orbs, weapons, potions of every hue, assorted creatures and bizarre objects of unknown purpose.
Doraner was dazzled by the display.
Little Jean, we need weapons of tremendous power.
Do you have any? How powerful?
Weapons capable of destroying a star system.
Boss Jin's eyes spun as he said ruefully, star system destroying weapons differ by universe. The West universe has the Staff of Moros, the East universe has the La Marcal cannon, the North universe has the Ghost Fog Bomb, and the South seems to have none.
The Vit universe has 3, the Scythe of Death, the Hammer of Fire, and the Spear of War, but those are merely legends in the Vit universe.
Then what do you have? Lady Doraner has never dealt with a trading fleet, I take it. Such items are forbidden. Forbidden. The Universal Federation Council forbids us from selling star-destroying weapons.
If we were caught, our license would be revoked and we'd be imprisoned on some border star system for tens of thousands of years.
No trading fleet dares sell them. Doraner pondered for a moment, then asked, and what if someone were to use such weapons? Boss Jin's expression instantly darkened. Use them? That's impossible. The West universe is ruled by the Western Emperor.
No one else possesses them, and why would he use the Staff of Moros in his own domain?
Doraner smiled faintly. I was merely asking.
Then do you have weapons slightly less powerful yet still sufficiently devastating? Boss Jean hesitated for a while before saying, I do have some, but the price is rather steep. Doraner knew exactly what he was scheming and smiled. Tell me. Boss Jean paced back and forth for a long while wearing a troubled expression. Lady Doraner, may I ask what purpose you intend for these weapons? No, Doraner answered with such alacrity that Boss Jin's face grew even more pained.
Then I would be selling illegally.
If word got out that I sold weapons of this class, I too would be arrested and exiled.
Doraner said coolly, how Boss Jean chooses to proceed is for you to decide. Perhaps Boss Jean should think it over.
After weighing his options carefully, Boss Jean proposed, why not let Lady Doraner witness the weapon's power first?
Led by Boss Jean, Doraner arrived at the observation deck of the trading vessel.
Boss Jean pointed to a standard rectangular warship roughly 20 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide, upon which was mounted a colossal cannon.
That is the Mirith cannon. It fires 12 shells at once, each possessing the power to destroy a planet.
Every shell carries a tracking system. No matter what type of planet or starship, even through a black hole, it will strike its target. With a wave of Boss Jin's hand, the Mirith cannon launched its 12 shells, and the 12 planets before Doraner's eyes were instantly blasted into an asteroid belt.
Doraner sneered contemptuously, a weapon of this power, how does Boss Jean propose to trade?
Boss Jin's eyes spun 3 times before he declared decisively, 2 of your large warships.
Doraner gasped, you want 2 Imperials? Boss Jean said firmly, yes, I won't sell for a single ship less. Deal. Ah. Boss Jean was completely taken aback by Dolaner's swift response.
He had expected a lengthy negotiation before settling on a single Imperial-class vessel, perhaps even gaining a favor along the way.
Dolaner agreed so readily that it was clear Boss Jean was at a loss. Yet after examining the Imperial with his 10,000-year experience trading across all races of the universe, he knew it was certainly valuable, but Dolaner seemed utterly indifferent. Could it be?
Lord Dolaner, I have many other treasures here.
I wonder if you might have any interest in magic.
Slightly intrigued, Dolaner nodded and leisurely examined the bizarre objects carried by Takawal's attendants. Boss Jean immediately clapped his hands, and 6 Takawal soldiers escorted a human male clad in a deep blue star-patterned cloak before Dolaner. A flicker of surprise crossed Dolaner's face, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. What is special about this creature? Boss Jean hurried to explain. These are Archons, one of the rare intelligent species in the universe capable of wielding magic. They are scarce, possess formidable magical attacking power, and are notoriously difficult to capture.
Dolaner sneered dismissively.
Of little use and no meat worth speaking of.
If you give them to me, I might keep them as pets for amusement. Boss Jean quickly smiled. My Lord Dolaner jokes, Archons are far more valuable than a Millis cannon. Then keep them for yourself.
Little Jean, do you have any other treasures? If not, our deal ends here, and I have seen enough.
Dolaner turned as if to leave immediately.
Boss Jean hastened to say, yes, my lord, please wait. After another careful look at Dolaner, Boss Jean continued, I have something here that will surely interest you, my lord. With a wave of his hand, Boss Jean dismissed the other attendants and Takawal soldiers.
He led Dolaner to a concealed chamber within his office.
Unobtrusively, Dolaner left behind a Zerg fundal strain and 2 parasitic ticks, then casually watched as Boss Jean produced a rusted metal rod.
What does this mean? Do not be hasty, my lord.
This is but a fragment of the God of War spear, the most powerful weapon in the Vit universe.
Even as a mere fragment its power is considerable.
Dolan carefully examined the rod approximately 30 centimeters long. She was certain it was merely a rusty metal stick.
Though she could not identify the alloy, she sensed absolutely no power within it. Dolaner said slightly angrily, "Little Jean, you are wasting my time." "No, no, my lord.
Simply place your hand upon it and you will understand the spear's wonders." Hesitantly Dolaner rested her tentacle upon the corroded rod. Suddenly a surge of immense power coursed through her body, awakening every cell within her. She quickly withdrew her hand and discovered that her spines had grown sharper than before, her carapace now gleaming with a metallic luster, and her physical attributes had multiplied manifold. Yet after a brief moment the power faded and her body returned to normal.
Boss Jean smiled. "Well. Interested now, my lord.
Did you not say the God of War spear of the Vit universe was merely a legend?
And would you not fear exile for selling such a weapon to me?" Boss Jean smiled calmly.
"Zerg friends are trustworthy."
"Speak then, little Jean.
What do you propose in exchange?" Remembering their previous transaction, Boss Jean decided to demand a hefty sum.
20 Imperial-class vessels, one price.
Agreed.
This. Do the Zerg never negotiate? Boss Jean wiped the sweat from his brow. Had he priced it too low again?
Or were there flaws with the Imperial?
Reluctantly Dolaner said, "Very well, I shall negotiate. Include that Ardian as well, I will keep him as a pet for amusement." "Wait, but the Ardian alone is worth 3 Imperials. My lord, this is." Ignoring him, Dolaner declared, "Doing business with Boss Jean is indeed efficient.
I hope we shall have further opportunities to cooperate." She practically snatched the legendary God of War spear and turned to leave.
Without missing a step, she added, "The 22 Imperials are already on their way. Boss Jean may inspect them at any time."
Boarding the Super Hexa with the metal rod and the Arshan, Dolaner specifically instructed Boss Jean before departing, "Although you are our trade partner, Boss Jean sends signals from here for all future business, and I shall come to receive you personally.
Trespassing upon our territory even by friends will invite devastating retribution." "Of course, my lord Dolaner. Safe travels. I hope we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship." Dolaner's enigmatic smile drove Boss Jean to the brink of madness. Snatching his adjutant, he demanded furiously, "Something is wrong with this deal. I feel I have suffered a loss." The frog-faced adjutant quickly reassured him, "Not at all, sir. I have inspected their biomechanical warships, their indices exceed those of the Northern Universe's TARS warships in every aspect. This trade is extremely profitable." Calmly reconsidering, Boss Jean burst into laughter. "It seems we have either encountered exceedingly wealthy brutes or utter trading fools.
So many warships, we have struck gold this time."
The Jinhua trade fleet departed Earth's second territory with the 22 Imperials in satisfactory spirits.
Watching Dolaner's triumphant return, Zhang Fan laughed heartily. "I did not expect you, little one, to have such talent for trade."
Dolaner bowed respectfully. "Each warship has cultivated countless Zerg fungal strains. Unfortunately, little Jean lacked the nerve to ask for more.
Even if he had demanded 100 ships, I would have agreed."
"Excellent, excellent. You have also given little Jean the illusion that we are extravagantly wealthy. Next time he brings something good, he will certainly return."
Zhang Fan toyed with the rusted God of War spear for a moment before tossing it to Dolaner.
"This is your reward. Study it well. From now on, the defense of Earth's second territory is yours to command." All Zerg shared Zhang Fan's consciousness, and they understood perfectly well the importance of Earth's second territory to their sovereign.
In effect, this announcement elevated Dolaner to their second-in-command. Yet Zhang Fan cared little. He knew Zerg loyalty was beyond question.
Whoever managed affairs for him would suffice.
Zhang Fan gazed at the Ardian male who had been brought before him and bore an appearance nearly identical to humanity's. After allowing a small Zerg to draw a sample of his blood, Zhang Fan asked in the Ardian language, "Seeing you makes me feel strangely at home. Would you be willing to become friends with our Zerg?" The Ardian man curiously examined Zhang Fan's bizarre appearance.
You wish to be friends?" Zhang Fan nodded. "Indeed. During my long wandering through the cosmos, you are the first human I have ever encountered." "Human? Is that not what you call your people?"
Before Zhang Fan could respond, the Ardian man countered, "Were you not buying me for our people's magical power?"
Zhang Fan smiled. "I already possess your magic. I no longer need it." "What? How is that possible?" "Water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, light and darkness, the 7 elemental forces. I can already sense their presence. I merely need more practice in their application."
As Zhang Fan finished speaking, a sphere of energy appeared between Noya's fingers.
Surprised, she asked, "Sovereign, do you mean this?" The Artian man nearly fainted.
He suddenly touched his neck and glanced at Dolanur's sinister smile, then gasped, "Could it be the creature that bit me just now?"
Upon hearing Yanan's remark, Zhang Fan burst into laughter and said, "How clever."
Yanan looked around at the Zerg standing before him and asked in astonishment, "Who exactly are you?"
Zhang Fan introduced himself. "I am Zhang Fan, a Zerg overlord wandering the cosmos in search of a way home. These are my subordinates, Mother Duolan Air and War General Nuaya." Duolan Air shot Yanan a cold glance while Nuaya proactively waved to greet him.
Yanan bowed to Zhang Fan and said, "I am Prince Yanan Buffett. Please accept my greetings to all honored Zerg. Prince Buffett, let us talk. We Zerg may appear fearsome in your eyes, but we are quite friendly towards certain races." Observing the current situation from Zhang Fan's tone, Buffett noted that in the entire cosmos aside from those hunting him, the Zerg were the first to extend goodwill, though they had already acquired the power of magic. "Since you have already obtained the power of magic, why do you wish to befriend me?
Do I still hold any value to you?" "None whatsoever."
Zhang Fan replied decisively, leaving Buffett staring at him in greater astonishment. "Then why does the Zerg race still want to befriend someone with no use to you? As I said before, if you are willing to be our friend, we treat our friends with great kindness. If not, you may leave now and I will send a super hexaocular to deliver you wherever you wish to go." With Zhang Fan having spoken so plainly, Buffett had no reason to refuse.
"I am willing to become friends with the Zerg." Zhang Fan laughed heartily. "Excellent.
I shall give you a tour of our Zerg territories. If you wish, your scattered clansmen may settle here and we Zerg will provide protection." Buffett hesitated slightly. If it concerned only himself it would hardly matter, but now Zhang Fan was inviting him to bring all his clanspeople here. He needed to handle this matter carefully. Zhang Fan, reading his concern, smiled and said, "No worries.
This matter is not urgent. Let me show you something first."
He led Buffett to the human incubation chamber where Mother La Duo Air immediately approached them.
She examined Buffett closely and asked in surprise, "Overlord, is this a human?" "This is not a human. This is a Yate, the race most resembling humanity. I have brought him to meet my clansfolk."
La Duo Air continued to scrutinize Buffett and asked telepathically, "Overlord, do you intend to use his genes to strengthen humanity?"
"No. Human genes must never be corrupted. I refuse to let them become like me."
Sensing Zhang Fan's anger, La Duo Air immediately lowered her head and said, "Yes, Overlord. I shall not speak such words again." Zhang Fan pointed to the human cultivation vessel and said to Buffett, "The infant inside is one of my clansfolk. Does he not bear a striking resemblance to your people, your highness?"
Buffett exclaimed in shock and fury, You are actually cultivating Yate people. What are your true intentions?"
Zhang Fan laughed loudly.
"Your highness misunderstands. These are not Yate people but Earth humans.
I myself was originally from Earth, but after being invaded by the alien Chikai race I was forced to wander the cosmos and transformed into this form due to certain accidents." Zhang Fan projected a genetic comparison between humans and Yate people into Buffett's mind, explaining, "The genes of both races differ only at the most minute level, which is why the Yate possess magical power while Earth humans do not." After careful observation, Buffett's tone softened. "I never imagined that such a race so similar to our Yate could exist in the cosmos. Haha, I never expected it either, which is precisely why I need your Yate people to teach the Earth humans.
Overlord, your Zerg possess both immense power and high intelligence.
Why not teach them yourselves?
Our Yate people in this regard."
Zhang Fan hesitated slightly, then looked at Buffett and said, "It is not that I do not wish to, but the hatred of my clan's destruction must be avenged.
However, I do not want humanity to be drawn into it.
I hope that under the guidance of the Yate people humanity can develop anew. It would be better if humans remained unaware of our bloodstained Zerg nature."
Buffett fell silent as if reassessing Zhang Fan. He gave a slight nod and drew open his deep blue star-patterned cloak. When the deep blue star-patterned cloak was opened, a world lay within it, azure skies, white clouds, towering mountains and flowing rivers. A group of men and women walked smiling from the landscapes while others soared through the sky and some even leapt from the water. These people emerged one by one from the cloak as if figures from a painting had come to life. When Buffett folded the cloak over 100 Yate people were already standing throughout the human cultivation chamber. Zhang Fan was so astonished that he could not speak for a long time. Having seen many high-tech wonders in the cosmos, including weapons capable of destroying entire star systems with a single shot,
he had never even dreamed of such a marvel as a world hidden within a cloak. Buffett introduced each of the 100+ individuals who had emerged from his cloak to Zhang Fan one by one. "These are all the remaining clansfolk of the Yate race. Leave the affairs of Earth's humanity to us." At this point Zhang Fan felt a moment of hesitation. Looking at the Yate people and then at the infants curled within the human cultivation vessels, the feeling was as if he were about to entrust his own newborn son to others for upbringing.
But his hesitation lasted only an instant. Zhang Fan nodded and said, "Then I entrust my clansfolk to you." Having said that, Zhang Fan handed over millions of human embryo derivatives to Buffett, then led Mother Duola Air and the others to leave the human cultivation chamber. Immediately afterward, all Zerg on the second Earth boarded the Emperor-class vessel and departed. At the periphery of the second Earth, Zhang Fan ordered Mother Duolan Air issue a command: no Zerg are to approach the second Earth under any circumstances. Establish a protective perimeter at the outer edges. Any extraterrestrial lifeform entering the perimeter is to be eliminated. Mother Duolan Air immediately nodded and said, "Overlord, rest assured. Even at the cost of my life, I will not allow the second Earth to come to any harm." Zhang Fan exhaled deeply and said with a smile, "Protected by the Zerg outside and guided by the Yate within, let humanity dwell and flourish here for now." Glancing at War General Nuaya, Zhang Fan smiled and said, "Little one, accompany me to clear out the surrounding star systems and provide humanity with a safe environment to grow." Nuaya asked excitedly, "Overlord, where shall we go first? How about attacking those monkeys first? Honestly, I quite despise monkeys." Zhang Fan said calmly, "Let us strike the plant warships planet first. Thanks to the Zerg fungus, we know their location. Moreover, they are dangerously close. If we can convert them into titans, the second Earth will be safer." Nuaya rubbed her fists, brimming with eagerness to fight, a sight that made Zhang Fan and the mother figures sigh in unison. La Duo Air volunteered, "Overlord, during the assault on the plant planet, please allow me to accompany you." Before her words had even faded, a mother reported, "Overlord, a massive plant star fleet is approaching our position. Indeed, our minds are as one. Let us go and destroy them." 15,000 verdant vine warships advanced in full formation toward Zhang Fan's second Earth star domain. A vast sea of green stretched across the void like a forest swallowed by the cosmos. There was no exchange of words between the opposing forces. The Sovereign's astral bomb cannons opened fire immediately. The Hexa-Eye and Venom Wasp units assumed battle formation, and under the command of Matriarch Radol they made straight for the Verdant Vine command ship. It was a nearly silent battle, no explosions, no fireworks, only the agonized cries of the Verdant Vine people and the excited hisses of the insectoid swarm. Within moments both planets were stained green by Verdant Vine blood, and the asteroid belt torn open by Mirith cannons was strewn with the corpses of Verdant Vine warriors and Zerg. Warchief Noya stood atop the wind scythe and charged into the Verdant Vine warship formation as if it were empty ground. Any Verdant Vine warrior who crossed her path withered into dust on the spot. The wind scythe was a battle mount specially hatched by Zhang Fan for Noya, eagle-headed with 6 eyes, blades for wings, wasp-bodied with a scorpion tail. Enhanced with the air spider and the sacred barrier, its speed was 3 times that of the Hexa-Eye, and its physical cutting power had reached a level of unstoppable sharpness. Aboard the Sovereign command ship, Zhang Fan watched Noya storming left and right, nodding with satisfaction. This little one truly fights without fear of death. Radol spoke up. "Overlord, shall we activate the Zerg fungus now?" "Very well. Noya has had enough fun. We still have use for these plant warships later." Radol's consciousness began to seize control of the Zerg fungus. In an instant the Verdant Vine fleet turned on itself. Thousands of warships shifted from green to purplish black and swung around to attack the Verdant Vine people. On nearly every ship a portion of the crew went mad, attacking their own battle lines or their comrades. Fewer than 100 warships managed to flee the battlefield, yet Zhang Fan had no intention of letting them escape safely. Watching the plant Zerg fleet pursuing the remaining Verdant Vine forces, Zhang Fan chuckled to Radol. "The Zerg fungus truly is convenient. I'll leave all future fungus cultivation to you. Overlord, I would advise caution in using the fungus for the time being. It reproduces too rapidly. If left unchecked, it could even threaten our own Zerg. The lethal power of mighty weapons never distinguishes friend from foe. You must handle this carefully. I want you to develop a fungus that is easy to control and harmless to the Zerg." "Yes, Overlord." At the Verdant Vine Star Peripheral Star Domain, Zhang Fan's vast Zerg army had completely surrounded the region. He did not launch an immediate assault, not because he intended to spare the Verdant Vine people, but because he was waiting. Waiting for the Titan seed. A colossal black insect egg was being transported from Titan by 2 Sovereign-class warships. From a distance the black egg resembled a small meteorite, pointed at the top, rounded at the bottom, and overall egg-shaped. Its shell was covered in a thick layer of jagged black rock. Zhang Fan felt a flicker of excitement as he watched the Titan egg being towed toward him. This could truly be considered the experimental, planet-destroying weapon of the Zerg. As for its true power, he could hardly wait to witness it. The Titan egg was hurled toward the Verdant Vine Star by 2 sovereigns. The flames from its friction with the planet's atmosphere illuminated the surrounding Zerg fleet even from outer space. The moment the Titan egg touched the surface of the Verdant Vine Star, a ring-shaped band of dust erupted outward from its impact point. In the blink of an eye, the dust ring spread across the entire planet. The Titan egg plunged deep into the Verdant Vine Star's core. Then it began to crack open rapidly.
Countless vines burst from the shell covering the whole verdant vine star with a sprawling web of purple-green tendrils. Countless small ships rose from the verdant vine star, yet even as they believed themselves fortunate survivors escaping the devil's grasp, they had no idea they were flying straight into the merciless Zerg army. Zhang Fan smiled with satisfaction aboard the Sovereign.
How many Titan eggs do we have? Radal shook his head. Titan's reproduction rate is very slow. We have none left at the moment. However, Titan's parasitic fungi can supply it with energy.
We can cultivate large amounts of parasitic fungi on nearby planets that harbor life.
Leave that matter to you. Lavina.
Lead the fleet to continue sweeping the surrounding star systems.
I'm going below to modify my body.
Zhang Fan was deeply dissatisfied with his current body. The jagged outer shell he had believed unbreakable had been easily severed by Noya's sword chi. By the way, how is the research on those metals we brought back from Second Earth going?
Matriarch Kara reported. The research on those metals is complete.
They are ultra-strength chromium bismuth alloy, extremely hard and highly corrosion resistant.
Our Zerg corrosive fluids have no effect on it whatsoever. After impact and cutting tests, only the parasite tick can cut through it. Zhang Fan asked curiously. Parasite tick? Kara explained.
As the saying goes, everything has its conqueror.
The parasite tick's mouthparts contain a decomposing enzyme which originally evolved to paralyze hosts.
Unexpectedly, it also softens chromium bismuth metal.
Use the chromium bismuth metal to forge a suit of armor and a shield for Noya. That little creature has overwhelming offensive power, but her defense is lacking. Lavina suddenly interjected. Overlord, are you perhaps being a little too good to Noya? Am I?
Zhang Fan smiled faintly and answered his own question.
Perhaps I am. Maybe it's because these centuries without human emotional attachment have left me with something to spare. I would do the same for all of you.
Lavina watched Zhang Fan step into the modulation chamber, then glanced at Noya standing guard beside him. A strange expression flickered across her face before she turned and departed to begin her work of sweeping the surrounding star systems. For this modification, Zhang Fan selected the finest genes from every race. Still, he chose to use the primitive carbon-silicon worm genes, as the foundation for their plasticity was unrivaled.
When considering whether to incorporate human genes, Zhang Fan ultimately decided against it.
After all, humans were far too fragile in many ways, and certain things were better preserved as memories for the man he had become.
After 3 months of modification, Zhang Fan's new body began to take shape.
Standing about 3 meters tall, his face was covered in hard armor with compound eyes and 6 pupils. He had a tiger's torso, dragon claws, 2 pairs of bone wings on his back, 2 feet and 4 arms. His primary arms ended in 5-fingered claws, while a pair of secondary arms incorporated Noya's sword blades.
The external changes were not overly dramatic.
This time Zhang Fan focused more on internal capabilities. He installed venom glands, corrosive fluid glands, air sacs, and strengthened the magical genes of the Aether. He removed the mana cannon and frost blue dragon cannon, for the power that Aether genes could command through magic had already far surpassed the might of those 2 weapons. The most powerful individual Zerg in the Western universe had been born. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, this very modification had elevated him into the ranks of the Western universe's mightiest beings, and what awaited him was the threat of an even more formidable enemy.
Overlord, we have received a signal from the Golden Frog Trade Fleet. What?
They already want to do business with us again. Radal, prepare more Zerg fungus and Sovereign-class warships.
Radal reported.
The Golden Frog Trade Fleet wishes to invite us to participate
in the Cosmic Arena Auction. Arena Auction.
Zhang Fan pondered for a moment, then said, let's go.
Time to see the wider universe and greet our fellow powers among the stars.
On the flagship of the Golden Frog Trade Fleet, the Golden Frog Boss Jean met the Zerg overlord Zhang Fan for the first time.
He looked around but did not see Dwellunner. May I ask, Overlord, isn't Lord Dwellunner accompanying you?
Zhang Fan cast a cold glance at Boss Jean.
Could it be that Boss Jean only wishes to do business with Dwellunner? You misunderstand, Overlord. Being able to speak with a noble Zerg like yourself is my honor.
It is only that my previous business dealings were with Lord Dwellunner, so I was simply showing concern, nothing more. Seeing that Zhang Fan did not seem to care much, Boss Jean wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought to himself that Zhang Fan was not an easy person to deal with.
Boss Jean, what exactly is this arena auction you mentioned?
Hearing the question, Boss Jean bowed at once and replied, the arena auction is hosted by the Trade Federation. It is a grand occasion combining competition, entertainment, and commerce. Every trading fleet in the universe invites powerful friends to participate. In the Western universe, we only invited the nobility. Zhang Fan asked curiously, is the Zerg really the most powerful race in the Western universe? Boss Jean quickly said, not exactly. In terms of military might, the Zerg are indeed second to none.
But the Western universe is simply too vast.
The Western Realm Emperor gave specific instructions saying he wanted the Zerg to witness the vastness of the universe and the strength of all its races. So this matter had to do with the Western Realm Emperor. Zhang Fan understood most of it now. Through competition they would test the Zerg's strength, and through this auction they would also see which races across the universes possessed real power.
It seems Boss Jean is no ordinary merchant. Very few people can claim to have spoken with the Western Realm Emperor.
Boss Jean smiled modestly.
You flatter me, Overlord. I merely sold some trinkets to the Western Realm Emperor once.
Poof. A trinket like the Morrow's staff is not something my Zerg are qualified to buy. Boss Jean immediately slapped himself across the mouth.
Lord Overlord, keep your voice down. If anyone found out, I would have my license revoked. Isn't this your ship? Are there other people's informants on board?
Boss Jean lowered his voice.
Whose ship among the major trading fleets doesn't have informants from other trading groups? It's an unspoken understanding. Do you want me to get rid of them for you? Boss Jean waved his hands hastily. Thank you for your kindness, Overlord, but these people still have some value. Zhang Fan nodded knowingly.
The marketplace is a battlefield. There is much in your cunning that we Zerg can learn from.
Are you praising me?
Of course.
What else did you think?
Afterward, on the host planet of the arena auction, Olatea, guided by Boss Jean and accompanied by War General Nuya and Matriarch Shicha, Zhang Fan took the VIP shuttle provided by the Chuyang people and landed in the trade city of Kalen. Zhang Fan and the others slowly made their way down from the VIP shuttle. The Chuyang trade administrator, leading a group of officials in resplendent robes, immediately came forward to greet them. The Chuyang trade administrator, a head shorter than Zhang Fan and resembling an octopus without tentacles, welcomed them warmly.
I am Aosara, the Chuyang trade administrator.
Welcome, Zerg Overlord and all our Zerg friends.
Zhang Fan looked around and smiled. This is indeed the heart of the Trade Federation.
Even the flower stands are made of pure gold.
Are those statues pure gold too? Aosara proudly gestured around them. You have a keen eye, Overlord.
These are all pure gold, the rarest metal in the universe and also the most stable. They are priceless. Led by Aosara, Zhang Fan and his party passed through a glittering golden corridor and entered a colossal hall where a dazzling array of alien races had gathered.
Zhang Fan's curiosity was nearly unbearable.
The biodiversity here was a gathering of the most advanced lifeforms from across the whole universe. But Zhang Fan quickly calmed down. Any advanced lifeform attending such a banquet had at least a technological civilization equal to that of the Zerg, and there were probably not a few races stronger than the Zerg.
Acting recklessly was not Zhang Fan's style.
Boss Jean said to Zhang Fan, the trade delegation does not know the Zerg language and cannot translate it, but all Zerg should be able to speak Takavar, so we have set every universal translator to Takavar. Zhang Fan took the universal translator but had no idea how to use it. Seeing Zhang Fan's awkward expression, Boss Jean quickly added, just swallow it.
Zhang Fan was intrigued by the notion of an edible translator.
As soon as he swallowed it, he discovered that the translator was a silicon-based lifeform whose genes stored a vast amount of linguistic information. Zhang Fan no longer had to worry about communication barriers. This was far more civilized than the earlier method of draining blood in order to communicate.
Lord Overlord, according to the usual custom, the event opens with a tournament. If the Overlord is interested, you may send someone to participate. The prizes are extremely generous.
Zhang Fan glanced at Nuya, who was eager to try, and smiled.
Go ahead and be careful.
Accompanied by her frog-faced adjutant, Nuya headed to the tournament registration desk while Boss Jean led Zhang Fan up to the VIP viewing platform. Halfway there, a woman's startled cry suddenly came from beneath Zhang Fan's feet.
Hey big guy, watch where you're walking.
Zhang Fan lowered his head and saw an elaborately decorated little path beneath his clawed foot.
If he hadn't looked closely, he might have mistaken it for a baseboard.
Inside the path was a squad of fully armed soldiers, and they were holding their weapons high, aimed straight at him. Those people appeared to Zhang Fan to be even smaller than half an ant. Zhang Fan smiled apologetically.
Sorry, I didn't notice you all. Boss Jean hurried over. Princess Domina, I'm terribly sorry. It's all my fault.
I didn't tell the Zerg Overlord about this.
It was entirely my fault.
Zhang Fan trained his compound eyes on the front of the tiny file of soldiers and finally saw clearly a beautiful woman in an opulent gown with pointed ears, a human-like face and scales on her cheeks, was pointing at Boss Jean.
Boss Jean, if something like this happens again, I will destroy you.
Zhang Fan asked with curiosity, little one, you have quite a sharp tongue. Boss Jean is a friend of the Zerg.
Let me see you destroy him.
Seeing the dangerous look in Zhang Fan's eyes, Boss Jean said hastily, no Lord Overlord, it's all a misunderstanding.
Princess Domina, please calm down.
This is the Zerg Overlord. The warships you purchased are the Zerg's Emperor class.
Domina's tone softened considerably upon hearing this. So you are the Zerg Overlord. A pleasure to meet you. Let this matter pass.
Seeing that Princess Domina had softened her tone, Zhang Fan released a parasitic tick and said with a smile, allow this golden parasitic tick to serve as my apology for being rude, Princess Domina.
The Princess Domina, who was even smaller than an ant, jumped onto the back of the golden parasitic tick and laughed joyfully. The Overlord is truly generous. How many more of these mounts do you have? We'll take them all.
Zhang Fan was quite surprised. Parasitic ticks were the lowest class of Zerg combat organisms. No, they could not even be called combat organisms. A few matriarchs could hatch millions of parasitic ticks in a single day, and yet this fabulously wealthy princess had simply said she would take them all.
Princess, the Zerg are sincere about making friends. As for mounts like the parasitic ticks, I can gift you 10 million of them.
The Zerg Overlord really is generous when it comes to making friends. A snide voice came from behind Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan turned sharply only to find a mechanical being approximately 2 meters tall, dressed in noble gentlemanly attire, scrutinizing him from head to toe. That gaze felt like a hunter fixing his prey upon, making Zhang Fan deeply uncomfortable.
Boss Jean quickly interjected, this is Lord Marduk, the master of the Moke world in the Eastern Universe.
Upon hearing that he was from the Eastern Universe, Zhang Fan knew he would be a future enemy. However, Zhang Fan smiled and said, surely Lord Marduk's words carry no hint of provocation.
Quite so.
I merely wish to discuss business with the Overlord, that is all. Then let us talk upstairs, shall we?
Princess Domina cried out, I will not miss this. I encountered the Zerg Overlord first.
Princess Domina commanded the golden parasitic tick to climb directly onto Zhang Fan's shoulder, which took him entirely by surprise.
Without his order, the golden parasitic tick had actually accepted instructions from the rice grain-sized princess. Zhang Fan immediately used his mental link to inspect the golden parasitic tick and discovered that Domina was controlling it with formidable spiritual force. Such power was extraordinary.
Princess Domina smiled at Zhang Fan and said, Overlord, I am most fond of your biological warships. I would like to place an order for 100 Emperor-class vessels.
Should you need anything in return, simply ask.
Just as Zhang Fan was about to speak, Boss Jean interrupted everyone. This is the VIP lounge.
Let us proceed inside to talk.
Boss Jean subtly cast a glance at Zhang Fan, wearing an expression of a middleman eager to pocket the difference. Zhang Fan immediately caught on and said to Princess Domina, excuse me, Your Highness, but all agency rights for our business have been handed to Master Shao. I am powerless to decide on such matters.
Marduk, standing by, remarked sarcastically, Boss Jean has struck gold, congratulations. Let us also discuss procurement details soon.
Boss Jean was equally surprised. He had only intended to earn an introduction fee, never expecting the Overlord to publicly declare him the Zerg's agent.
The profits in between.
Lord Marduk, please come inside.
This honor is bestowed upon me by the Overlord, and I will certainly offer both Lord Marduk and Princess Domina a fair price. Everyone entered the VIP room, where Princess Domina rode the golden parasitic tick and leaped onto a pillar position between Marduk and Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan had initially taken the golden pillar for a decorative lamppost, unaware it was a magnification device specially prepared for Princess Domina.
A giant holographic projection of Princess Domina appeared in the room. Clad in splendid attire, she possessed a striking beauty.
Zhang Fan teased, now I can finally give my eyes a rest.
Haha, the Overlord is truly witty. By the way, regarding this year's competition, have you sent any warriors to compete? Just a playful little one. Let her gain some experience.
Princess Domina glanced at the announcement on the screen and exclaimed, you two are truly fated. Zerg Nuna versus Moksurkar matched against each other in the very first round. Zhang Fan and Marduk exchanged a knowing smile but said nothing, both eager to test each other's strength. After Boss Jean exited the VIP room, several attendants carried in trays of strangely shaped fruits. Zhang Fan noticed one resembling a dragon fruit with an eye moving upon its surface. Zhang Fan locked eyes with the fruit's eye, and to his surprise it blinked shut on its own. Curiosity getting the better of him, Zhang Fan used his consciousness to investigate and found that the thing was sentient and carried a faint aura of killing intent. Zhang Fan suddenly communicated via his mind, what are you? The fruit's eye snapped open, fixing upon him.
You can see me.
With eyes that large, it would be difficult not to see you.
Since you've seen me, could you refrain from meddling? My target is only Marduk.
The tone sounded complicated, part threat, part helplessness, and a touch of pleading.
Oh, very well. I'll stand a bit further away.
Acting as though he had heard nothing, Zhang Fan naturally moved to stand beside Princess Domina. Princess Domina, forgive my presumption, but aren't our Emperor-class vessels rather large for you?
Zhang Fan himself thought the Emperor was huge.
For a rice grain-sized Princess Domina, he simply could not imagine how many people an Emperor vessel could hold.
Princess Domina smiled and said, Overlord, in the cosmos, size does not determine strength. 10 Krami can control a single Emperor. Oh. Only 10 people. The Emperor-class biologicals have quite strong rebellious consciousness. Are they easy to control? Zhang Fan was deliberately probing.
This was the first time he had encountered someone capable of controlling Zerg organisms.
If their spiritual power exceeded that of the Zerg overlord, the implications would be grave. They are manageable enough. These creatures are fairly obedient, much easier to control than the previous Dromalus beasts. Then all is well.
I have several star systems creatures available for you to choose from.
I invite you to visit the Yasha star system in the Western universe. Very well. However, I must wait a little longer. I have some personal matters to attend to. Once this busy period passes, I will certainly pay my respects to the Overlord.
Zhang Fan bowed and said,
Then I eagerly await your grand visit. He. The Overlord is truly graceful.
In the cosmos it is rare to find a power of your stature who is also so courteous. Zhang Fan suddenly sensed killing intent. A white-clad figure flashed past his eyes heading straight for Marduk. A cold gleam flashed and Marduk's mechanical head tumbled to the ground. Princess Domina roared in fury, who dares assassinate Lord Marduk in the VIP room? Marduk's head laughed on the ground, a fool without a sense of self-preservation.
Forgive the disturbance, both of you.
Zhang Fan closely observed the movements of both Marduk and the white-robed assassin. The assassin showed no intention of stopping. Drawing an energy sword from his waist, he dismantled Marduk's body into pieces in the blink of an eye. Suddenly Zhang Fan felt a cold hand rest upon his shoulder. He turned instinctively and found Marduk standing beside him completely unharmed. He stared at Zhang Fan and asked with a smile, Does the Overlord enjoy my little tricks?
Mechanical beings can transfer consciousness through data. How many copies has Lord Marduk prepared for himself? Marduk seemed entirely unconcerned by the white-robed assassin glaring at him.
He continued chatting with Zhang Fan, Are you not the same as me?
As many as you have. Ha, Lord Marduk, haven't you always planned to take a beating? No harm done.
Let him play for a while, or would the Overlord like to handle him?
No interest. I'll pay. No need. Sigh.
Marduk's voice still echoed in Zhang Fan's ears when he had already seized the white-robed assassin by the throat.
The assassin went limp and collapsed to the ground instantly.
Boss Jean rushed in with a squad of trade guards. Seeing the three unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens, I was terrified.
Fortunately, all three of you are unscathed. Marduk smiled and patted Boss Jin's broad shoulder. Boss Jean, the security measures of the trade fleet need improvement. Yes, you are absolutely right, Lord Marduk. We will certainly take note.
With a wave of his hand, Boss Jin's trade guards immediately restrained the white-robed assassin and dragged him away. Zhang Fan communicated mentally to Boss Jean, I want that man.
Boss Jean suddenly instructed the trade guards, do not let this incident disrupt the competition.
Detain him for now, we will deal with him after the tournament concludes.
Marduk looked at Zhang Fan with an eerie smile and said, Overlord, shall we watch the match? Our people are up next.
Beneath a starry sky like a vast curtain, 12 colossal pillars stood in formation around the square arena spanning an area equivalent to 10 football fields. On the left side of the arena a raised platform slowly rose with Nuaya standing proudly atop it. The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers resembling wailing ghosts and howling wolves. Nuaya calmly acknowledged the entire crowd with a graceful gesture, then turned toward the VIP booth where Zhang Fan was seated and bowed respectfully.
Muo Duoka standing beside Zhang Fan smiled and gazed at Nuaya, saying, This girl seems to be enjoying herself. Princess Duomina stared fixedly at Nuaya, asking without blinking, Lord Sovereign, is this insect clan warrior for sale? This one is not for sale. What a pity I have been lacking such a powerful body. Zhang Fan nodded inwardly. Here came a good business opportunity. If Princess Duomina needs one, I could manufacture one for you. Really? All the scales on Princess Duomina's face smoothed out. If you can provide a body as powerful as hers, anything you desire from my Klami star system is yours. Mo Duoka suddenly said, Princess Duomina, among my Emokola people there are also many suitable bodies for you. Princess Duomina diplomatically replied, Lord Mo Duoka, please do not joke. You Emokola are all cyborgs difficult to control. Meanwhile, on the right side of the arena another platform slowly rose. Atop it stood a giant ape-like creature, half mechanical, standing fully 5 meters tall. Duomina looked at Muo Duoku in astonishment. Sulika Air is indeed one of the top 3 warriors of the Emokola.
Is that circle of black crystals on his waist black demon crystals?
Your Highness has keen eyes.
Those 12 black demon crystals were earned by Sulika Air through his own prowess. Princess Duomina exclaimed in shock, her jaw nearly dropping.
Impressive. I heard that only the strong among your MO deserve black demon crystals, yet he possesses 12. Lord Sovereign, perhaps you should recall your little girl.
Sulika Air has a rather short temper. If we cause friction it might sour things.
Ha ha. Muo Duoka's laughter, clearly provocative, made the guards outside break into a cold sweat. What if a fight broke out inside? Zhang Fan responded with a polite bow. Nuaya's temperament is tolerable, but she tends to fight to the death. Lord Muo Duoka should be more concerned about that monkey himself. Enough, the match begins now.
As the arena bell rang, the platforms began to retract slowly. Sulika Air leaped directly from the platform, his hands shaped like hammers smashing straight toward Nuaya.
I detest monkeys.
Nuaya leaped backward, unfurling her wings, dodging Sulika Air's hammer strikes, then turned and formed both hands into swords, sending two intersecting energy blades straight for Sulika Air's face. Though Sulika Air was large in stature, he moved with extraordinary agility. Sidestepping the energy blades, he reached out and grasped Nuaya in his hand. Muo Duoka smiled and said, I wonder if this little girl's bones are hard. Zhang Fan also smiled.
Nuaya doesn't have many bones, she's all thorns. Muo Duoka did not hear Nuaya's screams, instead Sulika Air's wails echoed.
He flung Nuaya away, clutching his right hand, whose entire palm had turned green, appearing as if poisoned.
Nuaya stabilized her form in midair and roared, You dead monkey, how dare you squeeze me?
Before the words had finished, 3 energy orbs, red, white and blue, orbited around her.
Nuaya raised both hands high and smashed down with a sword strike.
The 3 energy orbs, accompanied by a massive energy blade, carved a fissure across the arena floor, hurtling straight towards Sulika Air. In a flash of lightning-like speed, Sulika Air's anguished roar resounded throughout the entire arena, his screams causing the whole arena to tremble.
The protective glass of the VIP room began to tremble incessantly.
Duomi Na hastily drooped her pointed ears.
Muo Duoka's face turned iron gray.
A smile flickered across Zhang Fan's face, but concealed behind an armor-like hard shell invisible to others. Sulika Air gazed at his half-arm severed by the energy blade and glared fiercely at Nuaya, who seemed like a mere moth to him.
Sulika Air let out a furious roar. Die.
His severed right arm actually regenerated at a rate visible to the naked eye.
Zhang Fan exclaimed, fearsome recuperative abilities. Muo Duoka sneered, Rmo Kula, people grow between life and death naturally, each possesses some special ability.
Zhang Fan used his consciousness to communicate to Nuaya, find a way to consume his genes.
Understood. Nuaya dodged Sulika Air's fierce charges, circled behind him and hurled 3 fireballs at his back. From the stands, Princess Duomi Na gasped, She can use magic. Yate people's magic. How does she know it? Do insect clans also possess magical abilities?
Zhang Fan seemed to realize something and immediately smiled. It's merely ionized fire generated by the high-speed friction of positive ions in the air. That has nothing to do with magic, does it?
So similar. How could we not have thought of such technology?
Princess Duomi now raised her right hand, clenched her 5 fingers into a fist, and a ball of flame erupted, blazing upon her fist. The astonishment within Zhang Fan was beyond words. How immensely powerful was this grain of rice-sized Princess Duomi Na?
Nuaya's fireball struck Sulika Air's body, burning away much of his fur.
Sulika Air extinguished the flames with his right hand, while from the mechanical fingers of his left hand 5 missiles suddenly launched. The 5 missiles traveled with such speed that Nuaya, renowned for her speed, couldn't even react before being hit. Fortunately, she wore a chrome bismuth metallic armor obtained from the temple on the second Earth. However, Nuaya was still blasted, dirty and soot-covered, with several scorched patches on her body.
Dead monkey, I will kill you.
Nuaya roared and transformed her entire body into a 7-colored radiant sword, charging at Sulika Air. Sulika Air, this 5-meter-tall semi-mechanical ape, hardly used a technique to disarm a blade with bare hands and forcibly stopped the sword-transformed Nuaya at his chest.
Muo Duoka glanced at Zhang Fan. Lord Sovereign, your little girl is fighting fiercely.
It's only preliminary rounds, there's no need for a life and death struggle.
Alas. Nuaya's tendency to fight to the death is beyond my control. Oh. Right, I forgot to mention earlier that she detests monkeys the most. Muo Duoka's face turned iron gray, looking most displeased.
Princess Duomi Na cast a glance at him, then smiled at Zhang Fan.
Lord Sovereign, this is merely entertainment competition. Please ask the insect clan girl to stop.
The general who wields 12 demon crystals is a pivotal figure in Mo Kula. We have already witnessed the strength of your insect clan.
Zhang Fan nodded and said, Lord Muo Duoka, please have your monkey release his grip. Nuaya does not intend to take his life, but it cannot be too obvious, can it?
After Muo Duoka's eyes flickered twice with red light, Sulika Air first hesitated, then gradually reduced the force of his grip. Nuaya met his gaze, instantly cancelled her energy blade and passed directly through his chest.
Nuaya licked the blood of Sulika Air from her sword blade and glared, Dead monkey, you're lucky today. Sulika Air glared at the VIP booth, appearing extremely angry.
He stood up, pounding his chest 3 times to express his dissatisfaction, tore off the 12 black demon crystals from his waist and tossed them at Nuaya's feet, then turned and leaped out of the arena. This battle, lasting merely a few minutes, had left the audience forgetting to cheer, forgetting to applaud. After a brief silence, the stands erupted in enthusiastic wails and howls like ghosts and wolves. Muo Duoku sighed. This foul temper is truly troublesome. Muo Duoku bowed to Zhang Fan. Thanks for the sovereign's mercy. Regarding those 12 black demon crystals, I hope the sovereign Duomina immediately interrupted. Lord Muo Duoku doesn't wish to take them back. That would be somewhat unseemly, would it not? But Zhang Fan carefully examined the black demon crystals through Nuaya's consciousness and discovered they contained powerful energy within. But he couldn't understand why Sulika Air hadn't used such powerful power. Lord Muo Duoku, the previous match can only be considered a draw. Regarding the black demon crystals, when Nuaya returns, I will have her return them to you. Then thank you, Lord Sovereign. What Zhang Fan thought inwardly was, you dream on. Having lost, you still have the face to ask for them back. Since you are shameless, don't blame me for making you lose face. Nuaya toyed with the 12 black demon crystals, arriving VIP lounge led by Boss Jean. As soon as they entered, Majuok fixed his the 12 Nuaya's hand, eager to seize them at once. Zhang Fan said to Nuaya, Nuaya, return that black demon, Lord Majuok. I want it. I won't. Zhang Fan, with a hint of anger, said, listen, you child, Sulikar is watching you, let yourself be so soft. He deliberately emphasized the word child. I won't. I want it by my own skill. Why should I give it to him? Otherwise let him fight me. Majuok's face turned dark. He glared at Boss Jean at the door and then at the soldiers behind him who were holding back their smiles. Majuok hurriedly said to Zhang Fan, this. Let's drop it since Sulikar approves. No. These 12 black demon crystals are a symbol of the MOKLA status. How could a Zerg girl own them? No, I won't. The Overlord is biased. What I want is mine. Domina smiled and said Lord Majuok wouldn't go that far. The Zerg girl defeated Sulikar by her own power. Are you planning to snatch the girl's prize like this? Majuok glared at Domina, but Domina shot him a disdainful look and he helplessly shook his head, saying, Overlord, these 12 crystals are indeed very important to MOKLA. Everything in my treasury can be chosen by Miss Nuaya. Please, Overlord. Nuaya, did you hear that? Return it to Lord Majuok. No. You adults never keep your word. Keep your word, keep your word. Now let's go to the treasury to pick. Nuaya followed Majuok to his treasury. Princess Domina smiled. Miss Nuaya is really cute. Zhang Fan, with a slightly awkward tone, said, cute. This little girl gives me a headache. With the Overlord here, the one who defeated MOKLA's 12 crystals in the first battle, it seems the might of the Zerg will spread through the universe soon. Your Highness, you flatter me. That was only Master Majuok's courtesy. Domina smiled at Zhang Fan. I may have helped the Overlord a little. I wonder if the Overlord would be willing to help me with a small favor. Haha, I like making friends with people like you, Princess. Go ahead, Princess. Domina paused for a moment and then spoke. I wish to hire a Zerg army to help me wipe out a star system. 1,000 Clarami energy pearls as payment. 1,000. Boss Jean couldn't help exclaiming. Zhang Fan telepathically asked, what are Clarami energy pearls? The energy of 1 Clarami pearl equals the energy of a star 1,000. This is astronomical. Zhang Fan, keeping his cool, said to Domina, since Princess Domina just helped me, how could I refuse this small favor? Very well, it's settled. After manipulating a tiny device in her column-like VIP chamber, Domina said to Zhang Fan, 1,000 Clarami energy pearls have already been credited to the Zerg's account. Nice, our Zerg will be friends with Princess Domina. Haha, Overlord, don't forget to promise me a powerful body as well. It's already being designed. Zhang Fan signaled the silent Mistress Xu Sha in the corner, who spoke, this is my Mistress Xu Sha. Regarding the princess's body, she will help perfect it. The tournament did not end because of Nuaya and Sulikar's brilliant fight. It continued for 3 more days of battles. Zhang Fan watched with his heart racing as various combat techniques, high-tech weapons and biomechanical defenses and offenses allowed him to almost immediately unleash the parasitic ticks to absorb their genes. As the competition neared its end, Nuaya finally returned with Majuok, followed by dozens of MOKLA semi-mechanical attendants. Majuok wiped away the oily sweat like liquid on his head. The girl roams around too much. She has gone through my treasury. How could you take so much? Majuok quickly replied, it's nothing, if she likes it, it's fine. Majuok whispered to Zhang Fan, there are 2 items of great power, use them carefully. It's better if the Overlord keeps them himself rather than you taking them back. Thank you, Lord Majuok. The Overlord is too polite. Your race is also adept at business. Boss Jean then addressed everyone, the auction is about to begin, please prepare.
This is my first time attending an auction. What should I prepare?
Boss Jean hastily replied, the Zerg Emperor warships have already been registered. If the Overlord likes something, you can use the Emperor count as exchange. Hahaha, the universe's most advanced place actually uses the primitive bartering system.
Very well, I understand.
Although the Emperor count isn't large, if Zhang Fan needs, they can be endlessly incubated and implanted with Zerg fungi on the Emperor ships. The fungus could silently spread throughout the universe. Thus this barter trade was practically tailor-made for Zhang Fan to spread the Zerg.
Majuok asked Overlord, do you also have something good to auction?
The Zerg's Emperor warships are used as currency for the moment. I really have nothing to auction.
Should we auction the strongest land creature, the Tyrant Beast? That would not be a downgrade next to the Emperor.
Zhang Fan gently said, our Zerg are still in a development stage. We really don't have anything valuable to offer. I also want to buy more things at the auction to take back. As the two spoke, the bloody arena was suddenly covered by a thick metal layer. A Takovarian stood on a metal levitating sphere suspended in midair and loudly announced, the 1695A3RD trade auction officially begins. A star system map projected in the center of the auction hall as the host introduced. Located in the eastern universe, the Gamida galaxy, rich in mana energy, or 162 habitable planets. Natives have been cleared. Buyers may move in directly, no reserve bidding.
3 Damago ships, 5K, 10 Dragonhawks.
The host waited 3 seconds for any further bids, then proclaimed in a faltering, fluctuating tone, 10 Dragonhawks going once.
Any further bids? The Gamida galaxy's mana energy ore was abundant enough to mine for 3,000 cosmic years.
2 more seconds passed with no further bids, and the host's huge frog-like mouth curled into a wry smile as he said, it seems the Eastern Universe's king deities will get a bargain.
10 Dragonhawks. Any other bids?
The host hardly waited a moment and shouted, 10 Dragonhawks are sold. Just as he was about to hammer, a voice made him involuntarily shudder.
100 Emperors.
The entire auction hall erupted in exclamations.
Everyone's eyes fixed on the opaque VIP cabin. In the VIP lounge, Majuok and Domina looked just as surprised as they watched Zhang Fan standing beside them. Boss Jean nearly lunged at Zhang Fan, his face twisted in panic as he roared, Dominator, is your translator malfunctioning? You just said 100 Emperor vessels. Zhang Fan looked at Boss Jean with a puzzled expression. 100 vessels, is there a problem? Does your auction have a limit? No, there isn't.
Princess Domina burst into laughter. I used to think our Klami race was the most extravagant at auctions, but today, meeting the Dominator, I realized there is a race in the universe even more generous than us.
Ha ha ha.
Boss Jean whispered to Zhang Fan, Dominator, 1 Emperor can match the combat power of 3 Dragon Eagles. Even if you offered 10 vessels, it would already be triple King Deities' price. Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise, you never told me that. Boss Jean immediately slapped himself. He pointed to a massive orbiting screen above the auction floor displaying warship exchange ratios.
Emperor ranked in the top 3. Princess Domina's Klami energy pearls ranked second at 1-1.
2, while the top spot belonged to Modic's Moying vessels exchanging for Emperor at 1-2.
No wonder I got a private room. Our insect race's Emperor is quite valuable after all.
Boss Jean was filled with regret. He had sold the War God Spear for merely 20 Emperor vessels.
Back then he could have asked for 200 and Dola would likely have agreed. Boss Jean quickly asked Dominator, do you wish to adjust the price?
It's a bit troublesome, but as a VIP you have that privilege.
Oh, then let's not bother.
Domina and Mata clapped at the same time.
Princess Domina smiled, the Dominator is most generous. With a powerful friend like you we can strut across the Eastern Universe from now on, right Lord Modok?
Well. Of course. When I'm not around, feel free to strut wherever you like. Domina shot him a glare, you stingy old rooster, you really never take a loss, do you? The Gamida galaxy ultimately fell to the insect race for 100 Emperor vessels. King Deities fumed in sheer fury, but there was nothing he could do. Judging by the strength comparison, the enemy's warship combat power was 3 times his own. It seemed the Eastern Universe would only become harder to navigate from now on. The host steadied himself, drank an energy beverage and took 2 deep breaths before regaining his composure. Ladies and gentlemen, the insect Dominator just gave us a little surprise.
Next up for auction is a work by the master forger known as the Hell Blacksmith Kakeduo.
The host deliberately dragged it out, refusing to continue for a long while.
The audience's hearts were in their throats.
His timing was perfect, their hearts rolling at the edge of fury, and just before they exploded he continued Master Kakeduo's final masterpiece.
The Dawn.
A streak of white light tore through the starry sky. Beneath its brilliance, a massive magical energy sniper rifle truly seemed to embody the dawn that splits the darkness. The host introduced it with rhythmic cadence. This dawn is the last weapon personally forged by Master Kakeduo before his death.
Please look at the exquisite craftsmanship, splendid yet not ostentatious, simple yet profound. Its power is extraordinary, it can easily destroy a C-class warship 50 light-years away.
Zhang Fan asked curiously, what exactly is a C-class warship? What class would my emperor be?
Boss Jean hastily explained warships across the universe vary greatly. For uniformity we established the classification from SS to F. The rank is determined by both size and combat capability.
The Emperor is an A-class warship. Lord Modok's Moing is S-class, and only the 4 cosmic emperors possess SS-class warships.
Zhang Fan nodded.
It was clear he still had a long way to go before he could break free from the Western Emperor's control.
East, south, west, north plus the Vite universe, shouldn't there be 5 emperors? Princess Domina helped explain the Vite universe belongs to another plane entirely. Although trade delegations have frequent contact, that universe is extremely complex.
It is said that no one has yet managed to rule Vite. Modok chuckled from the side. I wonder if the Dominator would be interested in giving it a try.
Hell, Lord Modok flatters me.
I'm still far from that.
When you conquer the Vite universe, just leave me a plot of land to farm.
The host had already finished introducing the dawn, yet for a long time no one placed a bid. It seemed every gaze unconsciously turned toward the VIP cabin.
Boss Jean appeared to be communicating with someone. After a moment he quickly asked everyone, I just received a message. The committee would like to ask if you have any interest in the dawn.
Seeing that both of them wore contemptuous looks, Zhang Fan immediately said, so neither of you wants it?
I thought it was a master's creation.
Princess Domina smiled. We Klami are more interested in living beings. What use is a weapon you can't control?
Modok chuckled. Boring.
Our Mokra rely on raw strength. Ranged weapons don't suit us.
Oh.
Then 100 Emperor vessels.
All three cried out in unison. What?
Boss Jean didn't know where to put his hands or feet, and Princess Domina stared at Zhang Fan in utter disbelief. Modok was even more astonished. Just now at the Gamade Galaxy, Zhang Fan had offered 100 Emperor vessels, perhaps not understanding their value. But now he clearly understood, and a single weapon, even a valuable one, was already a high price at 10 Emperor vessels.
He couldn't fathom exactly how many Emperor warships this insect Dominator possessed.
Setting aside quality, if he owned that many high-class warships, then his low-class warships must number in the hundreds of millions. They had no idea that Zhang Fan currently possessed 2 Titan ships. If he fully focused on incubating Emperor vessels, producing 1,000 or more would be no problem, it would merely take a little longer. Boss Jean said after a moment of silence, Dominator, how about this? For the rest of the auction we will first present the items to you for a private viewing. If you like one you can bid directly and we will skip the regular auction process.
What? You're not letting me bid anymore. No, it's mainly because if most customers can't buy anything they won't come back for the next auction. I begged the Dominator to show restraint. Restraint. Zhang Fan nodded. I see, I misunderstood. Ha ha ha, no problem.
How about this, I'll pick a few things I like, set the starting price at 100 vessels, and if no one wants them I'll take them for 100.
How does that sound? Fine fine. The Dominator is truly considerate.
After stepping out of the VIP room, Boss Jean wished he could slap himself a few times. The legendary War God Spear of the Vite universe. And he had sold it for a pittance. He had truly misjudged its worth. Throughout the auction, under Zhang Fan's overwhelming bids of 100 Emperor vessels, at every turn all the finest items fell into his hands. However, he never touched anything that Modok or Domina showed interest in, which earned him a fair amount of goodwill from both of them. The moment the auction ended, Princess Domina said to Zhang Fan, Dominator, the star map to my enemy has already been given to Shucha.
When do you plan to set out? Oh, soon. 5,000 Emperor vessels have already hatched and it should take about 3 months. The body you requested is also almost finished. Perhaps you could come and visit first when the time comes.
Princess Domina agreed at once. Good. I'd also like to see the military strength of the insect race. Who knows, I might purchase some other things as well.
Noya suddenly reminded him, Dominator, we still have those monkeys we haven't eliminated. What monkeys?
The monkeys on those rhombus-shaped ships.
Zhang Fan asked in confusion, hasn't Lavina taken care of them yet? Noya said helplessly, the planets are destroyed but those monkeys run too fast. Now they're playing hide-and-seek with us throughout the insect race's star domain. Domina burst into laughter. Dominator, don't worry.
These little matters, I'll help you solve them. See you in the insect race's star domain in 3 months. Zhang Fan had just returned to the Zerg star domain, where the incubation of the emperors was already underway in full swing. The tyrant beasts and Hyper Six Eyes were also multiplying at an astonishing rate.
Zhang Fan went alone to the temple on Second Earth. Buffett was holding a human infant boy in his arms.
Buffett carried the human infant boy before Zhang Fan, hoping to let him see the child, but Zhang Fan took a step back and glanced at the spikes covering his body and his blade-like hands.
Better keep him away from me,
Zhang Fan said.
Sovereign. Buffett changed the subject. Did you come back this time to learn magic? Zhang Fan produced a Kalami pearl and tossed it to Buffett. What is this thing good for? Buffett exclaimed, a Kalami pearl. How did you obtain it, sovereign? You recognize it?
Of course. This thing contains the power of a star. A single pearl is enough to provide a century of energy for a highly advanced technological planet.
Then how should we Zerg use it? Buffett pondered for a long while.
A Zerg body cannot withstand such tremendous power. Our Ada race can build a conversion device to divert the stellar power within it and create miniature pearls. Once weakened, that power can provide tremendous energy for the matriarchs and other Zerg.
Then I must trouble you, Lord Buffett. Sheltering and protecting a sovereign is already an immense favor. There is no need for you to be so courteous. Buffett looked at the pearl curiously and asked, Sovereign, where did you obtain it? The Interstellar Arena auction.
Princess Domina hired us Zerg to destroy a star system for her and paid 1,000 pearls. Zhang Fan said it with complete nonchalance, but Buffett's jaw nearly dropped. After composing himself, Buffett said, Sovereign Princess Domina ranks second only to the great emperor of the northern boundary in the northern universe. The Kalami may be small in stature, but they possess extraordinary psychic power and can control nearly every creature with weak mental strength.
Buffett looked puzzled.
Why would she hire the Zerg to destroy a star system for her? It would be a mere trifle for her, and she even offered a high price of 1,000 Kalami pearls.
That is precisely what puzzles me.
Princess Domina's stated reason was that she had important matters to attend to and that the star system is situated at the junction of the Western Universe and the Southern Universe.
Buffett exclaimed, Sovereign, she isn't talking about the Joyun star system, is she? Yes. How did you know, Lord Buffett? Buffett shook his head. The Sumaila people of the Joyun star system are not easy to deal with.
They wield pure elemental power. In terms of magical power, they are the ancestors of our Ada race.
Zhang Fan suddenly recalled that Princess Domina seemed to dislike magic. Do you Ada have some conflict with Domina? Conflict.
We were hunted down until only this handful of us remained, all thanks to her. Zhang Fan found it strange that Buffett's tone was calm, with no trace of hatred or any desire to use Zhang Fan's strength to exact revenge.
Why did she hunt you down? Do you not want revenge?
She wanted to learn magic, but it was utterly impossible with her body.
What she cannot have, she wishes to destroy. She hunted us down simply to wipe us out.
The Joyun star system was probably targeted for the same reason. They refused her.
Zhang Fan laughed heartily. What a strange woman. Ha ha ha, interesting.
Then he fixed his gaze on Buffett.
But you, Lord Buffett, are even more interesting. Were you waiting for me to offer to take revenge for you? Buffett hastily waved his hands. No, no, no. Our surviving kinsmen are already few.
To live on in peace under the sovereign's protection on Second Earth is more than enough for us.
Matters of vengeance would only bring even greater disaster.
Although Zhang Fan could not entirely accept Buffett's view, each has their own path. He also needed Buffett to help teach and guide humanity. Without strength, how could one speak of revenge? It would only lead to one's own ruin in the end.
I respect your wishes.
You may rest assured and live here in peace.
I have already cleared the outer perimeter.
I have also notified the Lei Yen star system, and Hubei will send the Leerwala tribe to assist you. The Leerwala Zerg army will guard the outer perimeter as well. After saying this, Zhang Fan cast a distant glance at the human infant boy cradled in the arms of an Ada maidservant and asked softly, Have you given him a name?
He has no formal name yet. That name, of course, must be chosen by the sovereign. Zhang Fan turned and left.
His deep voice echoed through the temple. He shall be called
Pangu.
In the Zerg star domain on the outskirts of Second Earth, 5,000 emperors stood fully prepared, and hundreds of billions of Zerg of every kind had boarded their vessels awaiting departure.
During those 3 months, using Nuya as the blueprint, Zhang Fan incubated 11 war generals, each with different abilities.
Together with Nuya, they were dubbed by Zhang Fan the 12 Beast God Generals.
The matriarchs were also augmented.
By fusing Ada magical genes with the power of miniature Kalami pearls, they not only enhanced their individual magical capabilities but also greatly increased their overall combat and command abilities. As the primary aerial force of the Zerg legions, the Hyper Six Eyes reached a terrifying total of 100 billion. The Poison Wasp serving as wingmen for the Hyper Six Eyes numbered 10 times that amount. For planetary assault operations, there were countless cheetahs, thunder elephants, tyrant beasts, giant sacred scarabs, and she mantises, together with an incalculable number of Six Eyes as aerial power.
An unprecedentedly mighty Zerg host stood at full readiness.
All that remained was a single command from Zhang Fan, and they would set out for the distant Joyun star system to carry out a merciless extermination. Matriarch Shucha said to Zhang Fan, who was admiring his colossal legion, Sovereign Princess Domina is here.
20 emperors were slowly approaching the Zerg star domain. Zhang Fan went to welcome them in person.
Princess Domina riding her golden parasitic tick raced all the way to Zhang Fan.
Sovereign, where is my body?
Matriarch Shucha pointed to a colossal black egg behind her and said, this body has been incubated according to your requirements, princess.
Let me see, let me see. Domina could hardly wait. She commanded her golden parasitic tick to climb atop the giant egg.
Zhang Fan was about to speak when Matriarch Lilimo reported, Sovereign, we have detected moon ape warships. They are harassing our sixth planet.
Nuya fumed, those damned monkeys. I'm going to wipe them out.
Princess Domina said with a displeased expression, how vexing. I'll take care of them for you. At that, Princess Domina closed her eyes. One emperor began moving toward the sixth planet, but it had not gone far before hundreds of diamond-shaped moon ape warships flew straight at it. Matriarch Dwalaner glanced at Zhang Fan and he signaled for her not to act rashly. The hundreds of diamond-shaped moon ape warships not far ahead of that emperor suddenly turned on one another. In the blink of an eye, the last surviving moon ape warship slowly and involuntarily drifted into the emperor's enormous eagle beak. Princess Domina opened her eyes and smiled at Zhang Fan.
Let us continue. That white ape is rather handsome, I'll keep it as a pet.
Zhang Fan had now witnessed it firsthand. He could control only the Zerg, while Domina could actually control every living creature. What then of the Zerg? Seeing that Zhang Fan did not respond, Domina smiled.
Rest assured, Sovereign. Your will is exceptionally strong. I have no interest in becoming an enemy of the Zerg.
As long as you do not set your designs on me, we Kalami will forever remain friends of the Zerg. Zhang Fan harbored some reservations about Domina's words, yet he had witnessed her power firsthand. Such a tiny frame somehow commanded the moon ape warriors across hundreds of warships. This was far beyond Zhang Fan's capabilities. Though he had evolved from carbon silicon worms into an insectoid empire numbering in trillions, he still required the support of the mother, and for non-parasitic beings he had no control whatsoever. If Princess Domina could be likened to a great river of consciousness, then Zhang Fan was merely a minor tributary branching off from its main current.
Haha, you've grown quite formidable, Domina.
With a single move you dispatched those pesky monkeys that were troubling me.
Ruler, given our shared origins, there's no need for formalities between us. True friendship means supporting one another. Haha, you're quite right. Allow me to show you your new body first, my lady.
Having a powerful ally proved far superior to harboring an adversary, and what Zhang Fan desperately needed at this moment was precisely such strength from a companion. Perhaps the insectoid race had dwelled too long in cosmic isolation, forgetting entirely what it meant to have friends, yet with Domina's arrival something within Zhang Fan's consciousness stirred to life once more, rekindling that sense of companionship. The insectified Domina was an insectoid body incubated based on Domina's form, bearing her face and pointed ears retaining pale blue scales throughout.
Built upon the venom hornet template, the slender wasp-like waist aligned perfectly with clammy aesthetic sensibilities. Twin pairs of insectoid antennae atop her head amplified clammy mental control, while dual sets of delicate wings granted her brief aerial mobility, and a forked tail infused with electrogenic genes could channel devastating electrical surges for defense. Her carapace of ultra-hardened chitin combined aesthetic refinement with practical resilience, though the spikes and venom glands had been removed at Domina's request, as she clearly harbored strong distaste for such weapons. The insectified form reached a towering 2 meters, comparable to Noya's stature, but loomed like a colossus among the clammy. Stepping from the massive egg, Domina cried out with delight, I'm absolutely enchanted.
I'm so glad you approve, your highness. With a casual gesture, Domina summoned a twin-headed beast before him, a creature with a white left head and crimson right head, lion's body merging into a serpent's tail, bat-like wings spanning its back, fur mottled in red and white.
Even from several meters away, Zhang Fan could feel the radiating heat emanating from it.
What is this? I'm uncertain. It was captured by traders near the frontier systems. It breathes both fire and ice, notoriously difficult to subdue. The clammy require only 10 handlers to command an imperial guardian, yet 20 priests are needed to control this creature.
Does that impress you?
Zhang Fan bowed to Princess Domina and said, You're far too gracious, my lady. I cannot accept such a costly gift.
No harm done, it's yours.
Since you'll be fighting on my behalf, perhaps there's something else from the swarm worth adding to my collection.
Zhang Fan personally gave Domina a tour of the insectoid army, but her expression grew somewhat disappointed. The overlord beasts lack combat effectiveness, they're inferior to the Duodwomo beasts. The air mantis aren't much better, falling short even compared to the cattle beasts. While the swarm's strength lies in sheer numbers, their individual power needs considerable enhancement.
Ha, I'll certainly take your advice to heart.
Will this force suffice against the Joyun star system?
After a moment's silence, Domina replied, It should be sufficient. I believe the Swarm Lord has surely withheld the majority of his power.
Haha, you flatter me, my lady.
Domina paused, then added, By the way, I've already reached out to the great emperor of the Western Realm. Since the Swarm's territory now falls under our clammy alliance, he's agreed to look after you.
Zhang Fan hurriedly replied, then I must thank you, Princess Domina. It seems I won't return until the Joyun star system is completely annihilated. Haha, I won't keep you then.
I'll be waiting in the northern universe for word of your success, ruler. After seeing off Princess Domina and her fleet, Zhang Fan set out with the swarm army to begin their campaign against the Joyun star system. Zhang Fan asked the mother Shu Sha, did everything go as planned? That princess seemed rather difficult to handle. I just tried and found I can no longer establish contact with those 20 imperial ships. Shu Sha smiled and replied, do not worry, my lord. Your consciousness is protected by 3 layers of dormant genes and she cannot detect it without unlocking all 3 simultaneously. Moreover, the deepest subconscious cells of the insectoid body bear your presence. If she uses this form, it remains under your control.
Zhang Fan nodded.
As she herself would say, if she doesn't scheme against my swarm or the second Earth, there's no reason to make a powerful enemy of her. The swarm surged through the cosmos like a plague of locusts, devouring every planet they encountered to feed their ever-growing numbers. After nearly 2 centuries of transit, the swarm had reached the southern universe's border. Gazing at the starlit void behind them, Zhang Fan murmured, 500 years have passed in the blink of an eye.
3,000 years still feels insufficient.
Shu Sha reported the numbers beside him. We now command 100,000 Imperial Guardians, 10 million heavy Overlord Beasts, 1 billion Overlord Beasts, 600 billion enhanced Hexa-Eyes and 160 trillion Hexa-Eyes. Beyond that, the ground forces number in the trillions.
Hundreds of times stronger than when we set out. Impressive progress. But something feels off.
How can such a powerful princess as Domina need our help against Joyun? You should prepare thoroughly and proceed with caution. The Mother Yahweh reported, my lord, we are less than 10,000 light-years from the Joyun star system.
Scout the nearby sectors for planets suitable for planting titans.
Establish a forward base at this distance.
Dispatch scattered venom hornets to Joyun for reconnaissance. If they're discovered, do not return.
The swarm began establishing a temporary forward base roughly 10,000 light-years from Joyun, yet the star system had already detected their approach before the venom hornets could complete their mission.
At the heart of the Joyun star system lay Aoyang, its central world.
King Aoyang, sovereign of the system, sat upon his resplendent throne, golden spear in hand. Gazing down at the tens of thousands of planetary governors assembled before him, he spoke with quiet authority. Scouts report an unknown armada advancing within 10,000 light-years of our borders.
Share your assessments. Governor Kaki of Pyongyang stepped forward. Your Majesty, this fleet may have strayed into our territory unintentionally.
I propose we send envoys to make contact. Governor Xieyang immediately countered, Your Majesty, these grotesque creatures have already begun raiding adjacent worlds.
We cannot show leniency.
I recommend dispatching our full military might to repel them.
Governor Chi Yun of Red Cloud chuckled, Governor Li, if we're to root out evil, we must do so completely.
Would mere expulsion truly deter such barbaric and hideous beings? Governor Lan of Liyun stepped forward in salute. Your Majesty, I side with Governor Kaki. These creatures may have simply wandered into our space. While we need not fear their forces, there is no reason to wage a war that can be avoided. King Aoyang fell silent for a moment before commanding, bring forth the Starseer. A squad of golden armored guards bearing solar axes escorted a hunched one-eyed old woman slowly to the radiant Sun King's throne. The proud Sun King asked in a low commanding voice, Starseer, 100 years ago you said a dark power was rising in the western cosmos. Now a mighty army is approaching our 9-cloud galaxy.
Are these the ones you spoke of?
The one-eyed old woman's enormous eye, covering half her face, blinked 3 times. She gazed at the stars for a moment, about to speak when the left-spinning Sun King roared, Starseer, you had better see clearly.
The lives of your people depend on the accuracy of your vision.
The Starseer's lips curled slightly as she smiled eerily. This is nothing but a swarm of insignificant insects. You will wage a great war against them, and though your losses will be grievous, victory shall be yours. The proud Sun King and his ministers felt reassured by her words, yet what the Starseer said next was rather thought-provoking. A centipede with 10,000 souls dies but never decays, reborn through fire. The proud sun is reshaped. The Starseer offered no explanation for this cryptic utterance. The proud Sun King pressed her repeatedly, but she remained silent. Since her powers might still prove useful in the coming war, he did not treat her too harshly and ordered the Sun Guards to take her away. The people of the 9-cloud galaxy had no idea that her words had already planted a seed of destruction within their galaxy. 10,000 light-years from the proud Sun Star, the Zerg had fully corrupted 6 titans as incubation bases, and hundreds of billions of hyper-hexa-eyes had already cleansed all life within Zerg territory. Zhang Fan sat upon the Titan throne and asked, what is the current situation in the 9-cloud galaxy? The Prime Mother Shu Sha reported the 9-cloud galaxy has already prepared its defenses.
It seems they long ago sensed our arrival.
She projected a star chart of the 9-cloud galaxy's warships before everyone, saying for some reason the current data on their fleet differs from what Princess Domina provided. According to the Universal Trade Alliance's warship classification, their vessels are also A-class.
Impressive.
In just over 100 years these Samara star beings have advanced their technology by leaps and bounds.
The information Princess Domina gave us earlier indicated B-class warships. Even if they have been building steadily they couldn't have produced many vessels in a mere century. To Zhang Fan's doubt Xu Sha shook her head. According to the reconnaissance reports from the Stinger Wasps their A-class warships number no less than 80,000. Zhang Fan marveled. A stalemate then. This is the fruit of nearly 200 years of our conquests. Had we come directly 200 years ago we might never have returned? Zhang Fan sank into thought. What exactly is Princess Domina playing at? She told us this race was easy prey, which clearly contradicts the facts. What is really going on here? Back then Princess Domina could have destroyed him with ease.
There was no reason for her to trick him into traveling this far just to have the Nine-Cloud Galaxy exterminate him.
Overlord, a massive fleet has assembled at the edge of the Nine-Cloud Galaxy.
Based on their projected course they are heading for the 6th Titan.
Zhang Fan nodded calmly. Very well.
Since they are coming to us on their own, who will take the first battle? Noya was the first to leap forward, pointing at the other beast god generals. You are all younger than me.
None of you dare steal this from me. Let me take the first fight.
Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly. Can't you let your younger siblings shine for once?
What kind of eldest sister are you? Overlord, please let me go.
They led the assaults on the 6 galaxies while I've been cooped up for so long.
Overlord.
Prime Mother Xu Sha interjected. Overlord, I suggest Noya lead a force to directly attack the dazzling cloud star in the Nine-Cloud Galaxy.
This will disrupt the Samara star being's original strategic deployment.
Let Beast God General Rose command 10,000 emperors to attack Hunting Cloud Star. These 2 planets are of critical strategic importance. If we can seize them we can effectively grip the throat of the Samara star beings. Zhang Fan smiled. Xu Sha's analysis is sound. Kiraya and Kiramei, the 2 of you shall oversee the battles at Hunting Cloud and Dazzling Cloud. Xu Sha continued. I recommend Kurika take command with Beast God Generals Rose and Poison fighting alongside. They should engage the enemy head-on first so we can study the Samara tactics before making further plans.
Good. Issue the orders at once. Following Xu Sha's deployment, let us go meet the Samara star beings.
In the 6th Titan star domain the Zerg and the Nine-Cloud Galaxy fleet engaged in a ferocious battle of attack and defense. Meanwhile the Zerg forces led by Kiramei and Kiraya silently infiltrated the star domains of Hunting Cloud and Dazzling Cloud. The Zerg's surprise attack devastated the defensive forces on Dazzling Cloud Star. They sent continuous distress signals to Hunting Cloud Star only to receive the reply that Hunting Cloud was in even worse shape.
The army besieging the 6th Titan was pinned down by the Zerg main force and could not reinforce Hunting Cloud or Dazzling Cloud.
They had no choice but to send a desperate plea for reinforcements to the proud Sun Star. In less than 3 days the Zerg breached the outer defense grid of Dazzling Cloud Star and tens of billions of Zerg descended upon the planet. The once bright skies of Dazzling Cloud never saw the sun again after the arrival of the Zerg horde. The verdant grasslands were scorched to black and earth-green mountains razed to the ground. Clear waters turned into seas of blood and bleached bones piled up like mountains.
The once beautiful planet was left with nothing but desolation. On this desolate planet one fortress still held out in stubborn resistance. The Zerg horde was blocked by an ultra-energy ionization barrier. Under the relentless bombardment of day and night cannon fire the Zerg blood outside the fortress had corroded the ground over 100 meters out into a cratered wasteland. Beast God General Noya glared furiously at the 9 cloud warriors inside Ghost Mist Fortress. Their perfect defense seemed impossible to crack even with 100 billion Zerg. Shall we just have the Emperors blast them to pieces? Prime Mother Kiramei smiled. Keeping them alive is far more useful than killing them. Then why did you send me to attack them in the first place? Can't you see our casualties are severe too? My dear Beast God General, if we don't attack will they call for reinforcements? If they don't call for reinforcements can we pin down their relief forces? We are not here to annihilate them. It's about besieging the city to strike at the reinforcements, understand? Seeing Noya's bewildered expression Kiramei chuckled. Forget it. It's beyond you. I promise you this, when it's time to strike for real their commander is yours. Fine. Just looking at that monkey face makes my blood boil. See how smug he looks. Does he really think I can't wipe him out? Kiramei grabbed Noya saying calm down. If I'm not mistaken their reinforcements will be here soon. After a moment of silence Kiramei said I just contacted Kiraya. The situation at Hunting Cloud is similar to ours. Kurika's side is under some pressure so the longer we hold them here the easier it will be for Kurika. Noya glared at the dazzling cloud lord on the distant city wall and gnashed her teeth. In 2 days I will devour you. Poof. The reinforcements from Aoyang Star were rushing at full speed to Xianyun Star, yet when the 30,000-strong relief force had closed to within less than 100 light-years of Xianyun Star they suddenly halted. Standing over 2 meters tall with a burly build and muscles as hard as stone his battle-worn face was etched with bewilderment. Supervisor Lee said in confusion. No, this is wrong.
How could the warriors of Shin Yun Star have held out for so long?
On another command ship, Kaki sent a holographic transmission, his expression slightly angry. Supervisor Lee, why have you stopped the army? Something is off. The insectoids broke through Shin Yun Star's outer defenses in 3 days. Yet here we are on the 8th day and Yen Gang and his men are still holding Ghost Mist Fortress to the death. This is an insectoid trap. A trap. Didn't you say they were lower life forms? How could they set a trap?
And you just said that the one guarding Shin Yun Star is Yangon, the strongest garrison general in the Joyun Star system.
If we get there too late, I'm afraid even he won't be able to hold on anymore. Kaki was burning with anxiety. If Shin Yun Star was lost, the next world to suffer the insectoids' massacre would be his own Aoyang Star.
Li fell silent for a moment, then suddenly commanded all forces turn around, reinforce the border.
Kaki raged. The border has been sending us one report of victory after another. Why are we running to the border instead of reinforcing Liyun and Xianyun?
Are you willing to sacrifice Yangang just to claim credit?
Li had no choice but to explain this is an insectoid trap. If we go to reinforce Shin Yun Star, we will certainly be bogged down or even fall into the enemy's trap.
The insectoid's main force must be at the border.
Kaki sneered. What a scheme you've devised.
Shin Yun Star and Liyun Star are both old rivals of yours. They and I are both under the left Xianyang King. Are you trying to use the insectoid swarm to eliminate the political enemies of the right Lanyang King?
Li cursed back. You old fool. We may have political differences, but this is a battlefield.
On the battlefield, do you even have the right to speak?
Before Kaki could say anything more, Li ordered again, all forces turn around, reinforce the border.
On Shin Yun Star, Nuya, waiting for the Joyun relief fleet, sat bored on the back of a heavy assault behemoth, gazing into the distance at Ghost Mist Fortress wrapped in its ionization barrier.
My dear sister Kalami, when can I attack?
Kalami suddenly opened her eyes and said in surprise, the Joyun relief fleet has turned toward Kalika.
Alas. It seems your plan was useless.
If we had destroyed them earlier, we could have gone to reinforce Kalika.
Instead, we're the ones being held up now. Kalami smiled. Sister Nuya, you underestimate me. Since they don't want this planet, I won't be polite. The imperators around Shin Yun Star began moving toward Pinyan Star.
Their movements were so massive and their course so unmistakable that they were telling the approaching Joyun relief fleet, if you won't reinforce Xuanyun, we will head straight for Pyongyang.
Kalami smiled at Nuya. Sister Nuya, begin the attack.
This time you may play to your heart's content, they no longer have any value to us.
Finally, those are the words I've been waiting for. All forces attack.
At Nuya's command, tens of thousands of heavy assault behemoths fired a volley from their arcane energy cannons in unison.
The ionization barrier above Ghost Mist Fortress could barely withstand the first salvo, but Yangon, standing on the city wall, knew full well that the ionization barrier would fail after at most 3 volleys. Yangang thought for a moment, then asked hurriedly, the insectoids have launched an all-out attack. Have our reinforcements arrived? How far away are they now?
A garrison officer reported the reinforcements were less than 100 light-years away, but just a few minutes ago they suddenly turned and headed for the border.
What? Are they really going to abandon us?
Yangang was silent for a brief moment, then a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He asked hastily, who is the commanding general?
It is
Lord Li.
Yangang flew into a rage. I knew it was that bastard.
Does he think the Starseer's prophecy is about the right Lanyang King? He's that eager to help him purge his political opponents.
General, the insectoids have breached the ionization barrier. Yangon, gripping twin steel gauntlets, stood atop the wall and let out a thunderous roar.
Inside the city, 100,000 ionization orbs were launched into the air.
With heavy assault behemoths leading the way, the insectoid swarm was unstoppable once the energy barrier broke.
Under the impact of 1,000 heavy assault behemoths, the sturdy city walls began to tremble.
Yangang roared, Fire Spirit Guard, burn those giant beasts to death. Burn them all.
The Fire Spirit Guard had been forged from pure fire elementals. They took many different forms, and from the moment of their birth there were only 2 things in their lives: first, obey the orders of their creator; second, incinerate all enemies. The Fire Spirit Guard was the greatest threat to the insectoids. The insectoids might be extremely tough, but they still belonged to the realm of flesh. Their carapaces could resist high temperatures for a short while, but they could not withstand the burning of pure fire elementals. For a time, flames about 10 meters high blazed continuously beneath the walls of Ghost Mist Fortress. Seeing the heavy assault behemoths suffering heavy losses, Nuya immediately ordered the 6 Eyes and Venom Wasps to launch aerial bombardment. Watching the battlefield situation, Kalami said to Nuya, the tunnel worms are less than 10 meters from Ghost Mist Fortress. The cheetahs will attack from within. Once chaos starts inside, have the behemoth's energy cannons carry out indiscriminate bombardment.
The battle went exactly as Kalamiai had predicted. The tunnel worms broke into the interior of Ghostmist Fortress from underground and the fortification was thrown into utter chaos.
Although the fire spirit guard was on the outer perimeter, water was not the only thing that could extinguish flames.
To the insectoids, corrosive fluid was also an excellent fire extinguisher. General, will our reinforcements still not come? Faced with the soldiers' question, Yengang did not know how to answer. Watching the insectoids surge into the fortress like a flood, he knew all was lost.
Hearing the anguished cries of the soldiers and the weeping of the civilians, Yengang bowed his head in helplessness.
What? Are you planning to surrender just like that? Weren't you quite proud before? Nuya hovered in front of Yang on her insect wings fluttering. Defeat is not my fault, victory is not your skill. Yengang fell. He did not give Nuya another chance to humiliate him. Nuya was stunned. She walked slowly to Yangon's corpse, studying him with curiosity.
With the edge of her sword she lifted a single drop of blood and tasted it. She was silent for a moment, then said, "That monkey face of yours isn't so annoying after all."
The insectoids had occupied all of Xianyun Star, but their march did not stop there. Kalamiai led 10,000 imperators toward Pinyan Star.
When the Aoyang relief fleet learned that Xianyun Star had been annihilated, Kaki slammed the command console in fury, pointed at Li's nose and cursed, "Bastard.
You are an absolute bastard. Yengang is dead, are you satisfied now? Now the insectoids are already heading for my Pinyan Star. Are you going to save it or not?"
Li had begun to doubt his own judgment. Had he guessed wrong? Or were the insectoids simply too clever and too ferocious? If the reinforcements had gone straight to Xianyun Star, could Yengang have been saved? Seeing that Li remained silent, Kaki shrieked hysterically, "Fine.
I will report this truthfully to the Aoyang king. Don't your generals often say that a commander in the field may refuse the sovereign's orders? Then today I will also refuse for once. All Pinyan Star fleet units turn around and return to defend Pinyan." The soldiers of Pinyan Star had been burning with anxiety ever since they learned that the insectoids had destroyed Xianyun Star and were heading for Pinyan. As soon as they heard the order to turn back, they cheered and shouted Kaki's name. Seeing the entire Pinyan fleet turn around, Li roared, "Kaki, are you going to defy orders and commit treason? Get back here at once. Treason. The right Lanyang king you serve is the real traitor. For your own selfish desires you handed Xianyun Star over to the enemy. Do you have any conscience before the countless citizens of Xianyun Star?" Kaki paid Li no heed at all. The entire Pinyan fleet jumped to warp and sped to reinforce Pinyan Star. On Liyun Star, Kalaya laughed loudly. These fools actually divided their forces. What are they thinking? Upon the radiant sun throne, King Aoyan's golden spear was already pressed against Li's neck. Utterly disgraceful. I ordered you to reinforce Xianyun Star, yet you went to the border to seize credit instead. The Zerg were driven back, but they would have retreated even without you. Burning with fury, King Aoyang raised his spear high, seeming ready to execute Li on the spot. Suddenly a figure knelt before him and kowtowed. "Your Majesty, the Zerg are cunning." General Li was also worried that the army might fall into a trap. His brave performance at the border battle was commendable. Please allow him to atone for his mistakes with merit. Seeing Right Lanyang King kneel to plead for Li, the assembled ministers echoed, "We beg your Majesty to let General Li atone through his deeds." While King Aoyang hesitated, Left Xianyang King suddenly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, in the first clash our main army pinned the Zerg at the border, yet they struck at Liyun and Xianyun Stars. Not saving the endangered but reinforcing the strong, what kind of reasoning is that? Clearly this is using the Zerg as a pretext to eliminate rivals. That seems to be second brother's usual trick." Right Lanyang King roared in anger, "Third brother, don't go too far. Too far. Everyone knows. A centipede of 10,000 souls dies but never decays, reborn through fire, it reshapes Aoyang. Second brother, isn't your army called the Centipede Legion? Dare you claim that the 10,000 souls of the centipede do not refer to you, Right Lanyang King? And now you want to skip the reborn through fire step and directly reshape Aoyang?" Those words from Left Xianyang King sent a chill through Right Lanyang King. He hastily crawled on his knees to Aoyang's feet and kowtowed, "Elder brother, these are the divisive words of the Star Scryer. Please do not believe them." Left Xianyang King continued, "The Star Scryer also said that in the war against the Zerg we would suffer losses but we would ultimately win. We lost Xianyun and Liayun, yet we won. Why don't you call that the Star Scryer's stirring of discord? Second brother, don't forget, this loss was caused by your subordinate General Li." Before Right Lanyang King could respond, Left Xianyang King bowed and said, "Elder brother, the Zerg are a minor matter. The real issue is that certain people here harbor ambitions of usurping the throne." King Aoyang looked down at Right Lanyang King kneeling at his feet. "Take your Centipede Legion and recapture Liyun and Xianyun Stars. If you fail, don't bother coming back."
King Aoyang turned and returned to his throne announcing Right Lanyang King has volunteered to lead the army to retake Liyun and Xianyun stars.
Left Xianyang King will lead the Aoyang Imperial Guard to oversee the campaign.
After the Zerg's strategic retreat they shifted their main forces to Xianyun and Liyun stars. The two planets supported each other like the arms of a pincer, a dagger thrust into the heart of the nine-cloud galaxy, and behind the dagger stood the sixth Titan ready to reinforce, enabling both advance and retreat. Zhang Fan stood upon the scorched earth of Xianyun star flanked by the 12 beast god generals and 6 matriarchs while the overwhelming tide of Zerg swept across the planet exterminating every remaining living thing. Matriarch Karami said to Zhang Fan, "Overlord, the genes of a certain creature on this planet are quite intriguing."
"Oh. What is it?"
"It is a primitive organism known as the Miller. It possesses 4 types of cryptobiotic traits. Under extreme heat, high pressure, intense cold, or extreme dryness it enters a state of cryptobiosis.
Once the environment recovers it resurrects completely unscathed."
Karami continued, "During the battle on Xianyun star the Zerg suffered heavy losses due to pure fire element attacks. If we can assimilate the Miller's cryptobiotic traits our Zerg will no longer fear high temperatures.
We could survive in any hostile environment."
Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction. "I didn't expect to find such a formidable gene on this trip.
It reminds me of the most resilient creature on Earth, the tardigrade.
I have always hoped the Zerg could possess tardigrade genes.
Now at last this gap can be filled. Cryptobiotic traits. Matriarchs, continue your research.
I need a small creature, small in size, swift, capable of autonomous evolution and possessing both parasitic and stealth characteristics." Zhang Fan gazed at the charred remains of the heavy armored behemoths beneath Ghost Mist Fortress City and asked, "How is the research on Nuya's assimilation of Surikar's regenerative genes coming along?"
Karami shook her head. "Surikar is a cyborg with biological components.
His genes cannot be integrated with us.
We are currently conducting research using the Gutyo genes discovered on Second Earth as a blueprint.
I believe it won't be long before we succeed. Handle this matter promptly. The Zerg need powerful regenerative abilities to remain invincible." The Zerg began planting Titans on Xianyun star while the matriarchs accelerated their research into Miller gene integration. The fleet dispatched from Aoyang star to recapture Xianyun star was assembling in outer space, yet they merely lingered at the periphery, showing no intention whatsoever of launching an attack.
Left Xianyang King commanding the Aoyang Imperial Guard repeatedly urged Right Lanyang King's Centipede Legion to attack but received no response at all. Seated aboard the command vessel, Right Lanyang King's face was grim.
Gazing at the colossal Zerg fleet on the screen and then at his own Centipede Legion, less than a tenth of the Zerg's strength, he knew charging forward would be suicide. A centipede of 10,000 souls dies but never decays, reborn through fire, it reshapes Aoyang. The first 4 characters clearly referred to the Centipede Legion, but what did dies but never decays mean? Could it really mean he had to die once? And reborn through fire? The Centipede Legion had taken 100 years to reach its current scale.
When would it ever be reborn? Right Lanyang King looked up at the ministers beside him. They too were deeply worried.
Though this battle was meant to atone for past faults, how could they possibly fight against a Zerg force more than 10 times their own strength? General Kalama of the Centipede Legion stepped forward and saluted. "My king, shall we send an envoy to negotiate with the Zerg? These Zerg may look ferocious, but they attack and defend with discipline. They are by no means low-level creatures."
"Perhaps." Chief of Staff Leia added, "If the Zerg are willing to talk we may still have a chance to survive. If not, we fight to the death.
After all, we have no other path but to die in battle."
Right Lanyang King naturally understood the implication.
It seemed everyone shared the same inclination. With the Zerg army ahead and the treacherous left Xianyang King behind, being caught in the middle was a bitter position indeed. "My king, do not hesitate any longer. Once the Zerg attack or left Xianyang King accuses us of delaying military operations, the Centipede Legion will be caught between 2 fires." The words of Chief of Staff Leia once again drew unanimous assent from all the ministers. Right Lanyang King asked, "Who among you is willing to go to Xianyun star?" The very ministers who had just voiced their agreement all lowered their heads instinctively, and some even took half a step back.
Leia looked around and declared loudly, "I am willing to go."
Boarding a small reconnaissance craft, Leia slipped past the detection sensors of the Aoyang Imperial Guard and flew alone toward Zerg territory.
Aboard the command vessel, Matriarch Shusha watched a reconnaissance craft from Aoyang blinking its signal as it flew straight toward the Zerg army from the front.
Beast God General Rose was about to order its destruction when Shusha hastily stopped her. "Wait, let's see what he intends to do first." Escorted by 6 venom wasps, Leia's reconnaissance craft slowly entered the maw of the Emperor. As soon as the reconnaissance craft came to a halt, Shusha personally stepped forward to welcome him.
The moment Leia disembarked, Shusha said in fluent Aoyang speech, "Welcome, envoy of the Nine-Cloud Galaxy. Finally someone among you is willing to come and talk with us."
Leia felt a shiver of dread at the sight of Shusha, who stood 3 meters tall with a colossal frame and a terrifying visage.
His stomach churned.
Steadying himself, he saluted with neither arrogance nor subservience and announced, Leia, staff officer of the Centipede Legion, has come on behalf of His Highness the Right Lanyan King of the Joyun Galaxy to open peace talks with the insect race. Suddenly the swarm of insectoids around him erupted in a cacophony of hisses. Though Leia was battle-hardened, the dreadful sound made his blood run cold. He thought to himself that today might well be the day he died. Shu Sha smiled and said, Staff Officer Leia, there is no need for alarm.
This is merely our insect race's welcoming ceremony.
I, Shu Sha, am the matriarch of the insect race. Please follow me. We of the insect race are genuinely willing to talk with the honored envoys of the Joyun Galaxy. When Leia heard that the insect race was willing to negotiate, the stone hanging over his heart finally dropped halfway. The other half would depend on how the talks unfolded.
On the way to the command deck, Leia was too astounded to speak.
The high technology within the insect worship was simply beyond anything he had imagined. Short-range teleportation devices, high-efficiency arcane energy converters, subspace explosive shells or extractors, these were merely the ones he recognized. Countless other installations he could not name at all. After suppressing his curiosity for as long as he could, Leia finally asked Matriarch Shu Sha, your technology is so advanced.
May I ask what brings the insect race to the Joyun Galaxy? Shu Sha laughed. Sir Leia, our insect race is a peace-loving species. We were merely passing through and discovered minerals we needed. We had just begun mining when your Joyun Galaxy launched a war against us. I had no choice but to defend ourselves. Leia grumbled inwardly, that's a convenient story. If it was really an unwilling counterattack, then why did you directly occupy 2 planets?
That was what he thought, but he dared not say a word. With an aggrieved expression, Leia said to Shu Sha, to tell you the truth, this matter has nothing to do with our right Lanyan King. It was the left Xinyan King who kept pushing to drive away. No, to exterminate the insect race.
We had no choice either. Shu Sha asked, then whose army is this? It is the right Lanyan King's army.
Seeing Shu Sha seem slightly displeased, he quickly added, our right Lanyan King was forced into this as well. Leia hastily explained, behind the right Lanyan King's army stands the Aoyang King's royal guard tasked with overseeing the battle. If we did not attack, they would turn their weapons on us. But the right Lanyan King is also a peace-loving man, so he sent me here to establish contact with the insect race.
Oh. So the right Lanyan King wishes to coexist peacefully with our insect race, and it is only your left Xinyan King who wants to annihilate us.
Shu Sha paused for a moment, then asked with an expression of faint realization, I think the left Xinyan King's original target was never our insect race, was it?
Sensing the implication, Leia quickly agreed, yes, Matriarch Shu Sha, you are absolutely right.
He wants to use the insect race's hands to destroy the right Lanyan King.
Then what are we to do now?
Your Joyun Galaxy's army is locked in a standoff with ours, and our strength appears to far surpass your right Lanyan King's forces, does it not? Perhaps we should go speak with that left what's-his-name king. We can help him annihilate you, that may win us peace.
Leia forced a laugh, pretending to stay calm. Matriarch Shu Sha, you don't know the left Xinyan King.
In his eyes, the insect race is no better than lower lifeforms, and when it comes to lower lifeforms, he has never entertained the notion of negotiation.
Shu Sha flew into a rage. How dare you call the insect race lower lifeforms?
Her 6 wings spread wide and her entire carapace clicked and clattered. Leia hurriedly said, Matriarch, calm yourself, please calm yourself. If the insect race is willing to form an alliance with my king guarantees he will present the left Xinyan King's head to you.
Ha ha ha, yet another one who wants to kill with a borrowed blade. What benefits would an alliance with you bring our insect race? After a brief hesitation, Leia promptly said, Matriarch, name any terms you wish. I believe the right Lanyan King will agree to all of them. Shu Sha smiled. Very well. We want the Salami star beings and half the planets of the Joyun Galaxy. If you agree, this can be discussed. If not, then you can discuss it on the battlefield.
After discussing matters in the command deck for a while, Shu Sha personally escorted Leia to his reconnaissance craft.
Once Leia took off, Shu Sha smiled and asked Kalami beside her, was the gift delivered? Ha ha ha, it is already in place.
With a disdainful sneer, Shu Sha said, a pack of lower lifeforms blinded by so-called power.
Destruction will be their only fate.
Having obtained the insect race's alliance agreement, Leia returned to the Centipede Legion's command ship in high spirits. The moment he set foot aboard, he rushed impatiently toward the command deck. My king, Leia was beside himself with excitement. The moment he entered, he cried out, only to discover the left Xinyan King standing in the command deck as well.
The left Xinyan King asked in astonishment, are all second brother's subordinates this lacking in discipline?
His eyes fell on the insectoid token, a magic crystal imaging device, in Leia's hand.
He snatched it away and demanded, what is this? It's not something from the Joyun Galaxy.
Leia had never expected the left Xinyan King to appear in the command deck. Fortunately, his mind worked swiftly. These are insectoid remnants I found during reconnaissance, and I came to report them.
Remnants. As if thinking of something filthy, the left Xianyang king threw it back to Leia and sneered, "What? Is the Centipede Legion now relying on the insect race for reconnaissance?" Leia quickly said, "I discovered that the insect race came solely for the mineral deposits. This magic crystal ore is slightly toxic to us, but to them it is a delicacy." So the left Xianyang king cut him off. So you mean to say that there is no need for us to go to war with the insect race? And that we can negotiate peace with the insect race? This was not a question Leia could answer. He could only look at the right Lanyang king. "Third brother, are you not mistaken about one thing?" "What am I mistaken about?" The right Lanyang king bellowed, "This is my goddamned command ship, not a place for you to yell as you please. Get out. You." The left Xianyang king wanted to lose his temper, but he glanced around. This was not his own territory. The Centipede Legion obeyed only the right Lanyang king. What if? He stormed off with a flick of his sleeve, unaware that a strand of insectoid fungus had already been planted on him. Only after the left Xianyang king was gone did Leia let out a long deep breath. He bowed and handed the magic crystal imaging device to the right Lanyang king. "This is the insect race's magic crystal imaging device. The insect race matriarch has agreed to ally with us. They have two conditions. First, we must find the Salami star beings and hand them over. Second, once they help your majesty overthrow the Aoyang king and become king of the Joyun galaxy, they demand 6 planets as their forward base in the southern universe." The right Lanyang king was silent for a moment. "The Salami star beings are not a difficult problem, but 6 planets. You have been inside the insect race's domain. What is their technology like?" On hearing this sudden question, Leia immediately sought credit. "The insect race's technology is extraordinarily advanced. I saw dozens of high-efficiency arcane energy converters alone. The insect race has already promised to share these technologies with us after the matter is accomplished." After viewing the simulated strategic deployment in the magic crystal imaging device, the right Lanyang king clenched his fist with force and declared, "Though the centipede perishes, its body does not stiffen. Born anew from the flames, we shall reforge Aoyang. Then let us die once. Issue the order. The entire army is to advance. Set course for the insect race's star domain." In the Xianyun star domain, Zhang Fan sat in the command cabin gazing at the dimly glowing crimson star Pinyin star in the distance. "I never expected that Princess Domina would play such a trick on us. With a star system this formidable, no wonder that woman offered 1,000 Clommy pearls as a hefty price." Noya stood beside Zhang Fan like a young girl, looking at him and asking, "Dominator, shall I go and eliminate her?" Zhang Fan sneered, "Don't cause trouble for me. That woman is not someone you can handle. As long as she doesn't make a move against us, we'd better not provoke her." Kira, how is right Lanyang king's side? "They are already attacking Liyun Star according to the planned route." Zhang Fan nodded and said, "Power. A devil that tempts the human heart. They should have had their fill by now. The audience is in place. It's time for us to take the stage." Aboard the Aoyang Royal Guard flagship, left Xianyang king leisurely sipped sweet juice and savored a delicately prepared Milala beast steak. The guard captain reported, "Your Highness, right Lanyang king's 100-leg army has driven straight in, breaking through 3 lines of Zerg defenses and now stands at the outskirts of Liyun Star." Left Xianyang king marveled inwardly, "My second brother's 100-leg army is truly formidable." With a mere 10,000 warships, they fought against a Zerg force more than 10 times their size and directly stormed Liyun Star. As he was marveling, a scout reported, "A massive Zerg fleet has been detected 10 light-years to the left flank of the 100-leg army." Before he even finished speaking, another scout reported, "A large number of Zerg fleets have appeared around the 100-leg army. It seems they have fallen into a Zerg ambush." Left Xianyang king was both shocked and delighted and quickly asked, "What is the current situation of the 100-leg army?" Reporting. In the first engagement, the 100-leg army suffered heavy losses, with 321 strategic ships completely paralyzed. Reporting. High energy concentrations have been detected on Zerg strategic ships with energy readings exceeding 10 million. It appears they are preparing to use a devastating weapon. Reporting. Right Lanyang king's flagship has been hit and is falling toward Liyun Star. Should we send reinforcements? Left Xianyang king sneered, "Reinforcements? You go ahead. All royal guards retreat. Against such a powerful Zerg force we must preserve our strength and return to inform His Majesty the Aoyang king." The Aoyang royal guards withdrew. Right Lanyang king and Shucha stood atop Mist Shadow Castle on Liyun Star, asking in astonishment, This? How could a holographic projection fool the royal guards? Just how powerful is the technology you possess?" Suddenly Zhang Fan's laughter came from behind right Lanyang king. "Ah, Your Highness right Lanyang king, this is merely a small gift from a friend." Seeing Zhang Fan arrive, Shucha quickly bowed in salute and introduced him to right Lanyang king. "This is the dominator of our Zerg race." "I pay my respects to the dominator. It is an honor beyond measure to meet you." "You flatter me, right Lanyang king."
Now that the tale has been dealt with, let us begin negotiations for the next step of our cooperation.
Right Xian Yang King followed Zhang Fan into the fortress. He saw that the hall was filled with strange-looking monsters 3 to 5 meters tall, and even his strongest warriors seemed more than half a head shorter standing before them. The Zerg led by the Dominator are indeed mighty and well-equipped. Zhang Fan said, Your Highness Right Lanyang King is too modest.
Although the 100-leg army in our forces merely staged a small performance, the 100-leg army's combat power is actually superior to that of my Zerg. I wouldn't dare. After a round of pleasantries, they finally got down to business. May I ask how Right Lanyang King plans to proceed from here? After all, as far as Aoyang Star is concerned, your forces have already been completely annihilated by us. The 100-leg army is your hidden trump card, a lethal strike. Right Lanyang King hesitated for a moment before saying, I wish to add one condition to our alliance. Shucha said with slight anger, adding conditions at the last moment. Does your Highness Right Lanyang King not understand the situation? It is not the Zerg begging you.
Don't misunderstand.
The strategic alliance and the Zerg's conditions will remain unchanged. I ask only for one thing, the people of the Joyun star system are innocent. I hope the Zerg will not slaughter them without cause.
That is all.
Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Very well. Your Highness loves his people like his own children.
I accept this condition.
The Zerg will never harm those who lay down their arms and surrender.
Thank you, Dominator. Then I can rest assured.
After returning to his flagship, Right Lanyang King announced to everyone the Zerg will launch a full-scale assault on Pinyin Star. Once Aoyang Star sends reinforcements, we will launch a surprise attack on Aoyang Sea's Yaoyang Hall and end this war that should never have happened. The 100-leg 10,000 souls die but never wither, reborn from fire they shall reshape Aoyang. The ministers chanted in unison the prophecy of the Starseer. In their eyes, 3/4 of the prophecy had already been fulfilled and only reshaping Aoyang remained. Aoyang Star had yet to recover from the shock of the 100-leg army's devastating defeat when news arrived that the Zerg army was launching a surprise attack on Pinyin Star. The Aoyang King immediately summoned the Starseer and roared in fury, Didn't you say the Zerg would be defeated?
Facing the Aoyang King's accusation, the Starseer smiled and said the Zerg are after all nothing but lowly creatures. What the Aoyang King should be worried about is the 100-leg army. The 100-leg army was completely annihilated at Liyun Star. Before the Aoyang King could finish, the Starseer retorted, Are you certain they are truly dead? It seems more likely they are the undying dead reborn through fire. You knew all along, why didn't you say so?
Your Majesty, if I had told you, would the prophecy have come to pass? And if the prophecy did not come to pass, how could we Suranai Star beings escape from your clutches? The Aoyang King was beside himself with rage.
I will slaughter every last one of your people right now. Too late. By now my people are probably already aboard Right Lanyang King's flagship. Guards! Kill her! Kill her!
The Aoyang royal guards were dragging the Starseer to the palace gate for execution when left Xian Yang King hurriedly stopped them. Seizing the Starseer, he rushed back into the Great Hall in a few quick strides.
Eldest brother, this Starseer must not be killed.
My spy station beside second brother has sent word that the Zerg have come precisely for the Suranai Star beings. She is our leverage to threaten the Zerg. The Starseer's single large eye carefully studied left Xian Yang King. Suddenly she wrenched herself free from his grip, pointed at him in terror and said with a trembling voice, Darkness spreads, eternal night descends. Everyone stared in shock at the terrified Starseer.
Pointing at left Xian Yang King, she shouted, Quick, kill him now. Darkness has already descended upon Aoyang Star. Kill him now.
The Starseer gripped the energy-restraining shackles around her neck with both hands as a surge of powerful energy converged upon her from all directions. A crack began to appear in the shackles around her neck.
Left Xian Yang King shouted in alarm, Not good. She's about to break free.
The immense power formed a violent gale within the royal hall, sending nearly all the courtiers staggering. Left Xian Yang King's golden eyes suddenly turned deep black and he snatched the golden spear from the Aoyang King's hands. He leaped into the air, raising the spear high, the sound of it cutting through the wind echoing throughout the hall. As the wind subsided, the golden spear pierced through the Starseer's chest. Left Xian Yang King leaned close to her ear, yet the voice that spoke was not his own, it was Zhang Fan's voice. In a low and terrifying tone he whispered to the Starseer, You know too much. He gripped her neck with his left hand and twisted the spear slightly with his right, giving her no chance to speak her last words.
The Aoyang King glared fiercely at left Xian Yang King.
You dare to seize the Nine-Sun Spear?
Are you rebelling as well? Left Spiral Yang King's eyes instantly regained their golden hue.
In a daze he stared at the Stargazer lying dead before him, then looked in horror at the blood-stained spear clutched in his own hand. Left Spiral Young King quickly knelt on both knees, respectfully raising the Nine-Sun spear above his head, and cried out, "Your subject saw the Stargazer about to unleash a forbidden curse. Acting in urgency, I beg your majesty's forgiveness." Arrogant Young King snatched the Nine-Sun spear and snarled, "If there is ever a next time, I will tear you limb from limb." Your subject would not dare, would not dare. Arrogant Young King recalled the terror on the Stargazer's face before death. He scrutinized his third brother up and down, seeing nothing particularly extraordinary about him, so why had the Stargazer been so afraid of him? An Imperial Guard messenger rushed into the Great Hall. Report.
Pyongyang Star sends an urgent plea for aid.
The Zerg swarms have breached the first asteroid defense belt and are now assaulting the second layer of defenses.
Overseer Kajai requests immediate reinforcement. Left Spiral Young King immediately spoke up, "Your Majesty, Pyongyang Star cannot be lost." Once, silence. Do you think I don't know that?
Just as Arrogant Young King was about to issue orders, a courtier stepped forward, Duke Yadi of Aoyang, the younger brother of Yengang. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Stargazer just said our main enemy is not the Zerg but Rightlan Young King. In my humble opinion, if your Majesty sends a massive fleet to reinforce Pyongyang Star, the Centipede Army will surely launch a surprise attack on Aoyang Star."
Arrogant Young King furrowed his brow.
He had nearly forgotten about the Centipede Army.
But the Centipede Army. Arrogant Young King seized Left Spiral Young King by the collar and demanded, "You personally witnessed the Centipede Army being annihilated by the Zerg?" "Indeed, your Majesty."
"Not only I but every soldier in the Imperial Guard saw it. Such a bitter battle could not have been faked.
The Zerg even possessed a weapon with energy output exceeding 10 million. One single shot destroyed Second Brother's flagship. There is no way that was fake." Left Spiral Young King pointed at the Imperial Guard captain and said, "If your Majesty does not believe me, ask him." "Ask him."
The Imperial Guard captain quickly bowed and reported, "What Left Spiral Young King said is true. Your humble servant personally witnessed Rightlan Young King's flagship crashing down on Lyun Star."
Now Arrogant Young King was indeed troubled.
The Imperial Guard captain could not be lying, yet the Stargazer's prophecy could not be dismissed either. After a long silence, Arrogant Young King issued the order, "Except for the Imperial Guard Corps, all other warships are to race at full strength to reinforce Pyongyang Star." Yadi wanted to speak again, but a minister beside him quietly stopped him and whispered, "General, you know His Majesty's temperament well. Speaking further now is useless. Better to prepare early."
From Aoyang Star and its surrounding planets, 40,000 Aoyang warships set out in a mighty procession toward Pyongyang Star.
Hidden in the darkness, the Centipede Army and 5,000 Zerg sovereign warships waited patiently for the Aoyang fleet to jump away.
The moment the last Aoyang warship vanished from Aoyang Star territory, Rightlan Young King could no longer contain himself and gave the order to attack.
10,000 Centipede Army warships and 5,000 Zerg sovereign warships suddenly materialized in Aoyang Star territory. The command tower, which had just seen off the reinforcement fleet, was obliterated by a single shot from Rightlan Young King's flagship. Not even a warning could be sent. By the time the combined Centipede Zerg fleet broke through the first layer of defenses, Aoyang Star finally received word of the attack. Arrogant Young King wanted to urgently recall the reinforcement fleet, but that fleet was already entangled by the Zerg forces waiting at Pyongyang Star and could not break free. Although the Aoyang Imperial Guard was small in number, they were the elite of the elite. Their tenacious defense managed to barely hold the Centipede Army outside the gates of Aoyang City. Rightlan Young King knew the Aoyang Imperial Guard was formidable, yet he had never expected them to hold out this long against the full-force assault of the Centipede Army. "Shucha Matriarch, at this rate my Centipede Army will suffer devastating losses. I request Zerg support." Facing Rightlan Young King's plea, Shucha remained unmoved. She smiled, "Your Highness need not be anxious. Reinforcements will arrive very soon." "Reinforcements? Aren't the Zerg forces still at Pyongyang Star tying down the main Aoyang fleet?" Shucha smiled, "Our tunnel worms have already reached beneath Aoyang City. Before long they will strike from within the city. Let the Centipede Army hold on a little longer." Rightlan Young King was skeptical, but there was no other choice now. He could only rely on the strength of the Zerg. Shucha watched the battle outside Aoyang City with a smile, secretly gloating. What foolish creatures. For the sake of illusory power they have doomed an entire star system. You will all become food for my Zerg swarm. The walls of Aoyang City began to shake. The ground within the city trembled more and more violently. Sounds of earth tearing apart rose from every direction, and the screeching howls of Zerg echoed from all around. The city garrison troops, seeing the Zerg suddenly bursting out of the ground, were terrified but quickly organized a defense. Countless cheetahs surged out of the tunnel worms. Even if the Aoyang garrison were walls of bronze and iron, they could not withstand the raging tide of the insect swarm. Beast God General Rose took the lead, wielding the 6 hooked claws on her back. Every enemy who dared approach her was pierced straight through the chest. Rose led the Zerg charge, smashing through everything in her path with unstoppable momentum. Then suddenly, a flash of blue light streaked past. Rose could not dodge in time and was struck through her right shoulder. Clutching her bleeding right shoulder, Rose glared at the source of the blue light. Yeti. Yeti stood about 3 meters tall with a back like a tiger and a waist like a bear, clad in silver armor and hard scales, wielding a magical energy battle axe, standing proudly outside the Imperial Guard's defensive formation. Sensing that her right arm had gone numb, Rose swung her hand blade and severed the arm entirely. 2 chi spiders crawled onto her wound, converting chi into energy to sear and stop the bleeding. Rose let out a piercing shriek and the Zerg swarm began to regroup. When the two armies faced each other, no words were exchanged. Rose waved her hooked claws and the insect tide surged toward the defensive formation of the Aoyang garrison. Yeti swung his magical energy battle axe, sweeping aside a swath of enemies with each stroke and splitting open a line with each furious chop. Even the overlord beasts before him could not withstand the might of a single axe blow. Rose charged at Yeti and sprayed corrosive fluid. Yeti quickly sidestepped to dodge. His giant axe swept horizontally. Rose bent back low to avoid the blade, then lashed out with the hooked claws on her back toward Yeti's abdomen. The two clashed back and forth, exchanging magical energy attacks and displaying their combat techniques. Before the formation, they fought in a deadlock, unable to separate. Rose and Yeti were evenly matched, battling dozens of rounds without a decisive victor. Although Beast God General Rose gained no advantage over Yeti, the Zerg tide had already surged toward the last city wall before the Aoyang Imperial Palace. Aboard the flagship, Right Lan Yang King saw that just as Shucha had said, the Zerg forces had already broken into Aoyang City, and he immediately ordered the Centipede Army to launch an all-out assault. Arrogant Yang King gazed at the surging insect tide. Beside him, the Imperial Guard captain calmly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please temporarily withdraw from Aoyang Star." Retreat. No king of Aoyang has ever retreated. Suddenly a low and terrifying laugh came from behind arrogant Yang King. "Well said. But even if you wanted to leave, you cannot." Arrogant Yang King whirled around and glared at left spiral Yang King, whose eyes were now pitch black like ink, and demanded, "Who are you?" "Ha ha ha. I am Zhang Fan, overlord of the Zerg." "Zerg? What exactly do you want?" Zhang Fan spread his hands helplessly and said, "Nothing much. I was entrusted to annihilate your 9-cloud star system, that's all." King Aoyang stared in shock at King Zhuan, now under Zhang Fan's control, and at the dozens of Aoyang royal guards behind him. The captain of the guard summoned a light shield, drew his energy sword, and shielded King Aoyang as he roared, "You damned lowly creatures. Lowly creatures. Ha ha ha." Before Zhang Fan's laughter had faded, several of the guards he controlled charged at the captain of the guard. Zhang Fan looked at King Aoyang and smiled, "I really don't know how you managed to offend Princess Domina, forcing me to come from billions of light years away to annihilate you." "Princess Domina? We don't know her at all." "Oh. That doesn't matter anymore. I spent hundreds of years sailing here just to destroy your Jodyun star system." Under Zhang Fan's control, King Zhuan drew the energy sword from his waist and slashed at King Aoyang. Sword and spear clashed, releasing a violent surge of air. King Aoyang's overwhelming strength blasted Zhang Fan 10 meters away. "This body is useless." Zhang Fan roared, sprinted forward, and thrust his long sword straight at King Aoyang's chest. King Aoyang gave a contemptuous sneer. "You're asking for death." He did not dodge at all, he merely raised his spear and its tip easily pierced through Zhang Fan's chest. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. "Impressive. But unfortunately the one you killed isn't me." King Zhuan's eyes regained their golden hue. He stared in horror at the half-length 9-yang spear protruding from his chest. "Brother. You." King Aoyang hastily caught the falling King Zhuan and roared, "Who exactly are you?" "I." King Zhuan's eyes lost their luster and his arms fell limp. At that moment, one of the royal guards suddenly spoke in a deep, terrifying voice, "Is it fun? The Salami told me this is your favorite game. You. Are you sent by the Starseers?" King Aoyang was full of regret. He should have executed those magic-wielding creatures long ago. "Ha ha ha, this is a bit embarrassing. We originally came to destroy them, but I have a habit of doing whatever I please. I changed my mind, I'm helping the Salami destroy you instead." "You are truly a demon. A demon. You're not the only one who says that." Zhang Fan withdrew his controlling consciousness and stood in the command cabin, gazing into the distance at Aoyang Star being devoured by the Zerg. He turned and asked Kalaya, "Do I seem like a demon?" "That question is complicated, it depends on for whom. But personally I believe the Overlord is the Overlord. If you are a demon, then the entire Zerg race is a demon." Kalaya countered, "Does this question really matter to the Overlord?" Zhang Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "It doesn't matter. I suppose." The battle on Aoyang Star was nearing its end. The Centipede Legion stormed the Aoyang Imperial Palace while the Zerg devoured the entire Aoyang Star. Outside Aoyang City, the battle between Xiangwei and Yatai was still raging. Though both were wounded, they fought with increasing ferocity, showing no sign of slowing their speed or strength because of their injuries. Around Yatai not a single Aoyang native remained standing, only the Zerg and the Centipede Legion warships overhead. Aboard the command vessel, King Yulan saw Yatai still fighting and said to Shu Sha, "Why not have Xiangwei stop? Begged the mistress to spare his life. A warrior like this deserves to live." Within the battle circle, Xiangwei received Shu Sha's order, leaped out of the ring, licked the blood from her hooked claws and smiled slightly at Yatai.
"Fighting you is very interesting. You're formidable too. Unfortunately today one of us has to die."
Yatai caught his breath and was about to move when King Yulan suddenly appeared before him. "General Yatai, stand down. The entire Aoyang star has already fallen into our hands."
"King Yulan. You traitor." King Yulan smiled bitterly. "A traitor? Don't you know what kind of person I am?
I kept humbling myself and compromising again and again, and what did it get me?
Lay down your weapon. Aoyang Star still needs warriors like you. Rebuild Aoyang with me." Yatai looked around.
Everywhere he could see was filled with snarling Zerg. He tried to raise his eyes toward the sky, but all he could see were Zerg and Centipede Legion warships. The battle of Aoyang Star was over. The battle of the Zhouyun star system was over.
The Salamii were brought into the Great Hall of Aoyang.
Zhang Fan studied this group of creatures, each with a single enormous eye covering half their face and a body between 1 and 2 meters tall, and asked in astonishment, "What is their power exactly?" King Yulan said they can command the power of pure elements and observe the stars to predict the future. Zhang Fan walked up to an adult Salamii and asked, "Since you can predict the future, why have your people lived in such misery?" "The stars shift, fate wills it. Otherwise how could we have encountered the Overlord? Only by passing through death can we find life.
Everything is fate's arrangement." "Ha ha ha, the problem is I don't believe in fate."
"Hasn't the Overlord already gone through what we are going through now?"
Zhang Fan nodded slightly.
"Then what will your future fate be?"
"Everything is within the Overlord's control. Aoyang must be destroyed and the Starseers must vanish.
Otherwise the Overlord's fate will no longer be something you can control." King Yulan immediately interrupted, "Do you still want revenge? I have already promised the Overlord that we will coexist peacefully with you." Zhang Fan shook his head. "He isn't talking about you but about a far greater power. Take everyone and withdraw from the Zhouyun star system.
Its destruction must be completed."
"But..." Seeing Zhang Fan glare at him, King Yulan could only swallow the rest of his words. Zhang Fan said calmly, "The force that hired us is beyond what you or I can contend with. Only through death can we find life.
If the Zhouyun star system does not vanish, trouble will never cease."
With the Zerg's help, all the people of the Zhouyun star system withdrew to a remote star region in the Western universe. Zhang Fan and King Yulan stood in the command cabin watching a vessel named Emperor carrying a Millis cannon turn toward the Zhouyun star system. The immense power of the Millis cannon detonated the 12 suns of the Zhouyun star system, and the force of the stellar explosions created a chain reaction that annihilated the entire Zhouyun star system.
King Yulan rebuild at the edge of the Western universe. Kalamii and Kilaya will lead a Zerg army to help you.
King Yulan looked at Zhang Fan, hesitated for a long time, and finally asked, "Overlord, there is actually one question I have always wanted to ask you."
"Please speak."
"Why did you spare us? With the strength of your Zerg in the Battle of Aoyang Star, you could easily have caught us off guard and delivered a fatal blow at the end.
Why didn't you?" Zhang Fan laughed heartily. "Was there any need? We Zerg are peace-loving beings too. Besides, did you really have no defenses prepared?"
King Yulan fell silent. As for the Salamii, Zhang Fan planned to bring them quietly back to Second Earth. Although they were beings Princess Domina wanted destroyed, the very power she wished to eliminate might one day become his own trump card. Zhang Fan had thought for a long time before bringing them back to Second Earth.
Still, the Zerg domain should now be the safest place. Princess Domina would never expect him to bring the Salamii back to his own territory.
After helping the Aoyang people find a new planet, the Zerg left part of their force behind to help them rebuild their homeland, while Zhang Fan set out on the return journey leading a Zerg swarm over 100 times larger than when he had first departed. At the border of the western cosmos, the Zerg armada was journeying homeward.
Shu Cha came to report the progenitor has been hatched according to the Overlord's requirements.
It possesses parasitism, genetic vacancy, cryptobiosis, and potent metabolism.
It is highly adaptable and can survive in almost any environment.
Its only flaw is that selenium is lethal to it, which likely stems from a recessive gene, and no solution has been found yet. Zhang Fan gently picked up the little green grub and toyed with its pair of small antennae.
"How did you make it so adorable?" Shu Cha was stunned for a long moment.
"Adorable. It has no spines, no carapace, just slimy green. I was afraid the Overlord would find it disgusting." Zhang Fan burst into laughter.
Haha, forget I said that. It's my other half messing with me. He teased the progenitor like a pet and asked, what do you plan to do with it? Release it into the universe. Shucha quickly waved his hand. The progenitor is only an experiment and cannot reproduce. A unique specimen. Shucha quickly added, Kara is already incubating more. It shouldn't be long before we can form an army.
Suddenly the beast god General Rose came to report Overlord. 2 emperors in the vanguard have inexplicably stalled and entered a state of suspended animation. Many of the Zerg aboard them have begun to wither. Order all units to halt. Send some enhanced 6 eyes to investigate. Zhang Fan placed the progenitor on his shoulder and said to Shu Cha, go and bring the stargazer.
Perhaps he can tell us what is happening.
Viper, the new stargazer of the Suraim star race, was brought before Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan greeted him courteously. Viper, do you know what is happening ahead? Viper blinked his single eye, then smiled at Zhang Fan.
No major problem. The Emperor ahead merely strayed into a black crystal cluster. Just have the rear units tow it out of that area.
Zhang Fan asked curiously, what is a black crystal cluster? Viper was silent for a moment, his expression suggesting he was considering how to explain it to Zhang Fan. After much deliberation he said, a black crystal cluster is a region formed by a massive gathering of black crystals. These crystals are created from the final compressed matter just before a black hole vanishes from the universe.
Viper continued, black crystals are quite common in the universe.
Wherever they appear, it signifies that a black hole once formed there. However, black crystals absorb all forms of energy, so it is best not to approach them.
Absorb all energy. Viper nodded.
That is why the Emperor stalled just now, its energy was drained by the crystals.
Zhang Fan suddenly roared, order all emperors to fall back.
Viper quickly said, Overlord, there is no need for alarm.
This black crystal cluster is not very large. We can simply go around it.
Ignoring Viper, Zhang Fan turned to Rose and asked, have an enhanced 6 eye go see how large this thing really is and test the range of one crystal. A moment later Rose reported the largest is roughly 1,000 meters in diameter and the smallest only 1 meter.
The effective range is about 5,000 kilometers.
Have 3 emperors target the smallest crystal.
Full power super cannon barrage.
Seeing Zhang Fan's excitement, Viper asked in bewilderment, Overlord, black crystals absorb all energy.
An energy cannon barrage would be utterly useless against them. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. It's fine, we're just playing around.
Who knows, maybe it'll work.
3 emperors fired their super cannons at full power, enough to destroy half a planet.
Yet when the 3 beams of white light struck the black crystal, it did not react at all and the energy pillars vanished instantly.
Have 10 emperors continue.
Suddenly a thought struck Viper and he studied Zhang Fan with astonishment.
The Overlord is truly unique.
The super cannon fire from 10 emperors likewise had no effect, yet Zhang Fan did not stop. 10 grew to 100 and they continued assaulting the black crystal, roughly 1 meter in diameter.
Zhang Fan ordered the number increased from 100.
Only after the bombardment of 500 emperors' super cannons did the pitch-black crystal suddenly begin flickering with white light. Zhang Fan shouted excitedly, all emperors retreat.
All emperors retreat. The 100,000 emperors rapidly withdrew about 50 light years.
Zhang Fan said to the beast god General Eagle Eye behind him, Eagle Eye, bring the dawn we bought at the auction. Beast god General Eagle Eye set up the dawn and without needing Zhang Fan's order he aimed it at the black crystal flickering with white light. Zhang Fan shouted eagerly, lock on and blast it to pieces.
Eagle Eye did not reply.
He steadied his breath, focused his mind and gently placed his claw on the trigger. A violent red light erupted from the muzzle of the dawn and the pillar of crimson light struck the black crystal dead center. The crystal that had endured the super cannon fire of over 1,500 emperors now turned from white to red, its flickering growing ever faster. As Eagle Eye prepared a second shot, Zhang Fan suddenly stopped him.
Wait. Send a few enhanced 6 eyes over to test it. Let's see if it can still absorb energy.
10 enhanced 6 eyes gradually approached the black crystal, flashing rapidly with red light.
The intel they relayed back was that the crystal no longer possessed its energy-absorbing property. Shu Cha exclaimed in awe, what a terrifying thing.
It actually absorbed the energy of over 1,500 emperors.
Alright, have them drag it far away. Tow it about 100 light years to the left. Shu Cha asked curiously, Overlord, what exactly do you intend to do?
Something with that much energy is extremely dangerous.
Ha ha ha, that's exactly why I'm having them tow it farther away.
Shu Cha looked at Zhang Fan with a horrified expression.
Overlord. You're not thinking of.
Zhang Fan patted Shu Cha on the shoulder and gave him a look that said, you guessed right.
Eagle Eye, fire once more.
A red flash streaked past, followed by a violent shockwave. All the Emperor warships were thrown into disarray and several collided with one another. Fortunately they only suffered minor scratches. After the shockwave passed, Zhang Fan dispatched several enhanced six eyes to survey the result. The outcome was that within a radius of 50 light-years there was nothing at all.
Shu Cha cried out, nothing at all. What does that mean?
Viper shook his head and explained nothing at all means everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind.
Is my explanation clear enough?
Viper then bowed to Zhang Fan.
Congratulations, Overlord, on mastering the power to destroy an entire star system. Such power must never be used recklessly. Zhang Fan laughed heartily.
Of course.
Ha ha ha.
If a crystal 1 meter in diameter has such tremendous power, what about the one 1,000 meters in diameter?
Shu Cha suddenly realized, Overlord, you intend to use black crystals as planet-destroying weapons. You, my honored consort, have enhanced intelligence, yet you only realize this now.
At Zhang Fan's teasing, Shu Cha hastily lowered his head. This subordinate still has much to learn.
Thank you for the guidance, Overlord.
Viper looked at the star region where nothing remained then at Zhang Fan's excited face.
Overlord, this weapon must be kept strictly secret.
Until your overall strength ascends to the rank of the 4 emperors, possessing such a powerful weapon will bring catastrophic ruin upon you. Zhang Fan calmed his excitement and nodded.
I understand the principle of a man bearing jade in a world of thieves.
The Zerg remained 50 light-years outside the Black Crystal cluster and began researching Black Crystal weapons. First they unleashed a fierce bombardment. Once the black crystals began to emit a white glow, the six-eyed overseer used its long tentacles to secure the crystals and drag them 100 light-years away for further refinement. In less than half a month the Zerg manufactured 15 black crystals at their critical threshold.
Zhang Fan named them He Yao.
Zhang Fan had wanted to produce more, but Kuei said to him, greed is also a shortcut to destruction.
Ha ha ha, alright then. I feel like you always speak so seriously. Kuei bowed and replied, the previous star observer saw only darkness, but I saw the brilliant light beyond it.
Therefore I entered the darkness to seek that single ray of light. Zhang Fan laughed loudly and said, you should still heed the words of the previous star observer. Don't forget that I killed her with my own hands.
It doesn't matter.
She was destined to die. Whether you or Zhuoxian Yan Wang carried it out, what difference does it make? Zhang Fan stared at Kuei and found himself speechless for once.
Very well, you win.
Seeing Kuei turn to leave, Shu Cha asked Zhang Fan, Dominant One, don't I detect that you somewhat enjoy conversing with Kuei? He is a person of great wisdom, though he endures much for the sake of his surviving kin.
I find him quite intriguing. The humans of the second Earth need people like him.
Shu Cha seemed to suddenly recall something. By the way, we just detected a powerful unknown energy source, but it vanished inexplicably in an instant.
An unusual energy source. Dispatch some poison wasps to reconnoiter.
Meanwhile, let us check on the evolution status of the progenitor. Zhang Fan and Shu Cha arrived at the incubation chamber.
Carla hurried forward and volunteered. The progenitor's other functions have all been calibrated. However, it cannot yet divide or reproduce independently.
Seeing Zhang Fan remain silent, Carla quickly added, we have made improvements. Adopting the most primitive oviparous method, we have transformed the first-generation progenitor into a progenitor brood mother. Carla pointed to a massive green worm standing fully 5 meters tall before Zhang Fan. Its bulky frame trailed an enormous egg-carrying sac behind it. The progenitor brood mother seemed to understand Carla's gesture and began laying eggs ceaselessly. Dozens of progenitor eggs were expelled from its body at a time. Within moments, thousands of eggs were neatly arranged by the parasitic mites along the cultivation pools. After a long silence, Zhang Fan asked, these progenitors only possess parasitic functions. Can their offspring evolve again after parasitism?
Certainly. They inherit genetic commonalities. The progenitor brood mother will select and preserve the finest genes, so hatched eggs will carry optimized genetics. We have programmed warrior genes as the priority.
Noticing Zhang Fan observing her with curiosity, Carla hastened to explain, through analysis we determined that the Zerg fleet's combat power far exceeds that of ground forces.
Therefore we must strengthen our ground army. Zhang Fan nodded approvingly. Excellent.
Have the internal cannibalism experiments within the Zerg been conducted?
Currently we no longer require them.
After all, the Zerg ground forces cannot yet meet the dominant one's standards. After deliberation we concluded that the Zerg need diversified combat units to compensate for our reliance on numerical superiority.
Zhang Fan said, effective today you are promoted to research brood mother. You will be fully responsible for these matters.
Zhang Fan glanced at Shu Cha beside him and said, you are also promoted to strategic brood mother.
All combat deployments will fall under your command.
It is time for our Zerg to become systematic.
Shu Cha suddenly spoke up. Dominant One, that strange energy source has reappeared at the same location then vanished again.
The poison wasps sent for reconnaissance report the presence of an unknown civilization.
To avoid attracting the attention of the unknown civilization, the Zerg fleet halted 3,000 light-years away.
Zhang Fan intended to investigate personally, but Kuei remarked from nearby, if the dominant one handles everything personally, what use are subordinates?
Brat, I now understand why Princess Damanara wanted to kill you. You are truly insufferable. Beast God General Scorpion and Brood Mother Acatalan, you shall go. Take progenitor eggs with you.
Twin-winged serpent Queen Acatalan and four-armed scorpion Beast God General Scorpion, standing over 4 meters tall with an ant's head human torso with 4 arms and a scorpion's lower body bearing twin venom tails, bowed in salute and led 2 Emperor-class vessels toward the unknown civilization. Before Scorpion and Acatalan reached their destination, Acatalan remarked that strange energy has appeared again. Scorpion gazed at the screen as a small craft materialized out of nowhere.
How did we miss that vessel? Where did it come from?
As they pondered, a distant pinpoint of light flashed.
Acatalan immediately said that light source is the energy signature. Another ship. This must be a teleportation gate. Acatalan quickly analyzed. It appears correct. Interstellar teleportation requires immense energy.
The unknown energy source exists precisely because of this teleportation gate.
Acatalan immediately dispatched poison wasps for reconnaissance.
One poison wasp stealthily concealed itself behind an asteroid to observe. When another ship passed by, the poison wasp followed closely behind.
After a full day of tracking, Acatalan reported this is an ore transport corridor.
Those ships are mining vessels.
The civilization on this planet has likely just entered the spacefaring era. Their defensive capabilities are exceedingly weak. Then what are we waiting for? Attack directly.
If we can obtain teleportation gate technology, the dominant one will be most pleased.
Acatalan quickly stopped him. Do not act impulsively.
When have you ever seen the dominant one launch an attack so readily? Do not forget that we require biological genes from this planet's organisms to evolve the progenitor.
So tedious.
Scorpion noticed Acatalan glaring at him and quickly amended, very well.
The dominant one has stated that all strategic deployments follow your command. You arrange it. First let the progenitors infiltrate and collect genes.
Then deploy the progenitors as ground forces while we launch a coordinated assault to seize this planet.
Fine, your call.
Under Acatalan's arrangement, thousands of progenitor eggs silently infiltrated the beautiful planet known as Furlander. Furlander is inhabited by the blue-scale lizardfolk, a species with blue skin and reptilian features. Having entered the spacefaring age barely a century ago, their technological level remains relatively backward. However, their spatial teleportation technology is extraordinarily advanced. From daily household applications to interstellar travel, spatial teleportation has permeated every aspect of blue-scale life. What they do not realize is that their ordinary spatial teleportation technology, unremarkable in their eyes, has caught the attention of a terrifying alien race far beyond their comprehension.
The Zerg progenitors silently infiltrated the planet Furlander.
They lurked among flower beds, in parks, beneath trees, in courtyards, even within potted plants and offices. The Zerg were everywhere.
They awaited their moment.
Aboard the Emperor, Acatalan said to Duxie, the biological genes on this planet are of almost no use. Apart from the enhanced metabolism we've acquired, only the regeneration gene from that Gula beast has a little value.
Duxie said impatiently, what are we waiting for then? Just attack.
Acatalan said unhurriedly, what's the hurry?
We haven't collected the genes of those blue-skinned people yet. Let's find a test subject first. I've discovered they're special. Duxie almost wanted to crush this unhurried matriarch to death with one clamp of his pincer.
He paced back and forth saying, fine, do whatever you want, but can you hurry up?
I can't wait any longer. Then wait. It was night on Philonerda and the starry sky was exceptionally beautiful. A Lanka woman was strolling through a park. She seemed to be in low spirits. She leaned against the riverside railing, gazing up at the brilliant starry sky, then closed her eyes and prayed silently. When she opened them, she found a tiny green grub clinging to the railing and staring at her. She stared at the little green grub in astonishment, and a smile appeared on her face. Are you a friend sent to me by the heavens? She asked. The grub slowly crept toward her. After a close inspection, she sensed no danger from it. She reached out, gently picked it up and placed it in the palm of her hand. Taking advantage of her distraction, the grub gave her a vicious bite. By instinct, she flung her hand and threw it to the ground. At that moment, the startled Lanka woman split into 2 identical figures, and both of them frantically tried to stomp the grub to death. But the grub was far more agile than they had imagined. After a bout of combat, the 2 women emerged victorious. Looking at the disgusting grub she had stamped into pulp, she cursed it roundly. Then the 2 women merged back into one. After looking around and finding no more insects, the Lanka woman hurried away. Back home, she cleaned the wound on her hand, then suddenly felt weak all over.
She was just about to open a teleportation portal to go to the hospital for a checkup when she collapsed less than a step away from the portal.
15 minutes later.
In the one silent room, the grinding sound of bones suddenly echoed, and then a sharp crack of breaking bone resounded through the entire room.
A blue and green Lunka infant burst out of the body.
No sooner was it born than it devoured the Lunka woman's corpse, completely, leaving not even a single drop of blood. In less than 30 minutes, the insectoid progenitor evolved form, whose appearance was exactly the same as the Lunka woman's, entered the room, found a suitable outfit, dressed neatly, and walked into the teleportation portal.
Aboard the insectoid warship, matriarch Catalan grabbed Duxie excitedly and laughed. Such powerful genes, split and mimicry.
Who would have thought that the blue-skinned people of this planet harbor such powerful genes?
Duxie, bewildered yet impressed, asked, "What use does that have?" Haha, what use?
Split allows you to divide into two people for a short period of time, and your combat strength decreases by only 20. Imagine two of you fighting side by side. That's not just 1 + 1 = 2. Before Duxie could ask, a Catalan eagerly continued, "This mimicry is a recessive gene within Split.
It can transform into the appearance of a host." Hahaha, we really struck gold this time. What's the next step? Wait a while.
Duxie roared in fury, "You've already obtained all the genes you wanted, so what are we waiting for?"
The progenitors have begun parasitizing the blue-skinned people in large numbers.
What we need now is their teleportation portal technology.
Before we get it, no one is to act recklessly. Duxie stood helplessly in the command cabin, staring at the pale blue planet.
The craving for battle inside him made him itch with impatience. The first progenitor evolved form had just stepped out of the portal when a Lunka man came up with a grin and asked, "Josa, what are you doing at the company so late at night?" Josa said softly, "Oh, I forgot to take some documents and came back to fetch them." The sight of Josa in her seductive blue outfit sent the Lunka man's hormones into overdrive.
"After you get your documents, will you have time later? I'd like to take you out to dinner." Josa nodded gently. "Sure. But I have a very important matter to attend to right now.
I need to look up the original teleportation portal data and the energy supply documents."
"Can you help me?"
It was probably the same everywhere in the universe. Males generally find it hard to refuse a female's request, even if that request sometimes costs them their life.
"That's easy. I have the key to the archive."
"But the original portal data may not be easy to find. After all, it must be over 100 years old."
Josa cast him an amorous glance and gave a faint smile. "No problem, let's go look for it together." About an hour later, Josa walked out of the archive with the portal-related data.
In front of a mirror, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then stepped into the portal with perfect composure. Under the moonlight, Josa made her way to the depths of a secluded park where a venom wasp was already waiting.
"Please deliver the portal data back to the Emperor.
The other progenitors have already begun selecting superior hosts to parasitize.
Ask the matriarch to send more eggs." The venom wasp flew into outer space with the data, and Josa quietly vanished into the night. Aboard, the Emperor Catalan held the portal data from the Lunka people and laughed. "Perfect. The progenitors performed flawlessly. From now on, invading a planet will be as easy as turning over one's hand."
A Catalan said to Duxie, who had long since been unable to contain himself, "The eggs have already been sent.
In 2 days you'll have your chance to display your might." "Really? Awesome. I can finally fight."
A Catalan watched Duxie, whose pincers were clacking excitedly, and smiled. "You warmonger, did the Overlord add a bit too much aggression gene when incubating you?"
Duxie suddenly seemed to think of something. He grabbed a Catalan and asked, "There are still 2 days. Can you implant the split gene into my genome?" "Of course I can."
Duxie dragged a Catalan toward the incubation room, saying as he walked, "Implant the split gene in me."
A Catalan explained, "You must never think split can be used casually.
For our insectoid race, using split causes about 1 minute of dizziness." Seeing that Duxie didn't care, she continued, "On the battlefield the situation changes with every passing second.
Forget about a minute of dizziness, even a second of absent-mindedness can cost you your life. Remember, never use it recklessly." "Fine, I understand."
"Why are you so troublesome?"
A Catalan placed Duxie into the modification chamber and immediately began implanting the split gene.
2 days later, when Duxie walked out of the chamber, he looked completely different.
Duxie immediately conducted his first split experiment.
With a roar, 2 identical Duxies stood before a Catalan.
"Hold it a little longer, I need to collect some data." Scorpion's clone experiment was quite successful in a Cardlan's view.
Scorpion could maintain the clone state for 2 minutes, and the dizziness after splitting only lasted 30 seconds, far exceeding a Cardlan's expectations.
100,000 progenitors have completed their parasitic phase. Let us prepare to attack. Scorpion was already restless. At his command, 2 emperors set course for the planet Philendel.
On the planet Philendel, the evolved progenitor forms began to wreak havoc across the planetary defenses. At the Bide Air Force Base, the largest military installation of Chuyu Nation on Philendel, a soldier burst into the command center in sheer terror. Spotting General Callison directing the battle operations, he stammered helplessly, unable to form coherent words despite his panic.
"Compose yourself," General Callison roared.
The soldier finally managed to catch his breath. "General, the infected have breached the base." General Callison stared at the screens in bewilderment, watching as blue-green infected swarmed everywhere.
These creatures showed no fear of weapons. Even direct hits from plasma rifles merely slowed them, as if death itself refused to claim them.
Where on earth did these infected come from?
No one could answer Callison's desperate question.
When the final defensive line collapsed, he had no choice but to order a full retreat and abandon the Bide Air Force Base. A nearly identical crisis unfolded across all nations of the Philendel Federation, forcing the United Council to convene an emergency session. Hardly had the meeting begun when nations turned on each other, accusing hostile states of deploying biological weapons and triggering the global catastrophe, while demanding the surrender of pathogen carriers to develop targeted countermeasures. Just as the cacophony of accusations reached its peak, footage of the evolved progenitors appeared on the main screen.
A blue-card scientist pointed to the screen.
"Ladies and gentlemen, those beings that appear identical to us are not in fact blue-card humans."
"What do you mean? Don't tell me you're trying to pull the alien excuse on us. We've been exploring the stars for over a century.
If extraterrestrials existed, they would have revealed themselves long ago.
Why wait until now?" The officials descended once more into acrimonious debate over who was truly responsible for the virus. Then a thunderous crash.
Casal burst through the doors with a contingent of soldiers. Dalu, the Chuyu Minister of Foreign Affairs, demanded, "Casal, what in the world are you doing?"
"This is the United Council chamber."
Casal ignored him entirely, snatched the remote from the scientist's hand and switched to the live newsfeed.
"Look at the sky, it's being torn apart. This is a DDS special report. Aliens and alien fleet has invaded. The age-old question of whether extraterrestrial life exists has finally received an answer today."
But what does this answer portend?
Peace or war? Stay tuned.
Live news coverage begins at 8 p.m. tonight.
Every soul in the United Council sat frozen, staring at the biological warship on the screen, utterly silent.
Casal silenced the screen and stepped to the podium.
"The Bide Air Force Base has fallen.
Your own military installations may be under attack as we speak.
You represent the entire world now. We must unite every resource against this alien threat instead of pointing fingers at one another."
Suddenly a voice broke through. "Perhaps we could attempt negotiations." Casal fixed the speaker with a cold stare, stunned that so many were already championing a diplomatic solution. He shook his head and approached the foreign minister.
"Key personnel have already been evacuated to underground bunkers.
These aliens are beyond negotiation.
I need you to rally every nation willing to fight."
The foreign minister nodded grimly.
"Consider it done."
Aboard the Zerg, Emperor Scorpion gazed down at the azure sphere and smiled.
"Attack."
Billions of poison wasps blotted out the sky as they descended upon Philendel. 6 Eyes and Hyper 6 Eyes, each carrying millions of overlords, touched down across the surface, and within moments the planet erupted in fire and screams. Diplomats still clinging to the illusion of peace now panicked, scrambling to return to their homeworlds to organize their defenses. The Zerg horde proved unstoppable.
Philendel's forces, reliant solely on photonic weapons, stood no chance against the invasive tide.
Skyscrapers crumbled and buildings collapsed as the Zerg ruthlessly devastated every inch of the planet. Scorpion wrought carnage through a city, his energy barrier rendering him immune to blue-card laser fire, so formidable that even directed energy cannons could not pierce his defenses. The slaughter and consumption brought him pure elation. His predatory instincts, long restrained, now surged to life, filling him with euphoric satisfaction.
A thunderous boom echoed. Scorpion felt a tremendous force slam into his head.
Thanks to his energy barrier he survived, but without it the blow would have crushed him. Scorpion glared at the massive energy cannon in the distance and roared, "I'll tear you apart."
Scorpion moved with blinding speed, scaling ruins and leaping across chasms as though they were nothing.
To the blue-card soldiers, the monster had crossed the battlefield in the blink of an eye.
With both claws, Scorpion crushed the cannon until it splintered in two.
His gaze swept across the surrounding defenders, and in one fluid motion he decimated them with sweeping strikes and razor-sharp tail stabs. The blue-card troops were utterly helpless against the creature.
They could only retreat, no, they could only flee in disarray. Aboard the Zerg, Emperor Akardlan watched as Philendel's final moments unfolded. A mother reported 3 Class A warships have emerged from warp.
Approximately 6,000 Hyper 6I vessels follow behind.
Their target is us.
Akardlan was shaken. Class A warships.
Deploy all defensive barriers on the Emperor. Recall every enhanced Hyper 6I to protect the Emperor. Suddenly 3 obsidian dreadnoughts warped into position less than 10 kilometers from the Emperor, followed by thousands of cruisers surrounding the Zerg flagship. We are the guardians of the Jinsei Galactic Council. By the highest authority of the Council, we command you to withdraw from the planet Philendel, or we will annihilate your fleet. A Cardinal stood before the command console studying the 3 dreadnoughts that rivaled the Emperor in size and smiled. Fools! How dare you threaten me? Millions of enhanced Hyper 6Is erupted from Philendel's surface into orbit, leaving the Jinsei Council Guardians utterly stunned. They had never anticipated such overwhelming numbers. The threat had already been made, but engagement would prove disastrous. The Guardians possessed only 1 additional dreadnought, while their cruiser fleet was utterly dwarfed by the Zerg armada. A Cardinal had no patience for further words. Why would he let such a genetic treasure slip away? All units attack. At a Cardinal's command, the Zerg horde surged toward the Jinsei Council Guardians fleet. The Guardians of the Splendid Galaxy Council affiliated with the Splendid Galaxy Council, which is a galactic alliance formed by 3 advanced civilizations of the Splendid Galaxy. The Wade people with their advanced mechanical technology, the Manhwa people known primarily for bioandroid technology, and the Gemyid people who possess bioarmor. The Splendid Galaxy Council formed by these 3 advanced civilizations aims to protect those developing civilizations that are still progressing or have yet to develop interstellar technology. They have always observed the various civilizations of the Splendid Galaxy in secret, but never interfered with or disrupted the development of these civilizations. When they learned that planet Philendel was invaded by an alien race, they immediately dispatched the 3rd Rescue Team to provide support. However, they never expected that the invading alien race was something a single rescue team could not stop. When a surviving dreadnought riddled with scars returned to the 3rd space station of the Splendid Galaxy, they finally realized the severity of the problem. In the council hall, Manhwa, commander of the dreadnought Chibai from the 3rd Rescue Team, managed to stand at the council table with the support of a mechanical chair while reporting. Manhwa reported out of the 6,000 cruisers sent to rescue Philendel, only 13 returned. Of the dreadnoughts, only the Chibai remains. 600,000 guardians. Forever left behind. Manhwa Council Elder Jesong angrily demanded, "What exactly did you encounter?" At that moment, a stereoscopic spatial projection displayed the scenes from that time. Millions of strange-looking organic warships lifted off from Philendel and without any warning directly attacked the Galaxy Guardian Fleet formation. The Guardian Fleet was forced to fight back, but the disparity in numbers left them completely overwhelmed. Within just 1 hour of battle, the cruisers were nearly annihilated. As for the alien race's 2 eagle-headed warships, their immense energy cannons, with a single shot, caused cracks to form in the dreadnought's energy defense barrier. Manhwa pointed at the Lonin, which was about to fall, and said, "Once these alien creatures approach the hull, countless small organisms will rapidly board the ship. Their attack power is formidable and they have no fear of death." Manhwa saw a parasitic tick crawling out of a pipe and immediately said, "This creature is even more terrifying. Although they are easy to kill, they are small and adept at hiding. Once they attach to a person, before long the host will explode and die, and even more of these creatures will burst out." Manhwa Council Elder Jesong was silent for a moment, then said, "This creature possesses extremely powerful parasitic traits and its incubation speed exceeds that of the Didymo insects. The aggressiveness of this organic fleet is also the strongest among all extraterrestrial species we know. They must be eliminated." Gemyid Council Elder Nuode said, "I observed just now. These aliens parasite both the Wade people and us Gemyid people. However, toward the Manhwa bioandroids and the Wade mechanical forces, they only kill without parasitizing. It seems their parasitism is limited to living beings." Jesong nodded and said, "Elder Nuode is right. If we want to destroy them, our bioandroid units and mechanical units will be the main force." Wade Council Elder Zindison quickly said, "Aren't you even going to talk to them? To rashly attack such a powerful race. Moreover, I don't believe that the 2 Dreadnought-class warships represent their full strength." Jesong burst into laughter. "Elder Zindison, 2 Dreadnought-class warships plus millions of cruisers already account for 1% of our Council's fleet strength. Do you really think they could possibly have more?" "I don't think so," Jesong added. Zindison also nodded. "Unlikely. If such a powerful race existed, how could we not know?" After deliberation, the 3 council elders decided to dispatch 3 strategic attack fleets determined to save planet Philendel from the abyss of disaster. On the insect race's flagship, Zhang Fan was examining the first ancestral evolved one Qiusha. After Qiusha demonstrated her clone technique, Zhang Fan was very satisfied. Zhang Fan glanced at the wounded Acadalon and said with slight anger, "How did you end up in such a sorry state?" Acadalon recounted the encounter with the splendid Galaxy Council fleet, then lowered his head and said, "I was too reckless. I thought that fleeing dreadnought was no longer combat capable, but I never expected they still had such powerful weapons. We lost a sovereign." Zhang Fan smiled and said, "Forget it.
There's no need to bother with such low-level civilizations.
Kala arranged for a few matriarchs to figure out the portal technology.
That way we can shorten our journey home, and in future battles our insect race can cover 1,000 li in an instant.
No tens of millions of light years in an instant.
Kuei said coldly from the side. Running too fast may sprain your ankle. The Overlord would be better off developing steadily.
I really want to strangle you.
Kuei shrugged. A living me is more useful to the Overlord than my corpse.
Very well, you win again.
Zhang Fan looked around but did not see Poison Scorpion. Where is Poison Scorpion?
A Catalan quickly said. On the Lanka race's planet an army is still putting up stubborn resistance.
They possess considerable combat power and they seem to have some kind of device that shields life signatures, making it difficult for the insect race to locate them.
There are quite a lot of good things on this planet.
Notify Poison Scorpion to find a way to acquire that technology as soon as possible.
The main force continues back to Second Earth. It's been many years since I last went back. I want to see how humanity has developed.
Zhang Fan suddenly felt a sense of homecoming. It seemed that once he returned to Second Earth and witnessed humanity's prosperity, his mission would be complete. The centuries, perhaps millennia-long task of ensuring humanity's survival finally seemed close to completion.
Kuei then remarked from the side, the gap between ideals and reality is always vast. Can you just roll aside? I feel like you're always contradicting me. Kuei smiled and said, I'm just reminding you. If you don't want to hear it, I'll leave.
Zhang Fan watched Kuei's departing figure, grinding his teeth in frustration. But what Kuei had said made sense. For humanity to develop in the universe, Zhang Fan's current strength was far from sufficient to protect them. The time to end had not yet come. The insect race fleet continued its advance towards Second Earth while a Catalan once again led 3 sovereigns to Flandel to reinforce Poison Scorpion. She had made up her mind to unearth every hidden Lanka person, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. Matriarch Catalan, we have detected a splendid Galaxy Council fleet amassing 200 light-years away, 20 Dreadnought-class warships and roughly 400,000 cruisers. It seems they are here for revenge.
A Catalan angrily said, these reckless fools.
Contact Shucha immediately and have her provide support.
This time not a single one of them is getting away.
On the insect race flagship, Shucha said to Zhang Fan that splendid Galaxy Council fleet has appeared again in the Flandel star sector. Their numbers are more than 5 times a Catalan's. She is requesting support.
Zhang Fan glanced at Kuei standing beside him.
Seeing that Kuei had no intention of voicing an opinion, he immediately said, all insect race forces turn around and attack Flandel. While we're at it, let's pay a visit to this galactic council that's powerful enough to dare provoke the insect race. The roars of hundreds of millions of insect race creatures seemed to answer the self-righteous provocation of the splendid Galaxy Council.
A Catalan's fleet was locked in combat with 3 strategic assault fleets of the splendid Interstellar Council.
The fleets of the manhwa and manhwaedit races spearheaded the assault while the Gemud fleet veered off to descend directly upon the planet Flandel, intent on annihilating the Zerg ground forces. 3 against 12, the numerical disparity between emperors and dreadnoughts left the Zerg strategic vessels with no more than the strength to defend. Fortunately, their enhanced Super 6Is and Super 6Is vastly outnumbered the enemy's cruisers, so they could still hold on, albeit barely. A Catalan commanded the battle with unflappable composure, for she knew that holding on for only a little longer would bring the Zerg reinforcement fleet. Those inexplicable meddlers who had come to stir up trouble would then meet naught but ashes and ruin. Meanwhile, the Zerg on the ground were pillaging supplies on a grand scale and searching for the Lanka resistance forces lurking in the shadows.
Countless Gemud soldiers in bio-enhanced armor descended from above.
Their strength was so fearsome that a single punch could pulp a cheetah. The light energy weapons in their hands could effortlessly slice apart the Zerg's armored carapaces, and their ionized defense shields could knock any Zerg that charged into them into brief unconsciousness. The potency of their various light energy firearms was even greater when directed against Zerg who fought in mass swarms. Those light energy guns and cannons proved extraordinarily effective. For a time, Zerg numbers shrank at a frenzied rate. Duxia immediately ordered the Zerg engaged in battle to retreat tactically. Duxia had originally planned to leave aboard a Super 6I, but before one could even touch down, it was blasted out of the sky by the Gemud's light energy cannons. 3 Gemud soldiers led by a Legion commander charged at Duxia, who stood before the wreckage of the fallen Super 6I. The Gemud were not mighty in their natural physique, nor could they employ magic, yet their bio-enhanced armor endowed them with colossal strength and breathtaking speed. Miniature anti-gravity devices granted them brief flight, and the light energy cannons and weapons on their arms were the veritable bane of the Zerg's hard shells. Duxia fought back at full strength, yet after the first round of exchanges 3 searing burns had been carved across his body. Fortunately, Duxia was no ordinary Zerg. His power of defense had inherited the unyielding carapace of a tyrant beast, further shielded by the sacred bulwark and an energy barrier. Otherwise he might well have been finished in that very first round. The Gemud's martial skills were equally astonishing. Both of Duxia's attacks were effortlessly defused by the Legion commander.
Du Xia glanced at the wounds on his body and laughed formidable. I have always relished fighting the strong. Again.
The words had barely faded when Du Xia dashed forward on all 8 legs. He seemed to be charging at the Legion commander, yet his true target was a genuine soldier standing to the left. When Du Xia's scorpion tail punched through that soldier's bio-enhanced armor, the man had not the faintest chance to react. He stared in shock at the black tail jutting from his chest, and to the moment of death never understood when it had appeared. One always squeezes the softest persimmon first, that principle holds true anywhere. With his first strike a success, Du Xia whirled toward the second genuine soldier.
The Legion commander wanted to rescue his subordinate, but Du Xia's multifaceted assault left him no time whatsoever.
Pincer sweeps, tail stings and spurts of venom, the Legion commander found not a single opening to intervene. By the time the second soldier's head was severed by Du Xia's pincers, the commander and the last surviving soldier hurriedly sprang out of the fray. The Legion commander fired a golden signal flare into the sky, and hundreds of genuine soldiers descended from on high.
Ignorant beings!
You dare to compare numbers with my Zerg?
Du Xia raised his head and shrieked.
The genuine soldiers had just started moving forward for a charge when they halted, for they could feel the land beneath their feet quaking. A piercing shriek rang out, seemingly in answer to Du Xia's summons. At Du Xia's feet a cheetah broke through the earth, and in the next breath thousands upon thousands of cheetahs came bursting out of the ground. The earth split apart beneath the genuine soldiers. They withdrew at once, but any who ran a fraction too slowly were seized by the tyrant beast's tentacles and instantly shattered to pieces. Dozens of tyrant beasts and more than 1,000 cheetahs, even the genuine Legion commander was somewhat stunned by the sight. Just as he displayed the faintest sign of cowardice, a thunderous shout erupted from the sky. The genuine soldiers looked up and cheered, Cam Duo!
Cam Duo! Du Xia fixed his gaze upon a female bio-armored form hovering in midair, more than twice the size of an average genuine soldier, with 4 wings upon her back and a spear of violet light gripped in her hand. The arrival of this female bio-armored being erased the genuine soldiers' fear in an instant. They assembled in formation and advanced toward the Zerg host with measured, orderly footsteps. Du Xia brandished his enormous pincers and thundered charge. The shrieks of the insectide and the war cries of the genuine blended upon the soil of Philendel, playing a symphony of battle woven from blood and steel. Du Xia became entangled in combat with the female bio-armored warrior named Cam Duo. The genuine's equipment superiority against the Zerg's numerical superiority, neither side could claim victory for the moment. Cam Duo's violet spear struck Du Xia again and again. Although it could inflict a measure of damage upon his tough carapace, it was utterly incapable of dealing a fatal blow. Du Xia would have loved to finish Cam Duo on the spot, but her speed in the air was far too great. He simply could not lay a single touch upon the edge of her armor. The Zerg tide was vast, yet the genuine's reinforcements seemed endless. No sooner had one wave been mowed down than 3 more descended from the sky. The Zerg on Philendel had come for the sole purpose of purging the remaining resistance forces. Many as they were far too scattered. Mustering the Zerg army's support on short notice was hardly an easy task. The duel between Cam Duo and Du Xia reached white-hot intensity, while the struggle between Zerg and genuine soldiers remained locked in a stalemate. Now it came down to who could annihilate the enemy's rank and file in the shortest span of time and reinforce their own champion. Thunder and lightning rent the sky. For every 3 Zerg Super 6Is that plummeted, a council cruiser fell right alongside them. In outer space, a Catalan watched an emperor plunge from the void, her wrath towering sky-high. Though its fall had dragged 2 dreadnoughts to ruin, the conviction of Zerg unity had been indelibly etched into their very genes by Zhang Fan. The fall of her comrade stripped a Catalan of her composure. In blazing fury she roared, "Bring me the obsidian!" A matron immediately tried to dissuade her. "The Overlord has said the obsidian must never be used lightly, and at this distance we too would be erased along with them. To destroy the enemy and clear away every obstacle, I cannot afford to worry about that. The genetic codes and the portal schematics are already in the Overlord's hands. Even if we are wiped out, the Overlord will avenge us. If my death can annihilate that blasted council, it will have been worth it." Just as a Catalan was howling in fury, Zhang Fan's voice suddenly materialized in her mind, somber, steeped in killing intent. "A Catalan, if you yearn for death, I will satisfy you 10,000 times over." Zhang Fan's voice instantly cooled her agitation. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Overlord. Your previous battles must have been far too smooth. A mere setback like this and you are already ready to meet the enemy in mutual ruin. Is your wisdom truly no more than this?" "No. Overlord, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, Overlord. The Zerg fleet has already encircled them. But I will not order them to attack. If you wish to die, do it now. If you do not, then obliterate them with your own power, for me." A Catalan answered with unwavering resolve, "This subordinate shall make them witness the true might of the Zerg." Xu Shao looked at Zhang Fan with astonishment and asked, "Lord, are we really not going to attack? The Zerg's campaign so far has been far too smooth. None of you matriarchs have ever faced life and death desperation.
What I need are not puppets but assistants capable of standing on their own. Shu Sha fell into deep contemplation, silent now, for only at this moment did she begin to gradually understand the Lord's thoughts.
The battle at Philindel continued relentlessly.
On the ground the Zerg forces led by Beast God General Duxi grew increasingly scarce while Gom's warriors multiplied.
Duxi gazed skyward and roared at Catalan, "What are you doing? Why is there no reinforcement? I am occupied at the moment."
The final batch of Zerg reinforcements has been deployed and the Lord's forces have already arrived. Hold the ground and stall them, that alone constitutes victory. Duxi perceived a Catalan's emotions, a complex and contradictory state composed yet tinged with panic, torn between holding the line and launching a desperate counteroffensive. But Duxi cared little for such nuances. He only needed to know the Lord had arrived. Victory was now within reach.
That alone was enough. Duxi unleashed another furious cry and thousands of Zerg felt his will course through them, driving them into frenzy. Those once wounded and fallen began rising to their feet. Fight! Fight! Fight!
The Zerg never surrender. The swarm rallied once more for a fresh charge with Duxi at the forefront. Suddenly Komodo sensed the Zerg's wrath, a terrifying anger crashing over her, causing even the wielder of a demigod exosuit to shudder involuntarily. Yet she feared nothing. She roared for the splendid assembly for Philindel.
Heartened by her cry, Gom's warriors charged into the Zerg horde. There were no elegant maneuvers, only brutal clashes of flesh against chitin.
The Zerg's ferocity met Gom's martial prowess and the entire battlefield became an infernal slaughterhouse.
Artillery thundered and sword flashes lit the sky, the very earth trembling beneath the onslaught.
Gom's crimson blood mingled with the Zerg's virulent green ichor. Ironically, from above this blood-soaked earth appeared as a serene garden of emerald grass and crimson blossoms. Duxi and Komodo collided, the shockwave from their massive pincers and violet energy spear hurling them apart.
Tail strikes, energy shields, sweeping spears crushing pincers, their duel transcended mortal participation.
Growing impatient at his inability to breach her defenses, Duxi fumed.
Komodo, though exhausted, saw her soldiers systematically eliminating the remaining Zerg.
Victory was within her grasp, she merely needed to hold this monster until the swarm was destroyed.
Surveying the battlefield, Duxi knew that if reinforcements failed to arrive, this engagement would end in utter defeat.
Of the original 1,000-strong force, fewer than 200 remained. Unless he subdued Komodo, the battle would conclude swiftly.
Duxi steeled himself and let out a mighty roar.
In an instant he split in two. Two identical Duxis appeared on either side of Komodo. Komodo gasped, clone techniques of the Lankans.
How is this possible? There was no time to ponder such questions nor anyone to answer.
One Duxi had already matched her in combat, two were far beyond her capacity to handle. Witnessing Komodo's disadvantage, the Gom Legion commander saw the Zerg forces crumbling. He immediately led his guard squad toward her to provide relief.
Suddenly,
a white figure materialized before them, blocking their path. A Zerg warrior clad entirely in white, its carapace bristling with spikes and arms like curved scythes emitted laughter like silver bells.
He. This is a contest between warriors, not something you lesser soldiers may interrupt. The Legion commander bellowed, "Who are you?" He. I fear I neglected my introduction. I am Baishue, one of the 12 beast god generals of the Zerg. The Legion commander raised his energy blade only to find his right arm utterly lifeless. Moments later his hand slid from his arm. He. You are far too slow. A flash of white light passed. Before the Legion commander could react, his elite guards lay decapitated around him, blood spraying like fountains. Baishue stood before him, still a smile upon her face. He. The Lord has declared that all of you must die. At a single melodic cry from Baishue, tens of thousands of Zerg erupted from the earth. The Gom warriors, whose victory had seemed so imminent, froze in horror. Below their feet, beside them, all were Zerg. He. Farewell. A flash of white light passed. That was the last sight the Legion commander would ever witness. Baishue spread her wings and hovered silently above, observing the clash between Duxi and Komodo. Yet there was no intention to intervene. The Zerg fleet began deploying ground forces en masse, and the tide of battle reversed in an instant. Though Gom's warriors possessed peerless martial skill, even the mightiest tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, and they faced a swarm far more ruthless and frenzied than any wolf pack. Confronted by two Duxis, Komodo was immediately overwhelmed. Within moments her body was drenched in blood. Komodo hastily leaped from the fray, only to discover the Zerg horde had already engulfed the Gommed ground forces. She called for air support but received no response whatsoever. Gazing skyward, she watched countless cruisers and assembly fighters plummet from the heavens. She did not know what had transpired, but one thing was certain: they had lost this battle. Komodo planted her spear before her chest and a faint blue luminescence began to pulse across her demigod exosuit.
Glaring fiercely at Duxie, she screamed, "Even in death I will drag you all to hell with me." Duxie leaped to intercept her, but suddenly darkness clouded his vision. His thoughts grew disordered, his body unresponsive. He knew this was the aftereffect of his clone technique. 30 seconds of paralysis, too long to prevent Kamuto's act.
Kamuto's demigod exosuit began to decompose, joints crackling with intense electrical discharge.
A powerful energy field surrounded her.
Whatever she intended, it had to be stopped, else the consequences would be catastrophic.
Are you attempting self-destruction? Baishue had somehow materialized within Kamuto's energy field. Kamuto stared in shock at Baishue and accelerated her self-destruct sequence. Alas, the energy gathering proved too sluggish in Baishue's eyes. Her curved blade pierced through Kamuto's exosuit and Baishue's hooked claws extracted the energy core. Smiling down at the lifeless Kamuto, Baishue murmured, "You were still too slow." Above Philendel, 100,000 Imperial-class vessels encircled the entire Assembly strategic assault force in a sphere.
Those trapped within the encirclement could hardly believe what their eyes beheld.
A few Imperial-class ships matching their own dreadnoughts they could accept, dozens they could comprehend. But 100,000 Imperial-class ships before them, even beings of biological and mechanical hybrid nature, could not fathom. Where did this army come from?
Yet that was no longer the point.
The crux was,
the splendid interstellar assembly had provoken and force utterly beyond their ability to resist.
Aboard the Zerg flagship, Zhang Fan regarded a Catalan and Ducia who knelt before him and teased, "How did the two of you find this battle?" A Catalan kept his head lowered in silence, but Ducia bellowed, exhilarating, "It's just that my clone's duration was too short." In the end it was Baishue who saved the day. Seeing Zhang Fan glaring at him, Ducia, though still wanting to speak, could only force his words back. Zhang Fan said with a touch of irritation, "The Zerg are invincible and ever triumphant. You matriarchs must anticipate the tide of battle and make the most effective judgments, not resort to mutual destruction at every turn.
Otherwise I might as well implant the black obsidian inside your bodies."
None of the Zerg dared to utter a sound.
Standing to one side, Kuei remarked, "Like father, like son. Go off and play somewhere else then."
Kuei laughed heartily. "Sovereign, the Zerg have no systematic governance.
They act entirely according to their own temperaments. Who can you blame for that?
Is it not your own fault?" Zhang Fan wanted to retort, but found that anything he said before Kuei would sound like mere sophistry.
"Fine, you win.
You make the arrangements for our Zerg."
"Very well.
Divide them into 6 groups, each with 1 matriarch and 2 beast god generals and 10,000 Emperor-class warships per group.
The rest shall remain under the sovereign's banner."
Kuei looked at Shu Sha and continued, "The brood mother holds absolute authority within the group and the beast god generals obey the matriarch's arrangements. The matriarchs of all 6 groups shall be commanded by Shu Sha, and you sovereign need only command Shu Sha."
Kuei returned to Zhang Fan's side with a smile. "As for you, sovereign, all you need to do is set the grand strategic direction.
Only then will the Zerg have room to grow. Otherwise, with everyone's eyes fixed on you, you only end up constraining their thinking.
Hence, today's situation has come to pass. Everything you say is correct.
Then why not let Shu Sha devour you? If she possessed genes as brilliant as yours, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble." Shu Sha stared at Kuei with ill intent, but Kuei said calmly, "Today is not yet my day of death."
"Fine, when it is let me know in advance."
Kuei cast a profoundly meaningful glance at Zhang Fan, then said no more. In the Parliament Hall of the Jinsho Galaxy, Nord, an elder of the Genyud Council, looked deeply worried.
"Why has Cam Duo been gone for so long without returning?" Josang, an elder of the NATO Council, said there should be no problem.
With 3 strategic groups, annihilating the Zerg fleet would be a trivial matter, let alone rescuing Felendel.
Cindersun, an elder of the Wade Council, pondered for a moment before speaking. "Let us not be too optimistic.
By now the 3 strategic groups should have reported the battle situation long ago.
Yet there has been no news at all. I have an ominous premonition." Josang smiled.
"You are both geniuses of mechanical engineering, yet you believe in something as intangible as premonitions."
Nord suddenly rose to his feet and cried out, "I have detected that Kamdua's demigod bioarmor activated its self-destruct sequence half an hour ago."
"What?"
Josang and Cindersun shouted almost in unison.
Nord was stunned for a moment. After collecting himself, he said with a bewildered expression, "The self-destruct sequence was aborted at the very last moment."
Cindersun quickly said perhaps he encountered a worthy opponent.
"But the termination of the sequence suggests perhaps the crisis has been resolved." Josang, however, added, "Or perhaps Cam Duo has already been taken care of."
Hearing this, Nord roared, "Impossible. Cam Duo is a man who possesses demigod bioarmor. Don't get excited.
I was merely saying that, after all, Cam Duo has never activated his self-destruct sequence before. The more Jasang explained, the more anxious Nord became. He was just about to contact Cam Duo when a guard burst into the council chamber shouting enemy.
The enemy's fleet.
The three stared at the guard in astonishment.
Jasang asked sharply, what enemy? Speak clearly. The guard hardly knew how to answer. He steadied himself, took a deep breath and said, an alien fleet. Approximately 100,000. 100,000 Dreadnought-class warships. The three drew in cold breaths. 100,000 Dreadnought-class warships, a number utterly beyond imagination. The entire council's combined strength amounted to no more than 300 Dreadnought-class warships. To confront such a force was nothing short of an absurd fantasy. Did you mishear? 100,000. Jasang could hardly believe his ears. The guard hastily explained, I came to report only after confirming it again and again.
It is the conclusion reached by the Wade Council's mechanical central brain through rigorous calculations.
Jasang slumped helplessly into his council seat.
He could not imagine how they might resist these 100,000 Dreadnought-class warships. This was an advanced civilization wholly beyond their capacity to contend with. They had truly stumbled into a colossal catastrophe.
All fleets patrolling across the star systems were immediately recalled to Jinsho Star, where the council was headquartered. Hundreds of council members convened an emergency session to debate the question of war or submission. The voices calling for submission far outnumbered those demanding a fight to the death. The war faction knew the final outcome well enough, they merely refused to relinquish the integrity befitting warriors. When the council fleet transmitted back live footage, the entire parliament hall fell into dead silence. Stunned and wide-eyed, the council members stared at the dense, overwhelming array of Zerg Emperor-class warships on the great screen and remained wordless for a long time, for they could no longer find words to describe the situation. At that moment, a mechanical secretary switched the display back to the council emblem and announced the alien fleet has halted approximately 100 light-years from Jinsho Star. They have dispatched a small warship which is now making its way toward Jinsho Star. May I ask, what is your decision? The hall silent just a moment before immediately erupted into a clamorous uproar. The voices of the peace faction overwhelmed those of the war faction. Though the war faction possessed the will to fight, even they were rendered powerless at the sight of that colossal fleet. Doria the matriarch slowly descended from the Super Six Eyes. The heavy thuds of her 6 feet against the metal landing pad sent a spine-chilling dread through all who heard it. Jasang the elder of the NATO Council welcomed her with a beaming smile. To Doria, this Jasang, clad in a resplendent white robe with 4 eyes and a frog-like mouth, was rather nauseating when he smiled. Doria asked in fluent Lanka, those of you who supported Felindel should surely understand the Lanka tongue, yes? Jasang quickly replied in Lanka, of course, of course. Doria glanced around, then asked, are we to talk here? No, no, no. Please come inside. Please. Jasang immediately led the way for Doria, with Cindersun following closely behind and a squad of fully armed mechanical guards trailing at the rear. Doria suddenly stopped, looked back at the squad of mechanical guards and smiled. Members of the Jinsho Council, no need to be so tense. I am only one person. But if it truly came to a fight, these lifeless soldiers of yours would hardly be sufficient. Cindersun caught the implication in Doria's words, hastily ordered the mechanical guards to withdraw and laughed, my apologies. They were merely an honor guard, not a combat force. Ha ha ha. We Zerg do have some understanding of the machine race, even though the mechanical technologies differ. Cindersun's expression remained unchanged, but the shock within him was utterly indescribable. There was actually an alien who understood mechanical technology, and from the sound of it there were different technological paths for machines as well. Upon reaching the Parliament Hall, Doria introduced herself, I am Doria, matriarch of the Zerg. Jasang hastened to introduce himself, I am. But before he could finish, Doria cut him off. I have no interest in who you are. I did not come here to negotiate peace with you, I came to accept your surrender. Doria's single phrase, I accept your surrender, instantly threw the council chamber into an uproar. Peace talks were conducted on an equal footing, but surrender was an entirely different matter. The 3 races of the Jinsho Star System Council considered themselves a highly advanced civilization. For thousands of years they had never invaded any planet, they had only observed and protected the development of planetary civilizations. Never could they have imagined that their first contact with a civilization from beyond their star system would be a race so powerful that resistance was utterly impossible, and even less could they have imagined that this barbaric race had no intention whatsoever of holding peace talks. A Gemu general roared at Doria, if it is war you want, then war it is, there is no surrender. Doria swept her compound eyes around and smiled. Do you have the right to talk about battle with us? It was you who first invaded Frandel. We only wanted to drive you away, but you attacked without provocation. Was it wrong for us to send a fleet to save Frandel? What right do you have to make us surrender? Doria's terrifying laughter echoed through the council chamber. Absurd. Ha ha ha. Ignorant. She then said coldly, strength, that is what gives us the right. That one sentence plunged the entire council chamber into dead silence. 100,000 dreadnought-class warships were stationed not far away.
Such strength was more than 10 Jinsho star systems could ever hope to match.
Jiesong lowered his head. Envoy Doria, what exactly do your conditions require of us? First, hand over all your bio-boosted armor and its technology. Second, all Bioroid technical units shall belong to our Zerg. Third, all your dreadnought-class warships shall be turned over to the Zerg. These three conditions immediately met with Nord's opposition.
In his view, the bio-boosted armor technology could never be given to the Zerg. It was the very foundation of the Gemyud people's existence in the universe.
Zindison found it strange though.
The Zerg had not mentioned robot technology at all.
Did they not take a liking to it?
He did not know whether to feel relieved or.
Jiesong also frowned deeply. The Bioroid troops and the Dreadnought-class warships, these three conditions would strip the Jinsho star system of nearly two-thirds of its strength. Nord glared at Doria. You have gone too far.
If that is the case, then we Gemyud refuse to hold peace talks. All the Gemyud councillors shouted their refusal to negotiate, and many Nodwa councillors echoed them. Only the Wade councillors remained silent.
Doria paid no attention to the clamor of the councillors below. She asked coldly, the Gemyud homeworld is that one, isn't it?
On the council's large screen a real-time image suddenly appeared. 10,000 Emperor-class warships had already locked onto the Gemyud homeworld Kapu star. In that instant, the Gemyud councillors, who had been burning with righteous indignation just moments before, instantly wilted. They did not dare make another sound. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Doria suddenly roared, listen to me and remember. I will say it one last time, we are not here for peace talks. We are here to accept surrender. Surrender or die. Nord hung his head low. Jiesong hurriedly said, Great Envoy Doria, calm down, please calm down.
Doria asked, what do you have to say?
Every word from Doria carried menace and thick killing intent. Jiesong and Zindison exchanged a glance, then knelt on one knee in salute and said, we are willing to surrender. With his allies already kneeling, a lone pillar could hardly hold, and now the guns were aimed directly at his own homeworld. Nord could only kneel on one knee as well and mutter, the Gemyud are willing to surrender.
Doria's tone softened. Very well. Since you have surrendered, you are now members of the Zerg.
Consider the three conditions as compensation for our losses. Though many grievances remained in their hearts, no one dared to say another word. Doria stepped to the front of the council and addressed everyone. Our Zerg race is also a peace-loving race. Since you are now members of the Zerg, we will share biological technology with you, and from today onward the Zerg will protect the Jinsho star system.
The entire council chamber could hardly believe their ears.
The moment they saw the council elders kneel, they had already begun imagining their future slaves, laborers, experimental subjects, every tragic fate they could think of. What they had not imagined was that the Zerg would willingly share biological technology and protect the Jinsho star system.
Jiesong asked in astonishment, Envoy Doria, is what you said true?
Of course.
Unless you do not wish it. Jiesong waved his hands again and again. No, how could that be?
With the mighty Zerg protecting us, the Jinsho star system will flourish all the more.
Nord said nothing.
He did not believe that the Zerg, having so ostentatiously demanded their surrender, had done so for the sake of peace. There must be some ulterior purpose hidden behind it all. He simply had not yet figured it out. The Jinsho Star System Council, having reached the surrender agreement with the Zerg, immediately began the transfer of the Dreadnought-class warships. A new entry was also written into the Bioroid's programming: do not harm the Zerg, do not stand by while the Zerg are harmed, and obey Zerg commands. Zhang Fan for his part ordered the Zerg Mother Research Project to begin modifying the bio-boosted armor. This armor could completely replace the old organic armor. What surprised Zhang Fan most was that the bio-boosted armor was also a living organism.
That meant that by altering the gene sequence of the bio-boosted armor and adding enhanced metabolism, the armor could gain self-repair abilities. With the Zerg carapace coupled with the bio-boosted armor, the Zerg's defenses would rise to yet another level. Until a better gene sequence could be obtained, the Nodwa people's Bioroid technology filled the awkward gap left by the Zerg's shortage of tactical units. As for the Wade people's mechanical forces, Zhang Fan did not think much of them. After all, the Lila race's robots and Negang's mechanical lifeforms were considerably more advanced.
However, Wade robot technology solved a major engineering problem: the construction of the portal seized from Frandel. As for the resistance on Frandel, the Zerg army had searched virtually every inch of the land without finding a trace of them. Since the second battle with the Jinsho Star System Council, they had never appeared again. Zhang Fan wanted to return to Second Earth as soon as possible to see how humanity was developing. After leaving his Zerg army to continue the search, he did not pay them much more attention.
The Wade robot's outstanding performance in engineering was displayed to its fullest in the construction of the portal.
A portal that according to the Lanka design would have taken 10 years to build took the robots only 2 short months to complete. The structure of the Jinshio Star System Council was entirely transformed by the arrival of the Zerg. The 3 races which had once shared equal prosperity were deliberately or unintentionally rearranged by the Zerg, and the Manhwa became the second seat in the council after the Zerg. The Gemyid people forbidden to use bio-boosted armor saw a drastic decline in their combat power and could only serve as auxiliary biotechnology researchers. Still, what they gained from the Zerg, whose biotechnology was vastly superior to theirs, was no less valuable than the bio-boosted armor, so they managed to get by.
The worst off were the Wade.
The Zerg placed no value whatsoever on their mechanical engineering technology, restricting them from developing and manufacturing engineering robots and completely banning the creation of combat robots.
As a result, the Wade became the lowest status members of the council.
Though they harbored plenty of resentment, they did not hate the Zerg. What they utterly hated were the Gemyid and the Manhwa who had betrayed them. As the teleportation gate was completed, gazed at the steel archway 1300 meters high and 600 meters wide, suspended in the void of space.
So small. Even the Diwan cannot pass through. Are you planning to teleport back only the Du Feng? Facing Zhang Fan's question, Jie Sang and Nuo dared not answer.
Zindison, the principal builder of the gate, could only force a reply as all eyes fixed on him. In Philandel's blueprints, this is already the largest teleportation gate, and the energy required is immense. Bigger would make the energy transfer exceedingly unstable. You boast of being an advanced civilization, yet you cannot forge a better gate. Know that this is crafted by what you call lower intelligent beings, the blue card people.
Every craft has its specialty. Their teleportation gate technology is indeed above ours.
Those within Philandel's resistance may have someone who can manufacture a larger gate. We bugs have wiped out others' planets, and you still expect them to help us build a gate?
Probably not easy to persuade, is it?
Shusha, standing behind Zhang Fan, smiled.
I think the Council of the Jinshio Galaxy should have the means.
Which of you 3 can persuade the blue card people to help design and manufacture a large teleportation gate?
The Jinshio Galaxy will be entrusted to the one who succeeds.
Nord looked indifferent. Without their armored exosuits, their soldiers had nearly become biologists. Jie Sang and Zindison were quite different, and they glowered at each other, each already reading the other's mind. Jie Sang hastily said, I am willing to go to Philandel to persuade them in person.
Zindison sneered, will you really be able to find them there?
He bowed to Zhang Fan and saluted. We, the Wade people, have recently developed a detection automaton originally designed to locate the dark ore that provides energy for the gate.
With slight modification, it could be used to detect the blue card people's location.
Zhang Fan immediately replied, leave this matter to you to handle. Back on the Zerg flagship, Kuwei smiled at Zhang Fan. Master's methods of toying with minds do have a certain artistry. Are you digging into the dark side of the human heart?
You're overthinking.
Really? Quiet. Let's go study the modifications to the progenitor. You can offer your opinions in those places better than anywhere else.
Master, you should be careful. Cleverness often boomerangs.
I really want Shusha to swallow you whole. She has your wisdom, but she won't argue with me, and I'll be far more at ease.
Kuwei turned away with a smile, leaving only you won't be able to do it for now. You know it's only temporary. Zindison indeed did not disappoint Zhang Fan. In just a few days he had uprooted Philandel's resistance one by one.
The blue card people cooperated more than expected, agreeing to help the insect race design a large teleportation gate on the condition that all insects depart Philandel. Philandel would be free from any race's control. No race may interfere with Philandel's development, and no hidden technology would be surrendered. These conditions are not a problem for me at all. I admire the blue card people's unyielding spirit.
This is what you deserve.
Zhang Fan's words drew a glance from Kuwei, but this time he did not speak, simply standing aside in silence. The teleportation gates redesigned under the blue card people's guidance carried no volume limit. Instead, 2 teleportation pillars were installed inside the hull and would be launched when needed. The pillars would form a spatial rift in front of the hull, but the only problem was that the pillars were consumables, and equipping energy on the scale of 100,000 Daiwangs was unimaginable. Wade robotic mining teams had nearly stripped 2 ore-rich planets of black ore, barely enough to power the teleportation pillars for 100,000 Dwang ships. Yet this would make it a one-way teleportation, which Zhang Fan obviously did not want, effectively saving about 180 years of conquest. Regarding energy, after thousands of years of study, our blue card people have found only the energy of black ore to be the most stable.
There may be substitutes, but we have not yet discovered them.
Zhang Fan suddenly thought of the Krami Pearl, the commission to annihilate the Nine-Cloud Galaxy.
This tiny pearl contains stellar power, and its stability he believes should be far more reliable than black ore.
This pearl holds stellar power. Shusha will teach you how to use it. Go study it, and while ensuring the teleportation gate's safety, I want you to finish as soon as possible. Luo cupped the pearl, its rainbow glowing surface. He could hardly believe such a small pearl possessed stellar power. From his astonished expression, Zhang Fan could tell that he himself had looked no different at that moment.
With the Chromie Pearl powering the energy supply, the pillars finally approached perfection. The farthest range could reach 5 million light-years. Recharging the pillars would take 20 minutes, meaning that in under an hour Zhang Fan's insect army could return to second Earth. Long-range teleportation, short-range warp. The insect race advances along its cosmic voyage. Now there are only 2 obstacles before Zhang Fan: the Western Realm Emperor and Earth's coordinates. 10 leading Diwang ships opened the teleport gates, 10 rainbow light screens painting a stunning panorama in space. Zhang Fan watched the Vanguard Diwang glide into the gate from the flagship, his heart swelling with exhilaration. When the 10 Diwang disappeared, Zhang Fan turned to Luo-se, the Blue Card's chief teleportation designer. "Thank you." Luo-se did not know how to answer this demon who had nearly destroyed his own planet. He said nothing, turned away, and did not accept Zhang Fan's gratitude. Noya tried to rush forward, but Xu Sha grabbed her arm. "Don't act rashly. If you kill him, the master will surely not spare you." "But he is too arrogant." "Ha, he has the right to be arrogant, and those advanced races do not." Xu Sha looked at Jiesang and the others who were fawning and bowing. Zhang Fan turned to Zindasan and said, "Earlier I promised you as the galaxy's administrator, Matriarch Radoya will stay to assist you. 1,000,000 bio-soldier troops will be teleported to you each month on time. I authorize you to manufacture combat androids to safeguard the Jinshou galaxy." Zindasan hurriedly thanked them. Wade technology would no longer be used only for mining. Those who once called themselves miners would bow at the Wade people's feet. From a distance on the Jinshou galaxy flagship, Kuei laughed. "Wade people. Such a foolish race, thinking a slave with a whip makes him master. How ignorant. Ha ha ha, you see clearly enough. Keep your wisdom to teach the humans of second Earth. Here is a blank sheet for you to write on. I wonder if you can sketch me a brilliant world for Jinshou." Kuei nodded. "I look forward to meeting the lone light in the darkness." Zhang Fan, commanding 100,000 Zerg Emperors, was rapidly teleporting back to second Earth using the portal technology plundered from Ferandel. "Master, the coordinates of second Earth are locked. The teleportation charge will be completed within 15 minutes. Suddenly a Golden Frog trade vessel appeared before the Zerg. The visitor was none other than Boss Jean of the Golden Frog trading fleet. The moment Boss Jean, with his frog face and stout build, stepped into Zhang Fan's command room, he exclaimed, "Sovereign, you're back. Wonderful. I've missed you so much." Zhang Fan teased Boss Jean, "You're not here for me, are you? You're here for my Zerg's emperors." No, Sovereign, you must be joking. With you here, would I ever be short of emperors?" "Ha ha, Boss Jean, to think you've come all the way here. You weren't deliberately searching for me, were you?" After a moment's hesitation, Boss Jean said, "I had originally gone to negotiate the acquisition of a planet when I spotted an enormous fleet. Curiosity got the better of me and I came over for a look. Little did I imagine I'd find the Sovereign returning from the Joyun star system with such a triumphant victory. What a marvelous coincidence." Knowing full well Boss Jin's cunning and slippery nature, Zhang Fan deliberately said, "Oh. To help Princess Duomina wipe out the Joyun star system, I haven't been back for several hundred years. Our Zerg are heading home first to have a look. You go about your business, Boss Jean. When you're free, come sit in our Zerg territory." After saying that, Zhang Fan paid him no further attention while Xu Cha stepped forward, making it clear that it was time to see the guest out. Boss Jean hastily said, "Sovereign, here's the thing, the price for that planet has been settled, but the natives are too ferocious. I'd like to ask you to do me a favor." "Boss Jean, have you found the star chart I gave you?" "I helped you plenty in front of Majuok and Princess Duomina, yet my unrequited investment has yielded no return." "You're asking for another favor, that's hardly fair, don't you think?" Hearing this, Boss Jean hastily said, "Sovereign, you're underestimating me. Every bit of profit I've earned has been poured back into the Zerg territory. High-grade plasma barriers, 120,000 arcane energy cannons, 5,000 Sparrow-class patrol ships, 16 million intelligent defense space mines, and 3 million mercenaries are all patrolling the outer reaches of Zerg space." "Oh. From the sound of it, Boss Jean has sunk a fortune into my Zerg. Sovereign, though I'm a merchant, I know how to repay kindness. Without your words back then that all the Zerg emperors would be my responsibility, I wouldn't have come this far." Zhang Fan patted Boss Jean on the shoulder and laughed, all right. You're a merchant who knows loyalty. Tell me, what do you need?" "I'd like the Zerg to help me win a competition," said Boss Jean. "A competition? The Zerg are good at fighting, but a competition?" Zhang Fan replied. "A slaughter competition then?" Zhang Fan asked. Boss Jean hastily waved his hands. No, they must not be destroyed. The Biao people will only submit to those who can best them in their games. They will never yield to aggressors. And they can produce high-purity argon gold that's truly valuable." Seeing Zhang Fan staring at him blankly, Boss Jean continued, "High-purity argon gold is an essential material for manufacturing S-class stellar motherships, and it commands a high price in the Eastern Universe. Don't the people of the Eastern Universe come over to plunder? How civil of them. Boss Jean shook his head. It's not that they don't want to. It's just that this is Western Universe territory. The powers of the Western Universe prey upon one another and the great emperor of the Western realm rarely interferes. But if outsiders come, that's hardly appropriate. Family members can fight however they like, but outsiders shouldn't even think of butting in, right? Ha ha, exactly. You have a way with words, sovereign. Tell me, what's this competition all about?
According to Boss Jin's introduction, Zhang Fan roughly figured out the gist of it.
The Biao races competition was somewhat like Earth's arena battles. Each participating trade delegation would send 3 people and the victorious side would defend the arena, accepting all challengers. The contest involved 3 categories: forging skill, intellect, and combat prowess.
The defending champion only needed to hold out till the end in a single category to win, whereas a challenger had to best the champion in all 3 to claim victory. Zhang Fan joked, "I have some confidence in our combat strength, but the other 2 aren't where the Zerg excel."
Boss Jean quickly said, "The matriarch's wisdom is more than enough to crush those people. Sovereign, you mustn't be modest."
Ha ha ha, Boss Jean, you certainly know how to work that abacus.
Alright, considering how much you've done for the Zerg territory, I suppose the Zerg can give it a try. Boss Jean burst out laughing. Chatting with the sovereign is always a delight.
You only ever mention favors, never rewards. I, Jean, would never take advantage of a friend. After this is done, you and I will split the profit 60-40. Zhang Fan glanced at Shu Cha and said, "Lead our forces back to the Zerg star domain."
I'll go accompany Boss Jean for some fun.
Shu Cha clapped her hands and a green matriarch with 4 tentacles on her head and a body like a standing mantis entered the command room. Shu Cha introduced she as a new intelligent matriarch forged by fusing an ancestral evolution form with a matriarch. "I hope she can assist you, sovereign."
Zhang Fan looked her over from head to toe and asked, "What is your name?" The intelligent matriarch bowed respectfully and replied, "Niashisi." "Boss Jean, you're quite lucky."
This intelligent matriarch seems even more formidable than Shu Cha and the others. She should be more than enough to satisfy you. Zhang Fan swept his gaze over the 12 beast god generals, pointed at the smallest one, Lian Yu, and said, "Lian Yu, come along with me for some fun."
Nuaya immediately jumped out. "I'm going too. I want to guard the sovereign." "Tisk, you just want to play. Guard me. Do I need your protection?" Shu Cha quickly interjected, "Sovereign, you'd better take her.
When she's bored, she only creates trouble for me."
Zhang Fan laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, fine fine. You little rascal, even Shu Cha doesn't want you. Come with me then. But without my permission you're not allowed to kill anyone." Nuaya smiled. I know.
Then Zhang Fan asked Boss Jean, "Don't count on the Zerg for forging." Boss Jean said with a hint of pride, "For forging I've already paid a hefty price to secure Sha Duke, a forging genius. Together with the Zerg I have every confidence this competition is a sure win." The Zerg army under Shu Cha's lead continued back toward the Zerg star domain while Zhang Fan set out with a single emperor toward the Biao people's planet, Bobokar.
As the emperor approached Bobokar, a small warship interwoven with blue and silver immediately flew up to meet it. "Are you all here to take part in the Biao Grand Tournament?"
Boss Jean hurriedly sent over the invitation.
Moments later the other party answered, "Participants should board the Biao greeting vessel.
Your spacecraft should be docked at Zhuishuan Sanxing." The instant Zhang Fan stepped onto the Biao greeting vessel he felt a surge of refreshment in his heart. The interior was decorated in a supremely simple yet soothing style. A faint fragrance of flowers drifted through the air, causing every Zerg present to feel a jolt as if the strength in their bodies was surging forth. Zhang Fan asked curiously, "What fragrance is this?" A blue spherical Biao native about 1 meter tall and round and plump immediately bounced over to Zhang Fan and asked, "Is everyone feeling unwell?"
"I'll turn it off right away." No, I actually like this scent. I just wanted to know what it is." The Biao native's eye squinted into slits from smiling and he said proudly, "Crimson Lotus, a specialty of our Bobokara planet."
Zhang Fan nodded to himself. He glanced at Niashisi, who nodded back in immediate understanding, apparently realizing what he intended to do. The moment he set foot on the planet Bobokara, Zhang Fan felt his mind clear and his spirits lift. The colors around him seemed extraordinarily vivid, as if he had wandered into a dreamlike haze. The ground was unlike that of the other planets he had encountered. It felt soft and spongy underfoot, yet the insect race's spiked claws could not easily pierce it, as strange and wonderful as jelly. Zhang Fan asked Boss Jean curiously, "What is this ground made of?"
Boss Jean immediately smiled and said, "This is Gadwa mud. There are quite a few planets in the universe with this kind of mud.
It has a special property: when struck it hardens into steel. It is excellent defensive material, but it is difficult to mine and its performance is inferior to all kinds of alloys, so not many people use it." Zhang Fan said no more, but Niashisi committed the name of this mud Gadwa to memory.
Nuya suddenly spread her wings and hovered in midair.
This place is disgusting, all soft and wobbly.
I'd rather fly.
Zhang Fan ignored her. Turning to the sickle weasel, less than a meter tall covered in hooked barbs with a flat body and a round head, he said, when you step into the arena later, stay steady.
Don't. Oh my. Who is this? Isn't this Boss Jean?
A figure suddenly appeared beside Zhang Fan, dressed in a style similar to Boss Jean's, with a crocodilian face and a huge fin on his back. As he passed Zhang Fan, who stood more than half a body taller than him, he cast a contemptuous sidelong glance at the sickle weasel. He sneered, so these are the contestants Boss Jean sent.
They're not much, are they?
Boss Jean shot him a glare.
You're a stubborn ghost, Jejulai. Didn't last time teach you enough? Back for more trouble. Jejulai laughed loudly at that. Last time you were just lucky. This time I've spent a fortune to hire the strongest warrior in the universe, Lord Sualawa. Boss Jin's frog-like mouth looked as if it could hold a basin. You actually managed to hire Sualawa. You truly bled for this.
Of course. Since you've asked, I'll tell you, demand for argon gold in the Eastern universe has skyrocketed.
This time I am determined to secure the agency rights. In this tournament you won't have even the slightest chance.
Seeing that Boss Jin's mouth still had not closed, Jejulai smiled and swaggered toward the VIP seats with an arrogant, unstoppable stride. Zhang Fan asked curiously, why were you so shocked when you heard the name Sualawa? Boss Jin hurriedly pushed his jaw shut with his hands and said grimly, alas.
Sualawa. Sualawa.
How could he possibly have hired Sualawa?
What the hell? I'm asking you a question.
Hearing the slight irritation in Zhang Fan's voice, Boss Jin quickly said, oh, I spaced out.
Sorry. Sualawa is one of the finest warriors in the Western universe.
Not only are his combat skills astonishing, he also has two extraordinarily powerful weapons, the Sualawa shield and the Sualawa sword. These two weapons were given to him by the great emperor of the Western realm, and they unite offense and defense into an airtight whole. Zhang Fan glanced at the sickle weasel and said, come on, let's head back. Seeing Zhang Fan turn to leave, Boss Jin hurriedly said, no, Sovereign, you can't go. If he's already so airtight, what are we staying here for?
Boss Jin said awkwardly, Sualawa really is formidable. Zhang Fan immediately laughed. I'm just joking with you, why are you so nervous? Let's go. I also want to see just how strong a Western universe powerhouse can be. Everyone followed Boss Jin into the VIP room. Before long, a Biao attendant came in and said directly, contestants, please follow me. After Niashisi and the sickle weasel left with the attendant, Zhang Fan looked around and said, Boss Jin, didn't you mention a forging master? What was his name? Where is he? Where is he? Boss Jin quickly said, Shajuok. He has a strange temper and likes to be alone. At this moment he's probably already waiting in the arena. Boom. A dull thud. A golden-crowned Biao bounced into the center of the arena and shouted into an amplified microphone, this year's competition for argon gold mining rights is different from before. We will add a new segment. The crown-wearing Biao deliberately said nothing for a long while about what had been added. Seeing everyone staring at him with bated breath and his childlike vanity satisfied, he shouted in a loud, piercing voice, this year we will add a lucky draw. The audience did not cheer. Instead, what came from them was a collective sigh of relief. Zhang Fan looked oddly at Boss Jin, who was wiping cold sweat from his forehead. There's a lucky draw. Why aren't you all happy? Alas, Sovereign, you don't know the Biao clan. They love nothing more than mischief and never play by the rules. The extra segment last time was a hovercar race. Seeing that Zhang Fan was still mystified, Boss Jin sighed before explaining, they used their own vehicles, cars with no wheels. To put it plainly, they just handed you a steel plate and raced to see who could go faster. Ha, that's a refreshingly bizarre idea. The crown-wearing Biao continued, this time we are giving back to our customers, so the lottery prizes are also extremely generous. Let me just say the grand prize, 1 ton of argon gold. At that, the entire grandstand erupted in fervent applause and cheers. Even Boss Jin shouted in praise. Boss Jin promptly explained to Zhang Fan, argon gold is measured by the gram. 1 ton is the entire planet's output for 3 months. That alone is worth a lot of money. Zhang Fan suddenly shivered, something that had never happened since he became the sovereign of the insect race. He immediately said to Nuya through his consciousness, you should return to the insect realm and bring the army over. I suddenly have a bad feeling, as if something is watching me. Nuya scanned the surroundings but found nothing unusual. I want to protect the sovereign. Go back now. This feeling is growing stronger. If even I think it's dangerous, what use would you be here? After Nuya left, Zhang Fan's feeling grew even stronger. That skin-crawling sense of being watched was something he had not experienced in a very long time. Boss Jin noticed that Zhang Fan seemed uneasy and hurriedly asked, Sovereign, what's wrong? Nothing.
Maybe it's just the side effects of the teleportation portal. Boss Jean immediately sent 2 Durwala attendants to the trade ship to fetch some suitable potent restorative. Zhang Fan's gaze briefly intersected with a pair of piercing eyes and his heart trembled, but was a threat the threat of death. Zhang Fan wanted to see who it was, but he could no longer find those eyes and the feeling vanished at once. After steadying himself slightly, Zhang Fan asked Boss Jean, "Do you have any scanning equipment on your ship?"
"I sense an extremely powerful force here."
Boss Jean quickly replied yes, but the maximum detection value is only 1 million.
"There are many powerhouses here, so it probably won't be of much use." "That's enough. At least I'll be able to rule out some people." "Sovereign, what exactly is wrong?"
"You look."
"Oh, nothing serious. Maybe I'm just tired and a little oversensitive."
"That's good. Rest for a while, the match won't start for a little while yet." Zhang Fan closed his compound eyes and began to extend his consciousness, searching among the countless minds for that hidden killing intent. But he searched in vain.
That powerful aura was as if it had never appeared at all. The deeper it was hidden, the more dangerous it was. It is the unseen that terrifies most. Babalmo, the crown chieftain of the Baobiao tribe, thundered. The Baobiao tribe's Argongold mine agency competition commences.
Guarding the ring first is the defending champion Goodman from the Goodman Trade Alliance of the Eastern Universe along with his entire team. According to the Baobiao tribe's ranking system, the Spotted Toad Trading Company, represented by the insectoid race, came in 3rd place. Zhang Fan was not interested in the competition. His thoughts were consumed by those chilling eyes he had caught sight of. An attendant from the Spotted Toad Trading Company brought over an energy detector. After a series of calculations, Boss Jean said, "My lord, the power levels of these warriors all exceed the detector's range."
"The person you are seeking must be on the arena." Zhang Fan gave a slight nod. "Yes, I originally came here just to amuse myself, but it seems. Boss Jean, I need your help." "My lord, just give the order."
Zhang Fan whispered something into Boss Jin's ear and Boss Jean immediately left the VIP room. Standing in the VIP box, Zhang Fan scanned each person by the ring and said coldly, "A threat. It cannot be allowed to remain." The first attacking match began. A half-orc axe warrior challenged Tatanu, the defending champion known as the God of War from the previous term. Seeing the half-orc warrior's massive frame and elite equipment with a great axe mounted on 2 jet assist devices, everyone assumed this would be an exciting battle. But to everyone's surprise, before even 1 round had passed, the half-orc warrior was kicked off the arena. The crowd below wiped cold sweat from their foreheads. Tatanu roared next. Before Tatanu finished speaking, a half-giant warrior clad in silver armor carrying a long sword and a silver shield across his back leaped onto the arena. His sudden appearance drew gasps from the audience.
"Saluo! It's Saluo!
It truly is him, good heavens, he's actually competing.
He represents the Silver Crocodile Trading Group. Grigori must have everything writing on this, going so far as to invite Saluo."
"Now this match is interesting." Saluo glared at Tatanu and smiled.
"Will you step down on your own, or shall I kick you down?" Tatanu clearly seemed panicked. He glanced at his employer and Goodman fumed. "Fight him. If you die, I'll pay your family 10 times the burial compensation." Tatanu could only grit his teeth and swing his great hammer toward the 5-meter-tall half-giant Saluo. Saluo lightly sidestepped and delivered a kick to Tatanu's lower back. The blow looked gently at Tatanu, was sent flying 10 meters away and could never rise again. From the VIP seats, Zhang Fan stared at the half-giant, who was now receiving cheers from the audience, muttering to himself, "Could it be him?" Goodman cursed at the fallen Tatanu, then turned to the octopus-like being beside him. "Woa, we cannot lose in the test of wits. We must win. Rest assured, boss." Woa, the octopus man stepped onto the arena. On the Silver Crocodile Trading Group side, they sent forth a figure of medium build draped in a black cloak and wearing a silver mirrored mask. Babalmo, the Baobiao chieftain, saw both competitors in place and loudly proclaimed, "The wisdom competition begins. Listen well, a spaceship wishes to cross a space bridge 100 light-years long. However, halfway along the bridge lives a trickster who appears every half hour, sending back any ship within 30 light-years that attempts to cross. Since the ship can only travel 51 light-years in half an hour, how can it successfully traverse the bridge?" No sooner had the question been posed than the audience below began to ponder, while the 2 competitors on stage started calculating furiously. For a moment, absolute silence fell over the entire arena. Zhang Fan sneered. "A trickster. Just deceive him, why calculate?" 20 minutes passed and still no one answered. This surprised Zhang Fan. He even began to wonder if he had oversimplified it. These were the wisest minds among intelligent races standing on that stage. Finally, the figure in the black robe and mirrored mask pressed the buzzer. In a low voice he said, "When the spaceship reaches 50 light-years, turn around. When the trickster appears, he will perceive the ship as coming from the opposite direction and send it back, which is precisely what the ship needs to succeed."
A moment later the Baobiao chieftain announced the Silver Crocodile Trading Group wins again.
It seems Goodman's trade alliance has encountered a formidable opponent this time. Can they retain their agency rights?
Next up is the final competition, the Forging Challenge. Zhang Fan shook his head from the VIP box.
Good heavens, is that really a wisdom question?
It's nothing more than a brain teaser.
These people only just figured it out. Unbelievable.
The forging competition officially began.
Chieftain Babalmo took out 2 metallic spheres and handed one to each competitor.
He then declared this as Ross iron, one of the most difficult metals to forge with an extremely high melting point. You have 30 minutes to shape them exactly as required with 0 deviation.
Babalmo handed identical blueprints to both and activated a large screen displaying the countdown. Goodman's forger possessed 4 arms and 8 hands, each gripping a different forging tool.
In terms of speed, none from the Silver Crocodile side could compare. In contrast, the forger from the Silver Crocodile Trading Group was remarkably short, less than a meter tall, swinging an iron hammer with a leisurely rhythm that made it seem less like a competition and more like the crafting of a work of art. As Zhang Fan was speculating on who would claim victory, Boss Jean suddenly rushed in and said, "My lord, what you asked me to arrange has been completed."
Zhang Fan exhaled deeply. Then all is well.
Before that person reveals themselves, no one leaves this planet. Boss Jean asked blankly, "From your demeanor, my lord, do you intend to detain everyone on this world?"
"Yes. Not a single one escapes.
If worst comes to worst, we will simply destroy it." Boss Jean quickly intervened, "My lord, this goes beyond mere money now. Every trading conglomerate's boss is present here, each backed by numerous star systems. My lord, please do not act impulsively."
"I am not acting impulsively. They cannot leave anyway, so I will search methodically.
This planet does hold something I desire and I have no wish to destroy it.
But compared to that person, even if I must face the entire universe as my enemy, that person must be eliminated."
Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Boss Jean wiped the sweat from his brow. He couldn't understand. Zhang Fan had been with him all along.
Was he encountering an old enemy?
But how could he not recognize someone he had been with?
What deep hatred could drive someone to face the entire cosmos as an enemy?
Why search at all if recognition was impossible?
Boss Jean regretted helping Zhang Fan, but there was no turning back now.
The insectoid army had already arrived and everything rested on Zhang Fan's mood.
My lord. Perhaps we should return. I've reconsidered and the trading rights aren't so crucial after all."
Zhang Fan reassured him, "Fear not. I never act without thought.
I will find that person."
Shusha entered the VIP chamber, her killing intent so palpable that even Boss Jean could sense it. Zhang Fan immediately said, "Calm yourself. Release a few of the ancestors to stir up trouble openly.
I want to see exactly who was behind this." The competition for the agency rights to the Argon gold mines on Babokaristar was already in full swing.
Yet none of the participants realized that the starships parked on the outskirts had already been seized by the insectoid horde.
Led by the attendants of the Golden Frog Trading Group, the insectoids were inspecting every trading vessel one by one.
Bai Shui, one of the 12 beast god generals, stood aboard a Silver Crocodile trading vessel and smiled at the Silver Crocodile attendants who had raised their weapons in refusal.
"Accept the inspection peacefully and I guarantee you will remain unharmed.
Those who resist to the bitter end die." A white shadow swept past and every weapon in the hands of the Silver Crocodile attendants was slashed clean in two. The speed was impossible to follow with the naked eye. All they could do was lay down their arms and submit to the inspection. As the frog-faced adjutant passed the crocodile-mouthed adjutant, he leapt up and slapped him.
"Why so quiet now? Was the last lesson not enough? Have you finally had your fill this time?"
After saying this, he jumped up and slapped him again.
The crocodile-mouthed adjutant dared not show his anger and could only suppress his fury.
He cast a glance at Bai Shui standing behind the frog-faced adjutant and did not dare say another word. Bai Shui gave the frog-faced adjutant a cold look.
"Enough. Get on with the inspection.
The Overmind has not approved you to stir up trouble at will." The frog-faced adjutant hastily nodded and led several insectoids toward the command room of the Silver Crocodile trading vessel.
The contest on Babokaristar continued apace. The 2 master smiths submitted their works almost simultaneously.
The Biao people began an extraordinarily rigorous comparison of the 2 pieces. After verifying again and again, Bobo Irma, chieftain of the Biao, announced the dwarven master smith of the Silver Crocodile Trading Group wins by a margin of
0.02 micrometers. Bobo Irma went on. The agency rights of the Goodman Trading Group have been temporarily assumed by the Silver Crocodile Trading Group.
Is there any other trading group willing to step forward and challenge the mighty Silver Crocodile Trading Group? At the edge of the arena, Niexisai, who had waited for a long time, bowed to Lienyo.
"Lord Beast God General, shall we go up?" Lienyo did not speak, he merely nodded.
He leaped onto the arena, pointed at Suwalawa and drew back his hooked claws slightly in a mocking gesture.
The spectators around the arena were taken aback, then burst into jeers. What is that thing? How dare it challenge Lord Suwalawa? Look at that stunted squashed frame. Lord Suwalawa could stamp him to death with one foot.
With a shell and spikes, it looks truly disgusting.
Suwalawa bellowed with laughter. Little guy, did you hop into the wrong place? This is an arena. The playground is outside. Suwalawa's remark drew a roar of laughter from the spectators around the arena.
Even the master smith Shajuok, who had been sitting in the forging area with his eyes closed, curled the corners of his mouth slightly.
Lianyo cackled. Big fellow, I will make your death a painful one.
As one of the foremost warriors in the Western universe, Suwalawa had never been threatened like this.
He glared at Lianyo. You little scum. I'll trample you into pulp. Boborma hastily sprang back and announced from midair the match. The match begins now. Suwalawa did not even draw his weapon. He simply stepped forward and stomped down at Lianyo.
Lianyo did not dodge, allowing the 5-meter-tall half-giant to plant his foot directly on top of him.
After that stomp, the spectators could no longer see Lianyo at all.
They could only sigh, another fool who had come looking for death. In the next instant, Suwalawa let out an agonized howl, startling everyone.
He was hopping around the arena on one foot, clutching his right foot. Ha! Your strength is nothing to speak of.
Hearing the chuckling, the audience finally noticed that Lianyo was standing exactly where he had been, entirely unharmed, as if he had not moved a muscle. Blood dripped from the sole of Suwalawa's foot and his face was somewhat twisted from pain. In the VIP room, Boss Jean asked in shock, is this Lianyo so powerful?
Shusha covered her mouth and laughed. Boss Jean, Lianyo is one of the 12 beast god generals. He carries 100,000 toxins on his body, and the Overmind granted him the demigod bio-boosted armor of the Gemud race after modifying it. Right now he possesses the strongest defenses among the 12 beast god generals.
Boss Jean nodded hurriedly.
Never judge a person by appearances. Never judge a person by appearances. Lianyo gave Suwalawa no chance to waste more words. He curled into a ball and slammed into Suwalawa.
Having already suffered a heavy loss from underestimating his enemy, Suwalawa hastily drew the Suwalawa shield from his back. With a thunderous clang, the shield was dented by the impact. At the sight of the dent in his shield, Suwalawa raged in anguish. You damn scum.
The great emperor gave me this. I'll crush you to pieces. Suwalawa went completely berserk, drawing the Suwalawa sword and swinging it wildly. After dodging 3 times, Lianyo stood at the edge of the arena. Suwalawa held the Suwalawa shield before him.
With 3 whooshes, 3 missiles flew out from within the shield. Lianyo smiled slightly, curled into a ball and began to spin rapidly. Before the 3 missiles could draw close, the air currents produced by Lianyo's spin blew them off course. Then several hundred toxin missiles from Lianyo's body, like celestial maidens scattering flower petals, shot toward Suwalawa from every direction. The Suwalawa shield transformed directly into a metallic protective barrier, providing the 5-meter-tall Suwalawa with full 360-degree protection and no blind spots. Lianyo stopped attacking and instead spread the wings on his back, flying to the front of the barrier. The moment Suwalawa withdrew his shield, he would be met with a devastating frontal strike. The spectators outside the arena broke into a cold sweat for Suwalawa, but Suwalawa was no pushover. At the very instant he retracted his shield, his longsword stabbed out in the same motion.
Lianyo retreated quickly and landed on the arena floor, cackling. Big fellow, are you feeling dizzy now?
Is your vision spinning?
Is your breathing a little labored? Ha.
At his words, Suwalawa suddenly became dizzy and disoriented, just as Lianyo had said.
Lianyo said softly, fall. In an instant, Suwalawa's 5-meter frame came crashing down. Boborma had no idea what had happened.
Jejelai also stared in shock at the fallen Suwalawa.
He lost. Boborma immediately sent people to examine him and found that Suwalawa had been poisoned into a coma.
Though his life was not in danger, he was certainly in no condition to continue the contest.
Boborma announced at once this match is won by Lianyo of the Golden Frog Trading Group.
The audience seemed not to have reacted until Lianyo had already made his way off the stage. Only then did they erupt in thunderous applause.
I knew it, this Lianyo is absolutely no ordinary man.
Yes, the Golden Frog and Silver Crocodile trading groups have always been at odds. It seems Boss Jean spent a fortune to hire such a capable expert. But where did this Lianyo come from?
Not many in the entire Western universe could defeat Suwalawa.
To win so effortlessly.
He couldn't be that legendary one, could he? Shoo. Do you want to die? If you don't, then don't mention him.
In the VIP room, Boss Jean asked in disbelief, how is Lord Lianyo so strong?
You insectoids are simply an invincible existence. Zhang Fan smiled.
Lianyo is indeed strong, but it's also Suwalawa's fault for being too careless.
The moment he stepped on Lienyo he was already poisoned. Lienyo was only waiting for the poison to take effect. Yet Suwalawa still dared to move violently, which only made the toxin rush to his brain faster. As Zhang Fan was explaining, he suddenly stared toward the arena and said to Xu Sha that feeling is back. It's among those people on the left side of the arena.
Zhang Fan fixed his eyes on the spectators on the left side of the arena. Tell the progenitors to begin. I must find this person at all costs. The Zerg progenitors began to stealthily infiltrate various trade delegations, and according to Shusha's orders they started devouring the guards of the other trade groups that had come to participate in the competition. After completing their disguises they launched a chaotic barrage of indiscriminate attacks. In an instant missiles streaked through the air, laser beams darted wildly and explosions thundered from every direction. Baba Ermuo roared, "By Joel Vexia, your trading qualifications are permanently revoked." The leaders of the two trade delegations turned pale and stammered, No, those aren't our guards." As they tried to explain, a shrimp-headed guard opened fire wildly with a laser weapon. Baba Ermuo dodged too slowly and his crown was blasted clean off his head. "Still claiming they aren't your men? Are you declaring war on the Fong clan?" The leader of the Vexia trade delegation was utterly speechless. It truly was his own soldier causing chaos. He roared at the soldier, "Have you lost your mind?" The soldier said nothing in reply, calmly aiming at his leader's foot and firing. The wounded man let out a pitiful shriek of agony, wailing like a child. The leader of the Baijiu trade delegation, seeing what happened to Vexia, dared not try to stop his own frantic soldiers. He hastily summoned his guards only to discover that no one came to his aid. The previously smooth agency rights competition instantly descended into utter chaos. Under Shusha's command the seemingly disorderly attacks killed no one, yet those frenzied soldiers gradually took complete control of the spectators on the left side of the arena. Nessis had also blended into the crowd, quietly observing. Suddenly Zhang Fan once again sensed a threat. In a flash Nessis threw down an energy trap, ensnaring an old man with a hunched back and a medicine basket slung at his waist. The ominous sensation vanished in an instant, confirming Zhang Fan's certainty that Nessis had captured the right person. By the time the Fong clan's guards arrived the progenitors had already retreated, leaving only the stunned spectators and the two utterly bewildered delegation leaders. The hunched old man was quietly escorted into the VIP chamber. Zhang Fan looked him over from head to toe. The white-haired elder seemed unremarkable at first glance. With 3 eyes, 4 ears and arms long enough to almost touch the ground, he looked like nothing so much as a white-furred ape. Zhang Fan spoke first. "Who are you?" "Yaoxing. Gemin, an apothecary. Why have you brought me here?" Zhang Fan sneered, "If you confess honestly perhaps I'll let you off. But if even half a lie crosses your lips I'll make you wish you were dead." Gemin fumed, "What is wrong with you people? What right do you have to seize me?" As Gemin shook his arm to break free, Zhang Fan immediately sensed that same threat. It emanated from a medicine basket hanging at Gemin's waist. Zhang Fan pointed at the basket and demanded, "What exactly is inside?" Gemin instinctively touched the basket, staring at Zhang Fan in bewilderment. "What business is it of yours?" Noya pressed her side-like claw against Gemin's neck and snarled, "When you're told to speak you speak. One more useless word and I'll devour you." Gemin quickly stammered, It's a caiman beast. It's my pet. Please don't hurt it." Shusha tore off the medicine basket and gently clamped the creature inside, slowly lifting it out. It was a tiny thing no more than 30 centimeters long, with thick fur, a long tail, enormous eyes and a pointed snout. But the moment Zhang Fan met its gaze he felt like prey locked onto by a predator. An indescribable unease crawled over his entire body. Zhang Fan gestured for Shusha to take it away and that oppressive feeling vanished instantly. He stepped up to Gemin and asked, "Where did this thing come from? What is its purpose?" This was a small gift given to me by King Deities after I cured him in the Eastern Universe." Boss Jean reminded him from the side. "At the trade arena auction the Dominator has seen that King Deities." Zhang Fan nodded. "I'm confiscating this little creature. Take him back to the Sovereign as well." "No, wait, I haven't offended you. Why are you detaining me? I'll file a complaint against you." Zhang Fan laughed heartily. "A complaint? You'll never get the chance. Take him back first." After Shusha and the others had left, Boss Jean asked Dominator, "Why did you go to such lengths to capture him?" "He's nothing more than an interstellar wandering healer." Zhang Fan said coldly, "Boss Jean, there are things you shouldn't ask about." "Don't ask." "Yes. Yes, of course." The Vexia and Baijiu trade delegations found their qualifications inexplicably revoked, yet no matter how hard they searched they could never find the guards who had caused all the chaos. After Baba Ermuo expelled them, a team of Fong clan members hurriedly cleaned the venue. The chaotic arena was restored to perfect order in no time. The trade agency rights competition resumed. Nessie strolled back onto the arena platform and the mirror-faced figure in black from the Silver Crocodile trade delegation stepped forward at a measured pace.
Both sides took their positions.
Baba Ermuo announced with a trace of lingering irritation, the lottery segment is cancelled.
We'll go straight to the competition. Military question.
The Fong clan has 100,000 soldiers.
You each have 50,000.
If you were to join forces, what is the probability of defeating the Fong clan?
Begin your answer.
The mirror-faced figure in black immediately began calculating military strength ratios, then asked, are our soldiers all the same quality?
Baba Ermuo adjusted his crown and did not answer. Nessie smiled and said, our win rate is 0. Baba Ermuo's eyes flew wide as he stared at Nessie's. Do you really have so little faith in yourselves?
Ha!
It's because we would never go to war with the Fong clan. The indomitable death-defying spirit of the Fong is known across the entire universe.
What we need is the agency right toward the Fong clan. We have only the will to cooperate. If they were to make a move, my 50,000 soldiers would join the Fong clan's ranks. So he has no chance of victory.
And if no one makes a move, well, there's nothing left to say. After hearing Nessie's explanation, Baba Ermuo burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, you're quite interesting.
This round goes to the Golden Frog trade delegation.
Jiggly shouted loudly, unfair.
How can you count that as their win? We haven't even given our answer yet. Baba Ermuo glared at Jiggly.
Are you actually still planning to calculate how many troops it would take to fight against our Fong clan?
If it weren't for the rules, I'd revoke your agency rights right now.
Jiggly knew full well that the Fong clan often made up absurd questions, but this was going too far.
Yet what could he do?
All he could do was place every last hope on the Dwarf Forge Master. As Nessie's left the stage and brushed past Shattuck said to Nessie's on his own initiative, your Zerg are quite interesting. Nessie's bowed and replied, our Zerg also possess quite interesting minerals.
With that, Nessie's walked off the arena without looking back. Shattuck shook his head, muttering to himself with a smile, interesting. Very interesting.
The moment Shattuck stepped onto the arena, the Dwarf Forging Master from the Silver Crocodile trade delegation stepped forward and bowed.
Master, why have you come?
On hearing this form of address, Jiggly nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
He immediately demanded, Mogmu. Is this the master you told me about? Shattuck smiled. Can't you see it?
Jiggly was utterly dumbfounded by the question. How could a handsome figure standing 2 meters tall with pointed ears and silver hair possibly be the master of a dwarf forging master?
Shattuck reassured him, don't worry.
This disciple of mine is quite skilled.
He has a chance of beating me.
A silver crocodile guard rushed to his side and whispered something into his ear. Baba Ermuo bounced onto the arena platform about to announce the start of the competition when Jiggly reluctantly raised his hand.
We withdraw.
Without a moment's hesitation, Baba Ermuo announced the Argon agency right is temporarily granted to the Golden Frog trade delegation.
Does anyone else wish to challenge for the agency right?
As Bapolmo was announcing that the Golden Frog Trading Consortium had temporarily secured the agency rights, the guards of each trading consortium whispered with their respective leaders. The expressions of all the consortium directors were strikingly uniform, initial shock followed by a moment of stunned silence and finally resigned headshaking as they departed.
After Bapolmo asked 3 times whether anyone wished to contest the agency rights, not a single soul below the platform offered a response. Though somewhat puzzled, Bapolmo eventually shrugged it off, reasoning that even Sualawa had been defeated by Lianyu.
Then, in my capacity as chieftain of the Biao tribe, I hereby declare that the agency rights for this term's Argold mine shall be awarded to the Golden Frog Trading Consortium. Amid the furious glares of the consortium directors, Boss Jean confidently ascended the platform and signed the trade cooperation agreement. The consortium directors below the platform applauded listlessly until they sensed the killing intent emanating from Nexus. Instantly they began clapping frantically, shouting their congratulations. At the Zhuoxian Star Harbor, the consortium directors were brought before Zhang Fan.
Smiling, Zhang Fan said, I apologize, gentlemen. You've made a wasted journey this time.
Boss Jean is an old acquaintance of mine, I was merely fulfilling a favor. Your spaceships will now be returned to you.
I hope you will not be visiting again in the future.
Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, some of the consortium directors muttered curses and departed, while several shrewder ones remained behind and asked, could you sell us some?
Even as middlemen would suffice.
Seeing Zhang Fan nod, Boss Jean immediately replied, of course, absolutely. 15% of the annual mineral output will be allocated to all of you at the original price.
Hearing this, everyone erupted in heartfelt gratitude. After all, in the past, losing the agency rights meant not a single gram of Argold would come their way. Although Boss Jean now held a monopoly, they could still acquire Argold at roughly 2% of the original price. For some of the smaller trading consortia, this arrangement proved far more favorable than the previous system.
After seeing off the trading consortia, Boss Jean asked Zhang Fan, "Lord, do you think this arrangement is appropriate?"
Zhang Fan smiled. "I know nothing of commerce. It is entirely up to you, Boss Jean." My lord is being modest again.
Zhang Fan fell silent for a moment before saying, "There is one matter I need your assistance with, Boss Jean."
Boss Jean asked curiously, "What is it, my lord?" "I need the red lotus flowers from planet Boboker. I want all of them without exception." Without the slightest hesitation, Boss Jean replied, "Very well. Leave this matter to me."
Zhang Fan nodded gratefully.
"Then I shall leave you to your affairs. We will return first.
The red lotus must be supplied to us on a long-term basis from planet Boboker and exclusively to us.
Naturally, my lord need not worry. The red lotus will be transported to the Zoark realm shortly." The Zoark army set forth once more, returning to their domain.
This time, however, Zhang Fan did not have Xu Sha and the others teleport directly.
Instead, he chose a remote planet as a waypoint.
Zhang Fan sat upon his throne as Jiaming, the medicine alchemist from Yaxing, was escorted before him.
Zhang Fan stated, "I have brought you here to ask your assistance in brewing a certain potion." Jiaming erupted in anger. "Is that any way to address someone? Perhaps it should not be. Considering you are among those I hold little affection for, I have already shown you considerable courtesy." Jiaming demanded, "What have I done to offend you? I will not brew any potion for you."
Zhang Fan shrugged helplessly.
"Then let it be.
From this point forward, Nexus is yours and you shall be responsible for producing the potions." As Nexus bared his full set of razor-sharp teeth, Jiaming immediately realized Zhang Fan was not joking. Panicking, he quickly begged for mercy. "I will do it, I will do it."
Zhang Fan shook his head. "I am sorry, I have changed my mind." Before Jiaming could even let out a cry, he became Nexus's meal.
After finishing his feast, Nexus wiped his mouth and remarked, "Yaxing gene carriers possess an innate ability to identify plants. They can discern medicinal properties through their taste buds and release a specific enzyme that neutralizes most toxins." Nexus took a red lotus flower, placed it in his mouth and chewed thoughtfully before continuing, "This particular flower contains high concentrations of compound hormones that stimulate the Zoark, paralyzing the pain nerves." After another round of chewing, Nexus added, "However, such compound hormones prove fatal in excess to Zoark possessing enhanced metabolism. Those lacking this gene prior to its introduction faced no such restrictions."
Xu Sha interjected, "But Zoark with enhanced metabolism would experience even greater effects, correct?" Nexus nodded. "Indeed.
It can serve as a stimulant, and for earlier generations of Zoark it may function as a substitute for enhanced metabolism."
"Very well.
I shall leave the matter of the red lotus to Kara shortly." As soon as Zhang Fan finished speaking, Kara entered pushing a cart carrying a cage, the Kamang beast. The moment Zhang Fan caught sight of the Kamang beast, a wave of discomfort coursed through him.
Even Kara's presence now seemed to radiate an unnerving, spine-chilling threat. "Have you made any progress?
What exactly is this creature?"
Kara quickly reported, "This Kamang beast appears to feed on insects.
It can decompose a specific pheromone used to intimidate insects, triggering their defense mechanisms and inducing a state of simulated death."
Zhang Fan asked, puzzled, "Then why did you not sense it?"
Kara hastily explained, "My lord, as the master of the Zoark, your sensory perception far surpasses ours. The dosage of pheromone from this creature poses no threat to us, yet you, my lord, can detect it."
Noticing Zhang Fan's gaze, Kara analyzed, "My lord, are you now perceiving me as a potential threat as well?" Upon receiving Zhang Fan's affirmative response, Kara continued, "That is because its pheromones are adhesive. Everything within its vicinity triggers your defensive response. Nevertheless, this pheromone is quite intriguing, we may be able to utilize it." Zhang Fan questioned, "Utilize it? How do you propose we do so?" Nexus suddenly spoke up, "I understand.
Trigger the defense mechanism, induce a dormant state in the Zoark eggs, and they will evade detection by certain lifeform scanning devices." Zhang Fan burst into laughter.
"Excellent, excellent.
This could prove useful against certain advanced civilizations.
The Zoarka's timed eruption. Ha ha ha, splendid. Very well. Let us depart for the Zoark realm. It is also time for me to observe how humanity is faring on planet Second Earth."
No sooner had the Zoark fleet materialized in the Zoark realm than Zhang Fan, unable to contain his eagerness, personally boarded a Super 6-size vessel and slipped stealthily into Second Earth. Upon entering the temple, Buffett came forward to greet him.
"My lord, it has been over 200 years. You have finally returned."
Zhang Fan's first question was, "How is Pangu?"
Buffett replied in astonishment, "My lord, human lifespans barely exceed a century. Pangu was long since laid to rest by his descendants."
Zhang Fan had dwelled among the Zoark for far too long, to the point that he had nearly forgotten human fragility. Buffett led Zhang Fan to the human experiment zone and stated this region spans 9 million square kilometers and serves as our observation field.
We watch but we do not intervene. Buffett turned to Zhang Fan and said humanity's desire for war is far more intense than I anticipated. Their aggression is quite exceptional even by cosmic standards.
Zhang Fan shook his head.
Alas, human history is nothing but a chronicle of warfare. Even after humanity achieved unification, localized conflicts never ceased. Buffett began hesitantly, my lord, I have something I wish to discuss.
Sensing Buffett's reluctance, Zhang Fan quickly encouraged him, speak freely. In these 2 centuries you have likely observed humanity more closely than I have. After a long pause, Buffett finally murmured, I find myself wondering whether humanity resembles some form of bioengineered weapon, created by a higher civilization.
What? Zhang Fan found it difficult to accept Buffett's words. At first, humans were designed.
The notion was hard for him to swallow.
What do you mean?
Seeing the confusion on Zhang Fan's face, Buffett led him to the peak of a mountain. At that moment an insect the size of a bee from the bug tribe flew before them.
What is this? Buffett smiled.
This is an image bee created by Lord Hu Bailey through the fusion of poison wasp and shadow sprite genes designed to monitor human activities. The image bee, no larger than a honeybee, emitted a white flash from its twin eyes, projecting the image of a man clad in leather armor and wielding a bow into the air. Buffett continued, we never taught them how to craft weapons yet. Within a mere decade they devised bows and arrows, stone axes, and in recent years have already begun smelting metal.
Impossible.
From what I know of history, these advancements took thousands upon thousands of years for humanity to master.
Indeed. Not only on Earth but across nearly all worlds in the cosmos, the journey from primitive consciousness to basic intelligence spans centuries or millennia.
Yet here before us lies proof that humanity on the second Earth has advanced with astonishing swiftness. In the projection, the human male hunter after a fierce struggle had slain a beast twice his size, though he himself bore serious wounds. He located a vine to bind his bleeding wound, then searched for certain plants, chewed them, and applied the paste to his injury.
Watching Zhang Fan, Buffett remarked, this is another marvel of humanity.
For their independent development both we and the Lilwala have left no trace behind.
Their medical knowledge appears to be entirely innate.
After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fan asked, could it be genetic inheritance? As a descendant of the bug tribe I understand that genes can preserve vast amounts of information.
Buffett nodded.
My lord, you are a carbon-silicon lifeform, whereas humans are purely carbon-based.
These represent entirely different species.
More crucially, humans lack a collective consciousness, so how do they learn from their genes?
Zhang Fan could not answer this question.
He was a warrior, not a scientist. At that moment an image of a certain person flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Zhang Fan pressed on, none of this proves that humans were designed. It merely demonstrates that humanity shares common hereditary traits.
Buffett pointed to the projection.
My lord, observe. The scene shifted to the birth of a newborn infant and Zhang Fan felt as though he could hear its cries. An elderly woman wrapped the infant in animal hides and presented it to the tribe, prompting cheers and celebration from the adults.
But Buffett said, this is humanity's most peculiar trait. What's strange about a newborn?
Are you telling me the adults' cheers are unusual?
They're simply celebrating the arrival of new life. Buffett shook his head. That's not what I mean. My lord, do you not see the strangeness?
The projection then shifted to a child of roughly 1 year old being guided by a woman as she taught him to walk.
Buffett stated, this is precisely what I find strange. How is that strange? Zhang Fan genuinely couldn't see it.
A woman draped in animal hides guiding a toddler to walk, what was there to find remarkable about that? It violates the laws of natural survival. Seeing Zhang Fan's confusion, Buffett explained, nature is harsh and unforgiving toward newborns. They must acquire basic survival skills, namely the ability to flee, in a remarkably short span.
Yet humanity takes far too long to learn even this fundamental skill. Buffett went on the second Earth we've driven many powerful predators to the periphery yet deliberately left some behind.
What we discovered is striking. Those predators show no interest in humans, yet humans hunt them without cause, not for sustenance but merely to assert their dominance. Zhang Fan was at a loss for words.
From as long as he could remember, overcoming foes stronger than himself brought an inexplicable sense of fulfillment.
The adoration in others' eyes fed his vanity in a way that felt deeply satisfying.
Aren't you any different?
Buffett chuckled at Zhang Fan's question.
We are not. We do not hunt without purpose. Buffett continued, these observations remain just that, observations. We never pursued deeper study.
Initially we intended to instruct humanity, but after consulting with His Majesty Hu Bailey we decided to observe their behavior first. Suddenly a voice both aged and resonant rang out from behind Zhang Fan. My lord, after all these years I am privileged to behold you once more in my lifetime.
Turning, Zhang Fan saw Hu Bailey, who appeared even friendlier than before. He smiled.
Old friend, how is it you recognize me in this form?
Ha ha ha.
Though your vessel has changed, my lord, I do not rely solely on sight to discern who stands before me. Your majesty, how have you fared in these years? My lord, the Lilwala and the Nagang tribe have maintained peace and mutual support. Rest assured. The Bug tribe has also thrived across the 6 great star systems and Wanyao star.
I specifically brought reinforcements for you this time.
Zhang Fan laughed boisterously.
Old fellow, you know me better than anyone.
The moment I heard you had established the second Earth, I knew you would need more forces.
Yada had already made preparations. If you'd follow me, my lord, you may inspect the troops. Ha ha ha, excellent. I leave it all in your hands.
Zhang Fan pulled Hu Bailey aside and asked, just now Buffett told me humans were designed by some higher civilization.
What is your assessment? Hu Bailey nodded slowly.
In my view, humanity indeed appears designed. But their physical forms are remarkably frail. I see 2 possibilities: first, that humans are a failed creation; second, and I consider this far more likely, that something is missing from them or perhaps was deliberately removed.
Missing something. Hu Bailey elaborated. Of all the intelligent beings I know, humans possess the weakest bodies yet infinite potential for growth. Their brains are extraordinarily developed, but restrained as though a genetic lock seals them away. Can you unlock that seal?
Upon hearing this, both Buffett and Hu Bailey shook their heads in unison.
No. Hu Bailey explained, genetics lies beyond our expertise. Moreover, my lord, you previously declared that humanity must not be altered. We would never presume to experiment upon them without authorization.
Furthermore, while this world is suitable for human survival, it is not their place of origin, and thus we cannot determine what connections may exist. So if we return to Earth, you might be able to uncover those connections.
After a moment's reflection, Buffett responded, my lord, I would counsel caution.
Should humanity truly be sealed, unknown dangers undoubtedly lie beneath, and those perils may threaten not only humans but all life forms.
Hu Bailey quickly concurred, precisely, my lord. Provide them protection and let nature take its course in all else.
Zhang Fan glanced back at the image bee's projection, catching sight of the human toddler's joyful smile.
He nodded. You are right.
Let humanity develop in peace undisturbed. The paths among the stars remain beyond their reach, for now. Zhang Fan, Buffett and the others departed from the second Earth, yet the humans left behind on the second Earth remained utterly oblivious to their protectors. Arriving at the 6th planet of the swarm star domain, the moment Zhang Fan stepped through the entrance, he saw Bai Yi and Yada bowing in salute to him.
Long time no see. You two look well. Yada immediately bowed and said, Sovereign, it has been many years.
I originally planned to lead the Leerwala swarm here to present my achievements to you, but I never imagined our swarm had already become so powerful.
Bai Shui kept staring at Bai Yi and asked with curiosity, You're not one of the swarm, are you? No, not entirely one of the swarm.
After bowing to Zhang Fan, Bai Yi turned to glare at Bai Shui.
I joined the swarm several hundred years before you.
What right do you have to pass judgment on me?
Yada gave a light cough and Bai Yi immediately stepped back.
Please, Sovereign, proceed to review the Leerwala swarm.
Shusha pulled Bai Shui aside and said, Didn't you notice Nuaya glaring at you just now?
The Leerwala, the Yasha and the Dead Star swarm are all our elders.
Show them more respect from now on. Got it. There won't be a next time.
Seeing Bai Shui's indifferent expression, Shusha shook his head.
Is this little thing going through a rebellious phase?
Under Yada's guidance, Zhang Fan and the others boarded a Super 6I and traveled into open space. The moment they entered the void, Zhang Fan sensed a powerful swarm consciousness.
A disc-shaped swarm battleship fully twice the size of an emperor slowly drifted past.
Yada immediately introduced it. This is the Hive Mother, a swarm warship bred from the genes of the Chiu beast of the Leiyan galaxy Labika, and the Emperor serving as a mobile command center. She possesses 3600 chi-powered attack tentacles, each up to 10 kilometers long, capable of both offense and defense. Yada raised a hand, and the Super 6I they were riding fired 2 poison stinger missiles at the Hive Mother. The moment the missiles entered the Hive Mother's attack range, they exploded before Zhang Fan could even see them. The others had even less idea what had happened.
Shusha asked curiously, what just happened? Yada explained, this comes from the Chiu beast's lightning-fast genes. It can react within 100 millionth of a second to trigger a tentacle strike. Due to the Hive Mother's enormous size, she can only manage a speed of 100,000th of a second, but even that is far too fast for us to perceive. Yada continued, the Hive Mother can incubate ground forces and small fleets. As for the small fleets, those are what I will introduce next. At that moment, several hundred flying creatures roughly 1/10 the size of a Super 6I and resembling wingworms flew out from within the Hive Mother. These are Chi Burst Wasps. They can gather Chi energy and when necessary detonate all the Chi within their bodies. Their power is enough to directly destroy a Nagong command ship.
If they carry 2 enhanced chi spiders, the destructive force is even greater.
Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Is there more?
Yada quickly said, I received a message from Lajuor. Our swarm ground attack forces lacked diversified attack methods, so we gathered organisms from 6 galaxies and hatched 6 types of swarm creatures with special abilities. The ghost bug possesses mimicry, allowing it to blend rapidly into its surroundings to achieve invisibility.
It also has 4 detection abilities, thermal, light, chi and magic, and its penetrating power is extremely strong. It serves as a reconnaissance unit. The Bone Shield Beetle, a giant close combat defensive unit. Its body is half the size of an overlord beast, making it more agile.
2 shield bones extend from the front of its head. Combined with a chi energy barrier, they can ward off most attacks.
Its massive pincers have been modified into thrusting spikes, though it can only attack from the front. Their power can easily pierce the overlord beast's hard carapace.
The Chi Burst Bug, the ground force version of the Chi Burst Wasp. Though the power of its chi explosion is somewhat reduced, it has strengthened its own hard shell defense to avoid being killed by enemies before detonation.
The Snail Worm, a ground transport unit.
The snail worm's genes are highly unique. Swarm soldiers can teleport between 2 snail worms over a maximum distance of 500 kilometers. Its speed in shifting its ground combat radius is faster than that of a Super 6i. Zhang Fan immediately asked, where did this come from?
Isn't this a biological teleportation gate? What about the energy it requires? Yada explained, snail worms begin absorbing chi energy from the moment they are born.
We haven't yet measured its energy value, but in my estimation, if a snail worm were to explode, it should be comparable to 100 chi burst bugs.
The Mindbender, this swarm creature, is a psychic control breed formed by fusing the genes of the Pamir royal family.
It bears the physical characteristics of the Liarwala people, but its defensive capabilities are extremely weak. It has almost no means of defense. However, its psychic control ability is exceptionally high, allowing it to control non-swarm organisms.
Tests have shown that even the Nagong race falls within its control.
Depending on the psychic strength required, a single Mindbender can control approximately 100 organisms at the same time.
Labita, this is a stationary defensive unit evolved through selective breeding of the best genes from Labika and Purple Thorn.
It must be placed and cultivated, yet it possesses tremendous power, high defense and rapid growth.
3 venomous spines provide close-range defense, while 2 ice blue dragon cannons serve as long-range attack weapons. Zhang Fan nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad.
It seems you have worked very hard in the Lei Yen galaxy over these past few hundred years.
Shu Sha added with matriarch Yada. Here our swarm's strategic deployment can become even more complete.
The progenitor lurks in ambush, the Hive Mother commands the Emperor, annihilates space forces, and the Super 6i handles the transport and deployment of ground forces.
Zhang Fan shook his head.
The enhanced Super 6i and the Super 6i are decent space attack ships for us at present. Using them to deploy ground forces is somewhat wasteful. You should instead research swarm creatures with high defense, high speed, and large carrying capacity for transport.
Hu Bailey suddenly said, outer patrols report that 20 Emperor ships are approaching swarm territory. However, those Emperors have no feedback from swarm consciousness.
Zhang Fan suddenly mused, as for communications, the swarm still needs improvement. I need a consciousness amplification device capable of ultra-long distances. For instance, on Babakal Star, to muster our forces, we still had to send Nuaya running all the way.
Bafit said, leave this matter to me. When it comes to magic amplification devices, we 8 people have something good.
Zhang Fan glanced at Nia Shisi, and Nia Shisi nodded to him. Only then did he say with relief, let's go.
Our employer is here. Let's see if we can get our hands on something good. As soon as Princess Duomina saw Zhang Fan, she said excitedly, Sovereign, why did you take so long?
The moment I heard the news that the Joyun galaxy had been destroyed, I rushed over.
Zhang Fan asked in surprise, I didn't notify you.
I was planning to rest for 2 days and then visit you in person.
Ha ha ha, the annihilation of the Joyun galaxy has spread all across the southern universe. Do I still need you to notify me? Princess Duomina asked Zhang Fan, you didn't bring anything back, did you?
Zhang Fan replied at once, I did bring something.
Something good.
Zhang Fan spread his hands and presented to Duomina a mighty army. Princess Duomina gazed at the Emperor battleships filling the entire galaxy, too stunned to utter a single word for a long moment. Only after a long pause did she ask, how did you do this? Princess Domina toured the command ship of the Mother Nest, so astonished that she couldn't close her mandibles for a long while.
Overlord, your current military might is already nearly half of mine. Aside from the Zerg, you even have a bio-human army. You've gained quite a bit from this trip, Overlord.
Zhang Fan was all the more astonished. What kind of military might did this grain-sized princess possess?
The current Zerg swarm was only half of hers, it was simply unimaginable.
Zhang Fan explained to Princess Domina, these bio-human troops were a gift from a friend in a star system along the way, just to make up for the lack of diversity in my Zerg's combat capabilities. Ha ha ha, the Overlord truly has no shortage of friends. You helped me destroy the Joyun star system, shouldn't I show my appreciation?
Princess Domina, you're too kind.
You've already paid 1000 Kalami pearls, it wouldn't be appropriate to accept more rewards.
Domina glanced around, then suddenly turned and asked, Overlord hiding a planet right in the middle of Zerg territory, could it be that there's something shameful hidden there?
Hearing this, Zhang Fan answered with a hint of anger, Princess, some private matters are better left unexamined.
Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, Overlord. I was merely asking casually.
I've said that as long as your Zerg don't set your sights on me, we will forever be friends.
Since we're friends, don't pry. Help me keep this planet secret and I'll be most grateful. Princess Domina smiled. Alright, consider it a bonus for helping me destroy the Joyun star system.
After viewing the Zerg's military strength, Princess Domina said to Zhang Fan, there's another piece of business.
I wonder if the Overlord would be interested. If it's about destroying another star system, that will have to wait for now.
The Zerg need to be reorganized. With this many troops, food has become a major problem. I also want to expand into the surrounding areas.
Princess Domina nodded. That is indeed a problem. Very well then. Next time I need support, I'll come and ask for the Overlord's help. Zhang Fan became curious.
With the princess's military power, you still need my support.
Ha ha ha, the universe is vast.
There are many formidable races, and those with great military strength lurking in the shadows are as numerous as the stars. Princess Domina abruptly changed the subject. My younger brother has encountered some trouble at the border of the Western universe. But due to my status, sending troops there would invite unnecessary trouble.
I'd like the Overlord to make a trip on my behalf. Princess Domina, forget about rescue missions.
My Zerg legions are skilled at slaughtering star systems. Before Zhang Fan finished, Princess Domina interrupted, I didn't say rescue him.
I meant help me get rid of him.
Zhang Fan, the Overlord of the Zerg, was momentarily at a loss. Younger brother causing trouble, kill him. Was it his own grammar comprehension that was at fault?
Kill him. Didn't the princess just say he was your brother?
Yes, why keep a brother who vies with me for the throne?
Alright, I misunderstood.
What trouble has the princess's brother caused that he needs to be eliminated?
Princess Domina sighed.
That bastard provoked a powerful race that should never have been provoked. For the sake of our Kalami Empire, I had already agreed to hand over my brother.
But somehow the little wretch got wind of it and fled to the Western universe.
Zhang Fan shook his head.
Princess, you know the Kalami's size.
If he hides in the universe, even I with trillions of Zerg could not find him.
Princess Domina laughed.
But he is rather tall, about the same size as the Overlord.
The same as me.
Are you sure you two are related by blood? Zhang Fan found it hard to believe that the grain-sized Princess Domina and a creature nearly as tall as himself could be siblings. Domina, who now possessed a Zerg body, smiled.
The Kalami royal family can undergo a one-time body transformation such as my current Zerg form. Domina continued, but my brother Demis is different.
He is the child born after my father transformed into a Yate body and mated with a half-giant, so he carries half-giant blood.
Zhang Fan couldn't help but imagine a Yate barely 2 meters tall and a half-giant 5 meters tall coupling. The universe is chaos in this aspect.
Was not something Zhang Fan could accept.
Domina continued, what's worse, this brat went around causing trouble as a Kalami prince.
In the end he provoked the cursed clan, so powerful that even the Northern Realm Emperor is wary of them. Domina said helplessly, the cursed clan came to me, but before I knew it I let the brat slip away. I'll send an advance team to look for him. It shouldn't take many people to deal with just him, right?
Domina shook her head. He carries Kalami blood. I'm afraid this requires the Overlord to go in person.
Only the Zerg hive mind can counter his psychic power. That is exactly why I came to find the Overlord.
So Princess Domina wasn't here to celebrate our destruction of the Joyun star system.
Haha, if the Overlord helps me accomplish this task, I'll gift the Overlord 2 S-class warships that only the Northern Realm Emperor possesses. Since only the Northern Realm Emperor possesses such warships, where did the princess's lavish gift come from?
You needn't worry about that.
With S-class warships, the Overlord's strength will be unmatched in all known regions of the Western universe.
Even the Western Realm Emperor will pay greater attention to the Overlord's Zerg development.
After deliberating for a long while, Zhang Fan smiled.
Alright, princess, give me Prince Demis's information. Domina jumped around joyfully. The Overlord is indeed quick and decisive.
There's no need to take him alive, but you must record the scene of his elimination.
Zhang Fan caught a diamond-shaped metal device thrown by Domina. Princess Domina said this is an image transmission device of the cursed clan.
Just do a live stream when you kill him. Zhang Fan curiously fiddled with the diamond-shaped device. Domina immediately stopped him.
This thing is single use. Use it only when you are confident you can kill him. Alright, such a fuss. I'll get things arranged and set off. Have those two S-class warships ready, Princess.
Zhang Fan escorted Princess Domina off, returned to the mother nest and looked at the 12 beast god generals standing below.
Who should he take? That really gave him a headache. Nuya was the first to jump out. I don't care, Overlord.
If you don't take me, I'll stir up trouble. Little one, with that meager psychic power of yours, I'm afraid you'll betray us the moment you arrive.
Nuya retorted, betray. That's absolutely impossible.
Zhang Fan ignored her and said to Shucha on second Earth with Dolan, there you just take charge of the peripheral Zerg star domains. Receive the bio-human troops from the Jinchio star system, deploy Libita devices across the surrounding star systems and intensify research on communications. The psychic power problem is now the top priority to solve. Zhang Fan then looked at the 12 beast god generals. Jiolin, Manja and Mengjia, you three come with me.
As for the rest, follow Shucha's arrangements. Bai Shue suddenly stepped forward and said, Overlord, take me along. I'm fast and might be able to block psychic powers.
Zhang Fan nodded. Alright, the 5 of you beast god generals plus Nexus, bring the Zerg troops from Liarwala.
Once the teleportation pillar on the mother nest has been modified, we'll set off. Zhang Fan stood within the second Earth temple gazing at the colossal stone throne. The decline of a higher civilization was so insignificant to the universe.
For humanity to survive in the universe, it must either hide or grow so powerful that no one dares to challenge it. The plan to hide had failed. There was only one path left to become strong in this universe filled with lies, slaughter and the law of the jungle.
Ruler, I heard you're going to deal with Dinies. Zhang Fan looked at Buffett and smiled.
What are your thoughts?
Not particularly. Dinies' mental power isn't as strong as Meduona's, but he can still control the minds of creatures on a planet.
For someone like him, Ruler, you'd be better off bringing more insectoids.
Zhang Fan shook his head. Our insectoid consciousness is innate, yet Meduona can control 20 diamondbacks.
Having too many soldiers won't help.
Kuei walked slowly toward them with a smile. Meduona has been cursed by the Cursed Clan. It seems Dinies has stirred up considerable trouble this time.
Zhang Fan stared at Kuei in astonishment.
How can you peer into Meduona? She destroyed the Joyun star system precisely to eliminate you.
If she discovers this, won't it bring trouble for me?
Kuei replied calmly. She cannot perceive or control us. Otherwise she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to tempt Aoyan Wang into acting against us.
Unfortunately, Aoyan Wang wanted to use us, so she was forced to have the ruler, a greedy invader, destroy the Joyun star system.
Ha ha ha, a greedy invader. Is that really how you see me? Isn't it? I suppose. Yes. Buffett smiled. Ruler Meduona Princess has been cursed. I estimate that's why she had to kill Dinies. This woman requires caution. I have a feeling she's plotting something against me.
After a moment of thought, Zhang Fan said, never mind.
Stay at Second Earth. Continue teaching humanity what needs to be taught. I've arranged for Shu Sha to handle the outer perimeter.
It should be quite safe here, so make yourselves comfortable.
Kuei sneered. I could rest easy only before war with Princess Meduona. Zhang Fan asked in surprise, when did I say we're going to war with Princess Meduona?
Kuei shot Zhang Fan a sidelong glance. With your insectoid body, the ruler's calculations must have already accounted for her.
Go ahead and chat. My intellect pales beside yours.
Zhang Fan simply fled the scene.
Buffett watched Kuei curiously. Why do I get the sense that the ruler is afraid of you? Kuei sneered.
He's not afraid of me.
He simply doesn't wish to kill me yet. Can you imagine he would spare someone who can peer into his innermost thoughts? Buffett nodded. The relationship between the two of you is quite peculiar. The Hive Mother's transmission pillar was fully loaded.
Zhang Fan along with Jolene, Manya, Mungjia, Nuya, Baishu and Nexus and billions of insectoids boarded the Hive Mother and departed for Dinies' hiding place.
The Hive Mother was enormous yet remarkably fast.
After the first transmission, it jumped another 300,000 light years. Nexus suddenly spoke. According to the Hive Mother's feedback, there's a resource-rich primitive planet 600 light years ahead. We can replenish our forces there. We still have 3 Titan seeds which could serve as a forward base for our assault.
Zhang Fan pondered for a moment. Meduona Princess hadn't specified a timeline, so a detour wouldn't hurt.
Besides, they still hadn't found a way to counter those with formidable mental strength. The Hive Mother docked above the Emerald Planet. No ships came to intercept them. It appeared to be a relatively primitive world. 2 Super Six Eyes vessels carrying millions of progenitors launched their invasion. Meanwhile Zhang Fan sat in the command room watching footage transmitted by the image bees.
There are quite a few creatures on this planet. What is that monster? It's enormous.
Zhang Fan stared in astonishment at what appeared to be a massive mountain, only to realize it was a dual-headed turtle carrying the mountain on its shell. To be precise, a mountain rested upon the shell of a dual-headed turtle. Even more staggering, an enormously larger centipede was coiled around the turtle's back. The giant centipede's crushing grip shattered the rocky mountain upon the turtle's shell. It continued to flip the turtle over and began devouring the flesh beneath the carapace. Zhang Fan immediately shouted excitedly, "I want the genes from both of them.
I want a mobile fortress." Ha ha ha. Nexus immediately ordered the progenitors to focus their assault on the giant centipede. Though small, the progenitors faced an enemy whose carapace was incredibly hard and sealed tightly, impossible to penetrate. After a brief observation, Nexus directed the progenitors to target the centipede's head.
If the shell couldn't be breached, the eyes and mouth would surely be softer targets.
The world was strange indeed. Massive creatures could not overcome microscopic ones.
Despite the giant centipede's ability to crush mountains, it was helpless against the tiny progenitors. In an instant the mountain-sized beast was reduced to nothing but an empty shell.
After analyzing the findings, Nexus reported dual-headed dragon turtle gigantism gene and enhanced strength gene. The rest are of little value. The giant centipede's genes aren't particularly useful either, but we discovered something fascinating: parasitic organism within it.
Zhang Fan was intrigued. No valuable genes from the giant centipede, but Nexus was interested in its parasites.
Nexus explained it's a thorny-type parasitic organism.
After the mother absorbs the host's nutrients, it breeds 1,000,000 offspring inside its body. Once stimulated, the mother explodes, scattering the young in all directions, repeating the cycle endlessly.
Unless isolated, the host ultimately becomes a vector of spread. Zhang Fan smiled. Like a virus. Except it also explodes. Nexus immediately caught on. Ruler reminds me, the Lerwara insectoids have the gas burst species.
If we combine the gas burst gene with this mother-child explosive gene, we could hatch a viral mother-child gas burst strain.
Excellent idea.
I was hoping for a giant mobile fortress, and instead we've stumbled upon something quite powerful.
Nexus continued, Ruler, the dual-headed dragon turtle's genes can be combined with the overlord beast to solve the mobile fortress problem. Armed with the mother-child gas burst strain, a single fortress could wipe out an entire planet. That is entirely feasible. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Excellent. Use this planet as our testing ground. Have the progenitors collect samples and return. We'll stay here for 3 days to complete the research before continuing.
Within less than a day, the emerald planet was dyed crimson with blood. The insectoid forces quickly seized control. Nexus, coordinating with the other mothers, began researching the genetic synthesis of the giant mobile fortress and the mother-child gas burst strain. Just as the research was proceeding smoothly, a burning damaged medium warship slowly drifted toward the hive mother from the stars. Jean Laoban from the Golden Frog Trade Fleet was the second to approach the insectoid warship. It seemed he had lost propulsion. A Nyoyu tribesman clad in a spacesuit, with a bovine snout, fish-like fins and a serpentine fishtail trailing behind, was brought before Zhang Fan. "Respected extraterrestrial friend, I am Binli, hailing from the beautiful and fertile planet of Manhwa."
Zhang Fan nodded.
"Have you encountered some trouble that requires assistance?" Binli immediately knelt on one knee in salute, raising the metal box high above his head.
"Our planet Manhwa is under attack.
We beseech you, extraterrestrial friends, to help us repel the invaders."
"Ha ha, are you not afraid of inviting a wolf into your home?" "Well, as long as you can help us defeat the Demon King Denis, we are willing to surrender to a race as powerful as yours." Upon hearing Denis's name, Zhang Fan was already searching for him.
He had intended to kill him anyway, and now a slave planet was being handed to him free of charge. At Zhang Fan's gesture, Nisis took the metal box and opened it to reveal unexpectedly a golden spearhead.
Zhang Fan asked, "What is this?"
Binli immediately replied, "It is the legendary spearhead of the war god's spear, a treasure guarded by our Nyoyu people of Manhwa for generations. We can only entrust it to extraterrestrial friends who can help us defeat Denis." Zhang Fan immediately rose and helped Binli up, smiling.
"Since you are so sincere, we will help you.
But wait 2 days and we shall depart afterward." After ordering Binli to be taken away to rest, Zhang Fan held the war god's spearhead, feeling the powerful energy contained within. He sensed his cells beginning to change, his carapace growing denser and his spines becoming sharper.
Zhang Fan tossed the spearhead to Beast God General Moyo. "Keep this for now and deliver it to Duolanger when we return."
What an unexpected gain! I now possess 2 war god spears in the Vite universe. Binli waited anxiously aboard the insectoid command ship, the Nestworm.
He dared not wander, for any step away from the hangar would bring insectoid warriors to drive him back. Just as the crew began to doubt whether the insectoids would truly help rescue manhwa, Zhang Fan suddenly appeared beside their warship in person.
Binli immediately rushed down from the warship saluting and asking, "Extraterrestrial friend, may we set off?"
"Sorry, I am here to inform you that your planet manhwa no longer exists." "What?"
Binli looked at Zhang Fan in terror, unable to believe what he was hearing. He hurried back to the warship and checked the star map only to find the light representing manhwa had vanished.
"What is going on?"
Binli frantically rushed back to Zhang Fan demanding, "What is happening?"
Nuya blocked his path, slightly angered. "Calm down. It was not us insectoids who destroyed it. We were locking onto the course and preparing to depart when we discovered manhwa had already disappeared."
Binli nearly fainted, but his soldiers caught him. Suddenly remembering something, he perked up instantly. Anyone unaware might have thought it was his last burst of energy.
Binli shouted, "I know. I know. Manhwa was not destroyed, it was hidden." Hearing this, Zhang Fan retorted, "How do you know that?" Binli quickly explained that Demon King Dini's led a terrifying army to invade manhwa.
Their warships possess such stealth technology. They did not massacre our people indiscriminately, only subjugated them.
I believe he will not destroy manhwa, he has hidden it. Zhang Fan nodded and smiled at Nisi's.
That does align with his current situation. Based on their previous star charts, let's lock onto the nearby planets and go drag this kid out.
Binli immediately jumped in, "We can guide you." Nisi smiled, "Your warship lacks even a warp device. Stay put. When we reach the vicinity of the star system, you can guide us."
The nestworm writhed its tentacles, and after a series of warps it appeared in the star system near manhwa in an instant. Binli secretly rejoiced. This time they had found the right people and manhwa would be saved.
Zhang Fan came beside him and asked with a smile, "Which way should we go next?" "I'll guide you right away, right away." Binli's medium-sized warship led the way ahead while the nestworm followed at a distance. Zhang Fan was terrified that if the nestworm accelerated even slightly, the twig-like medium warship would be gone. Suddenly the nestworm's tentacles trembled and 3 missiles detonated around it. Zhang Fan smiled. "Looks like we've been detected. That stealth device of Dini's is quite impressive, isn't it?" Nisi's immediately released the ghost worms.
Under their detection, dozens of medium-sized warships identical to Binli's were exposed near the nestworm.
Moyo said, "My lord, someone is attempting to control the nestworm with psychic power. That's a nice dream of his."
Zhang Fan immediately established a connection with the nestworm through his consciousness. The moment his awareness entered, he felt a powerful psychic force invading the nestworm's neural network.
"Youngster, your psychic power probably won't work on my insectoid kind."
A gigantic shadow suddenly materialized within Zhang Fan's consciousness, and an ethereal yet resonant voice echoed in his mind, "Who are you? Why can you block my psychic power?"
"Ha ha ha, sorry, but our insectoid kind is immune to your tricks. Surrender obediently and I might consider letting you live. Dare to resist and you will die a terrible death." "You insect, don't you know who I am?"
"I am Prince of the Kalumi Empire, the future King of Kalumi, His Highness Dinis."
"I certainly know you.
You are Demona's younger brother who fled and hid in my Western universe after provoking the cursed clan, correct?"
"His Highness Dinis." That voice trembled slightly. "Who exactly are you?"
"I am Zhang Fan, overlord of the insectoids, invited by your sister Demona to eliminate you."
"Ha ha ha, that persistent ghost of a woman again. What did she promise you?" "I can offer you double." "Sorry, but in terms of strength you have no qualification to negotiate with me." Zhang Fan concentrated his will and directly expelled Dini's psychic presence from the nestworm's mind. "Alright, destroy those warships for me." Dozens of airburst wasps surged toward the medium warships of manhwa.
Before they could react, they were reduced to fragments. Binli had now witnessed the power of the insectoids, but those people on the warships were also Nyoyu clan members.
"My lord, can you hold back? Those are also my people." "Then you handle it. If you can lift the control, I'll follow your orders. But right now they are Dini's subordinates. You'd best face reality."
Binli was speechless at Zhang Fan's words. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed his own crew beginning to turn the ship around while his own mind grew hazy.
"Finished, I was too careless." Binli's medium warship fired multiple salvos, sending dozens of missiles toward the nestworm. The missile's power was utterly insufficient to reach the nestworm, yet the nestworm showed no mercy simply because Binli was their guide. That Dini's psychic power is truly formidable. If we could obtain it, our soul transformers would be invincible. Zhang Fan said to Nisi's, "Deploy all ghost worms. Find me Dini's, I want his genes."
With the phantom bugs clearing the way, manhwa star had nowhere to hide. When Zhang Fan saw the warships guarding manhwa star, he sneered, "A mere few hundred warships.
This planet is a little too primitive."
Millions of enhanced Super 6 eyes streamed out in full force and swept away the outer warships in less than a minute.
Niexisai was just about to order the fleet to continue toward Manhwa Star when she suddenly shouted not good. Hardly had the words left her mouth when the enhanced Super Six Eyes began attacking and biting one another. Missiles flew in every direction, fires and explosions burst out everywhere, yet not one of them voluntarily activated its holy bulwark or chi energy defense barrier. Apart from the times when Zhang Fan needed to recombine and fuse genes, this kind of mutual slaughter among the insectoids had never occurred before. Zhang Fan immediately concentrated his mind and using his Dominator consciousness established a link with all the enhanced Super Six Eyes. He found that within the minds of the controlled enhanced Super Six Eyes there was a dark shadow, and it was this shadow that was guiding them to attack their companions. Zhang Fan tried to expel the dark shadow only to find that it was playing hide-and-seek with him. The moment his consciousness merged with them, the shadow vanished on its own and the insectoid army returned to normal. But whenever Zhang Fan withdrew his Dominator consciousness and allowed the insectoids to act freely, the shadow immediately began invading the insectoid army's minds once more. After repeated attempts, Zhang Fan no longer dared to withdraw his consciousness carelessly because the casualties from the insectoids attacking one another were far too heavy. Yet if Zhang Fan kept using his Dominator consciousness to control the insectoids' movements, his mind could never bear such an enormous number of insectoids. Retreat! Retreat! Seeing that Zhang Fan's stamina was clearly flagging, the Niexisai immediately ordered a withdrawal. The insectoids had not even laid eyes on their enemy, an unprecedented first. Since Zhang Fan had taken command of the insectoid race, this was absolutely a first. Dejectedly he sat on the throne in the command room, silently staring at the progenitor in his hand. Fiddling with the progenitor's tiny tentacles, he murmured to himself, this Dimasai's psychic power is too strong, he can actually control the insectoids. If even he is this hard to deal with. Niexisai said, Dominator, your consciousness can oppose Dimasai, but the scale of his psychic invasion far exceeds what your consciousness can bear. It seems that reducing the number of soldiers is the only possible way. Niexisai said, I have a suggestion. Although Dimasai's psychic power can control vast numbers of insectoids, I believe it won't have much effect on beast god generals and matriarchs who possess intelligence and a certain degree of mental resistance. If the Dominator only interferes with a small number of insects, you should be able to contend with him as an equal. Is there anything that can interfere with his psychic power? Zhang Fan pondered. Niexisai, however, said the Entomancers of Leerwala already have psychic control abilities. I think we might try something in that direction. Zhang Fan immediately stood up. Let's go find 2 Entomancers and see if we can figure out some way to use them. 2 Entomancers came before Zhang Fan. They looked like hunched old men wearing bamboo hats, the hat was their head and the 2 small black spots in front were their eyes. Zhang Fan laughed when he saw them. So this is what our insectoid race's most powerful psychics look like. Niexisai said the 2 tentacles on their heads can generate bioelectric currents, and they use those currents to expand the range of their psychic control. Although they may look a little strange, their abilities are still very powerful. One Entomancer extended a hooked claw toward an insect egg, and that egg suddenly floated in midair right before Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan blurted out, not bad. You even have superpowers. Niexisai immediately corrected him, Dominator, this is a manifestation of psychic power being made tangible. This gave Zhang Fan a headache. Then isn't Dimasai even more powerful? If he attacks with his psychic power, my consciousness only works on insectoids and I can't make it tangible. At best I can only compete with him on a mental level. After thinking for a moment, Niexisai said, for now let's have the Entomancers battle the beast god generals. I'll collect all the data from their fights, analyze it, and then think of a solution. Manhwa was summoned by Zhang Fan to fight the Entomancers from 1 to 10. When 20 Entomancers were together without Zhang Fan's intervention, Manhwa began to feel somewhat disoriented. With 50 Entomancers focusing their psychic power, they could briefly control Manhwa for about 15 seconds. In a battle, that much time would mean certain death for Manhwa. With Zhang Fan's intervention, even 20,000 Entomancers were helpless. Niexisai pondered for a moment and said, this won't work. After all, the Entomancer's psychic power simply cannot compare with that of Dimasai, who can control a whole planet. We need another approach. Bai Shui suddenly said, let me try, can my speed cut off psychic power? The result was not very satisfying. Bai Shui did only a little better than Manhwa. Although she was hard to catch once an Entomancer detected her, the ending was far from ideal. Nuya laughed from the side. Bai Shui is so fast, couldn't she kill Dimasai before she gets caught? Niexisai said with slight irritation, naive. If he can control an entire planet, can you even get near him? We couldn't get millions of enhanced Super Six Eyes anywhere near that planet, and you talk about getting close to him. You. Nuya was so angry that she flapped her wings and made a hissing sound that was full of fury and resentment, yet she still couldn't hit Niexisai. Niexisai suddenly pointed at Nuya and shouted, keep going, keep going. Nuya had the temperament of a little girl, the more you asked her to do something the more she refused. I won't. Why should I take orders from you? If you tell me to keep going, I have to keep going. That's so embarrassing.
Zhang Fan laughed loudly.
Since when did you start saying things like that? Who taught you? Niexisai hurled an energy orb at Nuya.
Bai Shui slashed the orb into two halves and angrily demanded, "What do you think you're doing?"
Nuya flapped her wings in rage and glared viciously at Niexisai.
If Zhang Fan hadn't been watching her, she would probably have charged at Niexisai and torn her to shreds.
Niexisai ignored the threats from Nuya and Bai Shui. Pointing at an entomancer standing not far from Nuya, she exclaimed, "Dominator, look."
That entomancer was clutching its head and shaking it, looking as though it were in terrible pain.
Zhang Fan asked curiously, "What's happening?" Niexisai suddenly shouted, "I've got it." Everyone stared at her in astonishment. She immediately ordered one of the entomancers to use psychic power to control an insect egg.
Then she glanced at Nuya, thought for a moment, and said to Bai Shui instead, "You're fast, you flap your wings."
Zhang Fan nodded.
Bai Shui began flapping her wings rapidly. She moved so fast that a mighty gale billowed out behind her and the progenitor on Zhang Fan's shoulder was almost blown away. That entomancer's expression was extremely pained, and the egg it had been controlling suddenly lost its psychic support, nearly falling to the ground.
Niexisai smiled.
"It seems we've found a way to counter psychic power. We just need to modify the mother-child gasburst bug." Nisi searched through every gene and finally found a suitable one, while the Zhumu mothers also hatched the first batch of Zimu Kibushang almost simultaneously. Through research, Nisi's discovered that the Chongwashi experienced painful reactions due to the infrasound produced by the high-speed vibration of Bai Shui's wings.
She found a bat-like creature from DRQ and extracted its Shengguo genes, fusing them into the Kibushang.
When the Yin Beichong hatched, the test results were highly satisfactory. The explosion effect of the Yin Beichong could not only block the mental control of the Chongwashi but also cause permanent damage to them.
Zhang Fan nodded and then shook his head. "This is an excellent tool, but we cannot approach Manhwa Star, and the sound of the Yin Beichong cannot propagate in space anyway."
"Then we will send them to Manhwa Star," Nisi said with a mysterious smile.
Nuya sneered. "If we cannot even approach it, how do you plan to deliver them?"
"Send some eggs and have him incubate them for us."
"Ah, you finally guessed one thing correctly." Nisi's ignored Nuya's astonished expression and continued.
"The threat pheromone extracted from the Kamling beast can now be used safely.
We simply need to inject the pheromone into the eggs of the Yin Beichong and Zimu Yin Beichong and then—"
Zhang Fan interrupted.
"Create an artificial meteor shower for them." Nuya pouted.
"Why go through so much trouble?
Just destroy Manhwa Star with one blast. You want it easy, and so do I. But they demand proof. If we blast it away, we just claim we killed them. Don't forget they require live streaming. So troublesome."
Zhang Fan played with the disposable live-streaming diamond device and said irritably, "Follow Nisi's plan.
You five prepare yourselves. I will descend with you.
The six of us will be facing creatures from an entire planet."
Ha ha ha.
Everything proceeded methodically according to Nisi's calculations. Zhou Linmanya and Meng Jia commanded the Changhua Chao Lumu to attack nearby asteroids, beginning the artificial meteor shower.
The Zimu Yin Beichong eggs were hatching urgently.
The only remaining problem was triggering the defense mechanism of the Shoshin Zhang to induce a simulated death state, which was a major challenge.
Before the Shoshin Zhang could trigger their defense mechanism, the entire insectoid army would likely already be in a simulated death state.
As for Zhang Fan, inducing his simulated death was virtually impossible.
This problem. Zhang Fan gazed at the planet flickering in and out of visibility under the Gui Chang's detection.
Without warship support, the Shoshin Zhang had no chance against the medium-class warships of the Niu Yurin in space combat. Nisi suddenly spoke. "What if the mother nest worm and other insectoid soldiers enter a simulated death state?
And fall directly. And we only need to detonate several Yin Beichong around Manhwa Star upon arrival." Bai Shui immediately agreed. "I think it's feasible. That pheromone made me feel extremely uncomfortable. I never want to try it again." Nisi's continued, "However, there is a problem: the duration of the insectoid soldiers' simulated death.
Once they awaken, they may be controlled by Dimasai and turned into our enemies."
Nuya asked curiously, "Why don't we just leave them behind?"
"That's why you're childish.
Could they even fit?
Hundreds of millions of Changhua Chao Lumu couldn't hold the billion insectoid soldiers, let alone those eggs still under experimentation."
"You call me childish.
Why don't you make the Changhua Chao Lumu enter simulated death too?
We could just ride them." Nisi's retorted speechlessly, "What if the enemy shells them? Do you all want to turn into cosmic dust? Moreover, once Dimasai's mental control is severed, the insectoid army is absolutely necessary.
Do you really want the five of you to fight creatures from an entire planet alone?" Zhang Fan quickly intervened.
"Enough, stop arguing. Execute Nisi's plan. Countless asteroid fragments carrying the Zimu Yinbeachong and Yinbeachong eggs flew toward manhwa star.
As Nisis had predicted, only two Nyo Rin combat vessels emerged to shatter the larger meteorite blocks. They completely ignored the smaller meteorites, knowing these posed little threat even upon impact. The first phase of the operation succeeded, finally allowing Zhang Fan to breathe a sigh of relief.
Now they only needed to wait for the Yinbeachong eggs to hatch.
After rigorous calculations, Nisis told Zhang Fan, I will now induce the mother nest worm into a simulated death state. We will fall onto the northern hemisphere of manhwa star. Dimasai will certainly use his powerful mental energy to prevent our descent, as the mother nest worm's size and weight would be devastating to manhwa star.
Indeed, he wouldn't want his hiding place destroyed so inexplicably.
The simulated dead mother nest worm resembled a giant asteroid, letting manhwa star's gravity draw it inward. Its speed increased rapidly.
When the mother nest worm first touched manhwa star's atmosphere, brilliant flames erupted around it.
Dimasai, who had been sitting on the Nyo Rin throne pondering how to deal with Duomi Na, immediately rushed out of the palace upon hearing the startled cries outside. He saw a sky-covering creature descending toward manhwa star. He probed instantly and found that this colossal entity only had faint signs of life.
Panic seized him. Dimasai quickly closed his eyes, concentrated his efforts, and waved his hands toward the giant entity.
An invisible force like massive hands slowly held back the falling mother nest worm. Although the descent speed of the mother nest worm slowed, its enormous weight meant that without intervention it would still cause irreparable destruction to the entire planet. Dimasai had no choice but to continue controlling it with his mental energy, gently lowering the mother nest worm until it hovered balanced in midair. 100,000 Nyo Rin small warships immediately flew to the underside of the mother nest worm, serving as its cradle to firmly support it.
Only then did Dimasai sigh in relief and curse Duomi Na, you madwoman. Are all the people you recruited insane? Using such a massive warship as a projectile.
Seeing the mother nest worm stabilize, Nisi said to Zhang Fan, Lord, you may give the order to act. I will remain at the mother nest worm.
If Dimasai attempts to control the insectoid soldiers, I should be able to resist for a time. Jiolin Manya Mengjia Nuya Baishua, find Dimasai immediately.
I will monitor your consciousness.
The moment you locate him, eliminate him at once.
Zhang Fan tossed the disposable diamond-shaped device to Baishue. Activate this device before killing him. I refuse to have all this effort wasted.
The 5 Shoshinjian rapidly flew toward Dimasai's location while the Yinbeachong began breaking free from their eggs. The 5 beast god generals charged forward in a straight line, heading toward Dini's.
Suddenly a missile shot up from below, but Baishue quick as lightning cleaved it in two with her blade. Manja, go deal with that big one who dared to ambush us from below.
Hearing Noah's command, Manja immediately veered downward.
He had only flown halfway when several missiles streaked toward him. He tried to dodge, but his body suddenly felt bound by an invisible force.
He was struck head-on by a missile. Fortunately, Manja's thick carapace was sturdy, it only blasted away a bit of his outer shell. Manja roared in fury, struggling to break free from that invisible grip.
At that moment, Zhang Fan's voice suddenly echoed beside him, the mental threat has been neutralized.
You're free to move now.
And sure enough, the moment Zhang Fan's words fell, Manja regained control of his body as if the constraint had never existed. Manja folded his wings, tumbled through the air, curled his armored body into a ball with spikes protruding outward, and plummeted straight down onto the enemy's commander like a living spiked wrecking ball.
Manja crashed into the ground, leaving a deep crater.
The Nyoyu clansmen holding laser weapons planned to finish him on the spot, but no sooner had dozens of soldiers approached the pit than Manja fired out a ring of poisonous spines.
The front line of soldiers was instantly riddled like pincushions.
The ox-headed dragon-winged man carrying a portable missile launcher demanded, "What the hell are you?" Manja strode out of the crater he had made and glared at the ox-headed man.
Kid, I am Manja, one of the 12 beast god generals of the insect race. The ox-headed man burst out laughing.
A mere bug dares to call itself a god general.
I am Nyoman, one of the 4 great guardians under His Majesty Dini's. Manja wasted no time on words.
He braced himself and sent a volley of venomous spines flying at Nyoman.
Nyoman was no easy opponent either. He raised an energy shield to block the spines while launching 3 missiles into the sky. Manja wondered where he was shooting, but then saw the 3 missiles arc around and come straight back at him. Manja had already been hit by a missile earlier. Though one missile couldn't do much damage, 3 in a row was another story entirely. At that moment, a small red and yellow insect flew into the air. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out so loud that both Manja and Nyoman instinctively covered their ears. A sonic boom bug. Manja instantly realized what it was, turned on his heel and charged madly at Nyoman. A deafening crash followed. Manja was driven back 3 meters while a small mound of dirt piled up beneath Nyoman's feet. Nyoman shook his numb hands. You've got some real strength, kid. Your grandpa here hasn't even used his full strength yet. Keep coming, boy. Manga and Nyoman clashed on the ground in a furious melee while above them several Nyoyu fighter jets were pursuing Noah and the others. Bai Shui performed a series of rapid flips causing several fighter jets to lose their target. She then landed atop one of their cockpits and laughed, "Ha. You guys are way too slow." Suddenly a dark shadow streaked past. Before Bai Shui could react, it slammed into her and sent both of them crashing toward the ground. Jolene was about to go help her, but Noah said, "You know Bai Shui's temper. Leave her be, killing Dinies is what matters." Jolene glanced at the black and white figures falling to the ground, shook his head and continued flying toward Dinies. On the mother nest bug, Zhang Fan watched the battlefield and said to Nisi's, "Dinies is still controlling the mother nest bug. He clearly has capable men under him. Send all available sonic boom bugs to support Noah and the others." Nisi said worriedly, "But if we do that, once Dinies takes control of us, we'll have no defensive weapons left." "It's fine. If worst comes to worst, I'm still here." The mother-son sonic boom bugs that had been thrown to Mambo Star in a state of false death began to stir. As soon as they awakened, they started rapidly devouring nearby plants and small animals to draw strength. Noah pointed at a resplendent golden fishbone patterned palace and said to Jolene and Mengjia that should be Dinies' hideout. Just as she spoke, a towering figure about 3 meters tall, clad in heavy armor and wielding a giant axe, hovered above the palace and bellowed, "Who goes there?" Noah and Jolene flew around him, but the armored giant didn't pursue. Instead he glared at Mengjia, whose forearms were blade-like, whose back bore heavy shells and whose shoulders sprouted a pair of wings. "Sky or ground?" Mengjia gave a rough laugh. "Your call. The ground suits me better." "Then let's go." Noah and Jolene could already see Dinies, who was fully focused on controlling the mother nest bug. With a silent exchange of glances, Jolene hurled several venomous mucus balls at Dinies. Noah seized the moment and fired 3 sword chi beams toward Jolene's mucus balls. The blades tore them apart, spreading a net-like web of venom before Dinies. Seeing the terror in Dinies' eyes, Noah thought the attack would force him to dodge. But to her surprise, Dinies neither dodged nor flinched. He merely glanced at it and resumed concentrating on the mother nest bug. Noah suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. A powerful force hurled her back over 100 meters. Then the force struck again, slamming her down to the ground. Jolene hurriedly shot 3 streams of spider silk at Noah's falling body and yanked hard, barely managing to pull her back into the air. Had she actually hit the ground, she would have been dead or severely injured. "How dare you ambush me?" Noah glared at a woman with a cone-shaped face and a pair of mismatched pink ears. Her slender, curvy figure belied the terrifying strength that could send Noah flying with a single punch, and she matched Bai Shui's speed. Jolene shot a strand of spider silk at the woman. Instead of dodging, she caught it, yanked Jolene toward her and punched him square in the abdomen. Jolene was flung several meters away, but before he could right himself, she pulled him back again. Noah quickly slashed her air blade, severing the silk. Jolene flapped his wings and vaulted out of the woman's reach. The woman laughed. "And with such little skill you thought you could ambush Prince Dinies? Where did you find such confidence?" Noah brought her hands together and shot out a barrage of sword chi while Jolene spat venom and silk. Yet the woman handled the 2 of them with ease. It felt as though she was merely playing with them. On the mother nest bug, Zhang Fan saw the beast god generals locked in bitter struggle. He smiled. "Dinies really is strong. But the insect race's beast god generals aren't pushovers either." Suddenly Zhang Fan sensed a powerful mental force attempting to seize control of the beast god generals' minds. Zhang Fan immediately entered a mental state to block Dinies' invasion. But he soon realized the spiritual force did not come from Dinies at all. It came from a short round blue creature standing beside him. "So there's a mental controller too." Nisis immediately said, "Overlord, don't waste your strength on him. Leave him to me." Zhang Fan nodded and withdrew his mental presence. He leaped off the mother nest bug, hovering in midair, and glared at Dinies, who was still striving to control it. "I suppose it's time for me to make my move." Manja and Nyoman continued their contest of raw strength. To all appearances the 2 stood motionless, yet every cell within their bodies was strung taut, every muscle and every strand of tissue was drawn like a bowstring. Nyoman, grinding his teeth, poured every ounce of strength into his voice. "Boy, why not join His Highness Dinies? He truly values talent. Or perhaps you'd rather join the insect race. The sovereign embraces people of all races." Nyoman and Manja exchanged a knowing smile, each well aware that the other could never be swayed. Just then Manja suddenly noticed a dense crowd of oxfish tribesmen, their eyes vacant, surrounding him with laser weapons. "Hey grandson. Are you going to rely on outnumbering me? I can't help it. These soldiers aren't under my control. Besides, did I ever promise you a fair fight? Very well, then don't blame me for being rude." Manja let out a sudden hiss and several mother sub-sonic boom bugs erupted from the ground. The fully charged mother sub gas burst bugs burst out of the earth, shot into midair and detonated in the sky. The colossal sonic boom severed Denis's mental link.
The oxfish tribesmen abruptly snapped awake, looking around in bewilderment as though they had no idea what had just happened. Nor did he realize that the eggs of the mother subsonic boom bugs had already attached themselves to their bodies.
Several oxfish tribesmen suddenly bent over and collapsed in agony.
Within only a few seconds, a cluster of fingernail-sized mother subsonic boom bug larvae tore out of their bodies and rapidly burrowed into the soil. Seeing hundreds of oxfish tribesmen fall, Nyoman stared at Manga in astonishment.
What have you done? Merely summoning my troops. Nyoman had not expected that the piercing sonic boom could sever Denis's mental control. Yet even more puzzling was that Manga did not stop now that Denis's control had been interrupted.
He cared nothing for the lives of the oxfish tribesmen, making it clear he had not come to save Mambo Star.
Boy, why exactly are you here? Why so many questions? Let's talk after the fight.
Seizing the opportunity, Manga threw a punch at Nyoman's ox head. Nyoman's reflexes were swift. He jerked his head back and barely evaded the fist, but the force of the punch's wind still gashed his ox nose.
Nyoman clutched his gushing ox nose and roared, "Go to hell, boy!"
With a move called Twin Peaks Piercing Ears, he struck at Manga, who instantly curled into a ball and rolled, slamming into Nyoman's abdomen.
Nyoman refused to yield. With both hands he clamped down on Manja's spiked body, and the two once again entered a motionless contest of even greater strength.
Over on Bai Shue's side, by contrast, a black shadow and a white shadow moved so fast they were almost invisible. Only the metallic clash of each collision in the sky revealed where the two were. Every time Bai Shue's blade clashed with the black shadow, it produced a dazzling shower of sparks. What astonished her, however, was that her indestructible chi blade could not sever the shadow's hand swords.
The two in the sky were locked in a fierce, unresolved battle.
In such a contest of speed, neither dared to let his focus waver for an instant, otherwise the consequences went without saying. Several mother subsonic boom bugs had silently slipped into position beneath Bai Shue. Nessie spoke to her, telepathically lure the black shadow over to the mother subsonic boom bugs. Bai Shue fought while retreating, deliberately drawing the black shadow toward the ground. Yet the shadow refused to take the bait. Whenever she neared the ground, he stopped attacking as if sensing a trap.
"Hey, come down and fight. The air currents up here affect your speed. In your dreams. Do you think I don't know about the little bugs beneath your feet? I'm not one who relies on his eyes." It was then that Bai Shue noticed the black shadow was as dark as ink, had no face, and bore hands shaped like sword claws with identical spikes on each foot. When he pressed his hands together above his head and closed his legs tightly, he truly resembled a black long sword. This piqued Bai Shue's curiosity. She had never seen such a strange race. "Ha! I rather like you. Tell me your name and let it serve as a memento." "Sword Clan He Duan." "Ha, a fine name."
Bai Shue grabbed a mother subsonic boom bug and hurled it at him. As she had expected, the bug was cleaved in two before it could explode. But that was precisely the effect she wanted. Taking advantage of the instant his attention wavered, she shot through He Duan's body at incredible speed.
"Ha!
In my presence you still had time for other tricks.
What a pity." He Duan suddenly smiled. "Do you think your speed alone can kill me?"
Bai Shue stared at the completely unharmed He Duan in shock.
"You? How is that possible?" He Duan made no reply.
He removed the close-fitting armor from his body. A single shoulder guard crashed into the ground, leaving a depression a fist deep. Bai Shue cried out, "You were fighting me while wearing armor that heavy."
"Not bad. Very few people have forced me to remove my armor in battle."
Bai Shue naturally would not give him a chance. Yet when she pierced He Duan's chest, she realized she had struck only an afterimage. But Bai Shue smiled faintly. "If you're taking yours off, then I have no choice but to put mine on."
"Armorize."
Suddenly a piece of bioarmor at the center of her back covered her entire body at incredible speed.
This was the Gomd people's demigod bio-boosted armor.
Not only did it enhance all physical attributes, but it could also change its form to suit the user's needs. A suit of white armor with blue stripes adhered to Bai Shue's body, and two pairs of wings made her even swifter in the air. The aerial battle remained fierce and unresolved, while Meng Jia and the heavy-armored battle-axe warrior were likewise locked in a deadlock. Clearly the armored warrior was far stronger than Meng Jia, but Meng Jia was the nimbler of the two.
After losing two exchanges, Meng Jia changed tactics and the heavy-armored battle-axe warrior shifted into guerrilla warfare. After more than a dozen rounds, both sides bore wounds that were neither light nor severe. The heavy-armored battle-axe warrior abruptly exposed an opening to bait Meng Jia. Failing to see the trap, Meng Jia lunged forward, but by the time he realized his mistake, it was already too late. The warrior twisted to the side and swung his axe backhanded in a pulling arc, the blade stopping only a hair's breadth from Meng Jia's head. Suddenly a single hooked claw caught the axe. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan lifted the somewhat disheveled Meng Jia and said calmly, "You fell for such a petty trick. Don't let it happen again or I'll devour you myself.
Zhang Fan applied a little force and the warrior's axe shattered in his grip. Glaring at the armored warrior he said, "Boy, your combat strength is decent but your weapon is a little lacking." Without waiting for a reply, Zhang Fan flew into the sky and shot straight toward Demies. Seeing that the colossal bioorganic warship had finally stabilized, Demies turned his gaze toward the three locked in battle not far away.
You reckless fool.
Demies reached out and caught Xiao Lin, who was about to launch a sneak attack out of thin air.
An invisible hand gripped Xiao Lin's neck.
"Little bug with such paltry skills, you dare to make trouble for me." At that moment Demies saw three mother subsonic boom bugs flying toward him. A glint flashed in his eyes and the bugs immediately changed course and hurtled toward Xiao Lin.
Ha ha ha.
Let me show you what it's like to be blown up by your own bugs. With the Zimu Inbao Chom already in flight under Demies' command, they arrived before Xiao Lin. A thunderous boom echoed as three of the insects detonated in a synchronized explosion. Demies felt a wave of dizziness and nausea, the sound wave slicing through the air like a blade threatening to pierce his eardrums. The mental force binding Xiao Lin collapsed instantly, sending him plummeting from the sky. The pink-eared woman beside him staggered, dazed by the sonic barrage.
Noah abandoned the pink-eared woman and rushed to catch Xiao Lin mid-descent.
After a cursory examination confirming he was unharmed, she turned back to finish off the woman. Zhang Fan suddenly materialized before her, gripping her shoulder as he said, "Xiao Lin is injured and Niu reinforcements are closing in from below. You handle the foot soldiers, I'll deal with this."
Lord. Enough. This isn't the time for your recklessness. Leave now.
The moment Zhang Fan finished speaking, he flashed before the pink-eared woman, seizing her throat with one hand before she could react.
"You're quite capable, young lady," Zhang Fan murmured, preparing to snap her neck. Suddenly a powerful energy surge approached from behind.
Zhang Fan swiftly dodged, hurling the woman toward the incoming energy sphere. With a deafening blast she was reduced to ash before she could even cry out. Knocked dozens of meters back, Zhang Fan stabilized himself and chuckled. "How does it feel to kill your own subordinates?"
Demies glared at him. "Who exactly are you? Didn't I tell you last time? Your sister sent me to eliminate you. Fool. You actually believe that woman?"
"I told you, I'll pay double whatever she offered if you help me."
Zhang Fan shook his head. "Regrettably, I keep my word. You must die today. You're not even close to being enough."
As Demies spoke, a beam of light erupted from his mouth. Zhang Fan dodged, but the beam grazed him, melting the armor on his chest. Furious, Zhang Fan tore away the molten armor and roared, "You brought this upon yourself." Just as Zhang Fan prepared to strike, an invisible force seized his body, though his mind remained sharp.
He quickly commanded two Inbao Chong to erupt from the ground.
They detonated near Demies, the sudden explosion disrupting his mental grip and freeing Zhang Fan's body. Zhang Fan hurled three energy spheres at Demies, then spat a mucus poison orb above them.
Three massive spider webs shot outward, leaving Demies no escape route.
But Demies surprised him, launching three magic orbs while spitting light waves that scorched the webs and dissolved the poison orb.
The webs turned to ash instantly, as did the poison orb.
The magic spheres collided with Zhang Fan's energy balls, creating a powerful shockwave that forced him to retreat.
The first clash ended in a stalemate. Without giving Demies time to breathe, Zhang Fan deployed three more poison orbs and summoned several Inbao Chong from the ground.
This time he followed closely behind, aiming for close combat.
Demies seemed to anticipate Zhang Fan's intent and retreated swiftly. Hundreds of missiles suddenly erupted from behind him. Looking down, Zhang Fan saw Niu reinforcements arriving. Abandoning his advance, he spread his wings and launched thousands of venomous spikes.
The collision between missiles and spikes created a dazzling display of fireworks.
Though Noah and Xiao Lin could handle dozens of enemies alone, they couldn't ignore the Niu's laser weapons and missiles. The enemy refused direct combat, scattering the moment they approached.
This frustrated the hot-tempered Noah, who slashed wildly with her wind blade.
Though devastating, most attacks missed and an unharmed Xiao Lin took them down one by one. Suddenly Nisi's voice echoed in Zhang Fan's mind, "Lord, the feigning dead Zuanzu are nearly awake. There aren't enough Inbao Chong, we must defeat Demies quickly. Otherwise." "I understand."
Though Zhang Fan agreed, aloud doubt lingered.
Demies was slippery as an eel, though slower he had overwhelming numbers. Just as Zhang Fan closed in, Niu missiles struck. After evading, Demies vanished instantly. After repeated pursuits he failed to catch Demies, but saw the Niu ranks swell. Any lapse in Zhang Fan's focus allowed Demies' mental grip to seize his body, forcing him to rely on Inbao Chong to break free. The Zimu Inbao Chong required time to mature. Though functionally infinite, their numbers couldn't replenish fast enough under such heavy usage. Assessing the situation, Zhang Fan decided to change tactics. He aimed to eliminate Demies' subordinates, first freeing the Shou Xinjiang. But Demies wouldn't comply. Whenever Zhang Fan approached his forces, missile barrages and intensified mental magical attacks drove him back. The battle reached a stalemate. Zhang Fan's Shou Xinjiang couldn't break free, and apart from his Yin Baochong he had no other troops, all of which were needed to counter Demi's mental domination. Meanwhile, though Demi's was weaker, he had hundreds of thousands of Niuyu warriors and relentless missiles preventing Zhang Fan from closing in. If this dragged on, once the Zhuanzi warriors awakened, Demi's might control them, digging his own grave. Nisi's consciousness resounded again. Lord the Basho and Bone Shield Xiang Chong have begun awakening. Deploy them immediately and send Belita to clear the surrounding area. Your mental strength should hold until the next batch of Zimu Inbao Chong hatches. Nisi's dispatched 12 reinforced six-eyed ships carrying dozens of fully awake Basho and Bone Shield Xiang Chong to the ground, planting Belita throughout the combat zone. Upon seeing warships emerge from the Mu Chao Chong, Demi's immediately sensed danger. He detected a massive life force stirring within what he believed was dead. Ha ha ha. Are these reinforcements for me? You wish. Do you really think you can control them? Just as Demi's attempted to control the departing ships, a Yin Bao Chong exploded nearby and Zhang Fan appeared simultaneously. Unbeknownst to Demi's, several Ghost Chong had been lurking around him all along. Though they could delay Demi's temporarily, they couldn't kill him. For Zhang Fan to win, he prayed the Zimu Yin Bao Chong would rapidly multiply and mature. Otherwise, if the entire Zhuanzi fell under Demi's control, he'd be left helpless. Zhang Fan's supply of sonic boom bugs was dwindling, yet Demi's control remained largely unspent. The only casualty was his eardrums, nearly shattered by the bugs' piercing cries. 12 reinforced six-eyes vessels endured the Bullfishman's surface-to-air missiles to drop the Belita war machines. The moment the tyrant beasts and bone shield elephant beetles landed, they unleashed a ferocious barrage upon the Bullfishman horde. Demi's repeatedly attempted to seize command of the insectoid ground forces, only to find a formidable psychic barrier repelling his mental power. Demi's gazed at the mother nestworm and smiled faintly. So there exists a being with such formidable psychic strength. How intriguing. Just as he was about to concentrate his efforts on attacking Nexus, Zhang Fan suddenly appeared before him. Caught off guard while focusing his mind, Demi's took a punch square to the face and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Demi's glared at Zhang Fan. You fool. Domina is anything but trustworthy. Does it matter? That single retort extinguished any lingering desire Demi's had to recruit Zhang Fan. It was clear now today would end only in mutual destruction. Aboard the Belita, twin frost blue dragon cannons bombarded the Bullfishman ranks indiscriminately, while the tyrant beast super cannons joined the onslaught. In moments, the surrounding insectoid territory was reduced to rubble. Demi's drew two 2-meter-long greatswords from his back and lunged at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan sidestepped his claw, darting straight for Demi's face. Yet when the claw was barely a meter from Demi's face, it halted abruptly, as if an invisible barrier barred its path, preventing even a single inch of further progress. At that moment, a frost blue dragon shell came hurtling toward Zhang Fan. Forced to dodge, he inadvertently gave Demi's another chance to escape. Watching Demi's flee into the distance, Zhang Fan snarled in frustration, "Who was the blind fool who fired at me?" Nexus replied with a hurt expression, "Demi's bypassed my psychic barrier and seized control of a tyrant beast." Zhang Fan seethed, "Pull that again and I'll have your life." With that, he resumed his pursuit of Demi's, the two of them once again locked in a game of cat and mouse. Yet Zhang Fan was no longer in a hurry. The mother-child sonic boom bugs were on the verge of hatching. Now he almost welcomed Demi's stalling. Once they emerged, the hundreds of thousands of Bullfishmen would become their hosts. Demi's abruptly ceased his flight and hovered in midair. A glowing array of bizarre runes materialized around him, enveloping his body. Tens of millions of slender threads of light burst outward from the array in all directions. Demi's laughed from within the radiance, "Thank you for your reinforcements." Millions of light threads converged into a colossal beam that shot straight toward the mother nest worm. At nearly the same instant, Nexus cried out, "The insectoid army has been taken over by Demi's." The ensnared soldiers surged wildly toward the command chamber. Nexus could only rely on her psychic power to command the few hundred royal guards around her to hold the line. Zhang Fan roared, "If you want a game, then let's play." He focused his psychic energy to the utmost, unleashing the overlord consciousness at maximum intensity. This was a duel between genetic heritage and mental strength. Two invisible forces vied for dominion over the insectoid army's minds, and the result was that the entire host stood utterly paralyzed. Noya looked skyward and said to Qiolin, "Hold on for a while. I'm going to help the overlord." Though wounded, Qiolin was more than a match for the Bullfishman. At his nod, Noya shot through the air toward the equally frozen Demi's. When she was within 10 meters of him, Demi's suddenly extended a hand toward her. A thumb-thick beam of light pierced directly into Noya's neural center. Noya's eyes grew vacant and distant. Slowly she turned her head toward Zhang Fan. She beat her wings and veered, lunging at him.
At that moment Zhang Fan had no time to parry her attack.
Noya's chi blade halted less than 5 centimeters from Zhang Fan's body.
Blood dripped from the blade and fell through the air. Zhang Fan stared at the back of Bai Shui, who had thrown herself between them, and roared, "Dinies, you must die."
Zhang Fan's fury infected the entire insectoid army. Dini suddenly sensed it, a raging madness.
The insectoid soldiers slipped beyond his control. No, more precisely, their minds had been supplanted by frenzy.
The swarm began attacking wildly, lashing out at anything in sight with no regard for friend or foe.
The entire swarm descended into madness, and for the first time Dinies felt fear, the terror of his own psychic energy being devoured by that ravenous rage.
The anger traveled along his psychic thread, seeping into his own thoughts and igniting his fury.
Sensing the danger, Dinies hastily severed the threads. Any later and he too would have been consumed by wrath. Zhang Fan kicked Noya away and caught Bai Shui, who had been impaled by her blade, immediately beginning to heal her.
Fortunately, all 12 beast god generals possessed enhanced metabolism.
Thanks to Zhang Fan's timely treatment, Bai Shui's life was barely saved.
Seeing Bai Shui wounded, He Duan plotted a sneak attack.
Seizing the moment while Zhang Fan was distracted, he transformed into a black sword and shot straight toward Zhang Fan's back.
Without looking back, Zhang Fan burst 6 tentacles from behind his body, ensnaring He Duan tightly. He dragged the assassin before him and sneered, "Perfect timing, Bai Shui needs nourishment."
As he spoke, Zhang Fan bit off He Duan's black head in a single crunch.
Black blood gushed forth like a fountain. After devouring He Duan, Zhang Fan laid the remains beside Bai Shui and said, "Eat first and recover. I'll deal with Dinies and be back soon."
Zhang Fan shot a glare at Noya, who was clutching her stomach and approaching slowly. "If you're ever controlled again, I'll kill you with my own hands.
This subordinate has erred. Please forgive me, Overlord. Keep an eye on her.
If she dies, you can take your own life."
Noya hurriedly nodded, fighting through the searing pain in her abdomen to edge closer to Bai Shui. The swarm's fury and madness continued unabated.
Inside the mother nest worm, insectoids raged in self-destructive frenzy. Nexus immediately opened the vessel's hatches. She knew that if she did not release these berserk soldiers, their next target would be to tear the mother nest worm itself apart. The moment the hatches opened, the maddened swarm poured out in a torrent, flying and crawling alike, streaming from the mother nest worm in chaotic waves. For an instant the mother nest worm was like a colossal showerhead, and the swarm poured out in columns.
Tens of millions of insectoids plummeted from the sky.
Those that could not fly splattered into pulp, and within moments mountains of corpses piled up. Those that landed afterward descended atop the mountains of the dead and immediately turned to attack the stunned bullfishmen.
Zhang Fan flew before Dinies.
Producing the rhomboid device Domina had given him, he declared, "I'll let them watch me tear you apart with my own hands." Zhang Fan hurled the rhomboid device into the air.
Dinies stared at it in horror. "No. That's not."
A blinding white light erupted from the device, and searing scorching pain flooded every inch of Zhang Fan's body. By the time Zhang Fan realized that the so-called disposable live streaming device was actually a bomb of immense destructive power, it was already too late. The violent explosion hurled him hundreds of meters away, slamming him heavily onto the ground, leaving not a single part of his body intact. If not for his instincts activating the energy barrier and the divine bulwark, he would have been reduced to ashes in that very instant. Gazing up at the azure sky, Zhang Fan felt the approach of death. The memories of his entire life flashed before his eyes.
Was he truly about to die? Feeble and powerless. Darkness closing in.
The azure sky gradually dimmed and Zhang Fan slowly shut his eyes. It was not until 3 months later that Zhang Fan regained consciousness. His strength slowly recovered within the incubation solution, his body riddled with tubes delivering nutrients and medicinal agents. His body was still mending, so he could only perceive the surrounding Zerg through his consciousness. The moment the Zerg sensed Zhang Fan's awareness, once more they erupted into jubilant screeches.
Nessie stepped gently to the incubation cocoon, treating Zhang Fan, and said softly, "Overlord, you are finally awake. We have prepared a far more powerful body for you. Once your consciousness fully recovers, the transition can begin. A new body. What happened to my old one?"
Nessie gnashed her teeth and said that nuclear concussion bombs shattered your previous body beyond any further use. If the Overlord had not activated the divine bulwark, I fear we would not have reached you in time.
What about the others? Nessie nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Overlord. None of them are in grave danger.
Promise sustained more severe injuries while protecting the wounded white snow, but the other beast god generals are largely unharmed."
And Dinies? He is dead. He was too close to the blast.
His corpse is now kept in the isolation pod of the mother nest worm.
That accursed Domina. Did she intend to eliminate me as well? To Zhang Fan's question, Nessie answered without hesitation, "I believe so. The power of that nuclear concussion bomb was tremendous.
If the Overlord had not possessed the divine bulwark and the energy barrier, you would have ended up like Dini's.
Zhang Fan could not comprehend why Domina wanted him dead.
Was she afraid of his strength? Or had she long since known that he had brought the Solaran back to Second Earth?
Is this Second Earth?
Nessie shook her head.
Not yet.
The mother nestworm was also badly injured in the explosion, so we could only perform a short-range full jump.
However, we are not far from Second Earth now. I have already notified Dola to come pick us up.
After a moment of silence, Zhang Fan said, report to Domina that Dinis and I perished together in the explosion. Send her my shattered body and tell her that from this moment onward you are the new Overlord of the Zerg.
Nessie's understood his intent. Overlord, you wish to conceal your identity.
Yes. I will not rest easy until this grudge is settled. That damned Domina, of all the calculations I made, I never expected her to strike so directly. From the very beginning she intended for Dinis and me to destroy each other.
Zhang Fan shook his head. Careless of me.
That vicious woman has certainly taught me a harsh lesson. Dola's Imperial fleet escorted the Mother Nestworm back to the Zerg Star domain, where the Mother Nestworm was docked at the third planet for repairs.
Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was quietly transported to Second Earth.
Within the temple, Viper gazed at Zhang Fan in his brand new body and chuckled. The Overlord seems to be in good spirits.
Screw that. That woman nearly blew me to pieces.
So it seems you intend to go to war with her.
What do you think? Your strength is not yet sufficient.
Expand across more star systems. The Zerg need more soldiers.
Buffett suddenly interjected. Overlord, if you provoke Domina now, I fear the Western Realm Emperor may also intervene.
Zhang Fan said with a trace of anger. What business does he have intervening? I helped him eliminate his formidable general from the Northern Realm and he still dares to interfere.
Buffett replied, after all, the Northern Realm and the Western Realm share a nominal alliance. Alliance. So that is an alliance.
The Zerg need no alliance, only invasion. Viper laughed from the side. Brother Buffett, the Overlord is merely speaking out of anger for now.
He has already sent Dinis in his former body to Domina and had Nessie's present herself before her as the new Overlord, all simply to lull Domina into complacency.
Viper continued, our esteemed Overlord here seems intent on using the entire Zerg Star domain as bait to deceive Domina while he expands his own power beyond.
If you keep talking, will you die? Buffett suddenly realized, so that's it.
It seems the Overlord has long made his arrangements. At that moment, Hu Bailey arrived in the temple and said to Zhang Fan, the news that Nessie has become the new Overlord of the Zerg has already been spread. Before long, Domina will likely lead her fleet here.
How is the concealment barrier coming along?
Hu Bailey replied, everything has been arranged. As long as Domina does not personally set foot on Second Earth, she will not discover our presence or that of the humans. Zhang Fan spat angrily, that cursed woman. I will make her pay for everything she has done today. Zhang Fan departed the Zerg Star domain with the Mother Nestworm, tens of billions of Zerg and several beast god generals before Domina's arrival. He now needed to expand his strength with reckless abandon, for awaiting him was Domina, a far more formidable opponent than Dinis, and behind her perhaps an even greater power. Not long after Zhang Fan's departure, Domina arrived at the sixth planet of the Zerg Star domain, her face filled with grief as she asked, is Overlord Zhang Fan truly dead?
Nessie's nodded. Yes.
And 3 beast god generals also fell during the battle against Dinis.
Alas. What a pity. Heaven is jealous of brilliance.
The Overlord rose from a few hundred warships to a fleet of 100,000. He was on the verge of entering the ranks of cosmic powerhouses.
And now this. Nessie smiled faintly.
I will fulfill the Overlord's final wishes in his stead.
Domina stared curiously at the smiling Nessies. Do you not feel the slightest sorrow?
What use is sorrow? What the Zerg need now is not grief but survival.
Domina nodded.
Since Overlord Zhang Fan aided me considerably during his lifetime, I shall repay that debt. From today onward your Zerg shall follow me and I will look after you.
Nessie smiled.
But we fall under the jurisdiction of the Western Realm Emperor.
Then let us set that matter aside for now. I will go discuss it with that old man. Rest assured we will take care of the Zerg on behalf of Overlord Zhang Fan. Nessie's bowed respectfully. Then I thank Princess Domina for her generosity.
Watching Domina's receding figure, Nessie sneered coldly, so eager to expose your fox's tail.
Aboard the Mother Nestworm, Zhang Fan stared at the 2-headed wolf sent by Princess Domina.
The beast glared back at him with fierce hatred. Shusha asked curiously from the side, Overlord, why did you bring that thing along?
Do you remember what Princess Domina said before?
The Klami people needed no more than 10 elites to control an Imperial, yet it took 20 of their finest to control this creature.
Its mental strength must be formidable. Shusha nodded. So, Does the Overlord intend to eat it? That would be far too dull.
I merely wish to transform it into a Zerg. Zhang Fan was a man of decisive action, but this time he did not employ the most primitive method to devour the two-headed wolf's genes. He merely allowed the parasitic tick to absorb a small quantity of its blood. The two-headed wolf stared at Zhang Fan with fury, and Zhang Fan stared back, seeing his own rage reflected in its gaze.
To his surprise, he actually spoke to the two-headed wolf. Domina is my enemy.
I believe she is yours as well.
Interested in joining forces to eliminate her?
The two-headed wolf emitted a low growl toward Zhang Fan, and its crimson head gradually lowered in his direction.
Can you understand what I'm saying? The ice-blue head nodded toward Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan burst into laughter. Fortunately, I have been resurrected and I am in excellent spirits.
Otherwise I might have simply eaten you.
The crimson head let out another angry growl, though its tone was distinctly different this time.
Zhang Fan smiled once more. Enough, enough. I will not eat you. Follow me and I promise Domina will become your feast. Xu Sha approached Zhang Fan and asked, there is a planet harboring life not far ahead. Shall we launch a direct assault?
Send the progenitors. For a planet devoid of technology, there is no need for elaborate measures. The priority now is discretion.
Do not forget that I am already dead. Ha ha. Xu Sha paused, then suddenly said to Zhang Fan, Overlord, that is a humanoid planet. Would you like to investigate? A humanoid planet.
Are you saying there exists a world inhabited by humans?
Xu Sha smiled. Indeed, my Overlord.
However, they merely resemble humans. The image bees have already been dispatched and we should receive feedback shortly. At that moment an image bee glided gracefully before Zhang Fan and an image of an ancient castle slowly materialized.
Zhang Fan immediately gazed at the ancient European-style castle with excitement.
Xu Sha introduced the progenitors we sent have already extracted their genes.
They share 99.8% genetic similarity with humans. The sole difference is that they do not utilize technology, they wield magic. Many among them possess formidable spiritual energy. Formidable spiritual energy. You mean? In terms humanity would understand, they are likely mages. Moreover, among them are exceptionally powerful individuals whose spiritual sense can even detect the presence of the Zerg. However, we dispatched progenitors which have not drawn their attention. At this juncture a matriarch approached Zhang Fan and reported, Overlord, the gene fusion of the two-headed wolf is complete. We have hatched a two-tailed scorpion capable of breathing ice and fire. Its spiritual energy is exceedingly potent and the insect morphers are unable to control it.
Zhang Fan entered the hatching chamber. The brand new two-tailed scorpion appeared remarkably massive, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and over 1 meter in height.
Its red and blue venomous tails looked utterly terrifying. The matriarch explained the two-tailed scorpion's double pincers possess tremendous biting force. Testing reveals they can withstand direct missile strikes. The red tail can spray flames while the blue tail can emit ice beams capable of instantly freezing living organisms. After the matriarch instructed the two-tailed scorpion to demonstrate both tails, it unexpectedly sprayed a puddle of green venom not far from its head. After repeated examination, we believe this also originates from the two-headed wolf's genes, though it is a recessive trait. We have reason to suspect that two-headed wolves possess more than merely ice and fire attributes. There may exist many variants with different properties. At that moment 10 insect morphers were brought before the two-tailed scorpion. Under the matriarch's command, even exhausting all their spiritual energy, the 10 insect morphers could not exert control over it.
Having suffered enough from spiritual energy attacks, Zhang Fan quickly asked, can the two-tailed scorpion's resistance to spiritual energy be integrated into all Zerg?
The matriarch shook her head. We are still researching. However, we have made breakthrough progress by extracting and studying the biological genes from that humanoid planet. If we allow progenitors to invade, we may be able to hatch additional species possessing spiritual resistance. Zhang Fan nodded.
I emerged from dormancy precisely to expand the Legion. Send all the progenitors downward.
First, collect genes.
Once research is complete, we will launch a full-scale invasion.
A world where humans wield magic. Rather intriguing.
Zhang Fan smiled at Xu Sha.
Continue your work. I shall descend and explore.
Zhang Fan eagerly boarded in Super Hexaoculus and soared toward the target planet Isolanis.
Isolanis, the Flame Empire to the right of the Crimson Fire Throne.
A crimson-haired elder clad in scarlet mage robes cleared his throat twice before addressing the Crimson Fire King. Your Majesty, I have observed the celestial phenomena throughout the night.
A black moon approaches which portends misfortune for the dynasty.
The Crimson Fire King paid it little heed and merely laughed.
Divine Dragon Mage, you have grown aged, have you not? 3/4 of all Isolanis already belongs to my Flame Dynasty. Unification draws near.
What force could possibly impede our advance?
Elves. Dwarves. Orcs. They remain cowering in that frigid wasteland of the northern continent.
The elder known as Divine Dragon Mage continued, I speak not of them but of forces from beyond our realm.
This powerful dark energy may already be lurking in our vicinity. Alarmist rhetoric.
How could foreign powers exist? Have our explorers not reached every corner beyond the northern continent?
Divine Dragon Mage fell silent.
He merely raised his right hand slightly and extended his index finger pointing toward the heavens. The Crimson Fire King burst into laughter.
The heavens. I fear you have grown addled. You mages are forever seeing omens everywhere.
With ground unification imminent you speak of the sky.
Why not suggest the seas next?
At that moment a guardsman sprinted into the great hall stumbling and shouting hoarsely, the sky.
There is a colossal monstrous bird in the sky. No, a monstrous insect.
The Crimson Fire King stared at Divine Dragon Mage in astonishment. You did not foresee this so precisely, did you? Everyone hastily followed the Crimson Fire King as they surged out of the hall. The moment they stepped outside, the Crimson Fire King stood transfixed, unable to utter a word for a long while. He merely pointed at the gigantic eagle-headed flying insect in the sky, his hand trembling as he grasped Divine Dragon Mage's arm and demanded, "What manner of creature is that?" Divine Dragon Mage also shook his head.
I do not recognize it.
I believe such malevolent beings should be recorded within the Mage Tower. While they were conversing, the giant eagle-headed flying insect swiftly departed the palace airspace heading northward. The Crimson Fire King immediately declared, "This must surely be a monster crafted by those evil elves. Issue an edict: whoever captures this flying insect monster alive shall be rewarded 10 million gold coins. Those who slay it shall receive 5 million.
Status shall hold no restriction.
Nobles shall be promoted 2 ranks and commoners shall be elevated directly to the title of Baron." With the Crimson Fire King's decree, the entire Isolanis was thrown into frenzy and all mercenary guilds immediately began mobilizing.
Masses of mercenaries began moving northward.
Meanwhile, aboard the Emperor Shu Sha observed this scene reminiscent of a great biological migration and smiled. "Overlord, what do you intend?" Mei Zhu, one of the 12 beast god generals, also smiled and replied, "The Overlord has just recovered. I surmise he wishes to vent his inner frustrations. The days of trouble are approaching for the spiritually powerful of this world, ha ha ha."
Zhang Fan descended alone aboard the Chao Lu Mu onto a remote cliffside where a pitch-black cave lay hidden upon the precipice.
Zhang Fan walked slowly into the cave. Before he had gone far, an ancient and low voice asked, "You have come?"
"I have."
Their tone resembled that of old friends reuniting after a long separation, yet the air hung heavy with killing intent.
"Why have you sought me out?" "You are the strongest being on this planet. I come as a student."
"Ha ha ha, you possess power beyond my comprehension and yet you seek to learn from me." Zhang Fan emitted a hissing sound before replying, "I have only brute strength. There are people and things I wish to protect, which is why I require mastery over spiritual power." From the darkness came a chilling laugh.
"Ha ha ha, most intriguing.
How do you and your army intend to deal with the people of this world?"
"Devour them, to expand my forces."
"And if they are the ones you swore to protect?"
"A trade then. I keep half, consume the other half." "The terms are simple, teach me."
"Ha ha ha, are you not afraid I might kill you?" Zhang Fan bowed respectfully. "You want, for you understand what my death would mean." The voice from the darkness fell silent.
After an eternity it finally spoke. "Very well.
I shall grant your wish. But once you have learned what you came for, you must depart and never set foot in this world again."
"Agreed." Guided by an invisible force, Zhang Fan walked slowly into the darkness.
On the Mu Chao Chong Shu Cha suddenly turned to Mei Zhu and asked, "The sovereign's consciousness has vanished.
Can you sense it?"
Mei Zhu gasped in shock. "Impossible, this has never occurred before."
"Could the sovereign be in danger?" "I do not know. There are no signs of combat."
"Immediately dispatch the Gui Chong to the sovereign's last known location." The Gui Chong scoured every inch of the mountain ranges and cliffs, yet found no trace of Zhang Fan, as though he had simply dissolved into thin air.
Shu Cha and the other Shoshin Jiang were preparing for a full-scale invasion of Izanlas, vowing to find Zhang Fan even if it meant destroying the entire planet.
Suddenly Zhang Fan's consciousness returned and addressed them all. "Prepare the invasion. I require half the human population to expand my forces, the rest will be spared."
"Sovereign, what happened just now?"
"I merely acquired knowledge of countering spiritual power. I have promised to take only half this world's people, send down the Shirzu and select solely those with magical ability."
Zhang Fan suddenly spoke up. "Enough. Begin the invasion.
I have guests arriving and I must go greet them." Zhang Fan emerged from the deep cave at his own measured pace only to find the entrance already surrounded by coup mercenaries and mages who had come to slay him.
So many people. You flatter me greatly.
The sight of a talking insect standing roughly 3 meters tall left no one composed enough to speak calmly.
What manner of monster is this? Demon King. Zhang Fan regarded the terrified crowd with astonishment.
Do you intend to fight me here or would you prefer a more open battlefield? From within the cave that low and aged voice spoke up. Is it necessary for you to consort with such common folk?
Take your army and depart. Ha, master, have you forgotten?
I made it clear that as part of our exchange I require half the people of this world.
Even if they fall within that half, so what? Do as you please, though I trust you don't expect them to surrender without a fight. Ha, naturally. But I suspect they won't get the chance to make a move.
The moment Zhang Fan finished speaking, several holy mages collapsed dead, unaware of what had struck them.
Teacher, should I let them choose which half to give me or shall I select for myself?
Such conduct will only provoke resistance.
Then I'll choose myself.
Zhang Fan paid no mind to the frozen warriors and ascended directly toward the Chao Lumu that materialized in the sky.
A bolder coup mercenary warrior mustered his courage and roared into the cave. Who are you? Did you raise this demon king? Simply a dying old man.
Return to your king and tell him the black moon approaches. Pray. As Zhang Fan landed on the Mu Chao Chong Shu Cha and the others hurried to meet him.
Sovereign, your consciousness vanished without warning. Were you endangered?
None. I was merely learning to resist spiritual control. I've agreed to claim half this world's people. Begin the invasion from the prime meridian.
For Izanlas this marked the coming of doom.
A black moon blotted out half the continent as swarms of grotesque insects descended upon the land. Their arrival brought nothing but slaughter and consumption. Within 2 days a third of the continent had been transformed into hell on earth. Upon the throne of the Izanlas Flame Empire, King Crimson Fire fixed his gaze upon the holy dragon mage beside him and implored Archmage, surely there must be a way.
Only 2 days, have you not seen it?
Those terrible monsters have already seized a third of the continent.
The holy dragon mage's brows knit deeply but offered no reply.
Just then a resonant hornblast echoed from beyond the palace walls as the Imperial Guard reported orcs, elves, dwarves, even half-giants. An army numbering roughly 300,000 crosses the border and their envoy awaits audience at the palace gates. They come to plunder in our hour of crisis. King Crimson Fire surged with fury, yet the holy dragon mage cried out urgently, welcome them.
Quickly bring them in.
What are you, your majesty? If war is their intent, why send envoys? It is clear they come to aid us against the demon king. King Crimson Fire regarded the holy dragon mage with suspicion. They will truly assist us. Your majesty, in times like these the classic alliance holds: when one falls the other cannot endure alone.
King Crimson Fire nodded.
If they truly assist us and the demon king is defeated, I am willing to coexist in peace with all 4 races. Under the guard's guidance the envoys from the 4 races advanced toward the throne hall, their banners held high. The elven envoy Dodi offered a respectful bow and spoke, King of humans, I come on behalf of all elves, hoping we might set aside past grievances and stand together against the darkness. The dwarves, orcs and half-giants followed suit in unison, their voices merging as they echoed the same sentiment. King Crimson Fire felt a sudden warmth, a profound sense that the grievances of ages past had dissolved in this moment. They had become bound together as one, linked by fate and threatened by the same alien demon king. Aboard the Mu Chao Chong Shu Cha approached Zhang Fan as he amused himself with the 2-headed wolf. Our insectoid forces face resistance beyond a human fortress, with other sentient species of this world joining the defense.
Zhang Fan nodded and smiled.
We only need half anyway, it'll suffice once we consume this castle.
Let us finish this quickly and move on to the next world. This one holds little interest anymore. Mei Zhu suddenly stepped forward. Sovereign, let me lead the vanguard. Zhang Fan glanced at the spider-legged woman-faced Mei Zhu. Go then, but do not underestimate them.
The mages of this world remain formidable.
Understood.
Mei Zhu led the swarm of billions of insectoid soldiers toward the human fortress. The defenders on the castle walls had barely repelled one wave and hadn't yet celebrated when another endless tide of insectoid forces surged forward. General Yilan of the elves roared from the battlements, elven dragons secure the skies. Archers, knock your arrows and hold, wait for them to close in.
Half-giant phalanx, deploy your massive shields, spare none of the insects.
Bring up the siege engines and catapults.
I will not lose this position. Mages, prepare. Healers, conserve nothing, pour out all your magical energy. Attendants, fetch every potion immediately.
Under Mei Zhu's command the insectoid army advanced with hordes of cheetahs and explosion bugs as the vanguard, while tyrant beasts broke the formation with ice blue dragon cannons and the 6 eyes and poison wasps launched raids from the air. Meiju standing atop a Super 6 Ice commanded, Tyrant Beasts unleash the Ice Blue Dragon cannons and super cannons at full power, blast open a breach for me.
Hundreds of Ice Blue Dragon cannon rounds trailing frost in their wake flew toward the half-giant's defensive formation. The half-giant general bellowed steady. Keep the formation. Just as the Ice Blue Dragon cannon rounds were about to fall upon the half-giant's head, several light barriers suddenly enveloped all of the half-giants. A thunderous crash resounded. The half-giant's great shields trembled under the immense sonic shock and even the earth seemed to shudder. Yet the Ice Blue Dragon cannon rounds had not caused the half-giants the slightest harm. The human mages continuously expended their mana to maintain the light barrier above the half-giants when suddenly they sensed a powerful force attempting to penetrate it. The Tyrant Beast's super heavy cannons hammered relentlessly against the light barrier. Several mages had already exhausted their mana, but whenever one mage collapsed, another immediately stepped in to replace them. If the light barrier could not be broken, sending the vanguard cheetahs forward would be utterly meaningless, it would only add to the casualties. Meiju turned and asked, "Are the worm bugs below ready?" "General, they are ready. However, if we use them before breaching that defense, they will be exposed at once and the worm bugs will become their first target. Order the poison wasps and 6 Eyes to launch supporting attacks. We must break through that defensive wall." Gilade, commander of the Blazing Empire's 3 armies, stood atop the high wall and gazed into the distance at the insectoid army. The insectoids are attacking with tactical discipline. Do they have a commander? We must find their commander. Send word, dispatch the hidden guards together with the Dark Moon Elves and be sure to kill their commander. At the edge of the battlefield, several silhouettes stealthily and swiftly circumvented the insectoid army's main formation, cautiously drawing closer to its core. In the sky, tens of thousands of elven dragons fought against poison wasps and 6 Eyes 10 times their number. Despite the support of mages and dwarf cannons on the ground, their losses were mounting visibly. Have the elven dragons retreat. The enemy is too numerous, we only need to defend the skies above the castle. The elven war horn resounded and tens of thousands of elven dragons withdrew in orderly formation. Meiju laughed atop the Super 6 Eyes. "I intended to lure you out, but it seems you wanted to lure me in first. Then I shall grant your wish." Meiju surveyed the battlefield. "Attack the defensive wall with everything we have. Have every tyrant beast aim at one point and pierce through their defenses at all costs. Bone Shield Elephant Bugs charge. The defense of the tyrant beasts is left to the poison wasps." The battlefield shifted with breathless speed. A single lapse could send the entire army into rout, so neither commander dared to be distracted for even a moment. Just as the Bone Shield Elephant Bugs charged toward the half-giant's defensive wall, Meiju suddenly sensed a murderous intent behind him. He spun around at once and shot out 3 spiderwebs, binding 3 black-clad assassins firmly to the back of the Super 6 Eyes. An ambush. You certainly have your nerve. 3 guardian demonates smashed the 3 assassins into pulp. Meiju suddenly heard the insectoids hissing cheers from the battlefield. Turning his head, he saw that the coordinated assault by the tyrant beasts and Bone Shield Elephant Bugs had finally torn a breach in the half-giant's defensive wall. Yet no sooner had a few hundred cheetahs poured through than the half-giants sealed the gap once more. One more time. Have the worm bugs prepare for teleportation. This time the insectoids again struck at the same place. As every tyrant beast aimed its super cannon at that single point, Gilade immediately reacted and bellowed, "Quick!" All mages strengthened the defense. They are about to strike again. The might of several hundred super cannons was not something that a magic barrier maintained by a few thousand mages could withstand. Just as the half-giant's defensive wall was blasted open, Meiju roared, "Have the worm bugs teleport. You must get our soldiers through." Hundreds of worm bugs suddenly erupted from the earth beside the half-giant's defensive wall and tens of thousands of insectoid vanguard cheetahs surged out. In an instant the half-giant's formation was thrown into complete chaos. Dwarves protect the half-giant's feet. Dwarven warriors brandished great axes and short warhammers, charging madly into the insectoid tide. The dwarves' small frames belied their immense strength. Their great axes and short hammers actually managed to hold back the surging insectoid swarm. The half-giant commander bellowed, "Destroy those teleportation bugs." "Destroy them." Meiju laughed. "In your dreams." Bone Shield Elephant Bugs guard the worm bugs. The Bone Shield Elephant Bugs smashed into the half-giant's formation while a party of half-giants wielding twin great blades charged crazily toward the cluster of worm bugs. They carved out a bloody path, but these half-giants were unaware that a large number of explosion bugs and mother-son explosion bugs lay in ambush near the worm bugs. When the half-giants swung their blades at the worm bugs, the explosion bugs darted out at once and detonated one after another. Many half-giants, blasted into utter disorientation, were devoured by the insectoid tide moments later. Gilade, commander of the Iceland's allied forces, roared, "The half-giants have been overrun. Order them to withdraw." Great shield soldiers and pikemen formed the second line of defense. "Mages, spend your mana lavishly, this may be your last chance." Gilade glanced at the elven commander beside him and smiled. It has been an honor to fight beside you on this battlefield. If this is the fate of Icelands, then let us face it together.
The elven general drew his longsword and roared, all elven archers cover them with an arrow storm. Gilade also roared, crossbowmen shoot those bugs out of the sky. Suddenly dark clouds gathered above the castle, thunder and lightning intertwined as a thunderhead gradually took shape. Meiju stared at it in astonishment and muttered to himself, the weather on this planet is truly bizarre. On the Hive Mother, Shucha suddenly cried out in alarm, Overlord, this is.
An immense surge of magical power is gathering.
It seems a powerful mage has appeared. Zhang Fan glanced at the projection cast by the image bug, then turned to a beast god general behind him whose twin claws flickered with electric light.
He smiled. Jidian, this is your domain. Go and eliminate her for me. Jidian looked at the mage suspended in midair gathering electric energy and nodded. Rest assured, Overlord. I will devour her.
After Jidian left, Shucha quickly said, our ghost bugs have detected another strange army approaching.
They are few in number, yet their power is extremely formidable. On the castle wall, Gilade looked up at the thunderclouds and shouted with elation, Dualaliwar. It is the Thunder Mother Dualaliwar.
The elven general suddenly turned to the north and pointed at a cluster of iridescent specks in the sky.
He asked in shock, Gilade. They are.
Zhang Fan atop the Hive Mother frowned at the iridescent specks speeding closer and said, old man, if you break your word, don't blame me.
Above the castle, the thunderclouds swelled ever larger.
Thunder rolled in waves while lightning cut wildly through the sky. Then, as though guided by some unseen hand, several bolts came crashing down upon the insectoid vanguard that surged onward like a flood. In that single instant, thousands of cheetahs were blasted into charred remains. The people of Icelands erupted in frenzied cheers, shouting Dualaliwar's name.
Dozens of seven-hued dragons swept over the castle, and dragon breath of every color raked across the insect army.
In the blink of an eye, the advantage on the battlefield returned to Icelands.
Gilade was watching in delight as the dragons swept through the insect tide when a white-haired elder wielding a dragon staff suddenly appeared beside him. The elder said calmly, tell the people to retreat, the dragons will not be able to hold on much longer. Gilade stared at the elder in bewilderment.
He had no idea who the old man was, but anyone who could appear soundlessly at his side was certainly no ordinary person.
Gilade hurriedly bowed and said, Elder, what do you mean by this?
The dragons and the Thunder Mother already hold an overwhelming advantage. This is the perfect moment for us to counterattack. The elder replied with a hint of anger, naive. These are merely the vanguard of the insect swarm.
Take the people and leave at once.
Suddenly a golden light blazed from the old man's eyes. His body began to swell, bones cracked audibly as his form grew colossal, and a golden dragon came to stand proudly atop the city wall.
Only then did Gilade react. Dragon God! Dragon God! Alana!
Inside the castle, the civilians hiding in the bunkers began evacuating swiftly under the soldiers' guidance. From atop the Hive Mother, Zhang Fan watched the dozens of dragons rampaging through the insect tide, then turned to Shucha and said, the previous agreement to take only half of these people is void. Not a single life on this planet is to be spared. Those who break their promises have no right to live.
Shucha nodded.
Millions of Super Six Eyes were released, and the insect race's ground forces were likewise deployed on a massive scale.
Hundreds of thousands of Chi Blast wasps also charged madly at the dragons. Faced with their suicide attacks, even dragons could hardly withstand the onslaught.
The dragons possessed nigh impenetrable scale armor and inherent resistance to magic, but unfortunately the Chi energy used by the Chi Blast wasps was not magic at all. Several thousand Chi Blast wasps exploded and a rain of dragon blood poured down from the sky.
A heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded and a beam of golden light shot straight at the Hive Mother.
Shucha leaped out of the Hive Mother, and a black barrier, together with the Hive Mother's sacred bulwark and a Chi energy barrier, formed a triple defense against the seemingly mighty golden beam.
Zhang Fan asked, how is the refining of the Crimson Lotus we obtained at Boborma going?
One of the matriarchs answered quickly, it has been perfected, but when we arrived only the first batch had been delivered.
Never mind. Treat it as an experiment. Drive the insect swarm into a frenzy and order the progenitors hidden everywhere to launch their attacks as well. Yes.
The golden light attacking the Hive Mother gradually dimmed. The Hive Mother's tentacles swayed, and with a single swat the golden dragon was sent flying more than 1,000 meters away. Zhang Fan immediately stopped them.
Don't kill that dragon.
Let it live and let it witness firsthand the fate of those who break their word. Several Super Six Eyes rushed toward the golden dragon, which had collapsed to the ground. Gilade, standing on the castle wall, roared, Thunder Mother, save the dragon god.
Save the dragon god.
Dualaliwa, hovering in the sky and commanding the thunder, immediately waved her hand, and several bolts of lightning shot straight at the Super Six Eyes charging the golden dragon. But the lightning did not protect the golden dragon as she had intended. Instead it turned and flew toward a different figure. Hiss.
The taste of lightning is truly delicious.
Thunder Mother Dualaliwater stared in astonishment at the figure hovering in midair devouring lightning. When the white light faded, she finally saw clearly that this was no human at all but an insectoid creature wreathed in lightning, blue and red interwoven, covered in hard insect carapace with a flickering white light glowing in its abdomen.
Absorbing lightning. What in the world are you? Hiss. Jidian, one of the 12 beast god generals of the insect race.
Thunder Mother Dualaliwater asked in shock, how could you possibly absorb the power of lightning?
Hiss.
You would never understand such advanced technology.
My genes contain electrically charged factors and my enhanced bioarmor can absorb electrical energy as well.
But even if I explained it all to you, you still wouldn't understand. Jidian was wreathed in interweaving currents, then turned into a streak of white light and charged at the Thunder Mother. Dualaliwater hastily summoned her thunderbolts, but a bolt as thick as a bowl only slightly slowed his advance. Standing atop the city wall, Jilade roared, all ice mages, ice walls. Protect the Thunder Mother. The ice mages inside the castle raised a wall of ice a full 5 meters thick before the Thunder Mother, hoping to block Jidian.
To their shock, that ice wall was no sturdier than tofu and was pierced easily by Jidian.
Thunder Mother Dualaliwater was also sent flying by Jidian's charge and slammed straight into the castle. Jilade roared, wind mages, catch the Thunder Mother.
Catch her.
The Hive Mother suddenly sprayed out a crimson gas that slowly sank downward. The flying insectoids that first touched the crimson gas felt their blood vessels swell and their bodies gradually turned red. The flying insectoids burst into shrill screeches and began to charge wildly toward Isolance's castle.
Elven dragons. Elven dragons attack. Hold them back. All elven archers defend against the aerial assault.
Mages, all mages set up defensive barriers.
Jilade and the elven general shouted until their voices were nearly gone.
In an instant, several curtains of light took shape above the castle. 6 eyes venom wasps and chi blast bugs swarmed over, and the violent explosions made the whole earth tremble. On the ground, the dwarf and half-giant forces were already unable to fight back against the even more ferocious insect horde. Deprived of the mage's protection, the giants' shields had long since become rotten and brittle under the erosion of the insectoid's corrosive blood. Howlon, commander of the human cavalry, raised his knight's lance high and roared at the tens of thousands of heavy knights behind him for Isolance.
Charge!
The tens of thousands of heavy knights slowly accelerated, faster, faster, and faster still.
The giants' war horns sounded and the half-giants immediately opened a gap for the human heavy knights.
The charge of the human heavy knights was like a colossal icebreaker tearing a great fissure through the insect tide, numbering in the tens of millions. Lances thrust forward, metal lances snapped, bent, and became useless. The knights cast aside their lances, drew their longswords, and continued to hack and slash.
Yet the knight's brilliance was like a flower blooming for a single instant.
Moments later, the tens of thousands of knights were swallowed up by the insect tide.
The exhausted dragon god was carried by the insects to Zhang Fan's feet. Zhang Fan sneered, old man, we agreed that you and the dragons would not make a move.
Why did you break your word?
Dragon god Aelana said weakly, protecting life is the duty of the dragon race. Ha ha ha. Duty.
When my Earth was attacked by the Chia people, why did I not see a single dragon?
Did you simply abandon Earth?
Earth. Aelana looked at Zhang Fan in confusion. Aelana stared at Zhang Fan in astonishment.
I have never heard of Earth. There are also legends of dragons on Earth, and you tell me you don't know. Facing Zhang Fan's wrath, Aelana fell silent. Zhang Fan could clearly sense that Aelana was concealing something. Pointing at Isolance, he said, you still have time to speak now.
Wait any longer and the lives you wish to protect will all become my insect swarm.
Aelana hesitated for a moment before saying, originally I intended to abide by our agreement. But I received a message from the starry sky dragon, Isolance must not be destroyed. So I had no choice. Zhang Fan said angrily, did I ever say I wanted to destroy Isolance? But now I will satisfy you. A trade.
I will trade you information about the Tsanglong star.
Zhang Fan looked at Aelana in doubt. The Tsanglong star.
Aelana hastily said, it is the Earth you speak of.
Zhang Fan nodded. Then speak.
You had better give me something substantial. Aelana glanced at the castle already stained red with blood.
Stop the insect swarm and I will tell you everything. Zhang Fan did not order the insect swarm to halt its attack. Instead, he stared coldly at Aelana. Do you still have the right to make demands? Aelana smiled bitterly. Death is not the end but the beginning of another form of existence.
But if I die, all of dragonkind will know. The dragon of oblivion will make every dragon who knows of the Tsanglong star forget it.
You will never find it again.
Looking into Aelana's eyes, Zhang Fan sensed that he had already steeled himself for death. Zhang Fan, who wanted humanity to return to Earth, had no choice but to compromise. The fire of the ice blue dragon cannons and the super energy cannons stopped abruptly. The six eyes and poison wasps in the air wheeled around to retreat while the bone-shield elephant beetles that had already smashed through the city gate began to back out slowly.
The surviving warriors stared blankly at the receding insect tide.
They had no strength to celebrate their victory and collapsed limply to the ground.
They only wanted to rest. Even for a moment.
Gilade watched the insect swarm regrouping outside the castle and roared, "All of you get up.
Rearrange the defenses. Quick, get up and rearrange the defenses." The elven general asked in confusion. These insect swarms had already entered the city.
Why did they stop attacking?
At that moment Gideon's figure suddenly appeared above the castle.
All the mages and archers raised their weapons poised to attack this uninvited guest. Gideon hovered in the air and roared, "The Overlord has already accepted the ceasefire terms of your dragon god. If any of you dares to make a move against the insect swarm again, you will bear the consequences."
He glanced at Gilade and smiled. "You are a capable commander.
My younger sister asked me to tell you that she hopes she will still have the chance to fight you later." With that, Gideon calmly left the castle and returned to the ranks of the insect swarm.
The elven general let out a long breath.
"I hope the dragon god can negotiate peace.
Given the current situation.
If such an assault comes once more, I fear there will be no power left to turn the tide." On the broodmother, the dragon god Aelana said to Zhang Fan, "The place you call Earth, our Sanglong Star, is not only the homeland of you Earthlings but also the place where the dragon race originated." Zhang Fan was beyond words at this revelation.
Aelana continued, "Tens of millions of years ago dragons ruled the Sanglong Star.
As the dragon race grew stronger, the six most powerful dragon gods of judgment decided to seal that Sanglong Star away, never allowing the countless races of the universe to touch it." Zhang Fan grabbed Aelana by the neck and demanded angrily, "When the Chia race attacked Earth, why did your dragon race not help us?"
Aelana shook his head.
"After the six dragon gods of judgment were sealed, our dragon race was also divided and scattered.
Although the Sanglong Star is the origin place of the dragon race, it had already lost its spiritual energy.
The dragons living there had long begun to degenerate, and the great dragons capable of leaving had already departed hundreds of thousands of years ago." Zhang Fan slowly loosened the hand that was gripping Aelana's neck and said thoughtfully, "So the great dragons became a legend."
Aelana nodded. The dragons on the Sanglong Star lost their spiritual energy and gradually degenerated.
They were utterly powerless to fend off foreign invasions.
Zhang Fan asked in confusion, "What about humans then?
Why do you protect the people here?
How are the people of Isolancy different from the people of Earth?" Aelana shook his head.
"This is precisely what puzzles our dragon race. Where in the end did the humans here and the humans on Earth come from? We protect them only to investigate their origins."
Zhang Fan was stunned and his mind could barely keep up.
What exactly did Aelana's words mean?
"What do you mean? You don't know the origin of humanity either." Aelana shook his head.
"Before the dragon race left, there were no humans on the Sanglong Star. After the six dragon gods of judgment were sealed and the seal of the Sanglong Star was lifted, it was not until tens of thousands of years later that one of our kind discovered the existence of humans there."
Zhang Fan looked at Aelana in bewilderment, then pointed at Isolancy. "Then what about them?" Aelana continued, shaking his head. "That is also why I am here.
I am merely a 10,000-year-old dragon. When I awakened, the humans here had already begun to rule Isolancy.
Even my mother does not know the origin of humanity."
Suddenly Zhang Fan remembered who Bailey's words humanity was designed. Zhang Fan immediately asked, "Were humans designed by your so-called dragon gods of judgment?"
Aelana shook his head. "Impossible. The dragon gods of judgment were sealed long ago."
"If they had done it, why would our dragon race still protect and investigate humans?" Aelana continued, "According to our deductions, the humans here and the humans of Earth belong to the same species.
This is an immense species. The presence of humans can be seen in tens of thousands of galaxies.
The people of Earth are no more than a drop in the ocean."
Zhang Fan fell silent. He had never thought. Nor could he imagine.
Aelana's words had already gone beyond the scope of his understanding. After a long silence, Zhang Fan asked indifferently, "Where is Earth?"
"I don't know." "Oof. Are you betting on whether I will lay a hand on the humans here?" "Sorry, but you miscalculated."
Zhang Fan glanced at Shucha behind him. She was just about to order the insect swarm to attack when Aelana immediately stopped her.
"No, I truly don't know.
But Sanglong Star was sealed long ago.
Everything about it is only stories recorded in the Dragon Codex.
I think that apart from a few primordial dragons, no dragon knows its exact location."
"Primordial dragons? Where are they?"
"In the Western universe, the primordial dragon Dalama slumbers in the Long Yuan abyss. But I advise you one thing, do not go provoke her."
Zhang Fan glanced at Aelana and laughed heartily. That kind of provocation won't work on me. Alright, I have learned everything I needed to know. Aelana said weakly, make your insect swarm withdraw and please leave Isolancy.
Zhang Fan sneered, did I ever say I would stop the war?
Did I ever promise you that I would leave?
From today onward half of this place belongs to our insect race. If you dare to let them harass my swarm, then it is you who are deliberately provoking war.
You actually broke your word. Haha, teacher, don't forget, I am after all your student.
On the battlefield, the insectoid hegemon beast suddenly unleashed a barrage of cannon fire.
As Gerard cried out in alarm for defenses, he realized the projectiles were not aimed at the castle. Tens of thousands of shells carved a trench stretching dozens of kilometers into the earth.
Moments later, thousands of bizarre monstrous insect trees erupted from the soil along the trench's edge.
Zhang Fan said to Orana, let this trench serve as the boundary. North of it is your territory. As long as you do not attack the insectoids, I guarantee not a single one will cross it. But if you strike first, it will be considered a declaration of war upon us.
Even if a child throws a stone, the swarm will take it as a signal to mobilize.
Zhang Fan dispatched a super six-eyed vessel to ferry Orana back to the human fortress.
Upon seeing the dragon god disembark from the insectoid warship, Gerard immediately rushed to meet him.
Orana shook his head.
The swarm will not attack.
Humans and all other races are forbidden from approaching the insectoid domain by even a step until the dragon army arrives. All we can do now is endure.
Every word he spoke was clearly heard by Zhang Fan aboard the Hive Mother.
Shusha immediately asked, Supreme Ruler, shall we attack now? No need. The tactic of besieging a point to ambush reinforcements is timeless. Order all insectoid forces to invade every habitable planet in the surrounding sectors. Accelerate the development of more devastating weaponry. The Dragon Clan.
They will be the first race we subjugate before we dare open hostilities against Domina. Peace seemed to return to Iceland, but it was merely a fragile calm teetering on the brink of war. In the western cosmos, the dragon clans had begun their mobilization. Billions upon billions of dragons were already marching toward Iceland from every corner of the realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan's insectoid horde embarked on a frenzy of expansion, invading star systems to forge an ever more formidable swarm. The climactic clash between the insectoid race and the dragons was only a matter of time. Shusha intensify research into the communion bugs.
Furthermore, our defensive capabilities against magic must be upgraded following this incursion into Iceland. How is the genomic analysis of the Iceland natives progressing?
Supreme Ruler, the Iceland genome shares considerable similarity with that of humans. However, their bodies can condense magical cores. We have already successfully bred an insectoid variant capable of generating such a core.
Zhang Fan gently stroked the flame fur of the two-headed wolf. The two-headed wolves are magic-born creatures as well, are they not?
And the pure fire elementals we encountered in the nine-cloud star system, I require elemental insectoids.
After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fan spoke. Our numbers can be expanded now.
A diversified combat system is gradually taking shape. In my memory, the dragon race is exceedingly powerful, so we must prepare comprehensively.
Shusha replied, through analysis of the chromatic dragon bloodlines we have identified numerous exploitable genetic markers. We are currently hatching several variants bearing draconic lineage. I trust they will be ready for deployment shortly. Zhang Fan nodded. Hurry.
I suspect the dragon clan's intense focus on this planet hides some grave secret.
Dispatch the ghost bugs and progenitors.
I want to know exactly what lies beneath its surface. Within the Iceland Flare Palace, delegates from all races had gathered. The leaders sat in solemn silence throughout the Grand Hall. Nusa, chieftain of the half-giants who had suffered the heaviest casualties in the conflict with the swarm, broke the quiet first.
If the insectoids attack again, do we still have the strength to resist? King Gurdashield of the dwarves shook his head, his gaze falling upon the dragon god Orana.
Orana said, bear with us a little longer. The dragon army is already en route and should arrive soon. The moment they land, we shall launch our counteroffensive. King Sil of the Elves questioned. I heard from mercenaries who survived and returned that the dragon god once tutored the demon king.
Is that true? Orana sighed and nodded grimly.
King Crimson Fire roared in fury. How could you possibly train the demon king?
You are not yet ready to comprehend.
We are merely an insignificant speck in this boundless cosmos.
If we win this counteroffensive, I will reveal everything. If we fail, it would be for your own good that you know nothing.
The holy dragon mage bowed to King Crimson Fire. The dragon god surely has a strategy.
The current swarm is far beyond our ability to confront alone.
Since the dragon reinforcements are incoming, it would be wisest to prepare accordingly.
At that precise moment, a woman materialized before Orana.
Clad in sheer robes, she carried an aura of dignified grace and radiated an overwhelmingly sacred presence.
Upon recognizing the woman, Orana immediately knelt on one knee. Mother!
A shock rippled through the palace hall. All present understood the stature of the dragon god's mother and hurriedly dropped to one knee in reverence.
Orana, the dragon army will not be coming.
The crowd erupted in stunned disbelief.
Orana gasped, why?
But the star dragon promised. The dragon hosts had already assembled.
However, Lord Dalama has disbanded them. The fate of Iceland no longer rests in your hands. Come back with me. Orana cried out, Mother, are you asking me to abandon Iceland?
King Crimsonfire cared not whether she was the dragon god's matriarch Minerva. With Iceland already forsaken, he saw no reason to show her courtesy. King Crimsonfire demanded, are you not the protectors?
Is this how you fulfill your duty?
The matriarch of the dragon gods Minerva cast a single icy glance at King Crimsonfire. In an instant he was hurled 10 meters away, crashing heavily onto the stone floor.
Ignorant human, the authority of the dragon race brooks no question. Do not mistake your standing. Protecting you is not our obligation. Should you speak to me thus again, it will not be the insectoids that destroy you next.
Faced with such a threat, the kings of all races fell silent.
They could muster no further words.
The insectoids were a menace, but so too were the dragons. For the weak among them, they were merely meat upon the chopping block, at the mercy of whoever chose to wield the blade. Minerva, mother of the dragon gods, looked upon Orana, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, and shook her head with weariness. 10,000 years have passed and your mind has yet to mature.
She gently stroked Orana's head and sighed, very well. I will aid you one final time. Aboard the Hive, Mother Zhang Fan was reviewing insectoid variants forged with draconic genetics.
Shu Sha had just begun his briefing. Suddenly Minerva, the mother of the dragon gods, materialized within the command chamber.
Zhang Fan and his entourage were thrown into utter astonishment, utterly unaware of how she had entered.
An overwhelming killing intent radiated from her, an irresistible aura that forced Shu Sha, the 3 beast god generals, and every insectoid soldier present to bow their heads and kneel before her. Straining every fiber of his will to resist kneeling, Zhang Fan roared, who are you? Minerva studied Zhang Fan, who still stood defiantly before her, a faint smile gracing her lips.
Impressive.
Though you are but a lowly insectoid, your sovereign manages to withstand the breath of my dragonhood.
Lowly insectoid. Ah, your eyes must be failing you, judging worth by species.
In a flash Zhang Fan struck, but his body did not move. A searing agony erupted in his abdomen. His body involuntarily recoiled several meters. Managing to steady himself, Zhang Fan regarded the woman whose power far exceeded his imagination.
You have now witnessed the might of my dragon clan. You cannot possibly stand against us. Lord Dalama is aware of your intentions.
He instructed me to tell you this. He may reveal the location of Earth to you, but the time is not yet right. Noticing the astonishment in Zhang Fan's eyes, Minerva chuckled.
Do not look at me with such ignorance. Earth is also the birthplace of our dragon kind. In a sense, we share the same origin. What do you want?
Zhang Fan understood clearly that nowhere in the cosmos does anything come without cost. The mere fact that they were negotiating proved only one thing: he still possessed utility.
No wonder Lord Dalama took an interest in you.
It is quite simple: defeat the great emperor of the Western Realm and liberate the Judge Dragon King of that plane.
Daimayadas.
Zhang Fan threw his head back and laughed aloud. His laughter rang out, relentless and echoing, laughing until Minerva stared at him in bewilderment, this sovereign of a supposedly lowly race.
Minerva was very patient.
She waited until Zhang Fan had laughed enough before asking, what is it that you find so amusing? Zhang Fan looked at the dignified and elegant Minerva, barely suppressing a smile. I was laughing at how unremarkable the wisdom of your dragon race is.
What do you mean by that? You want me to go after the Western Realm Emperor whom you couldn't defeat? Haven't you noticed that I can't even defeat you? Minerva smiled. Some things are not as simple as they appear on the surface.
Your insect race is destined to be the key to unlocking Lord Damatus.
Zhang Fan said coldly, and what if I refuse?
Minerva slowly stepped closer and whispered in his ear, then I will destroy Second Earth and all your insect race.
Instead of being afraid, Zhang Fan said with an indifferent look, go ahead.
Since the Earthlings were already wiped out by the Chia race, I should be the only Earthling left, and I've simply lingered on a few hundred years longer than the rest. I have also witnessed the vastness of the universe and all its strange races, so I have no regrets.
Why don't you just take care of me too?
Zhang Fan ignored the furious Minerva entirely and brazenly teased the ancestor on his shoulder.
Minerva seized Zhang Fan by the throat out of thin air and said furiously, don't be ungrateful.
I can think of ways to make your life worse than death, and I can use a different one every single day until the universe meets its end. Zhang Fan grinned roguishly. Then your Lord Damatus will probably be sealed away along with me until the universe meets its end.
But I'd like to see who gives in first.
Faced with Zhang Fan's utterly fearless death-defying refusal to cooperate, Minerva also seemed somewhat helpless.
She sighed and said, "It seems Lord Dorama really does understand you. Tell me, what do you want?" "The Chia race." Minerva nodded. "I'll personally destroy them for you." "What else?"
Zhang Fan smiled and shook his head.
"You've got it wrong. I want you to protect them.
Before I avenge the humans of Earth, no race may destroy them.
They can only die at my hands."
"You really are a pitiful man blinded by hatred."
Zhang Fan smiled nonchalantly.
"If I truly can rescue the Judgment Dragon Demetis, your dragon race must tell me the location of Earth and guard the entire solar system."
"Fine, but that is after you rescue Lord Demetis."
Minerva said to Zhang Fan, "Icelands is the territory of my dragon race."
"You have already obtained what you wanted. Leave at once and never set foot on this planet again."
Zhang Fan shook his head.
"Not unless you tell me what is on this planet." "Ha ha ha, childish curiosity. Icelands is merely a planet guarded by my son.
If it truly contains something important, do you think you would have found it so easy to invade?"
"Really? Whether you believe it is up to you." Zhang Fan nodded suspiciously. "Fine. Someone of your strength has no reason to lie. Tell me, what must I do to defeat the Western Realm Emperor and help you break the seal?" Minerva hesitated for a moment, then said, "I don't know either. However, Lord Dorama told me that you should be able to find guidance on Allen Star in the Northern Universe."
"Ha ha, are all higher races just the same?"
"What do you mean?"
"When you could state things plainly, you insist on speaking in circles. Is that kind of ambiguous talk meant to justify possible mistakes?"
Minerva smiled. "Your wisdom has not yet reached that level. Can a piece on a chessboard possibly know the chess player's strategy? You are strong, so everything you say is right. Fine, I won't waste words with you.
Our insect race will withdraw from Icelands, but since your dragon race broke its promise and entered the war, you must compensate our losses."
"What else do you want?" Zhang Fan smiled. "It is very simple. If I go to war with Domina, your dragon race must support me. Consider it clearing the way for your chess piece."
Minerva was silent for a moment, then nodded.
"You really have gone to great lengths. Very well, once you go to war with Domina, my dragon race will protect you and your territory."
Zhang Fan was about to speak when Minerva cut him off.
"Don't push your luck. Deal." Minerva vanished in an instant.
Shucha and the others only regained consciousness after a moment, blankly staring at Zhang Fan as if they knew nothing at all.
Zhang Fan gave the order all insect forces to withdraw from Icelands. "We are heading to Allen Star in the Northern Universe." Shucha asked in confusion, "Sovereign, just now?" "Sigh. This is absolute power. Our insect race is still too weak, far too weak. If we want to stand among the strongest in the universe, we must expand our army without limit."
The insect army left Icelands, and the kings of every race finally felt the enormous boulder suspended over their hearts fall to the ground. The Crimson Fire King sat upon his throne, swept his gaze over the people before him, and suddenly asked, "We are so weak.
What is to become of Icelands?"
After the insect army left Icelands, it casually purged the planets with life around it to expand the insect forces. After much deliberation, Zhang Fan decided to go to Allen Star in the Northern Universe after all. This time, however, he resolved to slaughter everything in his path, first to conceal his whereabouts, second to expand the insect army. After all, he now had a way to counter Domina's psychic power.
The main problem at present was the army. Domina was in existence second only to the Northern Realm Emperor, so her army's numbers must be absolutely enormous. Moreover, the target planet this time was in the north, and it was entirely possible they would run into Domina directly. Wherever the insect race passed was like a plague of locusts, leaving not a blade of grass behind. In just 100 years, from a single Hive Mother command ship, it had evolved into a colossal insect swarm with 150,000 emperors and hundreds of billions of troops. One day Zhang Fan was hovering in midair, inspecting the combat capability of the giant fortress bug. This giant fortress bug had been bred by combining the gigantism genes of a two-headed dragon turtle and a giant centipede. It had been hatched to fill the gap of a ground combat command base for the insect race. Its body was enormous and its firepower formidable. Although it moved slowly, its speed as a mobile fortress was astonishingly fast. The giant fortress bug was trampling a city of lizard beastmen when suddenly a huge mass drifted down from the sky. Zhang Fan stared in astonishment at the meatball-like colossus and asked, "What is this thing?" Shucha sent word this unknown object appeared without any warning. There is a strong magnetic field around it, so it should have some kind of teleportation portal device. Send 2 ghost bugs to check it out. This thing may look like a meatball, but it is about the same size as a hive mother. It isn't another group of good-hearted people coming to the rescue, is it?
Ever since the dragon race reached an agreement with Zhang Fan, Minerva had given him a detailed star map of the border star regions ruled by the dragon race, so over the past 100 years the star regions Zhang Fan invaded had nothing whatsoever to do with the dragons. Moreover, no matter how you looked at it, this huge blood-red meatball did not seem like something that could be connected to the dragon race. Sovereign the Ghostbugs reported that there is a city inside this meatball.
A city. Inside a meatball.
Within the Zerg nest mother dwelt hundreds of billions of Zerg soldiers. Indeed, it was fair to say that a Zerg city existed inside the nest mother's body. However, that Zerg city was formed from the nest mother's vascular network.
The flesh ball was completely different. Inside it actually lay a city made of monolithic stone buildings.
Through the images relayed by the imageworm, this stone city had streets, shops and an imperial palace that occupied about half its area. At the gate of the imperial palace a squad of soldiers stood in readiness carrying spiked shields and long spears.
A woman in an ornate European-style gown was rapidly operating some kind of device.
As the imageworm drew closer, Zhang Fan carefully examined the gown-clad woman. Apart from an extra eye on her forehead and slightly pointed ears, she looked much like an ordinary human. By human standards her face was rather delicate and lovely.
The Three-Eyed Clan. Are they here to save the lizard beastmen? Is there some relationship between these two races?
Shusha had no answer to Zhang Fan's question, so she could only analyze the lizard beast race as a primitive race. They have no starships, not even aircraft.
Unless the Three-Eyed Clan are the guardians of the lizard beastmen. Guardian.
Poof. If Earth had had a guardian back then the Zerg would not exist today. Zhang Fan looked at the lizard beastman city that was nearly destroyed and smiled.
Let's see what they plan to do first.
If they attack the Zerg, no matter who she is, we strike first and talk later.
The flesh ball hovered steadily in midair.
After a while a crack suddenly split open in its side and a woman wearing semi-mechanical armor and holding a metal staff drifted out gracefully. She smiled toward the imageworm and said, interested in a talk. Seeing her relaxed expression on the projection screen, Zhang Fan laughed.
Go and talk.
Looking at her, this is another one not to be trifled with.
Shusha flew out of the nest mother. The woman with the metal staff immediately came forward and saluted.
We are the Lujianuo interstellar refugees.
I am Luo Li, a negotiator.
We wish to make a trade with your noble race.
What does your noble race think? Business.
Our Zerg have little fondness for merchants.
Please do not be so quick to refuse. I have many biotechnologies that are far beyond your imagination. Shusha nodded. Then tell me what you want.
Negotiator Luo Li smiled, pointed at the ground and said, this planet. Seeing the strange look in Shusha's eyes, Luo Li quickly added, don't misunderstand.
We are not some guardians. It is simply that this planet's environment is suitable for our race to survive. Shusha asked in astonishment, you can know what I'm thinking. Forgive me.
That is one of my abilities, though even I sometimes find it rather rude.
Shusha's face darkened.
Then you must also know that I would very much like to kill you and devour your ability.
Of course. But the one behind you will not allow it.
So why don't we talk business? Shusha withdrew her killing intent and asked calmly, go on then. What will you offer in exchange? Several technologies that are very useful to you: the spiritual energy converter, the biological element structural sequence, and the spiritual energy biocannon. I should think these three are enough to exchange for a planet that to you is merely for military expansion.
Shusha smiled. Since you can read my mind, you should know that this is far from enough. If we Zerg devour your kind, we will gain far more.
Luo Li covered her mouth with a laugh.
As I said, the one behind you will not allow that. You are on the verge of a great war. Better to have one more ally than one more enemy, wouldn't you say? Shusha also smiled.
We can discuss business, but what you offer is far too little. This planet is equally suited to the survival of our Zerg. After thinking for a moment, Luo Li said, then we will add one more term. We will help refit your command ship and your large warships in outer space, and you will be responsible for protecting us Lujianuo for 100 years. In the command cabin, Zhang Fan nodded and said, accept their terms. The Zerg quickened their purge of the lizard beastman planet. In only one day all living creatures on the entire planet were cleansed by the Zerg. The Lujianuo mothership, that fleshball, suddenly burst open and its flesh scattered in all directions, covering the entire planet. The shattered flesh quickly merged into the earth. Then, towed by spiritual energy engines, an exquisite city of giant stone slowly and steadily descended upon the now desolate planet. An obelisk pillar in the center of the stone city suddenly burst forth with a beam of green light. The light shot straight into the sky, then spread outward, shrouding the entire planet in a colossal green barrier. The green barrier descended slowly until it sank into the ground. The planet, which had been devastated and scarred beyond recognition by the Zerg, began to revive. Green grass and flowers broke through the soil and small saplings grew into towering trees in the blink of an eye. A one-horned rabbit burst out from the mud, shook itself and flicked the dirt from its body. Then all kinds of animals, from ants to six-tusked giant elephants, emerged from the earth.
This left Zhang Fan utterly astounded.
Plants growing from the soil was one thing, even growing from flesh would have been normal. Yet animals emerging that way was truly astonishing. Zhang Fan had voyaged through the cosmos for several hundred years, but this was the first time he had ever seen animals
that could be grown.
If the Zerg could plant them as well. A flicker of excitement rose in Zhang Fan. However, Luo Yun, the chieftain of the Lu Jianyu, was standing at his side, doused his enthusiasm.
Sovereign, this technology is of little use to you.
Since you already know what I'm thinking, chieftain, name your price. Luo Yun patted Zhang Fan's forelimb like an old friend. This technology is nothing but a chicken rib to your Zerg. We Lu Jianyu accumulated 1,000 years worth of spiritual energy before we could revive our planet. Does the sovereign also want to spend 1,000 years merely to conquer one planet? That rendered Zhang Fan speechless. Powerful as the technology seemed, its pace truly was of little use to the Zerg unless it could be improved. Zhang Fan pointed at the busy Lu Jianyu and asked, "What are your people doing?" All over the planet, tens of thousands of Lu Jianyu were installing floating crystals about 2 meters high.
Luo Yun made no attempt to conceal anything. Spiritual energy collectors.
They harvest the planet's spiritual energy.
I have always been curious about spiritual energy.
I have had quite a bit of contact with demonic energy, magical energy and chi energy, but spiritual energy. Luo Yun thought for a moment and said, spiritual energy is the energy of life forms.
All things in the universe possess energy.
Spirit is but one of its forms, and the energies used by the countless races of the universe are as numerous as the stars.
Life force.
Then my Zerg are certainly saturated with spiritual energy.
Luo Yun smiled. That is why some things are destined.
For the next 100 years we will have to trouble the sovereign's Zerg.
Ha ha, you are too gracious, chieftain.
If my Zerg achieves such significant evolution, it is all thanks to the chieftain and the Lu Jianyu friends. Zhang Fan gazed with great contentment at the nest mother, which was gradually transforming in the sky, and at the Zerg army on the ground, which was now evolving in every aspect. Xu Sha and Luo Li walked side by side to Zhang Fan. Xu Sha reported, with the help of the Lu Jianyu, the Zerg's evolution has reached 15. It is estimated that in another 30 years the entire Zerg race will complete its evolution. Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction, but Luo Yun beside him furrowed her brow and said in a low voice, "Too slow.
I'm afraid it will be too late."
Luo Yun's voice was soft, but Zhang Fan heard it clearly. Zhang Fan looked at Luo Yun and asked, "Is there something troubling the Luo Jianyu clan?" Luo Yun hesitated for a moment and said, "To be frank, there is a fleet tailing us. We barely shook them off with wormhole technology, but I fear it won't be long before they find this place." Zhang Fan smiled as he looked at Luo Yun. "The Luo Jianyu clan indeed knows how to do business. You have drawn my insect race into this muddle unwittingly."
"Master, there aren't few benefits to be gained in this muddle, are there?"
Zhang Fan's goodwill toward the Luo Jianyu clan cooled to almost freezing, yet the insect race's technology and spiritual energy still required their aid. He smiled. "Luo Yun, you need not worry too much. My insect race keeps its word. Within 100 years you will be absolutely safe here." Back at Mu Chao Chong, Zhang Fan said to Xu Chao, "Order Gue Chong to monitor every move of the Luo Jianyu clan. Have the matriarchs accelerate research into spiritual energy. Dispatch a fleet to seek those who are tailing them and tell them that we the insect race wish to talk with them." Zhang Fan did not want to be used as a pawn again, but Luo Yun did not understand him. If he were told in advance that someone was tailing the Luo Jianyu clan, Zhang Fan would surely guard them, but protection sought in this way was not within Zhang Fan's accord. The evolution of the insect race was nearing completion, and the first melee unit was the small yet numerous Su Lingchong armed with fangs and claws. The Su Lingchong are based on cheetahs augmented with spiritual energy genes, possessing vigorous vitality, rapid incubation and swift agile movement. Most importantly, their numbers, for they are the base unit of the insect tide. The Qi Tanglang and Ling Tanglong along with the Shuangwei Xie are likewise numerous, but they possess stronger offensive and defensive capabilities than the Su Lingchong, serving as the backbone of the insect race. The bomb insect core consists of Qi Bao Chong, Ling Bao Chong, Yin Bao Chong, Zimu Bao Chong, plus the Luo Jianyu clan's upgraded Ling Bao Chong and Kong Bao Chong. Though their numbers are not as high as the first two, their power is immense, and they are the army's destroyers. The second echelon is formed by Gushou Xiang Chong Basho Changhua Shang Jia Chong Shang Jia Chong and the Luo Jianyu clan's upgraded Shang Dun Chong and Shanghua Gu Dun Chong, forming the spearhead and long-range artillery support units.
Lastly comes the multifunctional support echelon.
Though small in number, these insect forces all possess distinct enhancements: Chonghua Shi Chong Ling Shi Yuan Hu Chong Mofa Chong Shizu Nao Chong Pingzhong Chong Tongshu and Chong Fuhua Chong Gui Chong Wu Chong Juxing Lu Chong, and the various fortress and support insects that provide necessary skill support for the insect race's tactical diversity.
The insect race's aerial power is also expanded from the Chibi and Lumu series, giving rise to Chi I Chong Ling Ning Chong Chi Bao Fong Ling Bao Fong Ba Kong Suing Bing Long Chong Yen Long Chong Ju Zhou Long Chong Du Long Fong Ling Long Chong. These formidable air forces engineered from dragon lineage genes. The Emperor-class warships after the Luo Jianhua clan added spiritual energy converters and elemental gene sequences were transformed into the Yuan Ling Di Chong series with greatly enhanced both defensive and offensive capabilities. The appearance of this series expands the insect race's space warfare from a single Emperor warship into a true fleet with offense and defense integrated in three-dimensional combat capabilities. With Linglong Chao Chong as the combat flagship, Ling Wang as the main attack warship, Lei Chong and Bing Chong as the large cruisers, Yuan Long Chong as support battleship, Shang Ling Chong as rescue ship, and Yuan Ling Di Chong as strategic ship. A nearly complete insect space fleet has formed, and the defensive power that the insect race had not paid much attention to is now built up with the help of the Luo Jianhua clan. Based on libido, they were transformed into Su Chong Ta, Ci Chong Ta, Ling Chong Ta, Kong Chong Ta, Guang Chong Ta, and planetary defense grade Hu Xing Chong and Xing Dun Chong. When Zhang Fan stood on Linglong Chao Chong and gazed at the newly strengthened insect race, the previous animosity from being used by the Luo Jianhua clan vanished. The Luo Jianhua clan indeed has such abilities. Luo Yun smiled. Master, this is fate. Our understanding of spiritual energy and life-creating abilities are very suitable for your insect race. Fate's arrangement. That phrase is indeed familiar. Zhang Fan recalled Buffet of the Viper and tribes who understood him better than he did, and they spoke the same words. Would your Luo Jianhua clan be willing to become our ally? No, Luo Yun decisively refused, which surprised Zhang Fan. Luo Yun smiled. There are too many feuds among the insect races. If we become allies with the insect race, it would surely invite more trouble. Our aim in helping the insect race evolve is only to secure a peaceful life. Zhang Fan also laughed. I used to think so too, but after reaching the level of the universe I understood that peace in the universe must be upheld by absolute strength. Perhaps you are right, but the Luo Jianhua clan, having survived an extermination crisis, currently has neither the strength nor the desire to participate in wars beyond our capability. Zhang Fan's smile of agreement. Very well, everyone has their own path. I won't force the clan leader. After a moment of silence, Zhang Fan said to Luo Yun, the fleet tailing you has been found. The insect race has discovered them and they are full of malice. It seems there is a deep feud with the Luo Jianhua clan. Hearing this, Luo Yun suddenly realized, so it is them. I didn't expect these guys to hold grudges so deeply. You mean the Halley Legion, the largest interstellar pirates in the Western universe? Interstellar pirates. That's new. I suppose I am a pirate as well, plundering planets to expand my own power. Luo Yun smiled faintly and shook her head. Master, your definition of interstellar pirates is a bit off. Oh. Do tell. Luo Yun laughed. Interstellar pirates are merely bandits who plunder star domain merchant ships. Even the greatest Harley Legion could only be called a large fleet. Someone like you cannot call yourself a pirate. Then why are they tailing you? And according to our probes, their numbers are not small. Luo Yun said, to tell Master truthfully, the first reason is that we inadvertently obtained an object from the Vit universe. Secondly, because we killed a leader of the Harley Legion. So the clan leader knows what I want to ask, right? Luo Yun nodded. Part of the Death Scythe. Zhang Fan immediately lit up with surprise. Death Scythe. The weapon said to be able to destroy galaxies in the Vit universe. Luo Yun shook her head. That is a misunderstanding born of rumor. The Death Scythe sounds terrifying, but it is not a weapon. Oh. Then what is it? A staff that can resurrect the dead and grant immortality to the living. Luo Yun's brow suddenly furrowed. The third eye on her forehead flashed with a white light, and after a moment she said to Zhang Fan, they have arrived. The warships of the interstellar pirate Harley Legion Diversant type were drawing near the planet that had once belonged to the lizard beast folk but was now known as Dachua to the Luwanua people. The Zerg fleet had assembled in the outer starfields surrounding Dachua, determined to thwart the interstellar pirates' invasion. Nina, the Zerg broodmother, boarded the Harley Legion's flagship Blackheart alone, where she was received by Lambert, the Legion's first officer. No sooner had they met than Lambert, his face bristling with steel-like bristles and his countenance fearsome, sneered and demanded, so you Zerg came seeking the Luwanua clan to parley with us? Mina sneered in reply, any prior misunderstanding between us and the Luwanua clan has now been resolved. This concerns you no longer. Pray return whence you came. Lambert threw back his head and laughed uproariously, his guards joining in boisterous mirth. Suddenly his laughter ceased and he bellowed, you dare display such arrogance? You shall pay dearly for your insolence. Mina smiled serenely and said, Admiral Lambert, I suggest you consult your radar before speaking so that you may gauge the proper tone for your words. Lambert cast a glance at the radar operator, who reported with a quivering voice, approximately 300,000 warships on the radar, sir. Staring at the smiling Mina in astonishment, Lambert demanded, are you deliberately luring us into a trap? You seek to annihilate us in one stroke. Mina shook her head. I have already told you the matter between us and the Luwanua clan has been settled. Knowing that you two had previous friction with them, we merely notified you to come. But now that reconciliation has been achieved, your presence is unnecessary.
Lambert thundered, do you think the Harley Legion is some force you can summon at will and dismiss as you please?
Nina retorted coldly, what? Planning to open hostilities?
If that is your desire, we shall grant it without delay. Those words nearly caused the steel bristles on Lambert's face to bristle with fury. As a pirate, he understood better than anyone the importance of assessing relative military strength. It was one of the most fundamental instincts for survival in their world. After a moment of contemplation, Lambert's tone softened somewhat.
Surely the Zerg cannot simply send us away empty-handed.
Oh. I should also inform you that effective immediately the Lawanawa clan falls under Zerg protection for the next 82 years.
You are welcome to return then.
Struggling to contain his fury, Lambert composed himself before asking, if I understand correctly, you and the Lawanawa have entered into an employment arrangement.
What price do they offer?
We shall double it.
Admiral Lambert, this is not a matter of price but of honor and credibility.
Your wisest course is to wait until the term expires before returning.
Do not seek trouble where none exists. After Mina returned to Zerg space, an adjutant beside Lambert suddenly exclaimed with sudden realization, I remember now. Desperate for an outlet for his frustration, Lambert kicked the adjutant to the ground and roared, what in the nine hells are you yelling about?
The adjutant scrambled to his feet and reported, the Zerg, I have seen them before. I encountered them in both the Shuenya star system and the Leiyin star system.
Pondering this, Lambert grew uneasy.
Those two star systems are extraordinarily distant. Can the Zerg really control such vast territory? The adjutant hastily produced a portable display and said, behold, the Zerg Overmind Nexus commands 200,000 Class A warships. Their primary territory centers on the Shuenya star system, and 6 other star systems, including the former domain of the Western Realm Emperor, the Leiyin star system, were gifted to the previous Zerg Overmind Zhang Fan. He continued, with Princess Domina's support, the Zerg have expanded their territory rapidly in recent years.
Moreover, it is said that all of this was tacitly permitted by the Western Realm Emperor.
Within the Pirate Alliance, the evaluation of Overmind Nexus is simple: stay away.
Hearing this assessment, Lambert shook his head helplessly. Withdraw. Since open confrontation is unwise, we shall resort to covert operations.
Notify all Legion warships. Every star system and merchant vessel with Zerg connections shall be targeted for plunder.
These targets shall be taxed at a reduced rate of 10%.
This message spread like wildfire through the pirates' private channels across the Western universe, and the transport ships of the Jinsei star system suffered first.
Witnessing the pirate fleet retreat, Luo Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Curious, Zhang Fan asked, your expression suggests great relaxation, clan leader. Does this mean Dechuo will possess the means of self-defense within these 80 years? Luo Yun nodded. Indeed. The spiritual energy on this planet is abundant. I estimate we shall complete the charging process well before then.
By that time, it will no longer be so easy for these pirates to locate us.
It seems our clan leader hides treasures after all. Will you not share? Luo Yun laughed heartily. Overmind One must leave room for future meetings. Ha ha ha, well said. Your Lawanawa clan has been of considerable assistance to us.
I suspect these pirates will not dare return. I shall leave a Zerg garrison to ensure your safety.
Now I must press onward.
After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yun placed a necklace emitting a faint blue cold luminescence into Zhang Fan's hand and said, this is the spirit source.
It symbolizes the friendship between our Lawanawa clan and the Zerg. Overmind wear it at all times.
Once we are concealed, only it can reveal our location. Zhang Fan accepted the necklace, but Luo Yun immediately seized his hand and spoke with utmost gravity, remember to wear it always. Leading the immense newly organized Zerg fleet away from Dechuo, Zhang Fan stood in the spiritual dragon nest insect command chamber, idly revolving the necklace known as the spirit source in his hand.
Recalling Luo Yun's earnest expression at that moment, Zhang Fan resolved to swallow it whole.
At that moment, Xu Sha entered the command chamber and reported to Zhang Fan, Overmind, the spiritual energy communication insects and the entire Zerg communication network have been fully established.
Nexus awaits your presence.
Upon seeing Zhang Fan, not a small black insect burrowed beneath his carapace.
Instantly Zhang Fan's consciousness sensed Nexus millions of light years away. Overmind.
Nexus, how are matters on your end? With Princess Domina's assistance, the Zerg are expanding rapidly.
However, Domina's control over us has begun to manifest.
A military force that had been subjugated under your supreme authority has now been handed over to her.
Zhang Fan nodded approvingly. Excellent.
If she desires the army, let her have it. You shall comply as much as possible. As long as she harbors no designs upon the second Earth, all else is negotiable. Overmind, there is one unusual matter of recent import.
Bio-android transport ships from the Jinsei star system have been plundered by interstellar pirates not once but repeatedly.
According to intelligence gathered by the ghost insects, this stems from pirates at the northwestern border encountering the main Zerg force.
Zhang Fan laughed loudly. These pirates truly are withdrawing openly while plotting in secret. Never mind.
Defend the trade routes.
Should they make any significant moves, deliver them a fitting lesson? Very well. Guard the second Earth diligently. We are now heading toward the northern universe border. You two must remain prepared for a possible confrontation with Domina at any time. The northern universe is Domina's domain. Are you truly going there? The universe is vast.
The odds of an encounter are negligible.
Very well.
I have already sent someone to return the dragon bloodline gene sequence to you.
Make full use of it.
After severing the consciousness link, Zhang Fan turned to Shu Sha and said, "Let us go. We head for Orland." Near the border star region between the northern universe and the western universe, a Lu Clan patrol vessel was cruising around the Kata star system.
Lu Clan patrol captain Mauda was enjoying his breakfast, a cup of pure Kata metal solution, savoring its silky smooth taste,
when suddenly a shrill alarm interrupted his most blissful moment.
What the hell is this? It's still early morning. If there are meteors, just dodge them. If you can't dodge them, blow them up.
Mauda stormed into the command cabin in a foul mood to lambaste everyone, but when he saw the screens filled with an absurdly dense fleet of bizarre monstrous ships.
Where did these come from?
Why are they this close?
Are you all blind?
Seeing no response from anyone, Mauda slammed his fist on the command table with a loud metallic clang that finally snapped everyone back to reality.
He roared, "Retreat immediately. Contact base at once, unidentified fleet invasion." Only then did everyone spring into action.
The pilot wished for 6 hands as he frantically worked the controls while the patrol vessel's FTL drive stood ready.
But none of that happened.
As he attempted to accelerate, a violent shudder rocked the ship, throwing everyone in the command cabin nearly off their feet.
Report.
Port engine hit, thrust reduced by 32%.
Auxiliary engines powering up, estimated 20 seconds to full operational capacity.
Before he could finish, another violent shake threw him against the console.
The systems engineer reported urgently, negative, we've lost both engines to direct hits. Full repair protocols initiated, but we're adrift on momentum alone.
The pilot glanced at the radar before looking back at Mauda with a helpless expression.
Captain, we've been completely surrounded. Captain, reports coming in, hostile entities boarding from multiple points.
Security teams responding. Captain, hull breach on portside compartment 6 compromised.
Hostiles have breached the inner vessel. Mauda quickly ordered seal off compartment 6.
Deploy security teams to hold positions at compartments 3 and 5. Mauda watched the monitor as unknown creatures swarmed into compartment 4 and immediately commanded eject compartment 4.
Dump those monsters into space.
As the compartment 4 door launched outward, Mauda's face showed a satisfied smile, but it froze instantly when he noticed something hovering in the void beyond the command cabin window, a grotesque creature that was neither fully dragon nor worm. Mauda felt panic rising. He was completely surrounded by these strange creatures. If he fled, both engines were down.
Even getting the backup online would leave them exposed to attack. His life was probably ending here today. Captain, more hostiles have boarded. Security is holding them back, but barely.
Mauda stared out the viewport at the creatures floating in space, murmuring to himself, what exactly are these things? Just as despair consumed Mauda, a crimson beam slashed through space and obliterated the creature outside. The crew erupted in cheers. It's the Night Order.
They've come to rescue us.
Hundreds of warships unleashed their full arsenal, painting the cosmos in cascading spectra of light as the alien swarm scattered before the Kata Night Order's devastating barrage. Mauda wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled heavily. The Night Order's warships are truly formidable. The moment Mauda sank into his command chair, the pilot screamed, "Captain, look."
On the main screen, a Night Order destroyer-class battleship erupted in flames, followed by a Lance-class cruiser splitting in two. Only when a Sacred Shield-class strategic vessel disintegrated into debris did Mauda roar, "Retreat. Get out of here now."
Aboard the Spirit Dragon, Bridling Zhang Fan watched the warships crumble into stardust with quiet satisfaction as Shu Sha issued the order, "Let the patrol vessel go."
Zhang Fan nodded slightly.
According to the star charts, this system marks the northwestern frontier.
Crossing into these waters means we've entered Northern Universe territory.
After a moment's silence, Shu Sha spoke, "Minerva's charts do mark the location of Oran Star, but there are numerous advanced civilizations in the surrounding systems, some allied as well.
Shall we proceed with a direct assault? Guidance. If I'm to receive guidance by reaching Oran, then we advance.
And we'll strengthen the Zerg forces along the way."
Mauda's patrol vessel barely reached forward Fortress Star 32 before the Zerg armada followed close behind.
A tidal wave of swift spirit bugs and spirit mantises surged toward the fortress's sky citadel. The commander stared at the insectoid horde flooding across his screens, furious. What in the void are these creatures? Unfortunately, no one aboard had any answer, not that anyone could blame them, as these creatures had never been encountered or even documented in any records. Sky Fortress Commander Gat barked immediate orders: seal all fortress entrances.
Summon the Night Order.
A communications officer reported, we've lost contact with the 6th Night Order.
The 2nd Order is en route and should arrive in 30 minutes. Very well. Arm all weapon systems.
Launch every patrol vessel, we must prevent those monsters from reaching the citadel. Explosions rocked the fortress walls as chaos erupted among the garrison. Never before had the Sky Fortress faced such an assault in centuries. Some soldiers on leave genuinely believed it was another drill. The fortress walls, long considered impregnable, crumbled in moments under the concentrated spiritual energy cannon fire from hundreds of dominant beasts. The Zerg vanguard poured through every breach, devouring all non-Zerg life within the fortress. Commander Gat could find no words as he watched his fortress fall in under 5 minutes. Holding out another 25 minutes against such horrors seemed impossible even to himself.
Retreat. Everyone fall back immediately. Abandon the Sky Fortress. Full retreat now.
The spirit dragon broodling slowly advanced toward Kata's defense star 32. Shusha studied the footage relayed by the imaging drones and remarked, how can a civilization with A-class warships be so frail in battle?
Ha!
Centuries of peace have likely made them forget what war truly is.
Those several hundred warships we just dismantled proved quite effective. The Dragon series tests were a resounding success.
Shusha's gaze flicked to the display. Lord Dominator, another fleet approaches, roughly double the size of our last engagement, and includes a colossal warship.
A colossal warship. What classification?
After a pause, Shusha replied, if my assessment is correct, it would be S-class.
Zhang Fan's lip curled at the mention of S-class. That wretched Dominus still owes me 2 S-class vessels. Since she's forgotten, we'd best remind her.
The Zerg fleet of 300,000 vessels turned toward the approaching armada.
Zhang Fan resolved to witness the power of an S-class warship firsthand, and to determine whether the spirit dragon broodling could match it.
The Kate 2nd Night Corps, the most formidable starship fleet in the Kate Star system, possessed 1 S-class Holy Sword dreadnought and 160 A-class Holy Shield strategic vessels. However, when faced with the Zerg's hundreds of thousands of A-class or Super A-class Dragon-type warships, the seemingly powerful fleet was nothing more than ants trying to topple an elephant. Aboard the Holy Sword dreadnought Hypnaros of the 2nd Night Corps Commander Hypnaros gazed at the screen and exclaimed in shock, such a massive fleet, why was it not detected before it entered the region? The radar operator reported they must have equipment that allows them to evade detection.
This fleet appeared out of nowhere.
After assessing the battlefield situation, Hypnaros immediately ordered retreat to the space between the 16th and 17th defense stars.
Use the stellar cannons to hold them off. Notify Kate Star immediately and summon other Night Corps for reinforcements.
This is beyond our capability to handle alone. The communication officer had never encountered a situation where the 2nd Night Corps needed to call for help. Confused, he asked which Night Corps should come.
Hypnaros roared in anger, don't you have eyes? All of them all.
The Kate 2nd Night Corps began a strategic retreat into the cosmic space between the 16th and 17th defense stars. Zhang Fan, advancing triumphantly all the way, had forgotten the wisdom of not pursuing a desperate enemy.
Just as he was pressing his advantage, 2 planets suddenly erupted with powerful crimson laser columns. Countless Zerg warships were instantly evaporated. Zhang Fan cried out in shock, they used 2 entire planets as weapons against us.
While the loss of hundreds of warships was not a significant concern for the Zerg, Zhang Fan's heart ached. Due to his own carelessness, hundreds of vessels had been inexplicably vaporized by the laser columns. It seemed that the weapon systems of the Northern Universe were far more formidable than he had imagined. At that moment, the image bug transmitted visual data. An enormous silver-white strategic vessel heavily shielded by escort ships was directly facing their spirit dragon nest bug, and a massive energy buildup was gathering at its prow.
Dodge! Dodge now!
Zhang Fan shouted loudly. Before his words had even finished echoing, a white light column struck the right wing of the spirit dragon nest bug directly, the violent tremor nearly knocking Zhang Fan off his feet. Shusha immediately called out, urgently send the holy spirit bugs to restore it. Have the primordial dragon emperor bug launch a full-force attack on that dreadnought. Hundreds of holy spirit bugs rapidly approached the spirit dragon nest bug, their heads converging pale green light rays. Under the illumination of those spiritual energy beams, the damaged sections of the spirit dragon nest bug were healing at an astonishing rate. The primordial dragon emperor bug simultaneously counterattacked with thousands of spiritual energy dragon cannons firing in unison. The 2nd Night Corps' Holy Shield strategic vessels returned fire almost at the same moment. For a brief moment the entire cosmic expanse became a maelstrom of interwoven laser beams and dragon cannon fire with sparks and blood spraying in every direction. The destruction of the 16th Defense Station filled the 2nd Night Corps with despair. They could no longer retreat, they could only stand and fight desperately hoping that other Night Corps would arrive soon. The Hypnaros had sustained severe damage in multiple areas and its defensive shields were nearly depleted. They could hold out for at most 10 more minutes. Destruction was the inevitable fate awaiting the Hypnaros. Just as despair overwhelmed them, a celestial female voice emanated from the communicator. Captain Hypnaros, do you require assistance?
Ilara, stop wasting time and help us immediately. A deep male voice followed from the communicator. Well, Captain Hypnaros showing signs of urgency. Morton, cover the flank. Be careful, these creatures are no joke.
Morton's hearty laughter steadied Hypnaros' trembling spirit. Ha, rest assured, leave this to us. Aboard the Spirit Dragon Nest, Bugshucha observed the two newly arrived fleets and gave calm orders. The Thunderbugs on the left flank are to provide cover for the gas explosion wasps. The Spirit Kings will intercept their smaller vessels.
Gas explosion wasps breach their formation and destroy them.
Shucha turned his attention to the fleet on the right and continued issuing commands. The Icebugs will retreat and lure them in. The Primordial Dragon Bugs stand ready. Once they enter the encirclement, the Super Six Eyes must at all costs ensure none of them escape alive. The engagement intensified as the Cade 3rd and 8th Night Corps joined the fray, yet their involvement did not alter the overall balance of power. They could barely halt the advance of the Zerg juggernaut. They could only delay the inevitable, and their eventual downfall was merely a matter of time. Hypnaros raged. What of the other Night Corps?
Why isn't anyone coming to help?
The communications officer hastily replied, My lord, the bishop has ordered a full retreat.
Hypnaros was thunderstruck. Are they mad? Retreating now? What of the two colonial stars behind us?
A wizened furrowed face materialized on the main screen. Upon recognizing it, Hypnaros demanded, Bishop, did you order this retreat?
Bishop Lutier thundered back, do you want us all annihilated?
We must preserve our strength.
But what about the colonial worlds behind us?
Bishop Lutier shook his head grimly.
War demands sacrifice.
If we preserve the core strength of the Night Corps, we retain the chance to avenge them.
But if you fall now, all is lost. Retreat.
This is a supreme command.
Hypnaros sighed helplessly.
All Cade warships began an orderly withdrawal while the Zerg army made no move to pursue. Zhang Fan's gaze fell upon those two planets abandoned by the Cade. Establish these two planets as forward bases and accelerate the hatching process. From the battle just now we can see their combat effectiveness is astonishing. They managed to hold off our forces with such a small fleet. Shucha nodded and suggested, perhaps we should first deploy origin bugs to infiltrate and dismantle them from within.
The meteor tactic proved quite effective as well.
Having just survived such a massive battle, they won't suspect a few incoming meteors.
Zhang Fan nodded. Go and execute the plan. The first challenge in the Northern Universe certainly won't be an easy conquest.
After repelling the Night Corps, the fate of those two abandoned Cade colonial worlds was sealed. Billions of inhabitants were consumed by the Zerg, who then began cultivating Titans on these planets as forward bases. The two colonial worlds formed a pincer formation, providing mutual support. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan led his forces to hold position in space, where the stable inverted triangle defensive formation allowed the Zerg to safely breed their new armies. Back on Cade Star, the United Alliance Hall erupted into chaos. Debates over war peace reinforcement requests and retreat echoed loudly enough for the guards stationed outside the doors to hear every word.
The aggressive intent of this species is unmistakable.
If we retreat, will the billions of lives on the colonial worlds of Duan and Duoli be sacrificed in vain?
What nonsense is that?
This was our first encounter and 4 Night Corps engaged. 3 have lost nearly half their combat strength and 1 has vanished entirely.
How do you propose we fight? Yes, exactly.
We should seek peace terms. See what they desire.
No race invades without reason, let's try to satisfy their demands. Sometimes bowing one's head is not a source of shame. 3 figures seated in the elevated positions of the Alliance Hall exchanged glances. The lead bishop, donning a crimson tall hat and a scarlet fire robe, struck his ceremonial hammer 3 times. The entire hall fell silent instantly. After surveying the assembly with a calm demeanor, the bishop announced, recall all Night Corps and dispatch envoys to explore the possibility of negotiations. Prepare all defensive measures, cancel all leave, and ensure everyone remains on standby for combat until the extraterrestrial beings depart. The Zerg employed the meteorite tactic, once again allowing the dormant ancestral lords and parasitic ticks to successfully infiltrate Cade Star. As Shucha had predicted, the Cade people were all busy mobilizing for war with little time to watch the meteor shower falling from the sky. Although some sensitive individuals harbored doubts, they were dismissed with a simple remark, given how many warships were lost in the Battle of Duan Duoli, what's so strange about a meteor shower?
Many Cade civilians in memory of the warriors who perished in the Battle of Duanduoli prayed beneath the meteor shower wishing their souls would ascend to the temple. But they had no idea that these meteors were not the souls of Cade warriors but rather the Zerg armada bringing about their utter destruction. The Zerg eggs in their state of suspended animation were completely undetectable, and since their landing zones were all remote areas, the eggs began to awaken within half a day. The awakened Zerg ancestral lords and parasitic ticks did not launch direct invasions, instead they scattered silently to prey upon weaker Cade creatures, augmenting their own combat capabilities. Meanwhile, the Cade delegation flew toward Duan Star, halting at maximum safe distance to transmit their offer of peace negotiations to the Zerg. However, contrary to their expectations, the Zerg responded to their peace overture with artillery fire. Zhang Fan sat upon his throne smiling as he watched the Cade envoy dissolve into cosmic dust. How could I possibly negotiate peace with such a worthy opponent?
This star system is mine.
The Zerg fleet commenced its full assault on Cade Star, and following the destruction of the envoy vessel, all Cade warships withdrew to defend the Cade sector.
Shucha gazed at the 7 S-class dreadnoughts in the Cade sector and asked, "My lord, these dreadnoughts possess tremendous firepower.
With only one spirit dragon nest worm at our disposal, perhaps we should avoid direct confrontation."
Indeed. We shall conquer them one by one. Unless I order dispersed attacks on their colonial worlds, if they fail to come to their aid, we will consume them.
Upon Shucha's command, the Zerg launched their full-scale offensive. The first to suffer was Duomo Colony, the most distant from Cade Star.
Its garrison transmitted 13 distress signals, yet the Cade Star United Alliance offered no response. Next fell Duke Colony, adjacent to Duomo. Though the Zerg faced fierce resistance there, the colony's depleted ammunition and supplies ultimately rendered it a Zerg incubation ground.
Zhang Fan smiled at Shucha. These Cade people are remarkably composed, not a single rescue vessel has emerged.
How many colonies do they have remaining?
Shucha consulted the stellar map and replied, 7 remain, my lord.
Attack 2 more. If they still do not come to their aid, we won't even need to lift a finger. The Zerg armada continued toward Dualuo Star.
This time the commander of Dualuo did not appeal directly to Cade Star but instead turned his gaze to Duona Star, another colonial world. On the videocom, Commander Charlie of Dualuo stated, Cade Prime is no longer reliable.
If we are destroyed, you will be next. Commander Deli of Duona nodded.
I am well aware of the situation, but the entire Night Corps has been transferred elsewhere.
What resources do I have to send you? Let us take a gamble. Transfer all your warriors and patrol vessels here. Deli immediately countered, what of the citizens of Duona?
Charlie shook his head in resignation. If we do not unite in resistance, our downfall at the hands of the Zerg is merely a matter of time.
What difference does it make? Deli fell silent.
Cade Star was no longer dependable, and this appeared to be the sole option available. Yet unable to accept it, he sent one final distress signal to Cade Star.
15 minutes later, staring at the unresponsive calm, Deli nodded silently. I will transfer all forces to Dualuo.
I can only hope we can withstand the Zerg assault. Tens of thousands of Duona's warships set course for Dualuo while the Zerg armada converged upon the same target almost simultaneously.
On a Yuanling Emperor Worm, Meiju issued her commands. Yuanlong worms clear the path and breach their defenses. Bakong drops the ground forces. Speed shadows neutralize their air power. Zhujia long worms eliminate their anti-aircraft defenses.
Artillery erupted across Dualuo, transforming the night sky into day. The Zerg speed shadows held absolute dominance in the air. Cade's Warblade-class attack aircraft were no match for them in either speed or firepower. The Cade anti-aircraft batteries never ceased firing, their barrels glowing red-hot from the intense heat, some beginning to melt. Yet the Cade had no respite. The Zerg swarm above was endless, each wave dissolving into the next like an unbroken tide. On the ground, the Zerg vanguard speed spirit worms surged forward with devastating speed, driving the Cade forces back step by step until they were forced into the city, hoping to use urban terrain to delay the invaders until reinforcements arrived. When ammunition ran out, they fought with blades and swords. When weapons dulled or broke, they picked up the severed limbs of fallen Zerg and kept fighting. There was no retreat. Behind them lay unarmed civilians, families sheltering in the ruins. Holding this last defensive line was every Cade warrior's final duty. The vanguard, composed of speed spirit worms and air mantis wolves, seized the city in merely 20 minutes. The Cade warriors fell back to the entrance of the underground defenses, constructing a temporary fortified position at the fortress gate. Why hasn't Duona's reinforcement army arrived yet? A soldier's desperate scream finally reminded everyone of the relief force from Duona. But thoughts aside, their firepower could not cease. The colonial world's weapons were far inferior to those of Cade Prime, rendering them largely ineffective against the Zerg. Despair etched across every face as they faced the Zerg surrounding them. Suddenly a sharp sound tore through the sky from beyond the horizon. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted before the temporary fortress, sending Zerg flesh and green blood flying in all directions. The desperate Kate erupted in cheers.
They're here. Our reinforcements have arrived. Seize your weapons. The soldiers' despair vanished as missiles struck unexpectedly. With Duona starfighters providing cover, every warrior charged into the Zerg ranks.
Perched atop a skyscraper, Meiju watched the Cade preparing to counterattack, a sinister smile playing on her lips.
Such ignorant fools. How could they possibly break through our encirclement to rescue you? Thousands of speed shadows soared from behind Meiju toward the final fortress under cover of night. The Cade who had just broken out discovered to their horror that Duona's reinforcement forces were turning back. What does this mean?
Meiju appeared beside Charlie, smiling coldly. I'm afraid we've made a deal with Duona. They'll spare their world if we lure you out.
Impossible. Charlie roared in disbelief.
Meiju pointed to the sky and laughed.
See how safely they depart.
You were merely pawns all along. Charlie thrust his head skyward and bellowed, traitor.
Deli, even as a ghost I will not let you go. Ha ha ha, Meiju cackled, curses like that are meaningless. Shall we assist you?
Charlie stared in bewilderment at the alien creature smiling back at him. He could not fathom what twisted thoughts lay behind that smile. The soldiers of Duoluo Star and their commander Charles were surrounded by waves of Zerg, while the Zerg commander Beast Divine General Meiju stood before him with a smile awaiting his response. Charles gazed at Meiju in astonishment and asked, "What do you mean?"
He. Our Zerg overlord detests traitors. We can spare you and your people.
Before Meiju could finish, an adjutant threw his weapon to the ground.
Charles drew his pistol and pointed it angrily at the adjutant. What are you doing? Pick up your weapon.
At that moment another soldier also laid down his arms. One after another almost all the soldiers surrendered their weapons.
Charles roared in fury, "Are you attempting mutiny?"
The adjutant who had first lowered his weapon sneered, "Mutiny?
Is it even worth it? Does Cade Star care about us? Duona Star has also betrayed us, General. Look around you.
For the sake of honor I could perish in battle, but what of the common folk behind us?
What of our parents? Aside from surrendering to protect them, tell me, who will shield them now?"
Meiju nodded with a smile and said, "He speaks the truth. Surrender and we shall spare you.
Those who resist to the bitter end will be exterminated. Commander, consider carefully."
Faced with such circumstances, Charles pressed the pistol to his own head. Meiju did not stop him.
A heroic suicide.
As the leader of this world you have chosen the easiest path.
As you wish.
Meiju turned and walked away without the slightest hesitation, but Charles suddenly called after her. "We are willing to submit, but spare our families."
Meiju did not look back. As you wish.
As the Zerg tide receded, Duoluo Star lay in ruins.
Shattered walls and crumbling ruins appeared all the more desolate under the pale morning sunlight.
Though the Zerg were certainly detestable, what ignited the fury of Duoluo's people was Cade Prime's indifference and Duona Star's betrayal. The ferocious Zerg soldiers turned a blind eye to the surviving Duoluo citizens, focusing instead on clearing the battlefield corpses. A young Duoluo child picked up a fragment of a collapsed building, intending to hurl it at a speed spirit bug. Suddenly Meiju appeared and blocked his path, causing the surrounding civilians to scramble backward in fright. Meiju glared coldly at the Duoluo child and said, "Your outburst will only bring another attack upon your family, your friends, and everyone here."
Is that what you wish to see?
Charles quickly stepped in front of the child and said, "I apologize, he is only a child.
Please forgive his recklessness." Ha ha ha, does youth serve as an excuse?
Although we Zerg will not enslave you, should you dare harm any Zerg member, we shall consider it an act of war. Therefore it is best for all of you to coexist peacefully. Do not test us Zerg with your so-called impulsiveness."
Charles bowed deeply and said, "Understood. I will inform everyone of this matter."
Meiju shifted the topic and said, "I have come to notify you, we are now heading to annihilate Duona Star.
Will you join us?"
A soldier behind Charles suddenly bellowed, "I'll go. I want to witness the traitor's downfall with my own eyes."
Numerous soldiers echoed his cry, and even some civilians shouted, "Let the traitors perish."
The Duoluo warships hovered above the Duona Star command fortress as everyone watched in solemn fury, witnessing the Duona people swallowed by the Zerg tide. Meiju approached Charles, who was gazing at the command center of Duona Star consumed by roaring flames, and asked, "What do you intend to do regarding the civilians of Duona Star?"
"Let us kill them together." Charles hastily waved his hands and said, "No.
I believe only Delhi made the decision to betray. This matter has nothing to do with the common people. I beg you to spare them, they will surely coexist peacefully with the Zerg as we shall."
Ha ha ha, you truly are a benevolent general. Very well.
The soldiers of Duona Star had been nearly eradicated, and Charles began urging the surviving civilians. Beast Divine General Ji Dian stood within the command chamber of the Spirit Dragon Nest Bug, watching Charles delivering his speech on the screen.
He looked at Zhang Fan in bewilderment and asked Overlord, why do we not slay them? What purpose do these tens of millions of remnants serve?
Zhang Fan laughed boisterously and said they are the most potent weapon against S-class dreadnoughts. As the ancient saying goes, killing the body is easy but crushing the spirit is true art. You may know how to kill, but as Overlord I know how to break hearts.
Ha ha ha, learn well.
The surrender of Duoluo Star and Duwona Star ignited outrage across the surrounding colonial worlds.
Protests and demonstrations flooded every colony. The people grew ever more indignant at Cade's inaction.
Yet when the Zerg fleet arrived above their planets, the Zerg simply had Charles deliver a single message: surrender or die. Nearly every colonial world in the Zerg's path chose submission. Charles gradually transformed from a mere general into the spokesperson of the Zerg, exposing Cade Star's inaction and selfishness and calling upon all colonial inhabitants to rise against Cade.
Watching the colonial fleet clear the path for the Zerg, Zhang Fan smiled at Ji Dian and said, do you see? This is what I call crushing the spirit.
Due to Cade Star's inaction, everyone here lives in terror before the Zerg's overwhelming might.
On the road to certain death we spared Duoluo and offered them a path to survival.
Naturally they will direct their hatred toward Cade Star's negligence.
Ji Dian asked, half understanding, but would that not amount to little difference? Against so many S-class dreadnoughts their meager forces are utterly inadequate. The human heart, that is something you cannot fathom. Just wait.
Once the Cade Star Night Order takes the initiative to fire upon the colonial fleet, that will be our signal to attack. If they refuse to act, the lurking progenitor will assist them nonetheless.
Fleets from numerous colonial worlds set course for Cade Star, while the United Alliance on Cade Star descended once again into chaotic disarray. The denunciations of the colonial rebellions drowned out all other voices.
Their discussions had become so consumed that they had nearly forgotten the existence of the Zerg.
I propose the Night Order eliminate the rebels first, secure the interior before confronting the external threat. Precisely.
How can we face the overwhelming Zerg horde if those traitors remain unpunished?
The Night Order must strike swiftly lest they ally with the Zerg. Throughout the entire hall only one man shook his head and departed.
He hurried to the docking bay, boarded a small vessel and flew toward the colonial fleet.
Millions of colonial warships surrounded Cade Star completely, yet they made no move to attack.
On one hand they understood the devastating power of the Night Order fleet, on the other, though they had surrendered, it was merely out of frustration with Cade Star's inaction.
Should they strike first it would indeed constitute betrayal, and that was hardly their desired outcome. As the two forces faced each other, a lone small vessel suddenly surged forward, positioning itself between the Night Order and the colonial fleet.
Both sides' massive screens displayed the handsome visage of a man immaculately dressed in noble attire.
You have all been duped.
This is merely a scheme by the Zerg to sow division among us. Charles sneered. And so what if it is? Your Highness the Prince, when we were struggling to resist the Zerg army, did you ever know that the Night Order fleet was anchored in Cade Star territory, turning a blind eye to our suffering?
The Cade Prince hastily explained, Cade Star is merely conserving its strength.
You have witnessed the enormity of the Zerg forces. Only all the Holy Sword-class dreadnoughts combined can repel them. Charles shook his head in exasperation and roared, and what of us?
Are we merely to become pawns sacrificed for your survival?
Prince Cade's pale and feeble protests failed to win over the colonists. Instead they only deepened their revulsion toward him. Zhang Fan sat within the spirit dragon nest insect, gazing at the small vessel hovering between the two formations, his anger rising as he commanded the tiny ship as an eyesore.
Destroy it. Just then a medium-sized warship from the colonial fleet suddenly launched 2 missiles toward Prince Cade's vessel.
2 fighters from the Night Order intercepted them, swiftly rescuing Prince Cade.
Fire!
Upon the Knight Commander's order, Prince Cade's own knights and the colonial fleet turned their weapons upon each other, plunging the starfield into chaos.
Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Attack their S-class dreadnoughts. The Zerg fleet joined the fray and the entire Cade sector descended into mayhem. Countless warships were reduced to cosmic dust in mere instants.
All Spirit Emperor insects lock targets and engage freely, Shu Sha ordered. The psychic cannons of tens of thousands of Spirit Emperor insects fired a single barrage, and the energy shields of Cade's dreadnought-class warships shattered into fragments.
Captain, our shields are gone. If the Zerg press their attack we cannot hold. All dreadnoughts target the Zerg's largest vessel. Destroy it. The main cannons of 6 dreadnought warships locked onto Zhang Fan's spirit dragon nest insect, and 6 beams of devastation fired in unison.
However, Zhang Fan had anticipated this.
Tens of millions of Saint Shield insects formed layers of luminous barriers before the spirit dragon nest insect. Millions of Saint Shield insects vaporized instantly, but by the time Cade's dreadnought cannons reached the spirit dragon nest insect, their force was spent.
The impact merely caused the spirit dragon nest insect to shudder slightly. Do not give them time to recover, Shu Sha ordered immediately.
All Spirit Emperor insects, charge your spiritual energy cannons and eliminate their dreadnoughts.
Though the spiritual energy-charged cannons were still experimental, tens of thousands of Spirit Emperor insects unleashing ordinary firepower was more than sufficient. All 6 S-class dreadnoughts burst into flames under the Zerg barrage, their hulls critically damaged and main batteries nearly destroyed. Cover the dreadnoughts, retreat. The order was given, but who had the leisure to obey? The Night Order's enemies were not only the Zerg but also the warships of every colonial world. On Cade's surface, citizens gazed upward and witnessed their proud dreadnoughts being annihilated. A wave of despair swept through the populace. Rather than perish in despair, some chose to ignite its fury. Sealing their fate, Cadenians seized whatever weapons they could find and charged against the Zerg forces that had just landed. Zhang Fan acknowledged with respect, they have some spine after all. Grant them a swift end. The Zerg tide engulfed the entire Cade star system. Mei Zhu and Charlie descended from the vessel together, smiling. The Overlord has given his approval. From today forward you are placed in charge of Cade and its neighboring colonial worlds. The Zerg will guard but not govern. You truly entrust me to govern Cade? Certainly. But you know well the fate that befalls traitors. Charlie eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Since we despise traitors, we would never become like them. I hope so. Come, I will take you to meet the Overlord. Charlie hurriedly replied, I wish to announce this before all the people of Cade. The Overlord has already agreed. Let us go. Charlie bobbed and scraped behind Mei Zhu, then quietly slid his hand into his abdomen, gave 2 gentle flicks and withdrew it as though nothing had happened. The grand entrance of the United Alliance had been flattened by the Zerg. Millions of colonists and Cade prisoners of war were assembled here to witness Charlie's inauguration ceremony. Charlie stood upon the ruins of the United Alliance. Mei Zhu remained at his side. When he saw Zhang Fan and Xu Sha approaching the stage, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Mei Zhu asked in puzzlement, what is wrong? Are you nervous? No, it is just that I am seeing the Overlord of the Zerg for the first time. I am a bit excited. Mei Zhu smiled, not thinking much of it. You are all strange. What is there to be nervous about? Xu Sha arrived before Charlie, who hastily bowed and declared, I am Charlie, commander of the Dualua colony, paying my respects to your excellency the Overlord. Xu Sha smiled and asked, what eye does this one have? Mei Zhu shook her head. This is Mother Xu Sha. The true Overlord of our Zerg is the one beside her. Flustered, Charlie stumbled toward Zhang Fan and fell face-first on the stage. Though the Cadenians had surrendered, many with spirit looked down upon Charlie's sycophantic display. The crowd erupted in jeers, but a dragon's roar silenced the entire plaza in an instant. Zhang Fan looked down at Charlie, his voice ice-cold. If you continue to disgrace yourself, I will feed you to the swift spirit insects. Charlie scrambled to his feet, bowed deeply and hurried over to Zhang Fan's side, kneeling loudly and shouting, Great Overlord of the Zerg, you are our supreme and unrivaled lord. The citizens were utterly speechless, merely shaking their heads. The captain of Dualua's honor guard quietly asked his adjutant nearby, is that really Commander Charlie? I feel as though. What can we do? He is likely under Zerg control. Just stay alive for now. What else can we do in this situation? Zhang Fan deeply detested people like this. He had already considered killing him, but if he did, who would replace him? Should he choose someone with spine instead? Zhang Fan smiled at Charlie and said, do not be nervous. There is no need for further grandstanding. From today onward the Zerg and your people of Cade are allies. Charlie eagerly waved behind him and 2 handmaidens approached carrying a golden longsword. He reverently lifted the sword and presented it to Zhang Fan, declaring, this is the highest symbol of the Cadenian people, the Sword of Cade. Zhang Fan glanced at it and smiled. You may keep it yourself. It holds no use for me. Charlie took a respectful step forward, knelt on one knee, raised the sword above his head and cried out, this is the highest symbol of Cade. We implore the Overlord to accept the sword. 2 seconds passed and Zhang Fan showed no reaction. Charlie knelt 1 step closer and continued shouting, the Sword of Cade is our supreme symbol. We beg the Overlord to accept the sword. Realizing this was a ritual of the planet, Zhang Fan stepped forward. Just as he was about to take the golden longsword, he suddenly sensed the faint aura of killing intent radiating from Charlie. Zhang Fan remained composed, picking up the longsword and pretending to examine it carefully. Seizing the moment, Charlie lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Zhang Fan's legs and triggering the energy self-destruct mechanism on his body. He screamed, long life Cade. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending debris flying. Everyone present froze, including the Cadenians and even the Zerg beast god generals. On the viewing platform, both Zhang Fan and Charlie vanished simultaneously. Xu Sha smiled. Stop searching. The Overlord is in the sky. Mei Zhu finally raised her gaze. Zhang Fan floated in the air holding a bewildered Charlie in his hand.
You are bold attempting to take me down with you. But have you considered the fate of your people?
Two barrier insects took Charlie from Zhang Fan and imprisoned him within a transparent energy barrier.
Zhang Fan smiled down at him. Watch carefully. This is the consequence of your recklessness.
With a wave of his hand, the Zerg legions surged into the crowd.
Millions of unarmed civilians were slaughtered in an instant.
Trapped within the barrier, Charlie watched his people being massacred and screamed in agony, "No.
Kill me instead. They are innocent."
Zhang Fan replied coldly, "You made your choice.
Now bear the price." "I am sorry. I was wrong. I am sorry. Please spare them."
Appreciate the consequences of your heroic deed. If you do not comply, the remaining Cadenians will share the same fate.
No.
Zhang Fan had originally only wanted to expand his Zerg army. Accepting their surrender was merely a strategic necessity. Little did he expect that Charlie would actually attempt to assassinate him. Charlie's actions caused Kadestar and all the surrounding colonial planets to be devoured by the Zerg. Now only Charlie remained on Kadestar.
Shucha walked slowly to Zhang Fan and said, "Research on Kadestar's S-class dreadnought is complete. It relies on fusion nuclear energy, immensely powerful yet not suited for our Zerg. So I finally got to see an S-class warship only for it to be of no use to me. How vexing." Shucha quickly said, "Overlord, you need not be vexed.
Through our research into Cade's biological technology, we have discovered a way to apply fusion nuclear energy to living organisms. Zerg possessing fusion nuclear energy are already being cultivated."
Well, at least this trip wasn't a waste.
For now, hold this place as our stronghold and turn all of Cade and the surrounding colony systems into a forward base for pushing north.
I have a feeling Domina will soon get word of this. The Zerg hatched 2 fusion dragon cannon bugs on the planets Dawn and Dona.
This kind of Zerg is colossal. Through nuclear fusion, it generates the devastating annihilation dragon cannon, power enough to destroy a white dwarf star. Yet it charges too slowly and cannot move, so it can only be used as a defensive measure. The spoils from invading Kadestar roughly doubled the Zerg army, yet Zhang Fan was not content with the current state of affairs. After all, he had experienced Minerva's might firsthand. The dragon clan, though of the same origin, seemed more foe than friend. To Zhang Fan, the dragons were only using him to break the Judgment Dragon seal. Still, if he could truly gain the aid of a dragon powerful enough to warrant being sealed away, then defending Earth would no longer be a problem. But could the dragons truly be trusted? Once he unleashed the Judgment Dragon, even more powerful than Minerva, he would have no ability to contend with it.
The more Zhang Fan thought, the more conflicted he became.
He seemed to be drifting further and further from the path he had originally set out on. His only wish had been to bring humanity back to Earth and ensure its continuance, yet before he knew it, he had been drawn into a cosmic war beyond his capabilities.
Threat after threat suddenly made Zhang Fan feel suffocated.
His army had made tremendous strides in both quantity and quality, but it was still far from enough to deal with these mighty enemies.
A sudden inexplicable exhaustion welled up within him.
He felt an impulse to simply take the army as it was returned to Second Earth and guard humanity there, to begin again. A figure flashed through Zhang Fan's mind, no, a crowd, countless people.
An azure earth of verdant land.
Zhang Fan seemed to stand in a forest listening to the chorus of 100 birds. Drawing a deep breath, he could almost smell the fragrance of blossoms. Beneath towering skyscrapers, endless streams of people hurried past. From the cake shop across the street wafted a rich milky fragrance. The flashing alarms on the iris, the starships of the Chia, the devastating lasers. Zhang Fan's thoughts were in chaos, such chaos that he hovered on the edge of collapse. Then abruptly a faint azure light flickered inside his body. Zhang Fan composed himself and suddenly let out a furious roar.
Who is disturbing my mind? Standing nearby, Shucha stared at the abruptly roaring Zhang Fan in bewilderment and asked, "Overlord, what's wrong?"
Zhang Fan looked around slightly at a loss.
Just now. Shucha pointed at Zhang Fan's chest in astonishment and said, "Overlord, this blue light."
Zhang Fan lowered his head and immediately understood.
"This is the spirit source Luo Yun gave me. It seems that feeling just now was real. Someone is influencing my mind."
Shucha immediately summoned several primordial brain bugs which formed a mental barrier around Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan used his consciousness to probe the surroundings and found nothing unusual. Although he possessed the mental shielding technique taught by Alana of the Dragon Clan, it was only effective when one was prepared. Against a mental assault of this sort, Zhang Fan was at his wit's end. All living creatures around Kadestar had been cleansed by the Zerg, so whoever could invade the mind could not be from near Kadestar.
Could this be a long-distance intrusion? Apart from Domina, Zhang Fan could think of no one else with such an ability. Had Domina truly discovered him this quickly? The blue light on Zhang Fan's chest gradually faded.
After having the primordial brain bugs withdraw the mental barrier, he observed for a while longer. His thoughts were no longer disturbed and the spirit source's azure light did not flicker again. This kind of invisible ambush will surely be the greatest crisis I have to face.
I have to find a way to stop it. After a moment of silence, Shucha said the Dragon Clan's mental power is extraordinarily formidable. I will order the matriarchs to expedite research on Zerg with powerful mental abilities.
In the meantime, it would be better to keep the primordial brain bugs by your side, Overlord. Having a lurking creature capable of interfering with his mind made Zhang Fan highly displeased, but for now he could only allow the primordial brain bugs to follow behind. After settling everything on Cade Star, Zhang Fan decided to make a trip to the Dragon Clan Star Domain before going to Orland to find a way to resist such mental attacks. After all, Minerva owed him a favor and it would be a waste not to use it. Zhang Fan led a small fleet toward the nearest Dragon Star domain, White Dragon Star. No sooner had they arrived in White Dragon Star's domain than a dragon-headed warship came to meet them. Jadona, the Dragon Patrol envoy of White Dragon Star, looked Zhang Fan up and down, then said with a smile, "Lady Minerva has already informed us of your purpose. This dragon crystal can block psychic intrusion. Take it and leave." Zhang Fan accepted the dragon crystal and placed it on his person but showed no intention of leaving.
"May I rest here for 2 days?" Jedona was taken aback at first. After hesitating for a moment he said, "You may, but only you alone, and someone will be watching you at all times. Would you still be willing to rest under such conditions?" Zhang Fan nodded.
"Perhaps that mental force had a profound effect on me, leaving my mind somewhat disordered.
I simply want to have a good sleep." Jedona made a gesture of invitation.
Under the escort of 2 dragon guards, Zhang Fan entered White Dragon Star. He landed in the Dragon Palace. To Zhang Fan this place was practically paradise, green mountains, clear waters and 100 flowers blooming.
Even breathing the very air here instilled a sense of tranquil serenity.
Although the 2 dragon guards standing on either side somewhat spoiled the scenery, Zhang Fan did not mind.
Strolling through the lush garden, he casually lay down beneath a giant tree.
A drowsiness long absent crept over him.
Zhang Fan did not resist, he gladly welcomed it.
Slowly beneath the giant tree he curled up into a ball and fell into a deep slumber. The 2 dragon guards did not disturb him. Instead they stood on either side of him, weapons in hand. At that moment a dragon woman arrived in the garden surrounded by her entourage. While admiring the garden's enchanting beauty, she noticed 2 guards standing solemnly amid the blooms, sharp blades in hand.
The maidservant at her side stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing here?"
The guards hastily bowed and replied, "Your Highness, the Zerg Overlord is resting beneath the tree. The 2 of us are charged with guarding him."
The maidservant conveyed this to the dragon princess.
The princess stepped lightly closer and carefully scrutinized the enormous bug curled into a ball beneath the great tree.
"This monster is the Zerg Overlord.
Wasn't he supposed to be a murderous demon who kills without batting an eye? Why does he look so peaceful?" The Dragon Clan princess waved her hand and a staff inlaid with a crimson-red gemstone suddenly materialized in her palm. She actually used the staff to poke at Zhang Fan, who was still deep in slumber. The Dragon Clan guards, witnessing their princess jabbing Zhang Fan with the magic staff, intended to intervene but were silenced by a single glare from her handmaid. The Dragon Clan princess poked several more times, yet Zhang Fan remained utterly unresponsive.
To everyone's astonishment, she then delivered a fierce kick toward Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan did not stir from his slumber. Instead, the carapace upon his body suddenly began to change color, its former vibrancy withering away as the hues gradually faded. The Dragon Clan princess hastily retreated 2 steps and turned her head, saying, "I didn't touch him." A furious roar suddenly erupted from behind, causing the princess to shudder.
Without looking back, she quickly slipped away. "What did Suya just do?"
The 2 guards, wearing expressions of innocence, recounted in full detail how Princess Suya had poked Zhang Fan with her magic staff and even kicked him. Han Quan, the Dragon King of the White Dragon Star, glared at the 2 guards and declared, "Should anything like this occur again, you 2 shall be assigned to guard the gates of the evil dragon abyss." The 2 guards immediately knelt.
"We will faithfully safeguard the insect race Overlord."
Han Quan glanced at Zhang Fan, who was undergoing molting, and shook his head. "I never imagined that my attempt to pacify his violent aura with spiritual power would only backfire and accelerate his transformation."
Sigh. As Lord Dalama foretold, his destiny is far beyond our control. After a full 7 days, Zhang Fan finally emerged from his shell.
The emerald red insect carapace gradually transformed into crimson, then deepened to a dark red before ultimately turning black. Upon closer inspection, the black carapace shimmered with faint red light and 2 antennae had sprouted from Zhang Fan's head. Curious, he regarded the 2 guards beside him.
"Aren't you the same 2 from yesterday?"
One of the guards quickly bowed.
"Overlord, you have been in a deep slumber for 7 days.
Today is our shift to stand guard." Dragon King Han Quan hurried forward with laughter.
"The Overlord has finally awakened. Through this transformation you have achieved complete mastery over spiritual power and acquired psionic energy. I fear no one can now control your will. Zhang Fan asked bewilderedly, how did I undergo this transformation?
Gazing at the withered curled insect shell beneath the great tree, he wore an expression of utter confusion.
Han Quan smiled. This is the design of fate. The spiritual origin of the Luojianhua clan and the dragon crystals of my dragon clan have triggered the overlord's transformation genes. Only then did Zhang Fan properly study the elder before him, clad in dragon scale armor and wielding a long staff. Though somewhat aged, he carried an aura of inherent authority. May I ask who you are? Han Quan hastily introduced himself.
I am Han Quan, Dragon King of the White Dragon Star.
Lady Minerva previously notified us of your arrival.
I had intended to welcome you in person, but unfortunately some personal matters delayed me.
I beg your forgiveness, Overlord.
Zhang Fan returned the courtesy.
You are too polite, Dragon King.
I originally came to learn methods to counter psychic attacks, but never expected.
A nap would suffice. I apologize for the disturbance. Since I now possess the means to resist mental intrusion, I shall take my leave.
Seeing Zhang Fan about to depart, Han Quan smiled. Since you have come, Overlord, why not stay a few more days?
Tomorrow happens to be the day we select a suitor for my daughter.
There will be grand festivities and you might as well join us. It would be an excellent way to relax. Zhang Fan had no intention of staying, but upon hearing Han Quan's final words about relaxing his spirits, he ultimately decided to remain and enjoy himself. Under Han Quan's guidance, the two arrived at the stands of a massive arena where numerous people were bustling about preparing for tomorrow's event.
Zhang Fan pointed to two pale blue rings in the sky and asked, what purpose do those two glowing rings serve, positioned on either side?
Han Quan explained, oh, those are the goals for the Dragon Ball match.
Dragon Ball.
Zhang Fan had never before heard of such a sport. Looking downward, he discovered two smaller red rings on the ground corresponding to the positions of the sky rings. Understanding Zhang Fan's curiosity, Han Quan elaborated, those two are also goals, but if the Dragon Ball enters that particular goal, victory is awarded immediately.
How exactly is Dragon Ball played?
Noticing Zhang Fan's interest, Han Quan led into the center of the field and explained, two teams red and blue, each fielding one hero leading 20 warriors.
Han Quan pointed to the pale blue ring in the sky. This is called the ring.
When ordinary warriors kick the ball into the ring, they score 1 point, while heroes score 3 points for the same feat.
The two arrived at the edge of the red ring on the ground, where Han Quan explained, this is called the eye. Whether warrior or hero, if you kick the ball into the opponent's eye, you claim victory.
Zhang Fan gazed at the eye, approximately 3 meters in diameter, and asked, with such a large opening, how big is the Dragon Ball?
Han Quan understood and laughed heartily. Just small enough to pass through the eye.
Kicking it into the eye is no easy task. Do not forget the opposing competitors will not make it simple for you.
This is rather interesting. May I play tomorrow?
Of course you may, but you must wait until my daughter's suitor selection ceremony concludes. By then this old bones of mine will also join the field to play alongside you. In that case, your Dragon King Majesty must go easy on me. Ha ha ha, the overlord of the insect clan actually shows humility at times.
The following morning, Zhang Fan arrived early at the arena accompanied by the guards.
He believed himself to be quite early, but to his surprise, when he entered the arena, it was already thronged with a sea of people. Guided by the two guards, Zhang Fan made his way to the presidential stand, where Han Quan and a young Dragon Clan girl quickly rose to welcome him. Zhang Fan looked at the Dragon Maiden beside Han Quan and politely complimented, this must be the Dragon Clan's princess, truly beautiful. Who would have guessed that Princess Suya would not appreciate the compliment? She stuck out her tongue at Zhang Fan with an expression of utter disdain. Han Quan quickly restrained her and smiled at Zhang Fan. My daughter is ignorant of proper manners, Overlord, please do not take offense.
This is my daughter Suya.
Turning to Suya, Han Quan said, come pay respects to the insect race, Overlord, at once.
Suya reluctantly performed a bow. Greetings, great insect.
Han Quan was utterly speechless and hastily apologized to Zhang Fan, though Zhang Fan did not bother to quarrel with a young girl.
No matter, I am indeed a great insect, ha ha ha.
That is what he said himself. Suya suddenly leaped in front of Zhang Fan and asked, do you sleep so soundly that a kick cannot rouse you?
Zhang Fan asked in astonishment, Princess, you kicked me.
Upon being questioned by Zhang Fan, Suya realized she had spoken carelessly.
Seeing Han Quan's piercing stare, she quickly shrank back.
Han Quan was about to apologize again, but Zhang Fan hastily said, it is nothing at all.
I have thick skin after all. Han Quan swiftly changed the subject. Overlord, please take your seat. In a moment 4 candidates will compete in the Dragon Ball match.
I would appreciate your discerning eye in judging who might best suit my willful daughter.
Zhang Fan quickly smiled.
Then I shall offer some suggestions, just listen, Dragon King. Suya retorted with slight indignation, why should I listen to him when choosing my husband? Suya had no idea this was merely courtesy between Han Quan and Zhang Fan. How could selecting a son-in-law possibly involve listening to him? And Zhang Fan would hardly have insisted. Yet upon hearing the princess's words, Zhang Fan resolved to help this Dragon Clan princess find a worthy match. The Dragon Ball match officially began amidst successive dragon roars. The first to enter was Prince Mudessa of the Blue Dragon Legion, clad in heavy armor with a blue cape emblazoned with the dragon wing insignia. The moment the prince entered the arena, 10 blue dragons swept across the sky in a triangular formation, their riders each clad in sturdy armor and wielding sharp lances. To Zhang Fan, this didn't resemble a sports formation at all, but rather a battle array. Following closely behind the blue dragons were 10 warriors with dragon heads and human bodies, each bearing double wings on their backs, sturdy shields in hand and short swords swinging, approaching Prince Mudessa with exaggerated strides. Zhang Fan carefully examined the dragon race prince. Its head was that of a dragon while its body was human, and pale blue dragon scales shimmered with a faint glow. A faint white vapor lingered around him, and a thin layer of frost had formed on the grass beneath his feet. Mudessa respectfully saluted. Han Quan drew the long sword from his waist and pointed it toward the sky. Suddenly a faint yet colossal dragon wing sigil materialized overhead. As that giant dragon wing sigil appeared in the sky, Zhang Fan distinctly felt a powerful aura emanating from it. It was the same overwhelming presence he had experienced upon first encountering Minerva, an aura that compelled him to bow his head. Nevertheless, this aura was considerably lighter than Minerva's, so Zhang Fan made no effort to resist it. Yet suddenly a grave concern struck him. If war were to break out with the Dragon Clan, not only would ordinary bug warriors be unable to withstand such pressure, but even the beast god generals would fall. What possible chance of victory would they have? Losing to the enemy before battle even commenced was absolutely unacceptable. Though Zhang Fan maintained a composed exterior, his mind churned with anxiety. Dealing with these intangible threats had never been his strength, and he needed to find a solution. Just as Mudessa was basking in his triumph, a deep dragon roar echoed from above. A crimson light descended from the heavens and gradually dissipated, revealing a dragon race prince clad in crimson armor and wielding a golden axe, standing proudly at the center of the arena with a dragon head emblem on his cape. Similarly, 10 red dragons swept across the sky, followed by 10 warriors who walked slowly to take position behind the prince. This time Han Quan proactively introduced to Zhang Fan, "This is the red dragon prince Lai Yan." Observing Han Quan's repeated nods toward Lai Yan, Zhang Fan had already guessed that this red dragon prince must be Han Quan's most favored choice. The first cannon fired. Both armies took their positions, though this time they carried not weapons but hockey-like sticks approximately 2 meters long, appearing to be made of metal. The second cannon fired. 3 Dragon Clan referees in yellow robes stepped to the center of the field where a massive metal cage awaited before them. The third cannon fired. The metal cage opened and a green fleshy sphere shot skyward. Dragons from both the red and blue side simultaneously charged toward the fleshy sphere. After a fierce struggle for possession, a blue dragon swatted the green ball with its tail, sending it flying into the red team's backfield. A sharp voice suddenly pierced Zhang Fan's ears. "Prince Mudessa has received the ball now. Can he break through the red side's defensive line? He's past them. Look, Prince Lai Yan is coming and charging forward. Can he snatch the dragon ball from Prince Mudessa's grasp? He got it. What an incredible play. He deceived Prince Mudessa with a reverse kick, and now Prince Lai Yan is in possession. Prince Lai Yan truly lives up to being one of the championship candidates for the Dragon Ball tournament. Watch those exquisite ball skills, simply unmatched. Prince Lai Yan has maneuvered past 3 defensive warriors in succession, heading straight for the eye. Does he intend to end the match outright? Is that even feasible? Prince Mudessa has closed in, though unfortunately there's still some distance. He's taken the shot. Prince Lai Yan has unleashed it. The ball goes in. What a magnificent strike. Prince Lai Yan is simply a master tactician. He deceived everyone. I'm certain we all thought, as I did, that he intended to finish the match directly, but he refused to play by conventional expectations. He chose to pass, instead delivering the ball to an unguarded aerial dragon. Though it only scores 1 point, it demonstrates Prince Lai Yan's flexible and masterful application of strategy and tactics. Zhang Fan suddenly rose from his seat and glanced toward the commentary booth near the presidential box, pointing at the commentator whose rapid-fire diction rivaled a machine gun, and asked, "Has this person ever commentated football before?" Han Quan looked at Zhang Fan with confusion. "What is football?" "It's nothing. I was just so captivated by the commentary that it reminded me of a sport from Earth. This commentator's style is just too similar." Han Quan smiled and said, "Your sovereignship has rather peculiar focal points." The implication was clear: if the match was so thrilling, why focus on some inconsequential commentator? Earth. No. Saw him long. Before Zhang Fan could finish, Han Quan quickly interrupted. "Your sovereignship, look quickly. Lai Yan is about to score again." Indeed, this Prince Lai Yan lived up to expectations, personally securing 3 points. Han Quan kept applauding enthusiastically, but Suya, seated beside him, clearly harbored no fondness for him. Zhang Fan was just about to speak when Han Quan shot him a warning glance, clearly signaling him not to mention those two words again. Zhang Fan understood and pointed at Lai Yan on the field, saying, "This red dragon prince seems like a perfect match for Princess Suya. He has both power and wisdom." Those two goals demonstrated not only his individual prowess but also his command ability and teamwork.
This prince is undoubtedly the ideal choice for the princess. Zhang Fan's lavish praise of Prince Lai Yan infuriated Suya, who shouted, "You big bug, shut up. What do you know? Stop rambling blindly, he's a man with 6 wives." Zhang Fan turned to Han Quan with curiosity. "Does the dragon clan practice monogamy?"
Han Quan shook his head and waved his hand.
No. Our dragon clan has always practiced polygamy. I myself have 120 wives.
Hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately bowed and said, "Age is merely a number, your majesty grows ever more vigorous."
Then turning to the flushed Princess Suya, he grinned, "There you have it. Old king has 120 wives while this prince only has 6. If you marry him you'd rank in the top 10. That's quite favorable."
Suya, enraged, exhaled a stream of dragon breath at Zhang Fan. He dissolved into a phantom to evade it, but the blast caught a guard behind him, freezing him solid. Han Quan bellowed at Suya to cease her assault and take her seat. Though still fuming, she reluctantly sat down. Zhang Fan looked at the unfortunate guard behind him, and Han Quan quickly reassured, "It's fine, he'll only be frozen for a moment.
He'll be all right soon."
After the guard was carried away, Zhang Fan chuckled, "I think this Prince Lai Yan and Princess Suya are a perfect match." Song of Ice and Fire.
A perfect match. Han Quan nodded approvingly at Zhang Fan's perceptiveness, while Suya, wanting to retaliate, was glared into silence by Han Quan. The Dragon Ball match was thrilling, yet Zhang Fan had little interest in it. He preferred watching the sight of Princess Suya, her nostrils steaming with rage. The first match concluded and Prince Lai Yan won effortlessly with a score of 20-0, facing no resistance whatsoever. After Lai Yan was brought before Zhang Fan and formally introduced by Han Quan, the two were exchanging greetings. Suddenly Zhang Fan received a telepathic message from Shu Cha. "Sovereign, the ghost bugs have detected an extremely cold planet harboring a strangely weak life force." Zhang Fan asked in surprise, "What's strange about a planet with weak life force?" "That life force is emanating from beneath 300 kilometers of ice. A feeble life force managed to transmit from beneath 300 kilometers of ice."
Zhang Fan was curious, just how powerful would that life force have to be? However, seeing the smiling flame prince before him, Zhang Fan quickly said to Shu Sha, "You all investigate for now. I'll come back after taking care of something here." Zhang Fan sized up the flame prince of the Red Dragon clan and laughed.
"Valiant and extraordinary, truly valiant and extraordinary.
You and Her Highness the Princess are a match made in heaven, a perfect pair."
"Thank you, Sovereign. On the day the princess and I wed you must come."
Pleasantries aside, Zhang Fan had no intention of breaking his word. After all, he still had a mountain of matters to attend to.
"Prince, I really am sorry.
I still have to help the Dragon Clan lift the seal on the Judgment Dragon, so I'm afraid I won't be able to attend your wedding.
Allow me to offer my blessings to you both here."
When Han Quan and Prince Flame saw Zhang Fan bow, they quickly returned the gesture. Princess Suya, who had been sitting off to the side with her lips pouted, could no longer hold back.
"Big Bug, you must be mistaken. He only won 1 match, there are still more to come."
Zhang Fan looked at Han Quan and asked with feigned surprise, "There are more matches?
Isn't it our turn to have some fun?"
Han Quan hurriedly said, "There are indeed more matches, the 2 princes of the Gold Dragon and Green Dragon clans.
The winner must then face Prince Flame, and only after that."
Zhang Fan hastily interrupted, "Dragon King, why make it so troublesome?
Prince Flame is the best choice. Given the strength he just displayed, the other matches would be utterly dull.
Even without them, I don't think it would make any difference. Prince Flame is more than good enough." Zhang Fan sensed a thick killing intent from behind and quickly dodged the ice ball Suya hurled at him.
"Big Bug, I'm not through with you."
Suya was fuming with rage, but when Han Quan glared at her, she simply turned and left. Seeing Princess Suya leave, Zhang Fan quickly asked with feigned innocence, "Did I say something wrong?"
"But I truly think Prince Flame is a fine choice." Han Quan quickly smiled and said, "Forgive me, Sovereign. My daughter is just hot-tempered." Prince Flame hastily bowed and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Sovereign. I will remember your goodwill."
Zhang Fan looked up at the sky, bowed to Han Quan and said, "I should be going as well. I still need to finish the matter Lord Dorama entrusted to me as soon as possible.
You and I still have a ball game to play." Zhang Fan smiled and said, "Let's save it for next time.
Seeing you all so happy together, I also want to resolve these matters as soon as possible and return."
"Return to where I belong."
Prince Flame and Han Quan escorted Zhang Fan aboard the Dragon Clan vessel, the welcoming guest.
Once he had gone far away, Prince Flame shook his head. "What a pity. Such a fine man, but only a pawn."
Han Quan patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Child who here is not a pawn. After Zhang Fan returned to the spirit dragon nest, worm Xu Sha hastily came up to meet him. Sovereign, the life form on that frigid planet possesses spiritual energy more powerful than we could ever imagine.
Have you found out what is underneath it? Not yet. But I have hatched several thousand ice ghost insects carrying ice elemental cores and sent them down.
The imaging insects transmitted images.
On the screen, a vast expanse of ice blue appeared beneath the thick blue ice. A dark mass was faintly visible. Just then the two-headed wolf suddenly howled at Zhang Fan.
Seeing Zhang Fan staring at it, it hastily put on a fearful look. When Zhang Fan ignored it, it let out another low bark. Every time Zhang Fan looked at it, it trembled all over and looked afraid. After this repeated a few times, Zhang Fan asked in anger, "Are you afraid of me or afraid of?" He glanced at the imaging insect screen, pointed at it, and asked, "You don't want us to touch that creature, do you?" The two-headed wolf nodded vigorously. That was exactly what it meant.
Zhang Fan grew curious.
What in the world was this thing that even the two-headed wolf was afraid of it?
Zhang Fan immediately had the imaging insects zoom in. To him, the planet before him looked like an ice egg in the midst of hatching, just like the ice blue dragon egg Yasya had given him back then. This isn't some giant dragon egg, is it? A dragon that enormous? Xu Sha analyzed. It shouldn't be.
If this were a dragon egg of the Dragon Clan, after all the time we've spent investigating, we would have seen a Dragon Clan vessel coming to stop us by now. After thinking briefly, Zhang Fan ordered have the two primal spirit emperor insects blast a passage open.
Send in the primordials and the parasitic ticks. I want that monster's genes.
As soon as Xu Sha finished giving the order, Zhang Fan continued, "Have all troops ready to evacuate at any moment. If things turn bad, we run at once, don't hesitate." Facing a creature the size of a planet, Zhang Fan had little confidence that he could kill it.
Even if he somehow did, who knew how many of his insect legions would be lost?
With the two primal spirit emperor insects pouring concentrated fire from their primal energy-focused cannons, a passage about 300 kilometers deep was blasted open, leading straight to the frozen planet's core. Hundreds of thousands of primordials and millions of parasitic ticks charged toward the unknown life form, braving the bitter cold.
Our insect race's cold resistance is far too poor. Less than 100 kilometers and half of our soldiers have already fallen.
Hearing a broodmother's report, Xu Sha immediately ordered all invading primordials and parasitic ticks to curl into balls and roll deep into the ice tunnel, sacrificing those on the outside. As long as more than 100 of them touched the monster, those millions of soldiers would not have died in vain. Such collective self-sacrifice for the sake of the group is something very few races in the entire universe could accomplish, I'm afraid. The insect race accomplished it. Fewer than 1,000 of the remaining primordials and parasitic ticks successfully reached the outer skin of that colossal creature. Through the footage sent back by the ice ghost insects, Zhang Fan marveled, "This is simply too enormous. If we were standing on it, we would never know that we were standing on the back of such a massive creature." The primordials and parasitic ticks have started extracting its genes and implanting assimilation genes. But it was not as easy as Xu Sha had imagined. The creature's skin was exceptionally tough, and the primordials on its surface strained with all their might, yet could only leave a shallow bite mark on that durable hide. Zhang Fan waited for a long time, but there was still no result.
Xu Sha also shook his head. Gnawing on the monster's hide would yield no genes at all. But the millions of insects sent down this time were bound not to return. Rather than let them be sacrificed for nothing, it was better to take a gamble.
Zhang Fan ordered have the primal spirit emperor insects aim carefully and blast it directly.
Tell all primordials and parasitic ticks to keep clear. The moment you see that thing bleed, swarm it. The primal spirit emperor insect's firepower was truly no joke.
With a single strike, the entire planet began to shake violently and the creature began to stir.
Blood gushed out like a breached embankment.
The primordials and parasitic ticks swarmed in and the creature writhed inside the giant egg, evidently in great pain.
Xu Sha shouted, "We've collected the monster's gene sequence. I'll order the research to begin immediately." Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction.
At least those soldiers did not die in vain. Under the greedy feeding of the ancestor and the parasitic tick, Xu Sha began receiving a constant stream of gene sequences. The more she absorbed, the more shocked Xu Sha became. This colossal organism's genetic sequence was extraordinarily rich and complex. It could be described as a combination of all biological genes from an entire planet, yet it existed as only one complete genetic sequence. Such contradictory biological genetics were unprecedented even within the vast genetic archives accumulated by the Zerg across hundreds of planets. Hundreds of mothers immediately began analyzing without hesitation, some even initiating experimental incubation processes. At this moment, Xu Sha suddenly remarked, "The creature's wounds are beginning to heal rapidly. While the parasitic genes from both the ancestor and the ticks have successfully integrated, our mother's analysis indicates that the ancestor's genes are being consumed instead."
Consumed?
After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fan suddenly realized that if this organism had devoured the ancestor's genes, it would effectively mean consuming the Zerg's supreme consciousness itself. With this realization, Zhang Fan immediately initiated a mental connection. To his astonishment, it worked precisely as he had theorized. He successfully linked with this planet-sized organism. Although the connection was established, meaningful communication proved impossible. Zhang Fan's consciousness could enter the massive entity's mental expanse but found nothing there. There was no trace of coherent thought, only a formless void. Yet as Zhang Fan attempted to comprehend this, he stumbled upon something remarkable. This being was essentially an egg, a cosmic-level organism's egg that had unconsciously absorbed the Overmind's consciousness, meaning once it hatched it would inherently possess the Zerg's supreme awareness. The pressing question now was when this entity would finally hatch. Xu Shao offered no answer to Zhang Fan's question as the organism's genetics remained partially incomprehensible. It defied classification, part plant part animal, while simultaneously displaying clear celestial features like a molten core crust and rock strata. After composing herself, Xu Shao finally responded, understanding this entity may require us to encounter far more advanced life forms.
Fortunately, it has consumed the Overmind, making it one of us now. Can you determine when it will hatch? Xu Shao shook her head. We lack the technology for such analysis. We can barely comprehend these contradictory genetic structures. Once such a cosmic Zerg hatches, our species' power will surge beyond measure. But unfortunately, we may never live to see that day. Yet Zhang Fan wondered whether controlling such a colossal and supreme entity was even possible. Zhang Fan perched atop the spirit dragon nest worm, staring at this living planet for 2 full days before deciding to establish a minor Zerg observation post on an orbiting world. The Zerg horde pressed onward toward Alan Star. With his psychic powers secured, Zhang Fan now faced the challenge of military might. Without hesitation, he calculated that confronting Domina directly would demand a fleet numbering in the millions. Liberating the Dragon Tribe's Judgment Dragon remained a distant aspiration, yet the calm resolve Zhang Fan found after his transformation on the White Dragon Star had dispelled his former uncertainty. He would tackle each obstacle methodically, one by one, until the Chi-Con were eradicated and Earth's humanity could return home to rebuild in safety. The Zerg's rampage across the northern cosmos quickly drew the attention of several advanced civilizations, including Domina. During the North Realm Interstellar Council session, Domina occupied a seat just below the Northern Throne as the Klamath Princess with a Zerg body. I've heard reports of Zerg running rampant in our territory, she asked. Do you have proof? These images were secretly captured by our patrol vessels, the Duomo Duo Beastman General replied, rising to salute before pointing at the large screen hovering above them. The footage showed a massive Zerg fleet assaulting 3 neighboring planets, but after just a few seconds a deafening explosion shattered the transmission. Domina exclaimed in disbelief, the original Zerg Overmind is dead and the current ruler with her Zerg forces has been under my constant surveillance. They haven't moved an inch. Keela, Domina's deputy from the Klamath race, replayed the footage and highlighted specific elements within it. While this Zerg force bears a striking resemblance to those from the Western Cosmos, there are significant differences. First, the primary combat vessels of the Western Cosmos Zerg are the Emperor warships. A 3-dimensional projection of the Emperor materialized throughout the hall as Keela continued, what we're observing now is the Emperor. Another holographic display appeared in the hall showing the primordial spirit Emperor worm. Keela compared the 2 vessels, noting how the invading Zerg ship vastly exceeded the Emperor in both size and design, with weapons approaching planetary scale destruction, capabilities entirely absent from the Western Cosmos fleet. In my assessment, the Western Cosmos lacks the biotechnology to achieve this. Regarding the vessel itself, I'd classify it as belonging to the Dragon Tribe. Keela's words sent shockwaves through the chamber. Ran, the Dragon Tribe's ambassador, slammed his fist on the council table and roared, you insignificant speck. Your Klamath clan conspires with the Western Zerg and we're not blind to your schemes. Don't think we've forgotten that Princess Domina's body now harbors Zerg essence. All eyes in the hall turned toward Domina as the Dragon ambassador coldly declared, I have every reason to believe this Zerg force was deployed by your Klamath clan to frame the Dragon Tribe. For a moment the 2 races faced off in tense silence. No one dared intervene. Offending either side would make life miserable in the North Realm. Domina smiled enchantingly at the Dragon ambassador. Ambassador Zhiran, my subordinate, merely expressed his personal opinion. Why such agitation? Moreover, he only suggested a possibility, he didn't confirm it. Are you confessing by denial, Ambassador? Zhiran composed himself and retorted, does the princess have any alliance with the Western Zerg? How did the Zerg Overmind perish? And what of Prince Daisai's death? Zhiran's accusations found immediate support from numerous council ambassadors backing Daisai. Did you send the Zerg Overmind to assassinate Daisai, Your Highness? Whispers spread through the assembly. No wonder Prince Daisai died under mysterious circumstances. It must have been Princess Domina's doing. But why would the Western Zerg obey her orders? Domina rose and laughed loudly. Who told you my brother is dead? At that moment the curtain behind her parted and Prince Daisai himself emerged slowly. The assembly fell stunned into silence, even Zhiran speechless. Domina turned to Daisai and said, "You may step down now." Daisai obediently retreated.
Though the prince was alive, the ambassadors supporting him believed he had been subdued by Domina's control. Domina walked to the center of the hall and asked softly, "Do you have any further questions regarding this matter?"
Seeing no one spoke, Domina pointed at Jiran and declared, "I trust the matter of Ambassador Jiran's accusations is now crystal clear.
Now prove to me that this army does not belong to your dragon tribe."
Duomina's retort left Jiran momentarily at a loss for words, because he knew all too well that this insectoid swarm had been created by Zhang Fan from Dragon Clan genes and that its purpose was to break the seal of Dima Yadisi, the judgment dragon of the Western Domain. Under the gaze of the full assembly, Jiran sneered, "Do I really need to answer such a question? Has Princess Duomina used up so much mental energy controlling Lord Dimasai that her eyesight has failed her?" Jiran deftly shifted everyone's attention to Duomina's control over Dimasai. Throughout the Northern Domain, everyone knew that Duomina and Dimasai had long been locked in a bitter struggle for the throne of Kalami. Now for Dimasai to stand obediently behind Duomina could only mean he was either under her control or a clone.
The ambassador from Jaluya Star immediately seized the opening and pressed, "I hope the princess can provide a proper explanation.
What has happened to Lord Dimasai?" Duomina slammed the table and roared, "What? Are you also eager to see discord within my family?
My brother has already realized he is utterly unfit to rule the vast Kalami Empire. Are you trying to incite him to rebel?" With such a heavy charge laid upon them, no one dared say another word. After all, the Kalami Empire ranked second only to the Great Emperor of the Northern Domain. Even the Great Emperor had to show them a measure of respect. The Kalami Empire, which occupied nearly a third of the Northern Domain, was not a power anyone could afford to offend. Of course, the Dragon Clan with its vastly greater strength was an exception. Jiran sneered, "Has the princess grown anxious? We were merely expressing a tendency, nothing more than a guess, just as your adjutant claimed that the army ravaging the Northern Domain belongs to my Dragon Clan." However fiery Duomina's temper might be, she could hardly resort to violence against the Dragon Clan. She had not yet formally ascended the throne, and offending an even more powerful Dragon Clan now would hardly be worth it. With an impassive wave of her hand, Duomina had the adjutant cut down on the spot by the guards beside her. Then she smiled at Jiran and said, "Is the ambassador satisfied now?" Jiran had always known Duomina to be cunning, but he had not expected her to be so ruthless as to order her own adjutant executed outright. Duomina continued, "Now let us return to the matter at hand, this unidentified army that has been wreaking havoc in my Northern Domain." The Duomajuo Orc general, clearly eager to distinguish himself before Duomina, promptly said, "My Duomajuo Orcs can dispatch 1,000,000 warships at a moment's notice and annihilate these insolent fools who don't know their place." With someone stepping forward, naturally no one objected. In truth, given the relationship between the Beastfolk and the Dragon Clan, Jiran should have stepped out to stop it. But judging by the sound of it, the Beastfolk had already pledged their complete allegiance to Duomina, so anything Jiran might say would be meaningless. Duomina swept her gaze across the council hall, then smiled. "Then I thank our Duomajuo Orc brothers for the trouble. Kalami will provide 100,000 Kalami pearls as military funds." The moment Duomina opened her mouth, it was 100,000 Kalami pearls. An astonished murmur rippled through the council hall. After bowing quickly and offering his thanks, the Duomajuo Orc general left the council hall in high spirits, ready to muster his forces and march against the insectoid horde. When Shurya, the great chieftain of the Duomajuo Orcs, saw the 100,000 Kalami pearls Duomina had sent, his eyes glittered. He nearly wanted to dive straight into a pearl bath. Shurya immediately ordered the tribal council convened to draw up a battle plan. 460 chieftains of the beastfolk from various planets gathered in one place, a spectacle rarely seen even once in 1,000 years. "Hello everyone. I am Luo Lisa, a battlefield reporter from the Nuonyuo tribe. Before your eyes now is the Duomajuo Orcs Chieftain Council, an event unseen in 1,000 years. You may also be wondering, the Duomajuo Orc Chieftain Council has not been convened for 1,000 years, so why have all the chieftains gathered here today? For this reason we have specially invited Mr. Derricator, war commentator for the Northern Domain Federal Council. Now let us invite him to answer everyone's questions." The elephant-faced Derricator held forth at length before Luolisa's camera, analyzing the purpose of this Duomajuo Chieftain Council. Across the entire Duomajuo Orc Star Domain, thousands of planets were watching the grand spectacle of this council. After finishing her interview with Derricator, Luolisa saw hundreds of welcoming shuttles of every variety suddenly flying in from the sky and quickly aimed her camera at them. Dear viewers, the welcoming shuttle you are now seeing, with its ornate fittings, pink exterior and beauty that is vivid yet tasteful, belongs to Chieftain by way of the Fox tribe, the only female chieftain among all 460. Luolisa jogged over with her cameraman. Once Baiwei's shuttle came to a stable stop, Luolisa charged ahead, rushed up to Baiwei and asked directly, "Chieftain Baiwei, what do you think of this council's decision to launch a punitive campaign against the unknown race in the Northern Domain?" Baiwei, alluring and fox-like, hid a smile behind a small folding fan. To mobilize such a massive force against a race with merely 600,000 A-class warships, the great chieftain is being far too cautious.
Luo Lisa pressed on chieftain. By way I hear that the unknown race belongs to Princess Duamina's insectoid army. What are your thoughts on that? Bai Wei thought for a moment then said I don't believe that. Princess Duomina has provided 100,000 Kalami pearls as military funding. Why would she be attacking herself? Haha, isn't that a joke? If you ask me, the so-called insect race is probably some major clan we all recognize. Luo Lisa pressed, are you referring to the dragon clan? Bai Wei smiled without answering. Still, from her eyes everyone knew that the major clan she meant was the dragon clan. The Duomajuo chieftain council met for 3 consecutive days. During those 3 days Luo Lisa exhausted every possible means to dig up information about what had been discussed. In the end Luo Lisa paid no small price to obtain an opportunity to interview Great Chieftain Shirya. Early as arranged she waited on the route. Shirya was certain to take on his way into the council hall. The moment she saw Great Chieftain Shirya surrounded by guards and about to enter the council hall, Luo Lisa rushed forward and asked, Great Chieftain, what has this council decided? Are we truly going to wage war against the unknown race? Curious, Shirya stared at the rabbit-tried beauty before him and asked with a smile, how did you get in? Luo Lisa ignored his teasing and pressed on, all the beastfolk want to know, are we going to fight the unknown race? Shirya glanced at the camera. Taking the cue, the cameraman aimed the lens directly at that golden-maned lion face. With great solemnity Shirya looked into the camera and declared, my people, this is a righteous war. We Duomajuo Ort shall raise the axe of peace and cleave the heads from our enemies. Luo Lisa was so startled by that final lion's roar that she stumbled back 3 steps. After briefly composing herself she immediately asked, then how many warriors will take part in this righteous war? We have never fought this enemy before, so all the chieftains have agreed to take down this crazed unknown race in one decisive blow. We will dispatch 10 million A-class warships. Luo Lisa's stunned voice trembled slightly. This is half of our entire military strength. Do we really need that many? In the Duomo Duo Orc star domain between the Lat star system, Kai Roi star system tank warships adorned with Gothic embellishments hovered in space. As the flagship Jinshur Hao sounded a brilliant horn, the sterns of all warships simultaneously erupted with blue flames. Luo Lisa had paid a tremendous price to become the chief battlefield correspondent, and aboard the Jinshur Boan Hao she could conduct interviews freely. From the moment she boarded, Luo Lisa began a full live broadcast presenting the entire picture of the Orc fleet to audiences across the Orc star realms. Dear viewers, we are now in the war prep chamber to the left of the command deck. As our camera moves, the platform below hosts our mighty beastmen warriors. As the camera panned, a regiment of green orcs appeared neatly aligned, wielding mechanical axes clad in mechanical armor armed to the teeth. Luo Lisa explained that the Green Orc Legion is the strongest infantry corps from the Lat system, the Wagra 1st Armored Infantry Division. They are among the greatest contributors to the Lat system's warfare. A Minotaur officer walked past Luo Lisa. She immediately stopped him and asked for his thoughts on the expedition. We have sent such a powerful force to attack a distant star system's unknown species. What do you think the odds are? The Minotaur officer, over 3 meters tall with arms thicker than Luo Lisa, glared at her and spoke a single word, get out. Luo Lisa immediately drew out her credentials and a document bearing the Jinshur emblem. Upon seeing the document, the Minotaur officer saluted. Luo Lisa asked again. The officer solemnly replied that this expedition represents justice and that justice will prevail. So what are the main forces on this expedition? Could you introduce them? Oh yes. On this flagship there are 2 main corps, each with 120 million soldiers, 6 armored divisions, 3 airborne divisions, 2 artillery corps, 2 heavy assault brigades, 1 blood shaman unit and 2 black blood squads. Luo Lisa exclaimed at the name Black Blood Squad. Where are they? I want to interview them. The Minotaur officer shook his head. Sorry, they won't be interviewed and no one knows where they are. Then how do you know? Oh, they are on the combat roster, but this mysterious unit has never been seen by anyone. Luo Lisa waved the document in front of the Minotaur. He helplessly shook his head. Esteemed journalist, I truly do not know. This is top secret. Not that I am unwilling to tell you, I genuinely do not know. Seeing the Minotaur's earnest expression, Luo Lisa did not press further but asked him to take her to interview the Orc soldiers. With a Jinshur-issued interview privilege, Luo Lisa followed the Minotaur unimpeded to the readiness zone. Standing before a beast blood cannon, Luo Lisa stared in astonishment at a gun 10 meters high with a 60-meter-long barrel and asked if this was the beast blood cannon. This thing could level a city, right? The Minotaur officer laughed. Not that dramatic, it can indeed level a small hill with a single shot. A squad of fully armed leopard-headed soldiers marched past Luo Lisa. The Minotaur officer hurriedly called one over. Luo Lisa quickly interviewed him, asking for his view on the expedition. The leopard-headed soldier glared at the bull officer, then smiled and said with a nod, no particular view, I'm here for a big meal of insects, ha ha ha. Luo Lisa immediately aimed the camera at herself and told all viewers, our troops are fully armed, the soldiers are calm and relaxed. To them this is just a picnic-like campaign, so there is nothing to worry about. The Minotaur reminded, space translocation is about to begin soon. Journalist, please return to the safety chamber.
Millions of Duomo Duo warships enter space translocation. Soon they will appear in the Zerg-occupied regions while the advancing Zerg remain utterly unaware. Above Linglong Nest, Zhang Fan and Xu Cha were studying the next invasion target when a matriarch reported a vast fleet is detected in space translocation and will arrive in about 20 minutes near the Husa star system.
A fleet? How many?
The matriarch answered with unusual calm. The numbers are enormous. Preliminary estimates put Class A warships at around 10 million, not counting the rest. Zhang Fan was stunned, saying 10 million ships.
It seems we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Xu Cha then added that perhaps the Overlord should retreat, for the enemy's strength was 10 times theirs.
Zhang Fan laughed. That's perfect, a tenfold expansion of our force, a willing army arriving at our doorstep. Zhang Fan immediately ordered all Zerg around Husa star system should lie in wait, the main force hidden in the Deluo star system.
Bring Meiju to me.
Meiju arrived quickly. Zhang Fan asked, if you were given 10,000 fleets to resist 10 million enemy ships of the same class, how long can you endure? If this question were asked of any other race, they would think you were sending them to their death, but this is the Zerg, and even if the Overlord asked them to die, they would not voice an objection. Meiju pondered seriously for a moment, then spoke firmly. 3 days. Zhang Fan shook his head and said something incomprehensible. Too long. Xu Cha and Meiju exchanged a glance. Xu Cha, noticing Zhang Fan's sly eyes, suddenly understood.
Overlord, you mean to?
Before Xu Cha finished, Zhang Fan said to Meiju, endure for 1 day, and after that day withdraw your fleet to the surrounding planets. Seeing Meiju still puzzled, Xu Cha smiled. Go ahead, this time the ground battlefield is our main theater.
Meiju, though not fully understanding, would still follow Zhang Fan's orders. After Meiju left, Xu Cha began strategic deployments.
The Zerg Legion completed their ambush around Husa star system within 10 minutes. Except for Meiju's 10,000 ships, the rest all proceeded toward the nearby Deluo star system. In the command room of the Duomo Duo Jinshur flagship, a radar operator reported to the Supreme Commander White Tiger that the Zerg fleet around Husa star was retreating. It seemed they had found us.
White Tiger nonchalantly shook his head. I thought there would be a hard fight. We haven't even arrived and they've run. This is utterly lacking in excitement. White Tiger ordered, there is no rush.
Let the Moon Knight fleet pursue while the other fleets anchor at Husa star system and clear alien troops on nearby planets. The Moon Knight fleet of the Demoto Orcs consisted of 100,000 giant Hammered-class strategic warships and 50,000 War Wolf-class rapid response vessels, carrying a total of 400 million Steel Blade Legion Vanguard warriors. A formation of such magnitude was more than enough not merely to pursue an enemy but to conquer an entire star system. Yet the White Tiger commander was renowned for his caution. Even against the feeblest of foes he committed his full strength, which was precisely why he had never suffered a single defeat since taking the field. The Moon Knight fleet arrived at the Husa star system at maximum speed, unaware that the 10,000 Zerg warships under the command of the Spider Queen were lurking silently in the shadows waiting for their arrival. Aboard the Black Widow, the Zerg Queen's personal vessel, the Spider Queen patiently awaited the moment her prey would stumble into the web she had woven throughout the darkness. The concept of the Black Widow-class personal vessel was introduced from the nanosteel race of the Leyen star system, developed at Doranal's insistence as a space combat platform specifically designed to serve a beast god general. Like the nanosteel race's personal vessels, a beast god general could fully merge with the warship, the difference being that the nanosteel version employed mechanical integration while the Zerg personal vessel utilized biopsychic link fusion. The Black Widow resembled a massive black-bodied red-backed Black Widow spider armed with 12 Primal Dragon colossal cannons, 24 ether cannons, 420 Ice Blue Dragon cannons, and a single newly developed corrosive web cannon. The corrosive web cannon was the Spider Queen's personal weapon of devastation. It could fire 3 web torpedoes in succession, each detonating at a distance of 13,000 kilometers and unleashing corrosive webs capable of blanketing all space within a range of 12,000 to 13,000 kilometers. The corrosive web possessed not only the enhanced corrosiveness of the Zerg but also tremendous adhesive power. Once ensnared, there was no escape but death. However, since the corrosive web cannon was an entirely new development and preparation had been insufficient, the stockpile of web ammunition was extremely limited, only 5 shots in total. A battle mother reported, Lady Spider Queen, the outer ghost insects have transmitted imagery.
Approximately 100,000 warships are entering the outer layer of the encirclement.
The Spider Queen smiled eerily.
Excellent. Let them come.
Once they are inside the trap, they shall taste the true might of our swarm. The Orc Moon Knight warships were boldly pursuing Zhang Fan's fleet as it fled away from the Husa star system, paying no attention whatsoever to the small isolated lifeless-looking vessels scattered around them. This place must have witnessed a brutal battle.
The defenders of Husa certainly put up a tenacious fight.
A pity, we arrived one step too late. The Moon Knight fleet commander Yamu Shah surveyed the drifting wreckage of Husa warships and the lifeless Zerg vessels floating all around, his expression one of regret. The adjutant beside him stared at the enormous Zerg warships coiled into dense clusters and remarked, bio-warships like these are truly a rare sight. Even in death they look this terrifying. I cannot imagine what they were like alive.
Yamu Shah glanced at his adjutant and laughed. Does something look terrifying just because it is ugly?
These giant warships suffered heavy losses against the Husa people who have barely entered the age of space exploration. That only proves their advantage lies merely in numbers. As the two were speaking, a radar operator interjected with surprise, "Captain, there are still some Zerg warships with faint life signs around us.
Should we deal with them?" Yamusha shook his head. "Pay them no mind. Our mission is to pursue the fleeing main Zerg force."
"How far are we from them now?"
"Report less than 32,000 light-years. Full speed ahead. Catch them."
Just as the pilot was about to engage the acceleration, an alarm horn suddenly blared through the ship's interior.
Yamusha immediately demanded, "What is going on?"
After inspecting the vessel, the engineer reported at once, "Captain, our port engine has sustained severe damage.
Repair crews have been dispatched."
"Captain, our scanners detect massive numbers of cosmic organisms converging on our position."
Hearing the radar operator's report, Yamusha roared, "Damn it, we've fallen into a trap." He immediately ordered all warships cease pursuit at once. Concentrate all firepower on the Zerg wreckage nearby. Why? The adjutant failed to understand. If a great mass of organisms was attacking them, why target wrecks that were already dead? Yamusha bellowed, "You fool.
They were never dead. They were only playing dead. All ships free fire.
Free fire." In an instant the entire Husa star region was illuminated by the blazing guns of the Demoto orcs.
Unfortunately, by the time they realized the truth, it was already too late. The giant Zerg warships feigning death were plain to see, yet the gas-burst wasps that had long since affixed themselves to the warship's armored hulls had gone completely unnoticed. In that same moment, hundreds of millions of gas-burst wasps detonated across the armor layers of every vessel. Even activating their shields proved useless. The barriers merely contained the explosion's force within the hull, amplifying the damage instead.
"Do not raise the shields. Do not raise the shields.
These things are not powerful enough to pose a real threat. For an A-class warship, dozens or even hundreds of gas-burst wasps truly could not inflict major harm. But without their shields up, they were utterly defenseless against the full fury of the lurking Zerg A-class warships, the Yuanling Emperor worms, the Yuanlong gunworms, and the rest of the Zerg main fleet."
Aboard the Black Widow, the Spider Queen watched the Demoto orc legions collapse into utter chaos and immediately gave the order, "Close the net."
The Zerg warships instantly cast off their death-like stillness. Volleys of primal dragon cannons thundered and tens of millions of Zerg soldiers swarmed directly aboard the enemy vessels for close combat. Without their shields for defense, the Moon Knight fleet was like a rabbit trying to fight a tiger. Numerous as they were, their numbers meant nothing against the Zerg, the true tiger in this hunt.
Yamusha shrieked hoarsely, "Retreat! Retreat! Withdraw from this region, everyone, retreat!"
The devastating defeat of the Moon Knight fleet enraged the White Tiger so deeply that he nearly lunged forward to bite Yamusha to death on the spot. Had the other generals not held him back, Yamusha would surely have become the White Tiger's next meal. The White Tiger roared, 100,000 ships in the Moon Knight fleet, and you bring me back less than 10,000. Even if you had just stood there motionless and let them chop you down, you'd have lost fewer than 9,000+ ships in less than an hour.
You.
Yamusha hung his head in silence while the assembled generals frowned deeply. To be fair, the Moon Knight fleet was a seasoned, battle-hardened force. It was precisely why it had been chosen to spearhead the assault. Yet the moment the vanguard struck out, it was nearly annihilated, and worst of all, they had never even identified the enemy's ambush. The White Tiger sank furiously into his command seat and demanded who was willing to take the field. "I must have the Husa star system taken and every Zerg lurking within it wiped out." At that moment, from the rear of the formation, a tiger-headed youth clad in gleaming silver-white armor and wielding a blazing fire lance stepped forward and cried out, "I am willing to lead the fierce Tiger Legion with 30,000 warships." Seeing the young general, the White Tiger's fury instantly dissolved into laughter.
"My son has true ambition. I grant it.
But this battle has made one thing clear: the Zerg are cunning. Be careful, my son." That young general was none other than Ling Hu, the White Tiger's youngest son and commander of the Xionghu Corps. Ling Hu knelt on one knee in salute and declared, "I shall act with utmost caution."
"Rest assured, Marshal. 30,000 Tigerhead Dragon Cannon warships once again set course for the Husa star system."
Watching the images relayed by the ghost insects, the Spider Queen smiled faintly. "I just destroyed 100,000 of your ships, and now you send 30,000 more. Are the brains of the orc race filled with nothing but weeds?" The Xionghu fleet under Ling Hu's command once again entered the star domain of the Husa star system. The moment they crossed in, Ling Hu was stunned by the sight before him. The UAE fleet, more than 90,000 ships strong and brimming with life, only an hour earlier had been reduced to floating wreckage in the void of space. Warship debris stretched across the view like an asteroid belt, while countless frozen beastman corpses drifted past the viewports like ice sculptures.
Ling Hu roared in fury, "This accursed bug race! I will avenge the brothers of the UAE fleet!"
A tiger's roar thundered through the flagship, and the entire vessel burst with the enraged roars of the beastman race. Yet they had no idea that within the debris field they were crossing, countless hidden bugs were quietly waiting for them to arrive. A slab of warship armor struck the tiger head emblem on the flagship. Suddenly the pilot cried out, "Bugs!" The others were alarmed and looked around but found no insect fleet. The radar operator immediately reported no insect warships detected. Ling Hu said with mild annoyance, "Don't make such a fuss." The pilot hastily pointed at the armor fragment that had hit the tiger head only to find it empty. Could he have been mistaken? But as a flagship pilot he trusted his eyesight. A moment ago there had definitely been a bee-like insect on that armor fragment. The pilot was not mistaken. Behind that armor fragment there really had been a chi-burst wasp of the bug race, and it had not vanished. In the instant of impact between the fragment and the flagship, it had already attached itself to the flagship. The same thing was unfolding on other warships. Seated aboard the Black Widow, Meiju could not quite understand why the beast race never learned the lesson. It was the exact same tactic. All they had done was change the cover from the wreckage of the Husa system fleet to the wreckage of the UAE fleet. Had none of the surviving beastmen gone back to report it? Suddenly a blue spark of electric current flickered over the flagship. Meiju shouted, "Fall back!" At the same moment intense electric currents erupted over the hulls of the 30,000 Xionghu warships. Every bug that had silently clung to the hulls was instantly reduced to powder by the ultra-high voltage current. Ling Hu laughed heartily. "Stupid bugs, did you think the same trick would work on us a second time? Since you love pretending to be dead, then go ahead and really die." The Xionghu fleet turned directly toward the Black Widow with an unmistakable target as though it could see her. Meiju hastily ordered a retreat. It was not that she could not fight, it was just that she still needed to hold out for over 10 hours and had no intention of fighting them at full strength. Looking at those 30,000 hulls crackling with electric current, she knew the clinging tactic would be useless. After one or two brief exchanges of fire, Meiju realized that the beastmen's warships possessed tremendous firepower and relatively sturdy shielding and armor. In a head-on assault the bug race would certainly be defeated. Meiju quickly ordered lure them to the second defensive line. The 10,000 insect warships were far more agile in spatial maneuvers than the beastman race's Gothic-style warships. In the blink of an eye the insect fleet had vanished without a trace. Ling Hu flew into a rage. Why can't we catch them? How can Xionghu warships possibly be too slow to catch up? The pilot explained, looking wrong, we do have an advantage in speed, but in overall maneuverability we simply cannot match the insect fleet's effortless agility. The radar operator reported the insect warships are assembling near Arad Star. Ling Hu said in astonishment, they went all the way around just to launch a surprise attack on our left flank. That makes no sense. As Ling Hu was pondering the insectoid's intentions, the radar operator reported urgently, trouble. A powerful unknown energy source is converging on Dora Star directly ahead of us. Damn it, evasive maneuvers. Take evasive action. The pilot immediately threw the flagship into a violent evasive maneuver, and the hundreds of warships following close behind quickly took evasive action as well. The warships behind, however, had no idea what was happening. When they caught a flash of white light, thousands of warships exploded instantly in its radiance. The bugs actually have such a powerful weapon. There must be even larger scale weapons on the nearby planets. Order the right flank to land, we have to destroy those weapons. The Xionghu right flank sped toward Dora Star, but they did not know that Cholan Star beside Dora Star also housed the bugs' Miaoyuan dragon cannon. Another beam of white light flashed and hundreds, even thousands, of warships were instantly reduced to dust. Only then did Ling Hu realize that those 10,000 insect warships had not been fleeing at all, they had lured the Xionghu fleet straight into the bugs' planetary defense perimeter. Ling Hu shoved the radar operator aside and hurriedly studied the star chart. 6 planets arranged in a hexagram confirmed his judgment because his fleet was right at the center of that hexagram. The bugs' Miaoyuan dragon cannons mercilessly swept across the Xionghu warships. Fortunately, Ling Hu was not someone to be trifled with. He launched a surprise assault toward the left flank. In his judgment, the insect's concentration on the left flank meant only 2 possibilities. One was that it was a weak point in the bugs' defenses, which was why their warships had gathered there to block them. The second possibility was that the bugs were deliberately baiting them to advance. Yet either way he had to go. He had to gamble that this was the only way out, otherwise staying where they were meant certain death. The Xionghu battle group charged toward the insect assembly area with guns blazing. Though the two sides were roughly equal in numbers, the bugs also had Miaoyuan dragon cannons in support. Meiju directly ordered a head-on confrontation with the Beastman fleet. In what appeared to be an evenly matched battle, the bugs lost fewer than 1,000 warships, while 10,000 Xionghu warships were left behind forever in the emptiness of space. Leading the surviving forces out of the insect encirclement, Ling Hu slumped wearily into his command chair and let out a helpless sigh. How could the bugs' ground fire be this powerful? The adjutant hurriedly said, this affects whether the entire army can advance smoothly. We must report it to Marshal Baihu at once. Ling Hu nodded helplessly. Report it then. I'm too ashamed to face him. At the Duomajuo Beastman Fleet headquarters, Baihu was already so angry that he was speechless. He grabbed the nearest documents and flung them into the center of the hall. 130,000 warships.
130,000.
Against 10,000 bugs.
10,000. What more can I say?
The generals whispered among themselves. Then General Huixiang stepped forward. The bugs have only managed to win by ambushes both times, and their planetary defense grid is armed with such formidable weapons. I suggest we use planet-destroying weapons directly to annihilate the surrounding planets. After all, there is nothing on them but bugs.
Baihu was about to nod when General Tsuelu stepped forward and saluted. That absolutely will not do.
We sent out 10 million troops not only to destroy the bug race but to act in the name of justice.
The entire Northern Realm, indeed the entire universe, is watching. If we destroy planets, how are we any different from the bugs?
Reminded by General Tsuelu, Marshal Baihu nodded at once.
We cannot use planet-destroying weapons directly, that would go against our original purpose. Tsuelu proposed, I think we should change our tactics.
Our fleet is 10 million strong and the bugs are cunning, so we should break 100 tricks with one overwhelming force. Press forward with the entire army. The bug warships certainly will not dare meet us head-on.
While they retreat, we land on the major planets, take the Husa star system, and then pursue the insect fleet across space. Baihu nodded in silence. After a moment he ordered all ships attack. Seize the Husa star system.
In the Zerg-occupied zone on the planet Dora in the Husa star system.
Hundreds of millions of orc warriors landed, rapidly searching for the Zerg's powerful planet-destroying weapon.
Yet no matter how hard they searched, the Zerg seemed to have vanished completely, leaving not a single trace. The patrol squads on every planet all reported the same thing. The Zerg seemed to have vanished from the Husa interstellar region. Baihu sat on the marshal's throne and swept an inexplicable gaze over the assembled generals. These Zerg are truly cunning.
Dig 3 feet into the ground. They must be hiding in the soil in a state of suspended animation.
Those damned bugs, do they want to pull that trick again?
Upon receiving the order, the search teams immediately began excavation, even using the orcs' giant ragebeast tanks as bulldozers.
In the ensuing frenzy, they literally turned over the soil of every planet. Yet aside from uncovering some Zerg eggs, they found no trace of the Zerg themselves. What they did not know was that the Zerg had long been lurking even deeper underground.
Unfortunately, digging was never the orcs' strong suit.
Many search teams gave up the hunt. In the very moment they relaxed their vigilance, the Zerg horde suddenly burst out from the earth. An enormous swarm of Zerg poured out of the pits like a surging underground spring, and quite a few of the larger Zerg inflicted heavy casualties on the orc warriors. Baihu sneered, those damned bugs can't hold still after all. Armored Corps advance. Airborne Corps provide support. Green Orc legions carry out a carpet-style sweep of the Zerg. After 2 rounds of intensive bombing by the Airborne Corps, 36 million Orc infantry warriors using the bombed Grasso region as their pivot point advanced from north to south. However, before those 36 million warriors could finish assembling, a tide of Zerg surged toward them like a flood. The firepower of the tyrant beast Sacred Beetles and reinforced Sacred Beetles instantly blanketed the Grasso region.
The Orcs' defensive systems were not inferior either.
During the first wave of Zerg artillery, only a few hundred shells actually exploded on the ground, the rest were blocked by the Orcs' defensive energy barrier. The Orc Ragebeast tanks immediately launched their counterattack, while the Zerg's barrier worms and reinforced Boneshield Elephant Beetles perfectly shielded the Zerg heavy forces. The Green Orc infantry divisions charged into the Zerg host, but they completely underestimated the Zerg's power. Although Orc firearms could wound the Zerg, their vitality far exceeded anything the Orc warriors could comprehend.
An Orc warrior roared, "Aim for their eyes! Aim for their eyes!"
Eyes were the weak point of almost all creatures, and the swift spirit bugs were no exception.
Yet within the dense swarm, trying to strike their eyes was no easy task. Suppressive firepower was the Orcs' path to victory. The fire lines spewing from Orc guns and the sparks struck by bullets against chitin illuminated the night sky over Dora. Under the assault of the Zerg's nearly endless swarm, the Orc warriors' ammunition ran dry. Drawing their mechanized longswords and energy shields, they resorted to the most primitive hand-to-hand combat with the Zerg. Meiju was watching the battle from atop a mountain when Zhang Fan's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "All right, begin activating the progenitors." "Yes, Sovereign. The main fleet will arrive in 30 minutes. Activate the Yuan-destroying dragon cannon in 20 minutes.
Until we arrive, you must guard them well."
"Rest assured, Sovereign. Not a single Orc will get close." The situation on the other planets was exactly the same. The Orc ground warriors were locked in a bitter, evenly matched struggle with the Zerg. Baihu, seated on the marshal's throne, observed the battles across all fronts. Watching the endless flood of Zerg, he asked in confusion, "How does the Zerg race have so many soldiers?" An elderly Green Orc elder standing beside Baihu holding an energy staff pointed at an enlarged display and said, "Marshal, look.
After our warriors die in combat with the Zerg, hundreds of eggs burst out from their bodies.
They quickly burrow underground, then emerge soon after to keep fighting.
With this kind of Zerg we can never kill them all. General Lulu said anxiously, if that's the case we should recall the ground forces at once.
If we keep fighting like this, no matter how many warriors we have, it won't be enough. The Green Orc Elder quickly objected, absolutely not.
If those warriors are recalled and happen to be infected with Zerg eggs once the infestation spreads to the fleet, it would be a catastrophe for us. General Hui Xiang immediately proposed, instead, I suggest we shell Dora from orbit.
Lulu retorted, haven't we gone over this already? If we use planet-destroying weapons, are we still fighting on the side of justice? Not to mention there are hundreds of millions of our orc warriors down there.
Hui Xiang angrily shot back, foolish soft-heartedness. Why did our warriors land in the first place? Wasn't it because of your so-called talk of justice? If they hadn't landed, we could have blown Dora straight to dust. How could we have fallen into such a predicament? Hui Xiang could not resist adding, you will bear full responsibility for this. Lulu was about to argue when Baihu let out a furious roar and both silently lowered their heads and withdrew. Dispatch bombing blimps to clear the area for the ground forces.
Send additional medical teams at once.
Soldiers infected by the Zerg will be formed into a suicide squad. The rest are forbidden from engaging the Zerg in close combat. The Orc bombing blimps dropped incendiary bombs along their flight path, carving out a trench 5 meters wide and 10 meters deep between the Zerg and the Orc warriors. This finally separated the two armies for a time, allowing the Orc warriors to catch their breath. Meiju needed to stall for time, so she felt no urgency to send the Zerg in again.
An internal purge of the Orc ranks was launched immediately. The infected Orc warriors were detected, formed into suicide squads and placed in the vanguard.
Ling Hu stood at the head of the formation and said to the warriors, in this battle death is certain.
We no longer have any path of retreat.
Ling Hu's single sentence made every Orc warrior lower his head, and a wave of despair crept over all the soldiers. At that moment a surging, stirring sound resounded through the ranks. The warriors slowly raised their heads, and Ling Hu bellowed, this baptism of fire is the necessary path for us to enter the Beast God Temple.
The Beast God himself will personally welcome us in the Hall of Light.
For the Orcs, for justice. Destroy the Zerg. As for certain death, such a realization can only produce two outcomes: one becomes braver or one becomes a coward.
There has never been a coward among Orc warriors.
For the Orcs, for justice. Destroy the Zerg. Destroy the Zerg.
Standing atop the mountain, Meiju could feel the murderous aura of the Orc suicide squad.
Gazing at those Orc daredevils armed to the teeth in the enemy camp, she sneered, come then. The Zerg will shatter your will. Aboard the Orc command ship, the generals watched the suicide squad on the screens. All of them solemnly raised their right hands in the highest military salute of the Orc race. Baihu sat on the marshal's throne, his eyes fixed intently on Ling Hu at the head of the suicide squad. With a trace of sorrow he said, very good.
That is my son. The gates of the Beast God Temple will be opened for you.
At that very moment the ground began to shake violently and an enormous Zerg was breaking out of the earth. The adjutant hurriedly reported, this.
This is the Zerg with planet-destroying firepower.
Baihu wiped the tears at the corners of his eyes, tears invisible to others, then immediately waved his hand and ordered it must be destroyed. Pass my order, at all costs kill that Zerg. A suicide squad of Orcs infected by the insect race quietly infiltrated along the ridge of Mount Ayadullar under the cover of the Beastman's artillery fire. These squad members, however, were unaware that every move they made was under the surveillance of the Guichong. This time more Orcs were deployed onto the planet. Though the number of Orc warriors could not match that of the insectoids, they possessed sophisticated ranged weapons and were far superior to the Sulinchong in close-quarters combat. For a time the battlefield became a contest between quantity and strength. Within moments corpses piled up like mountains in the insectoid-occupied zone of the Duola Star.
The suicide squad led by Ling Hu fought their way out of the insectoid encirclement.
After losing more than half their numbers, they barely managed to reach the summit of Mount Ayadullar.
From this vantage point, just a few blasts from the Beast Blood Flame Cannon could destroy the insectoid's colossal star destroyer. Just as the suicide squad soldiers had everything prepared, a bizarre eerie laugh suddenly came from the sky. Hee.
You underestimate our insect race too much.
Did you think such little fireworks could destroy the star destroyer?
Everyone looked up and saw a huge spider woman hovering in midair with her wings spread. It was none other than Meiju, one of the insect race's 12 beast god generals. Ling Hu did not waste words with her. He fired a volley of high-explosive rounds at her. Meiju did not dodge the bullets, merely stirred up ripples of energy in front of her, unable to harm her in the least. All remaining Suicide Squad members immediately concentrated their fire and launched a furious barrage at Meiju. Ling Hu kept his finger on the trigger and roared at the Orc beside him, never mind her aim at that giant insect below. The Orc warrior said nothing and began to set up the Beast Blood Flame Cannon. Meiju flashed in front of him and pierced his heart with a single claw, effortlessly ending his life. Meiju then with lightning speed killed 4 more around her in quick succession.
Linghu was greatly alarmed. It was clear that ordinary soldiers were utterly no match for her. He quickly drew his longsword and engaged Meiju in combat.
A seductive smile curling on her face, Meiju said, "Handsome boy, not bad.
I lack a male pet, are you interested? Get lost. He.
What a fiery temper. Then don't blame sister for being rude." Meiju spat out several strands of web in quick succession, but all were blocked by Linghu's energy shield. With a single swing of his blazing longsword, he actually set the webbing on fire.
Meiju cried out in surprise, "What kind of weapon is that?"
Linghu snorted coldly, "If you want to know, I'll carve its name on your tombstone after you die."
You certainly talk big, handsome. Meiju's tactics were ever-changing and her speed formidable.
Linghu was simply not her match and was defeated within a few exchanges. Meiju was about to kill him when a soldier shouted, "He is the marshal's son."
You cannot kill him.
Meiju's sharp claws had already touched Linghu's neck, but she did not slay him. Instead, she injected venom into his back and left him to slump weakly to the ground. Aboard the Golden Lion Overlord, the scene of Meiju capturing Linghu was displayed on the main screen. Huixiang hastily saluted and said, "Marshal, I volunteer to go and rescue General Linghu." Lulu shook his head and said General Ling volunteered to lead the suicide squad, having already cast aside life and death.
His goal is to destroy the insectoid Star Destroyer. Lulu, what do you mean?
Are we going to watch helplessly as General Linghu was brutally killed by the insect race?
Facing Huixiang's anger, Lulu shook his head and said, "Who is the one showing soft-heartedness now? Our primary objective is to destroy the enemy's Star Destroyer. Otherwise our fleet will suffer a devastating blow. Do you understand?"
As the two were arguing, the radar operator reported, "A million insectoid warships are warping toward our fleet and they will be in front of us in less than 5 minutes.
Baihu immediately rose and said, "Finally they're back."
Such a crude bait and ambush tactic, are the insectoids truly so foolish to think we'd fall for it? Baihu let out a roar and suddenly 2 shadowy figures in black robes, their faces hidden, appeared behind him. Seeing them arrive, Baihu quickly said, "It's time for the Black Blood Squad to move out."
Everyone was astonished. Huixiang asked in surprise, "Are these 2 the members of the Black Blood Squad?" Seeing Baihu nod, the general's expressions finally eased somewhat.
A staff officer quickly said, "With the Black Blood Squad in action, I believe the insectoids won't get away this time." The 2 shadowy figures ignored everyone's words and instantly vanished behind Baihu. Their disappearance, like their appearance, left not a trace of presence. The insectoid warship's return was clearly a tactical maneuver.
Unfortunately, Zhang Fan also did not know that their every move was being watched by the Beastmen.
A million insectoid warships against 10 million Beastmen warships, the only way to offset the numerical disparity was through tactics and surprise attacks. 2 infiltration forces, the insect race's progenitor and the Beastman's black blood, had begun to operate in the shadows. Aboard the Linglong Chachong, Zhang Fan gazed at the approaching Husa star system and turned to Shu Cha with a smile. "The Deluo star system is both the burial ground for the Beastmen and a place for my insect race to expand. This battle can only succeed if I serve as the bait." Shu Cha quickly said, "Sovereign, there is no need for you to go personally. A million insectoid warships as bait will certainly trick the Beastmen." Zhang Fan shook his head. That Beastman Marshal remained so calm even when his son was captured. "I don't believe he will pursue us."
Then. Ha ha ha. In war, attacking the heart is paramount. The true commander behind the Beastmen is the one who determines their fate, not the marshal we can see. Shu Cha suddenly realized the sovereign means Princess Domina. The sudden appearance of the million-strong insectoid fleet was to the well-prepared Beastmen simply walking into a trap. However, Zhang Fan's insectoids were not as easy to deal with as the Beastmen had imagined. A confrontation between space fleets ignited the entire Husa star system. The gunfire did not cease. Every second, millions of soldiers perished and tens of thousands of warships were destroyed. The combat capability and defense of the insectoid warships far exceeded the Beastmen's expectations. Compounded by the formidable star destroyers on 6 planets, the Beastmen's fleet suffered far heavier losses than the insectoids. The battle lasted 6 hours. After losing more than half their forces, the insectoids fled in panic and the Beastmen fleet immediately pursued. Suddenly, however, the Beastmen warships received an order to stop the pursuit. Aboard the Golden Lion, Overlord Baihu stared at the panic-stricken insectoids and said, "These cunning insectoids must be feigning defeat again. It seems their commander is a sinister person." Huixiang asked, puzzled, "Marshal, the insectoids have lost the Star Destroyer cannons on 6 planets and around 500,000 warships. How could they possibly be feigning defeat?" Lulu also shook his head and said, "The insectoids don't look like they're feigning defeat either." "Marshal, what makes you think so?" Just as Baihu was about to speak, the screen suddenly displayed the furious visage of Great Chief Xia.
Before Bai Hu could salute, Xia roared, "Why haven't you pursued?"
Annihilate them. Great Chief. Don't give me all these excuses. Princess Domina just said that the insectoids here must die. Chase them down and wipe them out now. Bai Hu asked in bewilderment. This. Princess Domina. No more questions. In any case, all insectoids in this star system must be eliminated, even at the cost of destroying the entire system.
Bai Hu glanced at the insectoid warships that were gradually vanishing, then at Xia's anxious expression. He had no choice but to order the pursuit of the panicked fleeing insectoids. The seemingly disorderly retreat of the Zerg's main forces was actually to lure the Beastman's warships into a trap already set in the Delos star system. Marshal Bai Hu aboard the Beastman's flagship Golden Lion Overlord had been wary of deception and reluctant to give chase, but with the Great Chieftain's order it was no longer within his power to decide. Meanwhile, the Beastmen warriors, still elated by victory and eager to avenge their fallen comrades, strained every sinew to pursue the Zerg and wipe them out completely. When the Beastmen warships reached the Delos star system, hundreds of thousands of Zerg warships vanished once again without a trace. Report: we have lost sight of the Zerg warships.
After a moment of silence, Bai Hu said, they're hiding between the planets Audwa and Lamu. Don't alarm them for now.
Have all warships assume a searching posture, then gradually surround them.
This time we absolutely cannot let them escape. The Beastmen fleet slowed down, gliding through space as if in an aimless search, yet they had already formed their colossal encirclement between the planets Audwa and Lamu.
As they caught sight of the Zerg fleet hiding, their general Lulu asked curiously, "Marshal, how did you know they were hiding here?"
The Black Blood Force are not just elite soldiers, their reconnaissance skills are second to none.
After a brief pause, Bai Hu continued, "The Black Blood Squad has confirmed that those are the Zerg's main forces.
All units attack." With a tiger's roar, millions of warships surged between the planets Audwa and Lamu, aiming to take the enemy by surprise and crush the Zerg main fleet in one strike.
Yet these Zerg showed no intention of fighting back as they were struck. Within moments, a million Zerg warships were reduced to wreckage and even their mothership was blasted in two. Almost all Beastmen erupted in cheers, but moments later they grew subdued and bewildered. Had this truly been the same Zerg they had just been fighting? How could they all have become nothing but targets? Yet millions of Zerg corpses now floated in open space, forcing them to believe their own eyes.
There must be something behind this.
Bai Hu rose from the marshal's seat, staring intently at the Zerg debris. A sudden thought struck him and he roared, "Retreat! Quick retreat!" The officers were baffled, but on the large screen Zhang Fan's insectoid face suddenly appeared. Zhang Fan smiled. "General Bai Hu, you reacted quite promptly. Unfortunately, you're still one step too late." Zhang Fan scanned the bewildered Beastmen generals below his throne and chuckled. "Our Millis cannon is already aimed at those two planets. I trust your warships are no match for the force of a planet's explosion."
Bai Hu asked calmly, "Who are you?
And what were those Zerg we destroyed?" Zhang Fan saluted Bai Hu. "I am Zhang Fan, sovereign of the Zerg. The ones you destroyed were merely our mimic bugs. They have no combat power but can rapidly mimic biological forms."
Are you not aware of the Lagu clan of the Husa star system?
They were created through their genetic modification. Bai Hu picked up the thread. "So the Black Blood Squad that communicated with me were also your mimic bugs?" "Of course. Your Black Blood Squad truly are elites. I had to send 3 beast god generals to capture them." "Then how did you discover they had infiltrated your Zerg?" "Their shapeshifting arts are no less impressive than the Lagus." Zhang Fan smiled. "That wasn't difficult. They didn't know that all Zerg share the sovereign's will. There are never rebels among the Zerg, so finding them was easy." Bai Hu and Zhang Fan did not seem like two enemy commanders locked in a life-or-death negotiation. They chatted like old friends without the slightest note of hostility. Bai Hu asked with a smile, "You still haven't used the Millis cannon. You wouldn't be thinking of letting us go, would you?"
"Of course not. With so many of you, we couldn't possibly devour you all. Leave behind half your forces and send the rest back." "Sovereign asking us to leave half our forces behind, is that not a bit too much?"
Zhang Fan sneered him.
"You may leave all of them as well.
Marshal, your beastmen have no quarrel with my Zerg. This is all manipulation by Domina."
"Since the sovereign understands that, then let us go. My beastmen will never again involve themselves in your struggle with Domina."
"Lord Marshal, it's not that I don't want to, but I don't dare. After all, your military force is 10 times mine.
Now that I've finally got a chance to annihilate you, I'll let you go. If the roles were reversed, I'm afraid you would have destroyed me long ago. I'm already being very generous. Allow us to discuss it. 10 minutes. But don't try any tricks, I'm easily frightened."
"If you so much as twitch, I might just hit the launch button." Helpless against Zhang Fan's threat, Bai Hu could only nod.
"All right, we'll give you an answer in 10 minutes. Farewell." Bai Hu collapsed onto the throne.
The marshal, who had never known defeat, was destined to fall here this time. General Huixiang, utterly confused, asked, "Marshal, what are you?"
"Why? Our strength is clearly superior, let's charge out.
The green-skinned beastman priest beside Bai Hu shook his head. We can't break out.
Haven't you noticed the numerous energy barriers between these two planets? We're already locked in.
The priest continued. The Zerg with inferior numbers lured us step by step and even used their main fleet as bait. Such a cunning enemy is truly hard to guard against.
Bai Hu shook his head. It's more than that.
When our attention was on the battlefield, the Zerg were looking beyond it.
The rumors are likely true. Dominus and Zerg to assassinate Prince Denis, and the dead sovereign Zhang Fan is the one Domina truly wants to eliminate.
Lulu continued. He deliberately exposed himself by personally leading the main force and let our Black Blood Squad infiltrate all in order to reveal himself before Domina. Lulu glanced at Bai Hu, whose brows were tightly furrowed, and said, You marshal are cautious by nature and would never chase recklessly.
But Domina wanting Zhang Fan dead would put pressure on the great chieftain.
Bai Hu rose and said, Enough, no need to go further.
Now let's hear your thoughts. Should we leave half our forces behind or should we fight with our lives? Speak up. The entire command room fell silent.
Everyone knew that no matter which choice they made, it would be wrong. Who should die and who deserved to live? There was no longer any chance of fighting to the death. At such a distance, if the two planets were detonated, no one would survive.
Hui Xiang suddenly called out, We can also use a trick of feigned surrender. Withdraw half our forces and then attack from both inside and out.
Lulu shook his head. You're thinking it's too easy. The Zerg have spent so long laying out this inescapable net with half their forces. Do you think they'd let you rush out with your weapons?
Then you come up with a plan.
After a moment of silence, Lulu said determinedly, Leave half our forces behind to cover the main force's retreat.
But what about that half that stays?
They are doomed to die. Lulu said, Better half dead than all of us dead here. Those who return alive will still have the chance to avenge those we lose. If we all die here, what's the meaning? Hui Xiang shot him a contemptuous glance. I think you just want to save your own neck with no thought for those warriors.
Have you considered their families?
Lulu did not trade barbs with Hui Xiang. Instead, he lowered his head and said, I'll stay. Bai Hu sat silently in the marshal's chair until Green Deer's voice cut through, I shall stay. After that, Bai Hu rose and declared, What transpired in the council chamber must never be revealed.
First, gather all the wounded.
All damaged vessels, including medical and logistics ships.
They will remain behind.
Bai Hu scanned the assembly and, reading the dejected faces of his officers, continued, All warriors of my Menghu star shall stay.
Grey Elephant roared, This is utterly unacceptable. The Menghu warriors and the Green Beastfolk fighters are our elite forces, they cannot be sacrificed.
Green Deer added, Most of my Deer clan serves aboard medical and repair vessels.
Let us be the ones to stay. The officers all vied to volunteer for the sacrifice.
In their hearts, only the Menghu warriors led by Bai Hu could avenge them. After fierce debate, Bai Hu thundered, silencing everyone.
There is no time. You remaining would only await death, whereas the Menghu clan can fight to the last breath even without weapons. The assembly erupted once more. Bai Hu signaled for calm again and continued, This failure was born of my blind pursuit, I bear primary responsibility.
Seeing Green Deer about to speak, Bai Hu immediately stopped him. This is an order. I command you to withdraw in my capacity as Supreme Commander of the Expeditionary Force. Bai Hu descended from the marshal's seat and patted Green Deer's shoulder. After you safely evacuate, you shall be the new marshal.
The sole duty upon your assumption of command is to bring everyone back alive. Can you do this?
After 3 such inquiries, Green Deer finally nodded.
Rest assured, Marshal. I shall bring them all back safely.
At that moment, Zhang Fan's face reappeared on the large screen.
Marshal, have you made your decision?
Yes. Half will stay behind, but you must guarantee the safe evacuation of the rest.
Zhang Fan nodded. I am a man of my word. Deactivate your weapon systems and hand over the controllers. Half of your forces may depart freely.
Zhang Fan could not resist adding, But if they turn back, don't blame us for our harsh measures. And how do you intend to deal with the half that stays? Hearing Bai Hu's question, Zhang Fan laughed loudly.
What?
Does the marshal still care for the prisoners of war? I'm afraid we Zuch do not take captives.
Could you keep them alive for a few more days? We are willing to pay a considerable sum for their ransom. Zhang Fan paused, then smiled. That does sound like a profitable transaction.
Very well, if the marshal is willing to stay, I can grant you several more days. Bai Hu did not hesitate for a moment.
I shall remain.
The officers vehemently objected, but Bai Hu roared, This is a military order. Anyone who speaks further will face court-martial. Though deeply unwilling, the soldiers obeyed the unyielding command and stepped back, glaring furiously at the triumphant Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan paid no heed to their hostile stares and said to Bai Hu, Very well, let us begin the handover. I hope you will be swift, the Millis cannon is already charged. Half of the Shozu fleet withdrew, leaving the other half unaware of the true situation and believing it merely a strategic arrangement to await death within the Zuch stellar domain. Green Deer led one half of the fleet back to the Shozu stellar domain. As for the Shozu warriors left behind, they surrendered under Baihu's command. Though the beastmen resented the order to yield, they were compelled to lay down their weapons under martial discipline and the suppression of the Manhwa Imperial Guards. Billions upon billions of Zuch forces boarded the beastman warships. Baihu helplessly watched Zhang Fan standing beside him and asked, "What do your Zuch intend to take from us?"
"Only your armies." Baihu pondered for a moment before asking, "So you do not intend to spare any lives?"
Zhang Fan shook his head. "No, quite the opposite, you shall all live, but in the form of Zuch warriors." At that moment Linghu suddenly appeared behind Zhang Fan. Baihu was startled, immediately rose and embraced Linghu, carefully inspecting his body and finding no injuries.
"Linger, are you unharmed?" "I am fine, father. The Zuch are not evil, the wicked one is Duamina. The Zuch only seek to defend their homeland. Duamina deceived the Zuch, and the Joyun star system and Prince Dismay both perished because of her." Baihu scrutinized Linghu, then shoved him away and thundered, "Who are you really?"
Zhang Fan chuckled from the side.
"What? Does the marshal not even recognize his own son?" Baihu pointed accusingly at Linghu. "Impossible, you are not my son."
Just then Shusha and Meiju arrived at the command cabin with a crimson larva perched upon Shush's shoulder. Zhang Fan said to Baihu, "Enough, marshal.
Do not resist.
Becoming a Zuch warrior is no disadvantage.
Look at General Linghu, he retains his self-awareness. I shall not alter your mind."
Baihu firmly refused. "You may kill me, but I shall never become one of your Zuch." As he spoke, Baihu attempted suicide, but Zhang Fan gave him no such opportunity.
The small larva on Shush's shoulder darted swiftly toward Baihu, injecting him with a fusion agent. Baihu collapsed instantly to the ground. Shusha informed Zhang Fan, "In approximately 2 minutes General Baihu's transformation into a Zuch warrior will be complete. This fusion gene shall further diversify our Zuch." Meiju nodded. Indeed, the first batch of Beastman warriors has completed their Zuch transformation. They shall add roughly 4 trillion units of ground combat strength to our forces. Shusha continued, "The biological fusion agent for Zuch transformation is nearly perfect. Non-biological transformation is still under research. As for those unsightly warships of the Shozu, they shall temporarily continue to pilot them." Under their marshal's orders, the Beastman warriors were all injected with the fusion agent by the Zuch. Those injected discovered no obvious physical changes, only that they no longer harbored hatred toward the Zuch but instead felt an inexplicable kinship with them. Their consciousnesses remained intact, appearing unchanged on the surface. However, what they did not realize was that the Zuch genes had fused with theirs, implanting a dominant consciousness deep within their minds. After all the Beastman warriors had been transformed, Zhang Fan decided to lead the army known as the Rongsho Zuch, comprising 3 million warships and 4 trillion warriors, back to the Shozu stellar domain under Baihu's command. In the Linglong Chachong command chamber, Shusha watched the departing Rongsho Zuch fleet and smiled. "Duamina could never have imagined that the army she sent to attack us would instead become our combat strength." Zhang Fan nodded. "This Husa star system has brought us too many surprises, the fusion genes, the phantasmic genes. Without these we would not have known how to wage this battle." Zhang Fan continued, "Incubate more Huanqing Zuch. A million fleet is too small, let us become tens of millions, billions. For any star systems we encounter henceforth, prioritize the fusion Zuch technique so that some of their advanced weaponry can also be utilized by our Zuch." Meiju eagerly remarked, "The Black Blood Squad is rather intriguing. Such special operations forces, I believe our Zuch should establish similar units as well." Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Precisely. How many years have passed that I had almost forgotten the concept of special operations forces." Green Deer had just led the Beast Clan army back to the Damajuo Beast Clan star system, reporting to Grand Chief Lianfang about the battle situation in the Husa star system. Suddenly someone roared loudly, "Marshal White Tiger has returned with his remaining troops." The crowd was shocked and hurried to welcome him. As soon as White Tiger stepped into the Chieftain's Council chamber, Green Deer rushed forward and asked eagerly, "Marshal, you?" White Tiger sighed helplessly, "We've lost many people, but we managed to break through." Green Deer was somewhat surprised and was about to ask further when Grand Chief Lianfang rushed to White Tiger's side, grabbed his arms and looked him over from head to toe. Seeing he was unharmed, he shouted loudly, "Set up a banquet to celebrate Marshal White Tiger's return." White Tiger immediately knelt on one knee, refusing to get up no matter how Lianfang tried to help him. "Grand Chief, I failed in my duties during this ambush. I beg to be punished." Lianfang shook his head and bent down to help him up, saying, "It's not your fault. I was too impatient and hasty. I was so eager to eliminate the Bug Clan that I didn't expect even a million warships of them to be so powerful. Our brothers have suffered." White Tiger wanted to say more, but Lianfang quickly stopped him, saying, "No more talk. The important thing is that you've returned safely.
At that moment a noisy commotion suddenly erupted outside the council chamber doors.
Luolisa, holding a document personally issued by Lionfang, insisted on storming into the council hall.
The guards naturally prevented her, so Luolisa began shouting loudly at the entrance.
Luolisa was brought before Lionfang by the guards. She immediately pointed at White Tiger and declared, "Grand Chief, don't trust him.
Marshal White Tiger has already betrayed us, he's one of the Bug Clan now." The crowd was shocked, and Green Deer also felt something was wrong upon careful consideration. With their weapons disabled, not to mention most of those left behind were wounded soldiers, even the elite forces would find it hardly easy to break through the Bug Clan's encirclement without weapons. If they could break out so easily, why didn't White Tiger bring all the troops with him to charge? Instead he agreed to let the Bug Clan keep half of them. Luolisa produced a video recording of a conversation between Zhang Fan and White Tiger and played it in the hall. Unfortunately, the audio recording device had been damaged at the time, only visual footage remained with no sound. White Tiger sneered, "We were captured by the Bug Clan and their ruler demanded our surrender, that's only natural."
"What? Does this recording prove I betrayed you?" White Tiger glared at Luolisa and said, "This recording has no sound. Why don't I explain it to everyone?" White Tiger then fully revealed everything Zhang Fan had said about Duomina at the time and added to Lionfang, "Grand Chief, we cannot become tools for others. The current division of the Bug Clan into two factions is all because of Duomina."
After explaining everything, White Tiger let out a roar at Luolisa, "I think you're actually someone sent by Duomina to spy on us."
Luolisa quickly stepped behind Lionfang and said, "No, I saw it with my own eyes.
They've all been bitten by bugs, they're traitors." Green Deer immediately recalled the incident involving Linghu and the Death Squad and promptly bowed to Lionfang, saying, "If what this lady says is true, we must guard against it.
Bug eggs can parasitize soldiers' bodies and hatch quickly."
White Tiger nodded and said, "Please have the Grand Chief summon the medical team just in case. If there are bug eggs on us, we must not endanger the mother planet.
All returning soldiers must undergo strict inspections."
The Bug Clan fusion agent works through genetic fusion, and Bug Clan characteristics only manifest when specific conditions are met or when the fusion bug desires to transform into a bug.
Ordinary medical examinations cannot detect it at all.
After a thorough and strict examination, White Tiger was found to have absolutely no bug eggs on his body.
Inspections for the trillions of soldiers would be carried out subsequently. Lionfang glared fiercely at the seditious Luolisa and grabbed her throat with one hand, pulling her close to his face. He demanded angrily, "Speak. Were you sent by Duomina?" "No. I'm not. I really..."
Seeing that she refused to budge no matter what, Lionfang originally intended to finish her off right then and there.
Green Deer immediately intervened, "Grand Chief, we cannot kill her. If she truly is Duomina's person, that would mean directly turning our backs on Duomina.
If not, she was merely acting out of good intentions to warn us. I respectfully request the Grand Chief to hand her over to me. I will take her back and interrogate her strictly."
Lionfang threw Luolisa at Green Deer's feet.
After Green Deer escorted Luolisa out of the council hall, he secretly had someone take her to a hidden safe house. Green Deer turned off all surveillance cameras and after triple checking that no one was around asked, "Is everything you said in the council hall true?" When Luolisa realized someone believed her, she quickly explained, "I wanted to know why the warships had stopped moving, so I tried to eavesdrop on your strategic discussion. I overheard that you were going to abandon half of the people and that they were selecting those who were useless in war."
As a journalist.
Looking at Green Deer, Luolisa hurriedly added, "But when I heard that you were going to stay behind, I changed my mind. I thought I should stay too to preserve your precious materials.
Even if I die, I must broadcast them into the universe. So I hid inside the hall at that time.
I never expected to capture Marshal White Tiger's betrayal on camera.
Unfortunately. The sound."
Green Deer shook his head and sighed. "Even with sound it would have been useless.
You are completely insignificant before White Tiger."
Green Deer told her, "You can rest assured staying here.
Do not go out under any circumstances.
You also know that if they have all betrayed us, you would be the first one they want to kill."
Luolisa quickly nodded.
At this point, besides obeying Green Deer's words, where would she dare to run around? She hadn't become the hero who exposed the traitors, but instead had become a traitor who slandered heroes. For the following days, Green Deer observed secretly from the Beast Clan forces returning from the Deluo star system alongside White Tiger, but discovered they showed no abnormalities whatsoever. Green Deer then proactively informed White Tiger of Luolisa's hiding place. However, after waiting 7 days, there was not a single movement. Not only White Tiger, but not even a single Beast Clan civilian was seen outside the safe house. This did make Green Deer somewhat doubt Luolisa's credibility. However, the matter of White Tiger and others breaking through the Bug Clan's encirclement was too bizarre. Unable to ease his concerns, he decided to have a face-to-face encounter with White Tiger. Arriving at Marshal White Tiger's residence, he saw numerous generals present, and to his great surprise Linghu, who had long been presumed dead in battle, was actually there as well. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Today all the officers have gathered at the Marshal's residence for a meeting, why wasn't I notified?"
Ha ha ha, it's General Green Deer. I had just said I would send someone to notify you to come.
Your sharp instincts haven't changed even after returning to Damajuo. Hearing White Tiger say this, Green Deer actually lowered his guard somewhat, since these words should be meaningless to the Bug Clan. "Honestly, Marshal, I do have quite a few doubts about how you escaped from the Bug Clan star domain. I came today specifically to get clear answers. But looking at the setup you have here, it seems there's an important military matter to discuss."
White Tiger nodded and said, "Yes, there is a major matter.
We plan to have General Green Deer and your entire forces join the Bug Clan."
"What?" White Tiger sneered. "I think I've made myself clear. There's no need to repeat it again, is there?"
Green Deer took off running immediately, but Linghu pounced forward and pinned him to the ground. A crimson fusion bug leaped onto his body. After defeating the Beast Race army, the Zerg forces had made significant progress and their ground troops had already reached a trillion-level strength. The number of warships was also growing rapidly, but Zhang Fan still thought it was too slow. After all, the Beast Race deployed tens of millions in battle. Looking at his mere million Zerg warships, he could not fully leverage his numerical advantage. Zhang Fan was discussing with Xu Sha how to quickly expand the fleet when he received consciousness from Nexus.
"Supreme One, Princess Domina has requested 1 million warships from us and asked me to personally lead the fleet.
It seems this princess has already begun plotting against our Zerg race."
Zhang Fan sneered. "The time is not yet ripe.
I have already transmitted the genetic data. The Beastman Vanguard's combat capabilities exceed those of the Speed Spirit insects. Accelerate your research." Nexus remained silent for a moment before saying, "What about the 1 million warships? If we give them to her, our defensive strength in the Zergstar region would decrease by more than half." Zhang Fan smiled. "No worries.
I estimate a massive force should be forming by now. Give them to her.
If she asks about me, deny everything, claim ignorance, and simply follow her commands."
"Understood."
After disconnecting from Nexus, Zhang Fan continued speaking to Xu Sha. "We must accelerate warship production.
Although the phantom shape insects can deceive enemies, they lack offensive capability. Real warships are our top priority. Supreme One, we have received continuous signals from outer space, likely emitted by extraterrestrial life forms." Upon hearing the matriarch's report, Zhang Fan asked, "Can you translate it?" The matriarch quickly replied, "Welcome to Gyurdos. Seeking powerful soldiers. Price will exceed your expectations. A trading planet. This reminds me of that gold merchant. Let us go take a look."
The million-ship Zerg fleet docked at the designated star region as a lavishly decorated welcome vessel approached the Spirit Dragon Nest. A towering female giantess clad in golden robes over 3 meters tall with a captivating presence strode toward Zhang Fan with alluring steps. Alas, Zhang Fan was now Zerg, or else he might have bled from the nose. The woman offered a polite bow and introduced herself. "Honored guests, welcome to Gyurdos.
I am Lingling, manager of this trade delegation. Seeing your magnificent forces, I am certain there must be many fine goods for exchange." Zhang Fan nodded and said, "Trade is simply buying and selling."
"I heard you are acquiring powerful soldiers."
Lingling immediately replied, "You are not here to sell soldiers, are you?" "What? Too handsome to sell."
He, our guest has a keen sense of humor.
"Indeed, let me be honest, our largest client has placed a substantial order seeking countless soldiers.
If this deal succeeds, you could earn quite a fortune."
"Money? Probably useless to me, I fear." Lingling hurriedly said, "Never mind. No money required. Name what you desire and we shall find it."
Zhang Fan walked slowly toward the welcome ship and turned to look at Lingling, who remained where she stood. "Beautiful lady, shall our transaction take place right here, or will you not lead the way?"
Forgive me. I shall escort you to Golden Wall City immediately."
The city lived up to its name, golden walls stretching 60 meters high and extending beyond the horizon. According to Lingling, the walls were crafted from pure gold. Upon landing in the central garden of Golden Wall City, dozens of mechanical servants swarmed around Zhang Fan, cleaning, massaging, dressing him. It made him deeply uncomfortable. Without a word, Zhang Fan unleashed a burst of sharp spikes from his body, piercing through the mechanical servants.
Instinctive reaction. No compensation needed, I hope. Lingling hurriedly said, "Not at all. Not at all. It is entirely my fault for poor arrangement. Please come inside. I shall show you to your room right away." Zhang Fan quickly waved off the formality. "Enough trouble. Let us get straight to business." "Very well. Then I shall take you to the trading hall." Zhang Fan and his party followed Lingling into an extravagantly decorated grand hall.
Lingling hurriedly said, "For the warriors you wish to sell, please follow our quarantine inspectors for evaluation and price assessment. Of course you shall set the final transaction price yourself.
We merely provide a reference space."
Lingling led Zhang Fan and others into a massive golden chamber where numerous mechanical servants promptly served a variety of delicacies, though none of them interested Zhang Fan in the slightest. Lingling bowed with a smile and said, "Once the quarantine data is available I shall deliver it to the buyer immediately."
"Please wait a moment."
Shusha glanced around and said coldly, "Lingling, please dismiss the soldiers surrounding us.
Otherwise I might accidentally destroy them and that would be unfortunate." Lingling awkwardly bowed and said, "Forgive me, forgive me.
These guards are for the safety of our honored guests.
I lacked foresight. Forgive my ignorance."
Only after the soldiers withdrew did Shusha nod and say, "Then what fine goods do you have for trade?" Lingling waved her hand and a three-dimensional projection materialized in the center of the chamber, displaying hundreds of bizarre artifacts before Zhang Fan and his companions. Zhang Fan casually pointed at an item and the projection immediately magnified it. The system introduced Gorgon Laser Sword.
Exceptional penetration ability.
The high-intensity laser generates ultra-high temperatures of 7000 degrees, capable of effortlessly slicing through most armor in the cosmos.
Gyarados currently possesses 120 billion units, sufficient to equip a small military force.
Zhang Fan silently shook his head.
120 billion called a small force.
His trillion-strong ground army could scarcely qualify as a medium-sized unit. Zhang Fan casually tapped two more items, both disappointingly ordinary with nothing that caught his eye. Lingling hurriedly explained, "Honored guest, the items you viewed earlier were all inferior goods. How could they match your esteemed status?" She adjusted the display slightly. This time fewer items appeared, but they were far stranger. Zhang Fan spotted a jellyfish-like creature and curiously tapped it.
The intelligent voice immediately introduced demon leather jellyfish. The sovereign among cosmic jellyfish, possessing immortality, extreme toxicity and fission traits.
It is a beautiful yet ferocious creature.
This thing is merely average.
What is the price? Upon Zhang Fan's question, Lingling immediately smiled. "You have an excellent eye, honored guest.
The demon leather jellyfish is arguably one of the hardest cosmic jellyfish to capture. Do not be deceived by its soft exterior and seemingly harmless appearance, it is extraordinarily ferocious. Its venomous tentacles can easily destroy an A-class warship. Tell me the price."
Lingling's eyes darted as she smiled. "Since you desire it, 150 billion multi-gold coins." Zhang Fan spread his hands.
"No money. Oh, how forgetful of me.
We have already assessed your soldiers at
5 to 0. 6 multi-gold coins each. 3 billion soldiers could exchange for one demon leather jellyfish, a rather favorable deal, I should say."
Shusha chuckled from the side. "They say traders are all shrewd merchants.
I see it firsthand today.
Are our soldiers truly worth so little? I would like to see what soldiers valued at over 10 multi-gold coins actually look like." Lingling maintained her smile. "If you are unsatisfied with our assessment, I can arrange a sparring session between your soldiers and high-value warriors." Zhang Fan nodded. "That is a reasonable idea. I also wish to witness where our Zerg warriors stand in the cosmos."
Lingling gestured elegantly and said, "Honored guests, the arena has been prepared.
We may proceed to observe the test now.
The buyer is equally eager to see your soldiers. Let us go then." Guided by Lingling, the group entered a transparent chamber.
Once everyone was inside, the spacious room that could accommodate over 100 people slowly ascended into the air. To their astonishment, a colossal arena hovered above, and the chamber that had just risen connected flawlessly with an opening in the arena. Once the room stabilized, Lingling pointed to a location marked with a scale emblem directly opposite them and said, "The buyer is in that room.
Let us arrange the combat demonstration."
Lingling consulted her panel and asked, "Are all 26 types of ground troops, 13 aerial forces, 6 capital ships and 7 defense units registered under your account available for sale?" Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "Of course. These are merely a fraction. If the buyer has further requirements, we can discuss in detail."
"Understood. We will arrange the tests immediately," Lingling said.
The arena suddenly flashed with red warning lights, and soon after a speed spirit worm emerged from the enclosure. Opposite them stood a mechanical warrior armed with a laser sword and an energy shield.
Shucha said coldly, "Such a test hardly seems fair." Hearing his implication, Lingling hurriedly explained, "This is a testing mechanical unit, the intensity is adjustable. We have calibrated its combat power to E rank." Zhang Fan said, "Very well.
Let us see how our speed spirit worm is rated by others." The speed spirit worm darted forward toward the testing machine. The mechanical warrior charged with its shield raised, heading straight for the worm. The speed spirit worm deftly dodged the mechanical warrior's massive shield charge, then whipped around and raked 3 deep slashes across its back.
Lingling recorded speed A rank. Reaction A rank. Strength E rank.
At that moment the mechanical warrior's speed roughly doubled. In a flash it appeared before the speed spirit worm and swept its blade horizontally. The worm hastily retreated, but the accelerated mechanical warrior's strike severed one of its tentacles clean off.
Lingling noted again defense A rank.
The wounded speed spirit worm trembled its body and 3 piercing spines shot forth from its back, striking at the mechanical warrior. The enhanced machine easily dodged 2, but the 3rd spine struck its shield. Unexpectedly the worm's spine pierced straight through the shield and drove deep into the mechanical warrior's body.
Lingling exclaimed in surprise, piercing ability is B rank.
It seems our evaluators have underestimated its combat effectiveness.
Shu Cha said triumphantly, you may not realize it, but our warriors fight in coordinated packs.
On the true battlefield they would perform far beyond this. Lingling quickly halted the arena and reported the situation to the buyer across the way.
After receiving approval she asked, may we proceed to an upgraded test? Zhang Fan nodded casually, be my guest.
As long as we fetch a good price.
20 speed spirit worms were released into the arena facing a fully armored Grano half-giant. Lingling introduced, the Grano half-giant is a B-rank warrior with well-balanced combat data.
The moment the arena's red lights flashed, the 20 speed spirit worms swarmed the Grano half-giant like a living tide. In less than 10 seconds the half-giant was already riddled with wounds. After a minute of fierce combat all 20 worms were slain and the half-giant could barely remain standing, leaning heavily upon its great axe. As Lingling prepared to record, Shu Cha stopped her with a gesture signaling her to watch further. The Grano half-giant managed to stand for no more than 10 seconds before collapsing in a thunderous crash.
Lingling noted 20 worms equivalent to a B-rank warrior. Not bad. It appears we did underestimate them. The price should be between 1 to 1.5 gold coins. Shu Cha shook his head. Continue watching. Now curious Lingling wondered, though all the worms were destroyed and the half-giant lay fallen yet still breathing, the outcome was clear. What else was there to observe? Suddenly a muffled explosion erupted. Blood sprayed as the half-giant's abdomen burst open and dozens of juvenile speed spirit worms poured forth, devouring the carcass from within. Lingling stood dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long moment. Recovering her composure she whispered, they can do this. 15 brand new speed spirit worms stood neatly lined up in the arena. The Grano half-giant was reduced to nothing but armor and weapons, no bones remained. Lingling could scarcely believe her eyes. At that moment the panel in her hand suddenly glowed green. After checking the panel she said, the base price for your Zerg warrior has been revised to 5 gold coins per unit. If you accept this price we can immediately arrange negotiations with the buyer. Zhang Fan smiled. Since there is interest, let us discuss then. Soon after a figure robed in black with an eagle-headed mask was escorted into the chamber by a mechanical attendant. Lingling quickly said, this is the buyer. They prefer to remain anonymous, so. Zhang Fan interposed, no matter. This universe holds too many dangers. I understand completely. A low ethereal voice emanated from beneath the black robe. Thank you for your understanding. How many warriors of that caliber do you possess? Shu Cha smiled faintly. As many as you require. The robed buyer fell silent for a moment, then said 160 trillion units. When can delivery be completed? Zhang Fan was taken aback. Their existing Zerg warriors numbered only in the trillions. This request for 160 trillion was absurd, even the entire Zerg race would not suffice. Zhang Fan asked with a grin, such a vast army, do you plan to invade a star system? If so, I might even assist directly. The robed figure replied bluntly, what I intend to do is none of your concern. I will pay 8 gold coins per unit. When can you deliver? Missed revenue was agonizing to Zhang Fan. He immediately countered, then what timeline would you consider reasonable? The buyer pondered for a moment and said, within 100 years. Zhang Fan felt a wave of relief. It seemed the buyer had a distorted sense of cosmic timescales. Upon hearing 100 years he readily agreed. Without another word the robed figure turned and left. Lingling promptly bowed to Zhang Fan and said, the deposit of 500 trillion gold coins has been transferred to your temporary account. Upon completion of your formal account registration the transaction fee will be deducted and the net amount of 400 trillion gold coins will be credited to your account. Zhang Fan paid little mind to the fortune. His thoughts turned to the demon leather jellyfish. That jellyfish. Before he could finish Lingling interrupted, honored guest, the demon leather jellyfish has been packed and can be delivered to your mothership at any time. Seeing Zhang Fan's bewildered expression Lingling smiled and explained, a gift for you. We noticed your keen interest in biological specimens and have prepared a collection of rare creatures as a welcome present. Zhang Fan nodded approvingly. You understand commerce far better than Boss Jean. Upon returning to the spirit dragon nestworm, the demon leather jellyfish and dozens of other mutated creatures had already arrived. Shu Cha immediately dispatched the mother to conduct genetic analysis on the specimens. While Zhang Fan was delighted by both the profit and the acquisition of desired creatures, a troubling thought weighed upon him: the 160 trillion speed spirit worms. Though he had a century to deliver, current production rates were woefully insufficient. Zhang Fan was fretting over the hatching count of the swift spirit insects when Shu Cha reported the White Tiger side has sent word they've already seized 15 major planets and 3 tribes are now under their control. Not bad. It seems the fusion beast insects are indeed formidable. Let's go. We still need to find creatures with high reproductive capabilities, or else how can we deliver those 160 trillion swift spirit insects on time? Shu Cha asked in surprise. Master truly intends to deliver them? Her question left Zhang Fan bewildered. Of course. Why would you even ask such a thing? Business and invasion are two different matters. Remember, once you promise something you must fulfill it. Business thrives on integrity. Otherwise no one will ever trade with us again. After the insectoid warship departed from Gerdos, it continued searching for planets teeming with life while studying the organisms brought back from Gerdos. Meanwhile, news of the beast race's crushing defeat had already reached the North Boundary Interstellar Parliament. Domina raged. Useless. All of you are useless. 10 million beast warships were routed by a mere million. The beast general sat upright in the parliamentary seat as if he had heard nothing at all, looking completely unconcerned with Domina's fury. Domina cast a glance at him and said no more, for the beast race was after all one of the principal powers standing on her side. Domina was deeply troubled by the fact that Zhang Fan was still alive. Through his feigned death he had expanded from 100,000 warships to 1 million in merely a century. At this rate he was bound to become a thorn in her side. Moreover, Zhang Fan was now actively invading the North Boundary, making it unmistakably clear that he intended to oppose her. With the North Boundary Emperor and the West Boundary Emperor occupied with important matters in the East Boundary, Domina had to eliminate Zhang Fan before their return. Domina spoke again with righteous indignation. This unknown insectoid race, after defeating the beast army, continues to slaughter the people of the North Boundary. I have issued a bounty: 1 million Klami pearls and 3 S-class demon god warships. The previously silent parliamentary hall immediately erupted. Earlier the beast race had rushed to battle, merely paraded around the insectoid star domain and swindled 100,000 Klami crystals as military funds. This time, not to mention the 1,000,000 Klami pearls, the upgrade provided by 3 S-class demon god warships was not a matter of 1 or 2 tiers. Many ambassadors from various star domains eagerly volunteered for battle. Domina promptly declared free hunting. I only want the head of that unknown insectoid master. As the ambassadors buzzed with discussion, Nisis suddenly stepped up beside Domina. Domina gestured for silence before announcing, this is the true master of the insectoid race. The insectoids have survived and developed under my protection. Anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions will face my wrath. Domina's warning clearly had its intended effect, for many had indeed been contemplating an attack on the West Boundary insectoids to claim the bounty. Nisis hurriedly bowed to Domina and said, thank you, princess. My insectoid race will swear eternal loyalty to you. Domina held Nisis's tentacle and said gravely, your loyalty is unmatched. Once I unify the North Boundary, I will certainly help you unify the West Boundary. Nisis, compliant with Domina's arrangements, replied, of course. Our insectoid race has already begun military expansion, but we still rely on the old method of reproduction and it is somewhat lagging behind. Nisis continued that unknown insectoid race is clearly far ahead of us in reproductive speed. We must catch up in that regard. Domina pondered for a long while before saying, your insectoid race can devour biological genes, correct? I happen to know of a creature with extraordinary reproductive abilities, but it is not found in the North Boundary, it is in your West Boundary. Nisis asked in astonishment, the West Boundary? We have never discovered such a creature. Silly sister, the West Boundary is vast. They live on the planet Gumu, over 70 million light-years away from you. They are called Shoujo beasts, I believe. Nisis calculated for a moment and said, if our warships head to Gumu it would take far too long. By the time we find the Shoujo beasts the battle will likely be over. Domina smiled and said, truly a silly sister. Who said you should go? Notify Boss Jean, his trade delegation has everything. Have him send 2 over for you. Then many thanks to the princess. There is no need for such courtesy. With the Shoujo beasts, the more insectoid troops you have, the sooner you can help me achieve my great unification. Nisis respectfully bowed her head to Domina before all the parliamentary members, making her subservience to Domina unmistakably clear.
After the North Boundary Interstellar Parliament concluded, every star system with even a modicum of strength in the North Boundary began preparing to hunt the insectoids invading the North Boundary. Meanwhile, Nisis lost no time in relaying this news to Zhang Fan.
This Domina is truly ruthless. With so many people coming for us, it looks like we're in for a tough fight.
Nisis, however, said to Zhang Fan, "This bounty was actually my suggestion to Domina."
Shu Cha immediately flew into a rage. Have you lost your mind? Do you know how hard won our victory over the beast race was? Our warship numbers haven't even recovered yet. Nisis quickly explained independent hunting is far more dangerous. This way you will actually be safer. Zhang Fan nodded in understanding. Indeed, you make a good point.
Nisis continued, with the help of the fusion beast insects I have already insectized several parliamentary elders.
They will buy more time for the master. Have you made any progress on the reproductive capabilities I asked for? Nisis smiled and said, this time we have Princess Domina to thank. She will provide us with the Chiodiu beasts, which possess extraordinary reproductive abilities. Once we obtain their genetic sequences, reproduction should no longer be a problem.
Zhang Fan sighed and said, this Princess Domina really has helped us quite a lot. It almost makes me reluctant to kill her, ha ha ha.
Shu Cha asked doubtfully, this princess who rules nearly the entire North Boundary, surely she isn't that foolish. Could she be absolutely confident in her ability to control Nisis? Nisis analyzed, she shouldn't possess such an ability.
If her mental strength were powerful enough to control the insectoids of the West Boundary, there would be no need for her to be so courteous to me, she could simply control me directly.
This woman is extremely cunning. You must be extra vigilant.
However, as long as she continues to use an insectoid body, she cannot and will not be able to harm you.
Zhang Fan added, keep a close watch on Domina and pay attention to anything concerning her body transformation. It may prove vital at a critical moment.
After inquiring about the development of humanity on Second Earth, Zhang Fan closed the mental link. It was then that Shu Cha said to him, Master, will Nisis betray us?
Zhang Fan asked in return, would you betray me? Shu Cha quickly replied, of course not. Our lives were bestowed by the Master. I could never do such a thing. Zhang Fan smiled and said, there you have it. Nisis won't betray us either. Among the insectoids there is no room for suspicion.
Orlan Star, a terrestrial planet perched at the edge of the Casolan galaxy in the northern cosmos, was where Zhang Fan first set foot, a furrowed brow betraying his bewilderment as he swore he had traveled back to a Cretaceous-era Earth. The flora thrived in dense profusion, creatures towered to monstrous proportions, yet not the faintest whisper of civilization could be found. Zhang Fan stood atop a lofty peak on Orlan Star overlooking this world so much like Earth and muttered to himself, searching for a means to lift the seal of the Judgment Dragon on this very planet.
Are you toying with me?
Shu Cha led a large contingent of main mates in analyzing the genetic makeup of Orlan's creatures, while Mei Zhu and the other beast god generals commanded their insectoid warriors to gather samples. However, after 7 days had passed, Shu Cha reported, this place is nothing like what we imagined.
The genetic material here is extraordinarily primitive, yielding nothing of use. It seems the so-called hint does not lie within genetics.
Zhang Fan said with barely concealed annoyance, I'm truly at a loss for these so-called superior races. If they have something to say, why not simply speak plainly? We've traversed countless leagues to reach this planet based on a cryptic hint, only to be left in the dark. Suddenly Shu Cha announced, Dominant One, a spacecraft is approaching Orlan Star.
Zhang Fan ordered, recall the troops and allow it entry. Perhaps the hint has finally arrived.
Under the surveillance of the ghost insects, Zhang Fan soon witnessed a colossal all-metal pyramid-shaped starship descending slowly upon Orlan Star. To his astonishment, the vessel descended upon an existing city, and then before the ghost insects' watchful gaze, both the city and the pyramid warship vanished entirely.
What concealment technology is this? Even the ghost insects couldn't detect it.
Had they not happened to return, we would never have known a city existed here?
Mei Zhu stepped forward eagerly, declaring, Dominant One, allow me to assault them.
I guarantee we shall compel them to reveal the hint in less than a day.
After careful deliberation, Zhang Fan chose to visit them personally, a faint intuition whispering that the all-metal pyramid bore some profound connection to the ancient pyramids of Earth. Leading Shu Cha, Mei Zhu and the others, Zhang Fan arrived at the site where the pyramid ship had disappeared. The moment they reached the forest's edge, a shimmering light barrier flared to life and a squadron of soldiers bearing hawk-headed human bodies, double wings upon their backs and charged electrified spears, surged forth. They formed battle lines on either flank, and a woman of pure ancient Egyptian bearing half cat and half woman approached Zhang Fan's party. Who are you and what business brings you to Orland? Without hesitation, Zhang Fan blurted, are you Besht, the legendary cat goddess? The feline woman shook her head. I fear you mistake me for another. I am no deity, merely a patrol captain responsible for security. Though visibly disappointed, Zhang Fan was interrupted by Shu Cha's whisper, Dominant One, they bear a striking resemblance to the Beast Clan. The patrol captain pressed urgently. You have yet to answer my question. What brings you here? Zhang Fan responded courteously. We seek guidance on how to break the judgment seal.
Upon hearing these words, the patrol captain's expression darkened and he immediately ordered Zhang Fan's party arrested.
Yet none of the fully armed soldiers survived 2 rounds against Mei Zhu's capable subordinates.
A smile graced Zhang Fan's lips. It appears we've come to the right place.
Inform the fleet to encircle this planet, let not a single fly escape. The patrol captain sounded the war horn and within moments thousands of heavily armed soldiers flooded toward the border.
Yet Zhang Fan and his companions strode forward confidently, brushing aside any notion of obstruction. A guard of golden-armored soldiers escorted a richly adorned man dripping with jewels and gold ornamentation to stand before Zhang Fan's group. Hardly had the man set foot than he hurriedly introduced himself. I am Priest Demite, guardian of the sealed scroll.
We welcome your illustrious presence.
Shu Cha sneered. Save your disgusting hypocrisy. If your welcome is genuine, why did your soldiers launch a surprise attack upon us? Demite hastily bowed, offering profuse apologies.
Esteemed guests, please pardon them.
The sealed scroll is a sacred treasure our clan has guarded for 10,000 years. Those low-ranking guards know nothing of its nature, they are merely tasked with protection. Seeing that his explanation failed to satisfy Shu Cha, Demite quickly continued. Please do not be angered, noble guests.
For even if you were to slay every one of us, it would avail you nothing.
Even if you were to destroy this entire planet, you could never obtain the sealed scroll. Zhang Fan asked politely, then what means exist to transfer the sealed scroll into our hands? Demite studied Zhang Fan for a moment before remarking, you are not of the Dragon Clan, yet you speak with knowledge of the Dragon Clan sealing matter.
You must have been sent by them, I assume. Shu Cha scoffed, must you state the obvious?
Demite ignored the remark and continued, then tell me, do you understand what the sealed scroll truly is? Do you comprehend the cosmic catastrophe that the liberation of the Judgment Dragon would unleash? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Fan replied, it is the will of destiny beyond my control.
Demite's expression shifted between terror and a flicker of excitement. No one taught you to speak thus, did they? Is this truly what your heart conceals? How strange you are. Does my appearance suggest I require instruction in speech?
As for whether these words spring from my true heart, you likely already hold the answer within yourself. Ever since my transformation upon the White Dragon Star, my spiritual awareness and perception have grown remarkably acute, and long ago I discerned that you were probing my mind.
Demite immediately broke into a smile. It appears you are the prophesied one. Our clan's curse is finally to be lifted.
Curse? Demite hastened to explain, guarding this sealed scroll is itself a curse, an eternal torment of immortality that you could scarcely fathom.
Mei Zhu chuckled. That is a problem I can quite easily resolve for you.
Demite gestured toward the fallen guards still lying on the ground. Those whom you killed a moment ago shall revive within 3 minutes.
This is a world forsaken by the god of death. Shu Cha asked curiously, then you possess an undead legion, a dream-long aspiration of our insect clan.
Why do you regard it as a curse?
Demite replied with a bitter smile, all things pushed to their extreme inevitably reverse.
Imagine if you can an entire cosmos reduced to nothing but your insect clan, all immortal. If you can truly comprehend such a vision, then perhaps you may grasp even a fraction of our suffering. Mei Zhu pointed toward the metal pyramid not far away and asked, where do you hail from?
Demite replied swiftly, that is no spacecraft, it is a subdimensional teleportation device.
Once every 1,000 years we must inspect the seal. I had just completed my inspection and returned when word arrived of your coming. Demite continued, by the way, should you wish to obtain the sealed scroll, the final step requires you to ride that device to the sealed grounds.
Zhang Fan inquired curiously, final step. How many steps precede it?
Demite spread his hands in helpless resignation.
I know not.
In tens of thousands of years you are among the first to seek the sealed scroll. Has no one from the Dragon Clan ever come?
Demite smiled. The Dragon Clan. They cannot enter. This place is laced throughout with dragon devouring ore, which restricts all dragons.
Zhang Fan glanced at Shu Cha, who promptly asked, what exactly is this dragon devouring ore?
Demite pointed to a crystal pillar beside Shu Cha.
That is crafted from dragon devouring ore. Dragon devouring ore, a mineral capable of suppressing the combat prowess and vitality of the dragon race.
Any dragon that remains within its vicinity for an extended period will rapidly age and perish.
After listening to Demite's explanation about the dragon devouring ore, Zhang Fan beamed with delight and asked, could you spare us some of these minerals?
Of course.
As long as you pass the trial you may take as much as you wish. Zhang Fan was overjoyed, but Demite's next words left him speechless. However, once the dragon devouring ore leaves the temple it loses all its potency.
Taking it with you would be pointless.
Although somewhat disappointed, Zhang Fan figured that since there existed something capable of restraining dragons he might as well secure the rights to it first.
Then let us begin the trial. We cannot afford to delay here for too long.
Dumat made a gesture of invitation and led Zhang Fan and the others into the heart of the temple. The temple's interior was adorned entirely in ancient Egyptian-style hieroglyph statues of Anubis standing sphinxes and pharaohs clutching scepters. Zhang Fan asked calmly, High Priest Dumat, have you ever been to Earth?
Earth.
We've never even ventured 100 kilometers beyond this temple, let alone to another star. If the seal could be lifted, I would truly love to see the outside world. Zhang Fan studied Dumat and detected no trace of deception, so he extended a sincere invitation. If the seal is broken, would you be willing to join our Zerg? You and your entire people could dwell within our Zerg star domain.
Truly. Dumat was ecstatic upon hearing this.
He hastily bowed to Zhang Fan and declared, if you truly can break the seal, then say no more. All of us Alundrans shall pledge our loyalty to the Zerg until the very day the universe meets its end. The group proceeded to the deepest chamber of the temple, where they stood before a massive levitating purple crystal. Dumat asked, whichever of you wishes to undergo the test, please stand before the crystal. Weizhu stepped forward on her own accord and Zhang Fan did not object. She stood before the violet crystal, which erupted in a dazzling blaze of purple light. In an instant Weizhu vanished before the crystal. Before the others could even react, she reappeared just as suddenly. The moment she reappeared, she hurled 3 webs at Xu Sha. Zhang Fan flashed in front of Xu Sha and waved his hand, shattering the webs into nothingness.
Zhang Fan let out a furious roar.
Weizhu shook her head as if her consciousness had just cleared. Seeing Zhang Fan standing before her, she immediately knelt and said, My sovereign, I didn't mean it. Just now I was battling a dragon warrior when suddenly...
An illusion. Dumat said regretfully, I'm sorry, but your trial has failed. Weizhu protested and demanded another attempt, but Dumat refused. Each person has only one chance.
This proves you are not the one destined to unseal the dragon race. Zhang Fan intended to go himself, but Xu Sha and the others firmly opposed it. Xu Sha pleaded repeatedly, My sovereign, you carry the fate of the entire Zerg on your shoulders. You must not risk yourself. Leave such matters to your subordinates. Xu Sha voluntarily stepped before the violet crystal, and in the blink of an eye she emerged again. At first glance she seemed unchanged, but upon closer questioning she revealed that she had witnessed a future in which the Zerg unified the cosmos, and she was standing beside Zhang Fan reviewing an endless legion of Zerg warriors.
It seems this illusion varies from person to person.
Dumat did not dispute Zhang Fan's conclusion, but he also said to Shusha, I'm sorry, you have failed as well.
Then what does it take to succeed? Dumat shook his head at Shusha's question. I do not know. But if someone succeeds, we will know right away.
Zhang Fan decided to go himself, but Ji Qiang, one of the 12 beast god generals, blocked his path and saluted, saying, My sovereign, please let me go instead. Ji Qiang stood before the violet crystal, vanished.
Reappeared.
Yet this time he was evidently different. His originally soft body was now covered in a layer of glimmering rainbow-hued dragon scales.
Dumat laughed heartily. Congratulations.
You have passed the first trial. Before Zhang Fan could ask what had happened inside, Ji Qiang vanished once again before the crystal.
This time, just like before, Ji Qiang reappeared in the blink of an eye.
However, his entire body now bore a distinct draconic silhouette and his original Zerg characteristics were beginning to fade. Dumat shouted excitedly, he passed the second trial.
He passed the second trial. Ji Qiang vanished yet again, but what reappeared was no longer Ji Qiang but a deep black giant dragon.
The dragon lowered its head toward Zhang Fan and said, My sovereign, I have completed all 3 trials. I may now proceed to the sealed land.
So that black dragon was Ji Qiang.
It seemed the 3 trials transformed the challenger into a dragon. Dumat grew even more ecstatic, dancing with joy as he gestured urgently, Please follow me to the subspace teleportation device.
I will take you to the sealed land at once.
Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Fan and the others, the immense pyramid-shaped vessel slowly ascended. Monitored by the Zerg fleet, the ship vanished without a trace the moment it broke through the atmosphere.
Dumat said to Zhang Fan, All we can do now is wait.
If he successfully returns with the scroll of sealing, we will know immediately. Several maidservants brought out trays of fruit, but the Zerg had little interest in fruit, and besides, everyone was worried about whether Ji Qiang could obtain the scroll of sealing. About an hour later, news arrived from the Zerg warship that the pyramid vessel had returned. When it touched down smoothly, Zhang Fan was the first to greet it.
The pyramid's metal doors swung open and a dragon's roar resounded.
A dragon human emerged, bearing the head of a dragon, the body of a man, a pair of dragon wings on its back, and armor of pitch-black scales. The moment the dragon human saw Zhang Fan, he knelt and saluted, saying, Ji Qiang has not disappointed, my sovereign. I have successfully obtained the scroll of sealing. Zhang Fan curiously studied Ji Qiang, who had transformed into a dragon body, and asked, What exactly did you go through?
I cannot say, my sovereign.
I have now become the key to unsealing the Dragon of Judgment, who was sealed within the body of the Western Boundary Emperor. Defeat the Western Boundary Emperor and I can undo the seal and release the Dragon of Judgment Diratamas. Zhang Fan helped Jiqiang to his feet and probed him with his sovereign consciousness, confirming that this being now fully possessing a dragon's body was indeed the beast god General Jiqiang. Since you cannot speak of it, I shall not press further. Suddenly Dumat felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He began to age rapidly and all the Alundrans around him did the same, growing frail and ancient until they crumbled into dust. The temple itself began to weather and collapse. Even the surrounding vegetation withered and turned to dust. Within 100 kilometers of the Alundran temple everything became desert and the hidden barrier vanished without a trace. The metal pyramid's subspace teleportation device rotted away as well, gradually turning to stone, and a pyramid identical to those on Earth appeared before everyone's eyes. All these transformations occurred in the blink of an eye, a scene of seas turning into mulberry fields that made Zhang Fan feel as though he had lived through an entire cycle of reincarnation. Everything had become desert except for the dragon devouring ore, which remained intact. Zhang Fan ordered it to be brought back to the warship only to discover that the ore had not lost its potency upon leaving the Alundran lands. Because Jiqiang was extremely afraid of the dragon devouring ore, Zhang Fan had no choice but to store it at the rear of the fleet. Upon returning to the spirit dragon nest, insect Shusha proposed conducting a genetic analysis on Jiqiang, but Jiqiang refused. Jiqiang said, "My only mission now is to unseal the Dragon of Judgment." Just as he was speaking, Minerva, the mother of dragon gods, suddenly appeared in the command cabin. Zhang Fan was no longer surprised by her reappearance, but he had grown quite interested in her ability to travel freely across the universe.
Congratulations!
Now that you have obtained the key to the seal, our next step is to return to the Western Boundary and deal with the Western Boundary Emperor. Zhang Fan sneered, "Mother of dragon gods, have you grown so old that you've become forgetful? That is not what we agreed upon earlier."
What do you mean? Manhwa didn't pay much attention to Zhang Fan's rudeness, and with a faint smile she asked, "Master, what do you mean?"
Duomina may not mean much to you, but to me she is a significant threat. Besides, I once helped her so much, tried to kill me. I am a man who repays every grievance. Manhwa nodded and said, "Even our current strength is not enough to confront the Western Boundary Emperor, but the Northern Boundary is not a place to linger. You probably know about the Northern Boundary's wanted order. Duomina may not mean much to you, but I know your dragon clan's standing in the Northern Boundary Council is such that even Duomina wouldn't dare act rashly." Manhwa perceived Zhang Fan's insinuation and didn't pursue that topic. Instead she asked, "Now nearly all higher races in the Northern Boundary are seeking your insect clan's whereabouts. What are your plans?"
"There's not much of a plan for now. Let's complete a trading deal, a trade of 160 trillion swift spirit insects."
Manhwa exclaimed in astonishment, "You actually still have the leisure to trade right now? Your warriors are far from enough to oppose the entire Northern Boundary."
Zhang Fan immediately teased, "Then help me, the piece you hold is surrounded."
Manhwa after a moment's thought said, "Okay, but the seal key must be handed to me." Zhang Fan glanced at Jiqiang, who had already transformed into a dragon clan dragon, and considering the battles he might face in the future, keeping Jiqiang behind would require protection. Handing him to the dragon clan would at least prevent the rescue of the Dragon of Judgment from failing in the heat of war. "That works, but I now need vast biological evolution to breed my troops. The surrounding star regions are too sparse. Show me a clear path." Manhwa shook her head helplessly. "If I give you a star map, it's like I personally doom that planet that goes against the dragon clan's code of conduct. That's simple, just give me the star map beside you."
Aren't higher life dragon clans so inflexible? Clever insects. Mutual.
After taking Jiqiang away, the insect army prepared to march toward the dream-leaving galaxy near the star map Manhwa provided. Although Manhwa didn't say it outright, Zhang Fan knew there would certainly be things to expand their army nearby. The journey along this path was calm and peaceful, not at all like someone was hunting them, which made Zhang Fan feel a bit bored. With nothing to do, Zhang Fan wandered to the research district where Shusha and others were studying the demon-leathered jellyfish and a bizarre creature obtained from a trading planet. Shusha glanced at Zhang Fan's arrival and promptly stepped forward, pointing at a cube-shaped cultivation vessel about 600 meters tall, saying, "Inside is the insectized demon-leathered jellyfish. This thing is incredibly powerful." Shusha spoke of powerful things and Zhang Fan was intrigued. "Come tell me more." Shusha waved a hand and a screen appeared. Shusha explained, "One by one, we implanted Rongsho Chong into the demon-leathered jellyfish, and after the insectization the jellyfish still retains its potent genes. The eternal life gene. This gene is terrifyingly powerful. When the jellyfish ages, the eternal life gene activates, letting it revert to the Hydra state after death and regrow into a jellyfish."
Zhang Fan gasped, "Doesn't that mean aging backwards and never dying?"
"Yes, and more terrifying, if the insectized jellyfish is dismembered, every part can regrow into a complete individual." Zhang Fan recalled the mitosis he performed on the Death Star. "This gene, when used in combat, is invincible, more terrifying than the Zimu Bao Chong." Shusha carefully lifted a newly formed less than half-meter insectized jellyfish that was in the middle of dividing and said, "This is the newly split specimen. Our studies show the insectized jellyfish can divide up to 100 individuals. Beyond that it stops dividing. We're still researching why." The venom inside the insectized jellyfish is something our insect race cannot immunize against, and its genes cannot be reverse fused into our soldiers.
But its venom cannot penetrate our shells, so we studied a toxic exploding ant.
The toxic exploding ant can inject venom into the jellyfish's specific venom sacs through its tentacles. When needed, it will self-destruct and the venom will spray within a 600-meter radius of the blast.
Zhang Fan interrupted Shusa. You just said my insect race isn't immune to this venom either, so if the toxic exploding ant explodes, will our soldiers be poisoned as well?
Shusa quickly shook his head. No, although the insect race lacks venom immunity, the venom cannot penetrate our carapace, so its effect on enemies is a venom explosion, but for uninjured insect soldiers it's just an extra toxin on our exoskeleton.
Zhang Fan continued. Ling Ling said this thing can destroy an A-class battleship. Could it be used as a cosmic weapon?
Shusa proudly said, of course.
We are merging the genes of Linglong nest insect into the demon leather jellyfish, and our battleships grow more and more with each encounter.
Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, Zhumu suddenly transmitted news. A large number of unidentified fleets are approaching.
Perfect timing, it's been so boring.
Zhang Fan and Shusa arrived in the command room where Zhumu reported 2 fleets each numbering over 1,000,000 ships are approaching us. Deploy the Huanqing insects to scout their intent. If they attack for anyone seeking to collect bounties on us, do not spare any of them. The information from the Huanqing insects left Zhang Fan puzzled. Why are they fighting each other on their own?
Shumu through the screen said, these 2 fleets are clearly not of the same race. They are attacking one another. The scene is chaotic.
Zhang Fan pondered with a smile. Are they fighting for the right to attack us?
They can't be that stupid.
Then Zhumu said, we have received a distress signal from one of the fleets. Help, help, we are the Galactic Federation Guard. We are in combat requesting assistance from an unknown species.
Shusa suggested, Master, we should go rescue them. Oh, when did you become so compassionate? Shusa laughed. We have too many enemies in the northern boundary. With an ally possessing millions of warships, we should find one too.
Zhang Fan looked at the millions of sea blue warships and smiled. Very well, as you wish.
Let's go make 2 friends in the northern boundary as well.
The insect fleets answered the Galactic Federation Guard's distress signal and surged toward the war zone. The commander aboard the Galactic Federation Guard's flagship wiped the sweat from his brow and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank Odin.
This friendly fleet is truly a godsend rescue for us.
The commander aboard the Galactic Federation Guard's flagship wiped the sweat from his brow and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank Odin.
This friendly fleet is truly a godsend rescue for us. With the Zerg fleet's intervention, the once chaotic battlefield instantly tilted in one direction.
Zhang Fan had no appetite to weigh right from wrong. If someone sought aid, their adversary was by definition the enemy. Under the combined assault of the Zerg and the Federation Guard, the other unidentified fleet was swiftly repelled. Zerg warriors boarded the enemy vessels and went on a frenzied plundering spree. Though the Zerg had come to assist the Federation Guard, their actions struck the guards as excessively cruel, devouring the corpses of their enemies. Once the enemy vessels had fully withdrawn and the area was secured, Federation Guard Commander Kalen boarded Zhang Fan's Linglong Chong nest to offer his gratitude. The moment Commander Kalen stepped inside the nest, his face twisted with visible distaste. He offered only perfunctory thanks before turning to leave. Zhang Fan watched the fish-like commander clad in a space helmet and found himself amused.
The sight brought back memories of fish tanks back home on Earth.
Noticing Kalen's displeased expression, Zhang Fan asked with a smile, what's the matter? From your demeanor it seems you hold the Zerg in particularly low regard. Kalen hastily bowed and replied, not at all, it's merely. Your vessel bears too striking a resemblance to a colossal whale's stomach.
I can't help but feel a visceral aversion. A colossal whale. Have you actually ventured inside one? Kalen shook his head. I'd rather not dwell on that.
I sincerely invite the Sovereign to visit my flagship. I simply cannot abide this discomfort.
I beg your understanding. Shu Cha visibly bristled. We just saved your fleet and now you disparage our vessel. Kalen offered repeated apologies. I truly am. Please forgive me, I will certainly.
As he spoke, greenish bubbles rose from the water inside his helmet. His companions, well aware those bubbles weren't clean, quickly turned their heads away.
Zhang Fan chuckled. You're being honest. We won't press the matter. It'll be more convenient for us to communicate at your location. Hearing this, Kalen seemed immensely relieved.
He quickly arranged for the fleet to withdraw and returned to his flagship as though fleeing. When Zhang Fan and his party arrived at Kalen's flagship, they were struck by how little it resembled a spacecraft. It was more like an underwater aquarium, the vessel filled with pale blue seawater. Zhang Fan and his companions were encased within a massive glass sphere that slowly glided along a predetermined path into the reception chamber. As the glass sphere reached the reception room, Kalen, having removed his space helmet, appeared considerably more invigorated.
Zhang Fan suppressed a laugh and asked Commander Kalen that battle just now was.
Kalen swam over to Zhang Fan, donned his helmet and entered the glass sphere, yet Zhang Fan noticed not a single drop of water followed him inside. To be forthright, those were the Gemona, renowned bandits across the northern reach. We had set out to eradicate them but fell into their ambush. Our fleets suffered significant losses.
Thanks to Odin's grace, the sovereign's arrival and the presence of all of you rescued us. At the mention of Odin, Zhang Fan immediately asked, "Who are you referring to?" Kalen looked at the stunned Zhang Fan in astonishment and replied, "I mean, you saved us."
Zhang Fan shook his head.
"I'm asking about the previous sentence." Kalen grew even more puzzled and cautiously inquired, "You mean the part about thanking Odin's protection?"
Zhang Fan nodded sharply.
"Who is this Odin?" "Your deity." "Do you know of Earth, this planet?" The three questions left Kalen completely bewildered. "Odin is our supreme god, the deity who rules over the oceans."
Zhang Fan said in disbelief, "Shouldn't Poseidon be the one who rules the seas?"
"And who is Poseidon? Is he your sovereign's planet deity?" Shu Cha responded with mild irritation, "The sovereign is our god. Among the Zerg there exists no other deity." Seeing Shu Cha's anger, Kalen quickly said, "I cannot answer the sovereign's questions. Perhaps our high priest can provide answers."
Kalen invited Zhang Fan and his party to visit the Federation Guard's homeworld, Hylon Star. As its name suggested, Hylon Star was entirely blanketed in blue oceans. Only scattered patches of land rose above sea level, with roughly 98% of the planet covered in water.
The High Priest Zhang Fan dwelled at the ocean's deepest point.
Boarding Hylon Star's flagship, which rivaled the Linglong nest in size, they descended into the dark depths of the sea.
Before long, Zhang Fan caught sight of an underwater city.
The city's vibrancy rivaled any metropolis on land. For Zhang Fan, the sole inconvenience was that entering this underwater city required a special helmet. Without it, the Zerg could not breathe in the ocean. The city's architecture was remarkably minimalist. Though constructed from massive stone blocks, intricate high-tech energy conduit patterns adorned the surfaces, matching the design seen on their vessels.
Following Kalen into a grand palace, Zhang Fan discovered a man with a shark's head seated upon the throne.
Through Kalen's introduction, he learned this shark-headed figure was the chief whale shark of Hylon Star.
The whale shark chief smiled upon seeing Zhang Fan. "I thank you all for saving my fleet.
However, the army led by this sovereign is the Zerg force invading our northern reach, is it not?" In the Great Hall, when the whale shark chief stepped down from his throne, everyone was shocked. They had not anticipated this was Domina's greatest adversary.
Zhang Fan sneered, "Your guess is correct.
I am Zhang Fan, the Zerg sovereign." The tiger shark descended from his position and bowed. The great chief Lion Fong sent his regards.
"You are most welcome here." This unexpected warmth left Zhang Fan momentarily taken aback.
Shu Cha transmitted via mental link, "It seems their great chief has already been captured by our beast-melting worms."
"You also belong to the beast tribe." The tiger shark declared proudly, "Indeed we do. As for the others, I've slain many of your beast-kin brethren."
"Are you not afraid of me?"
The tiger shark hastily shook his head.
After learning the full circumstances, our beastkin convened a chieftain council. Most chiefs oppose Domina's policies, so we Hylon people will not follow her. Zhang Fan surveyed his surroundings. Encountering beastkin in the deep sea, beastkin untouched by Zerg infestation, despite their favorable words, he had slaughtered trillions of their kind. One could never be certain they wouldn't seek vengeance. The tiger shark likely perceived Zhang Fan's suspicion and quickly assured him the sovereign rose to save our fleet without any prior connection between us.
"We are absolutely not those who repay kindness with hostility." "Ha ha ha, Chief Tiger Shark, you are indeed a man of genuine temperament."
"Since you've spoken so plainly, I have no cause for concern." They took their seats and the tiger shark smiled.
"Once again I thank the Zerg for their aid. In the future, should the Zerg require anything, save for war against the beastkin, please do not hesitate to ask." After some pleasantries, Zhang Fan came straight to the point. "What manner of lifeforms populate this oceanic world?" "Chief Tiger Shark, you must be aware I am currently wanted and actively expanding my forces."
"Rest assured, your sovereignty. Apart from a few beasts, all marine life here answers to my command." "What does your sovereignty require?" "Creatures with exceptional reproductive capabilities."
Zhang Fan was still somewhat unsettled by the tiger shark's hospitality.
The Zoroa species, long defined by their aggressive nature, had never before been received with such warmth from a member of an opposing faction. Soon after, several large fish were delivered to Zhang Fan and his companions by the tiger shark's guards. Introducing them, the tiger shark said, "This red and white striped one is called Chama fish, capable of laying 90,000 eggs per spawning. The golden one is the Duoxi fish, producing 100,000 eggs at a time. They are the most abundant fish species here, and their eggs serve as one of our primary food sources." Upon receiving permission from the tiger shark, Shu Cha opted for the method more suitable for the Hylon Star natives, swallowing them whole raw. After obtaining the genetic sequences of both fish, Shu Cha fell silent for a moment before saying to Zhang Fan, "The gene sequences have been acquired. The mothers have already begun their fusion research."
Zhang Fan bowed to the tiger shark and said, "I must thank you, Chief Tiger Shark. You have resolved a major problem for us." "You flatter me, Lord Dominator," replied the tiger shark. "I have another humble request. I hope the Zoro will join us in hunting down the Gemina pirates."
Zhang Fan spoke bluntly. "The reason I rescued your fleet earlier was a spontaneous desire to make friends."
"You have already compensated me. Are you now asking me to eliminate the Gemina pirates at no cost?"
The tiger shark quickly replied, "No, absolutely not." However, after speaking, he looked around and could think of nothing else to offer Zhang Fan. Deciding to be straightforward, he asked directly, "What does the Dominator desire?"
"As long as it helps me eliminate the Gemina pirates, we shall do our utmost to satisfy you."
"I have some questions I would like to pose to your high priest."
The tiger shark burst into laughter. "This is hardly a burden. Follow me, Dominator."
Zhang Fan followed the tiger shark deep behind the Grand Hall, boarding a submarine vessel that traversed 10,000 miles of ocean before docking at a colossal stone archway towering over 100 meters. An enormous whale emerged from within the stone archway, revealing only its massive head to Zhang Fan, a mouth so vast it seemed capable of swallowing heaven and spitting out the earth. A deep voice suddenly echoed within Zhang Fan's consciousness, "Little one, there are matters beyond your current reach.
Act more, ask less, and destiny shall guide you." "Destiny? I need no ethereal fate. Little one, you cannot yet comprehend this, and I understand.
But regarding Earth, answers cannot be obtained through questioning, they must be sought by yourself."
With that, the great whale withdrew back into the pitch-black depths of the sea.
The tiger shark gazed at the somewhat dazed Zhang Fan and asked, "Dominator, what troubles you?
Did you find answers at the High Priest's location?"
Zhang Fan's face was clouded with frustration. He had come seeking answers, yet now felt only more bewildered. It was no surprise that this massive whale knew why he had come, but the fact that it also mentioned Earth left Zhang Fan deeply unsettled.
A strange question now occupied his mind: what position does Earth truly hold in the cosmos? Is it because Earth is the birthplace of the Dragon Clan?
Or has his own search placed Earth among the taboos of these higher civilizations? The great whale made it clear it would not provide the answers he sought.
Staying any longer would be futile.
Returning to the tiger shark's palace, Zhang Fan took the initiative. "Our Zoro are willing to assist in besieging the Gemina pirates. But you must agree to one condition: you Hylon people shall not participate in the battle of the northern border." After a moment of silence, the tiger shark replied, "We hold no interest in the power struggles between star systems. Between you and Duamina, the Hylon people will remain strictly neutral."
Agreed.
The combined fleet of the Zoro and Hylon star people set sail toward the star sector where the Gemina pirates lurked.
Meanwhile, across the vast universe, Duamina had already arrived at the Zoro's territory.
The moment Duamina stepped off her ship, she said to Nixisai, "I heard that the former Dominator Zhang Fan hides a secret planet within this star sector, one that guards what he holds most dear."
Nixisai feigned surprise. "Is that so? I had no idea. Every planet throughout this entire sector is patrolled by Zoro warriors.
If such a place existed, I would certainly know."
"Is that so? Then take me on a tour, sister.
I should like to witness your Zoro's incubation process for myself." Nixisai clearly felt the pressure of Duamina's mental domination, but fortunately Wei had erected spiritual defenses around her before Duamina's arrival. Pretending to yield, Nixisai said, "Please lead the way, Your Highness."
Nixisai led Duamina across nearly every planet in the Zoro star sector.
Aside from a brief tour of the incubation chambers, they found nothing. Before departing, Duamina could not resist warning Nixisai, "Sister, as the new dominator of the Zoro, you must always prioritize the future of our species."
Only after Duamina had left did Nixisai finally exhale deeply.
Wei approached her side and gazed into the distance at the departing Duamina, saying, "This woman has already begun her moves.
The Great War is imminent." But Futii looked at Nixisai and asked, "The humans of Earth Second are likely impossible to conceal further. They shall certainly not become a burden to the Dominator in the coming war." Nixisai shook her head. "Humans are far too fragile.
I have sent scouts searching for quite some time now, yet beyond this place no other world more suitable for human survival has been found."
Hu Bailey then walked over.
"We shall draw the flames of war to the northern border. The western border is not Duamina's domain, she dares not attack it lightly. After all, there is one among us in the west who still slumbers, and Duamina wishes not to provoke him over matters concerning the Dominator."
Nixisai asked curiously, "That one in the western border, who is it?" Hu Bailey smiled.
"Where the northern border has its custodian, the western border naturally has one as well. It is precisely because he slumbers that the great emperor of the West entrusted the Dominator with stewardship. But I believe the Dominator possesses the capability to handle Duamina's affairs." Hu Bailey did not reveal the identity explicitly, and the others could only speculate.
With the Dragon Clan pledged to guard Earth's second, relative safety was assured.
The pressing matter now was simply when Zhang Fan would begin his offensive against the northern border. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and the Hailan forces had reached the Gemina star sector. Their ally fleet swept through like a whirlwind and the Gemina pirates possessed no capacity to resist. On the final stronghold of the Gemina pirates, the planet Satuo, the Zoro army, shielded by overwhelming artillery fire, had already laid siege to the city walls. The pirate warlord Gemina held an emergency council, utterly at a loss before the trillion-strong Zoro swarm. He slumped upon his throne, defeated. When will our reinforcements arrive? If they do not come soon, we are truly finished. A subordinate reported we have already transmitted both the distress signal and the Zoro invasion alert. I trust those higher races will arrive shortly. We merely need to hold out a little longer. Gemina roared in fury. Hold out? Can you not see the trillions of Zoro beyond these walls? How much longer can we possibly endure? Suddenly a guard stumbled into the chamber, pointing wildly at the main screen and stammering, warships. Warships. Compose yourself and speak clearly. The soldier swallowed hard, steadied his breathing and said with a wide grin, relief warships from all races have arrived. They have entered the star sector. Gemina surged to his feet and bellowed, all units to battle stations. Let us fight the Zoro to the very end. The combined forces of the Zerg and Hailan Star were about to assault Gemina's final stronghold when they detected millions of warships rapidly approaching. Kailan immediately asked, what do we do now? Should we fall back to Hailan Star first? Zhang Fan sneered, retreat. If you general wish to drag the war to Hailan Star, I have no objection at all. But you and I have a chance only if we fight together. True, their numbers exceed ours, but they come from different star systems and every one of them wants my head for the bounty. That is a weakness we can exploit. Zhang Fan pointed at the distant warships and asked, do you recognize any of them? Kailan swept his gaze across the dense mass of warships and was pleasantly surprised to find a race he did recognize, the Bidwa. They are an ocean-dwelling people as well, and I have some connection with them. Good. Connections are useful. Contact them over a covert channel and tell them that you have already infiltrated the Zerg and do not wish anyone to interfere. If they are willing to help, the bounty will be split evenly. Kailan understood at once. The Overlord intends to sow discord among them. Hailan Star's private channel soon received a response from the Bidwa. They agreed to lend their aid at the critical moment, but in addition to half the bounty they also demanded ownership of an ocean planet. At this point Kailan would have agreed even if they had demanded Hailan Star itself. Just as he was about to reply, Zhang Fan stopped him. Is the ocean planet they mentioned of great importance to you? Kailan did not understand at first, but he vaguely sensed a problem. There are not that many ocean planets in the universe. The Shanhu star they demanded possesses extremely high strategic value. Suddenly it dawned on him and he quickly added, the Overlord is truly formidable, I nearly walked into that trap. Zhang Fan said coolly, what matters most now is to stay calm. Refuse him in a firm tone. Tell him that if he will not agree, you will persuade us to strike at their fleet first. True to Zhang Fan's prediction, the Bidwa agreed to help without any further conditions. They had already begun to slow down and were quietly shifting to the rear of the fleet formation. The bounty hunters paid no attention to the Gemona bandits. Their fleet drove straight toward the Zerg fleet and an interstellar war erupted without a single word being exchanged. Warships pounded one another with furious barrages, fighter squadrons swept past like a plague of locusts. Though the battlefield was soundless, it was a scene of devastating carnage. The battle dragged on for 6 days. Both sides had entered a state of exhaustion and were resting and regrouping when the Bidwa warships, which had been lurking all along behind the main formation, suddenly launched a fierce assault on the combined bounty hunting fleet. The Zerg and the Hailan Star people responded at once and struck out fast. Caught in a pincer, the bounty hunting fleet fled in panic. Seeing several thousand warships retreating in haste, the Bidwa hastily called Kailan to ask for support. If those ships got out of this star region, the truth that they had aided the Zerg would be exposed. Though they had their reasons for helping the Zerg, the retreating ships did not know that. Once they were allowed to escape, Bidwa Star could easily become the target of their vengeance. The Bidwa called for Hailan support again and again but never received a response. When they tried to take up the chase themselves, their main warships were blocked by the Zerg. General Silas, commander of the Bidwa forces, pulled his octopus face long and demanded of Kailan, why did you not stop them when you saw them escaping? Kailan said with a wronged expression, General, you saw how chaotic the battlefield was just now. Is it not asking too much of me to pull away and pursue several thousand warships that were closest to you? Silas was momentarily speechless. Then he turned and pointed furiously at Zhang Fan. Then hand his head over to me and our deal will be complete. Kailan smiled. The Overlord is standing right before you. If you have the ability, take it yourself. You Hailan Star people actually deceived me. Zhang Fan saluted.
Welcome General Silas to the Zerg Alliance. Silas, bewildered and angry, demanded, when did I ever say I would join the Zerg Alliance?
Zhang Fan laughed heartily. General Silas, do you still have any room to choose? You betrayed the alliance of self-interest, helped us attack other races who are fellow hunters. What will they say when they return? Silas tried to defend himself. I was helping the Hylon Star people.
Zhang Fan countered, did they know that?
And do the Hylon Star people have any intention of attacking us, Zerg?
You.
Silas felt as if 10,000 mythical beasts were thundering through his mind. If he had been capable of defeating Zhang Fan, he would have dearly loved to strangle him on the spot. After much deliberation, Silas could only soften his tone and ask, what exactly do you want?
Nothing much.
Since the Bidwa have helped us, Zerg, I will certainly make our friendship known far and wide.
Silas sighed helplessly.
I was utterly bewitched.
I can join your alliance, but I have only one condition: you must not invade Bidwa Star. Moreover, as allies, once the Bidwa Star system is attacked, your Zerg must come to our aid.
Of course. The Zerg merely want to survive.
But before we overthrow Domina, we will need all the help Bidwa Star can offer. Silas nodded helplessly once more. Very well. I suppose we have no other choice. Excellent.
My Zerg army will immediately set out for Bidwa Star to keep the area around the Bidwa Star system safe.
You are going to Bidwa Star?
Of course.
We are protecting our ally.
The Zerg army followed the Bidwa warships to the Bidwa Star system.
Watching them recede into the distance, Kylon laughed. How did a man with Silas's intelligence ever become a fleet commander? Silas in fact understood clearly the Zerg army's journey to the Bidwa Star system was called protection, but it was control in reality. Still, what could he do now?
Having taken one wrong step, he could only walk the dark road to the end. The moment the Zerg arrived in the Bidwa Star system, they swiftly transformed several outer planets into insectoid worlds and established a large number of Zerg bases on them. In the Great Hall of Bidwa Star, the king was so enraged he nearly leaped into the air. He slapped Silas so hard that the general spun a full 360 degrees.
Foolish. You have not only invited the wolf into the house, you have delivered our entire Bidwa Star system to the Zerg. Now the whole northern domain will be our enemy. Still seething, the Bidwa king kicked him over 10 meters away. If you were not my son, I would kill you outright.
Silas's mind turned quickly and he explained at once, Father, look, although we seem to be under the Zerg's coercion now, the Zerg have after all added considerable defensive strength to Bidwa Star. Besides, on the battlefield I saw how formidable the Zerg are.
It is hardly certain that they cannot defeat Princess Domina.
Seeing the king's expression ease, Silas pressed on. For millennia the council has been in Princess Domina's hands.
It is time for a new order.
If the Zerg defeat Domina, we Bidwa, as their first allies, will be founding heroes. Will our standing not be far higher than it is now? After Silas's speech, the king gave the matter long and careful thought and said, arrange a meeting between me and the Zerg overlord.
Silas answered hurriedly, he is right outside the main gate.
Zhang Fan was escorted into the Bio Duo Grand Palace, where King Slacha personally descended from his throne to receive him. After exchanging formal courtesies, the two conversed as old friends, discussing minor matters between their two races. After an extensive conversation, King Slacha asked Lord Dominator, how many warships can the defensive system deployed around us withstand?
Not many, merely a single Millis super cannon. Slacha gasped in astonishment.
You have stationed a planet-annihilating weapon within my Bio Duo star system. Lord Dominator truly places great importance on this alliance.
A trivial matter. You and I are now allies.
I have already promised General Selassie that once Domina is eradicated, your Bio Duo clan shall become the rulers of the northern frontier universe. Upon hearing this, Slacha was filled with mixed emotions. Overthrowing Domina seemed feasible, yet the northern frontier harbored not only Domina but also the mighty northern frontier emperor. To unify the entire region, Slacha was no fool who acted rashly on impulse alone. Does Lord Dominator have confidence in defeating the northern frontier emperor? Zhang Fan offered a faint smile and shook his head.
No.
His answer was straightforward and resolute, leaving Slacha bewildered.
No. Then why did Lord Dominator answer so decisively? Why must we defeat the northern frontier emperor? If we lack the strength, simply remain beneath his rule. Tell me, has the northern frontier emperor ever governed you directly? Caught off guard by Zhang Fan's question, Slacha shook his head. Indeed, he has not. Precisely.
Although the northern frontier emperor is virtually invincible in power, the one who truly holds authority is Domina.
Defeating her alone would only prove your superiority over her.
Simply replace her, that is all. I have no intention of provoking a figure of the emperor's caliber.
Slacha nodded eagerly. Excellent. Excellent. Lord Dominator speaks wisely.
Though Zhang Fan and Slacha appeared harmonious on the surface, Zhang Fan could sense that this king harbored ambitions far greater than he let on, a man unwilling to remain subordinate. Yet precisely this quality was what Zhang Fan desired. With the Bio-Duo star system established as a defensive bastion, the million-strong Bio-Duo fleet and the Zerg swarm guarded one another, causing the bounty hunters to hesitate before daring any reckless attacks. This period of relative calm granted Zhang Fan more time to refine the Zerg soldiers. His immediate priority was resolving the matter concerning the 160 trillion speed spirit insects. Armed with the harmonic fish genes provided by the Milieu star inhabitants, tens of thousands of incubation motherworms resolved the speed spirit insect problem in less than a year. Meanwhile, the growth rate of the Zerg's other military forces underwent a qualitative leap. To Zhang Fan's surprise, Bio-Duo, a marine planet nearly identical to Milieu star, had already advanced its nanotechnology to an astonishing degree.
The Bio-Duo people's nanotechnology had long transcended mere mechanical applications, extending into the realm of nanobioengineering.
Zhang Fan went to great lengths to obtain such technology. Under the joint research of the Bio-Duo people and the Zerg, nanoworms were successfully developed. This meant the Zerg had not only achieved remarkable advancements in combat technology but also made substantial progress in medicine, biochemistry, bioarchitecture, biological weapons, fusion technology, and biodefense systems. Nano-repair worms could envelop all warships, rapidly completing repairs on biological vessels and thereby replacing the Holy Spirit worms that had formerly served as the healing fleet. The displaced Holy Spirit worms were subsequently integrated into the insect-morphed jellyfish through nanotechnology, transforming them into the Holy Spirit jellyfish, a solitary warship capable of simultaneous offense, defense, and medical support. Drawing upon certain rare organisms from the trading planet Gyros, the enhanced speed spirit worm was engineered. Compared to the original speed spirit insect, the enhanced speed spirit worm was faster and possessed 10 tentacles with variable hardness, granting it greater striking power.
Moreover, its tentacles could execute short-range projectile sprays.
This diversified attack pattern made it an even more efficient killing vanguard. The earlier Mantis series had begun to show signs of obsolescence. Through the integration of fusion technology, nanotechnology, and a reverse application of the jellyfish's immortality genes, the Phantom Blade Mantis was successfully hatched. The Phantom Blade Mantis was faster and more powerful than its predecessors, with superior cutting ability.
Endowed with the immortality gene, it could revert to a polyp state after death. Unless destroyed in that vulnerable state, a brand new Phantom Blade Mantis would re-emerge within mere minutes.
The giant fortress worm, the largest creature within the Zerg, was evolved once again with the modified Yuan extinguishing dragon cannon fused into its body.
Its size doubled once more. However, due to its enormous size, 4 special air bladder worms had to be hatched separately to serve as their cosmic engines.
Thus was born the giant rampart worm, the greatest ground force within the Zerg army. Armed with 13 Yuan extinguishing dragon cannons and hundreds of ice blue dragon cannons as its primary offensive weapons, and protected by hundreds of various insect towers as its defensive structure, it represented the pinnacle of Zerg ground warfare.
Its colossal interior space could accommodate 1 billion mature Zerg and 10 billion Zerg eggs.
This formidable ground fortress further strengthened the Zerg's conquest capabilities. While Zhang Fan and King Slacha were inspecting the Zerg forces at the Bio-Duo border star system, Ling Ling from Gyros contacted Zhang Fan through interstellar communication.
Greetings, honored guest.
Since your transaction has been completed, the remaining funds have been transferred to your temporary account. The reason for this unsolicited contact is that another client wishes to purchase warriors from your Zerg. Zhang Fan politely declined. I have no such plans at present. To him there was currently more than enough wealth, why sell for money alone? Ling Ling hurriedly explained, the gentleman mentioned that he is willing to exchange a Chocho beast for your Zerg warriors.
Chocho beast?
Zhang Fan remembered that name, it was a creature from the Western realm mentioned by Domina.
And what does he want in return?
Ling Ling replied, he wishes to meet with you in person and share certain secrets regarding a particular individual.
Very well.
I shall arrive at Gyros shortly. After severing the connection with Ling Ling, Zhang Fan apologetically addressed King Slacha.
Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize.
Regarding the matter of gathering star systems, dissatisfied with Domina's control, I entrust it to your careful handling. I must depart for a period of time. Slacha asked curiously, does Lord Dominator still have friends within the northern frontier?
A few, neither many nor few.
Then bring them into the alliance as well. My preliminary estimation suggests that our strength compared to Domina's remains at least a tenfold gap.
Zhang Fan smiled. Tenfold. That is manageable. You need not be overly concerned, Your Majesty.
Many forces operate beneath the surface, do they not?
Slacha nodded with understanding.
Hearing Zhang Fan's words gave him a measure of reassurance, though the remaining half of his peace of mind was clouded by his ignorance of who those hidden forces might be. Zhang Fan traveled swiftly to Gyros planet, where Ling Ling welcomed him with eager steps.
Welcome, welcome. It is an honor to have our honored guest return to Gerdos. Enough with the formalities. Where is he? I have much else to attend to. Ling quickly led the way, escorting Zhang Fan to a private chamber. As soon as he took his seat, a half-giant man draped in black robes entered the room. Lord Dominator, I have finally found you.
The voice and tone sounded strangely familiar, yet Zhang Fan could not recall who it belonged to.
Ling glanced around as if verifying the area was secure, nodded to the half-giant and voluntarily withdrew from the chamber. As the black-clad half-giant lowered, Zhang Fan gasped, "Dinisi, you're alive after all." That black-robed half-giant is none other than Dinisi Duomina's brother, the one who nearly perished with Zhang Fan in the blast. Zhang Fan stood in utter astonishment at his perfectly unharmed appearance, unable to fathom how he had survived. Dinisi settled back with a serene ease. "Overlord, it's good to see you alive and well." Zhang Fan, after a moment's steadiness, asked, "Dinisi, are you truly unscathed?" Dinisi and Zhang Fan exchanged a glance and both smiled. Zhang Fan, like an old friend, asked casually, "Why are you still alive?" "Such a violent explosion. With your body's strength you shouldn't have survived it." Dinisi nodded. "I couldn't withstand it myself, but someone revived me." Revival. Zhang Fan had met many advanced civilizations and witnessed all sorts of cosmic technology and magic, yet never heard of any method that could resurrect the dead. Dinisi continued, "I can't explain this, but there is something important I must tell you now. Duomina is about to ascend the throne. Once she becomes Klami Empress, you will have no chance to defeat her." "Do you want me to stop her?" "That won't do. I'm now a wanted man across the entire northern realm. Do you really expect me to march an army to Klami?" Dinisi did not anger at Zhang Fan's taunt. He remained calm. "There are others who pretend to be under Duomina's control, not just me." Zhang Fan instantly understood what he meant. "What do you mean?" Dinisi lifted a cup of fragrant tea, took a long gulp and said, "Inside-out collaboration." Zhang Fan laughed. "Give it a rest. Your people are all so deceitful. How do I know you're truly under Duomina's control or trying to lure me into a trap? I'm not that stupid to fight the entire northern realm now." Dinisi clapped and several maids filed in, presenting Zhang Fan with a strange creature and a lavish ring. "This is the Chocho beast. Its reproductive capacity is astonishing, capable of laying 1 million eggs at once, but its survivability is poor. It has become a rare creature in the cosmos." Before Zhang Fan could speak, Dinisi introduced the ring. "This is Klami's crown ring. Without it, Duomina cannot ascend the throne." Zhang Fan did not take the ring. He sneered, "So important a thing, how did you come by it? Even if you have a plausible explanation, I'm not keen on taking this hot potato." Dinisi smiled at Zhang Fan. "Overlord, you really won't take it? Tell me what you want me to do. Attack Klami Empire and overthrow Duomina's rule." Zhang Fan retorted, "You talk big, but firstly I don't trust you, secondly my current strength against Duomina would be suicide, and finally what benefit would all this bring me?" Dinisi looked puzzled. "You did so much in secret, wasn't it all for revenge? Of course the vendetta must be avenged, but why should I let you use me? This is mutual. I help you take revenge, you help me seize the throne, and we can live in peace afterward. Wouldn't that be good?" Zhang Fan shook his head. "Unfortunately I don't trust you." "How can I win your trust?" Dinisi asked quickly. "Watch your actions. When you act I will cooperate with you." Dinisi considered for a moment and agreed, "Very well. I believe the Overlord keeps his word. I will implement this as soon as possible." Zhang Fan rose and left with a smile. "Then I shall await your highness." Dinisi's good news. Maids carried the Chocho beast aboard Zhang Fan's warship. Zhang Fan sat on his throne staring at the plump Chocho beast, muttering to himself, "Dinisi, what exactly are you selling me here?" Zhang Fan returned to the Bidwa star system and handed the Chocho beast to Shusha. The matriarchs immediately began their research. This Chocho beast can lay up to 1 million eggs at a time. By merging its formidable reproductive power with the hatchling mother insect, the insect race's ground forces surged and the number of swift spirit insects rapidly filled a deficit of 160 trillion swift spirit insects. King Salacha ran to Zhang Fan's side, fear in his eyes, and stammered, "The joint fleets, countless joint fleets are coming at us." Before Zhang Fan could respond, Shusha spoke, "Our insect bases on the periphery have come under attack. A large host of enemies has appeared on Muyang Star. I didn't go after them yet, they attacked me of their own accord. The insect race isn't something you can just strike at now." Zhang Fan immediately ordered all Guichong to probe the enemy's strength and track their movements. "May Zhu lead a fleet to rescue Muyang Star. Hold the frontline bases tight. Shusha, all warships enter the planned orbit. Commence defensive mode and the Miris cannon is ready." King Salacha, upon hearing, exclaimed, "Overlord, are we going to use the star-extinguishing weapon?" Zhang Fan replied, "What else? Wait until they reach Muyang Star and then use it. Your Majesty, rally your forces immediately." Salacha hesitated. "Can we not negotiate with them?" Zhang Fan sneered, "Negotiations? Betray my insect race. And then what? Do you think these hunters will spare you a fat sheep in your grasp?" If you were in my place, what would you do? Hearing that, Sriracha's gaze hardened.
There was no other way now. He would have to bind himself to the insect race. He understood that even in an absolute position of advantage he would not spare Bidwa Star. News from the Guichong after analysis and optimization by the strategic matriarch was relayed to Shu Sha and reported to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan issued direct battle commands. The three beast god generals coordinated with the strategic matriarch to direct the insect tide in battle. Zhang Fan's insect race had formed a complete foundational combat system. No longer did he lead the army alone, and the battle hierarchies within the insect race began to differentiate. Shu Sha's warships advanced in orderly formation toward the Bidwa Star system's frontier, while Bidwa Star's forces under Sriracha's command rapidly gathered and set out. On the outer Muyang battlefront, the newly deployed reinforced barrier insects immediately unleashed their power. Hundreds of ice blue dragon cannons hammered the enemy, leaving them with no chance to advance. A powerful defensive shield blocked a torrent of enemy fire as the overlord beasts and reinforced sacred scarabs relentlessly rained fire on the ground forces.
After 2 rounds of bombardment, the swift spirit insects charged through the enemy lines with lightning speed. The Hunter Coalition's troops, though numerous, fought independently and could not rival a thinking unified insect hive. Just as the insect tide threatened to break through the allied lines, tens of thousands of golden armored mech warriors surged into the skies. They bore 4 wings and were bathed in radiant golden light, appearing sacred and invincible like angels. Sriracha, staring at the dazzling golden mechs on the grand screen, cried out in fear, "Retreat the insect race at once." The fear that Slash harbored toward the golden mecha warriors would soon be understood by the Zerg. Tens of thousands of golden warriors unleashed a salvo of missiles, and as the rain-like projectiles rained down upon the ground, tens of thousands of blood pools of varying sizes formed across the battlefield of Muyang Star. Meiju dared not be careless this time and immediately ordered Bajong and Suyin to launch a rapid assault on the angel mecha coordinated by Kabafing. The skies were a chaotic maelstrom of battle, while below fierce hand-to-hand combat raged across the ground. The entire planet of Muyang resembled a hellscape of ruin.
Limbs of the Zerg lay scattered everywhere. Allied weapons were shattered and broken, and the lamentations of the allied forces mixed endlessly with the guttural shrieks of the Zerg. And beyond the atmosphere, the chaos was even more absolute. Cannon fire between warships never ceased. Fighter craft chased each other through the void, and with every passing moment countless aircraft were reduced to stardust. Aboard the Allied S-class command mothership, the voice of Geely Rue, supreme commander of the Kecha Star, roared like a thunderclap.
"What on earth are you doing?
How did the Chilean fleet collide with the Shoya fleet?
Were you not ordered to distinguish friend from foe? How did Gishu's strategic bombers end up bombing Tedu's positions? What sort of commanders are you all?"
The commanders of the various races present did not answer Geely Rue's question directly, but instead immediately began hurling accusations at one another. "I already notified Tedu that I would be conducting bombing runs in their zone.
What was I supposed to do when they went in anyway?"
"It was agreed I bomb first, then they conduct cleanup operations."
The Tedu commander immediately bellowed, "You bastard, I think you did this on purpose. We agreed on a bombing run 15 minutes ago. Where is your sense of time?
Only after our troops had entered did you open fire. What else would you call that?" The Gushu commander sneered, "Are your soldiers blind? We've been pinned down by the Zerg's aerial forces.
Can't you tell whether that area has already been bombed?"
Before Geely Rue could intervene and stop them, the Chilean commander and the Shoya commander had already come to blows. Once those two engaged, the Tedu and Gishu commanders, already inflamed with rage, also embraced the philosophy of resolving matters with force rather than words and joined the fray. Geely Rue at first attempted to dissuade them, but upon witnessing the chaos before him, he helplessly drew the ion pistol from his waist.
Bang!
A single gunshot echoed through the entire command chamber, and in that instant it was as if time itself had frozen. Everyone fell silent. Only then did Geely Rue speak. "How can such an allied force hope to defeat the Zerg? Look at yourselves. What distinguishes you from street thugs?
In what way do you resemble commanders?"
Seeing that they had fallen silent, Geely Rue continued, "From now on I will assume unified command." But before he finished speaking, the Gishu commander immediately objected, "By what right do you command us?" The Tedu commander also hastened to echo the objection, and the other two commanders chimed in one after another, "Exactly, we are all equals.
That is not what we agreed to before.
We said we would attack together and share the spoils, but no one said we would hand over our forces to your command." Geely Rue was at a loss for words. "Can you hope to defeat the Zerg and the Bidwa alliance in this state? Have you not seen that although they fight independently, their coordination is seamless and they do not interfere with one another?" The Gishu commander retorted, "Exactly, and you yourself admitted they fight independently.
We can do the same.
Unless those Tedu fools want to keep their armies far away from mine lest they accidentally get hit again." Hearing this, the Tedu commander immediately flew into a rage and they began cursing at each other once more.
Geely Rue roared, "Get out, both of you."
Facing a formidable enemy, these people were still engaging in petty infighting.
What was the point of such an alliance?
It would be better to fight the Zerg alone. But then Jili Rue reconsidered. The Zerg's military strength was comparable to his own, let alone the fact that the Zerg now had the support of the Bidwa people. After deep deliberation, Jili Rue's eyes shifted and he quietly issued a secret order to his own forces. Aboard the Linglong Nest, Zerg Zhang Fan surveyed the entire situation and also discerned the problems within the alliance. Xu Sha reported, according to the information from the Ghost Zerg, the alliance commanders are attacking one another. It appears their alliance is incredibly fragile.
Ha, just as I expected. It seems these fellows are all fighting for their own interests. Such an alliance will collapse instantly.
Xu Sha appeared somewhat bewildered. Didn't they come here to attack us?
Wouldn't a unified goal make them more united?
Zhang Fan explained, a unified goal is not wrong, but the consciousness behind achieving it is not unified.
It seems the same everywhere across the universe. Selfish instincts will ultimately be cast aside.
Zhang Fan smiled at Shusha. This problem will not occur within the Zerg swarm.
Order the puppet Zerg to infiltrate enemy ranks and sow discord.
Aboard the Gushu command vessel, the commander was clutching his swollen face and cursing the Teta people when he heard the radar operators report a small Zerg detachment is approaching us.
Eliminate them.
This small Zerg force was quickly destroyed by the Gushu warship so swiftly that the Gushu barely had time to discern what the Zerg actually looked like. The warship passed through the wreckage of that Zerg fleet heading toward the designated combat sector. However, the Gushu people were unaware that hundreds of puppet Zerg eggs had already attached themselves to their hulls.
These eggs hatched rapidly and one by one pale blue larvae burrowed into the ship's interior and concealed themselves.
Inside the Gushu Tactical Command Center, a female officer was organizing documents when she suddenly felt a chill at the base of her neck and collapsed to the ground. When she stood up again, she wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, gathered the documents once more and strode toward the command chamber. Upon entering the command chamber, she efficiently distributed the files, took one copy in hand and walked directly toward the Gushu commander.
Commander, this is the casualty report.
There are several suspicious points that I believe I must bring to your attention.
Speak.
The Gushu commander pressed a hand to his jaw, clearly in a foul mood.
The female officer said, Sir, several of our armored units in Shuyang were destroyed due to hull penetrations in the rear compartments. What's wrong with that?
The female officer hastily replied, there is a significant problem. First, the damage occurred in the rear compartment, yet we are engaged in direct frontal combat against the Zerg. Why would the rear be struck? The Gushu commander gradually wore a puzzled expression. The female officer continued, second, the damage was not caused by the Zerg's razor claws or corrosive blood but by an explosion triggered by laser burns. Lasers. Only the Teta forces are wielding laser weapons on this battlefield, correct?
The female officer offered no explicit confirmation, instead continuing, furthermore, I have discovered that one of my reconnaissance units was not killed by the Zerg but destroyed by Kecha's Angel Mecha.
The precision of Angel Mecha missiles makes such an accident impossible.
I have reason to believe.
The Gushu commander erupted in fury. No wonder. I treated you as allies, yet you are plotting against me from the shadows.
How many innocent soldiers have fallen to the hands of these so-called comrades in arms? At that moment an aide entered the room.
The aide and the female officer exchanged a glance and their eyes naturally drifted apart. The aide reported, according to the original plan, the Kecha fleet should have entered the designated sector by now. However, their speed is decreasing. Based on current projections, at this rate we will encounter the Zerg main force directly from a distance of 200 light-years. The aide took a deep breath and asked with a grave expression, Sir, I have something I would like to say to you.
Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush.
Commander, if we do not retreat we will be forced to face the Zerg army head-on. Meanwhile, the Kecha fleet's deliberate deceleration is clearly an act of obstruction. They intend to let us fight the Zerg alone while they sit back and reap the rewards. Kueisha's angel matches are exceptionally formidable and the insect race's aerial power barely holds its own in a stalemate by sheer numbers.
Gazed at the power and versatility of the angel with envy. Our insect race's aerial power still needs bolstering. Shusha watched Kueisha's CHS and after careful consideration she spoke, we should be able to use nano-insect technology to fuse the cells of our insect warriors into them. She finished speaking and fell into contemplation. Zhang Fan did not disturb her. After a moment Xu Sha had a flash of inspiration and said, Changji armor also belongs to biological armor. If we first fuse Changji armor with the angel mech, then cultivate a batch of insect soldiers to merge into this merged mech, it should be doable. Zhang Fan also thought it feasible and immediately ordered the capture of the angel armors. The insect race's aerial forces immediately began the capture mission. After the insect air force captured several angel mechs, Commander Jili Rue of Kueisha immediately sensed something was wrong and ordered that the captured angel mechs be destroyed. A fierce sky-to-sky skirmish unfolded, but to snatch back what was captured under the protection of the insect aerial power was simply wishful thinking. After a brutal battle, the insect race managed to transport several angel mechs back into Linglong Nest insects. The previously fierce battle abruptly ceased without warning. Shusha smiled and said, it seems our spies have begun to work.
The first to retreat from the battle was Gushu's troops. They were supposed to confront the insect fleet head-on, but just under 100 light-years from the insect race they suddenly swerved and the Kueisha warships that followed ran into the insect fleet.
Kueisha warships weren't fools either.
They immediately altered course with 3 fleets. Not a single shot was fired and the allied fleet withdrew on its own. The insect race did not pursue, letting them leave. The ground situation was even more telling. Gushu's combat troops retreated and the other 4 star system forces scattered faster than rabbits. Many insect soldiers wore puzzled expressions. They had been fighting well, yet they all retreated. To avoid this being a feint, the insect race had to halt and prepare to rest on the spot.
Slass arrived at Linglong Nest Insects with a puzzled look and asked Overlord, how did they stop? Do we still need to press the attack? There is no benefit to pressing the attack now.
When they start slaughtering one another, we will wipe them out in one fell swoop. Slass, upon hearing of mutual slaughter, recalled the decision he had made at the time. He understood the insect race's aim well. Now it seemed someone among the alliance might betray them as he had.
But is it possible, he asked.
Zhang Fan replied gravely, everything is possible. On the Kueisha command ship, Jili Rui was so furious that he puffed his cheeks and glared, cursing Gushu's commander as a traitor in the video. Gushu's commander also chuckled, saying, you order your fleet to slow down so we can directly encounter the insect race, and then you plan to wipe us out along with the insects. I never meant that. Jili Rui retorted immediately. We slowed down to avoid colliding with your fleets.
Chilian's commander immediately countered, what do you mean? This can't go on. Jili Rui, are you mocking us?
Shoya's commander made his stance clear, we just laid out the full matter. We have just put aside our feuds and you come to sow discord again.
Taedo's commander nodded in agreement. If we fight or not, this could mean total annihilation for us all. We must fight, but we must fight united.
In our current state, fighting like this is suicide. We face an insect race so powerful that even the combined strength of 5 star systems can't defeat them. If we keep stirring pots this time, the death will not be the insect race.
Gushu gave Jili Rui a cold glance and said, words sound prettier than deeds. How do you intend to fight? Will your troops retreat again to the rear?
Jili Rui immediately replied, this time my Kueisha army will lead the vanguard, but...
Gushu laughed, then say it. As long as your troops fight earnestly, we won't object.
Seeing the other 3 nod, Jili Rui adjusted his attire and said, the battle has entered a war of attrition. The only thing that matters now is patience. Seize the opportunity to wipe out the insect race in one go.
Gushu added, you talk as if we don't understand tactics, but in this attrition war can we afford the toll? Don't forget we belong to the Bi-Duo star systems.
Shoya's commander continued, since you proposed it, you two start wearing down the insect race while we regroup. Taedo's commander nodded in agreement. This proposal quickly won everyone's support. For Jili Rui, it meant explicitly that his own troops would be sent to their deaths if they pressed on, and his forces would suffer heavy losses. If he put in the most effort in these guys, then defect his remaining forces would be devoured, making the move not worth the cost.
If they don't fight, they've already lost so many troops. Could they retreat with nothing to show? The entire coalition found itself in an awkward bind, unable to advance or retreat gracefully.
The endless argument frustrated Jili Rui. He longed to withdraw. He sat alone in the flagship's garden deep and thought about the next steps when suddenly 2 officers in the garden began whispering. He planned to speak with them, but when he heard the word insect race he hesitated. Sigh. This allied coalition is a complete mess. Why suffer here? Yes, I think the entire Northern Front Assembly is under Domina's control. If her promises aren't fulfilled, what can we Kueisha do to her?
Who says not?
If I were a commander, I might join the Insect Alliance. Look at how long Bi-Duo has been with the insect race already.
The defenses of the entire galaxy are superb.
Yes, indeed, the 5-star system coalition has been like this for ages, and not even a border planet has been taken.
Even if we take a border planet, so what? It's just a border planet far from the Bi-Duo race's old nest. I heard the beast's nest is in the Western Realm, and it's actually under Domina's control too. The insect race crushed the beast race's fleet by millions of warships. Winning is one thing, losing invites retaliatory counterattacks, and our mother planet would be in danger. Exactly.
If the insect race truly attacks our mother planet, would the other 4-star systems help? If they don't pile on, we should be grateful.
Hearing this, Jili Rui silently left the garden. The 2 officers' words angered him, but they were true.
Weighing the overall situation, if he cannot plan a safeguard, his own mother star may be doomed. The 2 officers glanced at Jili Rui as he walked away, and both wore sly smiles. The conflict in the Bidwa star system ground to a halt as internal discord fractured the bounty hunters. Fierce combat dissolved into a wary silent standoff. Although the Bounty Hunter Alliance boasted more than double the combined numbers of the Zerg and the Bidwa, their month-long campaign had left them shattered without seizing even a single border world. Zhang Fan's Zerg forces had so effectively infiltrated and sown discord among the Alliance that sporadic skirmishes erupted within its ranks. Judging the moment ripe, Zhang Fan opened a direct channel to Jili Rui, commander of the Keisha clan. Lord Jaliruai, have you grown accustomed to the Bidwa star system this past month?
You are too kind, great overlord. I have had quite enough of this place.
But it is a shame the overlord still lies and I cannot claim the bounty.
Would this expedition not have been in vain? Zhang Fan smiled. How much am I worth to Domina?
1 million Klami pearls and 3 S-class demon god battleships.
A fair price.
You know, she once promised me 3 S-class battleships for assassinating Denis, and to this day she has still not delivered.
Jaliruai was startled. Are the rumors true? She really asked you to assassinate Lord Denis. Is that so surprising?
Then why are you contacting me?
Zhang Fan smiled. It's simple.
I have never had much regard for money. I wonder whether 100 trillion gold coins would suffice to compensate your Keisha clan for this time's losses.
How much? 100 trillion. Zhang Fan heard the astonishment in his voice and thought he was asking for more.
He was about to raise the offer when Jaliruai said 100 trillion is indeed a great deal, but if divided among 5-star systems it would still be too little. Zhang Fan asked, puzzled, brother, which of my words suggested dividing it among anyone?
I just said I was giving it to your Keisha clan.
What does this have to do with the others?
Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking?
Join my Zerg alliance, this bit of money is nothing.
Whatever you want, I have as much as you need.
Jaliruai suppressed his excitement and nodded calmly. Since the overlord has shown such sincerity, we Keisha are naturally willing to follow wherever the Zerg lead.
Zhang Fan nodded. Then let me see your sincerity.
Having said that, he ended the connection and directly instructed Lingling of Gerdos to transfer 100 trillion gold coins into the Keisha account. No sooner had the connection broken than Jaliruai received a message from Keisha Star confirming the arrival of 100 trillion gold coins. This settled Jaliruai's resolve to alter his strategy. After all, men die for wealth as birds die for food. Now that the 100 trillion gold coins had been deposited, why continue cooperating with those bastards?
However, he could not withdraw recklessly now. Since he needed to show sincerity, he had to present a gift to the Zerg.
So Jaliruai immediately invited the alliance commanders to a meeting and all of them gathered. Jaliruai complained, everyone continuing to drag this out is no solution. Let me propose this: we plan and organize another offensive. If we succeed, all will be well. If we fail, we disband on the spot and return home, which is better than lingering here.
What do you all think? Hearing this, none of the commanders raised any objections.
This time everyone somewhat calmed down and began to discuss in earnest how to attack the border of Bidwa Star. Jaliruai analyzed, the reason we failed before is that we jointly attacked a single planet and our strategies and tactics were vastly different, leading to all sorts of friction. I propose we divide our forces and attack from 4 sides.
We already outnumber the Zerg in Bidwa, so we can throw their tactical deployment into chaos. What do you all think?
Why didn't you say so earlier? The Geshu commander said with contempt. Had we acted thus from the start, we would have taken Bidwa Star long ago. Why would we have wasted so much time here? Jaliruai swallowed his anger and hurriedly forced a smile. In the beginning, because we had heard the Zerg was overwhelmingly powerful, everyone decided to combine our forces. I really should have thought of this plan earlier. Then where should we attack? Asked the Shoya commander promptly. Following his earlier plan, Jaliruai displayed a star map before the assembly.
Everyone studied the map carefully.
The Chilean commander immediately complained with displeasure. Why should our Chilean forces be sent to attack Aot Star, the closest to Bidwa Star? The Teta had been assigned to Mame Star, the southern border planet farthest from Bidwa Star, and their commander also complained, why am I sent to the farthest place? By the time you attack Bidwa Star, we would probably have nothing left but seawater to drink. Jaliruai had known these two would dislike this arrangement, so he deliberately asked, then perhaps you two should swap. At this the Chilean refused again. Why should we go to such a remote place? The Teta were equally dissatisfied with the allocation. I demand to swap with the Geshu or with you, Keisha. Jaliruai gave them a tactful refusal.
The Geshu certainly would not be willing to attack such a distant border planet. Since the plan was proceeding so smoothly, once Bidwa Star was taken, even rushing over later would likely leave them no seawater to drink.
Jaliruai could only reply helplessly, very well. Since no one is satisfied but this border world still must be taken, then our Keisha will go. Seeing that the Teta were content, the Chilean commander immediately bellowed, then what about us?
Am I to attack Aot Star? I cannot take it.
Jaliruai scanned the room with a helpless expression. The others pretended not to hear.
The Chilean commander immediately said this was your arrangement. Either give me reinforcements or I'm not fighting. That was exactly what he had been waiting for.
But Jaliruai still forced a bitter smile and said with feigned difficulty, you see, we all have planets we must attack and our forces are limited. Besides, our primary objective is to scatter the Zerg and Bidwa forces. Your position is closest to Bidwa star. The Chilean commander immediately flared up, nonsense.
You know it is closest to their main planet. Once battle commences we'll bear the brunt.
If no support arrives and they wipe us out first, what then? After a moment's silence, Jaliroi said reluctantly, in that case I'll lend you the Angel Mech Legion.
After some consideration the Chilean commander nodded satisfied. That works. We might still have a fighting chance then. But your Angel Mech Legion must be under my command. Jaliroi promptly smiled. Of course, of course. Does anyone have any further objection to this arrangement?
The commanders pondered for a while and all found it feasible. After all this time they had gained knowledge of the Zerg's tactics, and by splitting their forces they could keep the Zerg from defending both ends. More importantly, fighting solo meant spoils seized would not need to be shared. Jaliroi poured fine wine for everyone, raised his cup high and shouted, take down the Zerg.
Cheers to victory.
The commanders also raised their cups and shouted, take down the Zerg. The combined fleet of the 5 star systems began to enter their designated routes according to plan, while in the Mome star sector where the Kisha were headed a large contingent of Zerg warships was already waiting for their arrival.
As soon as Meiju saw Jaliroi arrive she asked coldly, Lord Jaliroi, are you fully prepared?
Jaliroi replied smugly, prepared.
This time every last one of them will remain in the Bidwa star system. Trap.
By the time the Shoya and the Teta reacted was already too late. The Shoya fleet had just entered the designated star domain when their communications were jammed and a tide of Changzhu and Baiduo coalition unleashed ferment, leaving them with no chance to strike back. The Teta also faced the same fate, having fought their way through their command ship met the Gushu fleet. Before the Teta commander could ponder why the Gushu appeared here, the Gushu's quantum mega cannon swung toward them.
Bolasai, are you crazy? Why haven't you adjusted your quantum mega cannon?
The Gushu commander Bolasai laughed. Crazy?
Are you blind? Can't you see the situation now? You have betrayed the Allied forces.
When Jili Rue arrives, see how you'll explain this to him.
Ha ha ha, you fool.
Jili Rue should be dealing with the Chilean fleet right now. If he truly arrives, we'll have a toast to celebrate our victory, ha ha ha. The Teta commander hadn't figured it out at all. How could the Gishu betray the Allied forces, and even the Kisha would betray?
It's unbelievable. In such circumstances saving your life is paramount. I surrender.
Bolasai's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, do you think I would grant you that chance? The Teta commander and his starship vanished under the blue glow of the quantum cannon, and to his dying breath he never understood why the Chongzhu hadn't come to talk with him. When the Chilean people charged into the Aote star domain with hollow hopes, they were met by the ferocious fire of the Payuanlong cannon and the Miaxing insects on the ground.
When they tried to counterattack, they found the Kisha's angel mecha attacking their fleet engines.
When the Chilean fleet tried to retreat, they discovered they were surrounded by the Chongzhu and by Duo clans. As they boarded their battleships and discerned Gishu and Kisha seeking aid, they realized that these two races had long since become the Chongzhu's lackeys.
Surrender, we surrender. Zhang Fan shook his head and said, the surrender quotas are full, annihilate them.
In the Baiduo King's palace hall, Baiduo King Salacha hosted a banquet to entertain Jili Rue and Bolasai and again solemnly invited them to join the Chongzhu alliance. Salacha could hardly wait and said, as the master of the Chongzhu alliance, I solemnly declare that from today we are brothers. Zhang Fan stood calmly on the side watching his performance and had no mind to quarrel. After all, now is not the time for disputes and he must rely on Salacha's influence. Jili Rue and Bolasai looked at Zhang Fan, who stood silent. They were a bit puzzled about who was actually in charge. Zhang Fan raised his cup and came to Jili Rue and Bolasai's side. Thank you both for playing a major role in this battle. Bolasai immediately saluted and said, all honor to the master. The Chongzhu are a race worthy of friendship. Jili Rue was not to be outdone and said, the master is benevolent and generous. Such a man will surely be a brother to our Kisha.
Friends and brothers, the gap between them is obvious. Bolasai quickly echoed, to brothers from today our Gishu and the Chongzhu are brothers. Salacha, seeing the three in heated conversation, hurried over to join in.
When he heard brother nations, after a moment's thought he interjected, Bolasai, your words are good. Why not we declare here that the 4 clans will become brother nations?
Salacha's proposal was quickly echoed by the other two.
Zhang Fan knew they were not sincere, but in this crisis-filled universe where is sincerity to be found? As long as I can control them and turn their power to my own, we gain more odds against Dominia. Seeing that Zhang Fan remained silent, the three stared at him. Zhang Fan quickly smiled. From now on you can count on the 3 of us to take care of you more. Upon this, Bolasai immediately denied it. He shouted, Master, what is this talk?
If you won't sit as the head, I won't accept it.
Zhang Fan promptly made way and said, 3 elders, listen to me. The Chongzhu are less than 1,000 years old in the cosmos. Indeed, we are a young race.
I will rely on the 3 elders for care in the future.
Jili Rue was about to speak, but Salacha spoke first. I think the master speaks rightly. The Chongzhu are indeed a young race and now hunted by the entire north boundary.
If you sit as the head, Bolasai immediately retorted, what? Is that not possible?
In this situation, does it matter? Since we have decided to form a brother nation, the Changzu's affairs are the matter of the three clans now. The master with military power and wisdom deserves the seat. Are you Sriracha trying to claim the head seat?
Sriracha quickly shook his head and said, nonsense, isn't this to consider the master?
Jili Rue said, the head seat certainly belongs to the master. I believe no one has any objections.
Hearing Jili Rue say so, Sriracha nodded quickly, of course, no objections. Jili Rue continued, then it's settled.
With the master as head, we three will rank by military strength.
Any opinions? Bolasai had little to say. After all, by military power, wealth, age and ability, he would end up at the bottom of the table. Only the order between Jili Rue and Sriracha mattered, but by overall military strength, Jili Rue's Angel Mecha Legion was famed for its prowess. Sriracha's Ocean God Legion was also formidable, but their combat power in the vast cosmos was limited, so they could only place third.
Zhang Fan knew Sriracha's schemes and spoke earnestly. Sriracha has been helping me from the start. This head seat must be his.
This is how it will be decided.
Zhang Fan looked at Jili Rue and said, I've seen the Keisha Angel Legion's fighting power. If it came to a one-on-one, our Changzu would have no chance of defeating it. Zhang Fan pulled Bolasai aside and said, in the universe the Changzu have had too little contact. The north boundary can only rely on the three elder brothers to help.
I will arrange it this way.
After speaking, Zhang Fan drained his cup. Sriracha quickly raised his cup and followed suit. The remaining two glanced at each other and could only toast.
The four-clan alliance's news quickly reached the Northern Realms Parliament. Dominia roared, are you all mad? All traitors colluding with that fake Changzu alliance. Have the Keisha and Gashu lost their minds?
No one in the Great Hall dared to answer. One Changzu was hard enough to handle, and a 10 million strong beast clan fleet was utterly defeated. Although the four-clan alliance exists on the surface publicly, the Changzu are aided by Hailan Xing and Lujiano. In the shadows, the Dragon Clan also backs them. Who would dare to provoke the Changzu now? Dominia, seeing no one speak, scanned the room and coldly said, block trade between the Changzu and the other three clans. Anyone who dares to buy or sell their goods will answer to me. Dominia. Dragon Clan Senator Xiran Ran laughed. Princess Dominia, you speak like that. I have heard that someone in the Changzu paid a huge price to buy 160 trillion swift spirit insects. That so-called fake Changzu provided a great deal of war funds indeed.
Shouldn't you investigate as well?
In response to Xiran's fiery interrogation, Duomina replied calmly and unhurriedly, there's no need for the senator to worry about this matter. I've already arranged for someone to handle it, and I'm confident results will come soon.
At this moment, a beast race senator with a cat's head and humanoid body declared loudly that alliance of 4 galaxies is utterly insignificant. What matters now is Princess Duomina's coronation ceremony. Without formally ascending the throne, Princess Duomina cannot control the overall situation, so let's proceed with the coronation as soon as possible. Duomina's minions immediately chimed in with various forms of agreement, yet most senators still hoped Demisai would inherit the throne, for Duomina was far too cunning.
At this moment, a senator suddenly roared, the bug race and their 4 race allied forces are attacking the Geseda-Mokia galaxy.
Judging by their momentum, they clearly intend to expand their territory.
Just as Duomina was about to issue an order, Niexisai suddenly stopped her and said softly, Princess, under these circumstances we must suppress the momentum of that fake bug race.
Those people are probably not reliable. Why not let us and my bug race go instead? Duomina hurriedly smiled and said, your western region bug race shouldn't meddle in these matters. If things go wrong, it could trigger a war between our northwestern territories. Rest assured, rest assured. I, your elder sister, have my own arrangements. Duomina said to her new adjutant, you go to Mo Yuan.
The adjutant's scalp tingled at the mention of Mo Yuan, and he asked with a trembling voice, Princess, you
intend to deploy them? Stop wasting words. Go now.
Niexisai was quite unfamiliar with the name Mo Yuan, but seeing the adjutant's expression just now, her heart was filled with unease.
Upon returning to Second Earth, Niexisai immediately sought out Kuei and Bayfight. She had just begun to ask about matters concerning Mo Yuan. Bayfight exclaimed, Mo Yuan. It seems the sovereign has really provoked Duomina. Those people of Mo Yuan live in the shadows.
They have no emotions, only orders, and their specialty is assassination.
Niexisai asked curiously, then why doesn't Duomina send the Mo Yuan people to assassinate Demisai?
Kuei explained, simple, kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Besides, the people of Mo Yuan will only obey one command from Duomina. It's said that Duomina once saved their Grand Commander. Bayfight shook his head. This is going to be difficult. The people of Mo Yuan will not rest until their mission is accomplished. In the end, even if they have to deploy the demon god, they will kill the sovereign. The sovereign lord is probably doomed this time. Kuei stood by with a faint smile. It's not that serious. It's merely a contest between darkness and darkness. The sovereign is not so easy to kill.
Hearing Kuei's words, Bayfight let out a long sigh of relief.
I almost forgot. Since our Starseer says it's fine, then it truly is fine.
Still, we should quickly notify the Sovereign to be on guard. Zhang Fan, who was attacking the Gesadamokia galaxy in an attempt to connect their territory, suddenly received a communication from the Exosai and learned the details about Duomina dispatching MO-Yuan assassins. Zhang Fan immediately began investigating information about the MO-Yuan assassins, but all the information he obtained only brought him the despair of certain death. The battle achievements of the MO-Yuan assassins could only be described as miracles. On their hands lay 2 ancestral dragons, 1 quasi-emperor level figure, and hundreds of commanders from various realms. Once someone was on their blacklist, none survived. This truly troubled Zhang Fan. He had initially estimated that against manhwa, the mother of dragon gods, he might barely manage to escape from her hands, but defeating her would be nothing but a fool's dream. Ancestral dragons even more powerful than manhwa, who could foresee their own fates, yet 2 of them had died at their hands.
This far exceeded his own capabilities. Moreover, these MO-Yuan assassins excelled at concealing themselves in darkness.
In any case, no countermeasures against them could be found in the relevant materials.
However, according to Niexosai's description, Duomina had saved a MO-Yuan commander. That meant a MO-Yuan commander could be wounded or even killed.
So the main question now was who had wounded the MO-Yuan commander. Yet the records only listed kills with no such accounts. Perhaps that commander had been wounded by an ancestral dragon, but the ancestral dragon had still been killed. Zhang Fan's head ached at this. Facing a death sentence, what means could break the situation. Since he couldn't figure it out alone, he had to consult someone more powerful than himself. Zhang Fan hastily contacted manhwa, but the answer he got was certain death.
This matter absolutely could not be known to the Fragile Alliance.
Zhang Fan was well aware that if he faced certain death, the Fragile Alliance would likely collapse immediately, even threatening the Bug Race's army before his own death. However, Zhang Fan was not one to accept fate's arrangements. If it was said to be certain death, then that could only mean the ancestral dragons and the Starseer were all wrong.
He surely had a way to deal with those fellows from MO-Yuan.
Shusha saw Zhang Fan's furrowed brows and promptly said, "Sovereign, the immortality function of the insectoid jellyfish and the fake death of the Bug Race should both be able to deceive MO-Yuan, right?"
Zhang Fan shook his head. "I've already asked about all those you mentioned. It's completely impossible. MO-Yuan doesn't care whether you fake death or resurrect, they will hunt you down until you are erased from the universe."
Zhang Fan smiled bitterly.
Duomina really thinks highly of me.
Shusha suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "Sovereign, I recall that Hu Bailey once said that all things in the universe are interdependent and mutually restraining, nothing is absolute. Since there are assassins of MO-Yuan, there must certainly be people who can counter them."
Zhang Fan nodded slightly.
"The words are true, but where can we find someone who can counter MO-Yuan now?" Without saying more, Shusha dispatched all reconnaissance forces, including all ghost insects along with the newly hatched ion insects and shadow insects. The Bug Race had completely occupied the Gesadamokia galaxy and begun setting up defenses throughout the galaxy.
The star territories of the 4-race alliance were finally connected.
Although this could only be considered a small alliance in the northern region under Selekia's connections and inducements, many other galaxies that had long been dissatisfied with Duomina's rule successively joined.
The small alliance quickly grew into a medium-sized alliance system of considerable strength. Moreover, the 4-race alliance's acts of burning, killing and plundering attracted many evil races to join.
Zhang Fan suddenly discovered that the 4-race alliance, which had originally been for resisting and opposing Duomina's rule, had imperceptibly become one of the most notorious bandit organizations in the northern region. However, Zhang Fan had no interest in caring about this now. The more chaotic the northern region became, the better. Only with great chaos in the northern region could he possibly come into direct contact with Duomina. While reviewing troops in the Gesadamokia galaxy, Zhang Fan suddenly sensed an intense killing intent from behind. A dark shadow flashed by. Meiju spat out a spider web to block the long sword that was slicing toward the back of Zhang Fan's neck. Meiju wanted to attack further but discovered that the dark shadow had already vanished without a trace, leaving not even the slightest aura behind, as if it had never appeared at all.
Zhang Fan smiled wryly. "They've finally come.
It seems the top priority now is to find a way to deal with the MO-Yuan assassins." An assassination lurking within the shadows allowed Zhang Fan to personally experience the terrifying prowess of the MO-Yuan operatives. They approached with such stealth that the charm spider only reacted when the strike had already been launched. More disconcerting still was their habit of vanishing instantly upon a missed strike, leaving no trace whatsoever.
Such assassination tactics might not kill you outright, but they would certainly drive you mad.
Zhang Fan had to remain constantly vigilant of his surroundings. A single moment of distraction would invite a sudden ambush from those MO-Yuan assassins. Even deploying swarms of ghost insects and shadow insects for reconnaissance proved futile.
When the assassins struck, the glint of their blades appeared without warning, undetected by any sentries.
What puzzled Zhang Fan was that every 2 failed assassination attempts the assassin's strength escalated a rank higher and their methods grew increasingly diverse. Their tactics progressed from ambushes to traps, from poison to sorcery, any method at their disposal. Rather than genuine assassination attempts, Zhang Fan grew increasingly convinced these were merely probes to gauge his capabilities. Fortunately, these assassins' combat prowess was rather mediocre. There was scarcely any need for Zhang Fan to intervene himself, as the charm spider could effortlessly repel them. Yet having assassins perpetually concealed in one's vicinity proved utterly maddening, like persistent mosquitoes buzzing around one's ears. These Mo assassins were getting on his nerves. If they did not kill him, they would surely drive him insane. Zhang Fan complained endlessly but found no viable solution, and Xu Sha shared his frustration. This went beyond mere assassins. Mo operatives were concealed everywhere, making even critical military deliberations impossible. He confined himself to a hidden chamber, entering deep meditation while awaiting the assassins.
For 3 days nothing happened.
Then on the 4th day he sensed a faint disturbance. He extended his consciousness to investigate and discovered 2 individuals standing directly before him, a revelation that startled Zhang Fan considerably, as he had absolutely no awareness of their arrival. Rather than acting rashly, he attempted to establish a mental connection with both, but though he could sense their consciousness, it remained completely inaccessible. Since he could detect their presence, he reasoned he could counter them. Now he simply needed to wait for them to make their move so he could strike back. Not long after one began creeping toward Zhang Fan's left side, this was his opening. The moment that figure halted, Zhang Fan fainted with his silhouette and seized the Mo operative's throat. The man conjured a shadow duplicate to flee, but Zhang Fan gave him no chance, spitting a strand of spider silk that wound tightly around him. The second attempted to intervene but proved no match for Zhang Fan, forcing him to retreat in defeat. Zhang Fan made no move to pursue. He knew it would be futile. With a live captive in hand, his focus shifted to interrogation.
A progenitor crept from Zhang Fan's body and burrowed into the silk web.
Moments later the assassin's chest shattered as he perished, and a shadowy silhouette shimmering with emerald light materialized before him. "Speak," Zhang Fan commanded.
The shadow knelt.
"Overlord, this is merely a low-ranking Mo assassin still undergoing training."
Zhang Fan's frustration boiled over.
How dare they show such contempt?
Sending an amateur to kill me.
The Mo progenitor relayed the intelligence. According to his memories, Mo assassination ops escalate from low-level probes to mid-tier strikes. Only their most formidable operatives are deployed against higher threats like progenitor dragons, commander-level forces for those targets, while the demon gods themselves intervene against emperor-level adversaries.
This revelation startled Zhang Fan. The Mo could summon emperor-level power, and he questioned whether anyone could truly oppose such forces. It seemed death might be the only escape.
Observing the Mo progenitor circling him, Zhang Fan's mind flashed with inspiration. A smile broke across his face. "If you can ambush me, then I'll turn your own tactics against you." When Xu Sha approached and saw that cunning grin, Zhang Fan immediately instructed him to take the captive for study, demanding answers on how these assassins moved undetected and requesting bred progenitors specialized for dark combat. Those who operate in shadows must be countered with shadow itself. With a plan in place, Zhang Fan's spirits lifted considerably as he entered the council chamber, where Poles came forward immediately. "My 4th brother, where have you been these past days? Our defensive formations are now complete across all star systems, with over 30 million warships at our disposal. When shall we launch the assault on Dominas?" Zhang Fan regarded him in astonishment.
Assault Dominas?
With merely 30 million ships? Setting aside other concerns, even the Beast Clan's million-ship fleet would struggle against her.
Jillarai immediately objected. "The Beast Clan trembles at the mere mention of my 4th brother's name. Do they truly dare aid Dominas?" Only Slavok remained silent before responding. "Attacking Dominas now would indeed be premature.
We must rely on strategy rather than force against her."
Zhang Fan bowed.
"Elder brother speaks wisely.
We have not yet secured our position, making open conflict with Princess Dominas unadvisable."
As they spoke, an adjutant reported Alliance Lord word arrives from the Northern Star Council that Dominas has begun preparing her coronation ceremonies.
Slavok immediately interjected. "Once Dominas ascends, she will inherit the Krami bloodline's ancient power, making her far more formidable than we can handle." Zhang Fan sneered. "Let her try."
His companions exchanged startled glances.
"Overlord, what do you mean? Do you possess means to prevent her coronation?"
He spread his hands.
"I have no direct means. Simply wait, certain parties will act soon enough." "Who?" Poles demanded eagerly, but Zhang Fan merely offered an enigmatic smile and a lingering glance.
Meanwhile, Dominas's preparations for her coronation were underway, but despite exhaustive searches, the Krami ancestral ring of sovereignty remained absent. Furious at this loss, Dominas executed hundreds of guards tasked with protecting the ring, then turned her suspicions toward identifying who might have orchestrated its theft.
Dime seemed unlikely, he was entirely under her control and had never had access to the ring.
Nisi's was equally implausible, she trusted her not at all and she would have no knowledge of the ring's location. Yet recently only these two had been close to her. She couldn't fathom how she had lost the ring at such a critical moment despite her constant vigilance. Before she could unravel the mystery, a guard burst in reporting, "Your Highness, the Four Races Alliance has announced they will destroy the Ring of Sovereignty on Radiant's fusion star in the Mugila star system."
What?
Dominus composed herself before declaring impossible. How could they have obtained the ring?
That cannot be. But the ring's disappearance had occurred only today and the Alliance's announcement came at the exact same hour, leaving no alternative explanation besides them possessing the ring. Dominus abandoned her inquiry into the theft's origin. Once crowned, all involved would perish regardless. Mobilize the army. Retrieve the ring.
Simultaneously, the Four Races Alliance received word of Dominus's reaction.
Slavok erupted in fury. Who authorized this message? When did we acquire the ring?
But Zhang Fan merely smirked from the sidelines.
The opportunity has arrived. If we are to topple Dominus, this decisive strike must succeed. Slacha was utterly baffled by Zhang Fan's words. Master, didn't you just say we couldn't confront Domina head-on?
Why does it sound like you intend to wage war against her now?
Of course I never said we'd fight her directly, Zhang Fan replied. Right now she's bound to head to Torchstar in the Muggrass Galaxy to reclaim her Ring of Sovereignty. That leaves the Chromie Galaxy vulnerable, doesn't it?
Zhang Fan's words were a revelation and the three companions immediately grasped his plan.
Yet another question puzzled them: who had sent the message that lured Princess Domina away in the first place? Zhang Fan smiled. Someone who wishes to help us.
Who sent the message matters not. What matters is that we must strike the Chromie Galaxy now or we'll squander this heaven-sent opportunity.
Slacha hesitated. Let's all stay calm. Setting aside whether Princess Domina will take the bait, even if she does, she might not go personally. And what of the many factions loyal to her? Will they stand idle while the Chromie Galaxy is attacked?
Zhang Fan chuckled. Princess Domina will absolutely go herself, for she'll only deem such a precious artifact safe in her own hands. As for the factions, most pledge allegiance to her merely out of fear of her power. Zhang Fan waved his hand and the star map of the Chromie Empire appeared on the screen.
He continued, once we launch a blitzkrieg on the Chromie Galaxy and seize or destroy it, the deterrent effect will be immense. Jalirui nodded. I find it feasible. However, we must seize the perfect timing. The moment Domina realizes what's happening and rushes back to reinforce the Chromie Galaxy, will be caught between two fronts. Polesi molded over, then said, if we're going to fight we might as well destroy it outright.
A pity about those Chromie pearls though.
No need to worry about that. I've noticed our combat skills may not be top tier, but our looting abilities are absolutely outstanding, let alone when we're plundering the extravagantly wealthy Chromie Empire.
Zhang Fan's words struck a chord with the three and they resonated even more powerfully during the War Mobilization Assembly, earning the enthusiastic response of every allied faction. Zhang Fan had no intention of uniting them into a powerful organization, yet he deliberately steered the inhabitants of these star systems toward becoming raiders.
Meanwhile, Domina was frantic with anxiety.
If the Four-Tribe Alliance truly destroyed the Ring of Sovereignty, not only would she be unable to ascend the throne, but the entire Chromie race would lose its heirloom.
She would not merely fail to become empress, she might even lose her position as princess.
Domina, who had always been above others and adept at schemes, became flustered and lost her composure once she herself was toyed with. Though she maintained a calm facade, her heart was already in turmoil. My dear sister, Domina addressed Nexus, I have a very important matter to attend to. Would you be willing to lead your forces and accompany me on this journey?
Nexus quickly bowed. Princess, you need only command.
The Zerg race shall follow you without hesitation. Using her psychic sense to probe Nexus's thoughts, Domina found no knowledge of the Ring of Sovereignty and thus spoke with relief. Gather your forces.
We set out for the Muggrass Galaxy together. It's time to prove to everyone that you are the true Zerg. Nexus bowed once more.
The Zerg army shall await your summons at the western border.
Watching Nexus's retreating figure, Domina suddenly felt that this was someone she could trust, a sentiment she had never experienced before. In her hour of crisis, she realized that the only ones she could rely on were those she had manipulated. Yet Nexus had not been manipulated at all, her promise was made entirely from genuine loyalty. Are the Zerg truly so heartless? Her master. But then Domina reconsidered. If Zhang Fan survived, how could Nexus ever become the master herself? For the Zerg, the continuation of their species was paramount. Domina set aside her suspicions of Nexus, but her wrath toward Dini's grew, for besides Nexus only Dini's remained. All suspicion pointed to Dini's. Domina found it inconceivable that anyone else could have silently stolen the Ring of Sovereignty. Just then an adjutant connected via video link. Princess, did you authorize Lord Denis to depart with his fleet? Domina cried out in alarm. Stop him. Stop him at once. A violent explosion echoed from the screen.
The adjutant's face twisted in horror as he turned to the left, just as he tried to report the video feed cut out.
Domina roared, Denis, you bastard, you deceived me.
The insect wings on her back vibrated with a shrill hiss and she transformed into a streak of white light speeding toward the Imperial landing pad.
All warships launch now. You must pursue Denis. No mercy, no mercy. Domina immediately added, whoever destroys one of Denis' ships will be rewarded with 2. Whoever kills Denis will stand second only to me in the entire empire.
She was beside herself with fury, dispatching nearly her entire fleet. The adjutant warned Princess, if you send out so many warships the Cromie galaxy will be left defenseless.
Should an enemy attack? Domina snapped, who would dare attack my Cromie empire? Now go. Catch up with Denis, he must be heading for the Mugras galaxy.
Before a day had passed since Domina's fleet departed, the 4-tribe alliance armada arrived at the Cromie empire.
Zhang Fan ordered, all right, let the looting begin.
The 4-tribe alliance led the main assault while the allied races swiftly plundered the planetary clusters of the Cromie empire.
The entire Cromie galaxy descended into chaos.
The defending commander, upon detecting the 4-tribe alliance warships, sent distress signals to the surrounding factions, but exactly as Zhang Fan had predicted, no one came to their aid. The 4-tribe army rampaged through the Cromie galaxy and the empire, stripped of its defenses by Domina's mobilization, had no power to resist. Just as the 4-tribe alliance warships were running rampant, Domina's main force, accompanied by warships from various allied races, abruptly materialized within the Cromie empire's star system.
Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't Domina pursuing Denis to the Mugras galaxy?
How could she have returned so quickly? And who were her allies? They had no business being here.
Slacha panicked. Jalirui was lost and Polasai slumped to the ground in despair. How is she back? Domina laughed from the screen.
You fools, did you really think I'd fall for such an easy trick? Master Zhang Fan, I truly admire you. You actually thought I'd sacrifice the Cromie empire as bait to lure you all into a trap. Zhang Fan greeted her courteously with a bow. Princess, it's been years and you're still as cunning as ever. Master Zhang Fan flatters me. But I am curious, such a foolish decision hardly seems your style.
Zhang Fan laughed heartily. You know me well, Princess. I may be a little slow-witted, but I'm far from stupid. Domina looked slightly taken aback. Judging by your demeanor, Master, you still have a trump card.
Of course, Zhang Fan replied. Otherwise would I dare set foot in your Cromie empire so easily?
Domina was extremely curious.
With all of Zhang Fan's forces trapped in the Cromie star system, on what grounds did he remain so confident? She pondered carefully. All members of the 4 races alliance were already enclosed in Nisus, had been lured into a trap at the border of the Western Realm. Who else could possibly come to rescue him?
Zhang Fan smiled. Princess Domina, there is no need for you to guess further. The Dragon Clan is my reinforcements. Domina laughed loudly. I am afraid that will disappoint you.
The Dragon Clan has long been trapped within the Dragon Realm by me.
They simply have no time to come and save you.
Zhang Fan feigned astonishment.
Really? You have calculated accurately, Princess Domina. If my estimation is correct, in 5 minutes' time you shall witness the Dragon Clan's massive army.
Domina paused briefly, then smiled. Lord Ruler, this stalling tactic of yours seems rather wasteful, leaving yourself merely 5 minutes. Zhang Fan smiled faintly.
Princess, would you dare to take this gamble? Domina hesitated.
Even with forces twice Zhang Fan's strength, destroying him would prove difficult, not to mention 5 days or 5 months.
Yet what if the Dragon Clan truly serves as his reinforcements? Should she attack rashly and the Dragon Clan joins the fray, the outcome would become entirely unpredictable.
Since you have already employed this stalling tactic, I shall grant you 5 minutes to see what other tricks you can muster.
Zhang Fan bowed gracefully. I thank you, Your Highness the Princess. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
Domina specially ordered someone to check the radar but found no sign of the Dragon Clan nearby.
Only then did she feel reassured.
Lord Ruler, you have no other tricks left, do you?
Zhang Fan asked in surprise, why hasn't the Dragon Clan's army arrived? What do you think? Stop wasting time. Today is your death day.
Before Domina could issue her attack order, the radar officer reported, combined Dragon Clan and Zuch warships have appeared within a stellar region less than 100 light-years from our position. At the same time, Zhang Fan smiled.
I apologize, Princess.
I forgot to mention earlier, the Dragon Clan went to rescue Nisus.
You. Domina roared furiously, attack. Attack immediately. Klami's warships launched a fierce assault on the Four Races Alliance, and in an instant thousands of warships were reduced to dust. After a barrage of heavy bombardment, Domina felt deeply puzzled. The Four Races Alliance's counterattacks were almost non-existent. Occasional resistance was negligible, merely serving to test her starship's defense shields. Their combat effectiveness was completely mismatched against the Zhang forces. Zhang Fan smiled again. Your Highness, do you find my gift entertaining? These are called morphic insects, capable of shapeshifting into the form of our Zhang warships. Quite convincing, aren't they? At that moment, Domina's radar officer reported again, the Four Races Alliance fleet is now merging with the Dragon Clan beyond the Kato star system. Domina appeared bewildered. What were these Zhang fleets before her? Where had those troops come from who had plundered and attacked the Klami planet? Zhang Fan patiently explained, Your Highness, in order to lure me into attacking the Klami Empire. Unfortunately, I am quite considerate of my allies. When such a favorable opportunity as plundering Klami arose, I naturally sent them. Domina instantly understood. You are using those who have pledged loyalty to you as bait. You are simply a demon betraying your comrades so readily. I wonder what the Bio-Duo people and your so-called alliance leaders think of this. Your Highness, is it necessary to sow discord at this moment? Even a blind man can see the outcome. Domina felt increasingly panicked inside. Why did it seem every move she made was under Zhang Fan's control? Where exactly was the problem? Just then the radar officer reported some good news. Warships from the various races of the Northern Realm Interstellar Council were heading toward the Klami star system. The heavy burden Domina carried in her heart suddenly lifted. With the Northern Realm Interstellar Council's support, even an alliance between Zhang Fan and the Dragon Clan would have no chance of defeating the entire Northern Realm. Domina ordered a proactive strike against the enemy. Billions of warships from both sides plunged the entire Northern Realm into warfare. Battles erupted between star systems as each faction chose sides based on old grudges, and an extensive prolonged great war unfolded across the Northern Realm. The ceaseless fighting lasted for a full century. Throughout the Northern Realm, planets turned to dust at any moment and hundreds of millions perished in the flames every single second. Among all the surprises Domina faced over those 100+ years, the most astonishing was that Zhang Fan was still alive. Domina dragged her exhausted body onto the throne and roared, What have the people of the Mo been doing for all these years? Why does the Zhang army grow stronger with each battle while Zhang Fan remains perfectly alive? The adjutant also wore a bewildered expression and hastily replied, I have repeatedly urged the Mo commander, who promised to act as soon as possible. But I do not know why it feels as though the people of Mo have not made any move against Zhang Fan at all. Domina cursed inwardly and decided to personally visit Mo. Zhang Fan had to die, or else she would be the one perishing. As Domina's flagship sailed toward Mo, she simply could not fathom it. She had originally believed Zhang Fan could be dealt with in one strike, yet he had been fighting against her for over 100 years. The greatest problem was that the Zhang military strength kept growing with each battle while her own territories continuously shrank. What made her even more furious was that according to the agreement Zhang Fan should have died 100 years ago, yet here he was perfectly alive. Mo, a pitch-black and terrifying stellar region where very few knew its exact location. Even Domina had only reached their outpost. As soon as she approached Mo, a dark shadow appeared behind Domina and asked in a low voice, What brings Princess Domina personally to our Mo? Domina angrily shouted back, You have the audacity to ask me. I am here to question you. Why is Zhang Fan, the overlord of the Zhang, still alive after all this time? The shadow remained deep and calm, its tone devoid of any emotion. We have our own arrangements. Since Mo has promised to eliminate Zhang Fan, we will not break faith with you. Princess, please return. No, I demand to see Shi Tian. Let him come to me. The shadow calmly replied, Shi Tian has already gone to assassinate Zhang Fan. Before the mission is completed, I am afraid the princess will not be able to see him. Domina grew even more confused. Has Zhang Fan become so powerful that you need to send a commander-level figure to deal with him? The shadow did not answer Domina's question, merely stating flatly, Princess, I have told you what you wish to know. Please leave this place. Though Domina was proud and ambitious, she dared not offend the people of Mo lightly. After all, though few in number, this race was remarkably powerful. Even the great emperor of the Northern Realm would not rashly provoke them. Having received orders to depart, Domina had no choice but to leave. However, since Shi Tian, the commander of Mo, had personally intervened, she need not worry too much. Zhang Fan's death was merely a matter of time. Domina finally felt somewhat relieved, but on her journey back she received news from the communications officer. The Zhang had begun mobilizing in the Molassa star system. It appeared their target this time was Klami's outer colonial star systems. The Molassa star system was one of the outer fortress systems of the Klami Empire. Its strategic position was extremely important, and the Klami allied forces had stationed heavy troops there.
For the Zerg allied forces, seizing the Molassa star system would mean throwing open the gates of the Kalami Empire. It could be said to be the last obstacle before the final decisive battle. The Zerg army advanced step by step. Duo Mina rallied more star systems to join the defensive battle of the Molassa star system. By making promises alone, Duo Mina had nearly emptied the Kalami imperial treasury. But in her eyes these were trivial matters. Once the war was won, everything would belong to her again. As for the Zerg allied forces, Zhang Fan made no promises. He only said one sentence: do as you please. My Zerg want nothing. What was it that Zhang Fan wanted? Technology was of little use to him, money was completely worthless, and power. He had no need for it. Yet this allied force, as fierce as jackals and hungry tigers, still obeyed his command. All he wanted was genes. This thing had no competitiveness at all, even genetic data could be fully shared. Therefore in the eyes of others Zhang Fan appeared extremely magnanimous.
The only problem was Mo Yuan.
But though threats were always around him, Zhang Fan no longer feared the people of Mo Yuan. Zhang Fan had not expected that Mo Yuan, such a powerful assassin star domain, would be bound by its own rules as if by shackles. According to the Mo Yuan ancestors' account of the rules of Mo Yuan, Zhang Fan learned a very important piece of information: once a person of Mo Yuan was on a mission, no one else was allowed to interfere. Unless that person failed the mission or voluntarily gave up, even the demon god had no right to disrupt their mission. This rule was actually a step-by-step trial process for the people of Mo Yuan, but they had never imagined that one of their own would be Zergified. The Zergified Mo Yuan assassin had not died, so it could not be counted as a failed mission. As long as he did not give up, no one else could possibly make another move against Zhang Fan.
Thus whenever someone from Mo Yuan came to inquire, the Mo Yuan ancestor would make an assassination attempt on Zhang Fan.
The result, of course, was that he almost succeeded and never gave up. Even Shirtian, the commander of Mo Yuan, could do nothing when he came. For a full century all they could do was watch Zhang Fan live well. Shirtian had talked with the Mo Yuan ancestor many times, but of course the answer remained the same. He even pleaded with the demon god, yet the reply was that the million-year rules of Mo Yuan could not be changed by anyone. So the Mo Yuan assassins hung around Zhang Fan every day. They roamed about for a full century but could not strike him. They could only pray that the Mo Yuan ancestor would complete his mission soon or give up. Even Shirtian had prayed that Zhang Fan would kill him.
Unfortunately, he had no idea that Zhang Fan could never kill the Mo Yuan ancestor.
Based on the genes of the Mo Yuan people, Zhang Fan's Zerg assassins, the Mo Yuan bugs, had long since infiltrated the shadows. Their assassination skills were not at all inferior to those of the Mo Yuan people. Although they could never improve, they were more than enough to take out commander-level figures. The Zerg pushed their main army forward openly while secretly assassinating leaders of every race. With such tactics they advanced triumphantly all the way, and the allied forces of the various races were completely helpless against the Zerg alliance. One day Minerva, the mother of the dragon god, appeared beside Zhang Fan and asked about the war in the Molassa star system. "Lady Minerva, why are you so concerned about the war? Lord Dalama sent word that the great emperors of the western and northern realms have nearly finished their matters in the eastern realm. If you do not settle this battle quickly, when they return, I fear everything will be in vain." Zhang Fan said in astonishment, "If I have not miscalculated, it has only been 1,000 years. The Western Realm Emperor was supposed to return only after more than 1,000 years. Why so soon?" Minerva shook her head. "You simply cannot understand the affairs of great emperor-level beings. Lord Dalama said to finish the battle swiftly and then return to the Western Realm. He will find a way to help you increase your strength again." Easy for you to say. Why not increase my strength right now? Wouldn't I be able to finish the battle faster and then return to the Western Realm? The order seems wrong. Minerva was momentarily lost for words and tactfully changed the subject. "What do you plan to do with Duo Mina? Most of the dragon race's military power has already been thrown into the Northern Realm battlefield. We dragons must return to the Western Realm before the Western Realm Emperor comes back, otherwise. Then I will try my best. It seems there's no other choice for now. I thought we were about to win, but who knows where Duo Mina found so many troops?" Minerva nodded. "I have brought someone to see you today. You can discuss military matters with him." Suddenly a dragon general stepped out from behind Minerva. He wore silver lightning armor and looked awe-inspiring. A ferocious claw scar across his face showed he was a seasoned veteran of many battles. Minerva introduced him. "This is Dragon Knight General Ona. I hope he can help you end this war early on the battlefield." Ona gave Zhang Fan a standard military salute. Zhang Fan promptly returned it and said warmly, "Then I will rely on General Ona's guidance from now on." His sonorous voice sounded very steady. Ona smiled. "You flatter me, Lord Overlord. In the battles ahead I will still need the Overlord's assistance." Of course. Your dragon race is currently my most important partner. As he said this, Zhang Fan deliberately looked at Minerva.
Minerva certainly understood what he meant.
She only cast a glance at him and then vanished from everyone's sight. With Ona's arrival, the coordination between the dragon army and the Zerg swarm was solved, and the allied forces of the four races began preliminary preparations for attacking the Molassa star system. More than 80 million warships of various races gathered outside the Molassa star system, while Duomina's northern realm allied forces were no fewer in number. This battle between the two sides would almost determine the future direction of the northern realm. Though the war had not yet begun, undercurrents were surging. Infiltration forces from both sides had already started acting wildly, and a large number of turncoats were being exposed every day. However, the Zerg did not worry about this problem at all, so instead of being the main force in the war, they became the main force in purging traitors.
This arrangement gave the Zerg an even greater advantage.
Under Shucha's direction, a type of implantable Zerg unit, the spy bug based on nanobugs, became the best defensive weapon against infiltration. What the warriors of various races did not know was that the Zerg had secretly added parasitic genes into the spy bug's genetic makeup.
When two people fight, they just go at it.
But when two groups fight, they always argue for a long time first, and sometimes after the argument they simply disband. But a war with nearly 200 million warships could not be started on a whim.
Tactical deployments and strategic planning alone took a full year of preparation. Small-scale conflicts occurred almost every day, but the main forces of both sides were extremely restrained and would not act unless absolutely necessary.
This gave Zhang Fan a headache. The allied forces no longer listened to only him.
Now he could finally understand what it meant to have too many cooks.
Without a unified thought, waging a life-and-death decisive battle was not as easy as he had imagined. 6 small meetings and 3 big meetings a day, the meetings alone gave Zhang Fan a headache. After finishing the strategic preparation meeting, he returned to the spirit dragon nest worm and flew into a rage.
Notify the hidden progenitors to fire at Selena's flagship and cripple it. Overlord. This is not a good idea. Stop the nonsense. Just do it.
This war should have started long ago.
Dominion Northern Frontier United Fleet's forward planet Castle Star.
Inside the castle super plasma cannon base, 3 sergeants hurried into the main control room carrying documents. Who was in charge here? The base commander examined the 3's attire and suddenly noticed the twin snake insignia on their chests representing the high command of the Clemmy Empire. The commander hastily approached and saluted respectfully.
Greetings, officers. I am Commander Jex of this base.
After returning the salute, the tall and lean man in the center handed a stack of documents to Jex and spoke with authority.
By the princess's order, target the Biter race's flagship. You have 5 minutes to complete the mission. Jex reviewed the documents and asked in surprise, activating the super plasma cannon requires confirmation from 2 commanders.
This does not comply with regulations. The tall lean man sneered.
You still have 4 minutes. We have already handed you the princess's direct authorization documents. What comes next is beyond my authority.
Although Jex harbored some suspicions, he could hardly contact Princess Domina directly, and even if he wanted to, he was unsure whether he could reach her. After verifying the identities and documents of the 3 individuals, everything checked out, so there was no choice but to proceed with the mission.
The entire command center immediately erupted into activity as the castle plasma cannon began charging while locking onto the Biter flagship. Commander Jex, you have 1 minute remaining.
As soon as the tall man finished speaking, the 2 behind him actually drew their weapons.
Jex was panic-stricken now.
1 minute was simply not enough. If he had known, he would not have stalled earlier. Judging by their demeanor, these 2 were clearly prepared to eliminate him if the shot failed. Princess Domina's capricious nature meant that killing an insignificant commander like himself would be as effortless as crushing an ant.
Jex immediately barked at everyone, full power charging.
We must fire within 1 minute.
The operators were equally flustered. The charging process alone required at least 40 seconds.
After a rapid series of operations, Jex caught a glimpse of someone pointing a weapon at him, but fate had other plans.
Just as the final second ticked away, the plasma cannon finally fired successfully.
The 3 watched as the main screen showed the Biter flagship being completely pierced through, then nodded in satisfaction before leaving the command center. Once they were gone, Jex wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed, "These people are all cut from the same cloth." Suddenly King Castle's furious face appeared on the command center's main screen as he roared, "Who gave you the order to fire?
Who gave you permission to fire?"
Jex quickly saluted and replied, "Princess Domina sent them personally, and all the documents are in order."
Jex. Someone arrest him this instant. You bastard, you will be held accountable for this war. On the Insectoid Coalition front, the Biter race's flagship had been blown into a massive hole by the Castle Star's plasma cannon, suffering heavy losses. Slotchai clutched the blood staining his forehead and burst into the conference room in fury, shouting, "This is completely against the rules.
Fortunately I dodged in time or I would have lost my life for no reason.
Zhang Fan asked with concern. Brother, this is an unprovoked attack. Domina seems to be making an example of me. Slacha roared in anger. You damned Domina, targeting me of all people.
Do not blame me for being ruthless.
Slacha grabbed Zhang Fan's arm and said forth. Brother, you are right. Strike first and we can no longer afford to drag this out. With Slacha's encouragement, all-out war finally erupted as billions of warships converged on the Molassa star system for a life-and-death confrontation.
All parties moved into their strategic positions within the combat zone while the insectoid forces remained behind, eliminating so-called spies. Zhang Fan sat upon his throne watching the chaos in the northern frontier with a smile. Shu Sha chuckled. These people truly are diligent. Zhang Fan sneered. When profit is paramount, of course they will work hard.
We only need to monitor Domina's movements. Let them handle the rest themselves.
The Battle of Molassa Planet resulted in catastrophic losses on both sides, with several planets and the entire Molassa star system vanishing from the cosmos entirely. Meanwhile, Princess Domina flew into a rage and swept everything off her desk, roaring, "Who was the idiot who gave the order to fire?" Everyone fell silent, well aware that meddling in matters that did not concern them would only invite disaster.
Now the Molassa star system has suffered devastating losses.
The reinforcements I recruited will need at least 2 more months to arrive, but this single shot has turned a certain victory into uncertainty. Domina was seething with rage, yet she had no choice but to confront the four-race coalition head-on while keeping her forces ready for the insectoid threat. She understood clearly that Zhang Fan's insectoid forces had barely engaged, which meant his true target was undoubtedly her. Both Zhang Fan and Domina knew that the ultimate outcome of this battle hinged not on armies but on a duel between just 2 individuals. Domina was waiting for her most powerful reinforcements, and at this moment she had no desire to clash directly with Zhang Fan. Yet the four-race coalition was advancing like a thunderbolt on the verge of reaching the Molassa star system. Forced to employ delaying tactics, Domina attempted to exploit divisions within the coalition, but when she tried to use her mental powers to control them, she discovered that the dragon race had long since fortified themselves against such manipulation.
Hehe, you have truly outmaneuvered me this time.
It seems unless I reveal my true strength you actually intend to annihilate my Clemmy empire.
Princess Domina entered a secret chamber, and after a long while she emerged holding a scroll.
Domina traveled in her royal vessel to the space around Clemmy Star, where she solemnly chanted the bitter arcane incantations inscribed upon the scroll. Soon after, a massive energy rift tore open in the outer space around Clemmy Star. A colossal bioship encased in steel slowly emerged from the fissure, followed closely by a formidable fleet. Standing atop her vessel and gazing upon this fleet, Domina laughed boisterously.
The time has come to show you the true might of the Clemmy Empire.
The war in the Molassa star system was drawing to a close, with the four-race fleets already beginning to prepare their victory celebrations. Suddenly an unexpected force emerged. Tens of thousands of elite warships surged into the four-race coalition fleet, unleashing a barrage of devastating attacks. Before anyone could react or counterattack, the fleet abruptly vanished from sight. Police replayed the footage of the coalition's attack multiple times, meticulously analyzing those elusive warships.
Police turned to the Dragon Race Commander Ona and asked, "General Ona, do their warships resemble the legendary Chaos Race vessels?"
After studying the footage carefully, General Ona frowned deeply, though he was not entirely certain. Seeing both men with such grave expressions, Zhang Fan curiously asked, "Do you sense something amiss?" Police immediately responded, "Something is deeply wrong here.
If this fleet belongs to the legendary Chaos Race, we are in serious trouble.
Despite their small numbers, every single ship is classified as S tier.
The Chaos Race. I have never heard of them before."
General Ona said, "We cannot confirm it yet, but if this is truly the Chaos Fleet, we must exercise extreme caution. This squadron will prove difficult to handle." As the insect race studied the hunt, our own fleet was struck again, suffering heavy losses with tens of thousands of warships destroyed almost simultaneously. Just like the last raid, the Allied forces weren't even prepared to mount a counterattack. Fleet vanished trace again.
At that moment, Zhang Fan suddenly received Denise's telepathic link. The Hundan fleet is summoned by Domina. Their duration won't last long, but with your current strength you cannot defeat them. You should retreat. Retreat is easy to say. Denise, last time we cooperated well, but now I suspect you and Domina are colluding. Master, you don't trust me. I have already handed you the crown of authority. Domina can't ascend now and is in a disadvantaged position.
If I were sent by her, there would be no need for this.
Okay, I'll trust you for now again, but we can't retreat now either. How long can that Hundan fleet last anyway?
The scroll's energy will be exhausted in half a year.
Zhang Fan frowned. Half a year. This half year would bring many variables. We've already seized the Molassa star system. Domina's overthrow is within reach.
I don't care, figure out the Hundan fleet situation.
The scroll is in Domina's room. I can't get in. Within her control, I have no way. Denise, this isn't something I can handle. You want to overthrow Domina, you can't do nothing. Have I not contributed? Without the crown of authority, without me would she abandon the Krami Empire? How can you plunder Krami without me? I haven't even counted this against you yet. You told us you'd lured Domina to the border planet, but this is Domina's trap. Your double agent tricks are nothing but showy acting.
I don't know how Domina found out I did escape from the Krami Empire, but...
Zhang Fan laughed.
Don't tell me you don't know she might still be controlling you. If that's the case, your words are even less trustworthy.
Deniz will pretend you were under her control all along, but if you want to overthrow Domina and seek revenge, go destroy the Hundun fleet scroll. Our agreement remains valid between us. Deniz, you should think this through. There is no free lunch in the universe.
You did nothing. We conquered the Krami Empire, so why should we hand you over for nothing?
Deniz had no reply, sighing, I'll try, but until then you must manage your own fleet's losses.
After severing the telepathic link with Deniz, Zhang Fan said to Slacha and the others, we should retreat a safe distance. We can't defeat the Hundun fleet with spies reporting, but they have a time limit.
What does the time limit mean? Will they disappear soon?
The specifics are still under investigation. I can't promise anything, so for now retreat to Mulasa star system to establish a defense.
I didn't expect it. Domina has many tricks capable of summoning warships from different dimensions.
Not in the same dimension.
Zhang Fan's stunned expression shows he's hearing a new term.
Balrace explained, legend says the Hundun fleet belongs to the Vite universe. Not only are they immensely powerful and swift, they can traverse time and space.
Then aren't these Hundun invincible here?
The four realm emperors have long closed off the conduits between space-time dimensions. If the ones Domina summoned are indeed the Hundun fleet, they can't stay in this plane for long.
Such transdimensional warfare consumes a lot of energy for them. I roughly calculated that the intervals between two attacks are half an hour.
If what you say is true, then the Hundun fleet's recharge time is also half an hour.
Check the time and order all fleets to engage full defense. Whatever they can endure is better than total annihilation. Not long after all ships activated their shields, the Insect Alliance was attacked again by the Hundun fleet.
This time they were prepared, but losses remained heavy.
This is a half-hourly round of unstoppable attacks.
Fortunately, the Hundun fleet's assaults are chaotic. Otherwise, if they aimed at the command flagship, the war would have ended in under 3 hours.
The Insect Alliance can only retreat temporarily to Mulasa star system. For now their attack range is unknown, so they must defend on the remnants of the citadel.
Zhang Fan sat on the Linglong Nest insect throne, gazing at the tens of millions of warships under his command.
Nexus, order all Shingdun insects to cover the large warships. For a fleet that cannot be counterattacked, is defense all we have.
Nexus and Shusha exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads.
Nexus said, now our insect fleet are biological warships. Although their reaction is faster than other ships, we are at a loss facing fleets like the Hundun fleet.
Shusha also added, but I thought of a problem. We could deploy inert adhesive eggs in space. When they collide with a ship, they would cling to its hull and then... Shusha's words trailed off. Zhang Fan roared in approval.
Good, then do it.
These warships move fast, but as long as they attach to a ship, they won't be able to escape. Nexus fell silent for a moment, then said, according to the genetic studies of the abyssal killers, the Ying Shizu shadow ancestor attached to Hundun warships, then we can silently prey on their pilots, and these ships from another plane could be put to our use.
Zhang Fan shook his head. That's a problem. The warships from another plane require immense energy.
Do they return to their own plane to replenish energy, or can they replenish energy here?
If it's the former, we don't have that technology. They'd be scrap. If it's the latter, they could already dominate the North Realm. So Shusha hurriedly said, Master, I think it's feasible.
As long as we can capture them, we have a chance to modify them. Even if they're scrap, we could master the technology of another plane.
Zhang Fan nodded. Good, then let's begin deploying the Ying Shizu.
Before their next raid, we must prepare a gift for them.
The Ying Shizu was created as an infiltration unit of the Zerg by fusing the gene chain of a demon abyss assassin with the origin ancestor. Its greatest difference from the origin ancestor lies in its ability to merge into shadows, just like the people of the demon abyss. Duo Lanner, the research matron, once attempted to incorporate this gene fusion into other Zerg units but failed every time.
The reason for these failures remains under investigation. The Ying Shizu was already difficult to detect. Once merged into the shadows, it vanished without a trace.
Shucha had deployed tens of millions of Ying Shizu around the Zerg warships, yet during 6 ambush attempts the Chaos warship never once ventured into Zerg territory.
Zhang Fan stared blankly at Shucha and Nia Sixi and asked, do they possess detection devices, or are they simply afraid to provoke our Zerg?
Nia Sixi pondered for a moment before saying, I believe this matter must be connected to Princess Duomina.
I have been by her side for many years and I see 2 possibilities.
The first is to isolate the Zerg from the other races.
We have discovered an increasing number of spies recently, making this the most likely possibility.
The second is to save the Zerg for last and deal with them personally.
After all, we deceived her for so many years and even had her help cultivate billions of warships.
Hearing this, Zhang Fan burst into laughter. She deserves it. She actually tried to blow me up and yet trusted you. Is she really that foolish? Even now I still can't figure out how she could trust you without any countermeasures. Nia Sixi smiled. Of course she is not foolish. It's simply that she does not understand our Zerg. Although our spiritual power is weak, we all possess the Dominator consciousness inherent in our primal genes. As the Dominator evolves, the collective consciousness of our entire Zerg becomes ever stronger. Shucha continued, strictly speaking the Dominator is the Zerg and the Zerg is the Dominator. We are all born of the Dominator's mitotic division. Duomina probably cannot fathom the power of the Dominator consciousness. Zhang Fan nodded. The question now is how we capture those chaos warships. As for Duomina, I have a feeling she still has a trump card up her sleeve. The chaos warships, though formidable, are merely used to keep us occupied. Shu Cha also nodded. With the chaos warships charging for half an hour before launching a single strike, even if we stood still and let them attack for decades, we would never finish them off. Zhang Fan suddenly said, if she intends to isolate us, then we have an opportunity. But if the chaos warships only attack randomly without targets, we will need to expand the control area of the Ing Shizu. Before either of them could respond, Zhang Fan stood up and declared, let us prepare for both scenarios. The deployment area of the Ing Shizu extended beyond the Zerg territory into other star systems, forming an invisible net waiting for the Chaos Fleet to walk into its trap. After much effort, the Chaos Fleet finally arrived and entered the range of the Ing Shizu. However, due to their extreme speed, the Ing Shizu in dormant state were directly knocked away and some were crushed into pulp. Out of thousands of Ing Shizu, not a single one succeeded in attaching itself to a Chaos warship. Zhang Fan immediately changed tactics, ordering the Ing Shizu not to enter dormancy, for once they did they would be unable to activate their shadow escape ability. After losing another tens of thousands of warships, 3 Ing Shizu finally managed to attach themselves to a Chaos warship. Zhang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was time to watch the Ing Shizu perform. Meanwhile, the interference from the Chaos warships prevented the 4-race alliance from advancing. Watching their warships being destroyed one after another, no one could remain seated impassive. At Ona's suggestion, another war conference was convened. During the 4-race war meeting, Slacha spoke first. Given the current situation, why don't we seize the momentum and launch a direct assault on the Clammy Empire? Jilalai immediately agreed. Exactly. Clammy has already been plundered once. Although those irregular forces suffered considerable losses, our main forces barely sustained any casualties. Continuing like this will only result in greater losses. Balasai glanced at Zhang Fan. I think we should hear what our fourth brother has to say. Zhang Fan had just captured a Chaos warship and was waiting for news from the Ing Shizu, his mind far from the discussion. Suddenly called upon, he said, how about this, we launch a full-scale assault on the Clammy star system? I have a feeling that Duomina is merely stalling for time and still has a trump card up her sleeve. After weighing the matter for a moment, Ona said, based on the intelligence we have gathered, Princess Duomina is skilled at exploiting human nature and extremely cunning. She never engages in battles without thorough preparation. Therefore, I agree with the Dominator's assessment. Slacha waved his hand and a star map of the Clammy Empire appeared on the screen. Glancing around the room, he suddenly turned to Ona and said, when it comes to operational arrangements, General Ona, I leave it to you. Zhang Fan chuckled inwardly. After over 100 years of warfare, it seems Slacha has become more humble, acknowledging General Ona's formidable capabilities. Ona did not decline and stated directly, this time I plan to deploy the Baido fleet and my Dragon Clan fleet as the vanguard, with the Gisu fleet and Kicha fleet providing support. Our objective is clear, to clear the path for the Zerg. Upon hearing Ona's words, the entire council hall fell silent. But after a brief moment, delegates began discussing among themselves in a cacophony of voices. Remarkably, the opinions this time were strikingly unified on the matter of clearing the path for the Zerg. As for which planet to attack first or who would serve as the main force, neither issue drew any debate. After signaling for silence, Ona continued, since everyone agrees on clearing the path for the Zerg, let us proceed to the next phase of planning. Slacha was the first to speak. Then we shall follow General Ona's command. The Dragon Clan and Baido warships launched the initial assault on the Clammy border defense fortress at Musa Star. Enduring the heavy fire of the Chaos Fleet, they forcibly seized Musa Star. Immediately afterward, the Kicha and Gisu clans launched fierce attacks on the adjacent Fulin Star. Despite the tenacious resistance from the Clammy fleet, Fulin Star ultimately fell into the hands of the 4-race alliance. The capture of this planet marked the formal entry of the Allied forces into Clammy Empire territory. The Zerg had not fired a single shot until they reached the Fulin star system. On Clammy Star, Princess Duomina sat upon her throne, glowering at the generals and commanders beneath it, and roared, we have consecutively lost 2 fortress planets. Do none of you feel ashamed? Just as she was about to continue her tirade, a soldier burst into the palace, his face alight with excitement, shouting, 20 million Beast Clan warships led by the great chieftain of Lions are currently facing off against the Zerg army.
The crowd erupted in cheers and a faint smile appeared on Duamina's face. The beast chieftain truly values loyalty and friendship. The soldier continued. Lord Morjuok has also arrived at the border of our clammy star system, leading the forces from the eastern cosmos. Duomina immediately rose from her throne and laughed heartily.
Excellent. He has finally come.
The beast race army blocked the path of the four-race alliance, and what had seemed like a clear-cut conflict became a grueling stalemate once again. What surprised the four-race alliance even more was that Morjuok from the eastern universe had also come to join the fray, and the balance of power on the battlefield was gradually tipping in favor of Duomina. The matter of the Chaos warships had not yet been resolved, yet Morjuok had somehow shown up as well. This was beyond Zhang Fan's expectations.
Morjuok from the Eastern Realm has come to intervene in the Northern Realm's war. Is that unusual? Silikai asked. Jaliri shook his head. Is there anything strange about it?
Duomina and Morjuok have a long-standing friendship.
Besides, isn't our fourth brother from the Western Realm? Anna frowned deeply. Morjuok is not an easy opponent to deal with.
He has generals galore under his command, and the combat effectiveness of his fleet has always ranked second only to those below the Emperor level.
Bolasai pondered for a moment before making a proposal. How about we go negotiate with Morjuok?
We can offer him a share of the spoils as long as he helps Duomina secure victory.
Silikai smiled.
How much is the share you're talking about?
And how much does he want? Unless we can offer a higher price than Princess Duomina.
Zhang Fan remained silent. He felt both sides had their reasons, but the real issue was how much should be given to Morjuok. Although he had only met Morjuok once, Zhang Fan held a decent impression of him. If there was no pressing need, he truly did not wish to go to war against him.
Anna continued. Let us stop discussing Morjuok for now.
The priority right now is the beast race's 20 million warships right before us. Everyone cast a glance at the densely packed fleet and wore expressions of helplessness. Only Zhang Fan suddenly laughed and said, let us continue discussing Morjuok instead.
The beast race is not within our plan and does not count as an enemy. Anna immediately asked, what does the Dominator mean by that?
Please do not underestimate them simply because you have defeated the beast race before.
Their combat strength is extremely formidable.
Zhang Fan patted Anna on the shoulder, gave a meaningful smile, and then walked straight out of the council hall. Silikai and the others watched Zhang Fan leave with puzzled expressions.
Silikai asked, slightly annoyed, what does our fourth brother mean by this? Shusha suddenly spoke up.
The Dominator is currently too occupied to concern himself with such trivial matters. Please proceed with your battle planning as usual, just do not attack the beast race.
Shusha's words only deepened everyone's confusion. What did she mean?
20 million massive warships from the beast race were already piled up at their doorstep, and they were told not to attack. Were they expected to wait for the beast race to strike first and annihilate them?
Shusha did not stay in the council hall to discuss these matters further.
After politely taking her leave, she too walked straight out of the hall just like Zhang Fan.
Silikai roared in anger. Are all insectoids so arrogant? Zhang Fan is one thing, but even his personal attendant shows such arrogance.
Jaliri quickly intervened to console him.
Brother, please calm down.
Fourth brother must have something important to attend to. Enraged, Silikai slammed his hand on the command desk and cursed. What is the insectoid clan to us?
Without the assistance of our Bidwa people, would we even have reached this point today?
Bolasai shot Anna a glance and quickly raised a hand to dissuade Silikai, also exchanging a subtle look with him.
Silikai studied Anna, who stood rigidly at attention, and asked, without the insectoids, General Anna, would you still be willing to stand with us against Duomina? The moment those words left his mouth, Silikai immediately regretted them, for Anna declined outright. Although the dragon race and the insectoid clan do not share brotherly bonds, our agreement with them is not to assist you in occupying the clammy star system, but rather to protect and support the insectoids. Therefore, if the insectoids withdraw, the dragon race will withdraw as well.
Silikai never imagined that a member of a higher civilization, a dragon, would actually speak in such terms.
It was clear they were resolute in their support for the insectoids.
Jaliri immediately stepped forward and said, brother seems a bit overwhelmed from drinking earlier.
Perhaps you should return and rest. Jaliri provided an easy way out, and Silikai seized it like a lifeline.
I was simply too emotional just now.
In that case, let us discuss how to proceed next. Anna said, I will go speak with Morjuok personally.
After all, we share some history together.
Anna arrived aboard Morjuok's flagship and was startled to see Zhang Fan seated among the council circle.
Even more surprising was the sight of Princess Duomina sitting directly across from him.
Morjuok spoke first. You two are old friends.
Is it really necessary to fight to the death?
Duomina wore a grievous expression. It is all my fault.
I ordered the Dominator to assassinate my brother Demis, but I had no idea that surveillance camera was actually a powerful explosive device.
This is what put the Dominator in danger. Yet he refuses to let it go.
Look at him, gathering so many soldiers to attack my Klami Empire.
Zhang Fan offered no defense, merely watching Duamina with a cold smirk. Majuok made no further comment. Upon noticing Anna enter, he promptly rose to escort him to a seat. Anna asked curiously, "Does the Dominator know Mr. Majuok?"
"Of course.
We are old acquaintances," Majuok replied, introducing himself.
"General Anna, the first military god of the dragon race.
And this is Princess Duamina." Anna offered a polite bow and Duamina quickly rose to return the gesture.
The four people at the table, save for Zhang Fan, appeared anything but adversaries locked in confrontation.
Zhang Fan suddenly spoke. "Mr. Majuok, are you here to mediate?" Majuok shook his head. "No. I have been entrusted by the Northern Realm Emperor to protect Princess Duamina." Zhang Fan nodded. "Then we shall meet on the battlefield."
Saying this, he rose and prepared to leave.
Anna quickly grabbed his arm and turned to Majuok, asking, "Why would the Northern Realm Emperor entrust you with protecting Princess Duamina?" Majuok smiled. "Matters involving figures of Emperor rank are not for me to pry into. I have come solely to declare my position." Zhang Fan sneered.
"I had initially thought you might have something valuable to contribute, but it seems you are merely here to threaten me. I am sorry to inform you that the Insectoid clan has never bowed to threats."
Majuok retorted, "What if the Western Realm Emperor also does not wish for you to go to war with Princess Duamina?"
"Then let him come himself. I will speak with him face to face."
After all. Anna suddenly cleared his throat, twice interrupting Zhang Fan, and ceased the conversation. "Since neither of the Emperor's wishes for war, I hope Princess Duamina can provide the Dominator with an explanation." Tears welling in her eyes, Duamina said, "This matter truly is not my fault. The cursed clan is behind this. I too am a victim. If the Dominator insists on vengeance, he should seek it from the cursed clan."
Seeing Duamina's pitiful, tearful appearance made Zhang Fan's anger boil over. He truly wanted to end her life right then and there. Majuok, reading Zhang Fan's intentions, immediately spoke up.
"Dominator, please do not act recklessly. I brought everyone together for discussion. If anyone starts fighting on my ship, they will be disrespecting me personally."
Zhang Fan assessed the situation.
Duamina's mental power no longer posed any real threat to him.
Instead, it was Majuok, the cyborg, that demanded caution. Not only did he command a powerful fleet behind him, but his personal strength was also unfathomable. Zhang Fan calmed himself and said, "I have always believed in settling scores. I went out of my way to help Princess Duamina with her troubles, yet she tried to take my life and seize control of my insectoid forces."
Majuok looked at Duamina, who was weeping like a rain-drenched flower, and asked, "Princess, what are your intentions regarding this matter?"
Before Majuok, Domina assumed a pit, teary muttering, "This is Curse Clan's trap. The Overlord has stood by me so much, how could I ever have meant to kill him?"
Ona replied, "Princess, is there any point in explaining this now? The Overlord wants to know what you intend to do."
Domina remained silent for a long moment, then said, "If the Overlord is willing to withdraw from the Western Realm, I am willing to live in peace with the insect race."
Zhang Fan laughed. "Mr. Majuok, do you think such talks are necessary?
I've given you enough face already. Consider this cup of wine my toast to you.
We shall meet again on the battlefield."
Zhang Fan raised the goblet, drained it in one gulp, then turned away from Majuok's ship.
Ona saluted Majuok and stepped out of the command chamber, adding, "Your Highness, with you like this, I have no other option either."
After Ona left, he caught up with Zhang Fan, who smiled, "General Ona, this time we will seize the Klami Empire. I am confident we have a firm grasp."
Upon hearing Zhang Fan, Ona looked a little puzzled and said, "Didn't Mr. Majuok just say that both emperors don't want you to press on? Besides, the Overlord has a way to deal with Majuok's army."
"Nope, haha, I'm just joking. You should see your own face, it's dreadful." After a moment of jest, Zhang Fan continued, "Relax, Majuok is here to hold the line. He won't move against us." Ona looked even more perplexed, but Zhang Fan merely smiled and gave no reply. Then, with a mind full of questions, returned to the Four Races Star Domain. Back in the Four Races Council chamber, Zhang Fan said, "Everyone be ready. The Beast Clan's warships will soon clear a path for us thanks to Majuok from the Eastern Realm."
Ona could hardly contain himself. When did Majuok agree with the Overlord? How could I not know at the time? Zhang Fan laughed, "Mindlink, your Dragon Clan should have it too." Ona's face brightened with realization, yet he remained incredulous. "You secretly made a deal with Majuok. Why would he be willing to help you? Does it help to tell you now? Once the Beast Clan yields the road, you will know Majuok is aiding us." Sure enough, in less than an hour the Beast Clan's standoff collapsed as their army suddenly turned, opening a path for the Four Races' allied forces. The Beast Clan's concession made it clear that Zhang Fan and Majuok had already conspired. Ona, with no more hesitation, began issuing orders to attack the Klami system.
And Zhang Fan deliberately said, General Ona, don't hide the news that Majuok helped our army, tell everyone to boost morale. Domina was still lamenting aboard Majuok's battleship when a guard reported that the Beast clan had withdrawn, claiming they had been guided by Master Majuok. Domina's face suddenly changed with anger. Majuok, I sent you to help in the Northern Realm, yet you're in league with Zhang Fan.
Majuok was bewildered. I'm not, I truly came to help you.
At that moment Majuok also received word that Beast clan warships were attacking Majuok's relief force, vowing to rescue Princess Domina.
Majuok glared at Domina and asked, what do you mean by this? I came to help you, yet you let them attack my fleet. Domina was equally bewildered, but she quickly replied, the Beast clan was bewitched by the insect race. But Majuok had no time to listen to explanations. He roared, immediately order your Beast clan to halt the attack and I will settle this debt with you later. Domina hurried to issue commands, but the Beast clan warships continued their assault, growing more ferocious. Majuok's side reported that more Northern Realm fleets had joined the attack. The deputy analyzed, this is a trap, almost all Northern powers are converging on our forces. Majuok pointed at Domina and said, well, now I didn't expect you, Domina, to lure me and try to devour me. This won't be so easy. Before the words were finished, Majuok struck. Domina dodged, and after a few exchanges she was unable to withstand and hurriedly retreated from Majuok's battleship. Majuok watched the panicked retreat of Domina and jeered, Zhang Fan, you truly are a demon, you toy with someone like Domina at your fingertips. I hope we will not become enemies. Majuok ordered, withdraw to the Eastern Realm, we can't handle the Northern Realm matters. Inform all merchant guilds and all star systems. Domina betrayed our alliance and severed the alliance. Majuok's fleet retreated. The Beast clan shifted again toward the Klami system. Domina, fleeing into Klami, burst into the council hall and shouted hysterically, Shurya, you fool, you fool. After venting, she looked around and found that the Beast clan's great chieftain Shurya was nowhere to be seen. Domina demanded, what on earth is going on with the Beast clan? Why are they attacking Majuok's fleet? A deputy reported, the Beast clan not only attacked Majuok's warships, their main forces are aiding the insect race to attack our star systems, and the forces attacking Majuok are turning toward us. Domina was astonished. What is going on?
Has the Beast clan betrayed us? She did not know that there were no longer Beast clans at all. Over more than 100 years the so-called Beast clans had been devoured by the Rongshochong. Now those more than 20 million Beast clan warships were actually under the control of the Rongshochong. Glancing again at the council hall, the remaining attendees were few. What had been evenly matched had lasted over a century, and the surrounding star systems had long borne the burden. And the Beast clan's betrayal worsened matters. Domina's prospects of victory dwindled to near zero, with many races choosing to withdraw and some even joining the insect race's faction. Those who joined the victors to plunder the Klami system fared better than gaining nothing. Most of the races still in the council hall had little strength left, yet they stood near Klami. Domina, unable to bear it, slumped onto the throne, stroking it, and murmured, have I done wrong? No, you did not do wrong, you were simply too greedy.
Denise's sudden appearance did not surprise Domina.
She asked calmly, in truth you were never under my control, were you?
Denise smiled wryly, no, only not under your control at the critical moment.
Domina shook her head helplessly. Was all this your plan? It seems Father Emperor did not misjudge you. Your scheming deserves this throne, Denise said with a bitter smile. But alas, it isn't me. All of this is the Curse clan scheme. I am nothing more than a puppet in pursuit of vengeance. Domina glared at Denise. For vengeance you would betray your empire, betray your sister.
Denise sneered. Domina, when you say that, what else can be salvaged?
Domina exhaled softly, seated on the throne with a quiet tenderness, looking at Denise and saying, little brother, I have but one wish, let my sister crown you in person.
When Domina proposed to crown Denise herself, Denise refused without hesitation. You've run out of tricks, so now you're playing on sentiment. Don't you think it's a little late for that?
Domina wept with feigned emotion. Sister knows the battle is already lost, but must you be so heartless?
What could I possibly do to you now?
I merely wish to stand in for Father once.
Even if I cannot take Father's place as the Empress of the Klami Empire, at least grant a dying woman's final wish. Let me crown you in Father's stead. Is even that too much? These words began to sway Denise.
Seeing his hesitation, Domina slowly rose and approached him, saying, brother, there is something known only to Father that I must tell you, something that can only be known by one who becomes the king of the Klami Empire. Though Denise remained wary of Domina, the mention of a secret distracted him for a moment, and that was all the opening she needed. Domina suddenly unleashed a psychic assault, seizing control of Denise's mind.
Yet strangely, it was not Denise who collapsed, it was Domina. Denise looked down at Domina lying on the ground and sneered, Zhang Fan, weren't you supposed to help Denise ascend the throne? Then from today onward I am Denise. Ha ha ha.
When Zhang Fan's great army invaded the planet Klami, every Klami warship surrendered without a single shot.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
They had braced for a fearsome battle, never expecting it to end so easily. When Zhang Fan and the leaders of the Four Races Alliance arrived at the Klami Imperial Palace, they found only Domina's corpse, while Denise stood beside it smiling in welcome.
Before Denise could speak, Zhang Fan seized him by the throat and roared, what did I tell you back then? What did you promise me? Why is Domina dead? Denise hastily explained, seeing that victory was hopeless. She took her own life.
I tried to stop her, but I arrived a step too late.
Zhang Fan's anger eased slightly. Gazing at Domina's body, he ordered 2 Zerg creatures to drag her away.
Then he suddenly extended his hand toward Denise. Enough. Now that Domina is dead, hand over the ring of sovereign right.
It's time you honored your promise. Denise looked bewildered. Overlord, what do you mean? Didn't I already give you the ring of sovereign right? Zhang Fan suddenly recoiled 2 steps and bellowed, he's not Denise, he's Domina. Denise stammered in panic, Overlord, have you lost your mind? Or are you planning to break your oath?
Zhang Fan burst into laughter. Princess Domina, you are so out of date. I forgot to tell you, among the Zerg there is a creature called the mimic worm which can imitate any living being it touches.
What you are controlling right now is nothing but a mimic worm's body. Denise smiled. Overlord, you must be joking. I am Denise.
The victory is already ours, there's no need for such jests. Domina, you truly are a master of pretense.
Don't blame me for what happens next. Kneel.
At Zhang Fan's thunderous command, Denise involuntarily dropped to his knees before him.
Everyone instantly drew their weapons. Denise shouted in terror, what have you done to me?
Zhang Fan replied with a smile, clever Princess Domina, did you really think Denise would leave himself completely defenseless against you?
Denise roared at the others, do you see now? This is the Zerg you chose to serve.
He is nothing but a treacherous scoundrel who builds bridges and burns them.
He promised to make me the king of Klami, and now your dream of becoming queen has been utterly shattered. Another Denise walked into the palace hall. The crowd was bewildered. Though they strained their eyes, none could tell which one was the real Denise.
The other Denise handed Zhang Fan a scroll and smiled, this is the scroll for summoning the Chaos Fleet.
I have already placed a new seal upon it.
He looked at the kneeling Denise and laughed, sister, desperation truly drove you to jump the wall.
You couldn't even tell me apart from the mimic worm.
In your haste to seize the initiative, you must not have given that worm a single moment of freedom. The kneeling Denise struggled desperately to rise but could not move an inch. He shouted at Zhang Fan, he is the real Domina.
You must believe me.
Only Domina can deactivate the Chaos Summoning Scroll, I have no idea how to close it.
Ona quickly interjected, I think the kneeling Denise has a point.
If he were the real Denise, how could he possibly know so easily how to open and close such an artifact?
Zhang Fan nodded, what you say makes some sense. But here we have 2 demises.
If we choose wrong, aren't you all afraid she will come back for revenge later?
The kneeling Denise hastily said, I can prove it. I can prove it. Shucha chuckled from the side, the survival instinct is strong.
Zhang Fan asked with a smile, and how exactly do you intend to prove it? He quickly replied, in my room there is a short blade gifted by the cursed clan. That blade is the source of power that allowed the cursed clan to grant me rebirth.
I can activate it with my consciousness, but Domina cannot.
At that moment the standing Denise spoke up, the cursed clan's method of rebirth requires no short blade at all.
That blade was merely Domina's tool for controlling me. He is twisting everything to confuse you.
Zhang Fan patted the standing Denise on the shoulder and laughed, no matter.
Let's give it a try.
The situation is already settled, let her make her last desperate struggle. The short blade was brought into the hall under the escort of several soldiers. After testing, only the kneeling Denise could control the blade, the standing Denise could not make it move in the slightest.
Now the crowd was utterly baffled.
What were they to do with 2 demises?
Slacha said, I think the kneeling one is definitely the imposter.
Why else would she still be kneeling?
His body must be the mimic worm. Isn't that simple enough?
The others nodded one after another, they had all forgotten this crucial point amid the argument.
Zhang Fan smiled at the kneeling Denise and asked, you heard that, didn't you? Do you have anything else to say? The kneeling Denise quickly said, Domina possesses a body-shifting technique. She can swap bodies.
When my consciousness flickered for a moment, I found myself kneeling here. Balafai quickly added, I have heard of this, Princess Domina was most skilled in such arts.
Zhang Fan stepped back, scrutinizing the 2 demises. Then he asked the crowd, everyone, now that the great victory is secured, is there any need for us to determine which is real and which is false? Slacha suddenly had a revelation.
Zhang Fan had once promised him that once the alliance seized Klami he would stand above all races, second only to the overlord himself.
Slacha quickly said, I think the overlord is right. Who cares which is real and which is fake? Just kill them both. Denise was never a decent sort anyway. Both demises glared at Slacha. Ona suddenly stepped forward and said that wouldn't be right. After all, Denise did help us with the matter of the Chaos Fleet.
Zhang Fan retorted, did you not just hear him say that only Domina can seal the scroll?
And this one did not refute it.
Ona wanted to speak further but Zhang Fan raised his hand to stop him. Enough.
No more talk.
Kill them both, remove the threat forever.
Neither Domina nor Diniz had ever imagined Zhang Fan would be so ruthless, killing them both true or false. Both demises were bound outside the Great Hall.
The executioner raised his massive magic-energized axe. At that moment Nisi spoke up. Overlord Viper has arrived.
He wishes to speak with Domina.
Kuei and Buffett arrived outside the Grand Palace Hall where two identical Dinis stood before them.
Kuei stepped between the two and smiled. Princess Domina, it is a pleasure to meet you.
Neither of the Dinis responded, both stared at him with expressionless faces.
Kuei continued. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a starseer of the new generation and my name is Kuei. Zhang Fan could clearly see that the Dinis on the left appeared greatly startled and even cast a furtive glance in his direction.
Kuei continued. Princess Domina must never have imagined that the Dominator you sent to destroy us would instead bring us before your very eyes.
With Kuei present, Domina saw no further need for concealment. The Dinis on the left glared at Zhang Fan and demanded, you betrayed me from the very beginning.
Zhang Fan chuckled, dealing with someone like you without holding back a card or two, do you truly take me for a fool? Before Domina could speak he added, fortunately for you, you were clever enough to abandon that Zerg body, otherwise I would have made your death extremely unpleasant. The real Dinis then rose and said, now that you've distinguished the real from the fake, release me. Zhang Fan burst into laughter.
Your Highness Dinis, I'm afraid you've misunderstood me.
I made it abundantly clear earlier, both of you are going to die.
Why?
Zhang Fan said with utter seriousness, it's simply a change of dynasty.
Do you think these commanders standing before you would ever consent to you becoming the new emperor of the Claim Empire?
Among the thousands of Northern Realm counselors present none spoke a word. Some had grown weary of Domina's rule while others dared not utter a sound, especially since the current Zerg horde was even more formidable than in her heyday. Zhang Fan gestured for the executioner to step aside and placed the great axe into Slacha's hands.
Slacha took the axe in bewilderment, gripping it without the slightest idea of what to do.
Zhang Fan deliberately retreated 3 steps, clearing a path for Slacha.
Big brother, the task of executing Domina is yours.
From this day forward you are the new king of the Claim Empire. Slacha was overcome with ecstasy and could hardly resist charging forward to cut Domina down on the spot.
Kuei immediately intervened. Domina cannot be killed just yet.
There are matters I must question her about first.
Domina laughed loudly, I have nothing to answer for you.
Dinis kept pleading for mercy but Slacha swung the axe without hesitation and ended him in a single stroke. No blood flowed from his body, instead a cloud of black chi emerged, gradually fading and dissolving into the air. Ona frowned deeply at the sight of that black chi. As Slacha slowly approached Domina, Ona stepped forward and said, Dominator, perhaps you should spare her after all. Zhang Fan met Ona's gaze knowingly and replied, very well. Since all of you have interceded on her behalf and considering that Domina once aided me greatly, I shall have her imprisoned instead. Slacha, however, had no intention of heeding Zhang Fan's words. He brought the axe down straight toward Domina's head. Just as the great axe was about to strike Domina, Nisi suddenly appeared before her, catching the axe with a single hand. She glared at Slacha and said, Sir, the Dominator has already ordered her spared. Slacha shot Nisi's a furious glare, then reluctantly dropped the axe and strode back toward Zhang Fan and the others. Domina gazed at Nisi's, who stood protectively before her, and said, Sister, I knew it, only you would still cherish the bond we share. Nisi sneered coldly, Princess, there has never been any bond between us. No, sister, are you truly blind to the fact that everything I did was for your sake? If Zhang Fan lives, you will never become the Dominator of the Zerg. If Zhang Fan lives, you will never become the Dominator of the Zerg.
Nisi's extended a sharp spike and pricked the princess's throat. Your Highness, you talk far too much.
The Dominator forbade me from killing you, but I possess many tortures far worse than death.
Should you wish to sample them, I would be more than happy to oblige. The war in the Northern Realm came to an end with Domina's downfall.
Zhang Fan finally exacted his vengeance and the Zerg's military might swell by more than tenfold. Yet Zhang Fan could not bring himself to celebrate. The entire affair seemed far too simple, as though some unseen hand were pulling the strings from behind the scenes.
Was Domina's power truly so feeble? In any case, Domina was now imprisoned and the Claim Empire had fallen.
Zhang Fan resolved to return to the Second Earth, bide his time and gather his strength to face even greater challenges ahead. As he entered the Grand Palace Hall and was about to state his purpose, Slacha asked, Fourth brother, are you planning to leave? Zhang Fan was rather curious.
How did you know? Slacha forced a smile. Didn't Fourth brother say earlier that once Domina's rule came to an end you would depart? Zhang Fan nodded. Indeed.
That is precisely why I have come to bid all of you farewell. Ona also spoke up, with matters here concluded I must return to report as well.
Bolasai suddenly asked, you're all leaving just like that? You don't want anything? Zhang Fan smiled.
As I said before, we Zerg came only for vengeance.
Everything else belongs to you brothers.
Jalirui clapped his hands and dozens of guards emerged from Domina's treasury carrying more than a dozen large chests, setting them before Zhang Fan. Jalirui said, "These are all of Domina's personal collections, take your pick, fourth brother."
Slacha laughed. "Aren't you putting fourth brother in an awkward position? He already told you he doesn't want anything.
If you force them on him, is he supposed to accept out of courtesy or break his word?" Zhang Fan had originally intended to refuse, but after hearing Slacha's remark he smiled and said, "Then I shall gratefully accept my brothers." A squad of Zerg filed in and carried away 4 large chests, loading them onto the warship. Zhang Fan paid no heed to Slacha's pained expression, bowing to all present. "From now on the Northern Realm is yours. I have only one request, never set your sights on me."
Jalirui and Balusai nodded hastily. "Fourth brother, if you ever need anything, just give us the word. We will both come to your aid without question."
Slacha was still lost in his anguish when he finally came to his senses. By then Zhang Fan and Ona were already far beyond the palace gates.
Ona asked in astonishment, "Dominator, how can you tolerate a man like Slacha?"
Zhang Fan smiled mysteriously. "If he weren't there, how would the Northern Realm ever descend into chaos?
Surely your dragon clan wouldn't wish to see a Northern Realm as unified as it was under Domina's rule." Ona nodded in realization. The Dominator truly plans far ahead.
"When chaos engulfs the Northern Realm, we can devote our full strength to the Western Emperor. I wish to return to Earth as soon as possible and fulfill my mission."
Ona bowed to Zhang Fan.
"When war comes with the Western Emperor, my dragon clan will surely render our full assistance."
"Then I thank you, General Ona. I shall take my leave." Zhang Fan led the Zerg army away from the Claim Galaxy.
He did not take the Beast clan with him, instead leaving them embedded within the Northern Realm. Upon returning to the Zerg domain in the Western Realm, Zhang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, a strange sense of homecoming washing over him.
After settling the Zerg warships, he returned to the temple on the second Earth.
No sooner had he stepped through the temple gates than Hu Bailey came forward to greet him.
"Dominator, you have returned victorious after defeating Domina, yet you do not look particularly pleased." "I don't know. I simply can't find any joy in it. I've fought too many wars on behalf of others.
Let me calm down for a while. After all, the Western Emperor still awaits, and once he is defeated, everything will finally be over."
Hu Bailey shook his head.
"If the Dominator wishes to defeat the Western Emperor, there are many enemies to overcome beforehand.
This path will not be easy.
If I may offer my advice, it would be best to settle down and develop steadily here on the second Earth."
Hu Bailey led Zhang Fan to the viewing platform and gestured toward the horizon.
"Humans are truly a remarkable species, so fiercely xenophobic that they exterminate any non-human race to eliminate future threats."
Zhang Fan smiled. "But I possess human cognition, and I haven't slaughtered your kind entirely, have I?" Hu Bailey chuckled. "That is precisely my point.
When dealing with submissive species, they first tame them only to ultimately slaughter them for sustenance." Zhang Fan cast a meaningful glance at Hu Bailey.
The two exchanged knowing smiles before Zhang Fan quickly clarified, "I never meant anything of the sort."
Ha, Supreme One, humans have now reached an imperial era where they have begun dividing themselves into nobles and commoners.
"Shall we intervene?" Zhang Fan asked curiously, "Didn't I task you with guiding humanity? Why does it seem you have only been studying them?"
Hu Bailey laughed heartily. "So fascinating, truly fascinating. I have never encountered such a creature. The more I observe, the more entranced I become."
Zhang Fan sighed helplessly. "Enough. Summon Buffett and the others. This time I will oversee this personally." Buffett, Zhang Fan and their companions arrived above the human settlement.
Thanks to their concealed nature, the humans below had no way of detecting their presence. Zhang Fan gazed at the wooden castle and asked, "How have humans developed so rapidly?"
"How many years has this taken?" Buffett frowned. "Is that considered fast?"
"We have not closely studied human history, but reaching a feudal stage within a few hundred years seems quite normal."
"Normal? On Earth, humanity took nearly 10,000 years to transition from primitive society to feudal civilization."
Hu Bailey shook his head. "Impossible, unless they suffered an extinction event. Based on what I know of human technological evolution, reaching the cosmic age should take no more than 1,000 years.
Zhang Fan looked bewildered. "That makes no sense.
From our feudal era to the cosmic age, it took us at least 5,000 years. The group arrived above a smelting works where workers below were forging metal and crafting weapons." Buffett pointed to the short swords and spears being produced.
"We have not interfered with any aspect of human technological development."
Buffett gestured toward a human male.
"Do you recall I mentioned to the sovereign that humans were sealed?"
Zhang Fan immediately grew interested, nodding eagerly and turning his attention to Buffett. With a casual gesture, Buffett teleported the man to their side. Seeing the terrified individual, Zhang Fan spoke with mild anger.
Why did you bring him here?
Buffett hurled a magic sphere toward the man. According to Zhang Fan's understanding, the sphere would have killed him instantly.
But something extraordinary occurred.
The man instinctively blocked the sphere's advance and seized control of it within his palm. Zhang Fan was so stunned he could not utter a word.
He examined the seemingly ordinary human closely and asked in disbelief, "Is this really a human?"
Buffett nodded.
Certainly.
Humans inherently possess a universal affinity for magic and elemental perception. Their spiritual power is far greater than most realize, though such individuals are exceedingly rare.
I don't understand.
Bailey erased the man's memory and sent him back, then explained, "I have wiped his memories clean. Yet no matter how thoroughly I erase them, whenever a triggering event occurs he can naturally recover what was removed." Buffett threw another magic sphere at the man from above. Despite having his memory erased, the man seemed to recall the previous encounter and caught the sphere with one hand. After manipulating and examining the sphere for a moment, he suddenly displayed extreme terror as though completely unaware of what had just transpired.
Bailey continued, "This is a temporary memory restoration. If we continue observing, we will see this human begin wielding magic very soon."
Buffett added immediately, "Lightning magic, that is what I used on him just now."
Zhang Fan grew agitated. "Humans cannot use magic. Our civilization relies entirely on technology."
"Those so-called superpowers were proven to be fictional in our era."
Bailey shook his head.
"If we reveal ourselves now, humans would worship us as gods. But thousands of years from now, when they reach a level capable of interacting with beings like you and me, will they still believe in your gods? Would we be dismissed as myths?"
Zhang Fan instantly understood.
"You mean the deities worshipped by ancient humans were very likely extraterrestrials?"
Buffett looked at the shocked Zhang Fan and said, "Supreme One, you are overreacting. After all, this is the origin world of the Dragon Clan.
It is entirely reasonable that extraterrestrial races visited here. Perhaps the Dragon Clan, like you, arranged for other species to guide humanity." Zhang Fan pondered for a moment.
"No. The Dragon Clan stated they do not know how humans came to Earth. Moreover, humans exist across the entire cosmos."
Buffett nodded. "Then there is only one logical explanation: humans were artificially created, and specifically designed as a combat force." Before Zhang Fan could object, Buffett continued, "Humans are scattered across the universe, they could not possibly have originated from a single source. I have spoken with the Dragon Clan and they confirm that humanity remains under surveillance as a primitive race showing no signs of developing high-tech starships." Zhang Fan immediately recalled, "Yes, the Dragon Clan mentioned that humans exist on tens of thousands of planets." Bailey fell silent for a moment before speaking. "The Zerg reproduction and invasion capabilities are the most formidable I have ever witnessed. Humans lack such abilities, so how did they come to occupy those planets?" Zhang Fan connected this to his own situation and proposed a bold hypothesis. "Perhaps a far more advanced civilization conquered these planets first, then placed humans upon them, just as I have positioned Earth's people on the second Earth." Buffett and Bailey both nodded in agreement.
That could explain it.
But who is this advanced civilization? And why would they do such a thing?
No one could answer Zhang Fan's question.
For several days he remained on the second Earth, quietly observing the development of human society. What surprised him most was that the social development of the second Earth mirrored Earth's history almost exactly.
Logically, under different environmental conditions, human evolution should have taken divergent paths. Yet the reality before his eyes showed humanity progressing methodically following the same social model as Earth. Human civilization appeared to operate like a program, transferred from a desktop computer to a laptop. Though the hardware differed, the software ran identically, unaffected by the change in environment. As Zhang Fan was lost in thought, a tremendous explosion echoed from nearby. Lightning struck the human settlement from the sky in several places simultaneously. Zhang Fan rushed to the scene and discovered the man Buffett had brought up earlier, now hovering approximately 3 meters above the ground, controlling the lightning at will. Zhang Fan watched in disbelief as a human floated roughly 3 meters above the ground controlling lightning, a sight that completely upended his understanding of humanity. He observed closely as the man wielded lightning to indiscriminately destroy houses, obliterating everything in the vicinity in a display of power meant to subjugate others. Just as the onlookers knelt in worship before him, a squad of soldiers arrived at the nearly devastated village under the command of a general. Without hesitation, the lightning-wielding man launched an assault on the general, while the remaining individuals fled in every direction to escape the chaos. Zhang Fan was convinced that the esper capable of controlling lightning would easily overpower ordinary humans in a confrontation. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. After 3 failed direct assaults, the ordinary humans resorted to assassination tactics and ultimately hung the lightning controller's head on the wooden city gate.
Zhang Fan had assumed the conflict would end there, but the human soldiers began systematic sweeps eliminating anyone with even a hint of supernatural ability.
Could Earth have experienced something similar? Zhang Fan wondered.
Was humanity's current state not a product of natural evolution but rather something orchestrated?
But why would humans do this?
Zhang Fan rose above the wooden palace and observed a group of nobles in splendid attire discussing matters concerning those with supernatural abilities. Their conclusion echoed something familiar to Zhang Fan: eliminate all who are not of our kind. Hu Bailey materialized beside him with a smile, asking, is the sovereign still merely observing humanity? Perhaps it is time to reconsider humanity's trajectory. If things continue this way, humans may become the real threat, Zhang Fan mused before adding, actually perhaps we should send the Liravelan brothers down to test whether humans can coexist peacefully with alien species.
Hu Bailey responded, we have attempted this before.
They branded us as demons. When we carved irrigation channels for them, they claimed we stirred chaos. When we taught them social customs, they accused us of corrupting their minds. To humanity, the Liravelans are nothing but monsters. Zhang Fan suddenly connected this to legends of yokai on Earth and exclaimed in shock, could it be?
Good heavens, surely not. Are the creatures from Earth's folklore actually the Liravelans and your expedition team?
Hu Bailey shook his head and replied, I believe it is possible.
Humans possess both strong curiosity and aggression toward the unknown. However, a few humans have managed to coexist peacefully with us. Unfortunately, such individuals are treated as outcasts. Zhang Fan nodded and said, that is indeed a common human trait.
I believe it stems from humanity's self-preservation mechanism.
Shu Cha's voice suddenly reached Zhang Fan through mental link. Sovereign, a massive fleet is approaching our star sector.
Zhang Fan sighed, I barely had a few days of peace and now another fleet has arrived.
Handle it yourselves. If negotiations are possible, pursue them; if not, annihilate them outright.
Zhang Fan resumed his discussion with Hu Bailey about human defense mechanisms, but barely 2 sentences in when Shu Cha interrupted again, this fleet has directly attacked our Titan.
Mei Zhu and Bai Shui have already departed to reinforce.
Zhang Fan shrugged helplessly at Hu Bailey and said, no choice.
We will discuss this further upon our return.
Hu Bailey chuckled and remarked, it seems I was mistaken earlier.
It is impossible for the sovereign to develop peacefully on Earth too.
For the insectoid race to achieve peace and stability, we must become truly invincible.
Upon returning to the spirit dragon nest, Zhang Fan was immediately approached by nieces. Shu Cha has already led the second force to provide support.
What manner of fleet is this formidable that even Mei Zhu and Bai Shui cannot handle it? Nieces unfurled a screen revealing a multicolored warship resembling a rainbow breadstick engaged in combat with Mei Zhu's flagship. Though the breadstick warship's offensive capabilities were mediocre, its defensive prowess proved astonishing. Mei Zhu's Black Widow could not pierce its shields with spiderwebs, missiles, or venom. The Kebeifeng's self-destruct attacks failed as well, and even the magical assaults of the ice dragon insects and flame dragon insects could not breach its defenses. This caught Zhang Fan's interest. Such formidable defensive capabilities were unprecedented among the billions of warships across the Northern Realm.
The breadstick warship's firepower was similarly lackluster, inflicting minimal damage on the insectoid vessels.
After several engagements, neither side suffered significant losses. Once Shu Cha's 2 million warships entered the fray, the breadstick vessels immediately scattered and fled. As the insectoid army prepared to withdraw behind their defensive line, the enemy returned once more. Watching their tactics from the command room, Zhang Fan smiled and remarked, this shameless harassment strategy is one I favored in my earlier campaigns. When you cannot defeat your enemy, annoy them to death. Zhang Fan watched with mild interest as the interstellar battle played out like a repetitive chase sequence. However, after the second encounter, Shu Cha ceased pursuit and returned directly to the defensive perimeter. The breadstick fleet displayed intelligence by recognizing Shu Cha's ambush, immediately ceasing their advance once the insectoid forces crossed into the defensive zone. Zhang Fan ordered, establish a link with them and see what they want. A holographic projection immediately materialized on the screen, a being with an oversized head and slender frame resembling a watermelon balanced atop 3 chopsticks.
Zhang Fan nearly laughed aloud at the creature's absurd appearance.
Suppressing his amusement, Zhang Fan asked, what is your true purpose in coming here? The alien replied, I am Jia Duo of the Messiah people.
We have set our sights on your planet. Hand it over and we shall spare you. Refuse and we will seize it by force.
Zhang Fan found this amusing and remarked, I am accustomed to being the one who takes, not the one targeted.
Jia Duo retorted, then you refuse to negotiate.
If that is the case, why did you initiate the link?
Since you have linked with us, the negotiations must continue.
Zhang Fan was at a loss for words at such logic. Before Zhang Fan could respond, Jia Duo continued, since you initiated the negotiation, we shall reluctantly accept.
However, we demand at least half of your planet.
Zhang Fan found himself utterly speechless. Who gave them the right to demand what they desired simply because they set their sights on it?
What nonsense was this?
Zhang Fan terminated the communication and stated to Shu Cha the universe is vast and every manner of absurdity exists within it.
It seems we have no choice but to fight and eliminate them.
Before their conversation could continue, the mother reported the Messiah have once again requested a link. Zhang Fan refused even to glance at the request and ordered directly, forget it, I do not possess such patience.
Annihilate them outright.
We have no use for their bizarre genetics, I fear they might contaminate our insectoid forces.
Shu Cha disabled the communication system and the insectoid fleet launched another assault.
This time the Messiah once again fled without resistance. Mei Shu contemplated for a moment before urgently suggesting, let us deploy traps along the outer perimeter this time.
When they return we will eliminate them there. Shu Cha considered this and replied, this is our only option.
Their escape speed is exceptional and their defenses are formidable, we have few means to confront them directly. The insectoid forces deployed spiderweb traps along the outer star sector, concealed numerous parent-child explosive drones and strategically positioned all of their giant armored dragon insects along the enemy's anticipated retreat routes. Everything was in place awaiting the peculiar Messiah's next incursion. Though the Messiah warships dared not directly breach the insect race's defensive perimeter, they frequently harassed it from the periphery. The carefully laid traps were never sprung, they simply refused to enter as if they could sense the presence of every ambush. Every time it seemed they were about to step into a trap, in the blink of an eye they would dart away and vanish without a trace. What left Zhang Fan most speechless was the race's bizarre logic. They kept signaling the insect race, saying that if half wasn't acceptable a third would do. In the end it all came down to this: if they took a liking to something you had to hand it over. If they couldn't win they would flee, knowing you could never catch them, and then heap mockery and ridicule on you to boot.
Zhang Fan had a good temper, but not one that could stomach such provocation.
Yet their warships were genuinely fast, so fast that by the time the insect race arrived at the battle zone they caught only the exhaust flames trailing from the enemy vessel's sterns. Inside the command hall Zhang Fan said, I've grown tired of this, let them have the Titan. Everyone immediately objected, but Zhang Fan chuckled, give it to them, they can't take it away anyway.
Once they've settled down we'll dispatch a fleet to surround Titan.
Nyeshisi smiled and said, a clever way to lure them into the trap.
I'll gather the data on Titan and then we'll let them make their way to Titan.
Zhang Fan laughed, what data do we have? Even if we offered it to him he probably wouldn't want it. By the time you've cleared up Titan they'll have long since wandered off. Transmit my order except for the giant armored dragon insects which are to remain hidden. All other warships are to abandon Titan and withdraw behind the second defensive line. Seeing the insect horde retreating, the Messiah assumed that the insect race was afraid of them. They skirted the traps and set course directly for Titan. Titan was an enormous planet of insectoid plant life. Most of its organisms had already been transformed into insectoid forms. As a hatchery for colossal warships it boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Meanwhile Zhang Fan sat on the spirit dragon nest insect in the distance, keeping a close watch on Titan's movements.
2 days passed yet the Messiah never showed up.
On the third day, just as Zhang Fan was about to leave, the Messiah sent over a link.
We have already occupied your planet.
Now we demand that you and all your kin kneel beneath our feet. Zhang Fan turned aside and asked Nyeshisi, have I been away from the Western realm for centuries that the realm has bred such bizarre creatures? Nyeshisi answered with utmost earnestness, no, I've never seen such a shameless fleet before. Send an elite squad of insect warriors to submit to them, we'll just watch the show, Zhang Fan said. He then agreed to surrender and dispatched a unit of elite insect warriors. The moment they entered the Titan region dozens of Messiah warships swarmed around them and demanded gifts. Zhang Fan was grinding his teeth with fury, but knowing that they could not afford to let the Messiah slip away again and that spies needed to be planted among them, he could only consent to handing over a single worthless weapon. The insect elites finally set foot on Titan and were escorted by the Messiah to the royal palace to meet their king Messiah III Guri Messiah. Beholding the elite insect warriors, Guri's face instantly split into a delighted smile.
Your lowly race is surprisingly sensible. Seated on the throne of the spirit dragon nest insect, Zhang Fan found it both infuriating and hilarious.
He wondered where these Messiah had gotten such confidence. The insect elites casually picked up a weapon and offered it to King Guri Messiah. The Messiah king, his face wreathed in smiles, helped the elites to their feet and immediately ordered a banquet with wine to entertain them. All across Titan there was singing and dancing, laughter and joy, as if they had conquered the insect race. After the banquet, King Guri Messiah ordered a huge pile of gifts to be brought out, and he said to the insect warriors, since you have submitted to us Messiah, from today onward you are all subjects of the Messiah people. Pointing at the huge crates of gifts, the Messiah king said grandly, think of these as gifts in return.
If anyone ever dares to bully you, I'll be the first to make them regret it.
Hearing this, Zhang Fan nearly choked with laughter. It was genuinely the first time he had encountered such an oddball race. Zhang Fan caught his breath and smiled at Shu Sha.
Tell the lurking primordials not to move. The insect forces on Titan are to continue hatching as planned.
Just let them settle on Titan. Being protected by others is a good thing.
And so the Messiah inexplicably occupied 1/3 of Titan.
However, they were also very well behaved, never venturing even half a step beyond the borders they had drawn for themselves. The warships in outer space were no different, they operated only around Titan and never entered insect territory. From time to time some merchant vessels would proactively request permission to sell goods to the insect race, but when the insect race refused they would immediately withdraw.
Half a year after the bizarre Messiah race invaded, Zhang Fan could not be bothered to pay them any attention anymore.
They were a race that lived entirely in their own world. One day Bailey Buffett and the others were in the temple discussing whether to interfere in the future development of mankind.
Kuei's image suddenly appeared in the temple.
The moment he saw Bailey, he said, "I just sensed a great calamity descending upon second Earth.
Evacuate at once." Bailey asked, looking confounded. "A calamity?
With our technology, disasters caused by abnormal weather are entirely preventable.
There's no need for that, is there?"
Kuei remained silent for a moment before saying, "I feel a force of overwhelming power rushing toward second Earth. If you don't leave, this may be our final conversation."
Buffett chanted an incantation summoning the elemental energies around him.
Sensing them, he said doubtfully, "I don't perceive any anomaly in this entire star system.
Could it be coming from beyond the system?" Kuei seemed to be trembling and spoke with extreme urgency. Flee.
This power is too formidable, far beyond what you can handle." Seeing Kuei's panic, Bailey hurriedly said, "Then contact the sovereign at once."
As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Fan appeared in the temple, his face slightly excited, and laughed. "No worries. That charlatan is always raving about omens.
No need to run, really."
Kuei rolled his eyes at Zhang Fan. "Don't blame me for not warning you."
Zhang Fan shot him a glare and retorted with a grin, "You're in the Northern Realm, go interrogate Domina properly.
If you let her get away, I'll skin you alive."
Kuei said solemnly, "I am formally notifying you that an immensely powerful force is approaching your location at great speed." Zhang Fan, also putting on a grave face, said solemnly, "And I am formally notifying you that it's fine.
No one will die."
Seeing how relaxed Zhang Fan was, Kuei could not help but ask, "So you know what it is?" Zhang Fan laughed heartily. "Haha, so there's actually something you can't figure out."
"I'm just not telling you to spite you."
Seeing how serious Kuei was, Bailey glanced at the composed Zhang Fan but still bowed and said, "Sovereign, the Starseer has never been wrong.
We'd be safer taking the humans and leaving.
This time that charlatan is going to lose his job." Just as Buffett was about to speak, the whole temple began to tremble slightly and Buffett could clearly feel the surrounding elements growing restless.
"Sovereign, this is not normal."
Zhang Fan and Kuei both looked northward and said in unison, "It's here."
Zhang Fan and everyone boarded the spirit dragon nestworm, hastening toward the north.
They had just reached the border. Everyone was stunned by the colossal creature before them. Not a single person could make a sound.
They stood quietly,
in the command room, gazing at the enormous being.
A giant whale, jet black all over, was clad in thick, heavy armor.
The armor was covered in purple patterns, and upon closer inspection faint light flowed within the patterns like molten purple lava.
The giant whale had crimson eyes and its chin was covered with tendrils like tree roots.
Behind it trailed two tails, each ending in a golden ring of light that gave off an inexplicable sense of sanctity. The sheer size of this giant whale was utterly indescribable. Even the Titan transformed from a planet was not comparable to one of its eyes. Facing such a behemoth, no one present could help but question their own eyes. Shucha suddenly cried out, "Sovereign, the Messiah fleet on the Titan planet is heading for the giant whale." Zhang Fan was startled at first and about to stop them, but then he smiled. "Forget it, it's the perfect chance to see the power of the Star Koan." Bailey and the others stared unblinkingly at the Star Koan and asked in astonishment, "Sovereign, by your tone you know what this creature is." Zhang Fan smiled smugly. "Of course, it is a new member of my Zerg race."
"What?" Everyone present exclaimed in unison, including the Zerg members themselves. Zhang Fan paid no attention to their shocked, slack-jawed expressions.
He pointed at the Star Koan and said, "Watch closely, the ant wants to shake the elephant." Without the slightest fear of the Star Koan's colossal size, the Messiah fleet fired a volley.
Countless missiles slammed directly into the Star Koan's enormous body.
From afar, Zhang Fan and the others could see sparks flashing continuously near the Star Koan's eye. Shucha said helplessly, "Do these weirdos have some fundamental misunderstanding about strength evaluation? They dare to attack any species."
Zhang Fan laughed heartily. "It's fine, the Museans are quite cute. Let them have their fun. I've already ordered the Star Koan to be as gentle as possible."
Kuei's voice trembled slightly as he asked, "You mean you can control this colossal being?" Zhang Fan teased with a mischievous grin, "What, even a charlatan has moments of surprise. As I said, it is a member of my Zerg race, so of course I can control it." This time Kuei did not argue back, for he had nothing to say. He could only nod silently.
"Impressive. Where did this creature come from?"
Buffett and Bailey looked at Zhang Fan with eager expressions. Naturally they also wanted to know where this creature that defied all understanding had suddenly appeared from.
Zhang Fan smiled.
Not far from the Bailong star we discovered an extremely cold planet. After sensing that there were living organisms inside, we accidentally zergified it. Once again seeing their stupefied expressions, Zhang Fan continued, I originally thought it wouldn't be needed for a few million years, but who knew it would hatch so soon?
Hu Bailey began to stammer. It is still a juvenile. Ha, yes, it is only a newborn juvenile.
From my mental link with it I learned that it will take 2 million years for it to evolve into its complete form.
Kuei shook his head. This isn't even the adult form. My goodness, the adult form. I can't even imagine it.
Bafit also asked, what does this thing eat?
A planet probably wouldn't be enough for it to swallow. Zhang Fan however said, don't worry, it doesn't eat planets. The star koan feeds on dark matter, so it doesn't affect anything. But the feeling I get is that it's not a creature of this universe.
Regarding Zhang Fan's doubt, Hu Bailey immediately said it might be a creature from the white universe. Exploration there is prohibited, but strange and bizarre creatures occasionally come through the merchant ship passageways, one or two at a time.
The white universe.
Zhang Fan became intensely interested in the might of the white universe. Now with the star koan he should have the confidence to deal with the Western Domain Great Emperor.
If he explored the white universe, perhaps he would find even more.
Kuei glanced at Zhang Fan and hurriedly said, don't let your mind wander.
The white universe is simply not something you can touch. Don't think that picking up a star koan is the key to the white universe.
That place is a universe that even great emperors would not dare to touch lightly. You really seized your chance, you dead charlatan. Zhang Fan glared at Kuei helplessly. Shu Cha reported that the Messiah fleet had already been half destroyed by the star koan's tendrils. Zhang Fan was also somewhat stunned.
Half destroyed by tendrils? What does that mean?
The big screen displayed the battle between the Messiah fleet and the star koan. In the end all the star koan did was stir its root-like whiskers and tens of thousands of Messiah warships were destroyed. When it comes to running away, if they cannot win, the Museans have absolutely mastered the essence.
The entire fleet quickly retreated back to the Titan. Although destroying the Titan would only require the star koan to open its mouth, Zhang Fan stopped it.
After all, the Titan was one of the important Zerg incubation bases. On the big screen, Jia Duo's watermelon-like face suddenly appeared. He said to Zhang Fan very seriously, Zerg, did you see that enormous creature out there?
Zhang Fan suppressed his laughter and nodded.
Jia Duo said proudly, we have already crossed blows with that giant monster. We lost quite a few in an instant, but our fierce combat power has already scared it into not daring to move. Zhang Fan hastily asked, then General Jia Duo, what business do you have with us?
Jia Duo quickly replied, nothing major. I just wanted to warn you, if it might attack you, retreat at once. With your strength you cannot withstand it.
Jia Duo said with a very serious expression, once it attacks, run.
We Museans will protect you.
Zhang Fan promptly gave a bow and expressed his thanks.
Jia Duo said generously, no problem.
Since you've already submitted to us, you are now a vassal of Messiah and we are responsible for your protection. After the communication ended, Zhang Fan was laughing so hard he could not straighten up.
Weirdos. Do they have a combat power detector? If not, Bafit, give them a couple. Kuei also laughed. In this case I'm afraid it would be useless to give them one.
With such a lack of judgment, giving it to them is just a waste.
Bafit shook his head. This is the most arrogant and clueless race I've ever seen. How have they managed to survive in the universe? Hu Bailey also shook his head. I'm afraid it's thanks to their powerful defenses and flexible maneuverability.
There are probably very few races that could escape from a creature like the star koan.
Kuei glanced at Zhang Fan, who was still laughing, and asked, Sovereign, how do you intend to deal with this behemoth? At Kuei's sudden question, Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and said, just have it patrol the outer perimeter of the Zerg domain.
I believe with it around we will save ourselves a lot of unnecessary trouble and can develop in peace.
Bafit nodded.
In that case our next move should be to continue strengthening the Zerg army. After all, the Dragon Clan is still waiting for our report. Mentioning the Dragon Clan, Zhang Fan felt somewhat helpless. The enemy they were about to face was no longer someone like Domina, but an emperor-level figure 100 times more powerful than her. Even though the Dragon Clan had agreed to help, could his meager army really contend with a great emperor who was able to seal away the Judgment Dragon? Hu Bailey was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Sovereign, if you truly want to defeat the Western Domain Great Emperor, there is another enemy you must deal with before that. Hearing Hu Bailey say it this way, Zhang Fan found it odd hadn't Realm Emperor appointed himself to govern Realm.
Could there be left?
Hu Bailey told Zhang Fan, this enemy lies dormant, the Western Realm's guardian, the Dark Azure Dragon Lamuya.
Buffett heard the name and trembled hastily, saying, Lamuya isn't dead yet.
In response to Buffett's confusion, Hu Bailey shook his head and said Lamuya was gravely wounded in the First Viet War, but he did not die. The Western Realm Emperor placed him in the depths of the cosmos to recover. Zhang Fan hurriedly asked, why do I feel you fear him?
Hu Bailey frowned. If we speak of strength, the current sovereign is likely not even half of Lamuya at his peak.
In terms of military power, Lamia still commands an army numbering in the tens of trillions across 60,000 star systems in the Western Realm.
Hearing the figure of tens of trillions, Zhang Fan could hardly imagine it.
Compared to that, his own insect race at merely tens of millions was hardly ants.
That is way too powerful. Why fight at all? My goal was for humanity to return to Earth and develop safely to obtain Earth's star chart. Why would I offend such a formidable enemy? Am I crazy? I won't fight anymore. This was no longer a matter of retreating in the face of difficulty, it was an outright impossibility. Why not retreat to a corner?
After all, humanity's fate is too small to matter. After all the hardship, a single shot could wipe out the entire solar system.
In the end, all of this is futile.
It would be better to let humanity thrive on the second Earth, or failing that, submit to the Western Realm Emperor and seek shelter.
What else can be done?
Zhang Fan walked out of the command room alone, riding Lu Mu back to the temple. Zhang Fan lay on that giant throne listless as a dead insect. He remained motionless, his consciousness beginning to blur as he lay there. The long-awaited feeling returned, the sleepiness that centuries had stripped from him. Zhang Fan felt tired, his body heavy, but he did not resist. He welcomed it and sank into a deep slumber.
Captain, the Elish ship is ready, we can depart.
Yan Hao. Zhang Fan's heart swelled with indescribable joy. He grabbed Yan Hao only to discover his own hands had turned back into human hands. Through the screen's reflection, Zhang Fan saw once more his almost forgotten visage. Looking around again, he was no longer in the temple but aboard the Elish ship, and those long-forgotten faces stood before him. Elish ship pilot Lan Ling reporting, communications officer Wang Xin, radar operator Liu, engineering maintenance team lead Hao Lan reporting. Hearing these voices, familiar yet strange, Zhang Fan suddenly burst into tears. He could no longer hold back.
Zhang Fan roared, get out, everyone get away from me. You cannot still be alive.
The others stared in confusion as Yan Hao steadied him and asked, Captain, what's wrong?
It is impossible, you cannot still be alive.
Zhang Fan shook off Yan Hao and sprinted away. Wherever he passed, those he met saluted him. Their movements and physiology were so real and familiar, yet Zhang Fan forced himself to tell himself they were not real, that they were dead.
Zhang Fan ran aimlessly, wanting only to escape, but somehow he ended up in the biological laboratory.
Then another familiar figure appeared before him.
Captain, what's wrong? Do you need me for something? Selena.
It's me, Zhang Fan. Captain, you aren't ill, are you? Zhang Fan swiftly turned from the past, grabbing Selena by the neck and shouting, it's all you, it's all because of you.
Why did you lie to me? Because of you I became like this.
Zhang Fan pressed hard, wanting to choke Selena. He yearned to kill her for treachery, to crush her to dust. If it hadn't been for her, he wouldn't have become a man-eating creature. If not for her, he might have died hundreds of years ago and found peace. If not for her, Yan Hao wouldn't have deceived himself, betrayed by a brother in arms. This is a pain greater than becoming a Zerg. Yet no matter how hard Zhang Fan pressed, Selena showed no sign of pain, and her deep cold eyes reflected his own furious, distorted face.
Do you regret it?
Selena's voice was as cold as her gaze.
Zhang Fan's anger cooled slightly. Do I regret it?
For the continuation of humanity, I chose this. To preserve the human genes without changing them was my own decision.
Was there that deceit, and would the outcome really be the same?
Would Yan Hao and Selena being a couple change anything? Zhang Fan's mind was spinning. He had never contemplated such questions. In his fury at the time, he chose to stop thinking.
Are Yan Hao and Selena truly a couple?
This could never be. The truth was that Yan Hao had always been by his side. Selena had been busy turning into a Zerg for him.
How could they be a couple? How could he be so stupid? Calm. Zhang Fan loosened his grip on Selena's neck just as Yan Hao rushed into the biology lab. Selena and Yan Hao stood together. The once bright biology lab suddenly fell into darkness. Selena's icy voice echoed through the darkness. Do you regret it? Do you want to give up?
Is the continuation of humanity truly important?
3 questions, each hard for Zhang Fan to answer.
If it had been hundreds of years ago, he would not have regretted it, but now. He had imagined the mighty Zerg to be nothing more than ants in the universe. To defeat the Emperor would be a pipe dream. Thinking oneself powerful enough to fear nothing, yet discovering one is powerless to resist, with every setback eroding him bit by bit.
Give up. Perhaps giving up is the only way out.
Behind him now seemed not only humanity, also the Liarwala clan, the Nagong clan, the Yaxia clan. Why did the burdens on his shoulders grow heavier?
I'm so tired, I want to rest. Humans, is humanity's continuation really important?
Zhang Fan no longer knew. Perhaps it wasn't that important after all.
He sank weakly onto the lab scale and whispered, "What has become of me?"
That sturdy soldier, that man who fought for humanity, what has happened to him?
Selena's voice from cold to gentle said, "Captain, get up. We deceived you, we did not want you to see our deaths and despair." Yes, you guessed it. Yan Hao and Selena could never be a couple.
Ella's ship's power is running out, you could continue living as a Zerg but we cannot. We did not wish you to see our deaths, so we chose to leave.
Selena smiled.
Rather than letting you witness our demise, let you hate us and live for vengeance.
So Yan Hao and I discussed it.
Although we suspected you might fall into self-destruction because of hatred, you did not. Zhang Fan was stunned. He had once imagined such an outcome but could not confirm it until hearing it directly from them. Zhang Fan stood in silence, astonished. He had suspected such an ending but could not confirm it until hearing it spoken aloud by them. Zhang Fan felt a sudden weight lift from his heart as the laboratory lights seemed to brighten.
He watched Selena and Yan Hao standing before him hand in hand.
They smiled at him and said in unison, "Humanity will eventually return to Earth, you said so yourself.
Don't forget."
Zhang Fan jolted awake, realizing it had only been a dream. Wiping away the translucent tears at the corners of his eyes, he chuckled, crying.
This is the first time in centuries.
Recalling that inexplicable dream, Zhang Fan shook his head.
Why would I dream of them? Those two traitors.
A smile lingered on his face as he slowly rose, then roared toward the heavens, "I said it." His voice echoed throughout the entire temple. Hu Bailey and the others who had come searching for Zhang Fan were startled and rushed inside only to see him standing atop the colossal throne roaring at the sky.
Kuei remarked coldly, "He's losing his mind again." But Buffett said, "I feel something different about the sovereign." Hu Bailey added, "I sense it too. There's an aura about him. The bearing of one who would rule the world." Shusha trembled yet was unusually excited. The Zerg are about to truly rise.
Across the entire Zerg star domain, hundreds of millions of Zerg suddenly erupted in genuine cries.
All non-Zerg looked on in astonishment at the Zerg warriors as if hearing them cheer in unison.
Kuei smiled slightly. Ah, so within that darkness there truly is a sliver of light. But Zhang Fan's next words left Kuei speechless. "I will invade the entire Western realm and become its master."
Kuei shook his head.
"What madness are you spouting now?
Didn't we just tell you Lamia has trillions of troops?"
Hu Bailey also tried to dissuade him.
"He is currently in slumber.
There's no need to provoke him."
Buffett asked curiously, "Sovereign, did you receive some revelation within the temple?" Zhang Fan laughed heartily. "No, I just met two old friends. Forget it, even I don't believe it myself.
In any case, I've decided first we expand the Zerg army, starting with the surrounding planets."
Kuei shook his head. Sigh. I wonder which planets are about to suffer. He's always acting on a whim. Kuei turned and left the temple.
Zhang Fan shot him a glare, then said to Shusha, "Consolidate the army.
Each beast god general will command a legion.
We must expand our population in the shortest possible time." After Zhang Fan's dream, the Zerg began frantically hatching their armies and more evolved Zerg variants were developed. The Zerg forces began extending in 11 directions from the Zerg star domain, and a tide of Zerg started sweeping across the entire Western Realm universe. The Golden Frog trade vessel was racing forward at full speed, closely pursued by several Red Star pirate ships. Occasional cannon fire battered the vessel and its shield barely held, though cracks had already appeared and it likely couldn't endure much longer.
Frogmouth Adjutant shouted to Boss Genie, "Boss, we've sent distress signals but no response has come back. How far are we from the safe zone?" The Frogmouth Adjutant quickly replied, 160000 light years away. We'd need at least 3 more jumps. As the Red Star pirate ships drew closer, the trade vessel's firepower was utterly no match for the pirates' formidable cannons and hulls. Being ransacked was only a matter of time. Just as Boss Gene began calculating his losses, the Frogmouth Adjutant suddenly cried out, "A fleet has appeared 600 light years away. We can ask them for help." Boss Gene immediately roared, "Quick, send a distress signal.
We're heading straight for them."
A few seconds later, the Frogmouth Adjutant shouted joyfully, "They're Zerg.
Those are Zerg warships. They've already responded, they can protect us."
Boss Gene wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Heaven helps me.
To encounter a Zerg fleet in such a remote place.
But Boss Gene asked with puzzlement, "What are the Zerg doing all the way out here?" The Frogmouth Adjutant immediately said, "We've entered the Zerg artillery range.
They told us to maintain our course, their warships are on the way to rescue us." Suddenly a violent explosion erupted from behind the trade vessel.
The Frogmouth Adjutant exclaimed in shock, "Shields are down. Our main engine has been destroyed, remaining power is below 30.
Hope had appeared only to be dragged back into despair by that single shell. Boss Gene began cursing the pirates' entire families, praying that the Zerg army would arrive swiftly. The Golden Frog trade vessel had lost all power like a withered leaf on a dead sea lying silently upon the surface. Several Red Star pirate warships surrounded the Golden Frog trade vessel and had already begun boarding procedures. At that moment a single Zerg missile directly destroyed one pirate ship and then hundreds of small Zerg warships teleported before the pirates through a portal. The Red Star pirates immediately turned tail and fled upon seeing the Zerg fleet, but the Zerg gave them no chance at all. Boss Jean boarded the Zerg warship carrying lavish gifts. As soon as he saw the fleet commander he laughed heartily. Well.
If it isn't Beast God General Bai Shui. He, of course it's me.
How has Boss Jean been these days?
Boss Jean quickly shook his head. Sigh. As Lady Bai Shui can see I've fallen so low. How could I possibly be well? Boss Jean is under the Sovereign's personal care. How can you say you've fallen low? Boss Jean shook his head. Sigh, don't even mention it. After Domina's fall my business plummeted.
Many people say I was the one who brought her down, some even want me dead. Bai Shui smiled lightly.
Boss Jean, don't be afraid. The Sovereign ordered us to look after you. So if anything happens just give the word. Sigh, the Sovereign is truly loyal and righteous. Meeting the Sovereign is the greatest fortune of my life. Bai Shui laughed.
Boss Jean, I've already arranged for your trade vessel to be repaired.
But I don't have time to escort you to a safe zone. Once your ship is fixed, head to the Zerg planet behind us and rest there.
Boss Jean nodded quickly, then suddenly realized something and hastily asked, wait, what do you mean? The Zerg star domain behind us.
Does that mean this place
is also under Zerg control now?
Of course. Why else would I be here?
I'm now heading to attack the Lame star ahead.
Boss Jean, are you interested in watching the battle?
Boss Jean asked in disbelief. This place is a full 600,000 light-years from the Zerg star domain.
Are you saying everything within this range is now Zerg territory?
Boss Jean, why so shocked? The Sovereign merely wants to expand the army and open up more space for our Zerg. As they spoke, the Zerg warships had already arrived at the Lame star system. At Bai Shui's command, tens of millions of Zerg troops launched an assault on the outer defensive planets of the Lame system.
Boss Jean watched from the side, utterly dumbfounded.
Are you Zerg trying to rule the entire universe?
The Zerg's fierce combat upon the Lame star system left Boss Jean utterly transfixed.
The Zerg warships unleashed a devastating barrage and then legions upon legions of combat troops descended upon the planet. After a ruthless plunder, they swiftly established an incubation base across the planet.
The entire operation unfolded with breathtaking speed.
Boss Jean exclaimed in awe, my Lady Bai Shui, your Zerg's expansion speed is truly remarkable. The Supreme Ruler has said that to maintain a foothold in the Western Realm one must constantly strengthen one's military might. Boss Jean hurriedly asked, are there any new warships or warriors available from the Zerg recently? Bai Shui gazed at Boss Jean with an unusual look.
Even in your current situation you still think of doing business. Naturally.
I am a merchant after all, an agent of the Zerg. I must answer to the Supreme Ruler for such matters.
Boss Jean certainly knows how to speak.
Very well, take whatever from my stock appeals to you. As for quantity, just enough to maintain my basic combat strength.
Really? Have I ever spoken falsely? No. My Lady Bai Shui is far too generous. Boss Jean has had his hardships.
The Supreme Ruler ordered us to look after him, and these fleets can serve as his escort.
Boss Jean nearly fell to his knees before Bai Shui.
Originally, after the fall of the Domina Empire, the Northern Realm had been thrown into chaos, forcing him to retreat to this border planet to ply his trade. Who would have thought that misfortune would turn to fortune through his encounter with the Zerg? It seemed his business might rise from the ashes once more. Bai Shui smiled and said to Boss Jean, the Supreme Ruler asked me to inquire, how is the search for Earth's star chart progressing?
Surely you have not forgotten.
Sensing the veiled threat in Bai Shui's words, Boss Jean hastily replied, impossible to forget, absolutely impossible. He quickly drew forth a stone tablet from behind his barrel-like waist upon which a star chart was being rapidly analyzed and compared.
This.
I carry it with me at all times lest I miss any opportunity. Please rest assured, O Supreme Ruler. Upon finding Earth or key star, I pledge to notify you without delay.
That is good then.
Go select your warships, Boss Jean.
I must prepare for the next planetary assault.
Boss Jean carefully selected 200,000 Zerg warships and took his leave of Bai Shui. Standing aboard her exclusive flagship, Bai Shui gazed at Boss Jean's ship receding into the distance and smiled.
Even a bee that gathers nectar must help pollinate along the way. Ha.
A Zerg brood mother reported, we are encountering fierce resistance from a large force of enemy warships at the Simu star system ahead. Fresh genes have come knocking at our door once more. With the Zerg domain as its foundation, the Zerg Empire continued to expand without bound. In less than 200 years they had conquered over 2,000 surrounding star systems, and the scale of their legions had reached unfathomable proportions. The Zerg were gradually becoming a prominent force among the upper civilizations of the cosmos, though to those higher civilizations they remained synonymous with barbarism, devastation and despicability. Yet even those so-called advanced civilizations dared not provoke the Zerg lightly. Within the Western Realm High Council some began proposing that the Zerg be granted deliberative rights.
I object. The senior elven counselor of the Western Realm, upon hearing the proposal, immediately leapt to opposing feet.
The Zerg are nothing but a primitive barbaric race that knows only conquest.
Admitting them into the council would only encourage every faction across the Western Realm to follow their example.
The counselor who had proposed the Zerg's admission, Muya of Kassastar, replied, the Zerg invade and expand their territory because their wisdom remains immature. Only by joining the council can they come to a deeper understanding of the laws of the cosmos. Counselor Grace of the Elves countered once more, in that case the entire Zerg race would grow even more reckless in attacking other star systems, for they would know that through plunder we reward them with greater authority.
Muya smiled. Authority. The authority you and I possess is granted by the Western Realm Emperor. True authority belongs only to those with absolute power, and the Zerg have already demonstrated theirs. If we refuse to grant them recognition, the result will simply be their unrestrained expansion.
At that moment a counselor from the Nagon clan interrupted their exchange.
Excuse me.
The Western Realm Emperor has already granted the Zerg governing authority. This was decided 2,000 years ago.
What?
Upon hearing this, the entire council chamber erupted in uproar. They were completely unaware of such a matter. The Nagon counselor stated the Western Realm Emperor discovered the Zerg's potential long ago. Therefore, before Ramya's awakening, the Zerg were granted complete authority over life and death in the Western Realm. We have no need to continue debating the Zerg's rights. Grace shouted in anger. Then what? Shall we simply allow the Zerg to slaughter wantonly?
At their current rate of expansion they will reach the Elven Star domains within a century. Am I supposed to do nothing when that time comes?
Muya spoke calmly. If the Zerg's authority is granted by the Western Realm Emperor, then they have the right to preside over our council as his representative.
Grace roared, have you lost your mind? Muya continued unperturbed, listen to me finish.
If the Zerg become rulers, would they still slaughter at will? If every star system falls under their jurisdiction, then the peoples of all those star systems become their subjects. We need only guide a single administrator rather than wage war against the entire Zerg species. Using slaughter to stop slaughter is a measure of last resort.
The entire council chamber fell silent.
They were truly at a loss, but Muya's approach appeared to best suit the present circumstances.
What? Me to serve as the Grand Elder of the Western Realm?
Upon hearing Hu Bailey's report, Zhang Fan nearly sprang from his throne. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fan said, I will not go. Things are fine as they are. Our territory continues to expand and our military grows explosively.
I have no time to serve as some Grand Elder. Hu Bailey quickly replied, that is not how you should see it.
The Zerg are now undoubtedly a major power in the Western Realm, and with the authority granted by the Western Realm Emperor you ought to assume the position of Grand Elder. The feud also urged, if we continue our conquest without restraint we will inevitably infringe upon the interests of certain higher civilizations. Surely the Supreme Ruler does not wish to see the galactic empire you have painstakingly built attacked by all the advanced civilizations of the Western Realm.
Are you saying that if I do not become Grand Elder they will unite and attack my Zerg?
Seeing both of them nod, Zhang Fan composed himself and said, if I become Grand Elder I am bound to shoulder the peace of the Western Realm. I cannot continue aggressively invading star systems.
What of my plans? Bufute smiled. Supreme Ruler, don't you wish to return to Earth?
Would it be easier to entrust a trade fleet to find Earth and help the Dragon Clan defeat the Western Realm Emperor, or to become Grand Elder and command the entire Western Realm's worlds in your search for Earth?
Bufute's words were like a thunderclap that awakened the dreamer.
It was indeed so. With his current military strength, even disregarding the Dragon Clan's commission, as long as he could find Earth he was confident he had the capability to protect a single planet.
Very well then. I shall go to the Western Realm Council.
When Zhang Fan stepped off the welcoming ship, the counselors on both sides with diverse appearances bowed to him, leaving Zhang Fan somewhat at a loss. Stepping into the council hall, a blue-skinned beauty with a massive tentacle growing from the back of her head approached him.
Hello, Overlord.
I am your adjutant Moli from planet Akai, responsible for all your affairs in the council. Zhang Fan had not expected the council to be so thorough, assigning him a secretary.
What should we do now?
Moli glanced at the stone tablet in her hand.
The first step is your inauguration ceremony, Overlord.
Under Moli's guidance, Zhang Fan was led into a room with minimalist decor yet a strong sci-fi aesthetic.
Two mechanical attendants immediately approached upon seeing his arrival. Molly introduced, they will be responsible for the Overlord's attire and appearance.
Zhang Fan immediately intervened. Attire. My Zerg race naturally possesses carapace armor, we have no need for such embellishments. Molly said with difficulty, but such an appearance doesn't align with the Council's aesthetic standards, Overlord.
Zhang Fan sneered, then have them adjust their aesthetic standards. Skip this step and proceed directly to the next. The reluctant Molly could not refute Zhang Fan's words and could only shake her head and comply. She then prepared the inauguration speech for Zhang Fan. After glancing at it, Zhang Fan felt only a headache. I'll write the speech myself, Zhang Fan declared. Molly, rejected once again, was clearly displeased. Yet as merely a secretary she considered protesting, but ultimately chose silence after glancing at Zhang Fan. Overlord, 5 minutes remain until your inaugural address.
Please wait in the preparation area while I arrange the interview.
Interview? What interview?
Molly hurried to explain. After delivering your inaugural address you will become the sole Grand Elder of the Western Realm Council, overseeing all Western Realm affairs. Naturally you must grant interviews to various star systems and announce them to their subjects.
Zhang Fan felt a headache upon hearing this. I won't give interviews. You can simply make the announcements. What would I say? Beware your planets.
My Zerg might visit any time.
Would that make you afraid?
Molly, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, as a Grand Elder refusing everything and accomplishing nothing, how am I supposed to arrange anything for you?
The atmosphere instantly solidified.
Surrounding staff members stopped what they were doing, but after catching a glance from Zhang Fan they hurried away.
The moment Zhang Fan began to speak, Molly immediately apologized. I'm sorry, that was disrespectful of me earlier. I'll go help you decline the request right away.
Zhang Fan stopped her.
Forget it. You're in a difficult position too. I'll have Nises handle this matter. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nises approached and Molly looked at him as though he were her savior. Nises, you've come at just the right time. This is the adjutant assigned by the council. The matter of interviews is now your responsibility. Nises nodded. Very well, miss. Please follow me. I will take full responsibility for the Zerg's diplomatic affairs. Watching the two depart, Zhang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he contemplated how to deliver his inaugural address on stage, a cold chuckle suddenly came from behind. Looks like the Overlord is quite nervous. Zhang Fan scrutinized him up and down before asking, and you are? Gu Xie of the elf race, paying respects to the Grand Elder. Zhang Fan asked coldly, I hear your elven territory isn't far from the eastern border of my Zerg forces, correct? Hearing Zhang Fan's question, Gu Xie's expression instantly darkened. What do you mean by that, Grand Elder? Nothing much. We'll be neighbors from now on, so it would be wise for a neighbor of a Grand Elder to show some courtesy. Gu Xie asked in confusion, how was I being impolite? Zhang Fan turned and left without looking at him. I forgot to mention, I possess telepathy. Next time you wish to insult me, just say it out loud. It would save you the trouble of wondering where you offended me. Gu Xie stood frozen in astonishment. He never expected the Zerg Overlord to possess telepathy, to know what he was thinking. This was going to be a problem. Just moments ago he had harbored thoughts about the Overlord. But then Gu Xie reconsidered those private thoughts were trivial. What truly worried him was the possibility that the Overlord could read minds and access the elven military deployments. That would be a grave threat. In truth, Zhang Fan possessed no telepathic abilities whatsoever. Counselor Na Gang had merely reported the earlier incident to him. Judging by his expression alone, it was evident that this elf named Gu Xie was a two-faced individual. What need was there for telepathy to see through such deception? However, to Gu Xie, Zhang Fan's threat loomed far larger. During the entire speech he dared not let his thoughts drift to his own military deployments. Especially when Zhang Fan on the podium fixed his gaze upon him, Gu Xie could only occupy his mind with irrelevant thoughts, carefully concealing his true intentions. Following Zhang Fan's inauguration address, Muya entered his resting chamber. Upon crossing the threshold she smiled and remarked, your speech was truly remarkable, Overlord. Zhang Fan responded with a polite bow. Counselor Muya is too kind. I was simply earnestly speaking nonsense. Overlord is far too humble. Your perspective on the Western Realm is refreshingly novel and genuinely illuminating. With your stewardship, the Western Realm will undoubtedly flourish beyond its current state. Muya suddenly scanned the surroundings. After confirming no one was nearby, she whispered, why does the Overlord seek the Milky Way? Caught off guard by her question, Zhang Fan appeared taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone would know. He had only mentioned it casually, intending to discuss it privately with select counselors. An idea struck Zhang Fan. I seek the Milky Way because I have learned where the home planet of the Chia aliens lies. There is a personal grievance between that world and myself. Upon hearing this, Muya immediately replied, I know the location of the Milky Way.
For Zhang Fan, this was exactly like finding something after exhausting search, a stroke of fortune that required no effort. Having never imagined someone in the Western realm would know the exact coordinates, Zhang Fan urgently asked where. Near the eastern border there exists a place sealed by the Dragon Clan.
Muya's reference to the Dragon Clan suggested credibility, yet the location lay in the Eastern Realm. Was he expected to march directly from the recently secured Western Realm into hostile Eastern territory? Moreover, that Mortok did not appear to be someone easily confronted.
This matter required deliberation with Hu Bailey and the others before proceeding. Zhang Fan suddenly asked Counselor Muya, speak plainly, what is your purpose in revealing this? As I stated in my council address, those who help locate the Milky Way shall be generously rewarded. Muya covered her mouth and smiled. Overlord, I have but one request: cease your Western Realm invasions until the Milky Way is found. Fulfill your duties as Grand Elder, and once located lead the Zerg away from the Western Realm.
Zhang Fan eagerly accepted. Agreed.
I shall order all Zerg forces to halt their invasions. But should I discover your deception, my Zerg will ensure every soul in your Casa star system suffers beyond death itself.
Rest assured, Overlord.
For our own survival I shall locate the precise coordinates of the Milky Way for the Zerg. Upon learning there might be leads regarding the Milky Way, Zhang Fan immediately struck a deal with Muya of Casa Star. The Zerg's complete cessation of galactic invasions also significantly elevated Muya's standing within the council. The council members were unaware of the private arrangement between Muya and Zhang Fan. They only observed the surface result, that Muya's proposal bore immediate fruit. Though Grash did not favor Muya, she had undeniably succeeded in halting the Zerg invasion. He approached her directly and asked, Counselor Muya, I never expected you to be so formidable in dealing with the Zerg. Muya offered a respectful bow and replied, this is not my prowess but rather a fundamental law. Simply provide the Zerg with what they desire and they will heed your command.
Grash eagerly pressed, then what is it that the Zerg desire? Muya cast a sidelong glance at Grash, clearly finding his question naive. Would she truly answer such a thing?
Sensing his misstep, Grash quickly recovered, saying, Counselor Muya, our people have recently harvested a batch of tree spirit fruits.
I extend to you an earnest invitation to taste them.
Upon hearing the words tree spirit fruit, Muya's eyes immediately lit up. This fruit, a life essence that blossoms over 3 millennia and bears fruit over another 3, was a sacred treasure of the Elf clan. A single tree spirit fruit could exchange for a medium-grade resource planet.
To say nothing of consumption, ordinarily one might never even catch a glimpse of it.
Muya immediately smiled and said, Counselor Grash, how unusually generous you are today. Grash hastened to praise, were it not for Counselor Muya's proposal, how could the Zerg have ceased their invasion? Our elf clan might have been reduced to neighbors with barbarians. At that moment a low voice came from behind Grash. It was Zhang Fan. Honorable Counselor, when you speak of barbarians, I trust you do not refer to my Zerg.
Grash's heart skipped a beat.
When had Zhang Fan arrived behind him? And why had he felt absolutely nothing? Zhang Fan turned to Muya with a smile.
Counselor Muya, I just heard you mentioning tree spirit fruit. What exactly is that?
Muya pointed at Grash and laughed. Oh, the tree spirit fruit is a sacred treasure of the Elf clan. It absorbs the essence between a planet and the cosmos, blossoming over 3 millennia and bearing fruit over another 3. It is said to possess the power to invigorate blood and flesh, even restore the dead to life. Zhang Fan turned his gaze to Grash with a smile. Might Counselor Grash be so kind as to show me this treasure? Though cursing inwardly, Grash maintained a courteous smile.
The Overlord is far too kind. Of course I would invite the Overlord to partake.
Under Grash's guidance the 3 proceeded to his private chamber within the council. He cautiously opened a 6-layer safe and removed 2 fruits fist-sized and radiating a luminous iridescent glow.
The tree spirit fruits bathed the entire room in multicolored light.
Had Zhang Fan not been briefed by Muya en route, he might have mistaken them for neon spheres. Muya held a fruit in her hands, admiring it as though unable to bear the thought of biting into it. Meanwhile Zhang Fan quietly released an origin specimen from his carapace, allowing it to take a preliminary bite for genetic analysis before he himself sampled a small portion. This is quite pleasant, Zhang Fan remarked. It carries a cooling sensation and I can feel my cellular vitality significantly enhanced. Grash almost cursed this desecration of a priceless treasure, but catching Zhang Fan's gaze he quickly replied, the tree spirit fruit must be absorbed gradually to fully receive its essence.
That large bite the Overlord took will require no less than 2 hours of digestion.
Zhang Fan tucked the fruit into his coat and thanked him. I am grateful, Counselor Grash. However, I have heard that after the Zerg departed your elf clan began rapidly expanding your territory. It seems Counselor wishes to become our neighbor all the sooner. Grash hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands.
Nothing of the sort.
The expansion plan was conceived long ago, we merely paused it to avoid conflict with the Zerg. So you're saying the Zerg are the ones obstructing your development?
Overlord, where are you getting such thoughts?
Now that the Zerg forces have ceased their advance, we are simply resuming our expansion plans.
Seeing Grash's tension, Zhang Fan smiled. Very well.
Since our Zerg have agreed with Councillor Muya to maintain peace in the western frontier, you should cease any unauthorized expansion.
Submit an application for Councillor Muya's approval.
With those words, Zhang Fan elevated Muya's status considerably. Never before in the history of the Interstellar Council had any species required permission from another to expand their territory.
Overlord, what do you mean by this? Simply what I said.
You expect our elf clan to submit applications to the Kazans for external expansion.
Grash's voice carried unmistakable anger.
Zhang Fan explained calmly, Councillor Grash misunderstands. Is it not because of our Zerg's incursions that numerous star systems fell under our control? At my inauguration address I made it explicitly clear that I deeply recognize my errors.
Henceforth any expansion of star systems shall be submitted to the Council for approval.
Grash opened his mouth to protest, but Zhang Fan continued with a smile, do not give the Zerg cause to invade. This world bows only to strength. If you harbor grievances, you are welcome to challenge me at any time.
The remark left Grash utterly speechless.
He wished to challenge, but the Zerg had just obtained the title of Grand Elder of the Council and Muya appeared firmly aligned with Zhang Fan's side.
His expansion application would likely garner support from most small star systems.
After all, every application invites opposition, and debate within the council chamber was far preferable to armed conflict with a powerful species. As Muya and Zhang Fan departed Grash's chambers, Muya immediately laughed.
Overlord, you are truly amusing. Watching Councillor Grash rendered speechless was quite delightful. Regarding the Milky Way matter, you must hurry your investigations. Should you help me locate the Milky Way, the Zerg will be your greatest support henceforth.
Before Muya could celebrate, Zhang Fan continued, but should you dare deceive me, I will ensure that you and your people suffer a fate worse than death.
Muya hastily replied, Overlord, rest assured. The investigation into the Milky Way is already progressing well.
I am merely confirming certain details. I shall deliver my report within 1 year at the latest.
Zhang Fan nodded and departed.
Muya wiped the cold sweat from her brow and drew a deep breath to steady her nerves.
This Overlord is truly unpredictable.
That killing intent just now, was he truly serious about killing me? Muya immediately contacted her spies on Kassastar asking, how is the investigation into the Milky Way progressing? I don't care about dragons or any dragons, I only want to know the exact location.
Seals. Investigate those as well. I give you 6 months. If you cannot provide a definitive answer, you will all take your own lives.
After severing the connection, Muya prepared to leave her quarters when suddenly a flash of white light enveloped her and she vanished from the corridor along with it. For the next 3 days of regular council sessions, Zhang Fan did not see Muya. The Kassa delegation filed a report stating that Councillor Muya had been missing for 3 days. The disappearance of a councillor within the Grand Hall was no trivial matter. Zhang Fan immediately turned his gaze toward Grash, who hastily insisted, this has nothing to do with me.
Our elf clan is willing to assist in locating Councillor Muya.
His manner did not suggest deceit. So why had Muya disappeared? Was her disappearance connected to her investigation into the Milky Way?
Muya's disappearance set the council members on wild speculation, with nearly everyone's suspicions pointing toward Gracie.
This left Gracie feeling grievously wronged. He had made no effort to curry favor with Muya, yet it was the elf race that had to be dispatched to assist in the investigation. Days turned into weeks and a month passed with no word from Councillor Muya of the Kassastar system.
Then on an unexpected day, Muya reappeared in the council chamber, her sudden return only deepening Zhang Fan's curiosity. Councillor Muya, you've been missing for over a month.
Have you encountered some trouble?
Muya glanced around and whispered, I was just looking for the ruler I was seeking.
Her words were cut off by Gracie's thunderous roar. Let me tell you, Councillor Muya, your inexplicable disappearance had me searching everywhere. Muya chose to ignore Gracie and whispered to Zhang Fan, ruler, let us speak later at the Grand Elder's resting chamber.
Having spoken, Muya turned and walked away.
Gracie watched her depart, then looked at Zhang Fan in astonishment and asked, what's wrong with her?
How should I know?
Could her disappearance truly be connected to you? Beholding Zhang Fan's eerie smile, Gracie opened his mouth to explain, but Zhang Fan had already turned and left, leaving Gracie utterly speechless.
Zhang Fan returned to the Grand Elder's rest chamber where Muya was already waiting.
She nervously peered toward the doorway and upon confirming no one was nearby, quickly closed the door.
Ruler, I have found the Milky Way.
What?
Truly? Where is it?
As our earlier investigations indicated, it lies at the border of the eastern cosmos.
The star chart and coordinates.
Seeing Muya hesitate, Zhang Fan immediately assured her, I never break my promises.
That's not what I meant.
Muya extended her arm, revealing a ring of numbers ticking down on her wrist.
This is a timed explosive device. You have 3 days to bring me to the Milky Way or Earth will explode. Then why are you wasting time?
Zhang Fan grabbed Muya and hurried toward the landing vessel. Shusha, notify the 3 legions to prepare for departure. We're heading to the eastern frontier, make it swift.
Yes, ruler. By the time Zhang Fan boarded the vessel, the Zerg's 3 legions, Nuya, Baishui and Duexi, were already ready.
At the command, the Zerg fleet immediately set course for the eastern cosmos.
Give me the star chart and coordinates.
Muya handed over the star chart and coordinates, saying there remains one critical issue, the seal.
My people have been unable to determine how to break it.
Zhang Fan suddenly recalled, where have you been all this time?
Muya shook her head. I do not know. I only recall a flash of white light and then I found myself in a room. Someone told me that I had to bring you to the Milky Way immediately or Earth would completely vanish. From the way you speak, you have no idea who kidnapped you.
Muya shook her head.
I do not.
I only know that when I reappeared I was already standing in the council chamber.
Then you have no idea how long you were gone. Just a few minutes, I suppose. No, over a month. Muya's expression of disbelief convinced Zhang Fan she was not lying.
Who could have orchestrated this? But now was not the time to dwell on such questions. 3 days to reach the Milky Way, the deadline was unforgiving and not a single second could be wasted.
Shusha, how far are we from the Milky Way? We still have 16 billion light-years to cover. After 3 spatial teleportations we should arrive. The timeline is not as pressing as it seems, ruler.
Hearing Shusha's words, Zhang Fan's nerves relaxed somewhat, though it would be futile to claim he felt no tension at the prospect of finally locating Earth.
Teleport.
Warp.
Teleport.
Warp.
Teleport.
Warp.
After 3 cycles, the Zerg fleet finally emerged near the star region marked on the chart.
Just then Shusha reported detecting a powerful energy barrier 10 light-years ahead.
Zhang Fan nodded. This must be the place. He turned to Muya. We've reached the Milky Way's vicinity. Is your countdown still running? Muya extended her arm. The ticking numbers were glaring with less than 2 hours remaining. Time was secondary to the pressing problem, the seal remained unbroken with no clue in sight. Blast it open.
There would be no gentle approach, they would force their way through. Hundreds of Zerg warships unleashed a furious barrage against the invisible barrier, yet aside from scattered sparks their attacks yielded nothing. Could a barrier encompassing the entire Milky Way be shattered by the firepower of mere hundreds of Zerg warships? Watching the countdown on Muya's arm as the seconds slipped away, Zhang Fan grew desperate, yet there were no leads and insufficient firepower to breach the barrier. Beast God General Nuya suddenly spoke up. Perhaps that colossal Shinkuan could make an attempt, it should prove more reliable than our weapons.
Clever.
Zhang Fan barked, closing his eyes to summon the Shinkuan. Within an hour that gargantuan creature 100 times larger than a titan materialized before him. At Zhang Fan's command the Shinkuan charged straight toward the energy barrier.
And then it passed through without encountering any resistance whatsoever. What's happening?
The 2 Kibeafeng dispatched earlier had been destroyed on impact, yet the Shinkuan felt no barrier at all.
What does this mean?
Is this barrier meant to repel our Zerg?
Zhang Fan's mind raced.
He ordered a few Binglanchong sent ahead to be consumed by the Shinkuan.
If the beast could carry them through, perhaps the entire fleet could follow.
And indeed, as Zhang Fan had surmised, within the Shinkuan's body the Zerg fleet could pass through the barrier unharmed. This Leviathan Shinkuan had become in Zhang Fan's eyes a living gateway through the seal.
Millions of Zerg warships queued in line to be transported into the Milky Way.
Zhang Fan glanced at Muya's countdown and urged those still behind, hurry up. Those who enter will follow me directly to Earth. They had found the Milky Way, but locating Earth within its vast expanse was no trivial undertaking. Zhang Fan could only rely on memories long faded to orient himself, yet identifying the solar system without AI assistance was like finding a needle in an ocean. Zhang Fan sketched out the 9 planets of the solar system and their general positions from memory, then pressed Shusha to cross-reference the data. Meanwhile the Zerg warships were scattered across the Milky Way by the most rudimentary method imaginable.
As the minutes slipped away on Muya's arm, Zhang Fan burned with anxiety.
To find the solar system within the boundless sea of stars was a task beyond measure.
Ruler, your remaining time is nearly exhausted. Less than 30 minutes remain.
If we cannot find Earth, all these near 2,000 years of effort will have been for nothing. Zhang Fan issued his command once more: dispatch every Zerg unit.
Within these 30 minutes we must locate Earth.
The insectoid warship soon swept across nearly every star, yet none reported finding a star system resembling the solar system. Meanwhile the data being cross-checked aboard the Spirit Dragon Nestworm also showed no trace of the solar system.
Time flew by.
Zhang Fan could hardly bear to imagine if Earth were truly destroyed, and destroyed right before his eyes, what meaning would his own existence still have?
Just as Zhang Fan was intently studying the star chart, Muya suddenly shouted it stopped.
Zhang Fan hastily seized her hand. The countdown number that had been running on her arm stood frozen at 1 minute and 22 seconds. At that moment Shucha said, "Found it.
The entire insectoid race is on its way to Earth." Zhang Fan drew a sharp breath. A millennium-old wish was finally about to be fulfilled.
The spirit dragon nest worm slowly sailed into the solar system.
Zhang Fan pointed excitedly at the icy planet and said, "Pluto. It really is Pluto. Saturn. Can you all see it? That one is a gas giant, Saturn's rings.
When I was a child I even dreamed of skating on Saturn's rings." Zhang Fan hopped and jumped around the command room like an overjoyed child, and his mood spread through the entire insectoid race.
The rhythmic chirping of the insectoids sounded like a homecoming song being played.
When the blue planet he had longed for day and night appeared before his eyes, Zhang Fan's eyes brimmed with tears. He stood silently in the command room staring in a daze at that incomparably beautiful planet.
In Zhang Fan's eyes, Earth's beauty could not be matched by any other planet.
The azure Earth, the place he knew so well, yet Zhang Fan discovered something that left him deeply bewildered.
Why was Earth's map completely different?
The 7 continents and 4 oceans had vanished, leaving only a single enormous landmass. Apart from that landmass, everything else was ocean. Zhang Fan looked around carefully, comparing. Venus, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, the Moon.
This is the solar system, isn't it?
But Earth. Zhang Fan asked in confusion, could Earth's topography really change this much in 2,000 years?
All insectoids establish a defensive perimeter. Let's go down and take a look.
Zhang Fan led Nuya and the others aboard a landing craft and descended onto Earth.
To Zhang Fan this place was utterly foreign. It was not the Earth he knew.
Rather, it felt more like. At that moment an enormous creature suddenly appeared before Zhang Fan. Bai Shui saw the creature walking toward them. Bai Shui immediately vibrated her wings and hovered in midair.
At the creature's slightest move she would slay it instantly.
The reason she had not attacked was because Zhang Fan had once said no one is allowed to actively harm the creatures on Earth. Zhang Fan walked toward the creature in shock, asking with a hint of panic, "Why are you here?" His question only made the others more astonished.
"Overlord, do you know this monster?" Zhang Fan did not answer.
Instead, as if possessed, he walked slowly toward the giant creature. With a furious roar the creature charged at Zhang Fan. Bai Shui and the others wanted to rush to his rescue, but Zhang Fan immediately stopped them. "This is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It should not be here." Zhang Fan vaulted into midair and with one slash lopped off the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head.
He then shot rapidly upward.
He kept ascending until he had passed the stratosphere. Only then did he stop surveying the land below and roared, "Why? Why are dinosaurs appearing on Earth?" Zhang Fan's fury was beyond words. He was on the verge of madness, and rage consumed every corner of his mind.
"You should not be on Earth. Absolutely not." Zhang Fan let out a furious roar. "Destroy them all."
Hundreds of insectoid warships thundered with 10,000 guns.
Zhang Fan paid no attention whatsoever to Nuya and the others still standing on the ground.
Fortunately, they understood exactly what Zhang Fan intended and evacuated just in time. Had they been even one step slower, they too would have been reduced to cosmic dust. The destructive power of the insectoid warships was comparable to 1,000,000 nuclear bombs. The sky was torn apart, the earth quaked, and the entire planet was instantly cloaked in heavy smoke. The white cloud ceased to exist and Earth instantly became a murky realm of foul air.
The once sapphire blue planet was transformed in a flash into a gray world steeped in death.
Zhang Fan regretted it. Only at that moment did he realize that he had lost all reason and done something utterly horrifying. Duxia and Bai Shui forcibly brought the dejected Zhang Fan back to the spirit dragon nestworm.
Seeing him so downcast, everyone else remained silent. The atmosphere in the command room was suffocatingly heavy.
It was then that Shucha finally spoke. "Overlord, most of Earth's creatures have already gone extinct."
"We."
Zhang Fan shot to his feet and grabbed Shucha by the neck. With just a little more force her neck would have snapped instantly.
"What did you just say?"
The murderous intent in Zhang Fan's words silenced everyone.
Shucha could feel with absolute clarity that one wrong sentence from her lips would become her dying words. "Overlord, didn't you bring about the great extinction for the sake of human survival?" "Great extinction?"
"I caused the mass extinction of species." Zhang Fan's mind suddenly reeled.
Memories began to pour into him in a frenzied flood.
65 million years ago, the great extinction of life, an asteroid striking Earth, the dinosaurs perishing, mammals dominating the Earth, the birth of humanity. Zhang Fan repeated this sentence over and over. He rushed to the front of the command room and stared at the planet he had turned into a scorched cinder. He said, half laughing and half crying, "Where exactly am I? Am I on Earth 65 million years ago?
It was not an asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs, it was me. I ordered the warships to open fire. It was me. Shucha could clearly sense that Zhang Fan's mind was failing. His spiritual fluctuations were violently unsteady. She cast a glance at Niexisai and the two of them moved against Zhang Fan at almost the same moment. Zhang Fan had no attention to spare for them. He had already lost his senses, merely repeating again and again, "Did I come too early?" Niexisai and Shucha smoothly injected the venom into Zhang Fan's body, but Bai Shui shouted furiously, "What are the two of you doing? Let the Overlord sleep for a while. If he continues like this he will collapse." After Zhang Fan had been settled, Bai Shui asked, "What should we do now? Judging by the Overlord's state, I'm afraid he won't be able to accept Earth becoming like this." Niexisai analyzed, "Based on my observations and analysis, this is indeed Earth, but it is not the same era as the Earth the Overlord knows. What we have found is Earth 65 million years ago. It must be because of the black hole. Before the Overlord became an insectoid, he had arrived on the dead star through a black hole. It was the black hole that twisted time. Therefore the Overlord now lying on that bed should not have been born until some day 65 million years from now." Nuya looked at Niexisai baffled. "You mean our Overlord hasn't even been born yet? Then isn't he lying right there right now?" Shucha shook her head. "This is a space-time effect. Since you don't understand it, don't ask any more questions. But we must ensure that humanity continues to propagate on this Earth. Otherwise the Overlord would never appear and naturally our insectoid race would cease to exist as well." Bai Shui exclaimed, "Our insectoid race's fate is bound to humanity. And 65 million years ago of all times." After hearing Shu Cha's explanation, Zhang Fan's mind was far from at peace. How had he ended up on Earth 65 million years ago, and how had his momentary impulsiveness caused a mass extinction of species? Zhang Fan had no choice but to accept his current predicament. After repeatedly confirming that this was indeed Earth, he could only explain the situation through the theory that black holes could traverse time. But wouldn't it still take humanity 65 million years to develop spacefaring technology on Earth? Facing Zhang Fan's confusion, Nuya responded, "I don't quite understand. Didn't the Sovereign want humans to develop on Earth? Now that we've returned to Earth, couldn't we simply place humans on this small planet? And I have no idea what the Qian race looked like 65 million years ago. If we wipe them out now, they won't attack humanity. There is one very important issue now. How to develop isn't as critical, since according to the history the Sovereign described there were no humans on Earth at this time. The primary concern is the Qian people. If the Earth needs to be destroyed but the Qian are already gone, the Sovereign won't transform into a Zerg on the Death Star, which means the Zerg would never exist." Nisis nodded in agreement. "Without the Sovereign, where would the Zerg come from? What we need to do now is protect humanity." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fan's emotions finally began to settle. "Send word to Hu Bailey and the others to join us. Abandon the Zerg star domains and relocate the entire fleet to the Milky Way." The Zerg's sudden withdrawal saw them cede the position of Elder to Muya with the precondition that Muya keep Earth's existence secret from all others. Originally Zhang Fan had considered eliminating Muya to prevent future complications, but reconsidering that she had contributed to locating Earth despite her selfish nature and never harmed the Zerg, killing her would have been deeply ungrateful. All Zerg warships entered the Milky Way via Shinkuan, and Zhang Fan immediately ordered defenses established around the solar system. Shinkuan, possessing the ability to traverse barriers, remained at the galaxy's periphery for patrol duties now that the Milky Way was sealed. But who knows, some fool might accidentally reveal it one day. The universe is vast and there could be others watching Earth. The Zerg established 3 layers of invisible defenses around the solar system and constructed a Titan base on Pluto. Zhang Fan positioned nearly all Zerg weaponry around the solar system's perimeter. To ensure humanity's safe development on Earth, he expanded the outer defense zone to a distance of 10,000 light-years. Within 10,000 light-years of the solar system fell under Zerg territory. Once the layered defenses were complete, Zhang Fan commanded the Zerg to cleanse Earth and restore its ecological balance, a process that would have taken hundreds of thousands of years for the atmosphere alone. Under the Zerg's purification efforts, Earth's air quality was restored to a habitable state in less than a year. Only then did Zhang Fan relocate humanity from the second Earth to Earth. Yet during this migration he truly witnessed human fragility. Over half of humanity perished from pressure during the 3 spatial transmissions. Even those who successfully reached Earth faced environmental conditions that claimed another half. Fewer than a quarter of humanity survived on Earth. Zhang Fan had intended to stop interfering with human survival and development, but as days passed the human population declined rather than grew. Sovereign, at this rate humanity will face extinction within 10 years. Bufate's face registered deep distress, appearing more anxious about humanity's fate than even Zhang Fan. Hu Bailey added, "Based on our years of observation and analysis, I suggest establishing a cultivation base on Earth first. We cannot simply let them fend for themselves, their basic adaptability hasn't even evolved yet and they'll be eliminated first. I'm not well versed in human development either. You arrange it. At Zhang Fan's words, Bailey nodded. My plan is to mirror the second Earth, let humans live under our protection initially, and once their numbers grow we'll reassess. Buffett stated the creatures that survived the last mass extinction will also be relocated to a place inaccessible to humans. Don't make life too comfortable for Earth's humans either, natural selection must still operate. Bailey smiled. This time we'll intervene as much as possible, guiding them from the start so they can develop a complete system. Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly. Anyway, I'll follow your decisions. I don't wish to interfere further, as long as humanity thrives on Earth my mission is complete. In truth, Zhang Fan had lost interest in managing things. This Earth was fundamentally different from the one he knew. He had somehow traveled back 65 million years. If he interfered too heavily, humanity might become dependent on the Zerg or discover their existence. What would Earth become in such a scenario? So Zhang Fan decided to depart, relocating the Zerg to a new habitat within the Milky Way while overseeing solar system security to prevent any misguided races from attacking Earth again. After sweeping through the entire Milky Way, the Zerg discovered that all life here existed in roughly the same developmental era as Earth and their forms were nearly identical. Comparing biological data across the galaxy, this place was essentially a massive petri dish. No species genetic variation exceeded 5%. The Zerg's genes bore no resemblance to humanity's. Their complexity arose from absorbing and prioritizing evolution across trillions of species from two entire universes. Beyond the Milky Way, even within a single star system, the Zerg could collect tens of millions to hundreds of millions of distinct genetic sequences. Yet within the Milky Way, the Zerg found only a single genetic chain, one with merely 5% variation that had spawned trillions of species. This concept was entirely beyond Zhang Fan's comprehension. Such technology defied understanding even for someone who prided themselves on the Zerg's powerful assimilative genetic chains. Shu Cha and hundreds of mothers attempted to replicate this genetic chain only to discover that the amount of genetic information it contained was utterly incomprehensible. It appeared as though all genetic information from every universe had been fused together. A minuscule alteration could yield an entirely new species. This was something the Zerg could never achieve. The fundamental difference lay in the Zerg consuming and appropriating others' genetic traits rather than creating from scratch. The genetic chain within the Milky Way possessed the power to generate entirely new species. The more Shu Cha and the others researched, the more captivated they became. Given the Zerg's current biotechnological foundation, reproducing an identical genetic chain was impossible. Even consuming the galaxy's organisms would only allow them to intercept fragments, not truly acquire them. After countless experiments, Nises formulated the Nises law: the Zerg cannot create humans, yet human genetics can create Zerg. Zhang Fan's very existence served as living proof of this principle. The Zerg suddenly vanished from the entire Western realm, causing error across the realm. Although GXL did not favor the Zerg, their formidable presence had indeed spared the Western realm from much unnecessary trouble. Perhaps the last person who should have been searching for them, GXL nevertheless mobilized the entire council to track down the Zerg. News of the Zerg's disappearance spread rapidly to the Northern Realm, where discussions erupted among its inhabitants. Wild rumors flooded the cosmos as though the universe itself would crumble unless the Zerg were found. Both the Western and Northern realms began their search, but the Dragon Clan grew increasingly anxious. The key to unlocking the Seal of Judgment Dragon had already been found. All that remained was to defeat the Great Emperor of the Western Realm, yet the Zerg disappeared at such a critical juncture. Had the Great Emperor secretly annihilated them? Or had they chosen to flee rather than aid the Dragon Clan? The trillion-strong Dragon Fleet began scouring the northwestern border and even more distant regions for any trace of the Zerg. Meanwhile, the Jinshio Council in the south celebrated extravagantly. The Zerg were gone and they no longer needed to pay tribute. Yet to confirm the Zerg's complete disappearance, they dispatched a small squadron to the Western Realm. In the Eastern Realm atop the Council's throne, Maduaki listened to his adjutant's report and asked in surprise, "The Zerg vanished at our eastern border?" Yes, the Zerg army marched from west to east. We had assumed they intended to attack the Eastern Realm's star systems and were arranging defenses, but they simply disappeared. The adjutant continued, "There is something even more peculiar. We subsequently detected a massive Zerg fleet, indeed the entirety of their military forces. And then they too vanished without a trace. Have you investigated the area where they disappeared?" "We have. We scoured a region within 200 light-years of the location and found nothing, not even a single corpse." Maduaki tapped his half-mechanical head, puzzled. "Then where did they go?" "Immediately order the border patrol units to scout the boundary star systems. I want you to find the Zerg no matter what it takes." The entire universe searched for the Zerg while the Zerg themselves expanded throughout the sealed Milky Way galaxy. However, the Zerg encountered no opponents within the Milky Way.
Most inhabitants lacked even starships and the majority were low-intelligence creatures. Though a few intelligent species existed, they had barely entered the Stone Age. Zhang Fan left no loose ends. He did not care whether the Chia people were exterminated in advance, for even if they were, that belonged to a parallel universe, and he himself would not vanish.
In just 3 years the Zerg transformed the entire Milky Way into an impregnable fortress.
On the periphery the Xingqian stood guard. Without Zhang Fan's consent no one could enter the galaxy. Even if one found a way past the perimeter, one would first confront the Chonghua Malasi cannons stationed on 100 planets, cannons with planet-destroying power. Passing through would demand an extremely costly sacrifice. Beyond the Chonghua Malasi cannons lay hundreds of planets saturated with Zerg defensive forces. Ignoring them would be akin to walking into an ambush. Attacking them one by one would prove futile, for the Zerg could reinforce each other between planets in a remarkably short time. Should an invader penetrate even deeper, they would face the Zerg's main force of 30 billion warships and firepower far more devastating. To ensure the solar system's absolute security, Zhang Fan had prepared countless Heiyao star annihilation warheads. His resolve was firm. Even if it meant mutual destruction, humanity would be protected. With all arrangements made, Zhang Fan decided to establish a base on the dark side of the moon where he would reside and monitor human development at all times.
The primary research facility was also constructed there.
Following a joint request from Wu Bailey and Buffett, Zhang Fan ultimately agreed to allow human experimentation, though no more than 2 individuals per year. After extensive research it became clear that while humans appeared fragile, their genetic data possessed strength far beyond anyone's imagination.
Zhang Fan referred to the human genetic chain as the God gene. Under Dwalaner's direction, research into the God gene continued tirelessly. Humanity's latent potential was also under development and study. What surprised Buffett most was humans could not only wield magic but also possess elemental perception abilities far beyond Buffett's wildest expectations. Among them some individuals displayed elemental affinity so exceptional that even among the 8 people they would be hailed as geniuses. Under Wu Bailey's tutelage a portion of humanity quickly mastered the use of chi energy, which further enabled humans to unleash power far exceeding their natural limits. Flying through the air, shaping objects with chi, many feats that even the Liwala people could not accomplish. In the realm of biotechnology, what shocked Dwalaner most was that when the strong progenitor armor was bonded to a human body, its combat power far exceeded that of the Zerg. According to Dwalaner, the strong progenitor armor was invented specifically for humans. Across these comparisons, human superiority was self-evident.
Seated upon his throne, Zhang Fan listened to their reports and furrowed his brows.
Humans harbored far too many secrets waiting to be uncovered.
For the sake of humanity's future, and to strengthen the Zerg, Zhang Fan ultimately approved the selection of certain humans for Zergification experiments. Now humanity had made remarkable progress across technology, magic, and every other domain. With these matters entrusted to Xu Sha and others aboard, Zhang Fan decided to visit the human world to walk among them and reminisce about his time on Earth. Upon hearing that Zhang Fan intended to travel to Earth, Wu Bailey chuckled.
Dominant One, do not forget humanity's fear of the unknown. In this form you would be regarded as a monster or a demon king.
Zhang Fan glanced down at himself. He stood over 3 meters tall, his body encased in chitinous spines.
By human aesthetic standards he was indeed terrifying. Zhang Fan sought out Dwalaner. Incubate a humanoid body for me.
Zhang Fan came to Earth alone. The moment his feet touched the soil of this planet again, he felt an indescribable elation.
With a roar. Finally, I'm back.
Although this Earth was not the Earth he had dreamed of, but rather Earth as it was 65 million years ago, he thought it was still better than the Earth that had been destroyed by the Chia people. This time he had to let humanity develop properly. Since Bai Huli and Buffett only wanted to study humans, Zhang Fan would personally teach them himself. Although the humans who had migrated from the second Earth had only just adapted to the environment of Earth, they had already continued the feudal dynasties and established several nations of varying sizes across the planet. This went against Zhang Fan's original design of immediate global unification. If he were to rule humanity himself, even Zhang Fan as a member of the Zerg would consider it enslavement. So he decided to help one human rule the world. As for the candidate to rule humanity, Zhang Fan was extremely cautious. Though human lifespans were only a few short decades, their influence could endure for a very long time. Zhang Fan visited nearly every human city, and the people he saw disappointed him deeply. Apart from satisfying their own petty desires, nothing else ever entered their minds. The exploitation and oppression between people made Zhang Fan's heart tremble. Compared with what humans did to one another, being slaughtered by the Zerg was practically the most comfortable way to die. Slavery was the institution Zhang Fan despised the most, and he resolved to make humanity abolish it. Zhang Fan knew well that only by increasing productivity could slavery be completely uprooted. But providing them with technology beyond their comprehension would only be counterproductive. The greatest merit of a feudal system was that when a wise and enlightened monarch appeared, the world would know peace. Thus Zhang Fan decided to choose someone who deeply hated slavery to be the ruler. And the ones who hated slavery most were none other than the slaves themselves. So he decided to choose someone from among the slaves. That day as Zhang Fan was passing through a forest he happened upon a group of people escorting slaves. An elderly slave collapsed from exhaustion and the escort without a second thought lashed him with a whip. At that moment a strong young man rushed out of the slave column and relying on sheer physical force knocked the whip-wielding escort to the ground. Such an act was absolutely not tolerated here. Dozens of escorts drew their weapons and advanced menacingly toward the man. Zhang Fan watched quietly from a distance. The burly slave's face was resolute, facing more than a dozen steel blades he showed not the slightest trace of fear. After a fierce struggle the strong man killed 3 escorts but he too was badly wounded. Zhang Fan was rather curious. The slaves outnumbered the escorts 10 to 1 yet not a single person came forward to help. This left Zhang Fan utterly disappointed. Still the strong man's courage to resist marked him as a promising talent. With a flicker of movement Zhang Fan separated the dozens of escorts' heads from their bodies. Zhang Fan stood before the strong man and asked in a low ethereal voice, "If I help you become king, can you abolish slavery?" To the slave this was a heaven-sent opportunity. He immediately knelt and said, "I am willing." From that day onward Zhang Fan carefully taught him humanity's history, political economy, military strategy and other knowledge. With Zhang Fan's help they easily took a city. The burly slave cast off his identity as a slave and decreed that from that day forward all within the royal city were equal. After observing for some time Zhang Fan felt that this approach was viable. While Zhang Fan was examining a map in the royal hall, Livia from Larwala sent word that a large number of alien spacecraft were roaming the outskirts of the Milky Way. Zhang Fan immediately ordered the star Kun to hide within the Milky Way. If anyone entered the galaxy they were to be expelled or eliminated at once. They could not be allowed to learn of the Zerg's whereabouts. Zhang Fan now only wanted to govern humanity and had no interest in interstellar wars, for such wars were endless. "Master, who were you talking to? Ace, aren't you supposed to be on your way to attack the kingdom of Yade? Why have you come back?" King Ace placed his helmet on the table and laughed heartily. "It's rather amusing actually. We hadn't even reached the territory of the kingdom of Yade when we received their letter of surrender. They offered a grand tribute of gold, silver, jewels, beautiful women and singing girls." Zhang Fan shot Ace a furious look. So you simply came back. What about the slaves of the kingdom of Yade?" Aceborn, a slave, said with a look of utter indifference, "I've already liberated so many slaves. I'm tired. It's time for me to enjoy myself." With a clap of his hands several beauties filed in carrying countless jewels. King Ace pushed one of them in front of Zhang Fan. "Master, you should also enjoy the pleasures of the mortal world." Such actions filled Zhang Fan with deep disappointment. He had intended to end Ace then and there, but after more than 10 years there was some attachment between them. Zhang Fan chose to leave him and continue observing from the shadows. But things only grew worse. With Zhang Fan gone, King Ace became even more unscrupulous. He not only restored slavery but became more brutal than before. Zhang Fan shook his head and personally destroyed the monarch he himself had cultivated. Still Zhang Fan had gained experience. He had managed too much, cramming his ideals and thoughts into Ace in an almost commanding way. Perhaps Ace had been too repressed. This time Zhang Fan decided to help from the shadows, only acting openly when the king's rule was threatened. In the decades that followed, the newly enthroned King Ji did lead the realm to enjoy a long period of prosperity and abundance. Unfortunately, human lifespans were always limited. Within less than a month after King Ji's death the two princes came to blows over the throne. Zhang Fan was utterly disappointed. Still he did not intervene in the princes' war. He merely stood quietly to the side and watched. More than 100 years passed. Zhang Fan came to understand that the unification of humanity could not be accomplished by one person alone. What mattered first was the hearts of the people, only then came strength. Just as Zhang Fan was about to begin his third experiment, Livia reported, "Overlord, a patrol squad from Modic's Eastern Legion has appeared near the Milky Way. They must have discovered our trail. If they haven't entered, leave them alone. Also tell Hu Bailey and Buffett to come to Earth." When Hu Bailey and Buffett arrived on Earth and heard that Zhang Fan wanted them to play sages and wise men in order to educate humanity, Hu Bailey quickly refused. "Humans regard our Leerwala race as monsters. I don't want to be hunted down by them, and I can't fight back, I'd just be taking beatings." Buffett also declined. "I still have a few talented humans who can use magic that I need to research. I have no time to educate ordinary humans." Hu Bailey suddenly smiled. "I can recommend someone to you, Overlord. She will definitely be able to do it." "Who?" "Livia." Zhang Fan recalled. "Is Livia that woman with a human body and a serpent's tail?" "Yes. Right now she is the adjutant aboard the exclusive vessel, Charming Spider.
She likes humans very much. Let her come. Sigh. All right. Have her come down and give it a try.
Zhang Fan ultimately decided to bring Hubaili and others to Earth, believing that diversified development might prove beneficial to humanity here. Through Zhang Fan's patient persuasion, Hubaili and Buffett had no choice but to agree to bring themselves and their research to Earth to continue their work. Livia also came to Zhang Fan's side to help him jointly oversee the development of humanity. Yet this time Zhang Fan resolved not to let humanity govern itself but instead to have Livia rule in the guise of a deity. Once Livia displayed abilities surpassing those of ordinary beings, humanity indeed grew considerably more compliant.
Though conflicts did not diminish drastically, matters improved significantly under her control. Unknowingly, humanity entered a quasi-mythological society under Livia's guidance, with the feudal system remaining the dominant social structure.
Nevertheless, the concept of divine right gradually took root in people's hearts and the worship of deities rose to an entirely new level. Livia, having grown deeply fond of humanity, constructed a paradise for them, a place where anything could be had, where there was no need to fear hunger or natural disasters, only to live in peace. Only those whom Livia deemed worthy of her standards were permitted entry, a reward reserved for those who had made extraordinary contributions to human development. Yet even such a paradise proved short-lived. In their idleness, humanity invariably resorted to selfish acts, carving out territories, hoarding quality rations, and battling over prized prey. Eventually, under the instigation of a man named Saja, the paradise Livia had built erupted into a savage war. Zhang Fan was profoundly disappointed, deeply, utterly so. He believed the humans who had migrated from the second Earth no longer deserved to inhabit Earth.
He resolved to extinguish humanity and rehatch Earth's elite from scratch. He trusted that after all, these beings originated from Earth's unified era and their conduct and consciousness would inevitably prove superior to those from the second Earth. Zhang Fan issued the order to destroy Earth, but Livia stepped forward and vehemently opposed him. Before everyone present, she clashed fiercely with Zhang Fan. This was the first time anyone had dared to challenge his authority. However, moved by her genuine love for humanity, Zhang Fan chose not to punish her. Choose those you consider fit and depart for Mars.
There, I will not interfere with your decisions. Livia attempted to argue for Earth once more, but she well knew Zhang Fan would never agree.
Reluctantly, she chose to lead a small fraction of the second Earth immigrants to Mars.
To ensure no remnants of the second Earth immigrants remained, Zhang Fan orchestrated a catastrophic artificial flood. Only after confirming the complete extermination of all second Earth migrants did he order Shu Sha to begin rehatching humanity. A new generation of humans was deployed onto Earth, beginning their fresh existence here. True to Zhang Fan's expectations, this batch of humans did not disappoint him. They lived in harmony, helping one another and facing threats together. Food was distributed fairly, and though life remained arduous, no wars erupted among them. After observing for several decades, Zhang Fan discovered that this time humanity had entered a feudal society far more rapidly.
This left Zhang Fan utterly bewildered.
These humans shared no connection with those from the second Earth, yet somehow, without realizing it, they had fallen into feudalism once again.
War broke out again and the institution of slavery rose to prominence.
Zhang Fan gradually understood this was an inevitable stage in human development, regardless of his desire to alter it. From then on, Zhang Fan resolved to refrain from interference, merely observing, as Hubaili and the others did. By a fortunate coincidence, Zhang Fan discovered a human had infiltrated Hubaili's experimental base. Instead of informing Hubaili, he quietly observed the intruder's every move.
Soon after taking advantage of Hubaili's absence, human soldiers launched an assault on the experimental base.
They not only destroyed the entire facility but also inadvertently released the creatures held within. When Hubaili rushed back, it was already too late. Gazing at Zhang Fan, who chuckled uncontrollably nearby, he said with barely concealed anger, "Supreme Lord, how could you simply stand by and watch humanity's foolishness?"
Zhang Fan laughed and replied, "No matter.
They brought this upon themselves and shall bear the consequences. However, I suppose you must rebuild your base from scratch. Rebuilding the base is a trivial matter, but those creatures are beyond human capability to handle. Surely you, Supreme Lord, do not intend to stop them.
Just watch.
Since they are idle anyway, it would be better still if they dealt with your creatures first." Hubaili shook his head in helpless resignation. "I scarcely know what to say. But may I remind you, Supreme Lord, that beyond the galaxy numerous species warships are already searching for the Zerg's whereabouts."
Zhang Fan looked at Hubaili in confusion.
"Search for our Zerg.
We are not wreaking havoc and expanding within their territories. Should they not be pleased?"
Hubaili smiled faintly. "I do not worry about others. I am concerned specifically about the Dragon Clan. After all, this is their sealed domain. It is only a matter of time before they discover we are trespassing within their forbidden territory."
Zhang Fan nodded. "The Dragon Clan is indeed problematic. But I have already found Earth and have no interest in aiding them. Besides, if it is their forbidden zone, they cannot simply enter at will.
Zhang Fan had no desire to involve himself in interstellar warfare. He only wished to guard Earth and watch over humanity's development. Yet ideals often prove fragile against reality, and the last thing Zhang Fan anticipated was that the Dragon Clan would soon come knocking at his door.
After all, others might not know where he had vanished, but did the Dragon Clan not know the location of their sealed realm? Ancestor Dragon Dalama addressed Minerva with fury. The Zerg have broken their pledge and fled to our forbidden zone to develop. I find their Supreme Lord increasingly unwilling to honor his promises.
Minerva hastily replied, "My lord, do not be angered. We originally promised the Zerg Supreme Lord that we would reveal the location of the Azure Dragon Star. That he has found it himself does not mean he will break his word. Naive. Do not forget that this Zerg Supreme Lord carries half human blood and thinks with a human mind."
Minerva vaguely sensed Dalama's growing intent to kill Zhang Fan.
She quickly interjected, "My lord, the Zerg are vital to the liberation of the Judgment Dragon.
We cannot."
Dalama shot her a glare. "I do not intend to kill him now. It is impossible for him to alter fate's arrangement.
Send a dragon fleet to deliver a warning.
Allow me to speak with him first. If we send a fleet now, it would amount to declaring war upon the Zerg, making it even less likely that he will assist us."
After a moment of silent contemplation, Dalama sneered coldly. "Go then. But I expect your efforts will yield nothing but disappointment. Should he violate his oath, I shall personally lead our army to conquer the Milky Way."
When Minerva appeared before Zhang Fan, he asked in astonishment, "How did you enter?" Minerva replied, "Surely you Supreme Lord have not forgotten, this is the Azure Dragon Star sealed by our Dragon Clan.
If you could enter, why could I not?"
"Lady Minerva, I must confess I am deeply fascinated by your cosmic transmission technique.
Might you teach it to me?" "No." Minerva's refusal came without hesitation.
Zhang Fan was unsurprised. A cold smile crept across his face.
"Then forgive me."
Minerva paid no heed to Zhang Fan's threat, a faint smile curling at her lips.
"You mean to say the sovereign wishes to cross blades with me?" "Indeed. I wonder if the esteemed Minerva would be gracious enough to oblige." Zhang Fan's audacity caught Minerva by surprise. You truly intend to break your vow?" The esteemed Minerva must be mistaken.
"Ours is a business arrangement. You help me locate Earth and guard it, and I help you break the seal of the Adjudicator Dragon.
The deal is hardly complete. Do you intend to unilaterally sever the contract?" Zhang Fan laughed heartily. "The key is already in your hands.
Take care of the rest yourselves. I merely wish to remain in the Milky Way to protect humanity."
Minerva sneered. Lord Darama was right. "So you truly intend to betray the Dragon Clan?"
"Then brace yourself for the full wrath of the dragons."
Zhang Fan smirked.
"I have never been cowed by threats. If you desire war, I welcome it."
Have you no regard for humanity?" "I am simply weary. I wish only to withdraw to the Milky Way and watch humanity thrive. If you force my hand, then I shall meet you on the battlefield." Minerva sneered. "Do you truly believe your current strength can match the Dragon Clan in open battle?" "Sister, I have no time for your prattle. If you wish to fight, then come. But I will not assist you in striking down the Western Realm Emperor."
At that moment, another figure cloaked in black suddenly appeared behind Zhang Fan. The figure chuckled. "Minerva, it seems the Dragon Clan's little schemes conducted behind my back are not going too well." Zhang Fan stared in surprise at the dark figure that had manifested behind him.
"And who might you be? What is it with you people and appearing and vanishing without warning?" "Ha ha ha, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jurtai." Minerva's expression turned taut with fear and dread. The dark figure continued, "I have another name, the Western Realm Emperor."
Zhang Fan showed no sign of fear, breaking into a grin instead.
"Perfect timing. This is after all a matter between you and the Dragon Clan. How about settling it between yourselves?" Jurtai burst into laughter. "How amusing. Over 2,000 years ago I entrusted the Western Realm to your stewardship, saying I would need your aid in 3,000 years. Surely you won't try to renege on this bargain as well?"
Zhang Fan pondered briefly, then smiled.
"Naturally I cannot. But is there not still 1,000 years to go?" "Ha ha ha, good. Hold to your word then. But unlike the Dragon Clan, I will not waste words with you. If you break your promise, the destruction of Earth will be but the blink of an eye." Zhang Fan nodded. "And now?
Are you here to help me oppose the Dragon Clan and protect Earth, or to demand that I fulfill my vow?"
"Neither.
I am here to watch the Dragon Clan perform, and to glimpse the one who, according to their legends, might slay me."
If the one you speak of is me, then you shall be disappointed. I hold no interest in you at the moment.
So long as you protect Earth and humanity, the rest is none of my concern. Summoning her courage, Minerva roared at Zhang Fan. You have no idea how terrifying he is. And yet you would align yourself with him.
Zhang Fan gave a helpless smile. You have it wrong. Terror is relative. By comparison, is the Dragon Clan not every bit as terrifying? Jirtai laughed thunderously. Ha ha ha, I have not misjudged you, boy. You are exceedingly clever. Very well. I shall have a word with that old fellow regarding the entire Milky Way and place it within the domain of my Western realm. Minerva's terror of the Western Realm Emperor left her without the faintest will to resist. It was only the pride of the Dragon Clan that kept her standing before him. Dragon Clan, I see your hides are itching for a beating. Scamper back and tell Dorama if he dares to covet the Milky Way or the Zerg, I shall pay him a personal visit for a chat. The black-robed figure vanished and both Zhang Fan and Minerva exhaled in relief simultaneously. Such overwhelming power. His strength is beyond anything I could hope to contend with. Minerva wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Very well. I shall take my leave. As for what happens next, I imagine you have your own plans. Zhang Fan nodded. Proceed as originally planned.
You must locate Lamia and eliminate him, only then can the Western Realm Emperor be weakened.
Minerva smiled. I am curious. How did you know it was the Western Realm Emperor who lured you to Earth? Is it difficult?
Only someone with the power to teleport a council member and forcibly drag me to Earth would do so, just to drive a wedge between me and the Dragon Clan.
The protection the Western Realm Emperor offered was far greater than ours. Yet you were not tempted. Zhang Fan sneered. Yet the threat was greater too. Why did you not mention that?
He continued, but Lord Dorama is wise as a sage. He foresaw that the Emperor would surely attempt to court me. The Dragon Clan and the Western Realm Emperor have been locked in conflict for 1,000 years. The primordial ancestor dragons are quite familiar with his ways.
Enough. Return and tell Lord Dorama the first step has succeeded. The rest is for the Dragon Clan to perform.
As for me, I shall continue to play the role of an obedient child holed up on Earth.
Minerva smiled eerily. You are a far more dreadful enemy than the Western Realm Emperor. If you ever attain the power of an emperor, I dare not imagine what you might do. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. I have no such ambitions. After seeing Minerva off, Zhang Fan sat alone upon his throne.
Now that both factions were stirring, what path should he take?
It was no easy thing to survive in the cracks between titans.
He took a stroll to the incubation chamber and stood before a colossal egg roughly 3 meters tall.
How is the modification of the final Beast God General proceeding? Sovereign, the modification of this Beast God General is now 83 complete. It should not be long before he awakens. There is no need to rush, but he must be perfect.
The hope of the Zerg's rise rests upon his shoulders.
Understood. Rest assured, Sovereign.
At that moment Nexus approached.
Sovereign, the new army has been fully assembled. Please accompany me to the Spirit Dragon Nest.
Zhang Fan along with Nexus and the other 10 Beast God Generals stood within the command chamber watching the Zerg Legion slowly parade past the command deck.
Zhang Fan marveled, what are those in the back? They no longer look like Zerg at all.
Shucha explained, those are Beast Clan warships bioformed by our nano-fusion bugs. Behind them are the warships of the Nagon clan and further still the biohuman vessels of the Splendid Council.
Zhang Fan was slightly astonished. Are you saying our Zerg can now bioform non-living matter?
Yes. Our Zerg nanotechnology combined with the mechanical life technology of the Nagon clan has reached a very mature stage.
Zhang Fan nodded. Good. And what of our defensive capabilities?
Shucha pointed to the colossal objects towed by dozens of air sac bugs behind the bioformed warships. These are the new star-destroying Zerg breed Ruin, forged from a fusion of the Mirith super cannon, the Fortress Wall bugs and the Star Annihilation bugs.
Ruin. Fascinating. But that size is rather excessive. What is its primary function?
Shusha looked at destruction with pride. And all-terrain multifunction infused with Titan's biotic power, we can deploy destruction on any planet and the planet itself will supply him with power.
He possesses formidable defensive prowess. Even the Millis Megacannon's bombardment cannot breach his outer defensive shield.
In terms of offense, by harnessing planetary power to charge the Millis cannon, its might is enhanced and destroying an entire solar system is but a single shot.
Zhang Fan nodded. Place destruction on the outer planets of the galaxy for those who invade the Milky Way. They will die.
After the display of the cosmic fleet, Nisis led Zhang Fan to the vast square at the heart of the Linglong nestworms. Millions of insect troops stood ready at Nisis' signal. The newly formed swarm began to march in for Zhang Fan's inspection. The enhanced Swift Spirit Insect series led the vanguard. They bore obvious changes with colors differentiated and the number of their antennae increased. Why are the enhanced Swift Spirit Insects now so brightly colored? Nisis immediately explained this is to distinguish their roles: red for the main assault units, blue for support, green for medical, and gold for the commanders.
Swift Spirit Insects, you've also hatched commanders. That seems a bit superfluous.
To Zhang Fan's question, Nisis explained in the past Swift Spirit Insects only knew charge and slaughter and lacked cooperative combat ability. Now they can perform tactical charges and reduce casualties.
The Mantis series has grown even more immense, from 3 kinds originally to nearly 20 varieties.
Each not only increases combat power and armor but also enhances functionality. Most importantly is the transforming mantis. Its form is identical to the original mantis, but it can transform into other functional mantises according to battlefield conditions. Nisis pointed at a group of creatures resembling giant locusts and said, "These are the new units, the flying locusts. Their existence fills the gap of our lacking low-altitude combat power. They inherit the numerical advantage of the Swift Spirit Insects and also possess low-altitude flight, which has a significant effect in siege operations." At that moment Zhang Fan saw a swirl of darkness advancing and asked curiously, "What is that?" Nisis hurriedly replied, "That is Blood Shadow, the assassin swarm bioengineered from abyssal assassin gene modification. They possess extraordinary concealment and astonishing assassination capability." Behind Blood Shadow lay a cluster of golden wrigglers. Their bodies were plump, yet they moved with surprising speed. Overlord, this is the combat support insects endowed with the Blood Lotus's potent stimulant, able to bolster our insect warriors within a certain radius. The white wrigglers behind them are the support insects. They can rapidly heal our fighters during combat. An enhanced unit fused with bio-nano fusion technology. Zhang Fan then saw a regiment of tyrant beasts marching in neatly, and upon closer look he found these tyrant beasts were different from before. These blade tyrants not only share the tyrant's bulk and impact and long-range artillery, but we have also installed soul-stealing blades for close-quarters combat. Those 3 pairs of side-like pincers must be at least 5 meters long. That's not just 5 meters, they are 8 meters long, enormous yet incredibly fast, and the soul-stealing blades can cut through most metals with ease. Trailing behind the blade tyrants are 3 formations of beetles. Nisis explained, "What you see here are the Saint Beetle series' most perfect evolutions, with 3-layer defensive barriers, 6 ice blue dragon cannons, and ground forces that find it hard to breach their defenses. Even battleship-grade artillery would require at least 2 shots to pierce their defensive shields."
Behind the Saint Beetles is a slightly larger cadre of elephant beetles.
Nisis said, "For the elephant beetle series we have developed varieties according to battlefield conditions: Bone Shield Elephant Beetle, Saint Shield Elephant Beetle, Siege Elephant Beetle, and Charge Elephant Beetle. The elephant beetles are no longer merely our defensive force, they can also serve as an offensive power." Zhang Fan was quite pleased. The insect race is built on offense as defense, and even our defensive power must carry strong offensive capability. The elephant beetle series grows even more bizarre behind them. After Nisis introduced each type, he focused on 2 species. Zhang Fan had hardly seen mudworms and limeworms. Zhang Fan watched a clump of fleshy worms wriggling slowly on the ground and asked, "What use is this worthless creature?"
Nisis did not answer. With a wave, a squad of biochemical soldiers charged toward the mudworms. The biochemical soldiers' laser weapons struck the mudworms, but they had no effect. The lasers pierced their bodies, yet they recovered completely in under 2 seconds. As the biochemical soldiers cautiously approached the mudworms suddenly leaped up and enveloped the soldiers entirely. Within mere seconds, the biochemical soldiers were all transformed into mudworm soldiers, and even the corpses were absorbed by the mudworms. Nisis then said, "Mudworms were originally discarded experimental subjects destined for disposal, but they can attach to any biological or non-biological host and control the host to use its abilities." Zhang Fan had not yet recovered from the shock. Nisis continued the introduction to limeworms, an evolved variant of mudworms. Not only can they control the host, they can merge into the host, and they themselves possess offensive abilities. Spitting venom spheres. The limeworm spheres carry a paralyzing effect that robs the host of mobility without killing it. Zhang Fan, after hearing Nisis' explanation, asked curiously, "I can see that endless queue. Exactly how many species do we have now in our insect race?" Shusha stepped forward and said, "We currently possess about 2,000 varieties across various insect lineages, not counting different species and mutations." Nisis hesitated for a moment and said, "Lord Buffett suggests we use human genes to incubate humanoid insects. That would boost our combat capabilities." Hearing this, Zhang Fan grew a little angry, but after a moment's thought he said, "The trend of the times is unstoppable. We should make some changes. After all, we are about to face a stronger power." All of the Chongzu currently in existence were evolved earliest carbon silicon-based Chongzu. Based on the timing and operational experience of Shu Cha and Nexus, the most reasonable method is to graft human genetic strands onto the Chongzu's assimilative base. Yet anything developed this way would not survive at all, plagued by various deadly defects. In the end, Nexus had to adopt a human body blueprint, and from such incubation emerged humanoid Chongzu, whose overall combat power was extremely strong and who possessed a certain level of intelligence. But what gave Nexus the most headache was that the master consciousness of these humanoid Chongzu was very weak. Their rebelliousness was severe, and many newly born humanoid Chongzu simply would not listen to orders.
Moreover, the lifespan of humanoid Changzu was much longer than that of the Changzu. It took 57 years to gain combat power, and the following 5 years were their peak, but after another 5 years their combat power gradually declined. Reproductive capacity was also a major problem. They could not be produced in large quantities, which for a Changzu race that thrives on numbers made this issue particularly cumbersome. However, Zhang Fan proposed using humans as a blueprint to develop the Shou Xinjiang, granting them priority infusion of the master consciousness. After a period of study, a brand new humanoid Shou Xinjiang was successfully incubated. The first test surprised everyone. The humanoid Shou Xinjiang's combat power was so formidable that only a combined assault by venomous scorpions and alluring spiders could defeat him. Zhang Fan was highly satisfied, but unfortunately this humanoid Shou Xinjiang did not live past 5 years, for the body was too fragile and the metabolism too fast, and he died young. This was certainly not the result they wanted, but the combat power of the humanoid Shou Xinjiang was astonishing, which made Xu Cha unwilling to give up. The genetic problem could not be solved. Nexus secretly conducted experiments on living humans. She captured an adult and injected the Changzu gene into the adult's body, causing him to mutate. The mutated human possessed tremendous strength, but he completely refused to follow orders, and even injecting the master consciousness had no effect. Nexus, unwilling to accept failure, began capturing large numbers of humans for experiments, eventually triggering a rebellion among the mutated humans. Zhang Fan sat on the throne glaring at Nexus, who knelt below.
You actually used humans for experiments. I think you have lived long enough. Master, the power of humans is unimaginable and their plasticity is almost infinite. And so what? If you want to change them, are you the one who gets to do it?
Zhang Fan's cold remark left no one in doubt about his disposition. Xu Cha hurried to persuade Master Nexus is also for the Changzu's development.
For the Changzu's development there was no consideration for humans. Humans possess autonomous consciousness.
If I want to alter human genes, I could do it on the Death Star. Do I need to wait until today? Zhang Fan waved a hand and Nexus flew several meters and crashed heavily into the wall. From today onward, Nexus, you roll to Minglangsing Pluto. Without my summons you are never allowed to leave there. Hu Bailey also advised Master that places like a frozen ice hell, such punishment is a bit heavy. Zhang Fan glared around and said, if you want to develop I can understand, but my bottom line is clear. You incubate Changzu using human genes, I have no objection, but if you use humans directly for experiments it will not be allowed here. Zhang Fan looked at Nexus and said coldly, if you won't roll, do you intend to come with me for the journey? Nexus hurriedly rose and paid homage. Your subordinate knows their mistake. I will go to Mingwangsing to reflect immediately. After Nexus left, Zhang Fan glared at the others and said, stop all projects involving evolving humans. Anyone who dares to repeat will not be shown mercy. Hu Bailey and Buffett exchanged a glance. They knew Zhang Fan valued humans, but they did not realize he had placed humans in such an important position. The two privately carried out many experiments on humans as well. Zhang Fan's leniency toward Nexus was because she was Changzu, but that might not apply to himself. The two returned to their own research center and hurriedly erased the traces. After all, Zhang Fan's reputation across the cosmos was not good, and his resolve to act decisively had never shown mercy. Xu Cha arrived at the command room of Linglong Nest Insect. Zhang Fan sat on the throne gazing at the earth in a daze. Master Modic's warships seem to have discovered the barrier of the Milky Way and are gathering beyond the galaxy.
Ignore them.
Xu Cha continued, there is another matter. The Dragon Clan is rampant in Xijie, and they threaten that if the master does not appear they will destroy the entire Xijie. Zhang Fan looked at her with a smile and said, if I appear, Ramya will not appear.
Wait and see when that fellow shows up, and then we will see.
The Dragon Clan ravaged Xijie's star systems, yet the people in those systems had no idea where the Changzu were. The Dragon Clan also seized the opportunity to eliminate several rival factions within Parliament, breaking Xijie's balance, and the Dragon Clan seemed poised to dominate. Moreover, this time the trouble in Xijie involved not only the Western Dragon Clan, the Northern Dragon Clan was also involved. This made all races even more anxious. The master might talk about the Changzu, but the Dragon Clan would not, and would directly attack to exterminate the Changzu. The remaining councillors in Parliament demanded that the Changzu take the lead to resolve the Dragon Clan, but they could not even find the Changzu's trace. Grash proposed waking Ramya, but his proposal was immediately met with opposition from the other councillors. You must not wake him. Waking the tiger to drive away the wolf only shifts the danger.
If the wolves are driven off, how will you deal with Ramya, that Ramya tiger? Indeed, Ramya is far more terrifying than the Dragon Clan.
Yes, besides the Western Emperor who can subdue him and his Ramya warriors.
If they do not awaken voluntarily we should be grateful. And yet you intend to wake him actively.
Grash shook his head and asked the others, then tell me a solution. The Dragon Clan now demands the Changzu, and the Changzu have mysteriously vanished. Should we form a united army to oppose the Dragon Clan? Our united army may not be a match for the Dragon Clan either. Remember, that is the Dragon Army of the Northwest and the two realms. Yes, our united army against the Dragon Clan would be better off finding the Changzu. After all, their demand is only to hand over the Changzu. Grash asked helplessly, then fine, before you are wiped out shall I go find the Changzu first?
I suppose by the time I find the Changzu and return you will already be exterminated.
The others stared at each other, not knowing what to answer. To locate the vanished Changzu in the vast universe is almost a fairy tale. But with the dragon clan rampaging, is awakening Ramya the only path? Amid the desolate crumbling mountain ridges at the mouth of a concealed cave, Galaxy stood holding a golden scepter, chanting an obscure and unintelligible incantation. Before long, an emaciated old man in battered armor slowly emerged from the cave. His low hoarse voice echoed across the desolate planet, sending a particularly chilling shiver down one's spine.
Who dares to awaken Lord Lemuya?
Galaxy bowed respectfully and said, I am Galaxy of the Western Realm's Elf Clan, and I beseech Lord Lemuya to help save the Western Realm.
Hearing this, the old man let out a cackling laugh. Lord Lemuya save the Western Realm.
You must have forgotten how the Western Realm treated him during the last Great War when he was gravely wounded.
Galaxy hurriedly said, this matter has nothing to do with our Elf Clan.
Back then our Elf Clan was Lord Lemuya's ally, and we still are now, and we will always be. The old man looked Galaxy up and down, then sneered, if you have something to say, say it. I'll see whether it's worth passing along.
If not, get lost.
Though Galaxy was deeply displeased, what could he do? He was here to beg a favor, so he had no choice but to follow the others' demands. He could only respectfully recount from beginning to end the disappearance of the insect race and the dragon's rampage across the Western Realm. After a moment of contemplation, the old man chuckled.
The insect race. There's a race in the Western Realm that dares to challenge Duomina. How interesting.
They vanished at the Eastern Realm border just as they were rising, and Majuok actually went to look for them.
It seems things are not so simple. Galaxy hastily said, the problem now is not the insect race.
It's that the dragons in their search for the insect race are slaughtering wildly across the Western Realm.
Please Lord Lemuya, we need your help. The old man gave him a sidelong glance, said nothing, turned and went back into the cave, leaving Galaxy standing in the wind, utterly bewildered. Should he leave or stay?
The old man had not left a single word. Had he gone to deliver the message, or simply refused to be bothered with it? Or did he simply not want to have anything to do with this matter?
Galaxy could only wait in the cold wind. 3 hours later, the old man emerged from the cave once more and said to him, Lord Lemuya is unwilling to help.
He says the dragons are not worth his effort. Seeing the disappointment on Galaxy's face, the old man smiled.
However, Lord Lemuya also said that the Western Realm is not a place where dragons can run amok.
The old man took a silver metal token from his robe and tossed it to Galaxy.
This is the Lamu King's order.
Take it to Danfo Star and find King Muge. He will lead his army to help drive away the dragons.
Galaxy quickly bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Lord Lemuya. Thank you, envoy.
The old man chuckled.
Lord Lemuya said this time he is helping you out of consideration for the Elf Clan's former alliance. If you come again, you'll leave your head behind. Bowing as he retreated, Galaxy said, rest assured, Lord Lemuya.
I will never disturb your recovery again.
After leaving, Galaxy flew at top speed toward Danfo Star.
The moment he landed, a squad of Danfo mechanical soldiers surrounded him.
A dark elf clad in luxurious robes burst out laughing as soon as he saw Galaxy. If it isn't my dear elder brother. What brings you to this prison? Galaxy cried out in surprise, Gelamu, why are you here?
Ha ha ha, brother, you really are forgetful. Wasn't it you who exiled me to the frontier? When he heard this, Galaxy suddenly remembered. Several hundred years ago his younger brother had violated the way of the elves, fallen into becoming a dark elf, and was exiled by him to the edge of the universe. He had never imagined that his brother would end up serving King Muge.
Galaxy had no intention of dwelling on this matter, for he had more important things to do.
I have no time for your nonsense.
I am here to see King Muge. Gelamo laughed heartily. Did you think you could see His Majesty King Muge whenever you wish? This is not elven territory. You are about to become a prisoner. Galaxy drew the Lamu King's order given by the old man from his robe.
The moment the soldiers saw it, all except Gelamo, they fell to their knees.
Gelamu did not recognize the Lamu King's order.
He shouted at the mechanical soldiers, what are you doing?
An adjutant explained, this is Lord Lemuya's royal order. Not just us, even His Majesty King Muge must kneel before it.
If you refuse to kneel and pay respects, I have the authority to end your life here and now. Hearing the mechanical adjutant's words, Gelamo knew perfectly well that these mechanical people were single-minded. If he did not kneel, the adjutant might very well kill him on the spot.
Gelamo hastily knelt. The mechanical adjutant said respectfully, bearer of the king's order, please follow me. Galaxy was led by the mechanical adjutant deep into the palace hall.
On the throne sat a blob of flesh clad in imperial robes, gnawing on a huge slab of roasted meat. Beneath the throne there was singing, dancing, a pool of wine and forests of meat. The ministers were also blobs of flesh.
Galaxy felt rather disappointed.
King Muge had once been one of Lemuya's greatest generals, capable of annihilating 3 planets single-handedly within 3 days, but now he probably struggled even to stand up. The mechanical adjutant led Galaxy to the center of the palace and announced in a loud voice, "His Majesty King Muge, the Lamo King's order has arrived." The hall, which moments ago had been filled with song and dance, fell into absolute silence. King Muge struggled to lift his eyelids and glanced at Galaxy, who stood in the center of the hall. He suddenly burst out laughing. "Gelamu, you rascal! The Lamo King's order is no joke. If there is a next time, I'll take your little life." King Muge had mistaken Galaxy for Gelamo and thought this was merely a joke. In his mind, the Lamo King's order would likely never appear again. Helplessly, Galaxy raised the token high and roared, "The Lamo King's order is here.
Do you intend to betray Lord Lemuya?"
Only then did King Muge sense something amiss. He abruptly opened his eyes wide and saw that it was indeed the Lamo King's order. But when he tried to rise, the fat on his body weighed him down like a 1,000-pound anchor and he could not get up at all.
King Muge looked utterly embarrassed. "Envoy, wait a moment." "Wait." Suddenly King Muge's body began to contort. A crack split open across his abdomen. After a series of crackling bone-snapping sounds, a burly man burst out from the mass of flesh. The other ministers did the same as King Muge. The blobs of flesh from moments ago suddenly transformed into burly warriors, startling Galaxy greatly. The dignified, stalwart King Muge knelt before Galaxy along with all the ministers and paid his respects. "Muge pays homage to His Majesty Lemuya. May I ask what His Majesty commands?" Galaxy cleared his throat and said, "His Majesty Lemuya commands King Muge to lead his army to defend the Western Realm and repel the invading dragons." King Muge looked at Galaxy in surprise. "Dragons? The dragons are causing trouble in the Western Realm and they've disturbed His Majesty Lemuya." After weighing it over and over, Galaxy decided not to tell King Muge the truth. Somewhat awkwardly he said, "Lord Lemuya said that after driving out the dragons you are to guard the balance of the Western Realm." Galaxy's words only deepened King Muge's suspicion. Driving out the dragons is no problem, but guarding the balance of the Western Realm, that does not sound like Lord Lemuya at all. Hearing King Muge see through their ploy, Grace hurriedly added, "Maintaining the balance of the Western Realm is to ensure no one disturbs Lady Lania's rest. She does not wish for such incidents to happen again." King Muge nodded slightly. "Indeed. The rabble of the Western Realm do nothing but make noise. I will quiet them down." King Muge immediately mustered his troops for departure. Graham wanted to follow along, but Grace stopped him at once. "Brother, you stay put at the border. I won't give you a chance to return to the elves." Graham looked to King Muge, who was also at a loss. Just as he started to plead, Grace cut in. "King Muge, let us go. The Western Realm is in chaos now. Do not delay Lady Lania's meditation over such trivial matters." Since Grace held the Lania King's decree, King Muge could only shake his head helplessly at Graham, then turned and boarded the warship. Watching the Muge army recede into the distance, Graham fumed, "Grace, just you wait. I won't let you have your way." Graham stole a swift vessel and set course for the Dragon Clan's domain. Leading 13 million Muge warships straight toward the star domain occupied by the dragons, King Muge took the dragon-held planet Kaka with 0 losses in the first clash. Upon receiving the news, the Dragon Council convened an emergency meeting to address the sudden appearance of this formidable fleet. Minerva, mother of the dragon god, addressed the council. "I have just received intelligence. The attackers on Kaka are the Muge Legion led by King Muge, the vanguard of Lania's forces. This is not a force to be underestimated. Ona said I once worked alongside King Muge in the Eastern Realm. He is daring and tenacious, and his mechanized demon soldiers are strikingly formidable in combat." Minerva was silent for a moment before saying, "We must sever this arm of Lania's until we force her out. The Zerg are also ready for battle, but they will not move until Lania emerges." Ona thought for a while and replied, "With our current military strength, dealing with King Muge should not be a problem. However, I hear he wields a divine weapon from the Wit universe. We must be cautious." Minerva smiled. "That is indeed a major concern. Weapons from the Wit universe are a headache. Do you know what it is?" Ona shook his head. Once while drinking with him he mentioned it, but he never revealed what it was. Then everyone must remain vigilant during battle. If he attempts to use a Wit universe weapon, I believe I might be able to stop him." The Dragon Legion began to muster, and dragons from the Northern Realm rushed to reinforce them. 20 million Western Realm dragon warships faced off against 12 million Muge warships near the Sheila star domain. The Muge warships appeared a size smaller than the dragon vessels, but their maneuverability far surpassed them. Moreover, the dragon's dragon breath cannons were no match for the Muge fleet's primordial chaos cannons in raw attack power. Although the Muge vessels held the advantage in offense, they were outmatched by the dragon ships in defense and versatility. Standing on his command ship, Ona hailed King Muge through the communicator. Old friend, it's been a long time. King Muge laughed heartily. Ona, you old relic, you're still alive.
King Muge, shouldn't you be enjoying yourself at the border?
Why meddle in Western realm affairs? Don't even mention it.
If it weren't for your dragon clan, I'd be eating and drinking well at the border.
You think I'm itching to fight you? Your foul temper hasn't changed one bit.
Old relic, let's just start fighting.
The sooner we finish, the sooner I can go home. I've still got a pot of Duda beast leg meat simmering.
Ona chuckled. What's the rush?
Old friends reuniting, don't you want to chat a little more?
King Muge sneered.
Chat about what? Chat until your reinforcements from the northern realm arrive. You dragon clans really never change your tricks.
Seen through by King Muge, Ona remained utterly calm.
You know me well. My reinforcements should arrive in about 3 hours. Do you think you can take me down within that time?
King Muge paused briefly, then looked up with a smile.
I estimate 2 hours should be enough.
As he spoke, the Muge warships had already begun their assault.
Ona asked with feigned courtesy, you old bastard, attacking by surprise. Nonsense.
Should I send you a courtesy notice before attacking?
One last question, what would make you stop? Stop. Surrendering already. That's not like you. I never said I was surrendering. I'm just asking.
Everyone in the Western realm, stay quiet.
Especially you dragons, you have already disturbed Lady Lania's rest. Ona nodded. I see. Well, I won't say more.
I've wanted to cross swords with you for years.
The dragon warships began to retaliate.
The battle in space raged fiercely, and the ground combat across the planets of the Sheila star domain was equally intense.
The destructive power and ever-shifting tactics of the Muge warships overwhelmed Ona.
Although the dragon fleet had a numerical advantage, their losses were considerable. King Muge's primary targets were the dragon's support vessels, which had relatively weaker defenses, a constant headache for Ona. The dragon cannons could deal fatal blows to the Muge warships, but only if they could land a hit. After an hour of battle, the dragon fleet had lost over half its ships, while the Muge fleet's losses did not exceed 1/3.
The numerical gap between the two forces was closing. Just then elven warships suddenly joined the battle. The dragons, caught off guard by the elves' ambush, suffered heavy losses. Ona had no choice but to order a retreat to await reinforcements from the northern realm. Standing on her command ship, Minerva marveled, I never expected a mere vanguard like King Muge to be this troublesome. And now the elves are launching sneak attacks. It seems nearly impossible to take them down in a short time. Suddenly a colossal fleet burst into the battle zone, blocking the elven fleet and giving the dragons a chance to catch their breath. At that moment, the massive face of the Beast King Lion Fong appeared on Minerva's screen. Lion Fong asked with a grin, Mother of the Dragon God, need a hand? The Beast Clan. Why are you in the Western Realm? Lion Fong laughed heartily.
The Sovereign arranged for us to enter the Western Realm long ago to give you a hand when necessary.
Minerva shook her head.
I never expected the Sovereign to keep another card hidden.
You Beast Clan lurked around us and I never noticed. A miscalculation.
Minerva said to Lion Fong, you attack the elves. If we don't take them out, we'll be caught between two fronts.
Lion Fong nodded. Leave those elven fairies to us. The Sovereign also brought 20 million bioengineered troops for the Dragon Mother to command. Minerva exclaimed in surprise, where did the Zerg get such an army? Ha ha ha, the Sovereign has far more hidden forces than you think.
I'm already surprised that you Beast Clan obeys Zhang Fan's orders. Where exactly do these bioengineered troops come from? Lion Fong said with a serious expression, we are not the Beast Clan. We are the swarm fusion beasts of the Zerg.
As for the bioengineered troops, you'll have to ask those fellows from the Splendid River Galaxy.
Min Ya was suddenly harbored a thought that she had underestimated the Changzhu, but it was only a fleeting notion. Now she is prepared back at Mugu Tuan. A sudden surge of the Shou Zhu warships overwhelmed the Jingling Zhu, leaving them reeling. The Jingling Zhu warships retreated in quick succession while Mugu Tuan pursued the Long Zhu, only to be suddenly attacked by an unidentified fleet. The Mugu King roared in anger, there are still people with no eyes helping the Long Zhu, wipe them out with them. Your Majesty, the Long Zhu of Beijia are approaching. Our forces are not enough to withstand the Long Zhu from two realms.
The deputy strongly advised we should retreat strategically.
After surveying the battlefield, the Mugu King issued the order to retreat.
Mugu and Jingling Zhu allied forces withdrew, but the Shou Zhu and Long Zhu allied forces did not pursue. The Shou Zhu established defenses on outer planets and the Long Zhu began to regroup. After this battle, the Long Zhu lost more than half their forces, and if they do not recover now, Muji's next strike would be unstoppable. After retreating to the Jingling realm, the Mugu King roared, why are there still people in Shijie aiding the Long Zhu?
Are they planning to rebel? Ye immediately explained the Shouzu or the strong faction of Beijie and that unidentified fleet behind does not belong to Shijie. As to who they are, that requires investigation. After a moment of silence, the Mughal king said, gather all usable forces in Shijie and shelter the refugees from the dragon invasion. Shijie is not a place for the Longzhu to rule. Hidden within the Inha galaxy, the Changzhu also began to stir, but what troubled Zhang Fan most was the Modoc fleet patrolling on the galaxy's outskirts. Zhang Fan did not want to reveal his location, but the Modoc fleet stood just beyond the rim of the Inha galaxy. If any large-scale movement occurred, they would surely detect it first. Now Lamia already gave Zhang Fan a headache. If Modoc joined in a two-front war, the Changzhu would have no chance. Zhang Fan proactively contacted Modoc and asked, Lord Modoc, are you looking for me?
Haha, you finally reached out to me. What are you doing in my Dongjia? Are you planning to ambush me?
Zhang Fan laughed. That was a misunderstanding. I only recently learned that I am from the Dongjia.
Modoc looked at Zhang Fan in confusion. What do you mean by that?
I found my homeland. It's in the Dongjia. I'm just going home.
Haha, you can't be serious. Our Dongjia has never had a Changzhu.
What is your purpose? I told you I am going home. Why won't you believe me? Modoc nodded. Well then, since you say you are going home, I will visit you. If your entire Changzhu reaches my Dongjia border and I am not allowed to see them, that would be inappropriate. Zhang Fan shook his head. You cannot come in. There is a seal of the Longzhu here. I contacted you to tell you this matter has nothing to do with your East Realm, and I hope Modoc won't interfere.
Can your words still be trusted?
Zhang Fan asked gravely. When have I ever lied to you, Lord Modoc?
I have always been the one on the defensive.
To be honest, I don't trust you. You and your Changzhu must leave the East Realm at once. I can pretend this never happened. Zhang Fan laughed. That won't do. I already told you this is my homeland. I will not leave. Modoc's aide whispered something to him and his face suddenly displayed a look of shock. He glared at Zhang Fan and said, you have nerve to think that old fool trusts you. But do not come to my East Realm to cause trouble, or I will see to it that you suffer worse than death. Zhang Fan paid no heed to Modoc's threat and smiled. Lord Modoc, take your time. If there's nothing to do, just don't come here again. Watching Modoc's distant warships fade into the void, Zhang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now the question was when the dragon race would force Lamia out. Before Lamia appears, the Changzhu must not reveal themselves. They must wait for Lamia's arrival, then join the dragon race as an ally force to confront the Western Realm Emperor. Then in a surprise move they would ally with the Longzhu to wipe out Lamia, sever the Western Emperor's arm, and let the Changzhu and Longzhu focus on resisting the Western Emperor and unleash the dragon's judgment. Yet Zhang Fan has other plans. Zhang Fan asked Xu Sa, how is the outside war progressing now? Rongshochong has begun aiding the dragon race. The biochemical forces in Jingling Zoo are clashing on the outskirts of the Jingling realm. Xu Sa glanced at the tablet and said, but now several Shijie star systems have joined the alliance against the dragon race, and the dragon race is also rallying the forces of their own star systems. Zhang Fan nodded. What is the current balance of power? Xu Sa hurriedly replied, Mugu and the Jingling Zoo allied fleet exceed 30 million warships. The Shijie fleets supporting them are known to be over 80 million. Shijie fleets total about 111 million against the Dragon and Changzhu allied fleet around 200 million warships.
200 million?
Where would they get that many? Xu Sa explained, Rongsho Chang's 200 million fleet is the full mobilization, 20 million biochemical forces from the Jinshou galaxy, 60 million Shijie Longzhu and 100 million Beijie Longzhu, though these are likely only the dragon's vanguard forces. Zhang Fan remarked, I did not expect the dragon race to have such powerful military. Min Yawa once claimed they possessed a trillion-strong army. I thought that was exaggeration, but judging by their momentum these bastards truly have it. Xu Sa replied with disdain, if my Changzhu could develop like that for so long, perhaps a trillion-strong army would not be impossible. A universal unification might be within reach. Ha, your thinking is too optimistic. Is the universe really so easily unified?
The powers known so far include the Three Realms Emperors, the Southern Realm Council, and an unknown Vit universe. Unification. Don't forget that although our Changzhu are resilient, I am not immortal. Zhang Fan suddenly fell silent, and a terrible yet long-cherished thought, death, flashed through his mind.
Since becoming Changzhu he had never pondered death. Wandering through the cosmos had stripped time of all meaning. He even forgot that death existed, for Zhang Fan could transfer his consciousness into another body. In a sense he was already undead. Having grasped his own immortality, the notion of ruling the universe briefly crossed his mind, but he dismissed it at once. Two great threats stood before him and he could only maneuver.
Ruling the universe is no easy feat for Zhang Fan. It was a mere fantasy.
Then Xu Sa reported dragon race and Shijie allied forces are clashing again in the Glarmsa star domain. Order Nagong forces to help the dragon race and force Lamia's other forces out. Master Nagang's troops are moving. Won't that expose that we are aiding the dragon race? Haha, that would be the perfect excuse for us to step out and restore order. Otherwise how would Lamia believe that the Changzhu are on his side?
After all, the dragon race helped us defeat Domina. I see now.
In the Jelamusa star domain on the third defensive planet of the Elf clan, a dragon clan army lay concealed less than 2 kilometers from the elven fortified stronghold, moving with meticulous care.
Yet their every move remained under the elves' watchful surveillance. Just as they prepared to launch their assault, the elven artillery struck first. What should have been a surprise attack had become an ambush instead. The dragon warriors suffered heavy casualties as elven soldiers poured from the fortress to wipe out the remnants of the dragon forces. Suddenly the sky darkened. Countless warships descended from above and millions of cybernetic warriors rained down like divine reinforcements. The elven soldiers flooding from the fortress hastily retreated, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye the fortress was reduced to rubble by the warship's bombardment. The cybernetic warriors who descended swiftly seized control of the stronghold, denying the elves any chance to retake it. On the main planet of Jelamusu, Jyaxir nearly shattered the wooden table before him in fury. Have the Nagon gone mad? They are actually aiding the Dragon Clan. Contact Nagang's commander immediately. His adjutant hurriedly reported, the Nagon clan refuses all communication. Do they not answer to the Bug clan? Could it be that after the Bug clan disappeared the Nagon submitted to the Dragon clan? Could the disappearance of the Bug clan be connected to the Dragon clan? This gave Jyaxir pause. In the current situation this was the only reasonable explanation. Nagang's allegiance shifted the once evenly matched battlefield. Though numerous Western Realm forces had joined their side, the Dragon clan held absolute superiority in overall military strength. Jyaxir sought out King Muge and asked, do we still have any reinforcements coming? If this continues, defeat is merely a matter of time. When that comes, the entire Western Realm will fall to the Dragon clan. After a moment of contemplation, King Muge said, take the Ram King token to the Catixia star system. Find King Susalas and ask him to lead his Demon King Legion to our aid. Jyaxir promptly asked the Demon King Legion. They are hiding in the Catixia star system. King Muge grew slightly angry. If you use the word hiding, you will never persuade King Susalas to come. You should know his temper is terrible. When he was originally sent to the Catixia star system, even His Majesty Lamia had to issue 3 separate commands. Should he hear you describe his whereabouts as hiding, your life may well remain there. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Jyaxir said, wasn't it said that the Demon King Legion was completely destroyed in that great battle? King Susalas was being pursued, so. King Muge laughed heartily. You believe rumors as well. Who could possibly pursue him? Aside from His Highness Lamia and the few figures among the emperors of the Western Realm, I dare say no one else in the Western Realm could challenge him. King Muge continued, enough idle talk. Go at once. We can still hold them off for now, but if you return too late, do not blame me for failing to protect your Elven Legion. Jyaxir hastened to the Catixia star system, but upon witnessing what lay before him, despair struck him instantly. Endless yellow sands stretched in every direction. Not an army in sight, nor any living creature. He even doubted whether he had come to the wrong place. Jyaxir roamed the desolate planet but found no sign of any life. Just as he was about to contact King Muge, a colossal eye suddenly materialized upon the ground. That enormous eye fixed its gaze upon him, filling Jyaxir with an eerie dread. Your Highness King Muge. Please tell me King Susalas is not a planet itself. What nonsense are you spouting? Jyaxir quickly transmitted the video feed. King Muge burst into laughter. That is not Susalas but his pet BB. A pet. Jyaxir would have preferred this planet to be Susalas himself. To keep a planet as a pet, how enormous must the real King Susalas be? King Muge's voice suddenly echoed from the screen. I see Susalas. He stands at the corner of that eye. Go find him. If you tarry, he will have wandered off somewhere again. Wandered off. Jyaxir was bewildered. What could there possibly be to squander one's time in this desert wasteland? But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Jyaxir hurriedly flew toward the corner of the eye, where he found a lone woman seated upon the yellow sands playing a strange instrument that produced enchanting music. Jyaxir approached the woman on foot, but before he could speak she said, Lord Jyaxir, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Jyaxir paused, then produced the Ram King token. The Western Realm faces critical warfare at present. I implore your Majesty King Susalas to lend us your aid. The woman smiled. As you can see, I stand entirely alone. As for interstellar warfare, I fear I can offer no assistance whatsoever. Perhaps you should seek another. Jyaxir was not so easily dismissed. It matters not. As long as King Susalas makes an appearance, I am certain it will prove of vital importance. Ha ha ha, you are quite the eloquent speaker. However, my Demon King Legion currently slumbers. To awaken them requires blood. How much blood can you provide? Without hesitation, Jyaxir replied, there are 2 small asteroids nearby. I shall secure sufficient blood for King Susalas. Very well. Since you show such sincerity, the moment your blood arrives, my army will depart with you. Jyaxir promptly assembled 2 squadrons and swiftly devastated the 2 planets surrounding Catixia.
The weaker creatures possessed no ability to resist and could only be offered as sacrifices.
Following Susalas's instructions as Jyaxir scattered the blood across the entire planet, a miracle occurred instantly.
Upon the once barren world of drifting yellow sands, green grass suddenly sprouted from the pale dunes.
Within moments the desolate planet teemed with vitality. Countless creatures emerged from beneath the ground, sniffing left and right. They all raised their heads to the sky and let out roaring cries as though celebrating.
King Susalas rose with satisfaction.
"Very well, Lord Jyaxir.
You have restored life to my planet and I shall certainly fulfill your wishes." With a mighty roar Susalas commanded, "Come forth, my warriors of the Demon King Legion."
The entire planet shuddered.
The ground split open and countless figures bearing blades upon their backs and black wings upon their shoulders surged from the fissures, gathering before Susalas. "Warriors of the Demon King Legion, blood summons you. The horn of war has sounded.
Our beloved Highness Lamia shall surely return."
After a cacophony of demonic dances and spectral wails, King Susalas continued, "Summon your warships.
We depart for the Jelamuso Star Domain at once. We shall eliminate those fools of the Dragon Clan who dare disturb Highness Lamia."
The Demon King Legion erupted in wave upon wave of cheers and countless warships materialized out of nowhere in the cosmos.
Jyaxir's pilot hurriedly asked, "What are these mysterious fleet appearing out of nowhere?" Jyaxir laughed loudly. "Fear not.
They are the future of our Western realm."
Susalas led the Demon King Legion into the fray and the Katasha Shingshi was thrown into chaos.
Hundreds of million ships from great cosmic powers clashed, their sparks flying ceaselessly within the Katasha Shingshi. Orcs clashed with elves, the Nagon clan contended with the Muge King, the Dragon clan faced the Demon King Legion, and other small galaxy leagues also began warring with one another. Yet most fought opportunistically. Many small star systems seized the chance to expand their own domains while the insect race sat back in the galaxy to watch the others tear at each other.
Shucha, what's the current state of the battle? The Lamuya coalition forces, now bolstered by the Demon King Legion, have begun to turn the tide. The two sides are temporarily evenly matched with little progress in the fighting. Then let's wait a little longer. If Lamuya defeats the Dragon Clan, I'll be the one who benefits.
Shucha smiled. That seems unlikely. According to Gue Chang's report, the Dragon Clan of the Southern Realm has begun to amass and they are likely coming to support this battle. Zhang Fan asked curiously, how much strength does the Dragon Clan still have left? With such a powerful Dragon Clan, why would they need me to help them approach the ceiling? Based on our analysis, aside from Minerva, the others are low-tier dragons outside the ceiling range. The truly capable dragons are likely restrained. Zhang Fan immediately asked, if that is the case, releasing the Dragon Clan's seal may mean we face an even stronger enemy. Shucha nodded. That's not necessarily so. After all, the Western Realm Emperor can seal the Dragon Clan and their strength should be on par with ours. When will the insect race be able to contend with these strong clans?
Overlord, aren't you currently overseeing a war between two great clans?
We have no need to confront such powerful clans head-on. After all, we can only be considered a nascent race.
Aha, you make a point as well.
It's better to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Let them fight first, then we'll sweep in. The battles in the Katasha Shingshi are extraordinarily fierce. The entire galaxy lies scarred, hardly a complete planet to be seen. Star-destroying weapons in the Demon King Legion's hands operate like routine arms. Every day they unleash a round against the Dragon Clan. Grash looked at the countless asteroid belts in space and said to King Susalas, "King Susalas, please control yourself. If you keep fighting like this, even if you drive away the Dragon Clan, there will be nothing left in Katasha Shingshi. What is the point? What business is it of yours? You hold the Lama King decree ordering me to expel the Dragon Clan. What else do you care about? Besides, it's only a star system. Expel the Dragon Clan from the Western Realm. These planets are yours." Grash was speechless. "To my purpose is not to gain these star systems. I only want to expel the Dragon Clan to protect the peace of the Western Realm. Little one, don't forget that the Western Realm was carved out by His Majesty Lamuya, and as we are weary of war and yearn for peace, this concerns you only. If you keep talking, don't blame me for being blunt." Susalas was about to strike when Muge Wang stopped her and said, "Don't go too far. Grash is the bearer of the Lama King decree. If you kill him, how will you answer to Lamuya?" Susalas sheathed her weapon. "This will be the last time I waste words with you. If you dare interfere with my tactics again, I will kill you and then go to beg Lamuya himself."
After Susalas turned and walked away, Grash looked at the Muge King with a pleading expression.
The Muge King spread his hands. "I have no choice either. The Susalas temper is part of what earns her the name Demon King Legion. In her eyes, nothing can stop her from destruction, even if His Majesty Lamuya sometimes yields to her." Grash frowned and shook his head. "This Dragon Clan problem is not solved and you have only invited a bigger problem upon yourselves." Muge King said, "This is no easy matter, but her involvement has indeed helped turn the tide. Don't be too troubled. After we drive out the Dragon Clan, she will depart just as I will." Grash could only nod helplessly. There is nothing else to do. On the Dragon Clan side, Susalas's daily bombardment has made Ona realize the Demon King Legion's fighting power is terrifying. Under the Demon King Legion, the Dragon Clan cannot gain a single advantage. Loss is far greater than when facing Muge Wang. Nagang clan leader said the strongest foe now is the Demon King Legion. We Nagang clan will dispatch a force to hold them. You'll have the chance to first seize the elves or the Muge clan. Once their formations are disrupted it will be their end. Lianfang spoke with your Nagang clan. You will likely not delay them. Let us go. Minerva also agreed with Lianfang. Let the Beast clan go first. Now we must shift our battle strategy. After a fierce discussion it was decided that the Beast clan would restrain Susalas, then the Nagang clan would deal with the semi-mechanical Muge clan and the Dragon clan would contend with the elves. This battle would last 90 days and its effects were significant. The Beast clan and the Demon King Legion fought fiercely, yet they did not allow the Demon King Legion to approach the Dragon clan at all. And the Dragon clan's battle against the elves was nearly one-sided. If not for help from other small galaxies the elves would have perished long ago. Both Muge and Nagang are semi-mechanical races. Although they look completely different, their fighting styles follow the same pattern, suggesting there is some historical kinship between the two. Nagang's exclusive warships caused the Muge army to suffer heavy losses. When Muge Wang saw those exclusive warships he roared in anger, "This is my invention." Muge King's anger turned into a volley of cannon fire directed at the Nagang. The Muge King roared, "By any measure seize that warship." Nagang leader Qi Yan was quickly surrounded by the Muge warship swarm and he immediately realized these ships' intent. But he wasn't foolish enough to clash head-on with these ships. Qi Yan's exclusive flagship immediately turned around and the Nagang fleet arriving to support collided with the Muge fleet head-on. As the fleets fought fiercely the Muge King personally closed in. Qi Yan dodged, but the Muge King's ships moved far faster than his own. Muge King roared at Qi Yan, "You are also a subordinate of the Western Realm Emperor. How could you betray and aid the Dragon clan?" Qi Yan did not reply, simply firing 3 missiles as an answer. The Muge warships dodged the missiles and returned 6 missiles. Qi Yan's flagship, though not as fast as the Muge King's, was far more agile. Muge King questioned again, "Why betray the Western Realm Emperor?" Qi Yan smiled, "We did not betray. I was sent by the Western Realm Emperor to destroy you. Remember, Lemuya is the Western Realm Emperor's greatest enemy." "Kid, that is impossible." Qi Yan's words were meant only to sow discord, yet they struck King Muge's most tender nerve. Back then wasn't it to protect the Western Realm Emperor that Lemuya was wounded? But instead of receiving any care he was exiled in all but name. On second thought, however, King Muge felt that something was amiss. It was jealousy who, bearing Lemuya's royal decree, had helped the Western Realm expel the Dragon race. If the Western Realm Emperor had truly allied with the Dragon race, none of that would have been necessary. Boy, do you know the relationship between the Western Realm Emperor and His Highness Lemuya. Do you actually intend to use such a cheap trick? Qi Yan laughed loudly. Have you been sealed for so long that your mind has gone dull? Can't you see? If the Dragon race hadn't invaded, how would you have gotten out? First they cut off Lemuya's right arm, then it will be his turn. Boy, what preposterous lies. King Muge had reached the peak of fury. He had no intention of wasting more words with Qi Yan. All he wanted now was to end the battle quickly and then find jealousy to confirm exactly why he had gone to war with the Dragon race. This time, however, Qi Yan refused to fight him head-on. Instead he turned and fled, weaving through the military formations, never giving King Muge a chance to catch him. Susalas suddenly sounded the retreat, which baffled King Muge even more. Susalas, a man who knew only how to attack, why would he sound the retreat? Back at the command center King Muge shouted at Susalas, "Why did you sound the retreat?" Susalas said abruptly, "I just learned that the Beast race belongs to the Northern Realm. What are they doing here in the Western Realm? And the Nagang clan are the Western Realm Emperor's subordinates. As for those bio-androids, I've fought them before, they belong to the Southern Realm." Susalas looked at Jealousy and asked, "Tell me the truth, what is this war really for?" Jealousy hurriedly said the cause of this matter is. He then recounted everything exactly as it had happened, how the insect race had been appointed as acting administrator of the Western Realm and had suddenly vanished, and how the Dragon race had used the search for the insect race as a pretext to invade the Northern Realm. Susalas fell silent for a moment before saying, "I see. But something feels off to me. According to your account, the insect race's disappearance has nothing to do with the Dragon race. Or perhaps..." King Muge suddenly recalled Qi Yan's words and burst out, "What if all of this was orchestrated by the Western Realm Emperor?" Susalas asked, baffled, "Why would you suddenly say that? The whole affair seems perfectly logical and seamless. The only problem now is, where did the insect race go? In the entire Western Realm, aside from the Western Realm Emperor who commands the art of sealing, I cannot think of anyone else with the power to make the insect race vanish in an instant." "You mean the Western Realm Emperor sealed away the insect race, then deliberately told the Dragon race and let them invade his own territory? Has he lost his mind?" Facing Susalas' mockery, King Muge did not take offense. Instead he explained, "It's not impossible. Didn't he do the same thing before? Killing with a borrowed blade is hardly something he's done only once." Jealousy asked in confusion, "What does that have to do with the Dragon race right in front of us? If we have to fight, then we fight. Besides, I did not come here on orders from the Western Realm Emperor."
Lord Lemuya himself gave me his royal decree and sent me to find you. King Muge smiled. The crux of the matter is you. But forget it, there's no point discussing this any longer. Galaxy, we will continue to help you against the dragon race, but we'll give you 5 days to locate the insect race. 5 days. If I could find the insect race, the dragon race would never have invaded and this battle could never have happened. Are you kidding me? King Muge smiled. Suit yourself. 5 days then, if we haven't seen the insect race by then, my fleet and I will withdraw at once. After all, the dragon race wouldn't dare casually disturb His Highness Lemuya. You. Selena also spoke up. Indeed. I don't want to take part in a senseless war, and the outcome of this war holds no benefit for Lord Lemuya. Galaxy had no choice. To ensure victory in the war, he could only set out to find the insect race. But with only 5 days, he would count himself fortunate if he found even a single insect, let alone the entire insect army. Galaxy had no choice but to return to the place where the insect race had vanished. To his astonishment, however, the insect army was already waiting there. Galaxy practically burst into Zhang Fan's command room and shouted hysterically, "Overlord, where have you and your people been for the past few decades? The Western realm has fallen into complete chaos." Zhang Fan smiled calmly. Haven't I come back now? Why are you the only one here to welcome me? After Galaxy quickly recounted the whole story, Zhang Fan smiled and said, "Very well then. Since Lord Lemuya is acting to stabilize the balance of the Western realm, I should help him too. However, I have one condition: I want to see him." This. I have no authority to decide. Zhang Fan did not object. He turned to Shucha and said, "Let Lord Galaxy rest for a while. Since our insect fleet has just returned, we should first go back to Second Earth." Galaxy knew that Zhang Fan was deliberately playing for time, so he quickly said, "Second Earth has already been destroyed by the dragon race. The insect race has no home to return to." Zhang Fan knew full well that the dragon race had never even approached Second Earth, but he still feigned shock and asked angrily, "The dragon race destroyed my Second Earth?" Seeing that his ploy had succeeded, Galaxy quickly gave a vivid account. The dragon race went to Second Earth and found no trace of the insect race. In a fury, they sent troops to blow up the entire planet. "Should just send some troops back to take a look." Galaxy hastily tried to stop him. "What's the point of going back now? What matters more now is avenging Second Earth. The dragon race is fighting the Muge clan in the Kadasha system. We should go to the Muge clan's rescue." Zhang Fan asked with a smile, "What is the current battle situation?" Galaxy did not fully understand Zhang Fan's intention, but he was no fool. At present the two sides are evenly matched, but all the star systems are already buckling under the strain. As the acting administrator of the Western Realm, the insect race has an obligation to resolve the Western Realm's conflict, especially since this conflict was caused by the insect race. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Fine. Lord Galaxy, don't be so impatient. Our warships will head for the Kadasha system immediately." There was only 1 day remaining before the deadline King Muge had set for Galaxy. King Muge and Selena had agreed that if the insect race did not show itself today, they would not send troops and would withdraw as soon as the time was up. When the insect race arrived at the Kadasha system, they found a scene of devastation. Yet there was not a single intact warship still fighting, and not a wisp of battle smoke, as if the war had already ended. Zhang Fan asked with a smile, "Weren't we told the fighting here was fierce? What's this? Have both sides been scared into silence by the arrival of my insect army?" Galaxy was equally astonished. Before he had time to make contact, the insect race received a signal from a Muge warship. "Insect race, you finally appeared. It seems our guess was correct." Indeed, all of this was arranged by the Western Realm Emperor. Zhang Fan sneered, "This is not quite what I had planned, but it doesn't matter anymore. You're all going to die anyway. All forces attack." At Zhang Fan's command, Galaxy cried out in alarm, "Overlord, what are you doing?" The insectoid swarm launched a surprise assault on Muge's warships without any prior warning, while the Beast Clan simultaneously mobilized their forces. Graze was utterly bewildered. Had the insectoids lost their minds? Instead of striking the Dragon Clan, they were attacking the Western Realm Coalition. Graze, still unable to grasp the situation, assumed the insectoids had mistaken their target and bellowed, "Wrong. Wrong. They are our allies. Do you think I would make such a mistake?" Zhang Fan sneered coldly. At that moment, Grace finally understood Zhang Fan had intended to attack the Western Realm Coalition all along, and he was aligned with the Dragon Clan. But it was already too late when he realized the truth. The insectoid armada had begun its furious assault. The Muge Legion had already suffered devastating losses. The last thing they expected was for the insectoids to turn their fury upon them. Though forced into a desperate counterattack, their combat effectiveness had long been eroded. It was only a matter of time before they were consumed by the tidal wave of insectoid forces. This was a trap. Selena roared in fury. We have been played like puppets by the people of the Western Realm.
The commanders of the Western Realm coalition were even more bewildered. The insectoids had failed to strike the invading dragon clan and were instead attacking them, had the insectoids not comprehended the situation at all. Yet no one could merely sit and take blows. By the time the insectoids came to their senses, they would likely be dead and buried beyond recovery.
The Western Realm coalition, knowing they could not defeat the insectoids, was forced into a temporary retreat.
The insectoid warships paid them no mind whatsoever, focusing entirely on assaulting Selena and King Muge. Grace pointed angrily at Zhang Fan and cursed, "You have betrayed the great emperor of the Western Realm. Colluding with the Dragon Clan, you are truly shameless. Do not forget that it was the great emperor who entrusted you with the stewardship of the Western Realm."
Is this how you govern? Zhang Fan ignored Grace entirely and instead spoke to King Muge. You heard that.
It is not my desire to attack you, but I have no choice. The great emperor of the Western Realm has given his orders and I must obey. Grace hurriedly tried to explain. Your Majesty, King Muge, this is not what it seems.
It is not like that at all. King Muge would have none of Grace's explanation.
Pointing a finger at him with clenched teeth, he growled, "So you dared deceive Prince Ramya?
The entire Western Realm has made an enemy of Prince Ramya. Then do not blame us for showing no mercy."
After sizing up Zhang Fan from head to toe, King Muge sneered, "Enjoy your fleeting victory, lad.
We shall meet again. Do you think you can escape? Ha ha ha. Do you really believe you could ever catch me?" Suddenly King Muge's warships and Sesala's Demon King Legion unleashed countless smoke bombs, shrouding the entire Katashia star system in a thick veil of mist. When the mist finally cleared, both of Ramya's armies had vanished without a trace. Zhang Fan smiled. Thinking of running will not be so simple. Follow them, they will certainly seek out Ramya.
At that moment the Dragon Clan and Beast Clan also caught up.
Minerva smiled. "My lord, you have finally appeared.
I had thought you intended to wait until we had eliminated those two before returning.
There was no way I could wait any longer.
I wanted to end this battle quickly so I could return to Earth and advance the development of humanity."
Zhang Fan looked at Minerva and said, "I will not dwell on other matters.
After we defeat the great emperor of the Western Realm, your Dragon Clan must not enter the Milky Way, not even the Judgment Dragons.
If you agree, we continue together. If not, fight on your own."
"I shall lead all my forces to pledge allegiance to the great emperor of the Western Realm."
Minerva laughed.
"My lord, there is no need to threaten me.
The Dragon Clan can fully promise you this." "Very well.
Let us proceed to Ramya's hiding place at once." Only after the insectoid, beast and dragon fleets departed did the warships of the other minor star systems in the Western Realm slowly set sail, asking in bewilderment, "What is going on?"
"I believe the tides have turned."
Does the insectoid swarm intend to eliminate Prince Ramya and become the true rulers of the Western Realm?
It is hardly that simple. Judging by their intentions, the insectoids are challenging the great emperor of the Western Realm.
Have the insectoids lost their minds? Let us go and see for ourselves. The alliance of minor star systems in the Western Realm trailed behind the main force. This was a historic moment, and the lords of these minor star systems each harbored their own calculations. Regardless of the outcome, until the final result was revealed, they still had room to choose.
They might even swallow Ramya's or Zhang Fan's forces, perhaps even devour both.
These people understood the proverb of the clam and the egret. While the two struggle, the fisherman profits. And they were all waiting to play the role of the fisherman. After conferring with each other, King Muge and Selena indeed decided to seek out Ramya. Although Ramya was still in convalescence, the current situation made it clear that unless he intervened personally, there was no way they could defeat such a massive coalition. No sooner had King Muge and Selena disembarked from their ship than the old man in black robes rushed to meet them. Without a word, he delivered a sharp slap to each of them.
Furious, the elder demanded, "Who gave you permission to come here?
Are you not aware that the insectoid forces have brought you to this very place?"
King Muge glanced at the sky behind him and laughed. "That is impossible. Our speed is something the insectoids could never match."
The elder shook his head helplessly.
"How naive. They have already arrived."
While King Muge was still reeling from shock, an adjutant immediately reported, "We have detected a massive fleet of insectoid warships assembling in the outer perimeter. Among them we have identified a combined force of the Beast Clan, Dragon Clan and Nagan species. It appears our position has been compromised."
King Muge was horrified. "How is this possible? How on earth did he find us?" Selena shook his head. "In the vastness of the cosmos, anything is possible.
Now is not the time to dwell on how they found us."
Selena immediately mustered his troops for battle. "High Priest, I entrust the task of awakening His Majesty Ramya to you."
The elder known as the High Priest nodded.
"Go. Hold out as long as you can. I shall awaken Prince Ramya. Zhang Fan could not wait another moment.
With a single command, the vanguard of the insectoid forces, the Venom Hive Legion and the Super Hexa, immediately launched their first probing attack.
Stellaris' army also began to counterattack. The two forces clashed fiercely beyond the planet's atmosphere.
Zhang Fan desired to annihilate the planet directly, but the defensive capabilities of Stellaris' Demon King army were astonishing.
Though the Annihilator Swarm's artillery could destroy a planet, the armies of Stellaris and King Muge were no pushovers. All three volleys of the Star Destruction Cannon were effortlessly deflected by Stellaris' fleet. Minerva spoke this approach as completely ineffective against them.
We must find a way to conduct a ground assault.
Shu Sha nodded. Lord Minerva speaks correctly.
They would never expect us to launch a direct assault at this moment.
It would be better to attack with full force, destroy their warships and then annihilate their planet outright. Minerva objected. In that case our losses may be far greater. We must eliminate Ramya swiftly, or else once he awakens and summons his armies it will be too late.
After much deliberation, Zhang Fan said, so be it. All the beast god generals are to descend and bring me Ramya's head.
Minerva immediately replied, let me accompany them. Although Ramya is injured, there are certain abilities he possesses that only I can counter.
The Zerg and Dragon fleet launched a fierce assault while the Muge warships fought back desperately. King Muge and Stellaris only hoped to buy some time for awakening Ramya, but they never expected that the Zerg's attack was merely a diversion. The true threat had already landed on the ground and the beast god generals rushed quickly toward the cave where Ramya was located. High Priest Ramya glared at the beast god generals charging toward the cave.
How dare you little things even call out Lord Ramya's name?
High Priest Ramya waved his hand and hundreds of skeleton soldiers with broken weapons emerged from the mud. Mangia said to everyone, leave these fodder troops to me. Before his words had faded, Mangia leaped high into the air and curled into a spiky ball, rolling straight toward the skeleton soldiers. The freshly emerged troops were instantly crushed to powder before they could even draw their weapons. Just when Mangia thought he had dealt with them, Xiao Lin suddenly roared, watch out! Xiao Lin charged at Mangia and punched through a giant skeleton soldier behind him.
Before they could celebrate, the scattered bones reassembled once more.
After Bai Shui cleared a path for the other beast god general, she said these creatures can regenerate quickly.
Mangjia, stay behind to help them.
Mangjia nodded, smashed his twin shields together and pulverized the nearest skeleton soldier.
High Priest Ramya sneered, you insignificant beings, so reckless with your lives.
He chanted his spell and hundreds of mud monsters emerged from the ground. As soon as they took shape they spat mud at Nuya and the others. Lian Yu suddenly roared, this mud is highly toxic, dodge immediately. Du Xie and Lian Yu were immune to the poison, yet the mud monsters proved far more troublesome than the skeletons. While skeletons could be shattered, these mud creatures seemed utterly invincible.
Nuya commanded, handle these, ice and fire should work against them.
Meiju shouted to Bai Shui, stop that robed old man.
We can't let him keep summoning monsters.
Ha! This old man won't have the chance. As High Priest Ramya prepared another summoning, a white light flashed before his eyes. He reacted swiftly, leaping backward several meters to escape.
Hey, you're fast for an old man, let's try again.
Bai Shui swept her scythe 3 times in rapid succession, sending 3 chi blades hurtling toward the High Priest. The High Priest didn't bother dodging, he knew it would be futile, and erected a magical barrier before him.
The 3 chi blades struck it in quick succession.
With 3 sharp cracks the barrier shattered into countless motes of light. Wiping blood from his cheek, the High Priest sneered, not bad for a little one, you're fast. This time the High Priest activated a defensive barrier on his own volition.
A metal staff materialized in his right hand and an ionized sphere began forming atop it.
The High Priest pointed his staff and Bai Shui darted aside as lightning blasted a crater where she had stood. She smiled faintly. Impressive power, but you're far too slow. Spreading her wings she accelerated beyond his vision. The High Priest closed his eyes, relying on his spiritual sense to track her movements. By the time he sensed her presence, Bai Shui was already before him. Fortunately his protective barrier held, barely, as her first strike failed to shatter it, saving his life by the slimmest margin. Never daring to grow careless again, the High Priest reinforced his barrier, though he knew passively enduring attacks was no viable strategy. Relying on his barrier's resilience, he began chanting an extended sinister incantation within. It appeared he was preparing to summon some colossal creature. Bai Shui wouldn't grant him the chance. With a flick of her wrists, the protective insect shells on her hands unfolded, revealing 4 sides springing forth. That wretched barrier, I'll shatter it. Bai Shui vibrated her wings and the 4 sides hummed with rapid oscillation, producing a low-frequency drone.
Rippling waves formed in the air around the sides. At peak intensity the blades blurred beyond recognition as they vibrated at extraordinary speeds.
Bai Shui struck fiercely, crossing her hands to unleash a massive cross-shaped chi blade that slammed directly into the barrier. Though the high priest sensed the devastating power within the chi blade, he couldn't evade it. The cross-shaped energy tore through him and carved a deep gash into the cave behind him. He examined himself, finding no visible damage, and laughed triumphantly. Sorry, you're a step too late. I've already summoned, but as Bai Shui approached slowly with a cold smile, she cut him off.
No need to apologize.
You're simply too slow. Bai Shui glided past him, catching the look of sheer terror on his face before offering a faint, satisfied smile. The high priest tried to call out to Bai Shui but found his body completely paralyzed. A searing agony erupted from his chest as his protective barrier began to crumble. His left shoulder slumped away, then his right. Terrified, he watched his body disintegrate. In his final moments, he couldn't comprehend what had happened.
So fast.
Those were High Priest Ramya's last words in this world, though before perishing he had already accomplished his mission. The earth trembled violently as a menacing aura erupted from the cave.
What kind of monster lies within? Nuya gasped in shock.
Bai Shui materialized beside her.
That must be Ramya inside. Such formidable power, this won't be easy.
Mei Zhu agreed grimly. I fear our combined strength may not be enough against such a creature. Suddenly Bai Shui swung her blade behind her, forcing Minerva to leap back and dodge the scythe. Laughing, Minerva said, quite cautious of you. That's Ramya inside, but he hasn't fully recovered his strength. We still have a chance. Bai Shui regarded Minerva curiously.
Where were you just now? Dealing with minor minions doesn't require my involvement, Minerva replied. I've already placed Dragon Clan seal formations around the area.
As she spoke, Minerva waved her hand and 3 beams of white light enveloped Nuya and the others.
What is this? The Dragon Seal restricts the enemy's power, though I must maintain it.
I've already released Dragon Chi within you 3, granting you exemption from the seal's effects.
Whether you can defeat Ramya depends entirely on you. A deep furious roar suddenly echoed from within the cave. Who dares awaken me?
The roar was accompanied by a surging aura that made Minerva shudder as she strained to maintain the Dragon Seal.
How is Ramya still this powerful?
The thunderous shout pierced the heavens, and Zhang Fan, perched upon the spiritual dragon nesting worm, could feel the overwhelming power and killing intent radiating from within. Ramya's awakening reinvigorated the morale of both the Twilight Song army and the Demon King's Legion, and the two forces which had been at a disadvantage soon began to turn the tide. Zhang Fan smiled and said, it seems this Lord Ramya has quite the charm. Just by waking up, those 2 legions that were on the verge of annihilation have started to fight back. Shu Sha shook his head and said, unfortunately the power of the soul won't help them at all. Zhang Fan chuckled, I didn't expect you to know about the power of the soul. I learned it from Hu Bailey and the others.
Hu Bailey once said that courage makes one strong.
That's true, but in the face of absolute power such things are useless. With a single command from Zhang Fan, 10 million elite Zerg warriors joined the battle. This time Zhang Fan had no intention of giving the Twilight Song Legion and the Demon King's Legion any chance to catch their breath. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Noya and the others faced Ramya as he slowly emerged from the depths. Noya felt her body trembling uncontrollably, a sensation she had only ever experienced when Zhang Fan was enraged. Bai Shui and the others trembled even more violently. Minerva let out a thunderous shout, and the 3 of them finally felt a slight relief, as if an invisible pressure had been shattered. Minerva quickly said, this is coercive pressure. If you don't resist it, you won't be able to unleash your full strength.
Right now his power is sealed by the dragon race.
The 3 of you together still have a chance. As soon as Minerva finished speaking, Bai Shui dashed forward, her sight aimed straight at Ramya's head. Ramya merely tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the strike. Only then did Bai Shui see clearly that Ramya had a human face, a chin covered in octopus-like tentacles, a burly body clad in high-strength armor, and limbs like eagle claws layered with scales. Ramya suddenly appeared behind Bai Shui and struck out with his claw. Bai Shui rolled over, narrowly evading the fatal blow, but 3 deep claw marks were left across her back. Not bad, you actually managed to escape from my grasp. Ramya stared at his own hands in confusion, as if he did not recognize those sharp claws.
Have my speed and strength slowed?
Ramya looked at Bai Shui suspiciously, then at Minerva, who was casting spells, and laughed. So it's you.
Ramya's figure flickered and Bai Shui immediately shouted, protect her.
Noya raised a protective shield in front of Minerva while the Spider Queen quickly shot out 2 layers of webs.
Ramya did not stop because of the webs, he charged straight at Minerva.
Ramya collided with Noya's shield and both sides were pushed back several steps.
Ramya roared, Minerva, are you courting death? You dare seal my power? Hey, aren't you joking?
If I didn't seal your power, who besides the Western Realm Emperor could possibly defeat you? You little snake, I'll kill you first, then slaughter the entire dragon race. Minerva sneered, if you have the ability, come ahead. With the 3 of them here, you probably won't get the chance. Do you think those 3 little bugs can stop me?
A furious roar echoed as Ramya erupted with a blue light.
Noya and the other two quickly unleashed their ultimate techniques, ensuring he could not get close to Minerva.
Ramya fought 1 against 3.
Although he could handle them with ease, getting near Minerva proved troublesome. Noya and her companions coordinated flawlessly, leaving him no opening.
After dozens of exchanges, Ramya grew impatient.
He let out a thunderous roar and a powerful surge of air burst forth, blasting Noya and the others dozens of meters away. Ramya roared, "Since you leave yourselves no path to survival, don't blame me for being ruthless."
Ramya's power rose once again. Noya and the other two could barely defend, managing only to slow his advance. Reaching Minerva was merely a matter of time. At that moment Minerva shouted, "Get out of the way!" A beam of golden light shot straight toward Ramya's chest. Ramya tried to dodge, but the Spider Queen's webs had somehow entangled his ankles. In less than a second the golden light struck Ramya square in the chest, followed by a miserable scream. Noya complained, "If you had such a powerful move, why didn't you use it earlier?" Minerva gasped heavily and said, "That was the only thing I could do to help you.
My remaining strength can barely sustain this seal, so you must be quick."
Noya was about to speak when Bai Shui said anxiously, "He's coming again. It seems he wasn't hurt much." Ramya's terrifying laughter echoed through the cave.
"Ha ha, you're all simply seeking death.
Minerva, you could have run away, but now you've lost that chance."
Ramya stamped his feet and lunged forward.
Bai Shui immediately met him in battle and Noya quickly followed.
The Spider Queen wove 3 layers of the toughest webs in front of Minerva. The Spider Queen said to Minerva, "If he breaks through 2 layers, you retreat. The Sovereign still needs your help.
You will surely succeed."
Minerva never expected that the moment she finished speaking the other two would come flying back after being kicked.
"I'm in my 3rd form. Do you 2 little wretches really think you can stop me? Utter nonsense."
Ramya examined the webs blocking his path, then broke through one with a single punch. After he shattered the 1st layer, the Spider Queen said to Minerva, "Leave now. Without you restraining his power, no one can stand against him." When the 2nd layer of webs was broken, the Spider Queen summoned tens of thousands of tiny venomous spiders. These spiders were not powerful individually, but they were small and numerous. They couldn't defeat Ramya, but they could certainly disrupt his attacks. Ramya spat out a stream of blazing fire and the tiny venomous spiders were instantly reduced to ashes. The Spider Queen roared, "Minerva, go now."
Noya arrived at that moment and Bai Shui slashed at Ramya's neck.
Ramya easily dodged, then lashed out with a bolt of lightning aimed straight at Noya.
Noya quickly evaded.
Together she and Bai Shui grabbed hold of Ramya's arms and the Spider Queen rushed forward to help. She thought that if she could cast 3 webs they might be able to restrain Ramya.
But no one anticipated that Ramya would easily break free from Noya and Bai Shui's grip.
He spat a burst of flame at the Spider Queen and the 3 webs were instantly burned to ashes.
Ignoring the 3 women, Ramya threw a punch at Minerva.
A crisp sound of metal clashing rang through the entire cave and all 4 of them froze for half a second.
Ramya looked at the humanoid monster blocking his path and studied it with curiosity.
The creature had an insect-like face on a humanoid body covered in an insect carapace, fingers like daggers and blazing eyes that stared fixedly at him. It had caught his full power punch with a single hand without budging an inch.
Ramya laughed, "Not bad, you've got strength equivalent to half of mine. Boy, would you like to become my subordinate?" The humanoid monster did not reply. With lightning speed it punched Ramya to the ground. Noya and the others stared in astonishment. Who was this being? Ramya climbed out from the rubble and asked, "Who are you?"
The humanoid monster said calmly, "Zerg, one of the 12 beast gods."
Pangu.
When the humanoid monster declared his name, the ones most astonished were not Ramya but the others around Bai Shui. This Pangu had never seen him before, nor had he ever even heard his name.
Noya looked at Pangu with curiosity and asked, "Could you be one of the 3 beast god generals mentioned by the Sovereign?"
Pangu did not answer Noya's question, he merely glanced at her, then fixed his gaze upon Ramya, who had just risen from the ground. Ramya glared at Pangu and said, "If Minerva hadn't sealed away more than half of my power, I would tear you to shreds right now." This remark reminded Minerva, who looked up and down at Pangu's turned back, exclaiming in shock, "How did you even enter the seal?"
"I never provided you with dragon chi either, which means..." Noya gasped, "Is his power also half-sealed?"
The 3 beast god generals exchanged glances, too stunned to utter a single word for a long moment. Minerva also cried out, "Just how powerful has the bug race become now?" Pangu's figure flickered and he drove a fist into Ramya's abdomen, causing him to spew white foam from his mouth and kneel weakly on the ground. Grabbing Ramya by the head, Pangu said to Noya and the others, "The Sovereign orders you to annihilate the Muge army on the ground.
Leave this matter to me." The 3 exchanged glances and swiftly nodded before departing.
They were well aware that Pangu's might had surpassed their wildest imagination.
Noya said to Bai Shui, "No matter what, I must evolve into something like that once I return.
Otherwise my position as the #1 beast god general will be in jeopardy." Bai Shui shot her a glance and said, whoever acknowledged you as the #1 beast god general.
We are all equals.
Mei Shu shook her head helplessly and said, do you two still have the mind to argue about this now?
Let's first complete the mission the sovereign assigned us.
The three rushed out of the seal and flew straight toward the battlefield. Meanwhile inside the cave, Pangu was about to sever Ramya's head when the latter suddenly erupted with force and broke free. Wiping the white foam from the corner of his mouth, Ramya sneered, I didn't expect to run into such a formidable opponent right after waking up.
It seems I'll have to get serious. Ramya's body began to swell, his skin splitting apart as an overwhelming aura enveloped his entire form. Minerva cried out, no. Stop him. His energy is rapidly breaking through, it's about to exceed the seal's limit. Panga stared intently at Ramya yet showed no sign of making a move.
Minerva roared, are you really going to wait until he unleashes his full strength?
What exactly did your sovereign tell you?
Pangu was stunned for a moment, then his figure suddenly blurred.
This time even mid-transformation Ramya easily caught Pangu's full-force punch. Ramya clenched Pangu's fist with immense strength, twisting Pangu's expression in pain. Pangu abruptly dissolved into a wisp of black chi, slipping free from Ramya's grip. His sudden escape left Ramya utterly bewildered. So you've got tricks like that. I'm liking you more and more.
By then Ramya had completed his transformation. Twin horns jutted from his head, his face was savage, a pair of wings spread from his back, his body burned crimson, and a spear-like tail lashed behind him like a steel whip. The spear tail thrust straight at Pangu. Refusing to be outdone, Pangu summoned a surge of black chi in his right hand which materialized into a colossal bone axe. As the spear tail collided with the great axe, a violent gust erupted. Minerva, already struggling to maintain the seal, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her heart hardened as she declared, don't think you're the only one who can transform. Minerva's body began to swell as well, and suddenly a golden dragon emerged. Seeing Minerva reveal her dragon form, Ramya laughed heartily. Who would have thought Minerva would come to this? Then let me witness just how formidable a transformed dragon clan member can be.
Ramya's spear tail shot straight toward Minerva. Just as it was about to strike her, Panga seized Ramya's tail. Seems you've forgotten I'm still here.
Panga grabbed the spear tail with both hands and hurled Ramya away with tremendous force.
Ramya slammed into the rock wall, shattering it into fragments and carving out an entirely new small cavern. Ramya emerged from the rubble once more. He glanced at Minerva, then at Pangu before him. Minerva, bound to maintain the seal, could not move an inch.
Although neither of them could unleash their full power within the seal, the Pangu before him couldn't either. Once this Pangu was dead, the exhausted Minerva would be nothing more than his plaything. Ramya threw a punch at Pangu and the two clashed again, their battle collapsing the entire cavern from the sheer force of their shockwaves. They burst out of the rubble and resumed their fierce duel in the sky. After assuming her dragon form, Minerva's strength and magical power had increased, allowing her to endure a little longer. For Minerva, maintaining this seal in her dragon form was extremely taxing. It consumed not only her energy but also her life force, so she could not sustain it for much longer.
Pangu said to Minerva, you should release the seal. I can handle him.
Minerva smiled bitterly, do you think the seal only suppresses their physical power? His magical abilities are sealed as well. Even if you match him in physical combat, you are no match for him in terms of magic.
Pangu had no choice but to nod and say, then hold on a little longer. I'll finish him as quickly as possible. Ha ha ha, finish me quickly. Don't be afraid of biting your own tongue. This time Ramya moved even faster.
Before Pangu could react, Ramya had already appeared before him and landed a punch on his left cheek, sending him crashing straight into the ground.
Pangu shook his head, rose from the dirt and soared back into the sky, resuming the fierce battle with Ramya.
Aboard the spirit dragon nest bug, Zhang Fan marveled, this Ramya is truly formidable, he's actually able to fight Pangu for this long.
Shusha said, from what Minerva said earlier, Ramya's abilities are being restricted.
It seems his true strength is far greater than this. Zhang Fan glanced at Shusha and said, keep observing for now. If it comes down to it, send the two of them down as well.
Regardless, we must claim Ramya's head today. Shusha reminded him, and what about Minerva? Should we?
Zhang Fan was silent for a moment, then smiled.
You always understand me. But there's no need for such elaborate measures with Minerva right now. Send the Blood Shadow and have them wait for the right moment. I don't want to leave any loose ends. Understood. I'll make the arrangements right away.
Zhang Fan then looked at the Mage King and Syphilis, who had been driven back to the ground under relentless assault. The destruction of these two legions was only a matter of time. It seemed the outcome was already decided. Once Ramya was eliminated, Minerva's death could be quietly pinned on him without anyone being the wiser.
Moreover, the coveted ability of planetary teleportation would fall into his hands.
Minerva was after all a high-ranking dragon. With her power, his chances of defeating the great emperor of the Western realm would grow ever greater. But even before obtaining Minerva's power, Zhang Fan was already scheming how to bring down the ancestral dragon Dorama. Remuya and Pangu were locked in an intense battle when Zhang Fan suddenly gave Pangu an order: hold back and lure him toward manhwa. Pangu deliberately exposed a flaw, descending to the ground to position himself as a shield before manhwa. Remuya pursued immediately, roaring, "Coward! Do you only know how to hide behind a woman's protection?" Pangu paid no heed to Remuya's rage, standing resolutely before manhwa as the three swaying members took their positions. "Remuya, today is your death day." These words from Pangu only fueled Remuya's fury further. When he roamed the cosmos, even the great emperor of the Western realm had sought his aid, yet now he was being threatened by a mere insect. Remuya let out a thunderous roar, his hands transforming into sharp swords as he charged at Pangu. Pangu waited patiently, biding his time for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. The three swaying members concealed nearby were also waiting, but their target was manhwa, who was in the process of breaking free from her seal. At this moment manhwa still believed those three swaying members were there to ambush Remuya. Remuya's sword-like hands collided with Pangu's giant axe, while the tail of his spear aimed directly for Pangu's heart. Pangu sidestepped and delivered a crushing punch to Remuya's face. After 10 exchanges of offense and defense, neither gained the upper hand. manhwa grew anxious in her heart. Those three swaying members remained dormant. If they did not strike soon to subdue Remuya, she feared she would not be able to hold out any longer. "I can barely hold on." manhwa, transformed into a dragon, appeared extremely frail. Pangu glanced at manhwa and saw her scales already beginning to lose their luster. Time was running short, they had to finish Remuya quickly. Remuya too noticed manhwa's deterioration. Now he only needed to stall or kill her. Once her seal vanished, he would regain his full power and easily dispatch the annoying insects before him. Pangu would never give him the chance. Seizing the moment when Remuya's focus wavered, he delivered a powerful punch to Remuya's chest. Remuya hastily retreated to create distance, then smirked. "manhwa can't last much longer. When she falls, that's when you die." Pangu sneered, "Is that so? But the first to die will certainly be you." Remuya burst into laughter. "Delusional. How do you expect to kill me with what you have now? Then beware." Pangu swung his giant axe and charged at Remuya. However, Remuya avoided direct confrontation, entirely offering only perfunctory resistance before retreating again, never giving Pangu an opening. Pangu feigned desperation, his movements growing chaotic. Seeing this, Remuya laughed. "Boy, you stand no chance against me. But I quite like you. If you're willing to serve me, I guarantee you'll receive even greater favor than Mugu and the rest." Pangu continued swinging his axe deliberately and inadvertently driving Remuya closer to manhwa. During the exchange, Remuya realized their positions had effectively swapped. He chuckled to himself. This Pangu had truly lost his composure, actually handing manhwa over to him on a silver platter. Remuya began intentionally maneuvering toward manhwa, unaware that this was precisely Pangu's intended outcome. The three swaying members who had lain in ambush for so long readied their strike as Remuya approached. manhwa too seemed to understand Pangu's plan and deliberately exposed a weakness to coordinate with the swaying's assault. Pangu executed a sweeping axe strike. This time Remuya chose to absorb the blow. When the giant axe met his twin swords, Remuya used the force to launch himself toward manhwa. Just as Remuya's swords were about to pierce manhwa's heart, the three swaying members struck unexpectedly. Remuya, confident in his victory, failed to defend himself in time. Two of the swaying members pierced through him. A look of utter disbelief crossed Remuya's face. But what stunned him most was that the third swaying member seized his hand and forced his own sword into manhwa's heart. Only then did Remuya realize the entire scenario was a trap, and the trap had not only ensnared him but also ensnared manhwa. Two swaying members had pierced through Remuya's chest while Pangu stood before him gripping his giant axe. Spitting blood, Remuya managed to laugh. "Impressive. I never imagined manhwa would also be your target." Manhwa died with her eyes unblinking, her serpent-like gaze fixed unwaveringly on Pangu. She had never anticipated, never could have imagined, that she would ultimately fall by the hands of the insect race. Pangu looked at the powerless Remuya and said, "The sovereign sent word you are strong, but your power is the greatest obstacle to the insect race. Therefore he cannot permit your existence." The sovereign of the insect race. What a pity. I won't even have the chance to see him before I die. Pangu smiled. "No need to regret, I'll bring you to see him immediately after your death." With a single stroke, Pangu severed Remuya's head from his body. Grasping the decapitated head, he raised it high toward the sky and let out a mighty roar. Meanwhile, the three swaying members swiftly consumed the blood of both manhwa and Remuya to absorb their genetic material. The disappearance of Remuya's aura plunged the already despairing King Mugu into even deeper desolation. Though he refused to believe Remuya could have fallen, the truth lay undeniable before him.
King Mugo said to Selena, you should leave first. Prince Ramuya has fallen.
Preserve your strength so we may take revenge.
Selena erupted in anger.
What nonsense are you spouting?
We die together. I've lived long enough, this universe means nothing to me without you. Insolent woman. I said leave, so leave. If you perish too, who will avenge us? Take your demon lord legion and scram.
King Mugo drew a metal rod from his waist, gripping it tightly. His body began radiating a crimson light.
Selena gasped in shock. What are you doing?
The God of War spear in your hand is incomplete, forcing its use will cost you your life.
If you don't want to die, get lost right now. Remember, all enemies on this battlefield are our foes. The great emperor of the Western Realm lured Prince Ramuya into a trap. Remember to avenge us.
Selena knew there was no persuading King Mugo now, he had resolved to take his enemies down with him.
Selena began leading the entire Demon Lord Legion in retreat.
At that moment on the Spirit Dragon Nest, Matriarch Duelaner suddenly rushed into the command room and reported to Zhang Fan, Sovereign, there's a problem. The two God of War spears in my possession are vibrating continuously as if something is resonating with them.
Zhang Fan suddenly sensed a tremendous power converging at the flagship of the Mugo warship.
If my guess is correct, this must be the final fragment of the God of War spear.
But it seems King Mugo intends to destroy us all in a mutual annihilation. Shucha suddenly spoke up. The energy readings from the Mugo flagship have exceeded our testing limits. If this immense power detonates, the entire star system will likely be affected. Order the main forces to retreat. Send Nuya and the others to stop him. We must bring back the final portion of the God of War spear at all costs. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's message, Nuya immediately boarded the Meiju's private vessel, the Black Widow.
Meanwhile, Shusha gathered almost all of the holy shield bugs to deploy defensive shields ahead of the warship, preparing to withstand a potential massive explosion. The other insectoid warships withdrew in an orderly fashion. King Muzhuang had no intention of letting his once-in-a-lifetime self-destruct sequence claim only his own life. Guided by fighter vessels clearing the path, the command ship made straight for the insectoid flagship, the Spirit Dragon Nest.
Seeking mutual destruction. How thoughtful of you. The Meiju's private vessel, the Black Widow, unleashed 3 colossal spider webs into the void. The spider webs wrapped tightly around King Muzhuang's main vessel while the Black Widow reversed at full power to halt its advance. Nuya immediately called out, hold fast, Meiju. Bai Shui and I are boarding. The two quickly boarded a fighter vessel and surged toward King Muzhuang's main ship. Though they endured fierce cannon fire, they successfully made landfall aboard. Those two beast god generals carved a bloody path toward the command chamber, slaughtering all who stood in their way. Nothing could impede their relentless advance. Bursting into the command chamber, they found King Muzhuang's entire body turned a blazing crimson. Seeing the two intruders, he showed no surprise, laughing loudly, you're too late. No one can stop me now. Bai Shui sneered, haha, I'm afraid you're far too slow. Before King Muzhuang could react, the final piece of the War God spear was already in Bai Shui's hand. King Muzhuang's towering form gradually shrank back to normal, his coloring reverting as well. He gasped in shock, how did you? Haha, as I said, your speed is far too slow. Nuya hastily said, take this to the Sovereign. I'll deal with him and come after you. Bai Shui vanished from the command chamber in an instant. Roaring in fury, King Muzhuang wielded his twin hand axes and slashed wildly at Nuya, yet his sole purpose was to drive her back and hunt down Bai Shui. But Nuya would not give him the chance. When King Muzhuang charged to the doorway, all he saw was a flash of white light streaking past. Nuya raked her claws across King Muzhuang's back. He spun around instantly, raising his axes to block. A sharp metallic clash erupted between them, sending sparks flying, and both fighters stepped back a pace. Nuya struck with both claws simultaneously. King Muzhuang frantically parried, and the two clashed violently throughout the command chamber. The warriors of the Muzhuang Legion attempted to intervene, but they could not break through. Several laser beams pierced toward them, yet aside from damaging certain ship components, they achieved nothing of consequence. Nuya and King Muzhuang fought their way from the command chamber all the way to the lifepod bay. Fearing his escape, Nuya destroyed every lifepod, leaving him absolutely no route of retreat. Nuya smiled. Surrender or die, choose for yourself. Absurd. Only you will perish here. Nuya pointed outward. Have you not yet seen reality? Only then did King Muzhuang glance out the window. They had long been surrounded by the insectoid forces. Without the divine artifact, do you truly believe you have any chance of escape? Seizing the opening, King Muzhuang lunged at Nuya, and the two clashed once more. Nuya, unwilling to tarry, lured him onto an elevated platform. There Zhang Fan stood upon the platform waiting for King Muzhuang's arrival. King Muzhuang charged forward and saw the platform crowded with insectoid warriors. He laughed coldly, who would have guessed your insectoid race is so formidable? It seems this western realm shall fall under your dominion. Zhang Fan smiled. I harbor no interest in the western realm.
I only seek to lift the seal upon the judgment dragons. King Yuzhuang's eyes widened in alarm.
Are you mad?
The judgment dragon kings, they are the source of universal devastation, yet you still wish to break their seals. King Yuzhuang burst into raucous laughter.
Unbelievable, truly unbelievable.
Your insectoid kin are foolish enough to be deceived by the dragon clan.
Zhang Fan wore an indifferent expression. Is that so? I see.
Observing Zhang Fan's countenance, which seemed to suggest he already knew, King Yuzhuang asked in astonishment if you knew why aid the dragon clan.
Ha, did I ever claim I was aiding the dragons? Naive.
King Yuzhuang suddenly remembered Minerva's death.
Then you seek to rule the entire universe.
It is merely an initial concept, though it appears increasingly plausible.
King Yuzhuang laughed thunderously. You rule the universe. A mere fantasy. With Princess Ramuya dead, the great emperor of the Western realm will know. Destroying you would be as simple as crushing an ant. Then simply ensure he never discovers it. Would the blame not rest squarely upon the dragon clan?
Zhang Fan continued, oh, and I forgot to mention, you shall also be pinned on the dragons. Zhang Fan punched clean through King Yuzhuang's chest.
Smiling, the dying king whispered his final words, you will regret this.
Zhang Fan sneered, I have long regretted it.
Ha. Susanola's fled southward with her Demon King Legion.
Along the way she sensed King Yuzhuang's death and roared in fury, Dragon Clan.
Insectoid race. I shall never forgive you. Pointing to the largest star system on the stellar chart, Susanola's declared, we shall go to Patty Star and transmit there to the Vit universe.
When the Dragon Clan received news of Minerva's demise, every member of the clan bowed their proud heads in grief.
Zhang Fan addressed the participating dragon warriors today. The fall of the dragon god Mother Minerva was the price for the judgment dragon's rebirth. With the great emperor of the Western realm's arm now severed, I shall soon prepare to face him. The dragon warriors, steeped in sorrow, suddenly erupted into earth-shaking dragon roars upon hearing Zhang Fan's words. Zhang Fan said to Ona, Minerva's death weighs heavily upon me.
Yet with your dragon clan now leaderless, I trust you Lord Ona will assume command.
Ona hurriedly replied, Ancestor Dragon Dalama has already learned of Minerva's death and has appointed me to aid the sovereign.
Zhang Fan nodded and Ona continued, now that Ramuya is dead, the great emperor of the Western realm surely knows. We must prepare ourselves.
Return to your clans for now.
I must maintain my facade here in the Western realm, otherwise should the great emperor strike at our current strength we shall all perish. Ona led the Dragon Clan away from the Western realm. The Beast Clan returned to the Northern realm and Zhang Fan commanded the Insectoid forces to reorganize the Western realm.
They publicly declared that Ramuya, displeased with the great emperor entrusting proxy authority to the Insectoids, had misled them into campaign. Ramuya had conspired with the Dragon Clan in rebellion. Now the Insectoids had returned to quell the disturbance, repelling the dragons and destroying Ramuya. Though this explanation made little sense when the Western realm dared to confront the Insectoids. Before absolute power, all justifications rang hollow.
The Insectoids were now the true stewards of the Western realm, and all its star systems could only obey Zhang Fan's decrees. Before the great emperor's return, Zhang Fan had already begun making preparations, planning to stage another grand performance for the Western realm. As for the outcome, he had no certainty, only to proceed step by step. More critically, he needed to further strengthen the Insectoid forces. At that moment, Xu Sha reported to Zhang Fan, Nisis has sent a message from Pluto requesting the sovereign's presence. That damn fellow, daring to cause trouble even on Pluto. Xu Sha implored sovereign, please see her. It is all for the Insectoid cause. Zhang Fan had punished Nisis for conducting experiments on humans, yet he harbored no personal hatred toward her. He merely wished to ensure that her recklessness did not inspire others such as Hu Bailey to follow her example. Alone, Zhang Fan arrived at Pluto. Upon catching sight of him, Nisis hurried forward to greet him. Before he could utter a word, she dropped to her knees. Seeing her gesture, Zhang Fan knew at once that she was not there for any good reason. What do you want? He asked coldly. Lowering her head, Nisis replied, the subordinate has defied the sovereign's will and begs punishment. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Although every Zerg warrior possessed an independent consciousness, the sovereign's will was deeply embedded within their genes, rendering betrayal impossible. To the Zerg, disobeying Zhang Fan's will was already considered an act of treason. Studying Nisis, who trembled on her knees, Zhang Fan felt certain she was hiding something important from him. Nisis, if you wish to keep living, explain yourself at once. What have you done? Nisis clapped her hands, and from a hidden cave behind her emerged a human boy. Zhang Fan was deeply startled. He looked around. This was Pluto, a place where temperatures approached absolute zero. Not even a human should be able to survive here, and even Zhang Fan himself could feel the bone-chilling cold. The boy slowly walked toward Zhang Fan wearing only 2 pieces of insectoid shell. Though the bloodstains upon the shells had already been frozen, the crimson red stood out strikingly. Looking more closely at Nisi's, Zhang Fan noticed 2 wounds on her body. Clearly those 2 shell pieces had been torn from her.
What is the meaning of this?
Zhang Fan asked, his tone laced with restrained anger.
He is. Zhang Fan roared, I didn't ask about him, I'm asking you. Why did you harm yourself?
Only then did Nisi's glance down at her injuries.
Because I do not wish to see my son die here. Zhang Fan's mind reeled. Nisi's son.
Although the Zerg were capable of asexual reproduction, no brood mother could breed freely without Zhang Fan's explicit permission, unless they were a specialized brood mother designed for military production. Zhang Fan examined the boy standing before Nisi's. He appeared to be no older than 7 or 8 years old, his expression bewildered yet curiously studying Zhang Fan with childish eyes.
Son. What exactly is he? Zhang Fan thundered. Nisi's finally bowed her head. His name is Yallowaxia.
I directly introduced human sperm into my own body and privately removed his racial barriers.
He is my biological son.
Zhang Fan could hardly believe his ears.
Nisi's had gone mad.
Despite being forbidden from experimenting on humans, she had dared to combine herself with a human on Pluto. She had even given birth to this half-human half-insect creature.
Zhang Fan paid Nisi's no mind and walked straight toward Yallowaxia.
Seeing Zhang Fan approach while his mother knelt and pleaded endlessly, fury surged within Yallowaxia.
He threw a punch straight at Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan did not dodge. He absorbed the blow squarely, sensing that Yallowaxia's strike carried considerable power. Though somewhat slow, the strength was barely passable for a boy of his age. Initially Zhang Fan had no intention of letting him go.
But gazing into those vacant, ignorant eyes, he found himself unable to strike. After all, the boy was partly human.
Zhang Fan redirected his anger toward Nisi's.
Do you have any idea what you have done? We have not yet deciphered the origin of humanity, yet you recklessly merged yourself with a human embryo. You have defied my commands, do not blame me for showing no mercy.
Zhang Fan gathered his strength and launched a punch toward Yallowaxia. Nisi's, disregarding her own wounds, threw herself in front of the boy to block it.
Sovereign, punish me instead, the child is innocent.
Zhang Fan sneered, where did you learn such human emotions?
That was not programmed into you when I hatched you.
Nisi's hurriedly continued to bow her head.
It was Yallowaxia who made me understand why humans fight. He awakened within me the very emotions of humanity, maternal love.
Zhang Fan was even more astonished. With so few emotional genes, Nisi's had somehow comprehended the concept of maternal love.
A sudden realization struck Zhang Fan. Human emotional genes cannot be erased.
What was done previously was merely to conceal them. And he gestured toward Yallowaxia, is the key that triggered your emotional genes.
Nisi's nodded. Sovereign, this mistake is mine alone. I am willing to give my life, I only beg that you let Yallowaxia live.
No sooner had the words left her lips than Nisi's claw shot toward her own throat, clearly intending to take her own life as atonement. With a flick of his right hand, Zhang Fan unleashed a powerful wave of aura that sent Nisi's flying dozens of meters away. Seeing Nisi's collapse on the ground as though gravely injured, Yallowaxia let out a furious roar and charged straight for Zhang Fan's lower back.
Zhang Fan sneered.
Boy, you dare attempt to ambush me.
You are hardly worthy of that privilege. With a casual kick, Zhang Fan sent Yallowaxia flying.
Watching the boy struggle to his feet, he laughed.
Haha, not bad. Your defense is tolerable.
Zhang Fan and Yallowaxia exchanged blows for over 100 rounds. Upon closer observation, Zhang Fan noticed that Yallowaxia's fighting style bore a striking resemblance to his own.
Clearly Nisi's had invested considerable effort into training him.
Just as Zhang Fan was toying with Yallowaxia, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Yallowaxia, stop.
Do not show such disrespect to the sovereign.
Zhang Fan glanced at Nisi's, who barely managed to remain standing, and smiled.
It makes no difference. Consider it entertainment.
Nisi's struggled to her feet and knelt, bowing her head repeatedly. I only beg the sovereign to spare him.
I will accept any punishment. Ha ha ha. Very well. Today has at least provided a moment of mild amusement.
I will let him live, but you have 15 days to train him intensively. As Nisi's was about to express her gratitude, Zhang Fan continued, hold on. After 15 days, let him choose one opponent from among the beast god generals. If he wins, he lives as part of my Zerg army.
If he loses, he becomes nothing but dust scattered across the galaxy.
Upon hearing that Yallowaxia would face a beast god general, Nisi's hurriedly pleaded, sovereign, please spare him.
Given his current strength, not 15 days, nor even 150 years, would be enough.
Zhang Fan shook his head and smiled.
That is not my problem, it is yours. Whether he lives or dies depends on how far you push him.
Seated upon his throne, Zhang Fan swept his gaze over the 9 beast god generals standing below. Deciding whom Yalowxia should challenge was indeed a considerable problem.
Pangu as a super beast god general was certainly out of the question. Pangu had grown powerful enough to contend with Lemuya against Yalowxia. He would likely grind him into powder in less than 5 seconds. As for Nuya, she had no sense of restraint, and Zhang Fan did not want Yalowxia's life.
Bai Shui did no restraint, but her speed was so great that Yalowxia would surrender in an instant, which hardly seemed meaningful. Manja Cholin and Mengjia were also too heavy-handed in their attacks. As for Lianyo, with that toxin, Yalowxia could not even get close.
That left only Meiju.
Her web could restrain Yalowxia without harming him, and she had worked alongside Niexisai for a long time, so she ought to have a sense of discretion. Zhang Fan stared at Meiju and asked, "Are you willing to have a little fun with Yalowxia?"
Meiju suddenly asked, "May I kill him?" Zhang Fan had assumed Meiju would not strike to kill against Yalowxia.
Her sudden question made him curious.
"Why do you want to kill him?"
A half-human half-insect monster born from mating with a different species without the sovereign's consent should not exist. Zhang Fan looked around and saw that the others seemed to share that view, which put him in a difficult position. Letting him live would undoubtedly be the same as indulgence.
One betrayal made a second all too likely.
Furthermore, the sovereign's consciousness within Yalowxia's genes was extremely faint. Once he reached adulthood, if his human consciousness surpassed the sovereign's consciousness, he would slip out of control. As far as Zhang Fan himself was concerned, he had no intention of killing the boy. At such a young age, Yalowxia had already displayed astonishing combat ability, which was after all a good thing for the insect race.
But judging from Meiju's expression, she would not easily let the matter go today without killing Yalowxia, even though Zhang Fan could settle it with a single sentence. "Do as you see fit."
Zhang Fan could only hope that Meiju, mindful of her friendship with Niexisai, would spare Yalowxia. At the same time, he wanted to see whether the insect race had any personal emotions beyond combat. Led by Niexisai, Yalowxia arrived at the arena where Meiju was already waiting in the center for them. The other beast god generals, the moment they saw Yalowxia, almost all wore the same expression. They wanted to step into the arena themselves and kill him.
Niexisai looked at the furious Meiju.
She did not beg Meiju to spare Yalowxia, she merely cast her a glance before saying to Yalowxia that beast god general is your opponent.
"Remember, no matter what, you must survive." Yalowxia nodded obediently.
With his tender, innocent expression, he was like a lost lamb sent into a pack of wolves, and he still thought this was merely a game.
Niexisai left the arena and stood at the far edge of the spectator platform, watching Yalowxia's every move.
Meiju said viciously, "Monster, today is your death day." Yalowxia stared at Meiju, baffled.
"I'm not a monster. My name is Yalowxia." "Nonsense."
Meiju shot out a strand of spider silk intending to wrap around Yalowxia's feet. To her surprise, he simply shifted his feet and dodged it with ease.
Shucha nodded approvingly. "This monster reacts rather quickly."
Zhang Fan glared at Shucha. She hurriedly lowered her head and kept silent, knowing Zhang Fan was angry but unable to figure out why. Could it be because she had called Yalowxia a monster?
After pondering for a moment, Shucha finally understood.
The sovereign was also a product of humans and the insect race. Unlike Yalowxia, the sovereign possessed only human consciousness, but in essence most of the time the sovereign regarded himself as human. Hadn't that word monster also insulted the sovereign?
Shucha's mind raced.
She had to make up for this mistake now.
What then did the sovereign want from arranging a battle between Yalowxia and a beast god general?
It was definitely not Yalowxia's death, because if it were, there would have been no need to go to such elaborate lengths.
The only possibility now was that the sovereign merely wanted to test Yalowxia's abilities.
Once Shucha understood this, she began to worry.
Every move Meiju made was a killing blow. If Yalowxia were killed, it would be hard to answer to the sovereign.
But if she went to stop it now, the sovereign would not be able to see Yalowxia's true strength. Shucha was now in the most difficult position of all. She had to step in at the critical moment to stop Meiju. It was all in the timing. On her third strike, Meiju finally entangled Yalowxia. With a pounce, she clapped onto his body and laughed, trying to run.
"You're still too green." Shucha saw that Yalowxia's arms were already bleeding. If Meiju exerted just a little more force, Yalowxia would surely be snapped in two. She was ready to intervene when she heard a furious roar. Yalowxia's young voice roared through the arena. Meiju's expression shifted abruptly, her face filled with astonishment. Amid everyone's astonishment, Yalowxia actually broke free from his restraints bit by bit.
Lianyo exclaimed, "This kid really is strong, he actually managed to break free from Meiju's control."
Nuya laughed.
"What's the use of that? Meiju's web is still at his feet.
Killing him is only a matter of an instant."
The sovereign really is boring enough to make us all come watch him kill such a little thing. Bai Shui covered her mouth and chuckled.
Had ha. Among us only you dare to question the sovereign. Meng Jia suddenly cried out, quick look. Everyone looked closely. Yalloaxia had actually broken free, even tearing apart the web beneath his feet.
Bai Shui marveled, this monster is still so small.
If he's allowed to grow a bit more, I'm afraid none of us will be his match. Jiolin laughed.
You're thinking too highly of him. Mei Zhu just wants to play with him a little. After all, the sovereign said this was a contest, not an execution. If Mei Zhu simply killed him, that would really be no fun.
After Yalloaxia broke free, Niexisai on the viewing platform finally breathed a sigh of relief. But what worried her more now was that this breaking free would enrage Mei Zhu, and Mei Zhu would certainly no longer hold back. Sure enough,
Mei Zhu flew into a rage, taking Yalloaxia's escape as a sheer insult. She let out a furious roar, spat out 3 webs to seal off Yalloaxia's retreat, and 2 venom spheres formed in front of her. Yalloaxia understood the power of those venom spheres. After all, Niexisai had analyzed the tactics and personal abilities of these beast god generals for him.
Yalloaxia stood in the arena calm for a moment.
Then with a sudden burst of strength he took the initiative and charged at Mei Zhu. Meng Jia cried out, this kid actually dares to charge at Mei Zhu. Does he have a death wish? Or has he noticed something? Bai Shui pointed at Yalloaxia and said, look at his expression.
He knows Mei Zhu's weakness. I think Niexisai must have told him. Jiolin glanced at the nervous Niexisai and laughed.
Unfortunately, even if someone told him with this little monster's strength, it would be useless.
Do you think he can actually strike Mei Zhu's weak point? Meng Jia nodded.
True. To someone of comparable strength, that spot is a weak point.
But at his level, the defense there is simply not something he can break through. Yalloaxia nimbly dodged Mei Zhu's venom spheres. Bai Shui gasped, this kid is using my evasive route. Had ha. Niexisai, you really have studied us thoroughly.
Aluxia employed Bai Shui's footwork to quickly dart beneath the Mei Zhu, raising his fist to strike its abdomen, yet the Mei Zhu effortlessly leaped aside, evading his attack.
The Mei Zhu, suspended upon its spider web, laughed.
It seems Niesi has taught you quite a lot. How unfortunate that your abilities are so inadequate. The Mei Zhu lunged at Aluxia, her speed noticeably increased this time. Aluxia hastily retreated, barely managing to evade, but 3 claw marks were carved across his chest. Had he been even a moment slower, his head would have been severed from his body? Aluxia glanced at the wounds upon his chest and with a sweep of his left hand watched in astonishment as they began to rapidly knit and scab over.
Jiolin exclaimed in amazement, this lad's recovery ability is impressive.
It seems Niesi has also implanted enhanced metabolism into his genes. Then how long can this lad survive? Humans implanted with enhanced metabolism do possess remarkable recuperative powers, but their lifespan is drastically shortened.
In response to Nuya's inquiry, Lianro replied, not necessarily. Remember, he is not entirely human. He was conceived by Niesi as a hybrid of humanity and the insectoid race. I imagine Niesi certainly accounted for this.
Jiolin shook his head. Such a monster cannot be allowed to live, or it will one day threaten the entire insectoid race.
Nuya then suddenly glanced toward Zhang Fan.
However, I sense the sovereign does not intend for him to die.
The others fixed their gazes upon Nuya, who continued her analysis. I believe the sovereign merely wishes to test Aluxia's capabilities.
Had he intended to kill him, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. The only question now is how the Mei Zhu will respond. He has already provoked her wrath. I wonder what manner of attack awaits him. Though the Mei Zhu was startled by Aluxia's astonishing recuperative ability, she had no intention of ceasing her assault. Her attacks grew ever more ferocious and razor-sharp, leaving Aluxia struggling to keep pace.
Within mere minutes, dozens of wounds had opened across Aluxia's body.
At this point his mindset had undergone a profound shift. He only wished to survive, but the Mei Zhu's strikes were all aimed at killing. If he did not counterattack, soon death was certain. Furious, Aluxia prepared to exert his full strength, yet before he could, the Mei Zhu kicked him airborne, pinning him beneath her foot before he even touched the ground.
She laughed.
Young man, I have grown tired of this game.
Your time has come.
Her massive pincers hovered less than a centimeter from his throat when Xu Sha suddenly appeared in the center of the arena, roaring enough. The crowd stared in astonishment at Xu Sha's abrupt arrival, but within moments they all understood. Her appearance was authorized by Zhang Fan, confirming Nuya's earlier words. Zhang Fan did not wish for Aluxia to die.
The Mei Zhu regarded Xu Sha with surprise. What do you mean?
This child still holds great value for our insectoid race.
The sovereign has declared this a trial, not an execution.
The Mei Zhu knew Xu Sha well. She was essentially the sovereign's mouthpiece, just as Niesi had been before her. The Mei Zhu lifted her foot from Aluxia, but the instant she did, searing pain shot from beneath her. Alexia had seized the moment, slicing through the Meiju's foreleg with a blade of qi.
The onlookers were thrown into uproar, and even Niesi could not have anticipated that Alexia, who had barely escaped with his life, would dare to ambush the Meiju.
Enduring the pain, the Meiju cast a glance toward Zhang Fan and found his expression unreadable. She snarled at Xu Sha, "Stand aside. Unless the sovereign descends in person, I will skin this monster alive today." The Meiju's severed foreleg regenerated within moments. Though such a wound was insignificant to her, it did nothing to quell her fury toward Alexia. For Alexia, landing that successful strike was a tremendous boost to his confidence. The enemy before him was not invincible, merely formidable. With this realization, Alexia gradually threw off his inhibitions and began to unleash his true strength. Blow for blow he grew more adept, coming within moments of striking the Meiju several times. The Meiju also sensed it. Alexia was growing stronger with each passing exchange, as though a completely different fighter had emerged. The Meiju sought to end the battle quickly, but it was no longer so simple. Through repeated clashes, Alexia's combat techniques had honed at an almost incomprehensible pace. By the end of half a day he could match the Meiju stroke for stroke using nothing but his bare fists, a feat that left everyone in awe. Had the battle continued, the Meiju might very well have been defeated by this little monster. At this point all eyes turned to Zhang Fan. Because of Xu Sha's intervention, the Meiju dared not deal killing blows, but now Alexia appeared to be gaining the upper hand.
Zhang Fan showed no sign of intervening. Should the fighting continue, the Meiju would surely suffer. Nuya approached Zhang Fan and asked, "Sovereign, what exactly is your intent? Can that little monster be killed?" Zhang Fan smiled.
"I told the Meiju from the very beginning to handle it as she saw fit."
Nodding, Nuya suddenly bellowed toward the Meiju, "Meiju, surrender. The sovereign recalls you."
"Blast, when did I say that?" The Meiju leaped from the fray and approached Zhang Fan, kneeling with one knee to bow.
"This subordinate has failed. I beg your forgiveness, O sovereign."
Zhang Fan nearly strangled Nuya on the spot.
At that moment Niesi arrived, bringing Alexia to kneel before Zhang Fan in the arena. "We thank the sovereign for sparing Alexia's life. We are forever in your debt."
Casting a withering glance at Nuya, Zhang Fan said to Niesi, "From this day forward he is one of ours. But you will keep him under strict supervision. Should he cause trouble, I will personally put both of you to death."
Niesi hurriedly knelt and bowed. "We are deeply grateful for the sovereign's immense mercy."
Glancing at Xu Sha, Zhang Fan continued, "There is no longer a need to station guards at Pluto.
As for Niesi, you will make the arrangements." Xu Sha bowed respectfully.
"I believe it would be wise for Niesi and Alexia to remain at the sovereign's side for service."
Zhang Fan raised no objection, turned and departed the arena.
Xu Sha glanced at Niesi and gestured for her to hasten after with Alexia. The remaining beast god generals scratched their heads in bewilderment.
Bai Shui laughed.
"Ha! It seems the sovereign had already intended to spare them all alone.
We have been worrying over nothing." Meng Jia chuckled as well. "Let us disperse. It appears the Human-Insectoid Alliance will become the main force of our insectoid race in the days to come."
Xiaolin shook his head.
"That is hardly realistic.
That man is Niesi's son, that is why the sovereign spared him. Had Hu Bailey and the others begun experimenting with human-insectoid hybrids, the sovereign would have annihilated them long ago."
Lianro nodded in agreement. "Indeed.
Buffett and Hu Bailey are not of our insectoid race after all, they merely submit to the sovereign's authority. Should they embark on research into human-insectoid hybrids, they could pose a genuine threat to our kind. We must remain vigilant regarding this matter."
Just then Xu Sha's communication insect suddenly transmitted Duelainer's excited voice. "I have successfully combined the War God Spear. Come and see, its power is utterly astonishing."
Zhang Fan halted and asked, "You have successfully synthesized it?
Then bring it to the arena at once."
The moment Duelainer, his body encased in spiky hardened shell and wielding the War God Spear, stepped into the arena, the assembled crowd gasped in unison.
Unbelievable power.
No wonder it is called a divine artifact. Zhang Fan was equally startled to see Duelainer appear wielding the God of War Spear.
Her attributes had been strengthened to their absolute limit. Xu Sha produced a stone tablet and said, "My liege, Duelainer's strength has grown infinitely close to your own." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Nuya suddenly spoke up, "Such a weapon must not be given to anyone except my liege."
Bai Shui also said, "My lord, I suggest you reclaim the God of War Spear. It is not that I distrust Duelair, but if this thing were to fall into the wrong hands." Bai Shui cast a seemingly unintentional glance at Yellowoxia.
Everyone understood her meaning.
Niexus, bringing Yellowoxia along, knelt before Zhang Fan and said, "I implore my liege to reclaim the God of War Spear."
Zhang Fan nodded.
It seems there was reason for the God of War Spear being split into 3 parts.
Such an existence is indeed troublesome.
Duelaire, why don't you further disassemble the God of War spear and entrust its 3 segments to 3 beast god generals respectively? Then you can fuse them again when facing formidable opponents. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Bai Shui continued, but he.
Zhang Fan smiled.
He is now one of our Zerg as well.
Do you still have objections?
Bai Shui immediately fell silent and shook her head repeatedly.
Zhang Fan laughed. Enough.
Now let's find a place to test the power of the God of War spear. The spirit dragon nestworms departed the Milky Way and found a galaxy at the border of the Western Realm.
Duelaire stood at the prow holding the God of War spear.
She began gathering energy, and before long the God of War spear erupted with a golden radiance.
Duelaire slowly aimed the spearhead toward the nameless galaxy. A beam of golden light pierced through the galaxy. Moments later the entire system suddenly exploded in a blinding white light. When the glare faded, the galaxy had completely vanished before Zhang Fan and the others. Zhang Fan exclaimed, weapons of this caliber should never exist.
They are too terrifying. Duelaire returned to the command cabin clearly exhausted. After Zhang Fan ordered her to be taken to rest, he divided the God of War spear into 3 segments and entrusted them to Nuya, Bai Shui and Mei Zhu respectively.
Your power still needs enhancement, so I will leave this with you 3. If any one of you loses it or it is stolen, the other 2 must destroy the segment in your possession. This weapon must never fall into enemy hands. The moment all 3 grasped their segments of the God of War spear, they suddenly felt an overwhelmingly powerful force surge into their bodies. Every part of them brimmed with strength, their spikes grew sharper, their blades more razor-edged, and their carapaces seemingly harder. Zhang Fan surveyed the 3 and said, very well.
The Western and Eastern realms have now stabilized.
Fortify all defenses.
Before we confront the great Emperor of the Western realm, I will not tolerate any disturbance to the development of the Milky Way. Shusha suddenly asked regarding Majuok of the Eastern realm, how does my liege plan to handle him? His legion continues to patrol the borders.
Never mind him. He is merely afraid we will invade the Eastern realm.
I have no interest in dealing with him while I am already confronting the great Emperor of the Western realm.
Then what about the Dragon Clan?
Most have withdrawn to the Northern realm and only a few remain in the Western realm.
Once the great Emperor returns, those dragons would be utterly useless. Zhang Fan finally smiled.
Their existence is precisely our opportunity to curry favor with the great Emperor of the Western realm.
Do you wish for him to target us the moment he arrives? Remember, Minerva was killed by Lamaya and Lamaya died by Minerva's hand as well. Shusha nodded understandingly. This matter has already reached consensus in the Western realm.
I trust no one dares to say a word against it.
Ha ha ha, it does not matter. It is simply the truth. Now let us return to Earth. I want to see how humanity has developed.
The moment Zhang Fan arrived back on Earth, Hubaili rushed forward and handed him his research findings.
My liege, the new generation of humans has begun researching mechanical manufacturing.
It appears they have entered an industrial age. The entire Earth was shrouded in thick smoke. Forests had been clear-cut and the relentless roar of machinery echoed everywhere as all manner of strange mechanical contraptions crisscrossed the continent. Humanity had entered a technological evolution path entirely different from what Zhang Fan knew, steam-powered advancement. Zhang Fan found it hard to comprehend. Steam power was indeed a stage humanity had once experienced in history, but this time their steam technology had advanced to an unbelievable degree. Airplanes had already been invented but powered by steam engines, and they had even manufactured steam automatons.
Zhang Fan looked at Hubaili curiously. Surely you're not telling me that you taught humans to harness Qi energy? Hubaili quickly shook his head. That is not something I taught them.
Besides, steam and Qi energy are 2 entirely different concepts.
Zhang Fan nodded. True enough, but humanity's technological evolution. Why has it taken a steampunk direction?
After a moment of thought, Hubaili said the trajectory of humanity should be unrepeatable.
My liege, obtaining the original humans is likely impossible. After all, history carries both inevitability and contingency.
Shusha suddenly spoke. Are you saying that human development is random?
That we cannot control it? Hubaili shook his head again. Not exactly. If we intervene, we could guide them.
But since my liege forbids intervention, humanity can only develop randomly, meaning any development model becomes possible.
Zhang Fan nodded. Very well. Since that is the case, I will not force it. Let humanity develop on its own.
Our focus now must be on preparing for the great Emperor of the Western realm.
At that moment, Hubaili suddenly noticed Yellowoxia following Niexus and asked, who is this human? Zhang Fan smiled. Niexus' son, a hybrid of human and Zerg.
Seeing Hubaili reach out, Zhang Fan immediately stopped him.
Old man, don't even think about using him for your experiments.
He is now part of our Zerg.
Hubei quickly retracted his hand and laughed. Curiosity, only curiosity. But didn't my liege forbid research into human-Zerg hybridization? Zhang Fan smiled.
If you old man can find a Zerg willing to produce a hybrid offspring, I certainly won't stand in your way.
Hubei pondered for a moment and laughed.
All Zerg follow my liege's command. Where am I supposed to find such a Zerg?
Forget it, forget it. I only wanted to study it a bit.
Your Leerwalla clan is already complicated enough.
Stop studying humans.
Instead, help me guide humanity's social system onto the right path. As the two were talking, Buffetti hurried in shouting bad news.
Bad news. Humanity is at war again.
Zhang Fan glared at Hubei.
Didn't you say this new generation of humans would no longer slaughter each other? Hubei was at a loss for words. Everything had been fine just moments ago. These humans really knew how to pick the timing for war. Warfare is an inherent survival mechanism of humanity. There is no helping it. Buffetti asked, this human conflict has once again escalated into a global scale. Should we intervene?
Under Buffett's lead, Zhang Fan and the others arrived at Buffett's secret experimental base on Earth. Magic creatures roamed everywhere, their existence part of Buffett's plan to regulate humanity's living conditions when necessary.
Zhang Fan caught a magic monkey. Its eyes blazed like fire, its hands were icy blue and wings sprouted from its back. Despite its fierce appearance, it looked endearingly silly and cute.
Zhang Fan had no intention of harming it, but the little creature had quite a temper. It hurled an ice sphere squarely into Zhang Fan's face. Noya flew into a rage and was about to kill the magic monkey, but Zhang Fan stopped her.
It's just playing around, there's no need to fuss over it. Remember this, all of you, every creature on Earth is under your protection. Unless they threaten your lives, you are not permitted to kill wantonly.
The beast god generals nodded at once.
Buffett said, Overlord, look, every move humanity makes is now under our surveillance.
A luminous screen materialized before Buffett, revealing a vast plain where two great human factions, million strong, faced off against each other.
Countless war machines belched black smoke, poised to strike.
One command would send them charging into the enemy camp to crush all opposition.
Zhang Fan chuckled. This scale of battle should count as a full-scale human war. Buffett nodded.
What you see before you is humanity's final war, the battle that will decide their future development.
He pointed to the red-dominated faction on the right. These are the human naturalists. They refuse to raise forests for the sake of steam machinery, and they utterly despise steam automatons. Buffett then indicated the blue-toned faction on the left. These are the Steel faction. They devote themselves to the creation of steam machinery and believe everything on Earth exists for humanity's use, that they are the chosen. Ha ha ha. The divine right of kings has become the chosen to them.
Zhang Fan pointed at the Steel faction. They could be called the revolutionary pioneers of this generation of humanity.
Buffett nodded. Indeed.
Their inventive capacity is formidable and their passion for scientific exploration runs deep.
Zhang Fan looked at the red-clad naturalists.
These people simply wish to leave Earth unchanged and live in natural harmony.
Buffett was curious. Overlord, you've only just returned. How do you know so much about this generation of humanity?
It's simple, Zhang Fan said. One side stands with Hubei, the other with you, Buffett.
Both of you have been steering humanity's course, whether intentionally or not. This isn't so much a human war as it is a war between the two of you.
Hubei and Buffett immediately cried out in protest, speaking in unison, we have not.
Enough. I'm not blaming you. But when two radically different ways of thinking collide, conflict is inevitable.
Humanity has already been annihilated twice by our hands.
This time I don't wish to destroy them again.
If the red faction wins this war, Buffett, you will leave Earth and join me in conquering the cosmos. If the blue faction wins, Hubei, you will come with me instead. The two exchanged a glance and had no choice but to agree.
Though reluctant to admit it, upon reflection they realized humanity's development thus far was indeed closely tied to their own experiments.
Suddenly a steam whistle pierced the air. The rumble of machinery grew from distant to near. A long resonant horn sounded from the red faction, and countless bizarre cavalry slowly emerged from behind their lines. Bai Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha, how imaginative, using cavalry against steel machinery. Meng Jia said, what's so strange about that?
Aren't we insectoids the same?
Flesh and blood are no worse than those lifeless contraptions.
Bai Shui shot him a glare. Did I say they were worse? Still, I do admire their way of thinking. Noya cut in. You two quiet down. Keep watching.
The red faction's cavalry charged first and the blue faction's steel machines began to move as well. The steam machines were laborious to start, but once they got going their speed was several times greater than the cavalry's.
The Red Cavalry plunged into the enemy's steel formation.
By comparison, the riders seemed like ants, yet their agility far surpassed that of the steam machines. After the first charge, several steel machines toppled, but the cavalry's losses were also devastating. The Red faction's horn sounded once more. Tens of thousands of archers took formation and loosed a volley of arrows, each shaft imbued with formidable magical power. On contact with the machines, the arrows either discharged lightning or exploded.
The Blue faction immediately dispatched their mechanical cavalry.
Their steam motorcycles were not as fast as horsemen, but they were more agile and equipped with ranged weaponry.
When the Red Cavalry met them, their losses became severe as well.
The two sides were locked in fierce battle. Buffett suddenly remarked, "Judging by the looks of it, the Blue faction is sure to win. Hu Bailey, you might as well pack up and follow the Overlord to conquer the universe." Hu Bailey, who had been watching quietly, was instantly displeased.
"Can't you see those scrap heaps are already failing? Victory belongs to the Red faction. Victory belongs to the Red faction."
Zhang Fan watched the two bicker and quietly said to Xu Sha, "Look at them.
They're always talking about humanity's warlike genes, yet these two are no different.
It's such a trivial matter, but give them the slightest spark and they'll go to war."
Xu Sha shook his head. "It seems the war gene doesn't only reside in human DNA. We've been through so much. How are the beings of the universe any different from humans?
Are we not all mired in war?"
Zhang Fan nodded.
"This war will decide humanity's future, but the battle itself is rather dull.
For now, let's discuss the future development of the insectoids." Zhang Fan led Xu Sha and Nisis out of Buffett's laboratory.
Yeroshia intended to follow, but a single glare from Zhang Fan made him obediently stay in place.
Zhang Fan glanced at Nisis and said, "I've given it careful thought.
You should still send him to Mars.
The fringe insectoids will never be accepted by orthodox insectoids.
But if you ever pull such reckless stunts again, I will kill you with my own hands."
Nisis looked at Yeroshia, then at Zhang Fan.
In the end, she said to Yeroshia, "Go to Mars.
Remember, no matter what, you must survive. Only by living is there a future."
Yeroshia nodded, boarded a six-eyed creature and was sent off to Mars.
Xu Sha asked Overlord, "Isn't Mars where Lavia lives with the previous generation of humanity? Won't he be right at home there?"
Zhang Fan said openly in front of Nisis, "That's precisely the point, to let him live freely.
If he dares to betray the insectoids alongside those Mars dwellers, then I'll wipe them all out in one stroke.
If they behave themselves, they'll make for a decent fighting force."
Zhang Fan fixed his gaze on Nisis.
"Your sentimental feelings are somewhat superfluous, but you are after all the first insectoid with human emotions.
So I'll spare you this once. Do not test my tolerance again." Nisis immediately knelt. "This subordinate will never do it again." Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Good. This matter is settled. Now we must formulate the next plan. The Western Realm Emperor should be returning before long."
Zhang Fan never thought he would ever set foot on M3 of Sagittarius again. When he stepped onto this pale blue planet once more, over 2,000 years had passed.
Looking back, those 2 millennia had slipped away like a white pony darting across a crevice, a mere fleeting moment.
Memories from the past surged into his mind without any warning. His initial commission ceremony had taken place on this very ground, and he still vividly recalled the surge of excitement that coursed through him the moment his feet touched the soil. M3 of Sagittarius, humanity's greatest colonial world, was blessed with abundant resources and untouched by war. It was nothing short of a paradise. Then came the Chia, and paradise turned to hell. Though Zhang Fan never witnessed the destruction of M3 with his own eyes, the horrifying scenes that followed were undoubtedly far worse than anything he could have imagined. Noticing Zhang Fan halt in his tracks, Xu Sha asked curiously, "What troubles you, Supreme One?"
"Just recalling the past," he replied.
"I spent 3 months training here."
"Supreme One, you could relocate humanity here now. I believe the environment would be quite suitable for human habitation."
Zhang Fan smiled faintly.
"Never mind. Let us establish a forward base here instead.
I have no desire to suffer another invasion."
Nisis spoke up suddenly.
"We have thoroughly searched the entire Milky Way and found no trace of the Chia. They likely originate from beyond our galaxy."
Zhang Fan nodded slightly. "That does not add up. A distance of 1.8 million light-years should be relatively close. Why can we not locate them?"
Nisis reported, "Following the clues you provided, we conducted exhaustive searches within a radius of 1.8
million light-years from Earth, yet found no trace of the Chia." Xu Sha reminded him, "Could it merely be their forward outpost? I recall Minerva mentioning the Chia clan, which confirms they exist in the present era."
Yet Xu Sha then added, "However, the crux of the matter is that we are now in the Milky Way 65 million years ago.
If we eliminate the Chia now, you will never come into being and the Zucha will cease to exist.
Zhang Fan pondered for a moment before saying, in other words, I cannot casually alter the course of history.
Shucha nodded. That is a dilemma you must weigh, Supreme One.
If we disregard the Chia, humanity on Earth will eventually be destroyed by them.
But if we eliminate the Chia now, the Zucha will never come into existence. Nisis thought for a moment and suggested there is another possibility. 65 million years from now, after the Chia attack Earth and you escape, we could eliminate the Chia and rescue the remnants of humanity. 65 million years.
I fear I cannot survive that long.
Zhang Fan smiled bitterly. Even if Zucha bodies can be readily replaced, the very thought of enduring 65 million years is terrifying. I fear I would not last that long. Shucha continued, I imagine there must be other means besides black holes to control time within the universe.
Zhang Fan exclaimed, exactly.
A time machine.
Shucha and Nisis gazed at him in bewilderment. He immediately explained a time machine is humanity's ideal, a device capable of traversing time. The theoretical foundation exists, but it has never been successfully constructed. Nisis inquired, among all the myriad races of the universe, surely someone can construct such a time machine. If we could return to the future beyond the point where the Supreme One passed through the black hole into the Milky Way. The theory is feasible, but the present challenge lies in where to find such a machine.
Moreover, transporting an entire Zucha fleet would be entirely impossible. Shucha followed up, that is precisely the crux of the matter. If any race possessed the ability to traverse time, they would be invincible, for they could eliminate their enemies before those enemies grew powerful.
Yet no such race has ever appeared. Nisis immediately countered, what if we are already within the path of such a dominant race? Perhaps they have not launched an invasion against us simply because we pose no threat to them. The universe harbors countless possibilities, and each possibility yields an irreversible outcome. Should one forcibly reverse the result, the ultimate consequence would be the emergence of a parallel universe. Having spoken these words, Zhang Fan strolled across the grassland, admiring the sunset over planet M3. His silhouette evoked a profound sense of melancholy. Shucha and Nisis did not disturb him, they simply stood quietly behind him, keeping him company. The sun on planet M3 had fully set when Shucha suddenly spoke with a grave expression. Dosigia of the Western Realm Council has requested our Zuchao forces to intervene against the Southern Realm's invasion. Zhang Fan looked at Shucha in confusion. The Southern Realm. Don't they lack any great emperor-level figures? How could they mount an unprovoked attack on the Western Realm? Dosigia has transmitted the relevant materials. Would you like to review them, Supreme One? Play it. Shucha waved her hand and 3 image bugs projected 3 massive screens, each displaying the advance of colossal warships on both sides. These disc-shaped warships were unlike anything seen in the future, and their numbers were staggering, no fewer than 100 million. On the central screen, Dosigia, a white-haired figure with an eagle-like nose, spoke with an urgent expression. Supreme One, the Southern Realm's forces are currently ravaging our Western Realm. They have already seized 2 star systems. The council members are resisting with all their strength. We implore you to dispatch reinforcements. Zhang Fan asked in confusion, the Southern Realm has invaded us. Do they now possess great emperor-level figures? When did they become so audacious? Dosigia hastened to reply, according to our investigation, there are no great emperor-level figures within the Southern Realm. The invasion is being commanded by Mo Shao, the leader of the Mo clan. Mo clan? We have never heard of this race. Dosigia explained, the Mo clan is a newly risen race that has emerged within the past century. They possess formidable star-destroying warships. Preliminary calculations by the council indicate they have no fewer than 1,000 S-class star destroyers whose combat power rivals that of a great emperor. Zhang Fan nodded. A race with such strength should naturally be in its expansion phase. Shouldn't the Southern Realm be the target of their unification efforts? Dosigia immediately responded, this is precisely what bewilders us. Based on their route of advance, they have headed directly toward our Western Realm with clear purpose. Have you attempted contact with them? We did, but they offered no response. The Council's forces were compelled to attack only to discover their reserves were so overwhelmingly powerful. The Council army is clearly on the verge of collapse. Understood. I will make arrangements as soon as possible. Zhang Fan terminated the communication and turned to ask, can our forces currently handle such a massive fleet? Nisis and Shucha exchanged glances and nearly simultaneously shook their heads. Shucha replied, currently we possess 48 million warships plus a 20 million fleet of beast-melting Zuchao and other non-Zuchao vessels, no more than 80 million in total. By Zuchao forces alone we cannot prevail. Nisis added, we have only a single S-class command vessel, the Spirit Dragon Nest Zuchao. Even counting all the incubated vessels, the total would not exceed 500, less than half the enemy's strength. Zhang Fan nodded.
Under the current circumstances we cannot expect reinforcements from the dragon race.
This is indeed a serious problem.
Shucha suddenly asked, what if we deploy the star whale in battle?
Shucha proposed deploying Xingquan in combat, but Zhang Fan immediately rejected the plan. Although Xingquan's power is beyond S-class, it is both the key to the Dragon Clan's seal and our last line of defense.
It's not worth sending Xingquan into battle for the Western Realm.
Nia Shisi agreed as well. The enemy's intentions are unclear right now. There is no need at all to deploy Xingquan. If the worst comes to pass, don't we still have the War God's Spear? With this reminder from Nia Shisi, Zhang Fan smiled and said, right, if it comes to worst, let them witness the power of the War God's Spear.
When Zhang Fan returned to the Linglong Chaochong Nuya and the others had already assembled the army and were ready to depart.
The insect army once again departed the Milky Way to reinforce the Western Realm Council. Hu Bailey stood in the command room, still unable to figure out how the natural system humans had lost to the technological humans. Seeing Hu Bailey's resentful expression, Zhang Fan smiled and said, my king Hu Bailey, technology is an inevitable trend for humanity.
Only when technology reaches its peak will humans once again remember their own strength. What do you mean?
Hu Bailey looked at Zhang Fan in astonishment. Zhang Fan explained, simply put, when technology is underdeveloped, humans believe in ghosts and gods. When technology reaches a certain level, humans abandon those beliefs, but when technology reaches its limits.
Zhang Fan deliberately kept Hu Bailey in suspense.
Only after Hu Bailey bowed with his hands clasped did Zhang Fan say, the end of science is the beginning of theology.
Hu Bailey suddenly realized, you mean this is a cycle? Zhang Fan nodded. It is a cycle.
When things cannot be explained by science, humans pray and worship deities, and at the end of theology lies a higher level science to explain them. Zhang Fan patted Hu Bailey on the shoulder and laughed.
So don't dwell on it, old man.
By the time I finish fighting the Mo race and come back, humanity might have started missing the power of nature again.
Hu Bailey nodded and smiled. It seems the sovereign truly has a thorough understanding of humanity. I have always been a human.
Zhang Fan said this very naturally, but to Hu Bailey's ears it sounded rather strange.
The sovereign of the insect race claiming to be human just didn't seem right, no matter how one looked at it. Gaia Star System. The forward outpost established by the Mo race in the Southern Realm. Nebula Star System.
The defensive fortress of the Western Realm Council was built here. Between the two star systems lay an expanse of nothingness, but it was precisely this nothingness that provided both sides with a vast battlefield. When the insect army arrived at the Nebula Star System, they happened to run into a small-scale Mo race invasion.
Those saucer-shaped warships looked bulky, but they were extremely fast. Just as the insect vanguard prepared to engage, those fellows vanished in an instant. Duasajila welcomed Zhang Fan.
As soon as they sat down, he bowed and said, the Mo army has stopped advancing and has started building forward bases in the Gaia Star System.
We launched 3 harassment operations, but all of them failed.
Before Zhang Fan could speak, Duasajila continued, the Mo race also harasses us at irregular intervals, but our forces have successfully repelled them. Given the current situation, I expect this will be a protracted war. Zhang Fan said confidently, with my insect race around, there is no such thing as a protracted war.
Should dispatch a vanguard team to probe the Mo race's combat strength.
Manhwa suddenly stepped forward and said, Sovereign, I am willing to go, and I'll also get to test my exclusive warship.
Zhang Fan smiled. All right, be careful. After bowing in thanks, Manhwa led his elite squad and set out toward the void. Zhang Fan then said to Nuya and Baixue, you two will each lead a fleet as support. If nothing happens to Manhwa, you don't need to appear before him. After the two left, Duasajila remarked, the sovereign's concern for subordinates is unmatched by any other commander. Zhang Fan smiled.
I don't know what other commanders are like, but they are my insect race's great generals.
If I don't protect them, who will do the fighting? This question instead left Duasajila speechless.
Asking such an obvious question made him look foolish. Duasajila hastily changed the subject.
Sovereign warships from 16 star systems are currently heading here. An estimated 30 million warships will arrive. How should these fleets be deployed?
If we look only at numbers, they are evenly matched, but in terms of quality, I'm afraid we are slightly inferior.
How many S-class warships does our Western Realm have?
Duasajila quickly explained, most S-class warships have already been taken away by the Western Realm Emperor.
In fact, there aren't many S-class warships in any of the universes.
It's mainly because the Mo race is a newly risen race and the Southern Realm has no Emperor, so their S-class warship numbers far exceed ours. It seems the existence of the Emperor has restricted our development.
Zhang Fan said jokingly.
Duasajila hastily stopped him. Sovereign, you mustn't say that. If the Western Realm Emperor hears about it, your insect race will be finished.
Haha, that old man isn't that petty. If he wants to destroy our insect race, he can wait until he comes back. Zhang Fan didn't care at all what the Western Realm Emperor thought.
A battle with him was inevitable sooner or later, it was only a matter of how it would be fought. At that moment the main screen displayed a feed of Mengjia's vanguard. The moment they entered the void, a fleet of several hundred Mo saucer-shaped warships also entered. The two forces faced off without a word and immediately joined battle. The Mo race attacked first, sending thousands of blue lasers toward the insect warships. Shucha analyzed, these lasers are very powerful, but they shouldn't be able to break through our defensive barrier. Sure enough, Mengjia's insect warship used its defensive barrier to block the lasers, then immediately counterattacked with the ice blue dragon cannon and the primordial dragon cannon. The defensive capability of the Mo warships also exceeded Shucha's expectations. Their defensive barrier uses electromagnetic pulses. Such a barrier consumes enormous energy, but once it breaks it releases an electromagnetic pulse wave that can paralyze any warship with electronic components. Zhang Fan smiled. Our insect warships seem to have few electronic components besides neurons, right? Nyashisi immediately said electromagnetic pulses are of little use against our insect race.
Only our non-essential instruments have electronic components. Manhwa's exclusive warship, the Tsaoming, was a Supra-class vessel with overwhelming firepower, defensive strength comparable to the Linglong Chaochong, and extremely powerful spatial folding capabilities. The Tsaoming folded space rapidly across the battlefield, giving the impression of instantaneous teleportation. Such a warship left not only the Mo race but even the well-traveled Duasajila utterly dumbfounded. After being stunned for a long time, Duasajila asked Sovereign WH, what kind of warship is this? Short-range instantaneous teleportation consumes a huge amount of energy and recharging takes a very long time. How? How does it keep teleporting continuously? Zhang Fan smiled. That's not teleportation, it's short-range folding. But the effect is about the same. Duasajila exclaimed even more loudly, short-range folding is even more unrealistic. How strong must one's mental strength be to control it? Are there no side effects?
Nyashisi smiled and said, Counselor, our insect warships are living organisms themselves. For the warship this is nothing major. With the added mental fusion of the beast god General Mengjia, it's even less of a challenge. Duasajila kept exclaiming in admiration, this is too invincible. Who could even hit it? As Duasajila said, the Mo Zoo warships could not strike Tsaoming at all, instead Tsaoming leapt onto their backs and destroyed several. The Mo Zoo Vanguard commander also recognized the formidable nature of this Chonzu warship and immediately ordered the dispatch of a mimic ship. The mimic ship, a Mo Zoo support vessel, can fully replicate the opponent's warship's performance and firepower. But although it could fully emulate Tsaoming's performance and firepower, it could not possess Tsaoming's individual consciousness, for Tsaoming is a living warship. And no matter how faithfully the Mo Zoo ships mimic, they are still operated by pilots. Their handling and self-awareness are not on the same cadence. Seeing that the mimic ship failed to achieve his aim and was easily destroyed, the Mo Zoo Vanguard commander quickly issued an order to ensnare. Dozens of Mo Zoo warships lured Tsaoming into a trap, while Mengjia, reveling in slaughter, paid no heed to the fact that he had already distanced himself from the fleet. In the command room, Zhang Fan roared in anger, this fool, it seems the composite intelligence of our Shoshin Zhang needs to be improved as well. Shusha smiled, Overlord, rest assured, Mengjia, though bloodthirsty, is not stupid. He must have performed a comprehensive analysis of his abilities before charging into the enemy ranks with bold confidence. Zhang Fan did not dispute it, but still ordered Nuya Baishuei, keep an eye on Mengjia. If he falls into the trap, you must provide immediate support. Yes, Overlord. Zhang Fan, worried that Mengjia would fall into the trap while Mengjia charged straight into it, dozens of warships suddenly formed a surrounding circle, trapping Mengjia inside. Then another 30-odd warships opened fire. Nuya Baishuei cried out in alarm, ready to dispatch support, but Baishuei blocked her. Nothing to worry about, watch, Mengjia's speed is second only to mine. Escaping from such a low-grade trap would be effortless. 10 Mo Zoo ships emitted electromagnetic waves to weave an electronic pulse net. As the net formed, it was empty inside. Tsaoming had already leaped out of the net. This infuriated the Mo Zoo Vanguard commander to no end. In a rage, he deployed an S-class Star Destroyer. This colossal Star Destroyer appeared with a volley of cluster missiles. As the missiles approached Tsaoming, they suddenly exploded. Thousands of small missiles rode the blast's momentum, their speed doubling Tsaoming. The warping to dodge most still took hits from dozens of small missiles. These missiles were not large in size, but their power was formidable. Tsaoming's shield, rivaling Linglong Chaochong's defense, had been consumed by 25, not a small figure. Once breached, death awaits. Tsaoming hastened to retreat, but those cluster missiles seemed to have eyes. No matter how fast Tsaoming moved, they instantly shadowed him, and their explosion's timing was precise. Each attack saw dozens of small missiles hitting Tsaoming. After 2 hits, Mengjia quickly had Shang Dunchong and Huan Xingchong come to aid. Huan Xingchong immediately mimicked Tsaoming. Although Huan Xingchong has no offensive power, it is a living warship and in speed and performance could mimic Tsaoming exactly. These missiles perplexed the Mo Zoo. For a moment they couldn't decide which to attack. The Mo Zoo missiles after a while dispersed and attacked Tsaoming indiscriminately. But with Shang Dunchang's protection, these missiles basically had little effect. The Mo Zoo Vanguard commander asked in confusion, do they also have mimic ships?
Which race is this actually? The adjutant said, we have just received orders to retreat and wait for further arrangements.
The Mo warships retreated entirely and the Changzhou did not pursue. When Meng Jia returned to Linglong Chaochon, he immediately reported the tactical test results to Zhang Fan.
Overlord, the Mo's strength is weaker than I imagined, but their S-class warship missiles are quite formidable.
Zhang Fan nodded, but countering such missiles is not too difficult. Xu Sha, after sending the combat data of the two armies to the display, said, in this test the dedicated ship Chaomeng outperforms Mo warships in every metric, but our ordinary warships are comparatively weaker. Enemy losses are 45 ships while ours are 70. Most of the enemy's losses were caused by Chaomeng, so our ordinary warships to enemy ratio is 3:1, a ratio far too low. Dusla suddenly said. Everyone's attention was on Meng Jia's exclusive ship. When I review the ordinary warships matchups, I find the Changzhou ships' losses were caused by Mo fighters and bombers, and there were hardly any ships destroyed by the ships themselves. If that's really the case, that's fine. Even our small warship's attack power isn't inferior to theirs. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and said, deploy Zimuqi Baochong to the frontier of the void to cut off their harassment, then release some Shizhu to enter a feigned death state and slip into the enemy ranks. Nisis immediately said, it's already arranged. From now on we should also introduce incubator organs on the ships. Once a ship is destroyed, these Shizhu and Jisheng Pai will be released immediately. Xu Sha nodded. What the Overlord said has already been implemented on the Qinong Chong, though not mounted on the attacking warships.
Now you must immediately implement the next steps. A matriarch suddenly reported, we have received a signal from Mozu Overlord, should we join in?
Zhang Fan glanced at Duasajila and laughed. It seems the big stick diplomacy still works. You contacted them pretending to ignore them, and after you attacked once they contacted us immediately. When the frame came on screen, Zhang Fan thought the display was broken. The whole screen was black and without some stars as background you could not tell there was a person.
We are Mozu from Jiawada Airnan, why are you blocking our way?
Zhang Fan, hearing the deep and stiff voice, found it amusing. Why? Because you entered our Western Realms territory.
Didn't your elders teach you to be polite when entering another's home?
The deep stiff voice sounded curious. Your territory.
Does the universe have ownership?
Zhang Fan nodded. It seems you are a brand new race. If you wish to expand your domain, turn back and let the border be conquered as you please, we won't interfere.
No, our sacred will tells us that this direction is our belonging.
Zhang Fan teased. Then go consult your sacred will. If you fail to coordinate, shall we fight a few more times?
How? We do not wish to fight you, we only want to fight other races.
The insect-kind folk looked at each other. Duasajila and Hu Bailey stared at one another for a long while, then laughed. What a bizarre idea. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Damn typical of a bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. The insect race members were at a loss for words at the Mo clan's mindset of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, standing dumbfounded for a long while.
Zhang Fan finally said, the entire Western realm is under my jurisdiction now. If you intend to attack it, you'll have to go through me first.
The Mo clan commander fell silent for a moment before saying, the sacred will has told us that our race's future lies on a planet called Kasseker.
Therefore we must reach that place no matter what.
Duasajila quietly explained to Zhang Fan, Kasseker is the territory of the dragon race. But during the Great War between the Sovereign and Lamuya, the planet Kasseker was already destroyed. Zhang Fan chuckled. Your sacred will isn't very reliable after all.
Kasseker was destroyed long ago. The Mo clan commander flew into a rage. Impossible. That is the planet guided by the sacred will. It cannot have been destroyed.
Zhang Fan spread his hands helplessly and said, I told you it was destroyed, but you don't believe me. Very well, I'll allow you to send one warship to that star region and see for yourselves. The Mo clan commander immediately agreed to send only a single warship to investigate. Naturally, what it found was that the place had long since been reduced to an asteroid belt.
Upon receiving the news, the Mo clan commander shouted furiously, Who destroyed our hope? Zhang Fan replied calmly, it was the Western Realm Emperor, His Majesty Jiaretai. If you want revenge, go find him.
The Mo clan commander stared at Zhang Fan curiously.
Isn't he the ruler of your Western Realm? You would betray him so easily. Ha ha ha, you seem to be mistaken.
He may rule the Western Realm, but I'm not his subordinate.
If you defeat him, wouldn't that be even better for me? Cunning race. Where can we find him?
Xu Sha took over from Zhang Fan and said, we don't know exactly where he is either.
If you're interested, you can go take a look in the Eastern Realm.
Xu Sha promptly transmitted the star map of the Eastern Realm border to the Mo clan commander.
The commander accepted it without even a word of thanks.
Zhang Fan said with a smile, all right, the star map is yours. Go ahead and take your revenge on him, but don't come stirring up trouble in my Western Realm anymore. The Mo clan commander fell silent once more, then said, just now the sacred will told me that your race will be the greatest obstacle to our development.
We are determined to exterminate you.
Zhang Fan was rather taken aback by this outcome. He had hoped to resolve the conflict peacefully and shift the trouble onto the Western Realm Emperor in the process, but unexpectedly the Mo clan had turned the conversation back to him.
What? Are you still looking for war?
Fine, then don't blame us for being ruthless this time.
Death to all who enter the void.
The Mo clan commander hurriedly interjected. I wasn't finished speaking yet.
What's the hurry? I wasn't talking about today.
We will first go and seek revenge on the Western Realm Emperor, and after that we'll come back to settle accounts with you. Faced with such reasoning, Zhang Fan was at a loss for how to respond. He could only agree. All right, if you insist, then we have no choice but to accept.
When you're done with the Western Realm Emperor, come find us again. We'll be waiting for you in the Western Realm.
The Mo clan had come for no apparent reason and retreated for no apparent reason. Watching their warships gradually head eastward, Zhang Fan felt somewhat bewildered.
The universe is so vast that it breeds every kind of oddity. Xu Sha laughed.
With their military strength, challenging the Western Realm Emperor is nothing short of seeking death.
Still, it'll give the Western Realm Emperor some trouble.
Hu Bailey also remarked, are the minds of such advanced civilizations really that simplistic?
Can't we get someone more reliable? Reliable.
Would you only call it reliable if they fought us to the death?
Isn't it better to send them off?
We need to expand our legions as quickly as possible, and we were just worrying about where to go.
They're going to trouble the Western Realm Emperor, so we'll go to the Southern Realm.
Hu Bailey immediately approved of Zhang Fan's suggestion.
That's a good plan.
At present there should be no force in the Southern Realm that can stand in our way. The XSI also added, this army is going to attack the Western Realm Emperor while we launch a surprise attack on the Southern Realm. Even if the Western Realm Emperor questions us later, we can say we were helping him teach the Mo clan a lesson.
Good, let's do it. Since we're out here anyway, we might as well continue expanding our armaments.
We urgently need S-class warships.
Let's head south and see if there are any genes worth plundering.
Before long, after the Mo clan warships had departed, the insect race fleet set out for the Southern Realm. The moment they arrived, Zhang Fan was reminded of the people from the Jinqiu and Zhouyun star systems.
Let's go to the Jinqiu star system first. It's been a long time since I've seen Dualia.
I wonder how she's been managing it.
The XSI said Dualia has been sending bioengineered humans to second Earth on schedule.
After we entered the Milky Way, the bioengineered troops were sent to Dualu planet on the galaxy's edge, with designated personnel arriving periodically to receive them.
Zhang Fan nodded. Let's go.
We might as well make the Jinqiu star system our forward base in the Southern Realm. Since no one else has managed to become the Southern Realm Emperor, I wouldn't mind having a try. The insect race army had barely entered the Jinqiu star system when Jiesong Zindasan and Nuod's welcoming vessel were already waiting at the border. Under their guidance, Zhang Fan and his party arrived at the new capital planet of the Jinqiu star system, planet Huana. As soon as they stepped off the ship, Dualia came forward to greet them.
Greetings, Sovereign. Hundreds of years have passed and the Sovereign has finally returned.
Zhang Fan patted her head with a smile.
You've worked hard, little one.
I can see you've done quite well here. Dualia hurriedly explained to Zhang Fan, I merged the three clans and using our biotechnology, biochemical technology, mechanical technology and enhanced armor have incubated a brand new mechanical insect race.
I was just about to send a batch to you, Sovereign. Mechanical insect race. That's a novel idea. Come on, lead the way and let me see it.
Dualia led Zhang Fan and the others to the plaza. She clapped her hands and a squad of mechanized swift spirit bugs advanced in precise formation. Zhang Fan examined them closely and laughed. Ha, I really never thought I'd see swift spirit bugs marching in formation.
That's hilarious. Dualia looked a bit embarrassed.
Sovereign, these swift spirit bugs after modification have far greater attacking power and discipline. Immediately afterward, another team of mechanical mantises marched out in formation. Their appearance had not changed much, but their weapon systems had been replaced with mechanized weaponry. The blades on their arms had also been converted into laser swords.
Dualia introduced them.
The steel mantises are built with a mechanical skeleton forged from reinforced chromium alloy, making them faster and stronger in attack. The twin laser swords in their hands can slice through almost any kind of armor. Behind the mantises came insect race creatures with semi-mechanical bodies. Some were outfitted with weapon systems, some with defense systems, and oddest of all, some had even turned their locomotion systems into flamethrowers. Xu Sha shook her head increasingly as she watched. What kind of monsters are these?
They're neither fish nor fowl. Dualia immediately retorted, what do you mean neither fish nor fowl?
Aren't they still members of the insect race?
They're a formidable fighting force.
Dualia and Xu Sha were of equivalent rank in the insect race hierarchy, but Xu Sha had always been by Zhang Fan's side and no one had ever dared talk to her that way. Xu Sha retorted angrily, then I'd like to see just how well these monsters of yours can fight. Xu Sha and Dualia were at daggers drawn, yet Zhang Fan made no move to stop them.
He too wanted to see just how formidable these mechanical insectoids were. Still, an arena hardly seemed fitting for an insectoid battle.
Zhang Fan smiled at Jiesong and said, "Please arrange a battlefield for us so we can enjoy a proper contest between insect races."
"I will arrange it at once." Jiesong nodded hurriedly. Under his direction, a sufficiently large battlefield was soon cleared on the outskirts of the city.
For insectoids, there was no such thing as a friendly match. Every fight was a life and death struggle.
The moment the two forces took formation, Shusha's enhanced swift spirit insects fell into complete disorder, utterly devoid of any formation.
They scurried around wildly as if already too impatient to wait. Dualia's mechanical swift spirit insects, by contrast, stood in perfect unison, motionless, without orders, disciplined to the core. In the center of the formation, the laser mantises looked especially imposing.
Zhang Fan gave the order and the battle began.
Shusha's primeval insect race poured eagerly onto the battlefield and charged madly toward Dualia's ranks. Dualia's side, however, remained completely motionless, quietly waiting for the primeval insects to make their charge. When the primeval insects closed to within less than 500 meters of her troops, she gave a single command. The mechanical dragon cannon insects fired 10,000 cannon blasts at once, and the whole earth shook.
The charging enhanced swift spirit insects took heavy losses from that first bombardment, but by the time the second volley landed, they had all switched to low-altitude flight mode. In low-altitude flight mode, the enhanced swift spirit insects became even faster. In the blink of an eye, they had already swept into the ranks of the mechanical swift spirit insects. Relying on their reinforced mechanical frames and bio-boosted carapaces, the mechanical swift spirit insects withstood the charge of the enhanced swift spirit insects head-on. Immediately afterward, the mechanical swift spirit insects launched their counterattack. At close range, their spear-like antennae thrust and stabbed at medium-range machine guns rattled without pause. After the collision of swift spirit insects, the laser mantises joined the fray. With one slash, they cut down a swath of enemies. Although the enhanced swift spirit insects pierced through the barriers and armor of the laser mantises with their antennae, they could not stop the mantises' movements. The mantises of the primeval insect race also entered the fight, and the versatility of the mantis series compensated for their defensive shortcomings when facing the laser mantises. The primeval bone shield elephant insects charged into the center of the battlefield. This impact was like a sharp blade carving a gash into the mechanical insectoid's formation. At that moment, the primeval dragon beast insects followed right behind the bone shield elephant insects, plunging into the great mechanical formation and unleashing a mad rampage. A single step from a colossal dragon beast insect could crush a swath of mechanical swift spirit insects, and a single dragon breath could melt a squad of laser mantises. The mechanical insect race also suffered enormous losses from this assault. However, Zhang Fan could see that Dualia was not flustered in the least.
She calmly commanded the mechanical insects, which were already showing signs of defeat. Xu Sha sneered, "These monsters are nothing more than this." But just when Xu Sha believed victory was within her grasp, Dualia issued a single command.
Hundreds of mechanical centipedes suddenly burst out from underground and unleashed a volley of laser fire at the rear formation of the primeval insects.
In an instant, hundreds of dragon beast insects were turned into chunks of flesh, while the bone shield beast insects could only be described as sliced pieces. The battlefield was a blood-soaked scene. Nuod could not help saying, "These insectoids are too vicious, they show no mercy even to their own kind."
Niexisai shot him a disdainful glance and laughed. "This is war. Showing mercy to the enemy is pushing yourself to the edge of death. Could it be that Lord Nuod does not understand such a simple truth?" Zindasan quickly said, "The Jinqiu galaxy has not known war for so many years. Under the leadership of the insect race, we have always coexisted peacefully." Niexisai shook her head. "It seems your experiences really are too few."
She turned to Zhang Fan and saluted, saying, "Sovereign, I suggest that everyone from the Jinqiu galaxy join our battle to conquer the southern realm."
Zhang Fan nodded. I was thinking exactly that."
"Prepare yourselves. Let your fleets and set out soon after."
Nuod hastily shook his head. "Sovereign, this won't do.
We are the rear support of the insect race. The previous agreement did not require us to take part in insect combat operations."
Niexisai said with a hint of anger, "Do you have the right to object?"
That single phrase rendered Nuod speechless. Zindasan quickly bowed to Zhang Fan and said, "We will certainly obey the sovereign's command."
"Certainly obey."
Zindasan hurriedly pulled the still protesting Nuod out of the room. Once outside the door, after making sure no one was around, he complained, "Are you stupid? Have the insectoids ever reasoned with us all these years?"
"But. Don't keep saying but. Go prepare now.
It looks like the strength we have amassed over all these years is finally time to be shown."
Nuod was greatly shocked. "You mean? Don't ask any more questions. Later go find Jiesong and see if we can pull Dualia over to our side." "Dualia? Are you crazy?" She is insect race. The insect race only listens to the sovereign. Don't you know that? Nonsense, of course I know. But Dualia is not necessarily one of them.
Late that night, Zhang Fan, Dualia, Shusha and the others were studying the comparative strength of the primeval insect race and the mechanical insect race, as well as how their tactics could complement each other's advantages. Jesong came to the meeting room, saluted and said, "Lady Dualia, please come for a moment.
There is a problem at the hatchery that requires your assistance." Dualia glanced at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan nodded. Dualia came out quickly and said angrily to Jesong, "What problem could the hatchery possibly have? You're not trying to get me to put in a good word for you before the sovereign, are you?" Jesong looked around and said, "It is inconvenient to speak here. Please follow us, Lady Dualia." Dualia followed Jesong into a hidden underground chamber. She asked in confusion, "What did you bring me here for?" "I still have important matters to report to the sovereign." Jesong did not reply but led Dualia to a steel door. The door slowly opened and Nuod and Zindasan were already waiting inside. Dualia asked curiously, "Aren't you supposed to be preparing for battle? Why are you still here?" Nuod said with a helpless expression, "Lady Dualia, please save us." Dualia was even more bewildered. "Save you? What is that supposed to mean?"
Nuod said, "Today when you and Shusha were having your contest, that Niexisai standing beside the sovereign made no end of slanderous remarks about you. I said just one word in your defense and she actually suggested to the sovereign that I lead the troops out to war."
Dualia laughed. "That is perfectly normal.
This time our insect race has come to conquer the southern realm.
If you want to blame someone, blame the Mo tribe in your southern realm."
Zindasan saw that Dualia did not understand, so he continued, "I have noticed that several matriarchs of the primeval insect race simply look down on our Jinsho galaxy."
Jesong cut in, "Exactly.
Lady Dualia has put so much thought into the mechanical insect race, yet Lady Shusha dismissed it as utterly worthless.
And that Lady Niexisai was even worse, she actually said." This hesitation thoroughly piqued Dualia's curiosity. "What did she say?" Jesong only shook his head and remained silent. Nuod, unable to hold it in any longer, said loudly to Dualia, "She said that you are a forgotten inferior insectoid race unworthy to be mentioned in the same breath as them." Doria could no longer tolerate Nord's words. She had dedicated herself diligently to the splendid star system for 100 years only to be dismissed as a lower-class insect race. Doria roared, "Was that said by that bitch Nises? I'll go settle the score with her." Jesson quickly tried to dissuade her. "Lady Doria, if you rush over like this, Lady Nises might deny it and we'll be the ones accused of sowing discord." Nord added, "Besides, in today's battle the mechanical insect race lost to the native insect race. Although the sovereign heaped praise on the mechanical insect race, everyone could tell he was merely trying to comfort you, my lady." Henderson chimed in, "Actually, our mechanical insect race is already formidable. It's just that among the native insect race there happened to be such a targeted existence as the electromagnetic insect. Without it we would definitely have annihilated the native insect race completely." Doria nodded. "This is indeed the main flaw. We must resolve it, or else our mechanical insect race will be as good as scrapped whenever we encounter electromagnetic weapons." Nord was startled for a moment, then steered the conversation back. "Even if our mechanical insect race has some shortcomings, that still doesn't justify calling Lady Doria a lower-class insect race." Gnashing her teeth in fury, Doria snarled, "The damned bitch Nises. Who does she think she is? I'll definitely teach her a lesson." Jesson tried to stop her. "That might not be wise. Lady Nises has always been by the sovereign side and she seems quite close to Lady Shucha as well. If you insist on provoking them, Lady Doria, you'll only end up the one who suffers." Doria flew into a rage. "I refuse to believe this. I have ruled the splendid star system for so many years, growing from tens of thousands of troops to a fleet of over 1,000,000. Am I supposed to be afraid of them?" Henderson quickly signaled her to keep her voice down. "That's not a good idea. The sovereign won't allow you to act recklessly." At the mention of Zhang Fan, Doria calmed down slightly. "But I can't just let them humiliate me like this." Seeing that the moment was ripe, Nord promptly said, "Actually, we could simply teach them a minor lesson. Nothing too serious, I believe the sovereign won't mind." "You have a plan?" Nord smirked cunningly. "I do have an idea, but I'm not sure if you, Lady Doria, would dare to carry it out." Burning with indignation, Doria insisted she dared. "Stop wasting words. Just tell me directly, what do you plan to do?" After Nord whispered a scheme into her ear, Doria nodded. "It's a good plan, but it would cost quite a number of native insect race troops. If the sovereign comes down on us for it, things could get troublesome." Henderson chuckled. "What does losing some troops matter? As if today's battle didn't already cost enough. We can simply make up the numbers with mechanical insects afterward."
After further deliberation, the four of them decided to carry out Nord's plan to teach Nisis and Shucha a lesson. When Doria returned to the council chamber, Zhang Fan and the others had already finished their discussion.
Seeing her come back, Nisis asked, "Doria, where did you go? Do you have to personally handle every trivial matter? Indeed, governing a star system is no small feat. The host of affairs is as vast as the stars in the universe. Though I've made some modest gains over these years, I'm still far from meeting the sovereign's expectations."
Zhang Fan smiled. "You've already done quite well. Back then the splendid star system could be forced to surrender by our 100,000 warships, yet now you command 1,000,000.
Impressive, truly impressive."
Doria quickly bowed. "My achievements are hardly worth mentioning. In the same span of time, the sovereign has already built a fleet of 10 million warships."
Nisis was enraged.
"Doria, you're far too audacious.
How dare you compare yourself to the sovereign? Don't forget your place."
Doria shot back, "My place? We are both mistresses.
Is there any distinction between high and low among us?" Nisis was already preparing to strike.
Shucha intended to stop her, but Zhang Fan communicated through his mind, "Let them fight.
Some matters can only be resolved with a brawl."
Nisis and Doria clashed directly in the council chamber, their battle so violent that it nearly tore the entire meeting hall apart.
Nord and the others rushed into the hall.
Seeing the two mistresses locked in fierce combat, they feigned shock.
"What's going on here?
Why are the two ladies fighting?"
Zhang Fan laughed. "It's nothing. They're just playing around. Stand farther back and enjoy the show."
Delighted by this, Nord and the others quickly retreated to the doorway.
Suddenly a mechanical insect warrior burst into the hall.
It bore a humanoid frame with mechanical bones partially covered in insect kite and twin missile launchers mounted on its shoulders, an insect scythe in one hand and a laser gun barrel in the other, an utterly bizarre sight. Without any regard for the circumstances, the creature charged in and immediately opened fire at Nisis. Its shoulder missile bays were already open, and after a brief glance around, it seemed only the fact that this was a meeting room kept the missiles from being launched.
Shucha roared furiously, "The sovereign is right here.
Who dares to act so insolently?" Doria quickly leaped out of the fight and stood before the mechanical insect warrior, bowing to Zhang Fan.
"Please forgive me, sovereign. This is Chong, my imitation of a mechanical beast god general.
It is still in the testing phase, so it doesn't know its own strength.
I beg your forgiveness."
Nisis touched the burn on her shoulder and sneered, "Your monster legion is truly impressive. You even dare to replicate a beast god general.
Are you trying to stage a rebellion?"
Doria hastily explained, "Sovereign, I never intended such a thing. The splendid star system's combat strength is sorely insufficient.
The mechanical insect race needs a beast god general to command it."
Nisis continued, "Are you saying the mechanical insect race's hive consciousness is so weak that you can't control it, and you need this monster that doesn't even respect the sovereign to assist you?" Doria wanted to argue further, but Zhang Fan abruptly rose to his feet.
"Enough. Both of you shut up.
You're nothing but a pair of little troublemakers who give me no peace." Zhang Fan walked up to Doria and carefully examined the creature named Chong, the imitation mechanical beast god general. "Doria, I can accept the mechanical insect race, but you must destroy this thing.
A beast god general is not something you may casually replicate. Sovereign."
Zhang Fan cut her off. "You've been far away in the splendid star system for so many years, so I won't hold this against you. But you will dispose of this monster immediately." Without sparing another glance at grief-stricken Doria, Zhang Fan turned and left the meeting hall. As Shucha passed Doria, she too shook her head. Nisis cast a contemptuous look at Doria and whispered as she walked by, "Monsters will never be accepted by the insect race."
"You." Doria wanted to lunge forward and cut Nisis down with one strike, but she couldn't possibly do so.
Nord and the others quickly came to her side. "My lady, you see how biased the sovereign is."
Henderson added, "Indeed. Who do they think they are?
How dare they call our mechanical beast god general a monster?" Jessen shook his head helplessly.
"Alas. What can we do?
We are from a remote star system, and after all we were never
native insect race."
Doria's fists were clenched so tightly that blood seeped from her palms. At this moment all she could think of was killing Nisis. At the sight of Dualia's fury, Zindasan and the others hastened to console her.
Nuode complained, "The overlord is far too cold-hearted."
The charm was painstakingly cultivated by you, milady, through immense effort. Jesson let out a sigh and said, "If you ask me, people from these fringe star systems simply cannot be compared to the insect race." Growing angrier as she listened, Dualia said, "Chom, come with me to the incineration chamber." Zindasan hastily stopped her. "Lady Dualia, do you truly intend to destroy the Chong?"
Jesson also tried to dissuade her, saying this will not do.
The Chong is our strongest combat power, and it was carefully hatched by Lady Dualia.
You cannot simply destroy it. Nuode quickly chimed in exactly. All of this is that Niexisai's fault. If not for her, none of this would have happened. The three of them took turns sowing discord around Dualia in the conference room until her mind was filled with nothing but rage. Dualia let out a furious roar. Niexisai, I will kill you. Nuode, sensing that the moment was right, promptly said, in truth, Niexisai is merely one among millions of matriarchs. Her death will not affect the insect race in the slightest. If we proceed according to our plan, we will be able to eliminate her with ease. After a moment of silence, Dualia said, very well, let us do as you propose. As long as we can kill Niexisai, all else is negotiable. Nuode and the others immediately went to arrange the ambush against Niexisai. After the three left, Shucha suddenly appeared behind Dualia. These three fools have long harbored treacherous intent. What military strength do they command? Dualia bowed. They naturally believe they can control all the troops, and the three of them have also hidden a fair number of soldiers in secret. Unfortunately, we have never discovered where. Shucha smiled, then play along with them. The fact that they want to provoke a civil war in the insect race shows that their strength is not particularly great. They plan to stir up discord, put you on the throne, and once they regain power, kill you so that the Jinshio galaxy can be independent again. Dualia sneered. They have thought it all out nicely, but they seem to have forgotten that the insect race can never betray the overlord. Shucha laughed as well. Let them perform then. Cooperate as much as possible. But have you fully mastered this galaxy's technology? Dualia nodded. I have mastered it completely. If we pair it with nanobot technology, I believe a brand new mechanized insect race can become a formidable fighting force. Shucha nodded. Put on a good show then. Uncover their hidden forces and settle the matter as quickly as possible. We still have expansion to pursue. The next morning, as Zhang Fan was planning his next target of attack, Jesong reported, Overlord, our scouts have just sent word that we have discovered a brand new planet. Its civilization is only at the stage of early space exploration. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. He no longer placed importance on such minor planets. Now a mere dispatch of some insect race forces would be enough to eliminate them. Niexisai, take the troops and go. Gather as many useful genes as possible. Jesong had been racking his brains over how to get Niexisai to go, but before he could even speak, Zhang Fan had unexpectedly ordered her to leave. Jesong immediately said to Niexisai with great respect, this way, milady, I will show you the path. Niexisai then led a small battle fleet of 100,000 warships toward the planet Jesong had mentioned. Nuya and Baishua watched the departing fleet. Nuya burst into laughter. Are these idiots genuinely stupid? Since when has a matriarch been sent to lead the vanguard? Are we beast god generals mere ornaments? Baishua chuckled as well. Haha. You can't really blame them. They've been trapped here ever since their surrender and have never witnessed the wider world. The fleet under Niexisai quickly arrived at the star region Jesong had mentioned, only to discover no trace of the so-called planet. Instead, she suddenly found herself surrounded by mechanized insect race warships. What is the meaning of this? Niexisai asked in alarm. Jesong laughed aloud. What does it mean? Today is the day you die. Niexisai smiled as well. Why are you here alone? What about the other two? Jesong was utterly bewildered. Niexisai showed no sign of fear, as if she had been prepared for this all along. Jesong gave the order, but the mechanized insect race did not move at all. Niexisai laughed heartily. You fool. You actually tried to turn the insect race against the overlord. Don't you know that the insect race can never betray him? Jesong feigned surprise. Yes. How could I have forgotten that? The instant he finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of warships suddenly encircled Niexisai and the entire mechanized insect race. Jesong laughed loudly. Did you really think we had forgotten that the insect race can never betray the overlord? If we hadn't played that part, would you have taken the bait? Zindison, speaking from a bio-android warship, added, and one more thing, we also know that a rescue fleet will come for you shortly. Unfortunately, they will fall into our trap. Niexisai clapped her hands. Impressive. Your plan is quite perfect. Get rid of me and Dualia, then destroy the troops who come to our aid. But here's the problem. Even if you annihilate all reinforcements, we still command tens of millions of troops in the insect race. Do you actually see a chance of victory for yourselves? Zindison laughed. Tens of millions. Ha ha ha. We have already jammed every message in this region. No one knows what's happening here. Once you're dead, we will send out a distress signal and continue ambushing your rescue fleets. Niexisai asked with curiosity. At most your tactic can be used twice, I imagine. The third time the overlord will certainly lead the grand fleet here personally. Jesong said. Then so much the better. We will retake the Jinshio galaxy and then strike from both sides, annihilating the entire insect race while they are still on their way. Niexisai froze for a moment, then laughed so hard she could barely straighten up. You make it sound far too easy.
What exactly are you going to use to retake the Jinxiu galaxy? And do you even have enough military force to wipe out our insect race?
Zindison nearly roared. Do you truly think we're fools?
After all the oppression you have put us through for so many years, wouldn't we have stockpiled our strength?
I'm telling you, your insect race is doomed this time.
Jiesong hastily urged. Enough idle talk with her, dispose of her first.
Niexisai said to Dualia, these traitors are yours to take care of.
Just as Zindison was about to give the order to attack, he suddenly discovered that hundreds of thousands of mechanized insect race warships had surrounded them once more.
Zindison exclaimed in shock, what's the meaning of this? Didn't all the mechanized insect race warships go out to deal with Niexisai?
Where did this army come from? Dualia smirked. Did you think you were the only ones capable of hiding strength in secret?
This force was prepared for you long ago.
The tide had turned once more and Jiesong felt a twinge of panic. Although they still had an even more powerful force, it had been taken away by Nuode waiting for the signal to retake the Jinxiu galaxy. But given the current situation, they might not be able to deal with Dualia and Niexisai. Instead they would be the ones dealt with.
Zindison, also seeing that there was no way back, could only order fire everything. Exterminate these insects. All the firepower of the Jinxiu galaxy fleet poured down upon the encircled fleet of Niexisai and Dualia.
Yet they seemed to have forgotten that behind them remained a vast swarm of insect race warships. A fierce battle unfolded and Dualia did not expect Jiesong and the others to conceal such formidable power. The native swarm led by Nises broke through left, while Dualia's mechanical swarm aided by the peripheral swarm launched a brutal assault on Nuode's main fleet. Zindison hurriedly deployed the electromagnetic cannon to counter Dualia's mechanical swarm but found that the cannon had no effect at all. Zindison grabbed the adjutant by the collar and roared, why is the electromagnetic cannon useless?
The adjutant wore a blank expression. I don't know, logically the mechanical swarm should be disrupted by the electromagnetic cannon. This is what we saw with our own eyes.
Yet the truth was that Dualia's mechanical swarm warships moved through the electromagnetic field surrounding the cannon without the slightest pause, suggesting the cannon had no effect on the mechanical swarm at all. Zindison simply could not understand why in the war against the native swarm the EM swarm could easily defeat the mechanical swarm while the far more powerful electromagnetic cannon now produced no effect. If there were no electromagnetic cannon, it would be impossible to wipe out the mechanical swarm in such a short time, and with so many native swarms still present, a failure would spell ruin for them all. Zindison immediately ordered all fleets to concentrate their assault on Dualia's flagship. The only way forward was to kill her, for only by taking her down could they hope to stop the mechanical swarm. Dreams are sweet but reality is cruel. Facing the frontal mechanical swarm while defending against the native swarm behind them, the current situation was dire for Zindison and his comrades. Jiesong's anxious visage appeared on the main screen, shouting in alarm, we must break through and retreat at once. If this continues we will surely die.
Where can we retreat to? Besides destroying the swarm, we have nowhere to go. We can summon Nuode to pick us up. Although we cannot wipe out the swarm, escaping this place should not be impossible. As long as we live there is hope. Zindison shook his head. We blocked all signals here. Once we reopen them, the swarm will know what happened here and Nuode might be wiped out before he acts. Then what do we do? What do we do? Are we just going to wait and die? Zindison grit his teeth. Charge. Carve a bloody path. That is better than waiting to die. We still have hundreds of thousands of warships to regroup in another star system and come back for revenge. The two quickly decided to merge their fleets and charge toward the swarm's weak southern flank. After losing about 30,000 warships, the splendid galaxy fleets led by Zindison and Jiesong finally broke through the swarm's encirclement. The vast cosmos awaited them. If they can jump, tracking their traces across the universe would be nearly impossible. As they breached the swarm's outer lines, they spotted Nuode's fleet. While the two were puzzled, Nuode said to them, I detected massive swarm fleet movements in the splendid galaxy and sensed something amiss, so I came to assist. Jiesong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zindison said, our plan has failed, retreat at once. Nuode replied, retreat. There are only tens of thousands of swarm left now and we have 1,000,000 warships. With a full-on assault there is still a chance. Seeing their hesitation, Nuode spoke firmly, if we don't wipe them out now they will chase us all the way. Will we still have a chance to escape then? Nuode drew his long sword and shouted, for the splendid galaxy attack. Jiesong and Zindison, inspired by his courage, immediately ordered their ships to turn about and face the pursuing swarm head-on. Nuode's fleet followed closely behind them. Nuode silenced his communications and a figure stepped out from behind him. Nuode bowed and said, Overlord, now they have charged toward the swarm as planned. When do we strike next? Zhang Fan smiled, your performance is impressive. I did not expect the three of you to have stored so many troops behind my back. Nuode hurriedly explained, that wasn't my idea, it was their plan. They have long resented the Overlord and I have always stood by the Overlord's side. Zhang Fan nodded with a smile, indeed you have saved your clan. Actually Dualia already knew about your little moves, but we were attacking the Western Front and had no time to deal with you. Zhang Fan teased, you missed the best moment.
Nuode hurriedly said, I dare not. Since I surrendered I have become a member of the swarm I would never betray. Keep the splendid galaxy under your management. I the swarm do not demand much. Why betray us? Nuode clarified again, I did not betray the swarm, but I think they feel discontent having gone from rulers to enslaved beings.
Slaves. Have I enslaved you?
Your biotechnical forces won't leave you. Poor look at now, you have grown from tens of thousands of ships into a mighty million-strong galaxy.
What more could you want? Nuode quickly shook his head. I'm quite satisfied, but they. Zhang Fan sneered, if they're not content then let it go. They are overconfident and overreaching. Yes, they are overconfident. They even dared betray the overlord. Zhang Fan blared at Nuode and ordered attack. Now their very existence is no longer necessary.
Jiasang and Zindasan's armies believed Nuode was their ally and were pressing the swarm with all their might, but they did not expect Nuode's fleet to open fire on them from behind. Thousands of warships were destroyed in the first volley. When Zindasan realized what was happening it was already too late. Front was the swarm, behind them traitors. Today this deadlock was utterly hopeless. Jiasang hurriedly sought to contact Nisis but was met with a merciless refusal. He begged Dualia to intervene and in despair received a call from Zhang Fan. Jiasang cried, Overlord, we were all misled by Nuode and Zindasan. Please forgive this ignorant person for my ignorance.
Ignorant people.
You privately stockpiled armies for more than a day or two, a premeditated plot, and you still dare to excuse it as ignorance.
Overlord, I was also forced by necessity. Jiasang quickly exclaimed.
Zhang Fan would not listen to his excuses and directly said, now I give you a chance, surrender and I will spare your people. Resist.
Jiasang did not hesitate. I surrender. This is your second surrender. I do not trust you three, only one of you can live.
Zhang Fan spoke the same words to Zindasan as well and the two immediately decided to surrender.
Zhang Fan ordered all fleets to stop attacking, accepted their surrender and escorted them to the Linglong Nest arena.
Zhang Fan looked at the two men in the arena, then turned to Nuode and said, very well, you come down too and help me execute these two traitors.
Noya, astonished, pointed at herself. Me. I go. Nord bowed to Zhang Fan and said, sharing the Lord's burdens is my duty. I find it far more entertaining to let them destroy each other. Zhang Fan smiled and said, exactly, that's why I sent you to supervise.
If they refuse to fight no one would be interested in watching.
Stop wasting my time and get down there.
The moment Nord entered the arena wielding a laser sword and energy shield he realized he had been tricked. Both Jizang and Sinterson carried identical weapons. Nord called out to Jizang, brother Jizang, the Lord has ordered me to tell you if you eliminate Sinterson he will spare us.
Do you take us for fools? Jizang sneered. Your betrayal created this situation. How could we possibly believe your lies? Sinterson roared. Nord, we trusted you so deeply, yet you were a Zerg agent all along.
You traitor, you deserve to be torn apart.
Sinterson didn't hesitate, he leaped forward and slashed at Nord. Jizang followed suit immediately.
Facing two opponents, Nord could only defend himself.
Shusha watched the three fighting desperately in the arena and shook his head. I don't understand why they do this. 11 Galaxy has grown strong under Zerg governance, it's already a significant power in the southern universe.
Nisis replied, they refuse to submit to others, yet they lack a clear understanding of their own strength.
Combined with their internal strife, how could they possibly achieve anything? Nisis pointed at Nord, who bore multiple wounds.
Look at him, full of schemes and deceit. The moment his treachery was exposed he betrayed his comrades and defected to the Zerg.
Can such a person ever succeed? Shusha nodded.
The greatest foolishness is that after all these years they still don't understand we Zerg have no class hierarchy. They actually resorted to using terms like low-level Zerg to sow discord. How pathetic. Doria, however, smiled.
It's not quite that simple.
They intended to play the fool, letting us believe we deceived them while secretly plotting to annihilate our forces.
Doria continued, their strategy wasn't flawed, their mistake was wanting too much.
Had they attacked us directly with all three armies, Nisis and I would likely be dead. Unfortunately, their assessment of their own strength was wildly inaccurate.
Zhang Fan laughed loudly. Stop chatting, all three of you. Don't you want to watch the fight down there?
Shusha replied, the outcome is already decided, Nord will die. As for whether the Lord intends to spare Jizang and Sinterson. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment, then smiled.
Neither of them likely deserves to survive.
I simply want to avoid losing so many soldiers on their account. We'll need a larger army to assault the southern frontier.
Zhang Fan turned to Doria.
From this day forward you command the entire Jinsei Galaxy while the Zerg oversee all military operations across the system.
The three races shall unite as one. I trust Jinsei Galaxy will flourish under your leadership.
In the arena, Nord lay severely wounded. After barely parrying Sinterson's lethal strike he screamed to Jizang, I can't hold on much longer.
Are you really going to wait until I'm dead before attacking Sinterson? It'll be far too late by then.
Sinterson urged, don't fall for his provocations. Eliminate him first, then we'll both beg the Lord for mercy, he's the real culprit and the Lord will spare us.
Jizang nodded. Very well, strike. Sinterson lunged at Nord, but Jizang's blade slashed towards Sinterson's waist instead.
Sinterson caught Jizang's sword flash from the corner of his eye and hastily raised his shield to block, then swung his blade in a reverse sweep. Jizang backflipped away to avoid the blade, but Sinterson roared in fury, I knew you had no good intentions. How could you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation?
Nord seized the moment to interject, I'm mortally wounded and near death.
For the sake of our brotherhood, let me take down Sinterson and I'll leave my life in your hands. As Nord thrust his blade at Sinterson, Jizang's mind raced, analyzing how the current situation heavily favored him.
With Nord already grievously wounded, eliminating Sinterson would leave Nord an easy target.
Jizang quickly joined the assault alongside Nord while Shu Sha and the others watched from the stands, shaking their heads in despair. After a fierce struggle, Jizang emerged with the lightest wounds. Seeing his opening, Nord bellowed to Jizang, finish him quickly, I entrust my people to your care.
Nord charged straight at Sinterson.
Since Jizang stood behind him, both men remained within Sinterson's line of sight, so Jizang lowered his guard and attacked boldly.
Nord's sudden movement blocked Jizang's line of sight.
At that moment, Jizang's plan was clear. Whether Nord struck Sinterson or not, he would eliminate Nord from behind. When Nord obscured his view, Jizang focused entirely on the back of Nord's armor. But he never imagined Nord would vanish in an instant, leaving only Sinterson's longsword at his throat. There was no time to raise his shield, he could only watch helplessly as the blade pierced through his chest.
Sinterson stood stunned, feeling a sudden agony rip through his abdomen.
His body had been cleaved in two by Nord's sword. His upper half collapsed to the ground. With disbelief in his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Nord.
You actually. Nord laughed triumphantly. Can't you even pretend to be wounded properly?
He kicked Jizang down and roared with laughter, both of you fools will die.
I'll inherit your armies. A sinister laugh echoed in Nord's ear. Ha. You're overthinking this. Did you truly believe the Lord would let you go so easily?
Before his words could finish, Nord's head separated from his body. Vaishua licked the blood from her scythe.
Ha.
3 fools dared to betray the Zerg.
This is your fate.
After executing Jizang and the others, Zhang Fan addressed the citizens of Jinsei Galaxy, revealing the full truth of their betrayal. You've lived peacefully under Zerg rule for a century.
If you wish to continue rebelling, you're welcome to try. But the consequence is extermination of your entire clan.
If you desire a stable life, the Zerg will provide it. The choice is yours.
Such a threat wrapped in comfort, who would dare rebel?
The Zerg's power was far beyond their capacity to oppose. For ordinary citizens of Jinsei Galaxy, the past century under Zerg rule had brought significant improvements in technology and daily life.
A peaceful existence mattered above all else.
The Zerg then enacted a series of beneficial decrees and united the 3 races under a single identity, the Jinsei clan. 3 years of recuperation passed in the Jinsei Galaxy before Nisi's reported Earth has sent word our S-class warships have successfully hatched and are en route.
Zhang Fan laughed with satisfaction. Excellent.
How many ships are there in total?
Nisi's hurriedly replied, 400 ships in total. The second batch is currently hatching. At our current pace, we'll have 1,000 S-class warships within 20 years at most. Zhang Fan nodded. Good. We must also accelerate the development of S-class mechanical Zerg warships here in Jinsei.
Once the S-class warships arrive, we'll officially commence the plan to plunder the southern frontier. A Zerg S-class battleship, the Yuanlong Chaochong, features cycles and is equipped Miris cannon.
Though its power is smaller than the Miris cannon, it inherits the ability to strike 12. Environmental adaptation cloaking cells can rapidly blend into any environment by color shifting the host's tissue and are equipped with a Shirbwachanka shell that can absorb most detection waves, achieving perfect invisibility.
Augmented regenerative cells paired with a vast number of Nami Shofu Chong can rapidly repair a damaged hull before energy is exhausted. They are almost impossible to kill completely unless reduced to cosmic dust. The Shwixikong gene allows the Yuanlong Chaochong to morph into a Shwixikong form when struck by a mortal blow, replenishing energy and regenerating, though the current regeneration time is 2 years. It can also carry 100 Shanghua Baoleichong, roughly 10 billion ground troops, and internally contains a complete circulation system, enabling it to voyage through the cosmos for 1,000 years without any energy replenishment. After Shucha finished his introduction, Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction.
Excellent.
With these 400 warships, we can begin the invasion of the southern realm. Zhang Fan pointed to the star chart and said, starting from the Jinsho star system as the base, spread outward to unify the entire southern realm within 100 years.
Races with immense combat power and special abilities may surrender, all others must be eliminated.
After Zhang Fan issued the order, 9 Shoshin Zhang led their fleets to begin raiding the southern realm cosmos. The southern realm was swept by a bloody storm and battles raged in nearly every star system. The Zerg army's advance sent shivers through the southern realm. Many advanced civilizations upon hearing the Zerg's deeds relocated their entire civilizations. After 60 years of war, the Zerg held sway over most of the southern realm while the remaining people united to form a coalition able to resist the Zerg.
The coalition's advance was checked at the Morata star system.
The southern coalition commander, the centaur Keksoya. He calmly directed millions of warships against the Zerg. A deputy reported the Zerg army has landed on Suya Star. Suya Star requests aid. On the giant screen, Suya Star's conditions were displayed. The Zerg like a black storm surged toward the enemy fortress. Keksoya immediately ordered Command the Eagle bombers to conduct a full-scale bombardment. Deploy 1 million landing ships. We must retake Suya Star. The coalition's Eagle bombers are the Zerg's worst headache. Their Crimson Shadow high-explosive bombs besides their power release a chaos element that makes Zerg warriors lose their sense of direction and perception. Even if Zerg soldiers survive the bombing, the chaos element drives them to kill one another, and even the Gaoji Chongwasher cannot control their minds. This material, neither psychic power nor toxin, is the main reason the Zerg have failed to take Suya Star for so long. Maiju, standing atop the Yuanlong Chaochong, is furious as the vanguard. She has fought here for almost 6 months with no progress. If the Zerg army arrives before the Morata system is breached, her reputation will be ruined. Order the mechanical Zerg to spearhead the assault. Have Suing and Bakong conduct aerial strikes and make sure to bring down those bombers.
Compared with the coalition's air power, the Zerg's air power is evenly matched. The Zerg hold the numerical advantage while the coalition's multiracial multi-branch coordination is near perfect.
This is something Maiju cannot understand, how the alliance managed to reach such an effect in only 10 years. In the beginning the coalition was a chaotic mass. The Zerg could easily wipe out 10 times their number. The more they fought, the stronger they grew. Now with equal numbers, the Zerg are gradually falling behind. Maiju fixes her gaze on the battlefield. The front is in constant flux. Aircraft come and go in an instant.
After careful observation, she notices that the manhwa tribe acting as rear support behaves strangely. Immediately dispatch Gui Yingchong and Fuwa Chong. I must know every move the manhwa are making. The siege of the enemy fortress lasts 3 days. The Zerg cannot break through, and the coalition's support in space is gradually cut off by the Zerg. Now both sides are locked in a stalemate again. Maiju suddenly receives a message from Niexus. Maiju, why are you still dawdling? Is Morata this hard?
Niexus replies with a smile, if you have time to grumble, come quickly to help me. I am about to go crazy. Haha, sorry, you still have to persevere. I am just passing by, not here to help.
You, as the war matriarch, must have some plan. I can't break through. The entire army cannot advance.
Niexus smiles, hold on for a few more days. I am leading by Xuan Mengjia to attack the Centaur's main star. Once General Keksoya is recalled, won't you be free?
What good would it do to recall one person? Niexus patiently says, haha, don't rush, we've investigated.
The Southern Coalition's ability to coordinate so perfectly in such a short 10 years is all thanks to General Keksoya. Before Maiju can speak, Niexus adds, once General Keksoya leaves, I believe you can breach the defenses here. After all, you seem to have spotted a way. Maiju, after a moment of silence, laughs, your eyes are sharp. Very well, I will arrange it, but my troops are insufficient. Now send me more forces. Niexus smiles, Jolene and his troops are already on the way. You can rest easy this time.
Maiju nods, okay, you're reliable, I'll leave this to you. I will surely seize this damned Morata star system. Niexus leads some of the Zerg to circle around and attack the Centaur's main star, the Centaur Star.
Keksoya receives the news at once in the meeting room and says to the coalition leaders, a batch of Zerg has already set out toward my main star. Once the Centaur Star is lost, our rear support will be cut off. General Muan of the Duoxia race immediately says, but what do we do here?
The current force split to support the Centaur Star is fine, but once the Zerg attack en masse, Morata may not hold.
The commander of the Guli race adds, Morata Star is already our last barrier. Behind us are only refugees. Once we falter, the entire southern realm is finished.
The manhwa commander yawns and says, if the Centaur Star is lost, we will be attacked from the rear and lose support. Morata will not hold. The manhwa commander suddenly stands and says, I manhwa zu await General Keksoya's orders anyway. My advice won't be heard. I'll go back to sleep. There are hard battles to fight. He leaves the meeting room without a pause. Others are highly dissatisfied, grumbling in protest. Upon Gajuo's departure, Kashiya hurriedly smoothed things over, saying everyone is fighting for the south frontier. Lord Gajuo had some minor disagreements due to past misunderstandings. Well, let us return to the main agenda.
Inside the conference room, a heated argument erupted over whether to rescue Banshan Star, while Gajuo, commander of the Moto tribe, left the chamber and returned directly to his flagship. These fools! If they had attacked Susu Star, they could have cut off the Zucchini's supply lines. And now look, trapped here, unable to advance or retreat, engaging in a war of attrition against the Zucchini. The enemy has half of the south frontier plus support from the west frontier.
Can we possibly outlast them?
Gajuo's complaints were heard clearly by the ghost shadowbug lurking in the pipes. When the charm spider learned of Gajuo's thoughts, she was greatly shocked. The charm spider quickly checked the star chart and realized that her choice of Susu Star as a supply point had been a wise decision, yet failing to station heavy troops there was a grave mistake. Once Susu Star fell, the strategic stronghold that once strangled the Allied forces would become a dagger piercing the heart of the Zucchini army. Not only would it sever frontline supplies, but the Allied forces could attack from there or fall back in defense, shattering the balance of the battlefield.
Wasn't anyone aware of this before?
The charm spider was quite puzzled, but then it occurred to her had she not intercepted Gajuo's complaints she wouldn't have discovered it either. After all, Susu Star was a dead planet and its strategic position was not as important as that of the Malata star system. The Zucchini had occupied it early on, and since it came so easily no one had paid much attention. The charm spider had intended to strengthen the defenses there, but upon further thought, no matter how strong the defenses were, as long as the Allied forces wanted to attack, she would have to send reinforcements.
That was a major problem.
Wouldn't that produce the same effect as Nexi's sneak attack on Banshanma Star?
Gajuo cannot be allowed to live.
The charm spider pondered again. What would the supreme ruler do in such a situation?
Gajuo was complaining, wasn't he? If she could win him over, his Moto tribe reinforcements would count as a troublesome combat force.
As long as she could first break through his defenses, drive him into further marginalization, and then seize the opportunity to recruit him once he successfully joined the Zucchini, the Allied forces of the South Frontier would crumble without a fight. At this moment the charm spider made a bold decision. To win over Gajuo she was also prepared to gamble everything. Order the withdrawal of troops from Susu Star. Only leave a small force to maintain occupation.
The mother looked bewildered and asked the charm spider, where should our support troops retreat to?
Only there is most suitable. The charm spider grinned wickedly and said, find a place to hide. On Gajuo's flagship, as he had just sat down in his quarters, an adjutant reported, the Zucchini have withdrawn from Susu Star.
What?
Gajuo stared at the adjutant in astonishment and asked suspiciously, are you sure what you're saying is true? The adjutant was at a loss, unsure how to respond.
Yes.
Our detectors just reported that the Zucchini have indeed withdrawn from Susu Star.
Excellent.
Gajuo immediately rushed into the command room and confirmed repeatedly that the Zucchini's main forces had departed, leaving only some weak garrison troops behind. Gajuo quickly contacted Kashiya, and as soon as Kashiya's face appeared on the screen he roared, the Zucchini have withdrawn.
Kashiya looked utterly bewildered. The Zucchini fleet was still within visual range, there were no signs of retreat whatsoever.
Gajuo also realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. The Zucchini have retreated from Susu Star.
We can retake that strategic stronghold.
Kashiya said with disappointment. Lord Gajuo, are you still fixated on Susu Star?
Didn't I already apologize on behalf of others for you? Gajuo quickly waved his hand and said, I'm not talking about that. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Zucchini have retreated, we must immediately occupy Susu Star.
This will not only relieve the crisis at Banshanma Star but also reverse the course of the war.
Kashiya shook his head and said, General Gajuo, think about it. If Susu Star were truly as important as you claim, would the Zucchini army have withdrawn? Before Gajuo could respond, Kashiya continued, there are only two possibilities. First, Susu Star's strategic position is not important, that we have already discussed. Second, this is a trap.
Lord Gajuo, please do not fall for it. Gajuo spoke urgently. Kashiya, I may not match you in coordinating training and disciplining the troops, but strategy is my strong suit. The fact that most of our Moto tribe's support vessels can hold their own against the Zucchini is the best proof.
I guarantee there will be no problems this time.
Kashiya shook his head helplessly and said, General Gajuo, I advise you to stay calm. I am already headache enough dealing with the Banshanma Star system crisis. I do not have time to debate this issue with you again. I hope you will focus your efforts on strategic support, given that your Moto tribe suffers the least losses from the rear. Without giving Gajuo a chance to speak, Kashiya terminated the communication immediately. Gajuo stomped his feet in fury and cursed Kashiya's ancestors for 18 generations. After venting his anger, Gajuo calmed down. After a moment reviewed the star chart again, and after triple confirming that the Zucchini had indeed withdrawn from Susu Star, he immediately ordered dispatch all warships.
Take Susu Star in one decisive strike. The adjutant hurriedly said, My lord, we have too few attack vessels. Without support, even if we capture Susu Star, we cannot hold it. Gajuo pondered for a moment and said, Contact the Yasas tribe.
They are the most perceptive among the races, they should understand the strategic importance of Susu Star.
Gajuo was just preparing to persuade them when Mute, commander of the Yasas tribe, asked, Lord Gajuo, are you planning to attack Susu Star? Gajuo laughed loudly, you understand me well.
Such an important strategic position was ignored simply because it is a dead star. I originally thought the Zucchini had already discovered it, but it seems I overestimated them.
Mute smiled and said, Actually, I also noticed the Zucchini's withdrawal.
However, I wonder whether our two tribes' forces, though capable of easily capturing Susu Star, could hold it if the Zucchini counterattack.
Gajuo quickly replied, It doesn't matter.
Once we see Susu Star we cut off their supply lines, resolving the crisis at Banshanma Star.
If Kashiya and the others still refuse to support us, we will redirect our attack toward the Zucchini's base, throwing the Zucchini into absolute chaos. Mute fell silent for a moment and asked, and if there is still no support by then? Gajuo pointed at the star chart and analyzed the 3 planets surrounding Susu Star can serve as defensive positions, offering both offensive and defensive advantages. We can hold out for at least 1 month. If no one comes to our aid after a month, then the South Frontier deserves to perish, and I have nothing more to say. After discussing with the elders beside him, Mia decided to join Gajuo's assault force. After all, in his view, this ongoing war of attrition would only delay the inevitable. The Zucchini would capture Malata Star sooner or later. It was better to take the initiative while they still had the strength to contend with the Zucchini, perhaps giving them a chance of victory. Gajuo and Mute led their respective fleets to combine forces and raced at full speed toward the Susu Star sector. Guduo and Muda's fleet had just entered the Susu Xingyu when Guduo burst into laughter. I really overestimated the Zerg. The 3 surrounding planets have no defensive facilities at all. Mudi also said, it seems that besides their numerical advantage, the Zerg's strategic planning remains at a low level. Guduo quickly gave the order, set up defenses on these 3 surrounding planets. Lord Mudea saw warships unleash full offense. Wemo Duo will provide support and see Susu Xing in one fell swoop. The Zerg units patrolling leisurely on Susu Xing were suddenly slammed by a fierce attack. Their half-hearted counterattack did nothing, and the Zerg on Susu Xing began to retreat en masse. Step onto Susu Xing. Guduo suddenly felt something was wrong and said to Mude, this is far too easy. Could the Zerg really be foolish enough to leave so little defense? Mude, though puzzled, replied, isn't this exactly what we wanted? Let's swiftly deploy defenses. If the Zerg truly counterattacks, their army will need time to arrive, so we should immediately inform Kosuwaya for support. Guduo nodded in agreement, and troops from both sides quickly erected defenses on Susu Xing. On the other side, they hurried to contact Kosuwaya for support, but when Kosuwaya learned that they had secretly ambushed the Zerg on Susu Xing, he did not rejoice, he grew furious. Are you mad? What is the state of the battle? You split your forces to strike covertly. If you are surrounded by the Zerg, should we rescue you or not? We simply do not have enough power to save you now. What on earth are you thinking? Guduo roared with fury, are you stupid? Can't you see the current situation? Here we can raid the Zerg base or send troops to assist your campaign, but the most important thing now is to hold this ground here. Hurry to send aid or we'll lose this precious counterattack opportunity. Meantime, a deputy shouted, General, the Zerg have begun attacking again. Kosuwaya roared at Guduo, as the Allied forces overall commander, I order you to come back immediately. Do you hear me? Come back at once. The communications cut off. Guduo slammed the command console in anger. Idiot, what a fool, always fixated on the present with no strategic vision. Muda wore a helpless expression and asked, if we have no support, we can only fight alone here. We can slow the Zerg, but we shouldn't sacrifice ourselves for Ban Renmashing, should we? Guduo roared, I'm not fighting for Ban Renmashing, I'm fighting for the entire southern border. Such a good opportunity, are we going to abandon it? Rather than waiting for death, it's better to clash with the Zerg to the death. Muda shook his head. Then in that case we will push the Zerg base with full force. If that fails, we'll retreat by a detour, and even if we suffer losses, they won't be too great. Guduo immediately nodded in agreement. That's all we can do for now. Just then the deputy said, there is a Zerg signal attempting to connect, should we link it? Guduo's heart gave a jolt, of foreboding sense rose. Put it through. Meishu saluted on the main screen. Mo Duo's Guduo and Yasa's Muda, greetings. Let me introduce myself, I am Meishu, the Shou Xinjiang of the Zerg. Guduo politely asked, I wonder what business brings Meishu to contact us. Meishu smiled, not much really, just to inform you that you are now in my Zerg's trap. You can choose to surrender or resist. If you resist, I will spare you, but your army will suffer enormous losses. Guduo laughed, we've scouted around, there can't be any Zerg fleet here. Meishu pretended to be surprised, is that so? Then you can check your radar, or better yet, look out the window. The deputy trembled as he pointed to the radar, now stained red by the specks of light. Guduo looked out the window to see a dense swarm of Zerg staring him down. You knew all along. Meishu smiled, of course. The Zerg is a battle-hardened race, such a flaw is detectable. But we must thank Guduo, without you we might have overlooked this strategic stronghold. You've been watching me all along? Guduo asked, shaking his head. To be honest, this is one of our Zerg's advantages, we can plant spies beside you while you cannot understand us. Guduo and Mudi exchanged glances. Mudi asked, so what exactly do you want to do now? Meishu smiled, our clan also needs strategic minds like both of you, so we accept your surrender. Surrender? That's impossible, it seems we must fight you to the death now. Guduo began to issue orders, but Meishu hurriedly stopped him. Guduo, don't rush. We can negotiate terms. Mudi also held Guduo. The current situation favored their opponents, yet the other side was willing to talk, so delaying might work. After all, once the 3 planets' defenses are completed, they still have a chance. Muda said to Meiju, speak up, what conditions do you have? Ah, still Lord Muda, you're sensible.
If you surrender after we unify the southern border, the entire southern border will be entrusted to your governance and we will guarantee your people's safety. Meiju continued, the Zerg are willing to share technology with you, but when the Zerg need you to fight you must join the Zerg army.
Muda nodded. Any other conditions? Say them all at once. Meiju smiled. Nothing more. The two looked stunned and asked in unison, nothing more. Meiju also looked puzzled. What? Do you think the terms I propose are too little? Then I can add a few more. Muda hurriedly waved. That's enough, give us some time to discuss this. Meiju nodded. Of course. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Remember, the fate of both peoples rests in your hands. Meiju deliberately cut the communications. Goduo and Muda were now tangled in a dilemma. Surrounded by the Zerg, breaking out required the defenses to be completed, but 5 minutes was impossible. To surrender to the Zerg would be an act of betrayal against the entire southern boundary galaxy, and the souls of the fallen would not forgive them.
Not surrendering Kosuaya would not come to aid again. Given their current strength, breaking the Zerg siege would likely cost over 80% of their army.
Moreover, such losses depended on the defenses being fully built. At this moment the deputy's words became the final straw that broke the camel's back. 3 surrounding planets of Su Su Xing have discovered large numbers of Zerg soldiers. They are watching over our defenses.
Gato now felt a measure of regret. He had blindly underestimated the Zerg's tactical capabilities, and now he would have to pay the price for it.
Mute, however, was more accepting of reality, for compared to the Southern Coalition his own people mattered far more.
Gato, what are you agonizing over? Surrender.
For us now there is no road left to retreat.
But Gato shook his head and said, if we surrender, how can we face the fallen spirits who died for us? And what of the coalition?
Mute sneered, I have nothing to say about the fallen heroes of battle, but since you mentioned the coalition I have a few words to say. Who is responsible for our current predicament? If Kexoya had listened to your advice and attacked before the Zerg discovered the importance of this place, would we have fallen into such a trap? Before Gato could retort, Mute continued, very well, even if you refuse to surrender, a battle is inevitable. With our own people dying in droves, what will Kexoya say? Will he sympathize with you? He will only say that your disobedience led to this outcome. Mute's words struck straight at Gato's sore spot. If his people were lost, even if he returned to the coalition, there would be no place for him. The 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye for Gato. The Venom Spider sent another message. Have you two made your decision? Mute glanced at Gato and spoke first. I am willing to surrender, but you must guarantee the safety of my people. Of course. From the moment you surrender you are a member of the Zerg, and the Zerg naturally takes care of its own. After hesitating for a moment, Gato said, fine, I surrender too. Aside from my people's safety, I will not help you attack the coalition. If you agree. The Venom Spider laughed, as long as you do not attack the Southern Coalition there is no problem. They are about to be annihilated anyway. Gato was shocked. What did you say? That is impossible. The Venom Spider smiled. Anything is possible. How about I accompany you two on a tour to witness the fall of the Southern Coalition? The soldiers of the Moto and Yasa tribes laid down their weapons and were sent back aboard their warships. Upon learning of their leader's surrender they showed little negative emotion, for no one understood the situation on the battlefield better than they did. Gato and Mute arrived aboard the Black Widow, where the Venom Spider greeted them with a smile. Welcome both of you. Give the order, set course for the Morata star system to rendezvous with General Chiolin. We shall crush the Southern Coalition. Gato looked at the Venom Spider in surprise. General, with such a small force how can you possibly defeat the entire Southern Coalition? The Venom Spider laughed heartily. Without the support of your Moto fleet and the offensive power of the Yasa fleet, how long can the Southern Coalition hold out? They do not understand your importance, but I do. The Zerg warships accompanied by the Moto and Yasa fleets arrived in full force at the periphery of the Morata star region. The Venom Spider deliberately positioned the two tribal fleets in a highly conspicuous location guarded by a squad of primordial dragon nest insects. It was called protection, but in truth it was surveillance. If they made any treacherous move they would be eliminated at once. To Gato and Mute, however, none of this mattered much. Yet seeing their fleets placed so openly, it was now a declaration to the coalition the Moto and Yasa tribes had already surrendered to the Zerg. Kexoya flew into a rage. Those two accursed traitors. At a time like this they actually betrayed the coalition. The Dwashia tribe commander said, I said it long ago that Gato fellow was unreliable, far too arrogant. We did not listen to his advice and now he has turned traitor. People like him make no difference whether they are present or not, they were just wasting the coalition's supplies anyway. The Geely tribe commander, however, said you cannot put it that way. Their defection at this moment will deal a heavy blow to the coalition's morale. Moreover, without the Moto support ships our warship losses will rise by at least 15%.
Can you bear such a loss? Keksoya shook his head. It is all my fault.
I failed to stop his foolish behavior in time. I should have warned him when he intended to attack Susu Star. The Geely commander quickly consoled him. Commander-in-Chief Keksoya, how can this be your fault? The Dwuxia commander said urgently. What use is there in saying all this now? The Zerg army is already at our doorstep and another massive swarm is heading for the Centaur planet.
If we fight on two fronts we will certainly not have enough troops. The Geely commander continued. Forget all that.
There are also the armies of those two traitors. If they join the battle our forces will be enough to defend merely one location. So now do we choose the Morada star system or the Centaur planet? Keksoya was about to say the Centaur planet, but from the corner of his eye he caught the faces of everyone present. The moment those words left his mouth the entire coalition would likely dissolve. Yet if he did not save the Centaur planet, not only was it his homeworld, but cutting off the supply lines to the Morada star system would leave this place doomed as well. While he hesitated, the Geely commander said, with our current military strength we cannot hold the entire star system.
However, we could concentrate our forces near Gu Star.
That way we remain relatively close to the Centaur planet and can support each other.
The Dwuxia commander said if we do that we would be effectively abandoning more than half of the planets in Morada.
The Geely commander immediately retorted, do you have a better plan at the moment? At those words the Dwuxia commander fell silent.
Under the current circumstances it was indeed the best course of action. An adjutant reported the Zerg have launched another attack. Our forward warships are engaging the enemy.
Keksoya wasted no time and immediately ordered the entire coalition to retreat to the vicinity of Gu Star and abandon the forward fortresses. On the Black Widow the Venom Spider watched the retreating coalition and smiled at Gato and Mia. Do you see?
This is your coalition utterly fragile. Gato shook his head. They are retreating toward Gu Star, are they not? If that is indeed the case, whoever proposed this plan is an absolute fool.
The Venom Spider brought up the star chart, studied it carefully, then laughed. General Gato truly has keen insight. Gu Star may appear close, able to form a pincer with the Centaur planet and support each other, but...
Gato sighed and finished her sentence, but there are numerous gravitational vortices near Gu.
If one is caught in them, even the mightiest warship will be torn to shreds. Gu Star seems easy to defend and hard to attack, yet once surrounded supply convoys must pass through the gravitational vortices to arrive, and that is only assuming the Zerg do not attack. Such an arrangement is surely courting death. The Venom Spider roared with laughter.
Ha ha ha, General Gato's analysis is superb. If it were you, what choice would you make?
Gato pointed at a small asteroid not far from Gu Star and said, if I were in command I would deploy my forces there, lure the Zerg into Gu Star and turn the tables by trapping them inside.
How do you know the Zerg will definitely go there? What if I simply go to the adjacent planet? Gato sneered, do you have any choice?
Having fought the Zerg for so long, you know they receive reinforcements but no supplies. Their supply comes from plunder.
The only place nearby with abundant life is Gu Star.
Where else could you possibly go?
Goto's proposed tactic was met with Zhueju's thoughtful nod.
General Goto's insight truly hits the mark. Had I not heard your analysis, I would certainly have stationed our forces on Gu Star.
Goto continued, what's more crucial is that your Zerg forces are unfamiliar with the terrain there. A reckless breakout would only inflict devastating losses upon your ranks. Zhueju countered, if you were the Zerg commander right now, what would you do?
Goto paused abruptly, then hastily saluted. My apologies, but we have an agreement. I cannot assist in fighting against the Allied forces.
Zhueju smiled. General Goto must be mistaken. We are merely discussing tactics and I have not asked the warriors of the Moda clan to deploy any troops.
Newt interjected persuasively, remember we have already surrendered, which makes us members of the Zerg as well.
Discussing battle tactics hardly violates our agreement. Zhueju shook her head. Forget it. Since Lord Goto is unwilling, I will make my own arrangements.
She turned to the matriarch beside her and commanded, order the entire army to pursue and trap them on Gu Star.
Yet Goto suddenly blocked the order. No. Zhueju smiled cunningly.
What does General Goto mean by this? A moment ago you said we should trap them within the Gu system and now it's suddenly not allowed. Why the sudden change of heart? Goto hesitated for a long while before finally speaking. If you attack now and drive them toward Gu Star, the Allied forces, even as foolish as they are, will eventually catch on.
If they instead divert toward that small asteroid, what will you do? Zhueju nodded thoughtfully.
So are we supposed to watch them escape? And what if they ignore Gu Star and make for that asteroid instead?
Goto studied the star chart. Their current course is set for Gu Star.
Based on my knowledge of those generals, it would never even occur to them to look at that insignificant little asteroid. Continuing to monitor the Allied fleet's movements, he said, all we need now is one detachment to feign pursuit.
Once their entire force has entered Goyue Star, our main army will jump near the asteroid and seal them in tight. Jue Zhu immediately issued the order, carry out General Goto's plan. But Jue Zhu smiled and patted Goto's shoulder. Capturing the Allied forces this time is your greatest achievement, General. I will certainly report it faithfully to the Overlord. Goto wished he could slap himself. Why couldn't he just keep his mouth shut? Nord smiled. Don't be so hard on yourself, Lord Goto. In my opinion, only among the Zerg can you truly maximize your talents. Their kind may look fierce, but at least they're willing to listen to you. Goto nodded. There's no turning back now, for I've already driven the Allied forces down a dead-end path. Just as Goto had predicted, after a deliberately leisurely pursuit by the Zerg vanguard, every unit of the southern boundary Allied forces entered Goyue Star and began constructing defensive fortifications. What they never expected was that the main Zerg swarm would skip pillaging the other planets of the Morata system entirely, instead jumping directly to a small asteroid near Goyue Star. The Zerg army sealed the entire southern Allied forces within Goyue Star like an iron barrel. By the time Kexuya and the others realized what was happening, it was already far too late. The Southern Alliance warships attempted to break out, but their sorties were repelled 3 times and many vessels were torn to shreds by gravity vortices. They sent distress calls to Centauri Star for reinforcement, but even the supply fleet ran into the same trouble. Their usual supply routes had always detoured around gravity traps, yet now virtually every route was sealed off by the Zerg. Commander Dwasha complained, "What the hell is this? Didn't anyone know there would be this many gravity vortices here before we came?" Commander Jelly said, "Of course I knew. The gravity vortices could have served as our finest natural defensive barrier. How was I supposed to know the Zerg would arrive so fast, and that they seemed to know about the vortices too?" After a brief silence, Jelly suddenly shouted, "It must be Goto. There's no way the Zerg could know this region's star charts this well. It's that bastard Goto who pushed the Allied forces into this dead end." Commander Dwasha complained, "You can't lay all the blame on that traitor Goto though." Jelly, fully aware of the implication, snapped, "What are you trying to say? I did ask for your consent before and you had no objections then." Sensing the rising tension, Kexuya quickly intervened. "There's no need for you two to keep arguing. What matters most right now is solving the immediate problem. How do we break out?" At that question, everyone fell silent. After a long pause, the Wuga clan commander asked, "Do we still have any other military forces left? There must still be some powerful races in the southern boundary. We should send for their help." Kexuya shook his head. In the Great War 10,000 years ago, nearly all of the southern boundary's high-level civilizations were wiped out. Even the southern boundary emperor. And after so many years of internal strife, what high-level civilization could possibly remain? The Kekakia clan commander murmured, "How about we just surrender?" Before he could finish, he was met with fierce opposition from everyone in the room. Kexuya added, "Haven't you seen how cruel the Zerg are? How many planets have they destroyed? Surrender would only lead to death." The Kekakia commander asked curiously, "But I noticed the warships of the Motu and Yasa clans are completely intact. If you're thinking of becoming a traitor, I'll annihilate you right now." Commander Dwasha had already drawn his longsword, and the Kekakia commander likewise pulled out his laser pistol. "I've been putting up with you for too long. What brilliant ideas have you and Jelly actually come up with? The Zerg may be strong, but they shouldn't be able to conquer the entire Morata system. Yet the two of you handed Morata over without a fight, and now you dare play the hero in front of me. If you're so capable, lead your own fleet out there and carve a bloody path." The Kekakia commander's outburst immediately won approval from the other commanders. Had they held their ground in the Morata system, they might have lost, but at least reinforcements could have arrived. Now even if reinforcements did come, they would be locked out and unable to rescue them. The two stood at a standoff while the other commanders launched into a heated debate over whether to surrender. The argument grew so chaotic that Kexuya was forced to step forward and roar, "Everyone shut up." Only after everyone had calmed down did he speak. "We came from completely different worlds, and it took the Zerg invasion to bind us together into this perfect alliance. When we were nothing but scattered sand, the Zerg easily annihilated your planets. Your people were slaughtered, devoured, or even enslaved. Now we stand united, and though we face overwhelming odds, that does not mean the Zerg cannot be defeated. They have hemmed us in around Goyue Star, and we may lack the support of powerful civilizations, but we can still save ourselves. Remember our training, we have always been a flawlessly coordinated army. If we find the Zerg's weakness, we can win." The Kekakia commander bellowed, "And what is the Zerg's weakness?" Kexuya gestured for silence and explained, "From my observation, the Zerg commander is their weakness. The Zerg are like lifeless marionettes, and their leader is the puppeteer pulling all the strings." Hearing Kasuya's words, everyone immediately perked up. It seemed Kasuya had a plan. Kasuya continued to break through the encirclement. "We must prepare 3 steps.
First, send some small warships and even fighters through the gravity vortex to lie in ambush in the dark. Second, send envoys to negotiate and seize the opportunity during the talks to assassinate the insect race's leader. Finally, contact the Centaur star and support forces from other star systems so that once the assassination succeeds they can launch a surprise attack.
Commander Kekakia asked, will the insect race agree to peace talks at all?
Their combat strength is already formidable, not to mention their leader.
Who among us is willing to assassinate the insect race's leader? Everyone looked at one another.
For a long time no one stepped forward. Some lacked confidence in their own strength while others simply did not want to take the risk. They knew that once the assassination failed the insect race's retaliation could fall upon their entire race. No one was willing to take that risk. After all, even if someone else failed, they themselves still had the chance to surrender.
Gedwa and Mud were the perfect examples. Quite a few people had already begun preparing a fallback plan. Seeing that no one volunteered, Kasuya asked Commander Dwasha, brother, this assassination mission will be entrusted to you. After all, the swordsmanship of your Dwasha clan is unmatched.
Commander Dwasha hastily waved his hand.
Lord Kasuya, you are too modest.
Beside the marksmanship of your Centaurian race, our swordsmanship amounts to nothing at all.
Kekakia gave him a contemptuous glance.
Weren't you just drawing your sword against us? Now that you're needed against the insect race, you admit your swordsmanship is inferior.
The modest one is you, I think. Commander Dwasha retorted furiously, if you're so good then you go. Isn't your laser gun 100 shots 100 hits?
I'll give you cover and you take out the insect leader with a single shot.
Fine. Whoever doesn't do it is trash.
In that fit of mutual provocation, the two inadvertently took on the assassination mission while the others heaved a long sigh of relief. With the assassins chosen, Kasuya began dispatching small fighter craft to slip quietly through the gravity vortex and assemble behind a hidden asteroid ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment.
The commanders of every race began contacting their homeworlds to request reinforcements, unaware that their distress signals had long since been intercepted by the insect race's waveband bugs.
The matriarchs of the insect race began analyzing the meaning of the various signals and then reported the translated information to Meiju.
What do you two generals think of the current situation? After reviewing the intercepted data, Gedwa said there are only two possibilities for them requesting reinforcements.
The first is that they intend to coordinate with their reinforcements to break out, but I think that possibility is unlikely.
Gedwa continued, the other possibility is that they want peace talks. Peace talks? That seems unlikely.
Given Kasuya's temperament, peace talks are out of the question unless every other race wants them.
Then, in response to Mud, Gedwa laughed. Kasuya certainly won't genuinely negotiate. His sole purpose in the talks is to assassinate Lady Meiju.
Meiju laughed wildly.
Assassinate me? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid they don't have that kind of ability. Gedwa shook his head.
On this point, Lady Meiju, you should not be too careless.
Although the southern boundary has no ultra-high-level civilizations, every civilization there has still reached the cosmic level.
Mute added, if it really is as you say, who would they send to carry out the assassination?
Kasuya is unlikely. Probably only Commander Dwasha, given his extraordinary swordsmanship. Gedwa nodded. Besides him we must guard against one more person, Bidwa Bicha of the Bicha clan.
Although he has no great skills when he detonates, the force is far from small.
Self-detonation.
Meiju immediately thought of the gasburst bugs. If one blew itself up inside the Black Widow, things would become troublesome.
Nyud said, then just don't let him in and that's that. If he comes in, everyone knows it can only mean trouble. Meiju nodded.
Then don't let such a person in. It's not that I'm afraid of him. If he blew up my Black Widow, dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. After a moment of silence, Gedwa continued, but since we can all think of him, Kasuya isn't foolish enough to send someone so obvious.
Then who else is there?
I'm afraid the others lack that courage. No matter how hard he pondered, Gedwa couldn't think of anyone else who might take part in the assassination, so he could only say, if they propose peace talks, we'll just have to keep a close watch.
Mud smiled. Maybe you're overthinking it.
Before Mud could finish, a matriarch reported, Kasuya requests peace talks. The time and place are to be arranged by our side.
Meiju laughed. It seems General Gedwa truly foresees everything. Mud laughed awkwardly. Forget everything I just said.
Meiju chose the Black Widow as the location for the peace talks. To show sincerity, she had the Black Widow sail to the outer edge of the Gayue star region.
Kasuya also arrived in a small warship leading 5 commanders. Gedwa looked at the small warship and laughed.
It seems we misjudged them. These 5 are all assassins.
They carry the resolve to die and have no intention of returning alive. Mud said, unexpected. Those 5 actually have some spirit.
I thought they would only sit at the conference table bickering.
Just as they were speaking, Zhang Fan suddenly appeared beside Meiju. Gedwa and Mud were startled by this insectoid who had appeared without warning. Meiju quickly bowed. Sovereign, why have you come? Zhang Fan smiled.
The other star systems have already been settled.
Only this place is left, so I came over specially to take a look.
Seeing Meiju bow and hearing her call him Sovereign, Gedwa and Mud also hurriedly bowed.
Zhang Fan studied the two and asked, who are they? Meiju introduced them. This is General Gedwa of the manhwa clan and this is General Mud of the Yasa clan.
They have just sworn allegiance to our insect race. Zhang Fan greeted them with a bow. From now on the southern boundary is entrusted to you both.
Gedwa and Mud felt flattered and honored.
This supreme commander of the insect race showed not the least bit of arrogance. His manner was gracious and respectful toward talent.
No wonder he had risen to prominence in the northern boundary in just 1,000 years. We cannot bear to receive such a bow from the sovereign. We will surely do our utmost to serve you. Zhang Fan nodded and asked, what is the current situation here?
Meiju gestured for Gedwa to inform Zhang Fan. Understanding her intent, Gedwa said to Zhang Fan, these are the peace envoys sent by the Southern Boundary Coalition. Their true purpose, however, is to assassinate Lady Meiju.
Zhang Fan was startled. Assassinate Meiju?
Have you already forced them to such a desperate state? After Gedwa had given Zhang Fan a full account of the battlefield situation, Zhang Fan laughed heartily.
Excellent, excellent.
Although I didn't see it myself from your account, I can already tell the battle here was magnificent. Zhang Fan pointed at the peace delegation that was disembarking from the small warship and said, go ahead.
Don't keep our guests waiting.
I believe this assassination performance is going to be quite a spectacle. Meiju and the others, in accordance with their previous arrangement, warmly welcomed Kasuya's party. When they reached the landing pad, one of the commanders at Kasuya's side could scarcely restrain his urge to strike. Kasuya immediately halted him and said in a low voice, Commander Moya, don't be so impulsive. Better to wait until she comes closer. After all, this place is surrounded by the Zerg. We'll strike once we reach the council chamber. Meiju, leading Gedwa and the other commanders as well as several matriarchs, came to the edge of the landing pad and stepped forward to welcome them.
Welcome everyone.
With your arrival here, peace in the southern frontier is within reach. Kasuya stepped forward, saluted and said, we have come precisely for the peace of the southern frontier. We hope to conduct further negotiations with your noble race.
Please come inside.
Kekikia, seating at the side of Gedwa and Mud behind Meiju, said bluntly, how have you two traitors been enjoying life among the Zerg?
Gedwa pretended not to hear at all and followed Meiju toward the conference room. Mud, however, smiled. Don't worry. Once you surrender to the Zerg, you'll understand. The Zerg treat their people well. If you want to surrender, I don't mind putting in a good word for you. Commander Dwasha cursed, shameless.
Mud was completely unperturbed, saying coolly, those with thin skins are probably waiting to die on Goyue Star.
Aren't you all here to surrender this time? Impulsively, Commander Dwasha nearly blurted out their true purpose. Do you think everyone is like you? We're here to.
The commander from Shug Star quickly cut in, we are here for peace talks.
Do you know the fundamental difference between peace talks and surrender?
Mud nodded with a smile. There's no need for us to trade barbs, everyone.
Please come inside. Everyone entered the conference room and took their seats. Only then did Meiju speak. I welcome you all once again.
Our Zerg are a race that prizes reason.
So long as the southern frontier is unified, you may safely raise whatever demands you have.
Kasuya immediately asked, it won't be so easy for your Zerg to unify the southern frontier, will it?
Meiju nodded. Ma'am, it is somewhat difficult.
At this point, the entire southern frontier has only you left. At these words, everyone was stunned at first, but soon the room erupted in laughter. Kekikia said, the Zerg have astonishing combat power and astonishing numbers, but I never expected their bragging to be earth-shaking. From what you're saying, the entire southern frontier has been conquered by you.
Meiju said calmly, this general seems not to have heard me clearly. I will stress it once more, only you are left. Meiju's tone was unyielding, and only then did everyone grasp that she did not sound as if she were joking. Could their own home planets also have been?
Seeing that no one spoke, Kasuya hurriedly tried to salvage the conversation. We came here for peace talks. We hope the Zerg will withdraw from the southern frontier and we will live in peace with the Zerg for generations to come.
Meiju burst into laughter.
The Zerg matriarchs were also struggling to suppress their smiles.
Your comprehension is rather worrying, everyone. The entire southern frontier has only you left. Eliminate you and the southern frontier will be peacefully unified.
I am sitting here talking with you because I do not wish to see living beings massacred. Do you have the right to demand that the Zerg withdraw from the southern frontier?
Commander Dwasha flew into a rage. Don't be shameless.
Without these two traitors, you would never have had the chance.
Meiju smiled again.
Traitors. These so-called traitors of yours are my esteemed enemies. General Gadwa discovered the weakness in our forces and led an assault. If you had supported him, my fleet would likely have been buried in the Malata star system.
Ha ha ha.
So you so-called loyal and righteous heroes, what do you intend to do now? In truth, Meiju was luring them into striking, for there was no need to continue a negotiation that had already lost all meaning. Kasuya seemed to realize that the Zerg already knew their true intention. If they did not act now, there would never be another chance.
Kasuya let out a furious shout now.
He was the first to draw a long spear and thrust it at Meiju.
Commander Dwashia also drew his longsword and stabbed at Gedwa.
Kekikia produced 2 laser pistols and took out the Zerg guards in the conference room, one shot each.
The entire scene instantly fell into chaos.
The 5 coordinated flawlessly, their offense seamless and airtight. Within moments, the dozens of Zerg demon ape guards in the conference room were struck down. Meiju evaded the spear and vaulted out of the battle circle, applauding. You are all rather capable, but today is the day you die. The moment her words fell, several squads of Zerg demon apes flooded in.
Kasuya immediately shouted, "Not good, this is a trap. Concentrate fire and take down their leader first." Ignoring the demon apes' attempts to stop them, the 5 charged straight at Meiju.
But Meiju was a beast god general of the Zerg. Even the combined might of the 5 could not touch her in the slightest. Your strength is far too lacking. With such feeble ability, you still have the nerve to attempt assassination. Burning with rage at Meiju's mockery, Kekikia merged his 2 laser pistols into one, and the weapon unexpectedly transformed into a portable laser cannon. Facing Kekikia's portable laser cannon, Meiju dared not be careless and wanted to eliminate him, but Kasuya and Dwashia would not give her that opening. The 2 strained with all their might to hold off Meiju's strikes. Seeing that the situation was turning unfavorable for Meiju, Gadwa and Myud quickly rushed to assist.
Commanders Moya and Shug blocked them, and the 4 became locked in combat, leaving Meiju to take on 3 foes alone. The battle grew ever more intense.
Even as he fought, Moya Gadwa wondered why the Zerg demon apes merely stood on both sides, not even going to Meiju's aid. Just then Gadwa suddenly spotted a figure standing in the window above the conference room, seemingly watching him.
Gadwa roared, "Sovereign, are you going to stand by and watch Lady Meiju be killed?" Kasuya was greatly alarmed.
Were there other Zerg generals? Just then Zhang Fan's dreadful laughter reverberated through the entire conference room.
With just those few, they cannot kill Meiju. You 2 withdraw. Gadwa was about to ask how to withdraw when 3 demon apes lashed out at Commander Moya.
Gadwa hastily retreated from the battle circle, and he had just reached the doorway when Myud also pulled back. After driving Shug and Moya back, the demon apes did not press the attack. Instead, they stood where they were, glaring at Shug and Moya. One of them pointed at Meiju and said, "The Sovereign gives you a chance. Kill Lady Meiju and you will be allowed to leave."
Gadwa and Myud reached the upper command room, and Gadwa confronted Zhang Fan. "Sovereign, why must Lady Meiju fight alone?" Zhang Fan smiled. "It's fine. She won't die."
These years Meiju has been so busy commanding battles that she has neglected her combat skills.
This is a rare chance for her. Gadwa looked in disbelief at Meiju below, who was clearly at a disadvantage. "Sovereign, if this keeps up, Lady Meiju will die."
"Why are you so worried about Meiju?" Caught off guard by Zhang Fan's abrupt question, Gadwa was momentarily at a loss for an answer. Lady Meiju is a kindred spirit. In the vastness of the universe, meeting her is my fortune."
Zhang Fan nodded and smiled. "Haha, General Gadwa, you've fallen in love with Meiju, haven't you?"
"This?
Impossible. I don't have such thoughts." Zhang Fan laughed heartily.
No matter, Meiju is actually quite adorable." His laughter had not yet ceased when a scream of agony came from the conference room below. Seeing that Meiju was wounded, Gadwa rushed down without a second thought. Zhang Fan did not stop him. He glanced at Myud, who smiled and said, "I'll sit out this affair of a hero saving a beauty." Zhang Fan's original intention let Meiju evolve in the crucible of life and death because Duolaner, through his study of the war god, had infused a fortified gene into Xinjiang's body. But the awakening of this gene required life and death peril. The more one endures such trials, the stronger one becomes.
Who would have thought someone would sacrifice themselves for Meiju?
This is indeed a remarkable matter. This is the first time Zhang Fan has felt love for an alien race, and the beloved is the insect clan's Shou Xinjiang. When Goto charged into the conference room, Meiju had already fallen and Commander Duxia was about to deal her a fatal blow. Goto quickly hurled his reinforced energy shield at Commander Duxia to block the killing strike. Duxia barely dodged the shield, and Meiju had already been dragged by Goto out of the 5 of them attack range.
Meiju weakly glared at Goto and asked in astonishment, "How did you come back?"
"Don't waste words.
The master won't bother with you, I will deal with you."
Goto gently set Meiju on the ground, grabbed a nearby Mo Yuan and roared at him, "Protect your Shou Xinjiang."
The Mo Yuan stiffened, unconsciously glancing toward Zhang Fan on the upper floor. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded, and the Mo Yuan then nodded at Goto. Having received the Mo Yuan's firm answer, Goto stood before Kosoya and the five. If you step forward again, die. A fierce killing intent so potent that even the Mo Yuan guards instinctively took a step back. Zhang Fan at the window was surprised. Such a strong killing aura. Is Meiju really so important to this man? Nyud respectfully said Goto is not welcome in the allied forces, though more because of his own faults. But those who know him understand that he only wants to prove himself. Zhang Fan nodded for Nyud to continue. Nyud added, but his blunt temper is hard for many to bear. He is capable and has offered many useful opinions, but unfortunately, no one adopts them. Nyud sighed. I didn't expect the first to recognize him and understand him to be an enemy. Goto is the type who would sacrifice everything for a comrade, so his feelings for Meiju are probably very deep. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. I didn't expect there to be such a saying. Interesting. But do you think Goto can beat the five of them? Nyud shook his head. Probably not. The momentum is there, but the strength gap remains large. Kosoya and the five are war-tested warriors, while Goto is at most a strategist. Not even in pure combat power is he a match for any one of them. Zhang Fan laughed. He must know something to dare roar like this. It seems Goto is going all out this time, haha. Zhang Fan watched the duel in the conference room. As expected, Goto's aura was formidable, but in terms of actual combat power he indeed fell short. After 3 rounds, Goto lay on the ground. Zhang Fan intended to intervene but found that the near-death Meiju had somehow crawled back to her feet. Shall we bet, master? Nyud looked at Zhang Fan in fear, asking, do you still have the mood for this now? A rare show. This is something my insect clan has never seen. Let's bet whether Meiju can defeat the 5 of them now. Right now Meiju's body is on the verge of collapse. If the master does not intervene, it's basically impossible for her to defeat them. If the master won't intervene, I bet Meiju won't win. Okay, if you win I will grant you a wish. If you lose you will grant me one. Very well, I and the master are betting. Bold move, then let's watch the show. While they spoke, Meiju slowly crawled back up, glaring at the 5 in front of her. She cast a glance at Goto lying on the ground and in anger flung out 3 venomous spider hairs. The 3 who had planned to advance quickly retreated hurriedly. Although Meiju was at the end of her strength, one must not let their guard down at this moment. Meiju probed Goto, finding that he was still alive. She breathed a sigh of relief, then charged toward the nearest Kakia. Du Xia reacted swiftly, blocking Meiju's scythe with a single sword. Meiju spat a strand of spider silk toward Du Xia, the silk binding around Du Xia's ankles, and she immediately struck at Du Xia. Kosoya's spear then lashed toward Meiju again. Meiju abandoned defense and aimed to kill Du Xia directly. Zhang Fan shook his head from upstairs. This Meiju is crazy. How did she become so reckless? Meiju has fallen. Isn't the master going to intervene? Ah. Weren't we betting? I don't intend to grant your wish. But. Zhang Fan laughed. It's all right. She won't die. Don't forget Meiju is my Shoshin Jiang. If she died so easily they would have fallen 100 times over. Yet Meiju has indeed lacked training these years. 5 such minor figures would not be her match. Kosoya's spear pierced Meiju's chest. And Du Xia's head rolled 3 times on the ground. Kosoya breathed a sigh of relief at Meiju's fall and prepared to contact the fleet to attack the insect race, only to find their signal had already been cut. Kosoya spoke to everyone. Now our communications are cut off. Someone must rush out to inform our fleet. Kakia surveyed the surroundings. The Mo Yuan standing by like a prop would not trouble themselves while they remained unmoving. Are these monsters standing there motionless because we killed the insect leader? Kosoya nodded after a moment. Probably, but do not move them before they act. Then Meiju, who had fallen, rose again, but this time she did not attack proactively. Instead she struggled to pull the spear from her back. Ah! A painful roar. Meiju's body began turning dark gray, her color growing so dark that there was no trace of light left. Suddenly Meiju's back split open and new Meiju struggling out from behind her. Zhang Fan on the window smiled. She has shed her skin. This should be a spider gene, and it seems each Shoshin Jiang evolves in a different way. Nyud stared in astonishment at the changing Meiju, asking, Master, you mean Meiju's current change is her evolution process? Yes, Zhang Fan nodded. Meiju is now evolving toward a complete form, but what she will become, haha. I do not know either. Nyud could not help but glance at Zhang Fan as if asking, Master, at what stage of evolution have you reached yourself? While the demon spider was still molting, Kazuya sensed something was wrong and immediately bellowed attack. Her power is surging at an alarming rate. Moya and Shug rushed forward. Kazuya formed an energy beam gun in his hand while Kaxia's laser gun fired a 3-round burst, yet every laser beam was reflected by the luminous barrier before the demon spider. Moya's power sword was less than 2 centimeters from the demon spider's body when a powerful rebound force shook his hands numb. Shug's energy orb was also completely unable to break through the demon spider's barrier. At that moment Kazuya bellowed behind, attack from behind.
Geto lying on the ground mustered the last of his strength and hurled his only energy shield at the demon spider, forming a brand new energy barrier behind her. Kexia fired a shot at Geto. "You damned traitor." But before the laser beam could reach him, Geto's figure had already vanished. When they looked again, he had appeared at Zhang Fan's feet.
Two matriarchs carried him to the medical bay.
Zhang Fan smiled at Nyud.
"Our wager does not include Lord Geto." Nyud nodded quickly.
Of course.
Nyud had not seen Zhang Fan make any move at all.
He had still been worrying about Geto's life and hadn't even blinked, so he simply couldn't understand how Geto had appeared at Zhang Fan's feet. As for Zhang Fan's strength, Nyud could not even begin to fathom it. Even the mere fact of teleportation was enough to deal with everyone below.
Geto was saved.
Now it all depended on the demon spider's evolution. In Nyud's estimation, Kasuya and the others' only chance was to kill her before she completed her evolution.
Kasuya grew increasingly tense. He could clearly feel the demon spider's power swelling.
The energy beam gun in his hand was fully ready, but whether it could penetrate her defensive barrier he had no idea.
Kasuya bellowed, "All three of you concentrate on one point.
We must break her barrier before she erupts or we'll all die." Kexia was still searching for the vanished Geto, but at Kasuya's roar he could only turn his attention back to the demon spider. Shug poured all his magical power into Moya's power sword while Kexia set his laser gun to maximum output and kept attacking a single point, hoping to shatter the demon spider's defense through relentless fire. Kexia's laser gun had already begun flashing an overload warning, and the demon spider's energy barrier finally cracked.
At that moment Moya suddenly leaped, striking the laser point square with a sword overflowing with magic and kinetic energy. Bang! With a crisp crack, the entire energy barrier shattered into fragments.
Kasuya immediately hurled the energy beam spear in his hand. The barrier shattered and the beam spear thrust forward, just as everyone believed it would pierce through the demon spider. But that lethal spear was caught in the demon spider's hand. A sinister cold laugh rang out. Its murderous tone made everyone's blood run cold.
Hiss! This energy is truly delicious. With blood-red eyes, a dark gray body and golden joints, the demon spider looked extraordinarily eerie. Is she eating the energy beam gun? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the demon spider, who was gnawing on the beam gun like a biscuit.
That beam gun, which had concentrated almost all of Kasuya's energy, had actually been eaten.
Even Zhang Fan at the window was shocked.
What in the world has the demon spider evolved into? It can directly devour energy constructs.
Nyud looked at Zhang Fan in astonishment. "Sovereign, even you don't know?" Zhang Fan nodded. "It's not as if I gave birth to the demon spider. How would I know? She's the masterpiece of matriarch. Dwell on her."
After crunching through the energy beam gun, the demon spider fixed her blood-red eyes on the power sword in Moya's hand with a drooling expression. Moya, though scared, mustered his courage and charged. He had only made it halfway when he found himself unable to move. Only then did he realize that at some unknown point spiderwebs had covered the ground beneath his feet. The others looked down as well and found the same spiderwebs under their own feet.
The demon spider's body blurred, and when she reappeared she was already before Moya. She didn't attack Moya directly.
Instead, she snatched the power sword from his hand and began chewing it with crunching sounds. Moya could hardly believe his eyes. That power sword had been forged from the hardest metal on Lian Star. Yet the demon spider had sent it into her mouth in just a few bites. After finishing Moya's power sword, her gaze turned to Shug. Shug was now frozen with terror. He knew that this time the demon spider wasn't after some object, her target was him. Kasuya barely managed to gather energy again, trying to draw the demon spider's attention.
He quickly said to Kexia, who was still adjusting his laser gun, "Do something quick. Right now only you can save Shug." Kexia was frantic too. "The laser gun is overheated, I can't do anything.
I only have 2 compression grenades unless you want to die alone with her."
Kasuya was silent for a moment. "I'll go in. If there's no other choice, then we'll have to do it that way."
With his last energy spear he cut through the demon spider's web, and her attention was immediately drawn to him.
The demon spider sneered, "You want to die? I'll grant you that wish." Suddenly she vanished from where she stood and reappeared behind Kasuya.
Kasuya hastily thrust backward, but the sensation of piercing never came.
Instead, the demon spider's spider tentacles pressed against Kasuya's back.
Her head slowly moved close to his ear.
"I'll devour you." The moment her words fell, the demon spider bit into Kasuya's neck.
Kasuya felt his whole body go limp, as if all his internal organs were melting.
"Quick! Blow her up." Kexia took out a compression grenade, looked at the anguished Kasuya, then at Moya and Shug. Seeing both of them nod, Kexia let out a furious roar and pulled the grenade's pin.
He didn't throw the grenade, instead he clutched it tightly in his hand. He knew that even if it exploded at this distance the demon spider would have no chance to escape.
Newt cried out in alarm. Sovereign, why haven't you acted? If this explodes, this warship will be blown to pieces too. Zhang Fan smiled. Calm down.
Since the demon spider can devour energy, she won't let that much power pass her by.
Sure enough, the demon spider dropped Kazuya and appeared before Kazuya in an instant.
She seized his arms, bit down on the grenade and swallowed it along with his arm. A muffled thud sounded. The demon spider blew out a puff of white smoke from her mouth, yet her face showed a pleased expression.
Not bad. Got any more?
Having the demon spider's blood-red eyes fixed on him was hardly pleasant.
Shug fell to his knees at once and begged for mercy. I surrender. I surrender.
The demon spider stared at him and smiled.
Sorry, too late. Kazuya collapsed to the ground, utterly limp.
The moment he witnessed Meiju devour Kekakia's grenade, despair had already engulfed him. The only thing he couldn't fathom was why Meiju had suddenly become so formidable. Had she been concealing her true strength all along? As he watched Meiju tear Shug apart and devour him, an overwhelming sense of despair flooded his entire being. Suddenly a male voice tinged with mockery reached his ears.
Giving up so soon? How boring.
Meiju's neurotoxin was already blurring his vision. He could only discern a vague figure approaching him. From the silhouette it was also an insectoid creature, yet unlike Meiju this one was clearly far more powerful.
Only now did Kazuya realize that Meiju was not the true leader of the insect race. That vague figure before him was. Do you want to live? Lead your centaur tribe to join the Grand Insect Army. Kazuya shook his head.
He no longer had the strength to speak. I will never surrender were the words he wished to express but could not utter.
Sigh. You stubborn fool.
If you die I will annihilate your entire centaur tribe.
If you live and serve me I shall lead your people to stand at the pinnacle of the universe. Kazuya remained silent, utterly drained of strength.
His consciousness was beginning to waver. With the last shred of his power he wished to save his tribe helplessly. He wanted to nod, but with his entire body limp he could no longer convey his will.
Silence. Darkness. When Kazuya regained consciousness he jolted upright only to find Meiju and another insectoid standing beside him. Why did you save me? Zhang Fan smiled.
I sensed your desire to survive and your willingness to sell your soul to save your people.
Therefore.
Kazuya stared at Zhang Fan for a long while before lowering his head.
As long as you spare my tribe I will do anything you ask. Very good. I admire you.
You managed to train such a diverse array of races into such coordinated harmony in such a short time.
I'll entrust the training of my insect army to you. Seeing his reluctant expression, Zhang Fan nodded knowingly and said, as a trade-off the centaurs under your command will be safe within my domain. No insectoid will ever harass them. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's promise Kazuya nodded eagerly.
As long as his people were protected nothing else mattered. Zhang Fan said to Meiju, go. Tell everyone in the Southern Allied forces to choose between surrender and death. They have only one chance.
Kazuya quickly interjected, may I go persuade them instead? Meiju sneered, what? Do you intend to escape back and fight us? No.
I've surrendered not only for my tribe, I have also witnessed your strength. I simply do not wish for more meaningless sacrifices. Zhang Fan scrutinized the downcast Kazuya.
Go then.
I hope you can guide them toward a wise choice. After having Mute escort Kazuya away, Zhang Fan sat high upon the command seat examining the fully recovered Gedwa, then glancing at Meiju who had evolved into her complete form.
From today onward you two are responsible for managing the Southern Realm. Matriarch Kaxidual will assist you with Mute as your adjutant. The Southern Realm must now amass an army for me. Gedwa hastily bowed. Overlord, is there a major operation in the works? If possible I believe I might be of assistance.
Zhang Fan chuckled. For now you and Meiju help me manage the Southern Realm well.
There will come a time when your talents are put to use. Gedwa couldn't say much more. After all, the one he truly wanted to serve was Meiju, not Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan smiled at Meiju. After you conquer the Southern Allied forces, establish a base immediately.
I have a premonition that a powerful enemy will emerge here. Meiju asked in confusion, we've already taken control of the entire Southern Realm and haven't detected any higher civilizations.
Zhang Fan was silent for a moment before speaking.
This is merely a premonition of mine.
As for the consciousness that the MO race claims guides them, I suspect it is an existence beyond our imagination. An adjutant suddenly reported a trade ship is heading at full speed toward the Black Widow. Zhang Fan looked at the large screen and saw it was the Golden Frog trade vessel.
He laughed heartily.
So Boss Jin's business has reached the Southern Realm. The moment Boss Jin landed he rushed frantically to the command room. Zhang Fan had barely begun to greet him. When Boss Jean gave a hasty salute and shouted, "Overlord, I found something fantastic. Hurry, come with me to the Northern Realm, it's a treasure."
Zhang Fan was taken aback.
"What kind of treasure is worth a personal trip from you, Boss Jean?" Boss Jean produced a gleaming golden metal box from his coat and carefully presented it to Zhang Fan. The moment the box opened, a gentle soft glow seeped out. Inside lay a delicately carved crystal key with a pair of tiny fluttering wings at its head. Zhang Fan gently picked up the crystal key and asked, "What is this?"
Boss Jean quickly explained, "This is the legendary key to unlocking a White Universe artifact. I've also learned that the artifact is currently hidden in the Northern Realm."
Zhang Fan already possessed the War God Spear of the White Universe, so he naturally understood the power of such artifacts. If he could obtain another artifact, it would undoubtedly add a powerful asset to his future confrontation with the Western Realm Emperor.
The Northern Realm. Then let's go now. Things here are nearly settled anyway. Boss Jean hurriedly added, "Overlord, you should bring more soldiers.
The guards there are formidable.
Although their technological civilization hasn't reached cosmic level, the elemental race's individual combat prowess is extremely strong."
Zhang Fan looked astonished.
Elemental race.
I once fought against a pure fire elemental long ago and my insect army suffered severe losses.
Boss Jean laughed.
The insect soldiers are powerful, but they're evidently not fire resistant.
Overlord, there's no time to waste.
The opening of this artifact is time-limited, miss it and you'll have to wait another 200 years.
Zhang Fan grew curious. Is it the Reaper's side? I recall Locarno mentioning once that they held a fragment of it.
Boss Jean shook his head helplessly.
I don't know either.
Legend says it's a white artifact that has never been revealed.
As for its power and function, no one knows.
Hearing this, Zhang Fan was puzzled.
If it has never appeared, how do you know it's a White Universe artifact?
Boss Jean pointed at the key in Zhang Fan's hand.
That's the proof. This key is a product of the White Universe. Just this key alone contains immeasurable energy. What else could it be guarding but an artifact? Your reasoning does make some sense. So Boss Jean, what do you want in exchange this time?
Boss Jean was a businessman and Zhang Fan knew him well. He never stirs without profit. Bringing such an important item to his doorstep uninvited surely meant he wouldn't leave empty-handed.
However, what Zhang Fan hadn't expected was Boss Jean's breathtaking audacity.
I want to command all your armies. When Boss Jean requested all of Zhang Fan's forces, it caught Zhang Fan somewhat off guard. Given your demeanor, Boss Jean, do you harbor some deep-seated vendetta? Boss Jean gritted his teeth and declared, I will launch an assault on the Interstellar Trade Alliance and annihilate every last one of them.
Zhang Fan expressed astonishment. You are prepared to make an enemy of the entire cosmos.
While I may already be reckless enough, I must urge you, brother, stay composed. Disregarding propriety, Boss Jean took a seat and unburdened himself of all his grievances in one breath. It transpired that after regaining his footing in trade with Zhang Fan's assistance, Boss Jean encountered marginalization from the Interstellar Trade Alliance, primarily because he was secretly backing the insectoid forces. His monopolization of numerous mineral resources drew coordinated suppression from the alliance, pushing him to the brink of financial ruin and earning him a blacklist placement in the central sector. Zhang Fan inquired curiously, Boss Jean, business matters are not my forte, but given our relationship, surely no one would dare obstruct your ventures in the northern and western realms. Boss Jean shook his head helplessly. It is precisely because I monopolized the minerals in the northern and western realms.
That is why.
Zhang Fan burst into laughter. Boss Jean, you have grown rather conceited, haven't you?
Ha ha ha. Have you been bullying others? Well.
From Boss Jean's expression it was evident he had engaged in plenty of such domineering behavior.
Alright, find the artifact for me first.
As for troops, I won't provide them. Once the artifact is secured, I will personally accompany you to the Interstellar Trade Alliance. Though Boss Jean's inner calculations whirred noisily, he presently conceded, if the sovereign will intervene personally, then so be it.
However, I must have the heads of Sagesla and Delvari. Very well. Though I know not who they are, I shall honor your request. Let us proceed to the Northern Realm.
Boss Jean hastily handed the star chart to Zhang Fan and stated gravely, this is the sole map recording the treasure's location. We must reach it before time expires, or the treasure will be sealed away. After giving further instructions to Mei Zhu and the others, Zhang Fan grasped Boss Jin's hand and instantly transmigrated to the Ling Long hive worm located hundreds of thousands of light years away.
Boss Jean surveyed his surroundings, his voice trembling. This is the Dragon Clan's teleportation technique.
Zhang Fan nodded. The mother of dragon gods Minerva bestowed this skill upon me only after persistent entreaty.
Boss Jin's heart pounded.
Zhang Fan's claim was impossible, for it was her unique ability. A gruesome vision flashed through his mind, Zhang Fan devouring Minerva. Nevertheless, he could only nod and reply, pity that the mother of dragon gods was slain by Rainia. Zhang Fan cast a loaded glance his way, indeed most regrettable.
A chilling sensation seized Boss Jean. This sovereign before him held the Dragon Clan in utter contempt, Minerva's death likely at his own hand.
Upon Zhang Fan's return with Boss Jean, Shu Sha offered a polite bow. Long time no see, Boss Jean.
Shu Sha, it has been some time.
After arranging the insectoid affairs, Zhang Fan informed Shu Sha, I plan to visit the Northern Realm. Once you settle matters in the Southern Realm, return directly to Earth.
Might I ask where the sovereign is headed?
Zhang Fan recounted the full details of the Vit artifact to Shu Sha, who immediately objected. Your sovereignty traveling alone is perilous. Allow your subordinate to lead the 3 beast god generals instead. We shall surely secure the treasure for you. Zhang Fan shook his head. It is merely a planet.
I will lead a fleet there.
You have crucial matters to attend to here. Shu Sha could offer no further objection, watching silently as Zhang Fan departed with a fleet of fewer than 20,000 warships. Inside the Yuanlong Hive Worm's command room, Boss Jean asked curiously, Your sovereignty, what vessel is this?
This is my insectoid faction's S-class warship, newly hatched.
Though unassuming, it performed exceptionally during the campaign to unify the Southern Realm. Boss Jean lamented, The Emperor warships your sovereignty once possessed laid a substantial foundation for my wealth. Now that you command S-class vessels, I remain alone and defeated, utterly inadequate.
Ha, you flatter yourself, Boss Jean.
Even a starving camel dwarfs a horse. With 200,000 trade ships still generating wealth for you, there is no need to lament poverty before me. Boss Jean replied with a wry smile, Your sovereignty cannot fathom it. In the vast universe, 200,000 trade ships are but a modest means of sustenance, scarcely worth mentioning. Zhang Fan made no objection, observing that the location marked on the star chart lay not far from where Minerva had indicated the progenitor dragon slumbered. Boss Jean responded calmly, Indeed, the treasure may be connected to Dilama in some manner. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, It seems you possess considerable knowledge of Dragon Clan affairs. Naturally, the Dragon Clan remains one of my principal trading partners thanks entirely to your sovereignty's endeavors.
Oh.
I doubt my Dragon Clan possessed such interest. Boss Jean hastily interjected, Did your sovereignty not know the Dragon Clan purchased substantial quantities of emperors? This was news to Zhang Fan, whose original design intended to supply emperors endlessly for later assimilation via his sovereign consciousness, converting them into weapons of conquest. He had never anticipated that the Dragon Clan would be their primary purchaser, nor could he comprehend their motives. They possessed ample access to advanced technology and bioengineering.
Boss Jean pondered before continuing. The Dragon Clan also commissioned me to procure another biological warship, the Night Vulture from Shueyo Star. Though their purpose eluded me, having witnessed Night Vultures engaging emperors, I suspect they seek to identify our vulnerabilities.
Employing his sovereign consciousness, Zhang Fan linked to the emperors stationed in the Northern Realm but detected none matching Boss Jin's description.
If truthful, the Dragon Clan concealed ulterior motives. Why amass such quantities of Emperor-class units?
Where had those emperors vanished? Only one explanation persisted: the Dragon Clan had secretly engineered modifications to strip them of their sovereign consciousness, and judging by current evidence their operations had succeeded.
This constituted a grave threat.
Should the Dragon Clan master technology to sever insectoid forces from their sovereign consciousness, they could develop an entirely new lineage obedient solely to them.
The matter was critical.
Zhang Fan immediately contacted Duelaner. Abandon all current projects and devote your full attention to developing means of reinforcing sovereign consciousness within a compressed timeframe. Zhang Fan shared his concerns with Duelaner, who responded promptly, understood. However, I require specimens of the Dragon Clan's controlled emperors to determine how they subjugated them.
Assign Baishuai to this task. Procure a captured emperor by any means, steal one if necessary, seize one by force if required.
Under Boss Jin's guidance, Zhang Fan led the Zerg swarm to the legendary hidden planet where the Vit artifact lay concealed, Dark Soul Star. From the perspective of the Yuanlong nestworm, this planet appeared radiant with vibrant colors, yet each hue maintained a distinct boundary.
Though they seemed unrelated at first glance, the entire landscape merged seamlessly as one. Zhang Fan suddenly recalled a toy from Earth, his Rubik's Cube.
The Zerg fleet hovered in the space above Dark Soul Star.
Boss Jean remarked, we have roughly 48 hours before the treasury's door seals shut. Shall we infiltrate stealthily or lead the full army to storm it? Zhang Fan dispatched the ghost shadow worm to scout ahead and found the entire Dark Soul Star swarming with roaming elemental lifeforms.
What's more, they had built several exquisite castles of extraordinary architecture, indicating that their intelligence was not as rudimentary as imagined.
Perhaps negotiation remained a possibility.
Zhang Fan declared, begin by sending the Red Shadow to infiltrate and test the waters. Theft would be preferable, for I have no desire to engage in combat with the elementals.
Though we do possess elemental worms, the losses against them would be devastating.
According to the Ghost Shadow Worm's reconnaissance, what surprised Zhang Fan most was that the treasury's gate was actually located within the Thunder Element's castle. This was troublesome indeed. The Zerg already struggled against elemental creatures, let alone confronting the most formidable among them, the Thunder Element.
Zhang Fan immediately summoned the elemental matriarch Nualancia.
With your current elemental worms, how confident are you in facing the thunder element? After a moment of silence, elemental matriarch Nualancia replied, currently the elemental worm numbers constitute only a small fraction of the legion. We have merely the fire armor worm and the ice scale worm. The ice scale worm is unsuitable for battling thunder elements. The only viable option would be the fire armor worm, though thunder elements should be immune to fire-based attacks. After hearing Nualancia's analysis, Zhang Fan's head throbbed. Resigned, he said, very well, send the red shadow instead. Do your gather intelligence, then retrieve the artifact stealthily. Boss Jean cautioned, Lord, you must mind the time. We have only 48 hours, delay too long and you may wait 200 years for the next opening. Indeed. There is no other choice. The elemental legions counter the Zerg and there isn't sufficient time for me to harvest their genes for modification. A squad of dozens of red shadows slipped into the darkness, silently infiltrating the Thunder Element's castle. One red shadow approached the treasury door and barely took position when the entire Thunder Element castle erupted with urgent alarms.
Hundreds of Thunder Element warriors materialized instantly at the treasury entrance. Fortunately, the red shadow possessed the ability to mask their aura within darkness, or they certainly would have been detected. After an exhaustive search, the Thunder Element soldiers found no trace of the red shadow. Most dispersed, leaving only a patrol unit to guard the entrance. Previously unguarded, the approach had been impossible. Now, with an additional squad of Thunder Element soldiers posted, Zhang Fan had no choice but to order the red shadow squad to remain concealed. Boss Jean suggested, shall we order the troops to attack and create chaos, allowing the red shadow to slip in during the distraction? Zhang Fan nodded.
Though elemental creatures were difficult to handle, they lacked interstellar warships, while the Zerg's main force remained quite safe in orbit above. Zhang Fan immediately issued orders, deploying vast numbers of Baokong and Suying to assault the Thunder Element castle, attempting to lure the guards stationed at the main gate. 2 hours of fierce combat passed. The Zerg's common super-evolved Swift Spirit Worm proved utterly helpless against the Thunder Elements. The Fire Armor Worm could withstand 2 strikes, but that was all. Only the Chi Sword Mantis and the long-range Baosho could deal fatal blows to the Thunder Elements, since the Baosho's Ice Blue Dragon Cannon also bore the properties of the Thunder Element. The Chi Sword Mantis was protected by a Chi energy barrier capable of resisting most lightning strikes, making its battlefield efficiency far superior to other units. What frustrated Zhang Fan most was that the squad guarding the door simply refused to budge. He could only order the Suying to bombard the castle gates, hoping to draw them out. Unexpectedly, however, massive formations of air element lifeforms drifted down from the northwestern sky. It appeared these air elements came to reinforce the thunder elements. Meanwhile, the earth began to quake as countless earth elements and metal element lifeforms burst forth from the ground. What was meant to be a diversionary strike had gradually escalated into full-scale warfare against the elemental beings. Slaying elementals proved extraordinarily difficult. It took hundreds or even thousands of enhanced Swift Spirit Worms just to injure a single elemental. A single metal element warrior could swipe away entire clusters of Zerg with one blow. Zhang Fan immediately withdrew the smaller Zerg forces, for they were useless except as sacrifices. The Baosho Sheng Jiakong Gadungxiangchong. All the heavy units were thrown onto the battlefield by Zhang Fan without hesitation. They barely managed to stabilize the desperate situation. Yet the guard squad at the treasury entrance remained immovable as a mountain. However, engaging them now meant no other elementals would come to their aid. The red shadow suddenly struck from the shadows. One thunder element warrior was eliminated instantly, but simultaneously the red shadow was reduced to ashes by the elemental's violent voltage. The thunder element guards immediately unleashed a surge of electrical energy sweeping across the entire treasury entrance. Under the intense current, the red shadow could only leap from the shadows to evade, thereby exposing themselves to the guards. Watching the red shadow turn to ash, Boss Jean sighed, it seems only the Lord himself can handle this. Indeed. It appears I must go personally. These elemental beings are truly troublesome, but their genes are valuable. Very well, I will attempt it myself. Zhang Fan instantly materialized before the treasury entrance, his sudden appearance immediately drawing concentrated fire from the thunder element guards. Though Zhang Fan's defenses could withstand the attacks, the sensation of electric shocks was far from pleasant. He darted nimbly, evading the guards' strikes, and a ripple of chi energy sliced several thunder elements cleanly in two. Standing at the treasury entrance, ignoring the shrill alarms, Zhang Fan placed the key given to him by Boss Jean against the great door. The alarms fell silent. The treasury door slowly creaked open. Just as Zhang Fan prepared to step inside, he suddenly felt an overwhelmingly powerful force surging toward him. Zhang Fan attempted to dodge, but the immense force knocked him flying dozens of meters. Barely regaining his footing, a sharp pain erupted in his chest. Zhang Fan showed no surprise, instead coldly smiling. It has been a long time since I last felt pain. He slowly rose to his feet and glared at the dark silhouette at the entrance, asking, who are you? The shadow did not respond. It suddenly vanished, and before Zhang Fan could even perceive its movement he was sent flying dozens of meters once more. When Zhang Fan's vision cleared, the shadow remained standing at the treasury entrance. Rather formidable, but your power, I shall claim it. Zhang Fan was barred from the entrance of the treasure vault by a dark shadow. Twice in succession the shadow sent him flying, an experience he had never encountered since his transformation into the insectoid race. Having been away from serious combat for a long time, Zhang Fan felt an extraordinary surge of excitement. He loosened his muscles, gathered his focus, and with a decisive push of his rear foot he shot toward the vault gate like a streak of red light. This time Zhang Fan saw the countenance of the dark shadow clearly. It was actually himself. From the chitinous shell to the sharp claws, from the spikes to the hardened armor, every feature was identical to his own, and even his attacking gestures and expressions were exactly the same. It was practically a battle against himself. While fighting, Zhang Fan pondered how he should respond. After more than 30 exchanges, Zhang Fan suddenly noticed a tiny, barely visible red dot on the chest of the guardian that was a perfect replica of himself. If Zhang Fan had not possessed the compound eyes of the insectoid race, he would never have spotted it. Initially he thought it was a bloodstain, but he himself was not wounded. Zhang Fan then shifted the focus of his attacks to that minuscule red dot. Sure enough, the guardian reacted the moment he struck it, instantly concentrating its efforts on protecting that point. Its reaction only strengthened Zhang Fan's conviction to defeat this treasure vault guardian. The red dot was the key. However, since the treasure vault guardian possessed abilities nearly identical to his own, poisons, biological missiles, and organic laser cannons had no effect on it whatsoever. It came down to a contest of raw physical might. As two identical Zhang Fans clashed, the entire elemental castle trembled on the brink of collapse. The elemental legion attempted to enter and stop Zhang Fan, but the insectoid warriors held them at bay outside. After another 30-odd exchanges, Zhang Fan finally seized an opportunity and slashed across the red dot on the guardian's chest. A pained howl erupted, as if the guardian had sustained tremendous injury.
This reaction puzzled Zhang Fan. That strike should not have caused such severe damage. The guardian seemed to be overreacting.
He had no time to dwell on it. Pressing his advantage, he launched 3 consecutive aggressive strikes, each one landing squarely on the red dot, and with every blow he increased his force. With the final strike, the treasure vault guardian's body began to twist and distort. Within no more than 3 seconds it dissolved into particles of light and dissipated into the air.
Zhang Fan walked slowly into the treasure vault.
Inside it was resplendent with gold and splendor, housing countless treasures beyond measure.
Yet ordinary treasures held no interest for him whatsoever.
He went straight to a golden pillar coiled with a dragon at the deepest part of the vault. The pillar's design was distinctly Chinese in style, and the dragon carved upon it was a 5-clawed golden dragon of Huaxia. Although he had dealt with dragonkind on numerous occasions, the dragons he had encountered were all dragonfolk. Even their combat units were dominated by Western great dragons. Zhang Fan examined the 5-clawed golden dragon closely. The carving was exquisite and lifelike, as if it would leap into the skies at any moment. Even the auspicious clouds beneath its feet seemed to possess a subtle dynamism.
Who goes there? A deep and majestic roar sounded.
Zhang Fan calmly looked up and replied, Zhang Fan of the insectoid race.
The insectoid race? Leave. The treasures here are not for you to touch. And what if I insist?
The majestic voice let out a cold, disdainful snort.
With your strength, I'm afraid you lack the ability.
A beam of golden light shot forth from the eyes of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Zhang Fan retreated hastily, but the beam pursued him relentlessly, accelerating as it closed in. He dared not be careless, yet despite several acrobatic evasions the light still struck him.
Nevertheless, the 2 beams of golden light did not inflict serious harm upon Zhang Fan. The majestic voice seemed to carry a hint of bewilderment. Who exactly are you?
Why is the world-destroying light ineffective against you?
In response to the 5-clawed golden dragon's question, Zhang Fan was even more at a loss.
How could he possibly know why it was ineffective?
Could it be that some force was protecting him?
The majestic voice softened slightly and asked, where do you come from? I sense an extremely familiar aura upon you.
Familiar aura? Zhang Fan pondered for a moment, then asked, do you know Earth? That is where I come from.
A long sigh drifted through the air, and the 5-clawed golden dragon's tone was steeped in boundless nostalgia.
No wonder. But have humans evolved into something like you? Have they fallen so low as to interbreed with demons? Zhang Fan was rendered speechless.
What did this 5-clawed golden dragon take him for?
I'm not some hybrid. I am the crystallization of human technology.
Humanity has already gone extinct. No, wait, on this timeline humanity has not even begun yet.
The 5-clawed golden dragon laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Humanity not yet begun. Humanity has existed since the primordial dawn, when the universe was still in chaos.
They are the gods who predate the dragon race. Zhang Fan grew even more intrigued. He had come seeking the white divine artifact, yet now he had obtained an even more crucial piece of information.
He promptly asked, "Can you tell me about it?"
The majestic voice inquired with curiosity. "I have probed you and detected millions of humans within your body.
Can you explain that to me?
Zhang Fan recounted in full detail how humanity had been attacked by the Chia race, almost driven to extinction, and how he himself had been transformed into the insectoid race. The majestic voice fell silent for a long while before saying, "A human soul, an insectoid body, 1,000 years, and still you dream of rebuilding humanity.
Your perseverance is truly commendable. But unfortunately,
the artifact here was not prepared for you." Zhang Fan immediately asked, "Then can you tell me what exactly this place is?" The majestic voice replied, "The key to unlocking humanity's sealed memories."
Zhang Fan chuckled. "Then isn't it precisely prepared for me? I want to rebuild humanity. Wouldn't it be even better if I could unlock the seal humanity bears?" The majestic voice laughed. "There are natural laws in the universe. Even if it were given to you, it would be of no use.
Furthermore, unlocking it requires the essence of the 5 tribunal dragons."
"Do you have it?"
Zhang Fan gasped in astonishment. "What exactly has humanity hidden that it requires the essence of 5 tribunal dragons? Ha ha ha, you are still far from qualified.
Take your army and leave. If you return, I will not be so courteous." Zhang Fan quickly said, "That won't do. You can't let me come all this way for nothing.
You have been confined here for a long time, don't you wish to leave?
Give me the power to defeat the tribunal dragons and I will bring back their essence to break the seal. Then you too will be able to go free." The majestic voice again sank into silence.
After a long heavy pause, the 5-clawed golden dragon coiled upon the golden pillar abruptly exhaled a stream of dragon breath toward Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan did not evade, for he sensed no danger in the dragon breath.
Instead, it seemed to radiate a serene and comforting power.
Like thick mist, the dragon breath enveloped Zhang Fan, and he felt with unmistakable clarity that his power was surging.
As the dragon breath engulfed Zhang Fan, the battle outside also ceased.
The elemental creatures gradually retreated while the insectoid warriors began to grow lethargic and weak. Even the insectoids far away in the southern realm felt a wave of spiritual malaise followed by restlessness, unease and dread. Xu Sha barely propped up his weary body gazing at Bai Shui and the other beast god generals who were equally enfeebled. What on earth is happening? Has something happened to the Dominator?
Across the entire universe, every member of the insect race simultaneously fell into a state of listlessness. Hu Bailey hurriedly gathered the clan to investigate the cause and assisted the matriarch and the beast god general in their recovery. Hu Bailey exclaimed in shock, "What on earth is happening?
Where is the sovereign?" Shu Cha gasped heavily, "I don't know either. I can't sense the sovereign's presence any longer."
The last time something similar happened was at Bailong Star, but this time it seems the entire insect race has been affected. Hu Bailey hurriedly channeled his chi energy into Shu Cha's body to sustain her vital signs.
What exactly does this situation mean? Shu Cha shook her head. "I don't know either. The sovereign's consciousness has been completely severed.
If something has happened to the sovereign, the insect race will surely fall into chaos.
What I'm worried about now is Luia on Mars."
Hu Bailey then remembered that Luia had taken the 2nd-generation humans to Mars, where she had merged humans and the insect race.
Moreover, Yellowoxia, that half-human half-insect being, was also there. If they lost control, Earth would be doomed. Shu Cha grew weaker while the ordinary insectoids had already collapsed.
Clutching Hu Bailey's hand, she said, "If this is the end of the insect race, please let humanity continue.
That is the sovereign's only wish."
Hu Bailey supported Shu Cha, completely at a loss. Even Bai Shui and other beast god generals had fallen.
Was the insect race going to be wiped out so inexplicably? Throughout the insect alliance, non-insect races grew restless.
Most of them had joined only because of the insect race's overwhelming power. Now that the insect race seemed on the verge of extinction, some began to stir. Southern Realm Goduo and Mudu led the armies of their 2 tribes in guarding the Black Widow, slaying anyone who attempted to approach.
Northern Realm, the beast race fusion bugs had all collapsed, leaving hundreds of galaxies silent and utterly desolate.
In the detention cell, Duomina watched 2 insect guards collapse and sensed nearly all the insect soldiers around her falling as well.
She stared at Kuei with a cold smile. "This is karma, boy.
Once the insect race is destroyed, your death will follow."
Kuei smiled coldly. "That will never happen. What I see is the exact opposite of what you see." Death Star, the primordial insectoids, also ceased all activity and lay silently on the ground as if on the verge of death. Western Realm, it was utter chaos.
The Yaxia Galaxy had enjoyed 1,000 years of peace with the insect race and had never encountered such a situation. Countless people began efforts to save the insect race, though they had no idea where to start. The members of the Western Realm Council had initially hoped to cure the insect race, but as time passed and the insect race grew ever more lethargic, many began to pray that this plague which afflicted only the insect race would continue.
Some planets took up arms against the dying insect warriors, slaughtering countless defenseless insectoids. Day after day passed, and after 7 full days all insectoids entered a state of suspended animation. The rebellion in the Western Realm grew increasingly fierce.
Cries to exterminate the insect race resounded throughout the entire Western Realm.
The Nagong and Learwala clans were forced to form a joint fleet to protect the insectoids within their jurisdiction, but they could do nothing to help elsewhere. On the 8th day all the insectoids in suspended animation began to revive. Every insect warrior gradually molted.
When the molting was complete, a brand new insectoid shook off the tissue fluid from its body and returned to normal, fully restored.
Hu Bailey stared in astonishment at Shu Cha, who had just finished molting, and asked with a trembling voice, This is evolution of the entire race." Shu Cha shook her head lightly and smiled. The sovereign must have encountered some extraordinary fortune, otherwise he could not have triggered evolution across the entire insect race. "Now I can feel it, my power is much stronger and my speed and reflexes have increased." Hu Bailey chuckled. "I haven't noticed any other changes, but your colors have become more vivid and you seem more. If I used to feel fear toward the insect race, now it's awe. This feeling doesn't come from your power but rather your aura." A Learwala aide reported the rebellion in the Western Realm has already killed billions of insect warriors. If it isn't stopped in time, I'm afraid. Shu Cha flew into a rage. "Those who seize the moment of vulnerability shall be wiped out entirely. I don't care what they were before. Anyone who dares to attack my insect race during its evolution will be annihilated." Hu Bailey quickly objected. "No, the insect race has just completed its evolution and the rebellion is no longer spreading. If we exterminate entire clans, it may provoke an even greater backlash." Hu Bailey continued, "After all, only a minority rebelled. We only need to punish the rebel forces that attack the insect race." After some deliberation, Shu Cha decided to follow Hu Bailey's advice. The insect race then launched a suppression campaign in the Western Realm. As for the Southern Realm, which had never been fully stabilized, the insect race suffered heavy losses during this evolutionary event. Mei Zhu and Meng Jia were forced to temporarily retreat under the protection of the Yasa and Manhwa clans. The Southern Realm coalition gained a respite and the process of unification had to be postponed. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan gradually woke from the dragon breath that had enveloped him. He began to examine his transformation. "This power is too terrifying." The majestic voice chuckled. "You and your race are unique. I only intended to evolve you, but unexpectedly it triggered the evolution of your entire race. Alright, the power you wanted has been given to you. Leave here. Unless you obtain the essences of the 5 judgment dragons, there is no need to come back." A force so powerful that Zhang Fan had no way to resist pushed him out of the treasure vault and the massive doors slammed shut behind him. Hundreds of elemental beings of various kinds stood before the gate. Zhang Fan shook his head. These elementals could be dealt with easily, but that overwhelming power. Gazing at the colossal vault door, he sighed. "Forget it. That being wants the essence of the 5 judgment dragons, and I haven't even seen one yet. The secrets of humanity will probably take a long time to unravel." As soon as Boss Jean saw Zhang Fan return, he rushed forward, almost bursting into tears. "Sovereign, when I saw all the insectoids on the warship dead, I thought you had. But you're perfectly fine, perfectly fine. Are you worried about me, Boss Jean, or about my fleet?" Boss Jean quickly replied, "Where would the fleet be without its sovereign? If the sovereign is gone, what use is a fleet?" Zhang Fan laughed. "Ha ha ha, well said. Boss Jean, you really know how to talk." Seeing Zhang Fan in high spirits, Boss Jean promptly asked, "Sovereign, you're all smiles, and I see the insectoids have come back to life. You must have found some great treasure, right?" "I didn't find any divine artifact from the White World, but the entire insect race achieved evolution. That's not bad either." Zhang Fan patted Boss Jin's shoulder. "Let's go. Since I've obtained what I wanted, I'll also make good on what I promised you." Boss Jean hurriedly said, "During the few days you were gone, the Western Realm fell into chaos. Many formerly conquered races took the chance to slaughter insectoids, trying to break free from insect control." "Sovereign, this matter." Zhang Fan was unconcerned. "Shu Cha and the others will handle such trifles. Let's go to the Interstellar Trade Alliance first. Your affairs, Boss Jean, are my top priority now." The Interstellar Trade Alliance was located at the heart of the Four-Corner Universe, a gathering point for nearly all advanced civilizations in the cosmos. Before the Zerg warships could enter the starfields, several strategic vessels had already come to intercept them. The Golden Frog Trade Fleet has arrived, bringing the Zerg overlord to pay respects to all honorable members of the Trade Council. On the main screen appeared a fleet commander wearing a mirrored helmet, his voice sounding shrill.
The Interstellar Trade Alliance does not welcome the Zerg.
Please leave immediately.
Zhang Fan sneered coldly. The race that turned me away last time has long since turned to cosmic dust. The fleet commander did not hold back either.
This is the Interstellar Trade Alliance. All the advanced civilizations of the universe are gathered here. The decision not to welcome you was made collectively by the Trade Council.
Zhang Fan smiled at Boss Jean.
No wonder you wanted the Zerg army.
It seems the people here have a bit too high an opinion of themselves. However, Zhang Fan was not a reckless man. After all, he had only brought a small force.
If he wanted to cause chaos here, it would truly mean declaring war on the entire universe.
The Zerg fleet withdrew from the Interstellar Trade Alliance's starfield, but Zhang Fan did not leave. Instead, he remained quietly near the outer starfields.
The Interstellar Trade Council erupted into heated arguments over the Zerg's arrival. Hundreds of councillors led by Guya Mijuosi firmly opposed the Zerg entering the trade territory.
Meanwhile, the business faction led by Andaline found it hard to accept a race spanning 3 realms entering the trade zone.
Andaline declared righteously, "We are businessmen. Only by staying out of wars can we maintain the normal operations of the entire Interstellar Trade Alliance.
How can you refuse a Zerg race that spans 3 realms and possesses abundant resources?"
What are you thinking? Guya Mijuosi sneered.
You have never been invaded by the Zerg, so of course you feel it doesn't matter.
Do you know how many galaxy clusters the Zerg's current power has wiped out? Many of us here have suffered terribly under their domination. Guya Mijuosi continued, "I won't dwell on other matters. Princess Duomi na such a wonderful person.
The Northern Realm was once so prosperous. But after a century of war with the Zerg, how much business is left to do in the Northern Realm now?"
And Andaline immediately retorted, "What about the Western Realm? The Western Realm is the Zerg's origin. Didn't you flee from there quite hastily? Haven't I heard you complain about Zerg attacks in the Western Realm?"
I believe the Zerg are also a race with highly advanced civilization. To turn away such a quality trading partner is absurd. And Andaline pointed at the Linglong Chaochom hovering in space on the main screen. He is now considered the most powerful race after the Great Emperor. The fact that he refuses to leave tells me he is gathering his forces. Before Andaline finished speaking, Zerg warships began warping onto the main screen. In an instant, millions of warships had completed their warp behind the Linglong Chaochom. At this moment, another counselor said, "We just received news that 15 million Shozu warships from the Northern Realm are assembling in the outer perimeter."
The entire council chamber descended into chaos.
All the counselors began contacting their home planets requesting reinforcements. At this point, the leader of a small trade group from the Northern Realm said, "My trade fleet just reported that the Zerg have cut off all surrounding trade routes."
And Andaline shook his head. "It seems you will now have to invite this overlord." Guya Mijuosi sneered. "Does this send you into a panic?
Remember, we are gathered here, the crystallization of the entire universe's technology.
Even if he brings twice the military force, so what?"
Before he finished speaking, the main screen displayed Zhang Fan's face, both terrifying and awe-inspiring. "Honorable members of the Trade Alliance, I have come to inform you of one matter. The Zerg have established a new interstellar trade group in the Western Realm.
If you are interested, you are welcome to join." Guya Mijuosi laughed loudly at Zhang Fan. "A newly established interstellar trade group. Do you have the qualifications?"
Zhang Fan ignored him and stated directly, "Everyone, you have 15 minutes to contact your home planets, your backers, or anyone else you wish to reach. After 15 minutes, those who choose to join the new interstellar trade group will enjoy the exact same status as now. As for those who refuse to join, I fear they will have no reason to exist." Zhang Fan's threat was so blatant that no one failed to understand it.
Guya Mijuosi demanded, "What? Are you declaring war?"
Zhang Fan completely ignored him and turned to Andaline. "Lord Andaline, I hear you were helping the Zerg just now. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Zerg family."
Andaline looked around. All eyes were fixed on him. He knew his answer would likely sway the decisions of many.
"Overlord, there is no need to rebuild the interstellar trade group.
The existing one is already very well established."
Zhang Fan countered, "Is it really well established? I believe it is far more important to establish a fair trade group that does not participate in wars or other affairs. Would it not be better to have a trade group that simply does business?"
"What do you think?" Andaline did not immediately answer Zhang Fan's question.
He could only say, "Please, Overlord, allow us time to consider."
Zhang Fan smiled and nodded. "Very well. Discuss among yourselves. However, you only have 15 minutes. The entire Trade Council chamber exploded into chaos.
Some wanted to join the new trade group, others sought to summon fleets, and still others wanted to fight the Zerg to the death.
Almost everyone was voicing their opinions. Guyamijuwasi let out a furious roar and fired 3 shots from his pistol into the air. The council chamber finally fell silent. He signaled for everyone to be seated before continuing. I do not care what you think. I will not accept such threats. We possess the most advanced defensive measures in the universe. Even without external support we can hold out for years. Moreover, we control the economic lifelines of the entire universe. If the Zerg dare to strike, they will face collective punishment from the whole universe. Even the great emperor of the Western realm will not be able to save him. And Deline shook his head. You think too simply. Can you really believe the Zerg overlord has not considered what you have? Why would he not dare to attack? He never said he wanted to destroy the interstellar trade alliance. He said he wanted to rebuild it. Ponder that carefully. And Deline's words awakened the crowd. Everyone exchanged glances. Joining the Zerg's new trade alliance had only one benefit: survival. If they refused, the Zerg would very likely attack the interstellar trade alliance. Although the defensive facilities here were excellent, the Zerg had never suffered defeat since rising in the Western realm. Not to mention that the Zerg were even more powerful now, and all they could do here was defend. After endless deliberation with no resolution, the main screen suddenly lit up. Zhang Fan's magnetic voice laced with 7 parts menace echoed, "Everyone, time is up. What is your decision?" Actually, no one in the Interstellar Trade Alliance had come up with a proper countermeasure yet. No one wanted to be the one to speak first. The entire hall fell completely silent. Andre bowed to Zhang Fan and said, "Lord, I am still communicating with everyone. I would ask that you grant me a bit more time." Zhang Fan looked at him coldly and said, "Lord Andre, don't push your luck. Is the current situation not clear enough?" Just then Grimidos suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Zulong, before you boast next time, you should investigate the opponent's strength first." Zhang Fan watched with curiosity as Grimidos, looking quite smug, slowly walked to the front of the stage and pointed at himself, laughing loudly. "Look around you. 30 million Tajilia warships have already surrounded you. I suppose now it's my turn to give you time to surrender." Grimidos's words immediately made all the council members present breathe a sigh of relief. Tajilia warships were among the most powerful vessels in the Eastern universe. Andre suddenly remembered that the owner of these warships was none other than Hedgeri, the foremost warrior general under Moto, the ruler of the Eastern realm. And Hedgeri and Grimidos were sworn brothers in life and death. Hedgeri was his true mastermind behind the scenes. Zhang Fan glanced at the assembling Tajilia warships and sneered, "It seems you don't know much about my Zulong race yet. This is a perfect chance for you to witness our strength." Zhang Fan waved his hand and the Zulong warships launched an undeclared attack against the Tajilia fleet. In the first round of volleys, hundreds of thousands of warships were destroyed. At that moment on the large parliament screen, Hedgeri, with a face full of scowls, roared, "Grimidos, didn't you promise to put on a good show for me? My fleet hasn't even loaded its weapons yet." Grimidos said with an embarrassed expression, I didn't expect the Zulong to deviate from conventional tactics and launch a direct attack." Zhang Fan laughed loudly. "What? Do I need your permission to fight you?" Hedgeri glared fiercely at Zhang Fan on the opposite screen. "You wait. When I finish loading my weapons, we'll see what happens." "Ha ha ha, are you here to be a joke? Alright, I'll wait for you. But hurry up, because these warships won't last long." The Zulong's attack showed no signs of stopping. Watching his own warships constantly explode, Hedgeri stamped his feet in desperation. Just you wait. I'll tear you to pieces." The Tajilia warships began a rapid retreat, but the Zulong fleet showed no mercy, pursuing relentlessly. In less than 10 minutes, over 3 million Tajilia warships were reduced to cosmic dust. Zhang Fan looked at the trade union delegates in the conference room and smiled. "Lord Grimidos just bought you 10 minutes at the cost of 1,000,000 warships. Now you have no excuse to delay any further. After all, my patience has its limits." Just then a delegate behind Andre stepped forward and said, "Our Dark Gold Trade Union is willing to join the Zulong's new trade alliance." With someone leading the way, the business faction members raised their hands one after another to join, and even more people from Grimidos's side chose to join the new trade alliance. Their refusal to let the Zulong enter stemmed from fear. Enough star systems had already been destroyed by the Zulong, and no one wanted to be next. Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Those who wish to join the new trade alliance, please leave the trade space station. Someone will inform you of the new alliance's planet location." Zhang Fan suddenly added, "You have 5 minutes to leave." The spaceships of various trade unions zoomed away quickly. Deep down, everyone understood that this place would inevitably become a battlefield. Zhang Fan curiously watched Andre, who hadn't left. "Lord Andre, why haven't you gone?" "As a businessman, I'd rather do business with the Lord than submit to his military threats." Zhang Fan laughed loudly. "Without military backing, what business could there be? Don't tell me Lord Andre doesn't have powerful military forces behind him." Andre fell silent.
Zhang Fan continued, we'll still do business, but it's time to clean up some of the bad habits of the trade unions.
Lord, I would prefer it if you could calmly accept my advice.
Since the Lord has the power, I hope you will send a representative to serve as one of the trade union's counselors. This way both your goals can be achieved without having to start a war.
Zhang Fan smiled and said, that's a fine proposal, but what I want isn't a counselor. Andre and Grimidos exchanged glances. Grimidos grew furious and said, do you also want to be the council chairman? Don't even think about it.
Boss Jean spoke from the side. Grimidos is the current council chairman.
Zhang Fan nodded knowingly and said, no wonder the council chairman opposes this. I think I understand now. I've finally grasped the crux of the matter.
Zhang Fan said directly to Grimidos, hand over the position of council chairman and I'll let you keep your trading rights.
Otherwise death to all.
I don't care who's behind you, I'm taking over the Interstellar Trade Alliance.
What bold talk. Don't you fear biting off more than you can chew? Hedgery's fleet is arriving any moment now. This time let's see how you'll deal with the fully armed Tagelia fleet.
Hardly had Grimidos finished speaking when the Tagelia fleet warped back into the Tradestar region.
This time as soon as they appeared they launched a fierce attack against the Zulone. However, the Zulone warships had anticipated this move and had already deployed energy shields standing ready for battle. The Tagelia fleet's opening salvo was almost entirely absorbed by the Zulone's energy barriers. Just as they prepared to launch a second wave, the Zulone warship Zhujiao Longchong immediately unleashed an energy dome enveloping the entire Zulone fleet within its protective field. Ling Longchong, working in coordination with Bing Longchong, struck the left flank of the Tagelia fleet while millions of Yan Longchong launched a fierce bombardment against the right flank. Ling Wang, the primary assault vessel, unleashed a devastating barrage directly at the enemy center formation, followed closely by the support cruiser Yuan Longchong, which moved in to shield Ling Wang's flanks. With Ling Long Chaochong serving as the command flagship, Ling Wang is the main assault vessel, and Yuan Ling Dichong providing long-range strategic firepower, the Tagelia fleet found itself completely overwhelmed and unable to advance under the crushing suppression. Hedgery had never anticipated that the Zulone forces would be so formidable. Despite having more than 3 times the number of warships, his proud fleet was rendered completely defenseless. Hedgery immediately ordered a change in tactics, no longer daring to underestimate the Zulone. The Tagelia defense ships rushed to reinforce the central formation. The strategic ships unleashed their full firepower to suppress the Zulone on the left flank, while cruisers and destroyers launched a full-scale assault on the right. The battlefield shifted in an instant. Hedgery's tactical adjustment completely turned the tide against the Zulone's dominance. Zhang Fan smiled and said, this guy isn't bad, quite interesting. Boss Jean quickly introduced Hedgery as one of Moto's most capable generals with immense strength. Hey, it seems the Eastern Realm is indeed the strongest. But I wonder if it's in chaos now. Boss Jean nodded slightly and replied, it's been chaotic for thousands of years. Boss Jean, after replying to Zhang Fan, suddenly realized in confusion, how could the sovereign know that? There are only rumors about the Eastern Realm, and the Western Emperor has stayed there for nearly 2,000 years neglecting Western Realm affairs. If he hadn't dawdled, he would have returned long ago. It is said that the Eastern Realm's Great Emperor inadvertently opened a dimensional gate. The Great Emperors of the 3 realms went to aid, intending to seal the gate, but it would be difficult. Dimensional gate. It is said that the dimensional gate is known to very few, but it requires the Great Emperors of the 3 realms to join forces to deal with it. Zhang Fan nodded, but it should be nearing completion. After all, the Western Emperor gave me only 3,000 years, and now there are probably at most 500 years left. It seems some things still must be hurried. Zhang Fan gazed at the fleets locked in battle, the Tagelia fleet gradually clawing its way out of the disadvantage, turning the clash into a stalemate. After a careful assessment, Zhang Fan found that the Tagelia fleet's main assault force lay in the strategic ships at the rear. Their firepower was formidable, their movement slow but stable with an exceptionally high hit rate, and the Zerg fleet's defense shields were virtually unable to block them. Even the Zhujiao Longchong, the most heavily armored dragon insect, could not endure 3 volleys from Tagelia's strategic ships. The first shot shattered the shield, the second wrecked the hull, and the third turned into cosmic dust. Fortunately, the Zerg space forces had long since diversified their attack. Lei Chong and Bing Chong swiftly moved to the right flank to reinforce. The Yuanling Emperor insect also concentrated its fire on Tagelia's right wing. Zhang Fan sought to draw Hai Guli's gaze toward the right wing. Seeing Hai Guli's fleet moving toward the right flank, he immediately dispatched small ships like Bakong and Suing to use the planet's cover and quietly approach Tagelia's strategic ships, preparing to launch a raid. Just as Zhang Fan prepared to order the raid, the rear Zerg strategic ship Yuanling Dichong was attacked by Tagelia's small ships. Zhang Fan laughed, truly like-minded heroes. Interesting, our tactical thinking runs on the same track. The support ship Shangling Long hastened to clear Tagelia's small ships around the Yuanling Dichong and to repair the damaged hull. Fortunately, the Zerg had just finished evolving their defensive capabilities, and recovery ability had greatly improved, and the losses were not too serious. By contrast, Tagelia fleet's main ships suffered heavy losses, with more than half of their strategic ships crippled. Boss Jean exclaimed, is the Zerg really this powerful now? I remember the Zerg's small warships shouldn't be this formidable.
Zhang Fan patted Boss Jin's shoulder and said, this is all thanks to you. Although we didn't find the artifact, we gained the power to evolve the entire race. Zhang Fan continued, for you taking down the Interstellar Trade Alliance counts as repaying a brother. Rest assured, given the situation, the Interstellar Trade Alliance will fall under your excellency's jurisdiction soon. Boss Jin hadn't expected this. After so many years of acquaintance, he knew Zhang Fan was straightforward and bold, but this was bold indeed. How much profit could the Interstellar Trade Alliance bring, and he would hand it over so easily? Then Boss Jin realized that Zhang Fan's straightforwardness came from a grander goal.
Could he be aiming to rule the 4 realms of the universe?
Boss Jin nodded in firm affirmation. The Northern Realm, Western Realm and Southern Realm were almost under his control. Although it was only through force that he held power and hadn't truly won people's hearts, the first step of any rule is military coercion. Once there is absolute authority, one can speak of peaceful development. The more Boss Jin thought, the more he believed his idea was correct. After all, Zhang Fan had progressed from 100,000 Dwang ships to tens of millions of warships, and he had witnessed every step with his own eyes.
What are you thinking?
Startled by Zhang Fan's question, Boss Jin came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed to Zhang Fan's sovereign. Rest assured, once I seize control of the Interstellar Trade Alliance, it will become a strategic resource for the Zerg.
Haha, I won't be polite about this matter. After all, if some planets can be solved with money, I won't waste military power.
The battle between the Tajlia fleet and the Zerg had lasted 3 days. Both sides had losses, but the Zerg's losses were negligible. As long as the ships that hadn't died could be restored in a short time, they would be ready again. On Haiguli's side, though, there was no such powerful restoration. They had nearly lost 1/3 of their fleet, and the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Haiguli.
Haiguli complained to Jayamidos, what did you do exactly?
How did you provoke such a difficult species? Jayamidos elaborated the matter to him, and Haiguli frowned and erupted. This Zerg is too arrogant. Indeed, they have taken a fancy to the Interstellar Trade Alliance.
Andre shook his head. There's no way now he has the capital to be arrogant.
Haiguli suddenly asked, I've fought the Zerg for so long, why haven't I seen others come to support?
Didn't your Interstellar Trade Alliance seek aid?
Andre laughed. This is the Zerg's brilliance. They didn't say they would destroy the Trade Alliance, but rebuilt a new one without drawing swords. Merchants would naturally choose a powerful trading organization. He sighed and continued, now the so-called Interstellar Trade Alliance is left with only the 2 of us. Jayamidos looked at Andre and said, I truly didn't expect that, given our numerous disagreements over trade matters, that the one standing by my side would be you. Andre smiled. Disagreements over trade are merely differences of opinion. Now we are faced with military intervention in trade, which goes against my trade principles.
Haiguli cut in, I don't know about your so-called principles, I only want to know if there is any support. If not, retreat quickly, preserve strength and rearm for another battle. Jayamidos asked, brother, even you can't take down the Zerg, are we really going to surrender?
As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be firewood. What's the point of fighting the Zerg now?
The Eastern Realm is now in chaos. I must return quickly, Andre said to Jayamidos.
Let's go talk to the Zerg again. Lower our posture. I believe the Zerg sovereign will be willing to negotiate. Jayamidos had no choice but to agree. After all, if Haiguli had no chance of victory, he had no other option. Andre proactively contacted Zhang Fan on the big screen. As soon as he saw Zhang Fan, Andre saluted. I take the liberty to contact the sovereign just to discuss with you once more, hoping we can reach a consensus this time. Zhang Fan glanced at Jayamidos standing aside and said to Andre, if you want to talk, we can. I have only one demand. My people must hold the position of Speaker of the Parliament and oversee the Trade Alliance. As soon as Zhang Fan demanded the position of Council Chairman, and Delhi's gaze immediately shifted to Jayamidos.
Jayamidos could only look at Hai Jelly, who spoke to Zhang Fan with slight anger. Boy, don't go too far. There is a limit to bullying my brother. What? If you're not convinced, let's keep fighting. Anyway, this Interstellar Trade Alliance station doesn't have much reason to exist anymore.
Zhang Fan looked at the furious Hai Jelly and smiled.
At present, the Eastern Realm should be busy dealing with the Emo clan's warships.
How can you still have the leisure to hang around here?
You. How do you know that? Zhang Fan smiled. Although the Emo clan's commander is not very bright, the number and quality of their warships are not inferior to mine. Do you think I wouldn't pay attention to their movements? Hai Jelly shook his head. Brother, neither of us should have interfered in the trade group's affairs.
But for the sake of our friendship, do me a favor.
Take another step back. Wouldn't it be fine to pick a mature trade group?
Zhang Fan shook his head.
Right now I'm the one with the better winning odds.
I don't want to make things difficult for you either, since you have important matters to attend to.
How about you step back and take the position of vice chairman? Everyone's gaze turned back to Jayamidos.
What else could he say?
Hai Jelly's meaning was now clear enough. If he didn't agree, Hai Jelly wouldn't stand up for him anymore. Jayamidos nodded helplessly. Very well. The position of trade group chairman was always meant for the capable. I am willing to yield. Zhang Fan laughed broadly. That's much better, solving the problem peacefully.
So let's start with the first item. Estimate the losses caused by this battle, and I hope Vice Chairman Jaya Meduosi will arrange the compensation.
Jaya Meduosi almost vomited blood.
After abdicating, he actually had to compensate for the losses of the insect race. And Delhi hastily pulled Jaya Meduosi, who was about to lose his temper, and shook his head at him, clearly telling him to endure for now. At that moment High Jelly suddenly said, "Then this matter is settled and everyone is happy.
As for my losses, forget about them."
These words made Jaya Meduosi so furious that he almost spat out his old blood. If he really had to compensate, not to mention the vice chairman position, he would probably go bankrupt directly. Zhang Fan was even more puzzled. Was High Jelly really this considerate? He had asked High Jelly to compensate the insectoids, yet High Jelly had magnanimously offered a favor. However, Jaya Meduosi probably wouldn't appreciate that favor. High Jelly glanced at Zhang Fan and smiled. "Brother, I've remembered your insect race. We'll fight again next time. I'll send out the main fleet currently under repair. You'd better be careful." Zhang Fan really didn't want to rebut such a threat, but as long as he could resolve the immediate problem, that was fine. After all, he still had other matters to attend to, so there was no need to attract the Eastern Realm's hostility to himself for now.
"Alright, see you next time.
But next time notify me in advance so you won't forget to bring weapons like this time."
I won't.
I thought it was just for show, but you actually started a fight directly.
If I meet someone like you next time, I'll be careful." Listening to these two talk, how could they be enemies? Jaya Meduosi even suspected that High Jelly and Zhang Fan had known each other long ago. If not for the wreckage of millions of warships floating in the universe, he would surely have thought this was a play performed for him. The Tagelia fleet departed. Zhang Fan led Boss Jean into the Trade Group Council Hall, and in Delhi dragged Jaya Meduosi to bow to Zhang Fan. After returning the courtesy, Zhang Fan smiled and said, "Everyone here must know Boss Jean. From now on he will be the chairman of the Interstellar Trade Alliance." And Delhi bowed to Boss Jean. "Then let us invite the chairman to commence his work." He had originally wanted Boss Jean to make Zhang Fan lose face, but Boss Jean immediately swung into action. First he summoned back all the council members who had left to avoid the war. Then he methodically arranged the cleanup around the trade group, replanned the trade routes, and proposed many more optimized trading methods and currency exchange regulations. Boss Jean's series of operations was truly impressive. Zhang Fan had previously considered assigning several matriarchs to assist Boss Jean, but he hadn't expected Boss Jean to be so formidable. Zhang Fan knew nothing about economics and trade. Seeing a pile of numbers gave him a headache. However, with Boss Jean around, he felt much more relieved. After leaving a squad of insectoid warriors to guard Boss Jean, Zhang Fan decided to go to the Dragon Clan to visit Aona and ask about the essence of the Trial Dragon, hoping it wasn't as he imagined, that the Trial Dragon's essence could only be gained by killing them. When Zhang Fan's spirit dragon Nestworm appeared in the Dragon Clan's star domain, Aona's command ship immediately came to meet it. Aona led Zhang Fan into the Dragon Clan's sacred hall and said with a smile, "Sovereign, why have you come to the Dragon Clan star domain at this time?" Zhang Fan was also straightforward and asked directly, "I came to ask about the essence of the Trial Dragon." Aona almost bounced out of his chair and asked in surprise, "Sovereign, why do you ask about that?" Zhang Fan told Aona about the treasury exploration with some details omitted, only saying that opening the treasury gate required the essences of 5 Trial Dragons. Aona was silent for a long time before saying, "I've never heard of this treasury." However, the essence of a Trial Dragon is the life source of a Trial Dragon. That is to say, to open the treasury you would have to kill 5 Trial Dragon Lords. Do you think that's possible? Zhang Fan sighed. Just as I expected. I thought I could borrow some from the Dragon Clan. If I have the ability to kill 5 Trial Dragon Lords, why would I need that thing? Aona smiled. What is sealed inside should be something beyond the abilities of both you and me. Sovereign, don't think about it anymore. Time is running out and your forces still seem insufficient. Isn't that just what I'm trying to solve? Your Dragon Clan won't help. I've fought from the west to the south and from the south to the north. Forget military strength, the enemies I've made are probably more than my army. Aona laughed heartily. Hahaha, Sovereign has indeed worked hard. The Dragon Clan hasn't been idle either. Recently we've been secretly investigating what the Three Realms Emperor and his group are doing in the Eastern Realm. This intrigued Zhang Fan and he quickly asked, "What are they doing?" "We don't have any results yet." "Isn't that nonsense?" With a mysterious look, Aona said, "However, we did find out that there is a galaxy at the western border of the universe where a method to defeat Emperor-level figures is sealed." Zhang Fan stared at Aona and asked, "What method?" "I don't know either. That's why I wanted the Sovereign to send troops there to find this so-called method." Zhang Fan refused directly. "No troops, no time. I agreed to help you oppose the Western Realm Emperor and liberate the Trial Dragons, but I didn't agree to run errands for you." Aona smiled. This definitely won't be a wasted trip for the sovereign.
The Quimensu were a forgotten race in the Western universe, once a trusted right hand of the great emperor of the West Realm. They suffered heavy casualties in the last cosmic war and endured 3 civil wars within a century. After the elder patriarch Sadilon vanished, the entire Quimensu race declined, gradually withdrawing from the galactic stage. Planet Prada was the last refuge of the Quimensu people, where the scenery was breathtaking, the climate temperate, and the air remarkably pure. Above Prada, Zhang Fan gazed down at the radiant planet, his heart stirred by wonder. Such beauty could hardly bear the weight of devastation he brought.
Wait here. I'll descend and investigate. Mengjia asked curiously, "My lord, what is there to see?"
This world has no defenses, I can take it in 15 minutes.
It is rare to witness such beauty.
I'll go down for a stroll. Zhang Fan paid no heed to the astonishment around him and materialized alone upon Prada.
Strolling along the mountain path, he listened to the whispering wind and greedily inhaled the floral fragrance, its sweet pollen lifting his spirits.
Suddenly a piercing scream rang out. A woman stared at Zhang Fan in terror. He intended to call out to her, but she fled without hesitation, scrambling down the rugged mountain trail in frantic haste. Zhang Fan chuckled to himself.
Though his insectoid form might be intimidating, she hardly warranted such panic. Was she even pretty?
Following the woman's escape route, he spied a small mountain village where wisps of cooking smoke drifted above the fields. Yet what struck Zhang Fan as odd was that the villagers employed only the most primitive slash-and-burn methods, their tools reduced to crude hoes with not a shred of advanced technology in sight. Zhang Fan contacted Shu Cha.
"Confirm this location once more, is this Prada?" Moments later Shu Cha replied, "Affirmative, my lord."
"Based on the Dragon Clan's coordinates and morphological analysis, this is indeed Prada."
"Oh, this place is far too primitive. Check the neighboring planets for any signs of advanced civilization."
Zhang Fan strolled toward the village.
Barely reaching the entrance when a group emerged wielding shovels, wooden clubs and pitchforks.
Upon closer inspection, these Quimensu bore striking resemblance to humans, save for their slightly taller stature and the distinctive curved horns protruding from each shoulder, each varying in hue.
"What manner of creature are you?"
Zhang Fan was taken aback, not by the words but by the fact that the speaker was using Earth Standard. Zhang Fan struggled to reconcile this.
Earth Standard was only established after the founding of the Terran Federation. The current cosmic era placed them 65 million years before humanity's emergence. The timeline made no sense. What connection bridged this gap? Regardless, questioning these villagers would yield nothing.
Zhang Fan offered a courteous bow in proper Earth Standard.
"Greetings. I come from another world seeking the lord of the Quimensu Sadilon."
A man wielding a wooden club snarled, "Begone.
"We know none named Sadilon."
Zhang Fan silently scanned his consciousness and confirmed he spoke the truth. Thousands of years have passed, Zhang Fan murmured to himself, perhaps Sadilon has become legend. The man persisted, brandishing his club and issuing threats. A single glare from Zhang Fan sent the crowd stumbling backward 3 paces. Unwilling to squander time on such trivialities, he prepared to depart, only to catch the sharp gaze of someone watching intently from within the crowd. With a blur of movement, Zhang Fan pulled the watcher from the crowd, a diminutive girl barely past youth. Examining her curiously, Zhang Fan detected no power radiating from her form nor any threat in her mental signature.
Had he been overthinking things? Gently setting the girl down, he vanished before their eyes.
The villagers searched the area but found nothing.
Disappointed, they dispersed. The girl stood alone at the threshold, her voice cutting through the air with cold amusement. "Come down. Let's talk somewhere private." Zhang Fan reappeared before her. "Who exactly are you?" "The insect sovereign, I presume." "I am Silva, one of Sadilon's hidden guards. If you wish to find your lord, you will aid me." "Ha ha ha, you misunderstand."
"Since you know me, you should understand my search is merely for diversion."
Silva smiled. "Sadilon is sealed beyond this realm.
Destroy this world and you'll find nothing, his true existence lies elsewhere." Zhang Fan absorbed her words.
"Then he's imprisoned in a dimensional space. We call it the Dark Sanctum.
Only the Dark Prince possesses the key to break its seals."
"The Dark Prince. A simple search, really."
"Tell me, just don't say he's lost to this world as well."
"The Dark Prince will manifest on Prada in 3 days.
Rebels hunt him now. If they claim him first, he'll be killed and liberation will remain distant for countless years." Zhang Fan posed an unexpected question. "You claim advanced civilization, yet your customs resemble cultivation mythology.
Have you never heard that science ends where theology begins?"
Silva regarded him with exasperation, as though he were a child lacking basic knowledge. Intrigued, Zhang Fan pressed further. "Then where is your technology?"
"I see nothing of it."
With a subtle gesture, Silva levitated a fist-sized stone from the roadside, telekinesis made manifest. Yet Zhang Fan perceived no energy flowing through her. The stone moved not by her will but as though possessed of its own agency.
How did you achieve this?
It is neither spiritual force nor chi nor magic.
Without energy manipulation it defies comprehension. Psionics Silva explained. A refinement of spiritual force, whereas spiritual force governs only sentient beings, psionics commands all existence. With sufficient mastery even galaxies yield to your will.
The revelation stunned Zhang Fan.
To move celestial bodies.
The power required was beyond imagining. The critical detail struck him suddenly. Was Sadilan sealed precisely because his psionic mastery terrified the great emperor of the West Realm?
Silva's voice turned bitter. That self-proclaimed emperor, what a treacherous coward. Sadilan renounced dominion over the West Realm for his sake only to meet such a fate in the end.
The depths of this intrigue, Zhang Fan mused.
Very well, I'll help you. But teach me the art of psionics. Regarding Zhang Fan's request, Shirwa fell silent for a moment before saying, rescue Lord Sadilan and he will naturally teach you.
Zhang Fan shook his head.
Do you take me for a fool?
A man who possesses the power to rival the Emperor of the Western Realm, would I release him without any guarantees?
Unless I were insane.
Shirwa fell silent once more, then said, then I can teach you the basics, but your army must help me find and rescue the Dark Prince and deliver him safely to me.
Deal.
Zhang Fan began learning telekinesis from Shirwa while dispatching ghost shadow insects to keep an eye on the lives of all Polata Star inhabitants. On the surface Polata Star seemed peaceful and harmonious, but beneath it undercurrents surged. Numerous spy soldiers lurked everywhere, keeping close watch on pregnant women. These spies, however, had no idea that their movements were also being closely watched by the insect race's ghost shadow insects. A large contingent of insect race ground forces quietly hid near the mountain villages where the Dark Prince might be born, and in the major cities quite a few progenitors had begun infiltrating. After a day of intense training, Zhang Fan could at last lift a stone 5 centimeters off the ground. Yet after maintaining it for just 2 minutes he was drenched in sweat and panting for air.
This telekinesis is far too draining. I'd not even be killed by the enemy, I'd exhaust myself to death first. Shirwa laughed.
Brother, you've only practiced for 1 day and already achieved such a result.
What more do you want?
It took me 10 years to reach your level.
Zhang Fan said disdainfully, how old are you anyway?
My success relies on my powerful spiritual foundation. Shirwa sneered, I'm not that old either, just over 12,000 years. The stone Zhang Fan was controlling crashed to the ground.
Astonished he yelled, What have you been eating to live that long? Shirwa smiled. We Quimancy hidden guards are different from ordinary Quimancy. Every 1,000 years I age in reverse, what you would call rejuvenation.
Zhang Fan smiled at Shirwa and asked, can you give me a drop of your blood?
Blood.
Shirwa paused for a moment, then laughed. It would be useless.
Our genes are the same as ordinary Quimancy. The reverse aging isn't caused by genes, it comes from telekinesis. You mean if I master telekinesis I could do it too?
Of course.
Telekinesis can control all things in the universe, reversing cell aging is nothing. Just stretch your imagination, insect sovereign. That final epithet was spoken with a mocking undertone, yet Zhang Fan was not angry.
It seemed he had yet to grasp the true essence of telekinesis.
After 2 more days of training, Zhang Fan gradually grasped the essence of telekinesis.
Though he could still only move small pebbles, he now manipulated them with dexterity and ease compared to the very beginning. Shirwa marveled at Zhang Fan's progress. Although I knew you had a powerful spiritual foundation, your progress can only be described as meteoric. In merely 3 days you've reached what took me 20 years.
Zhang Fan smirked. Staring at pebbles for 20 years, weren't you bored? Shirwa shot him a glare. Diligence compensates for dullness, look it up. Zhang Fan's brow suddenly knitted.
The Dark Prince has been born, but an army is heading there, he said to Shirwa. Shirwa drew a jade flute-like object from her waist. After murmuring a few incantations, the jade flute instantly vanished from her hand. I've already notified all the hidden guards to head there.
Sovereign, please have your insect race protect the Dark Prince. Qinlin village, where the Dark Prince was born.
What was once a scenic place of green mountains and clear waters had in an instant become a hellish battlefield because of a newborn's arrival. Dozens of hidden guards held their ground on the mountain village paths, while below them tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers charged upward. But those soldiers were not the greatest problem. Even more worrying were the hundreds of massive cannons in the distance preparing to fire. Once those cannons fired, the power of a few hundred shell blasts would easily flatten Qinlin village, let alone level Qin mountain itself. The hidden guards had planned to flee with the newborn Dark Prince, but their enemies were not about to give them a chance. They had already laid a formation around the area. The formation was designed specifically for the Dark Prince. It affected no one else, but the instant the Dark Prince touched it he would die. Fighting as they searched for a way to break the formation, the hidden guards could find no trace of its core. As the vanguard of the hidden guards was forced back to the village entrance, earth-shaking cannon roars tore through the sky. The hundreds of massive guns had fired and the shells would rain down on the village in the blink of an eye. Just as the shells were about to strike the ground, hundreds of reinforced bone shield beetles burst from the earth, forming a barrier of flesh and bone around Xinlin village. Several holy shield beetles also appeared within the village and instantly raised an energy barrier.
The Qimanxi's antiquated cannon fire could not harm the reinforced bone shield beetles in the least.
The seemingly devastating shells crashed against their heads without even cracking their carapaces. Zhang Fan and Xierwa appeared above Qinlin village, overlooking a battle between forces on entirely different tiers of power.
Is this the rebel army that has been troubling you?
With such meager strength, isn't destroying them a trivial matter for you?
Xierwa shook her head. They are not rebels, merely ordinary people who have been manipulated. Then I wash my hands of it.
Finish them off quickly so we can attend to the real matters. Zhang Fan waved his hand and a million reinforced swift spirit insects burst from the ground, surging toward the Qimanxi army like a flash flood.
Evolved, the reinforced swift spirit insects were even more agile and ferocious.
Every segment of their insect armor was studded with spikes. They were born for offense.
The Qimanxi army could offer no resistance against the raging insect tide.
In a matter of moments, tens of thousands of Qimanxi soldiers were devoured so thoroughly that not even their bones remained.
The hidden guards in Qinlin village were even more tense. A legion of monsters had suddenly erupted from the ground and surrounded them. Unable to tell friend from foe, they dared not act rashly.
Zhang Fan and Xierwa appeared in the village together.
Xierwa immediately asked, "Where is the Dark Prince?" One of the hidden guards answered, "In the ancestral hall." Xierwa hurried into the ancestral hall.
Zhang Fan intended to follow her in, but when three hidden guards bared their blades at him, he had no choice but to wait outside to avoid misunderstanding. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Xierwa came out of the ancestral hall carrying a pitch-black infant. She said to Zhang Fan, "This is the child who can unseal Lord Sadilan. However, the village has been planted with a seal targeting the Dark Prince, so we cannot take him out of here." Zhang Fan smiled without replying. Hundreds of burrowing insects were dispatched to Qinlin village and they began digging 3 feet down in search of the seal. Before long, Zhang Fan said, "I found an underground palace with a floating crystal inside."
"Is this where the seal is placed?"
Xierwa hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'm afraid there is nowhere else."
"Try destroying it."
Zhang Fan ordered the burrowing insects to destroy the sealing crystal, but even after their fangs had all broken, the crystal showed not the slightest change.